My perverted sister installed 200 cameras at home and broadcasted our private lives on the internet, just to expose my beastly behavior as a brother and face judgment from the entire internet. But as the live broadcast continued, the whole country collectively broke through the defense, exclaiming, "If you call that beastly, then we might as well be a pile of shit." At this moment, my sister had already brought a streamer to our house and asked straight away, "Cousin, how are you considering your job? If you continue like this, you won't be able to find a wife in the future." Hearing this, Qin Yang helplessly shook his head. "Xiao Yu, I ask you, what is work for?" "Of course, it's to make money. And what is the money for?" "To enjoy life in the future." The anchor Jin Mei couldn't help but answer. "Then what am I doing now?" Qin Yang picked up a grape and put it in his mouth. With these words, Jin Mei and Xiao Yu were stunned. She found that this young man was a bit different from what she had imagined. "No, you are sophistry. You are enjoying with your parents' money, and it is your parents who are tired." Xiao Yu thought for a moment and decided not to say those hurtful words. Beep beep, test flight number 1 completed. Requesting return. Just as the scene fell into an awkward silence, suddenly a mechanical sound came from the table. Looking closely, it was something like a communicator. Return. Before people could react, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the distant sky. Everyone instinctively looked up, and a spacecraft about 2 to 3 meters long, full of a sci-fi vibe, like a spaceship, quickly flew in. What amazed them the most was that they didn't see any propellers or similar things on this spacecraft. How did it fly then? Are the propellers inside? Ah, this spacecraft toy looks high-end. It must cost several thousand. Jin Mei looked at the slowly descending spacecraft, looking pleasantly surprised. What's several thousand? For such a big spacecraft, it's at least tens of thousands, right? The audience was speechless, but they could also understand. After all, girls are not too sensitive to these things. I live in a slightly remote area. For safety reasons, I use this thing to patrol the vicinity every day. Qin Yang looked at Jin Mei's surprised expression and explained, "Come in and have a seat." Entering the living room, the floor was covered with various screws and parts, and there were even some disassembled aircraft, all in a mess. "Make yourselves at home. What would you like to eat tonight? I'll prepare something for you." Watching Qin Yang's departing figure, Jin Mei seemed lost in thought. Suddenly, there was a slight vibration and a flash of red light on the chip on her clothes. Jin Mei quickly took out her phone, opened the live streaming app, and saw that someone had sent a rocket. "Anchor, can you take a look at that aircraft? I feel like something is off about it." "Sure." Jin Mei looked at the aircraft casually placed on the cabinet. Something was off. It had no propellers and no air outlet below. How did it fly? Aerodynamics? Magnetic levitation? Girls may not be very interested in this kind of big boy's toy, but boys still have some understanding of it. As we all know, for an object of 2 to 3 meters in length to fly, it must have propellers or a power device. However, they looked up and down, but they didn't see any air outlets or jet nozzles. Can an airplane fly without propellers? Can a rocket take off without a power device? If they hadn't seen this thing fly with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a model. "Anchor, can you take a look at it from the other side?" The viewer who sent the rocket barrage again. This, Jin Mei wanted to refuse. How could she casually touch someone else's things without the owner's permission? "Let me do it. My brother doesn't mind these things. I often play with them." Qin Xiaoyu picked up the aircraft, and as it swayed, all the audience could see clearly. It was confirmed that this aircraft really had no propellers or jet nozzles, not even an air outlet. So the question is, how does it fly? Anyone who understands aerodynamics and mechanics, at this moment, their expressions become serious, full of incredulity, as if they had seen something that subverted their understanding. A rocket can't reach the sky without a power device. A fighter jet can launch ammunition without weapon systems. It's beyond belief. What no one knows is that the person who sent the $2,000 gift is currently sitting outside a laboratory, looking serious. This is absolutely impossible. It defies logic, and it doesn't fit the structure of a remote-controlled toy. The young people murmured softly, their eyes dazed, as if they had seen God. "What's wrong, Xiaosong?" Just then, an old voice rang out. Komatsu looked back at the old man, said, "Teacher, I can't understand a bit of what's in this live stream. Can I trouble you to look at it?" This is his teacher and professor at Qingbei, Shan Guowei, and also, in another capacity, the National Academy of Sciences, and the main scientific research that they are rating is power, propulsion, aeronautics, thrust, etc. Yes, Chen Guowei smiled and nodded his head, glancing at the live broadcast screen, which he didn't care too much about at first, but as he watched, his face grew serious. "There aren't any air vents, propellers, it's a model?" "No, teacher. It's a real flying machine that flies." Komatsu shook his head firmly. Impossible. At least with our current technology, there is no such possibility. How did it fly up? Is it hard to rely on magnetic levitation? Where is it? Not only was the pair of master and disciple puzzled, all the netizens in the live broadcast room were a bit confused. Good lord. This is beyond their comprehension. Hey wait, there's writing under here. Jean May's surprised voice came. She took out her cell phone and turned on her flashlight, shining it up. 3 bodies? Subconsciously, she read the words. Audience. What? A trisomy? A 3-body fleet? You don't say. This thing really looks like, or at least matches, the 3-body fleet I have in mind. I didn't realize that cousin was still a fan of trisomy. Many of the audience members perked up when they heard the word trisomy. Because the trilogy is so famous. Ever been rushed into existence by a certain leader who you thought was joking? Buzz. At that moment, a rocket appeared again in the live feed, but it's not the rocket that's shocking. It's the guy who delivers it. Professor, National Academy of Sciences. Girl, I want to make sure with you right now. Is this a live script that you're broadcasting? Is this modeling something like a special effect? Or is it real? Please do tell the truth. And of course, send me a private message. Jean May checked the other person's personal information and found that it was authenticated, that is, indeed, a state professor. Real, she answered honestly. Professor of the National Academy of Sciences. It's impossible. The current technology we have in Blue Star can't make this kind of thing. Yes, if it's really as it's shown in the video, it can't be made. No propellers, no propulsion, no flight mechanism. Even if this is a toy, do you know how much technology is involved? A different energy source and power source that is likely to be used. Ever seen a sci-fi movie? Something like an alien flying saucer. Hiss. What are you waiting for? What a way to contribute to the warming of Blue Star. Everyone had a confused, dumbfounded look. A sci-fi flying saucer. They then reacted to the fact that, indeed, there were no propellers of any kind. So wouldn't that be the same as having seen a flying saucer flight pattern in a movie? Professors of the National Academy of Sciences, may I ask, who is the owner of this thing? Who was the maker? This. Kimmy was a little headstrong. Aren't we here to solve the problem of jobless, girlfriendless, nibbling, depressed geeks? What the hell now? This thing is so powerful? I think my brother has several more at his place. Qin Xiaoyun had a puzzled look on his face, feeling that things were not simple. Audience, I've searched. All the shopping apps have searched around. Nothing. Me too. The frog of the mind keeps touching your stomach, cousin. And you've been exposed. All the audience's eyes were glowing, something that was not available on the market, and had been appraised by the bigwigs of the Academy of Sciences as impossible to produce with Blue Star's technology. Appeared in his cousin's hands, a bold idea. Unbidden, could it be that cousin Qinhao is, in fact, an urban dragon king? He's been hiding his identity. With a wave of the hand. 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals sold their daughters into the doghouse? What are you guys doing? Sit down. Qinhao was a bit surprised as he carried the fruit and looked at the 2 people who stood frozen in place. Oh good. Qin Xiaoyun and Jean May returned to their senses and hurriedly sat down. So, cousin, you made this stuff? Qin Xiaoyun's mood is a little complicated. She has always thought that, although the cousin is very good, gentle character, although the speech is a little choking, but just do not go out, all day nesting at home. Social fear plus depression, with the same as the waist. But now it seemed a little different than she had imagined. Made it on the fly out of boredom. There's a lot of finished materials online. Just need to put it together. Isn't that what you have hands for? Qinhao picked up an apple and nibbled on it, casually saying, it just looks high-end, but it's actually very cheap. Put. The word seemed like an invisible arrow that went straight through everyone's chest, the Academy of Sciences bigwigs who are watching the video. Chen Guowei even felt blackness before his eyes, bored in making it up as you go along. Finished materials. Just put it together, looks high-end, but is actually cheap. You're really fooling us like we're stupid. Oh, so that's it. However, in the next moment, Qin Xiaoyun nodded in sudden realization. Audience, there are still fools. You really believe that? Immediately after. However, Qin Xiaoyun was seen blinking, and it was clear that she wasn't a fool to change her strategy. Flanking invasion. You talk about this to someone who is extremely resistant to women in work, and he's definitely defensive. But it's a different story if you invade from a hobby. There is a common language first. Cousin, can you tell us about the construction of this thing? Jean May understood in a second, with an expectant face and a slightly reddish mouth, attempting to confuse Qinhao with her beauty. I'm not going to lie. I'm actually a fan of trisomy. This would be the trisomy fleet, right? Constructed even. Qinhao shook his head. Mainly because you won't understand even if I tell you. Kimmy, ACI, someone cut this straight man down for me. She suddenly understood why Qin Xiaoyun said that Qinhao had a different brain circuit and spoke differently. It became more clear why this guy was pretty good looking and why he didn't have a date. In the face of a beautiful woman's request, Shouldn't you show a man's intellect and virility? What do you mean? You don't understand even if you say so? Cousin, I'm a moderately emotional person. A beautiful woman? It's just a red powdered skeleton. Single on merit. The audience was going crazy with laughter. Although Chin Hao didn't talk much, but every fucking word was solid. Cousin, seeing that Jin Mei was losing the battle, Qin Xiaoyun directly used the spreading jiaoda method. Okay. Qin Hao picked up a peach and continued to nibble on it. Hearing him agree, everyone perked up. Even Shen Guowei and his student Xiaosong, who took out a pen and paper and stood by. It's a very long story. First of all, what about the material for this flying machine? Right? It's very unusual. I've wasted 9 cows and 2 tigers for this material. The core, its power source is actually a very special being, you know? Special to what extent? The 15-minute long explanation began. Everyone's head was spinning from listening. When I think about it, I don't hear anything. It's all water. So there's not a drop that's dry, talking to us about this whole bullshit literature thing. Ha, teacher. Do you understand? Outside the lab, Komatsu looked at his teacher with a constipated face. No, Chen Guowei rubbed his distended head. The person he was listening to was stupid. Okay, still got it. He tried to squeeze out a little dryness, but there really wasn't a drop of it. So, that's how the situation is. That's how things are. And that's for you two to realize for yourselves. Inside the cell phone, Xin Hao's voice that seemed like a demon's came. As the saying goes, the master leads the door. The practice depends on the individual. Right? Well, take your time to realize it yourselves. I'll go prepare the meal. Xin Hao directly got up. Is it that he doesn't want to explain? Not really. But his explanations, which are longer than that, are as shallow as if they hadn't been said, and as deep as if they hadn't been explained at all without a day or two. Inside the living room, there was a dead silence. Yoon. In this case I suggest that otherwise. Let's take it to the doctor. In the middle of the day, Jin Mei had a hard face. Don't mind me if I say what I really feel. I feel like I'm being molested by a psycho, and, still intellectually tuned in, Qin Xiaoyun. In fact, she felt it too. That's why I said, my brother is smart and has a completely different brain circuit than normal people. For that, Jin Mei couldn't agree more. It's more than different. It's completely different. The kind that doesn't even need to be revisited when you're locked up in a mental institution. It's too heavenly. At the moment, we have 2 missions. Jin Mei rubbed her head and said with a serious face. The first one is that we were able to get your brother out of his own circle, to go out and work, make friends, or find a girlfriend. This is our ultimate goal, as well as Qin Hao's parents. The second one, I realize that your brother seems to have a big secret, not to mention who actually made this flying machine, but it's all absolutely inseparable from your brother. At those words, Qin Xiaoyun's fingers tapped her rosy lips, her eyes flickering. Are you saying that my brother is the Dragon King? What Dragon King? Kimmy was flabbergasted. It's the kind of thing where it's obvious that I'm awesome, but I'm just hiding my identity. And then whoever touches his family or pisses him off, with a wave of his hand, 100,000 special forces descend on him kind of thing. Audience. Sure enough, you're thinking like the rest of us. Sister, not even asleep yet. And you're dreaming? Jin Mei rolled her eyes as she cried and laughed. Why don't you tell me about the reincarnation of the immortal emperor? She then looked over to the living room next to the couch. The large mess. Even, she saw something that resembled a drawing. Doesn't your brother clean up? Jin Mei was dumbfounded. She felt that Qin Hao's secret might be just around the corner. He doesn't care about that. And I've looked at it casually before. As long as I don't lose it. So you can look at it if you want. Qin Xiaoyun waved her hand. She felt a headache. Her cousin was oil and salt. He could dislike people in 3 words. She needed to find a perfect strategic plan. Seriously, I feel strange. If Qin Hao really has this kind of technology, does he need to nibble on his old age at home? Let's assume that he made the flying machine, and that he's a tech genius, but that still doesn't change the fact that he's chewing up his old age, and that he's clearly capable, but he's not willing to help change his family's life. Misty grass. That seems even more hateful when you put it that way. Indeed, to make this flying machine, surely you need to invest a lot of money, with your parents' hard-earned money. To make this, it would be understandable to sell it if it was made successfully, but as a result, he didn't say anything to anyone, just use it for cruising? Oh, what ingredient is this? There's no need for me to say it, right? The netizens in the livestream are discussing it wildly. Earlier, because of the flying machine, it had brought them a great deal of amazement, and that professor's words in particular were even more shocking. As we all know, technology is the most money-burning, with your parents' hard-earned money. For this, well, you made it but used it for cruising, it's a big deal. Not to mention the fact that there's no return at all for all that investment. This is worse than gnawing and sucking the marrow out of your bones. Geniuses are indeed geniuses, but not so much people, of course. This was just speculation from the live viewers, but no one at the site thought that much about it. Jean May carefully came to the pile of messy things and looked carefully, and soon saw some papers. She instantly lit up and hurriedly picked up a piece of paper, carefully unfolding it, only to see that inside was a large number of mathematical formulas as well as ghostly symbols. Anti-gravity, recoil principle drive, ion thrusters, stellar magnetic fields, planetary opposites attract, gyroscopic effects. Kimmy, got it. But not completely. She's a student of broadcasting, so she really can't read it. She doesn't get it. But someone else does. After the series of events just now, the number of people in the live broadcast room had come to around 100,000 people. With 100,000, anything can converge. Therefore, after she spoke these words, the know-it-alls directly froze in place. Those who don't understand go to Baidu and search, and likewise freeze, because, take any of these terms and they are very high-end and connected to the universe. Even a lot of it is just a conceptual guess and has not been developed. No wonder that professor said it couldn't be done with Blue Star's technology. Never mind how people Chinhao's person is, but at least in terms of technology, it is still convincing. So how much can these things help the country? Don't dare to think about it. Cousin social terrorism? Depressed? Gnawing? Say what? My lord academician. At this moment, all the audience exploded. We thought we were watching a nibbler, a loser geek, and you tell me he's actually this good? This, Xiao Yun. Your brother seems to be very powerful. Jean May naturally saw the words on the pop-up screen and looked surprised. Girl, can you give the address of where it is located? We may need to go to the site to make sure. Just then, that professor sent another pop-up. There's a lot at stake. Please. Jean May froze and hurriedly explained the situation to Qin Xiaoyun, who was frowning sadly on the sofa. You mean the big man from the Academy of Sciences is coming himself? Qin Xiaoyun's eyes glowed in disbelief. My brother is so powerful? Wait, if that's the case, my brother gets seen by the National Academy of Sciences, then enters the academy, steps out of his comfort zone, works officially, and even meets an awesome sister-in-law. After all, people are made for each other. Doesn't that mean the job, the cage, the future wife, all taken care of? The more Qin Xiaoyun spoke, the more excited she became, her little face turning red. If it all turns out to be true, that's indeed a possibility. Jean May looked at the excited Qin Xiaoyun and nodded awkwardly. Oh my god. Is this smoke rising from our old Qin family's ancestral tomb? No, this is the ancestral tomb exploding. Audience, as the saying goes, it's not the family that counts. Cousin Qin Hao has a different brain circuit, and Qin Xiaoyun is also very different. Are these the highlights? It's the rhythm of takeoff. Okay, shocker, into the People's Lives program and out of nowhere comes a tech genius? A master in the field? Is it just hype? Or is there really someone? Maybe the genius is really a genius. But what is the composition of the person? It's really hard to say. If I say that before it was just simply gnawing on the old man, I can still accept. But the use of the parents' hard-earned money to research and development of science and technology, I really can't stand it. And the most crucial thing is that he researched and succeeded. But he used it for cruising? As the show aired, more and more people followed the program. And at the same time, some news began to gradually appear on the internet. Some people felt that Qin Hao was a genius, a scientific and technological genius, and that the country should take action immediately. But there are more people who feel that the genius may be a true genius. However, there is obviously something wrong with his character, of course. There were even more people who felt that this so-called high-tech flying machine was not necessarily made by Qin Hao himself. The internet is in strife and is festering. But the three people in the small second floor didn't know that. Faced with that professor's request at the moment, Jean May and Qin Xiaoyun were a bit torn. Being certified by the state, you can be sure that they are not bad people. But the point is, they can't make a decision on this matter. I'll ask my brother. Thinking that her mission was about to be completed and the biggest problem of their old Qin family was about to be solved, Qin Xiaoyun couldn't help herself. Immediately, he stood up and towards the kitchen. Jean May followed closely behind. She wanted to see what kind of expression Qin Hao would have when he knew that he had been spotted by a professor of the Academy of Sciences and even requested a visit to his door. Hey, you guys, when cousin Qin Hao hears this news, will he be dumbfounded on the spot? It's so possible. That kind of existence is literally the white moon in the sky away from us. I don't think so. Maybe Qin Hao is some kind of dragon king hiding in the city. Inside the live room, the audience was a bit agitated. From the time Qin Hao appeared unknown, this guy had been acting calm and angry. They want to see this guy make a fool of himself too. Clang. However, when the two women arrived at the kitchen door, they heard the intensive sound of kitchen knives clashing rapidly with chopping boards from inside. Wow! Qin Xiaoyun violently opened the kitchen door and saw a scene that left everyone dumbfounded, only to see that in the kitchen, a youth with a relaxed expression and loose, But handsome clothes held a kitchen knife. A slice of meat quickly forming under his kitchen knife, under the sunlight. They could even see the remnants. Bang! Swish! 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 The chopper lashed out on the chopping board. And those slices of meat, as if on command, neatly drew a graceful arc in the air and fell into the bowl. The next moment, a carrot and a large onion flew in the air at the same time. There was a flash of cold light, yes, at least in the crowd's visualization. Shin Hao merely moved slightly. Those carrots and scallions seemed to have been sliced with countless knives, falling from the air in a neat and orderly manner. My God! Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. This was an image that could almost only be seen in a TV show. And they were actually allowed to see it in reality? I'm a chef. And I'm also a master spooner at a 3-star hotel. But I really can't read it. The most horrible, I don't know if you guys noticed? Those pork and radish and onion that were sliced. Their thinness was actually the same. How did he accomplish that with that sleepless look on his face? All the viewers in the live room looked dumbfounded. We just thought you were a tech genius. And now you turn around and tell me you're still a top chef, with this knife skill. Do you think his cooking can be bad? I'll believe you when you say he's been out and about and hacked a few people to death. Suggest filing with the Inspector General's office. Dropping. Liaozhou City Inspection Bureau is paying attention to you. At the scene, Qin Xiaoyun returned to her senses and subconsciously wanted to call out. But the next moment, her eyes stared. A moment ago her attention was entirely on her cousin's knife skills. Yet only now did she realize that there were some very expensive ingredients on the kitchen stove. Jumbo lobster? King crab? Is this top quality salmon? She looked at the ingredients and was a little confused. She'd been fortunate enough to have had some top-notch salmon once because of a company banquet. But the grain was nowhere near the salmon she had in front of her. It was as if it were a snowflake. With clear lines and distinct flesh colors, her voice was small. But the audience heard her clearly. Holy shit. I just saw that. That's a meal that costs at least $10,000. Right? More than that. Did you guys notice the mushrooms over there? That's a matsutake mushroom. $1,000 per kilogram. Of course, that's nothing. The key thing is, that worm-like thing next to it. Cordyceps. Cordyceps doesn't seem to be much, does it? The market price is not high. Young man, naive. The one you're eating is second best. Really good cordyceps is very rare. 150,000 per kilogram. The audience went numb watching. Good man. A meal. This price must be tens of thousands of dollars. The bottom line is that some of the ingredients are the kind you'd struggle to buy if you wanted to. Moreover, they knew more clearly that due to the reason of the time Jean May and the girls came, these ingredients, which were to be made by Qin Hao itself, were not made because there were guests, because of these ingredients. It takes a long time to prepare. It's often the unintended revelations that are the most deadly. The audience's eyes were directly envious and red with envy. A nibbler who eats so well, is it really good to take your parents' money and eat like that? Is there any justice? Is there any humanity left? You're not afraid to patch yourself up? Defeat. Too much defeat. That's a lot of family business to take on. What's the saying? They work so hard. All kinds of 996. Every day tired as a dog. Do not dare to be so spendthrift, so dashing. The result is that you a nibbler so arrogant, it's hard. Your brother. What a hoe. Jean May smashed her mouth. As a host, of course she couldn't say anything else. This point of professionalism was still there. Qin Xiaoyun, I get the feeling you're mocking, but I have no proof. Although she knew that her eldest uncle's business was still good, it wasn't to the point that she let her cousin squander so much. Was it $10,000 a meal? She felt the need to discuss this with her great-uncle and great-uncle, giving so much living expenses. They couldn't keep up with the pace even if they were exhausted. Phew, taking a deep breath. Qin Xiaoyun got rid of distractions. She did not have the netizens' reaction so much. At least, the money was eaten. Nourishing the body. It is always much stronger than squandering it. Right now, it's not the ingredients that matter. But, brother, at those words, Qin Hao, who was in the middle of cooking, his body trembled. What are you guys doing here? The food will be ready soon. It's choking in here. Go wait in the living room. I didn't realize, cousin, that you had this skill? Qin Xiaoyun's expression was extremely complicated. Although she didn't know much about knife skills or anything, she felt that just now, with those 2 strokes, it should be more than enough to become a chef, right? What skills? What are you talking about? Qin Hao was puzzled. Cousin, stop pretending. We all saw it. Jean May couldn't help but gesture. Swish 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 like that. With that hand speed. I'd believe you were a killer before. Did you guys say cooking? Qin Hao suddenly realized. You guys didn't ask. What's there to pretend? It's all because I learned it while brushing up on the videos, and then I learned it as I went alone. I feel like you guys are a little jumpy. Is it hard for me to tell anyone I see that I can cook and cook? Crowd. He just admitted it, but when you think about it, it seems like people really aren't hiding anything. It's all just that they didn't think of it. Who would have thought that the person who gnawed on old geeks in Qin Xiaoyun's mouth would actually know how to cook, even if he was a technological genius? It didn't go well with cooking. What Qin Hao said also makes sense. It's hard not to see a person. You have to tell them first. I can cook and cook, isn't that just plain sick? No. How come your sword skills are so powerful, that fast? With that blade skill? It's simply impossible without more than a decade. Jean Mei nodded and was just about to lower her hand when she suddenly got cold feet. Some of the chefs who were watching the video, especially the chef with 20 years of experience at the helm, twitched their cheeks slightly. I don't know why, but it always feels like you're connoting us. More than 10 years? We can't do more than 20 years and a year and a half, however. Xin Hao's next sentence almost made them want to hang themselves. Maybe I'm just gifted? Hey, there's such a thing as talent. You know, it can't be restrained. Xin Hao washed his hands slightly modestly, revealing an innocent smile. Flawless answer. You know chef skills? That was learning by brushing up on short videos. Why are the swords so good? Talent. Qin Xiaoyun and Jean Mei opened their mouths wide, feeling like they were punching cotton, making them feel uncomfortable all over. It was clear that it felt like the man in front of him had a lot of secrets, but he had directly and generously admitted it. It's not going to get you anywhere. Qin Xiaoyun's chest rose and fell violently as he slowly said, Cousin, let's not talk about your sword skills. Inside those parts outside of you, we saw some design drawings and formulas. Anti-gravity, driven by the recoil principle. These are things that we at Blue Star have not developed at this time, even in concept. How do you explain that? Qin Xiaoyun said with a bitter look on her face. Cousin, it's not that I'm trying to force you into anything. It's a task that was given to me by great uncle and great auntie. The kitchen was quiet for a moment, and everyone was expecting Qin Hao's answer. How do you know all this? Qin Hao put down the chopper and was a bit puzzled. Baidu. Look, you know Baidu check, don't I? What do you mean? Qin Xiaoyun and Jean Mei were a bit confused. All that knowledge, too, is what I looked up on Baidu. Isn't that obvious? Okay, I'll admit I'm a bit of a poser, but as you know, I'm crushing no one here, so I'm pretending to myself to satisfy my neutrality, and that should be okay, right? Qin Hao had a frank face. I'm pretending for myself, satisfy my middle child. There's really nothing wrong with that, but why? It always feels like something is wrong, but you can't tell. But thinking about the previous cooking thing, Qin Hao again admitted so quickly and frankly, I don't think he'd lie. Would he? It's totally unnecessary. I'm just watching a program. Why is it so brain-burning? Playing crime solver with me here, is it? It's over. I'm going to grow a brain. Chen Guowei and Xiao Song's master and disciple, who had been paying attention to the live broadcast, were even more dumbfounded. What the fuck? You actually looked it up on Baidu, simply to pretend? To pretend to yourself? To satisfy your middle child? Komatsu almost took a breath on the spot and smoked right through it. He's lying. Chen Guowei in the end is a man who has seen a lot of big waves. After a short period of disorientation, bashful smile. You, after all, are young. Glancing at Komatsu, whose face was a bit pale, he laughed. Even if all these things can be explained away by him, and it's for pretending to himself, the fact that craft can fly without any propellers or thrusters is a fact that no one can change. Right. Komatsu froze and responded as well. Brother, you're lying. Qin Xiaoyun and Jean Mei were no fools and quickly reacted. The Baidu check explains it. But how does it accomplish flight without any propellers? Qin Hao. Is it impossible to say? Qin Xiaoyun looked excited, as if she had found Qin Hao's huge secret. Her little face flushed as she said, Brother, don't be sophomoric. You're a tech genius, but you don't like to be too high profile, so you hide it, right? Stop pretending. I've seen through it. What's that look in your eye? As she spoke, Qin Xiaoyun realized that her cousin was actually looking at her with the eyes of a retard, and she was instantly dissatisfied. My dropping sister. Grow a pair. Qin Hao sighed helplessly and shook his head, slowly saying, with your retardation, you'd better go out less in the future. I'm afraid you'll be abducted by bad people. Crowd. Qin Xiaoyun. Just talk. Why are you making personal attacks? Well, according to you, I'm a technological genius. I'm awesome. I've worked out anti-gravity, even the same thing as a flying saucer. But there are two of the biggest key points. Qin Hao wiped his hands and raised two fingers. The first point, money. As we all know, technology is the most money-burning. My family's situation you should also know. My parents' annual income is only about $300,000 to $400,000. In today's society, it's not considered to be a rich person. To say it's a little bit reluctant to say that it's a well-off. Researching anti-gravity, new energy sources, whatever recoil principle you're talking about, they all require laboratories and the most specialized equipment, right? This lab, Can it come down without a few $100 million? Audience. Qin Xiaoyun's excited rosy expression gradually disappeared and turned stiff. This makes it impossible to refute. Secondly, and the most crucial point, do you think that what a behemoth like the state can't study, or even conceptualize, and think is theoretically possible but practically crushingly impossible to do? I alone can study it? Double kill, blast damage, clueless, everyone was confused. Yeah, they forgot to do the main two. Qin Xiaoyun had said that Qin Hao's parents were just doing a small business, and they had started to speculate when they saw that flying machine or something, thinking that Qin Hao gnaws on the old man, not to mention that he even sucks the bone marrow. But come to think of it, even if Qin Hao really wanted to suck, his parents didn't. That kind of high-level laboratory, moving a few $100 million, or even a machine is hundreds of millions of dollars. This is to do a small business can do. It's not enough to sell them. When it comes to technological geniuses, there may be geniuses, but one person tops a country. Not very realistic. Brothers, the wind is tight and pulling. Mud. Embarrassment. Spraying half the time and realizing I'm spraying the wrong person. Ahem. Even if all that makes sense, he's still nibbling on the old man, and that's still not sprayed wrong. Many people in the live stream were embarrassed. What? You're an old man, then I must take the moral high ground and spray you. What? You sucked bone marrow, then I'm going to spray you even more. Even if you have the talent, but now, that's not right. That craft didn't have any propellers flying. Still doesn't explain it. Inside the kitchen, Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun looked at each other with some confusion. Stupid. Of course it's maglev. Qin Hao rolled his eyes and helplessly spread his hands. On many shopping software, you should have seen those kinds of desktop ornaments, such as levitating moon, levitating light bulb and so on. This flying machine of mine is similar to those things, only more magnetic. Around my house, what it utilizes is the phallic kind of magnetic principle, which is kind of ingenious, but it's not that impressive. Qin Hao finished and waved his hand. Okay, you guys get out. Don't interfere with my cooking. Qin Xiaoyun and Jean Mei walked out of the kitchen somewhat disoriented. What does it mean to have big ups and downs in life? What do you mean by exciting? What does it mean to break sharply around a curve? That's it. Thought their old Qin family was going to have their ancestral graves explode and solve their biggest problem, only to realize in the end that it was nothing. It's like the treasure hunt inside The King of Thieves, where you find the treasure after a lot of hard work, and finally realize that there is a note inside the huge treasure chest that reads, "The greatest treasure in life is what you experience along the way." What a fucking heartbreak. Ha 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 ha. Laugh me to death. The expressions of these two, Jean Mei and Xiaoyun. Silly all. Nonsense. No one would be able to strain themselves over this. Although it's none of our business what people eat. Isn't it a bit too extravagant to eat in such a defeatist manner? No one paid any attention to the discussion on the live feed. And inside the living room, there seemed to be silence. Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun were indeed a bit dumbfounded, and even a little crushed. A nibbler who is a tech genius. What a hot topic. What a conversation. As for Qin Xiaoyun, his cousin was a technological genius. What an honor for their old Qin family, and now it turns out that she was actually told that it was all a joke, but in reality, it's actually Chan and Komatsu who are going to be the most broken. We've been looking at this for half a day and we're told it's actually just maglev? Teacher, this can be done? Komatsu turned his head, his voice quivering a bit as he inquired. Silence. Qingguowei slowly nodded his head after a moment of silence. It can indeed be done if the surrounding is well arranged. Just as Qin Hao said, it's just a somewhat ingenious way of arranging things, but there's actually no particularly great technical content. Hey, looks like we're still making too much of a fuss. Saying this, he directly stood up and was about to leave. Now that it's been established, there's no point in reading on. But right at this moment, Chen Guowei's mind suddenly flashed and his body trembled violently. No, what? Komatsu, who had just gotten up, froze and subconsciously inquired. We forgot the one thing that ultimately matters. The one thing that everyone ignores. Chen Guowei, as a member of the National Academy of Sciences, still has two tricks up his sleeve. Even with all the twists and turns, his mind remained clear. Wait, in the face of Komatsu's face full of confusion, Chen Guowei, however, revealed a smile. If you want to phase with the magnets hidden in the ground, then there would have to be magnets inside the craft, and lots of them, or you couldn't manage to fly that high and repel that much. But if you think about it, Qin Xiaoyun, a little girl, is the one who effortlessly picked up the flying machine. Do you think that's possible? At these words, Komatsu was shocked. Anyone who has ever played with magnets knows the principle that they can attract each other, but they can also repel and bounce back. Just face anyway, and how much repulsion does it take to get a 2 or 3 meter long craft repelled into the sky? The magnets contained within the craft itself would require at least hundreds of pounds. Well, even if Qin Xiaoyun had a lot of strength, even a grown man would show strain. Right, and look at Qin Xiaoyun, it didn't feel at all as if it was plastic to hold. But teacher, I can't quite understand why he did it. Komatsu asked his question. Generally speaking, isn't it more important for normal people to show their talent when they have the ability, even if they don't say nice things like contributing for the sake of the country, or something like that, but they will get a higher income? Ha ha, Komatsu, you said it too. That's normal. Upon hearing this, Chen Guowei, however, let out a loud laugh and slowly said, but from the very beginning until now, this person Qin Hao's behavior is obviously different from a normal person's brain circuit. I've met a lot of geniuses. You know, the more geniuses they are, the more eccentric they are, whether it's their personality or their brain circuits. They possess their own set of ways of understanding and doing things. Everyone is completely different. There are geniuses who love math, who are born as if they were made for math, and who have absolutely no room for anything else but math, be it their parents or their wives. They're like physics. They're obsessed with physics to the point of insanity. And most of the scientists around the world, just from that aspect alone, are completely outmatched. Speaking here, after a pause, Chen Guowei put away his smile. But unfortunately, God opens a window for them but closes the door, and they're just extremely good at one area, but otherwise convenient. His words didn't go on, but Komatsu understood. He had seen this kind of extreme genius before. Everyday life is nothing, and in a certain field, other people are still nothing in the eyes of these geniuses. So, teacher, what should we do? Chen Guowei pondered slightly. If it was an ordinary genius with such a strange fetish, he might have hesitated. But what else can Qin Hao do when he attacks something? This kind of genius, you tell me what to do. Of course it's a choice. Spoil him, send a private message to Kimi backstage and then this and that. Komatsu's eyes lit up when he heard that. Dinner. Inside the small second floor, Qin Hao let out a yell. Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei came back to their senses and hurriedly went to help serve the dishes. A delicate and colorful dish was served, emitting heat and aroma. There's nothing good in this poor town, so just make do. Qin Hao let the two of them sit down and said with a smile, it's mainly because I didn't know that a guest was coming, otherwise I would have prepared properly. By the way, would you like some wine? At those words, everyone's cheeks couldn't help but twitch. What do you call a soup made with large lobsters, near 20 pounds of king crab, top quality salmon, and even a variety of valuable mushrooms, a will-o'-the-wisp? If that's called settling, then what are we eating? Holy shit. Loser. Loser, if I had this son, I would have just strangled him. Guys, your envy has gotten in your face. The live studio audience nearly went crazy watching. It's scrumptious, so forget the drinking. Jin Mei took a deep breath. Based on what she had just learned from watching the pop-ups on the live stream, this meal was at least 50,000 or more. A bite of this would cost hundreds of dollars, wouldn't it? As for drinking, who knows if the deranged guy in front of her will come up with some amazing wine and then give her a will do. She'll go crazy. It really does get crazy. More to the point, of course, live drinking is a bad influence. Brother, Jin Mei and I would like to stay here for some days. Is that okay? Qin Xiaoyun excitedly took a bite of the salmon. Tender, soft and satisfying, there's no hint of weirdness. It's all about the sea and money. Fine. I'm pretty bored living alone anyway. Qin Hao nodded indifferently. Qin Xiaoyun used to come to stay with him for some days from time to time, only that she rarely came later because of her work. In itself, they were almost as close as relatives, and not much different from their own sisters, so they didn't need to be too jealous. And besides, there were quite a few empty rooms in his place, which was perfectly adequate. Thanks, Jin Mei said gratefully, then looked down at the bowl of soup. She knew very well that this bowl of soup, estimated at least several hundred, I don't know if it was money psychology or cooking, but she just felt that the soup was very tasty. Usually, soups made with mushrooms have an earthy odor, but this bowl was completely free of it. Luxury. Too much luxury. Originally, Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei were still planning to take advantage of the meal break to sidetrack Qin Hao. But nah, it was so delicious and flavorful that I couldn't spare any time at all. On food is in the air. Who can top that? I reckon I won't even go to the bathroom today. Watching Qin Hao carry the plates to the kitchen, Jin Mei patted her small stomach and stood up, ready to help clean up, casually sighing. Why? Qin Xiaoyun froze and asked in surprise. It's too bad. It's too wasteful. I have to absorb all this nutrition. Qin Xiaoyun. Audience, you do know how to be thrifty and more absorbing. Ha ha ha. Holy shit. I thought Qin Hao was already talented, but it turns out, I didn't realize that you, Jin Mei, are even better. Kimmy's comment put the picture in my head straight away. That said, Qin Hao doesn't earn a cent forcing, and he eats and drinks so much. Shouldn't we condemn it? Everyone in the live room actually has a completely different focus. Some people are envious and jealous, thinking that Qin Hao is not earning any points forcing, and his genius persona is gone. He is simply a waste. Is it really good for a waste to eat and drink so much? Some people feel that it has little to do with them anyway, And what they eat has nothing to do with them. After all, their parents didn't say anything. Nowadays, netizens are not like the old days, when they would stand on the moral high ground and condemn this and that without moving. But now they are instead divided into multiple types. Focus on the clearing. It doesn't matter what happens. It doesn't matter. It's fun to watch. Envy and jealousy, slamming everything in sight for presents. Ego touches, ego cheats. Inside the small second floor, the three of them didn't think about it that much, and by the time the three of them finished cleaning, the sky was already getting dark. Xinhao brought the two of them upstairs and arranged 2 rooms. I've got quite a few rooms here, and although no one lives here most of the time, I clean it regularly, so it's pretty clean. Xinhao looked at the two of them and smiled. As for whether you two will sleep in one room or two, that's up to you. Okay. Xin Xiaoyun hadn't been here for a long time either, and looked at the cleanliness of the room and nodded with satisfaction. She thought the upstairs would be a mess, but she didn't expect it to be so clean and tidy. Then you guys play. Xinhao waved his hand and turned around. Friends of the audience, after a short contact this afternoon, we have a rough understanding of cousin Xinhao. Inside the room, the two of them sat on the bed, and Jin Mei began to summarize with a solemn face. Although the time of contact was not long, we were able to tell that cousin Xinhao's character, although he had some eccentricities and spoke a bit exasperatingly besides, on the whole, he was actually very kind and good to people. For that, the audience couldn't agree more. The first point, the flying machine. This is our misunderstanding. Cousin himself never said how talented or powerful he is from beginning to end. After hearing our questions and suspicions, if it was an ordinary person, he might have just put it wrong. After all, it's a matter of face. But he directly admitted it. That's not easy and rare for a guy to be so open and honest with 2 girls. The second point is that we have discovered that our cousin possesses an amazing talent for cooking, and although we don't know much about it, we can tell that knife skill is extraordinary. In addition, the food Xinhao made is indeed very delicious, and it can be completely counted as colorful and fragrant. Above are the merits of Xinhao. I have to say that Kimmy's analysis was very thorough and spot on. Wow. Don't say. I don't know until I analyze it, but this analysis, I found out that Xinhao is still a treasure boy. Indeed, the courage to admit one's hobby of pretending. Who can do this in general? Though it's pretending to himself, but he has obvious flaws too. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience nodded slightly as they heard Jin Mei's analysis. For a guy to admit he's faking it would be like asking a girl to admit she's ugly in front of a handsome guy. Next, let's talk about Xinhao's shortcomings. His strengths are obvious, but his weaknesses are even more obvious. Jin Mei glanced at Xin Xiaoyun and slowly said, to be fair, in fact, in this day and age, not having a job in your 20s and nibbling on your old age at home isn't too much of a human or godly thing. To tell you a fact that you won't believe, in our China, according to the latest data, the old people who gnaw on the old people in a broad sense have reached a horrifying figure of tens of millions, or even more, in our country, compared to the nibbling of just an extra pair of chopsticks in the house, which is already a very small problem. You have to admit that many families need their parents to take on a mortgage and car loan. And this kind of nibbling is even more cruel. Of course, the format is different. The live broadcast room, which was still somewhat lively, became incredibly quiet in an instant. Putting aside what children are incapable, children are still small and whatnot. Letting parents carry the car loan mortgage, in a sense, is also indeed gnawing on the old, only it's hopeless, for the sake of the next generation and for better family formation. In that case, is it still ridiculous for Xinhao to merely nibble on an extra pair of chopsticks, at least for this moment? The audience couldn't stop laughing. But obviously, cousin Xinhao doesn't belong to something as simple as just an extra pair of chopsticks. Jin Mei took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, he didn't know that we were coming, which means that a random meal from him would cost more than $50,000, and we've established on our side that today isn't a special day. So, this nibbling, it's outrageous. People's car loans and mortgages at the very least have something in them, a hard need. But what about this? Straightforward mouthfuls, although they are eaten and nourish the body. However, for the common people it is too extravagant, extremely extravagant. Therefore, Xinhao's lifestyle, which has become monstrous, will cause his parents to ultimately fall at his feet, and since we have accepted the commission from his parents, and have discovered the problem, we must correct it in time. The audience collectively agreed. What kind of family eats and drinks so much? If it was the richest family, billionaires or whatever, they naturally wouldn't say anything, but they were all ordinary people. And this kind of eating was too counterintuitive. And then the next thing is work. Getting out of this cage and facing the new world. Cloud, is there anything you want to say? Jin Mei turned her head to look at Xin Xiaoyun. No, you summed it up perfectly, Sister Kim. Xin Xiaoyun shook her head. No matter whether it was a disadvantage or advantage, it was very comprehensive. What else could she say? The key thing is that it's fair and unbiased. Unlike those third-rate programs that make all kinds of mockery of showmanship for the sake of traffic and eyeballs. Of course, Xinhao's claim that these ingredients were given to him by a friend is yet to be proven. Because according to Xiao Yun's description, Xinhao doesn't seem to have any friends. Maybe today he wanted to treat himself a little bit and was very greedy or something. Then it's understandable. So it remains to be seen about the expensive ingredients over the next few days. Oh yeah, and here's a side note. All the food I eat and use here will be tallied up at the end of the money. And when the program is over, it will be given out along with the participation prizes. Jean Mei smiled slightly, nodded, and continued. Okay, viewers, that's it for my summary of the day. So what about our show's logistics team, which has invited 2 top chefs to an off-site video connection? Let the most professional people judge the most professional things, to be able to know more accurately what we claim to be dealing with. And now please, the first, the head chef of the 6-star hotel, Mr. Ding Wenwei. Second place, the last state banquet master, old Mr. Chen Xiangyang. Audience, can I just say, not bad for a sheep TV show, Misty Grass. Such an awesome character can be invited. It's only a video off-site connection. But that's pretty awesome. No, let's not bother people like this big shot with such a small program. Right, the last state banquet chef? I'm having a hard time imagining how high that cooking is, for you to eat and cry. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience directly exploded when they heard Jean Mei's words, the head chef of a 6-star hotel. For ordinary people in Portugal, that's already a level that can't be reached. As for the state chef, sorry, that only exists in legend and hearsay. Who would have thought that the show would be so down and dirty? So, chef is just a very common profession. But let someone take this profession to the peak. It is just as sought after by millions of people. It's like a mature master electrician who knows where there's no electricity when he reaches out and touches it. You can't argue with that. This isn't good, is it? Qin Xiaoyun was also startled. She didn't know before. But in a profession like chef, to a large extent, age is tied to cooking. The older you get, the better you cook. That's been settled and studied over time. It's okay, we applied for permission a long time ago in our program. Don't worry, Jean Mei smiled slightly. And then the screen on her cell phone changed. The split became 3 images. One of them was a mature, middle-aged man. But you could tell by his stature that the holes were powerful. Especially his arms were extraordinarily thick. Inches, very spirited. The other one, however, was an old man wearing a black mountain suit, with somewhat pale hair, and was at least 80 years old. Hello everyone, I'm the 6-star head chef, Ding Wenwei, and I'm honored to be a part of the Into the People's Lives program. Middle-aged Ding Wenwei smiled and waved his hand. However, the smile was a bit stiff and creepy, perhaps due to the constant seriousness of the expression. After saying that, he bowed slightly to the camera and said respectfully, "Good day, Master Chen." Hello everyone, I'm Chen Xiangyang." The old man, Chen Xiangyang, nodded slightly before revealing a smile. "So, both of you are top masters in the chef world. Our program group backstage has sent video clips about the cooking skills of the program participant Xinhao to both of you. Please also check it out." Hearing this, Ding Wenwei quickly waved his hands and said, "In front of Master Chen, how dare I call myself a master? Okay Tiny, let's put that set of manners aside for a moment. Don't keep the audience and host waiting," Chen Xiangyang said with a gentle smile. "Okay Master Chen." For a moment, the 2 men were quiet, listening to the voices coming from inside, supposedly watching a video. TSK, I didn't expect that as a 6-star head chef, you'd be so honest in front of old Mr. Chen. Nonsense. Even more awesome is also a hotel chef, but they are the national banquet master. No comparison, okay? State banquet, know what it stands for? Top leaders of the banquet, and even foreign leaders. Just as the audience was discussing it on the air, suddenly, hiss, this sword skill, although it is very short, is clean and extremely fast, and the most powerful thing is the mastery of the strength that is not different. It is simply to the point of being as pure as fire. Looking at it, Ding Wenwei sucked in a breath of cool air. Very impressive. Masterful. Chen Xiangyang slowly spat out such a sentence after pondering for an instant. Hearing this, the audience directly exploded. They knew that Xinhao's that knife skill might be very powerful, but in the end, they were ordinary people, unable to understand how high it was. But they didn't realize that all the comments of the national banquet masters were so high. However, Ding Wenwei's next sentence made everyone dumbfounded. "Moderator, I may not be able to judge the caliber of this man." He laughed bitterly and slowly said, "The color, flavor, and so on of the food aside, and I wasn't there, but in terms of sword skills, he has far surpassed me. It's hard to imagine that he's so young." Audience, Qin Xiaoyun, Kimmy, it's, an exaggeration. Isn't it? It's too much. It goes without saying that a 6-star chef de cuisine has high culinary skills, and his annual income is even at least 7 figures, as a result. Now it actually said that Qin Hao was even more powerful than his sword skill, greatly exceeded their expectations. So, Master Chen, do you have any comments? Jin Mei looked towards Chen Shangyang after a moment of trance. In terms of blade skill alone, this young man is already on par with me, perhaps even stronger than I am now. This is a true genius. Chen Shangyang's tone was filled with marvel and incredulity, and his eyes violently erupted with refined light. Moderator, what is your location? Can I go there? I want to take on an apprentice. It's such a shame to have a genius of this level straying away. It's a great loss to the chef world, and it's even more of a pity for the culinary world. Audience, numb, completely numb, good lord. There goes the tech genius status and turns around a chef genius, right? Moreover, it is still the level at which even the master of the state banquet has to come personally to accept the apprentice. Is the world changing too fast? Or are they still dreaming? Jin Mei and Qin Shaoyun looked at each other, dumbfounded. It's a day-to-day roller coaster ride. But that's it, right? Stimulation. Master Chen is right. A genius of this level, once discovered, must not be spared. Otherwise it would be a great loss to our chef community. The shock of the crowd Ding Wenwei did not know. Instead he had a face of approval but with regret. Unfortunately, his sword skills have far surpassed mine, and I'm no longer qualified to snatch it from Master Chen. Ha ha ha. Chen Shangyang directly laughed out loud, looking very happy. His life took a few disciples, and that's it. Say high or low. Say low or low. He all the skills just only learned 5 or 6 of 10. This is his biggest regret. Now, with such a talented disciple, once taught well, surpassing him was not impossible. Both of you. Let's talk about the matter of accepting disciples later. Please give us a rating so that we can have the most intuitive and clear understanding. Jin Mei came back to her senses and said in a hurry, that's the main reason the show's looking for these two other chefs who are half a bottle and half a bottle, coming out to judge and whatnot. Would be very controversial. These two, however, will not. 10 out of 10. If you're out of 10, 10 out of 10 for knife skills, speed, power, finesse, perfect mastery. Chen Shangyang and Ding Wenwei said in unison. However, we can't give a comment on the taste and color. After all, we weren't there. Alright, thank you both for your answers and for attending. I will ask Qin Hao tomorrow if he is willing to give the address. Kimmy bowed respectfully, and the video hung up at that point. The whole room, then, fell into a long silence. People are stupid. Okay, your cousin is so awesome. You know? It was a long time before Jin Mei asked leisurely. This isn't some nerdy nibbling. This is Big Daddy. Ding dong. But just then, a private message suddenly came from the background of her cell phone. Jin Mei glanced down, only to feel her eyes go black. It was actually a private message from that academy professor, and it was extremely explosive. Thank you, Elder Chen. The video hung up, but the video of Ding Wenwei and Chen Shangyang was still linked. What? Chen Shangyang smiled and glanced at Ding Wenwei. He, Elder Chen. I'm sure you recognize it too, right? It's only because you were concerned about my face that you didn't say anything. Thanks for giving me this face, Elder Chen. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Chen Shangyang burst out laughing brightly. Then, his face gradually regained its calmness and nodded. That chopper of his, it's not ordinary. In fact, he and Ding Wenwei recognized the chopper in Qin Hao's hand as unusual at the first sight of the video. Of course, it is not the material 100 years of basalt iron or something messy like that. The material is of course a good material, but the important thing is the source of this kitchen knife. Choppers issued by the Chinese Culinary Association. Moreover, it's still a chopper that only a certified master, a real top chef, can give an award. He had one too, only he didn't want to use it and kept it in his possession. After all, this is something where honor is greater than utility, but he was never expecting that Qin Hao, the kid, would just casually use it as an ordinary kitchen knife. This heart was something he had not possessed in his youth. Hey, the Culinary Association's master chopper, which even I'm not qualified to own, but I never expected to see it on a young man. Ding Wenwei shook his head inside, and at the same time, he was a bit despondent. He has been immersed in cooking for 20 to 30 years, learning to cook from his master since he was a teenager. But now, people were in their 20s and had accomplished heights that he had never reached in his entire life. Talent, sometimes, is more important than effort. Chen Shangyang finished with a smile and hung up the video. He had to adjust his condition in the past few days, and once Qin Hao agreed to give the address, then he would immediately go, show your cooking skills at your best and take in Qin Hao. But speaking of which, why did I not receive any news at all when I was certified as a master in my 20s? Could it be that he specifically ordered it? Shocker, the state banquet master is going to take on an apprentice himself? The state banquet master really exists, and not just in legend. And is taking a gnawing youth as his apprentice? Unbelievable. A 6-star head chef claiming that my knife skills are inferior to his? Who the hell is he? Nighttime is when the internet is at its most lively. Both students and office workers choose to surf the internet during this time. So, the moment these messages went out, the entire internet exploded, especially those videos of Chin Hao showing his knife skills in the kitchen were spreading like crazy fast. Wow. Brother is so handsome. Are you sure this isn't the show's crew creating a god? First it's a tech genius, only to turn into a culinary genius after poking and prodding? Anyway, there's no changing the fact that he's chewing up the old man. Oh, I laughed. People gnaw on the old. Also parents agreed. With you have a half a penny relationship. As the heat grew, more and more people wanted to watch Chin Hao, so they entered Jean Mei's live broadcasting room. At this moment, in the room, Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun, however, did not know this. Jean Mei looked at the private message in the background on the cell phone. Her brain was a little confused, because this private message, it was from that professor of the Academy of Sciences. The content left her a bit puzzled. Professor of the Academy of Sciences, girl, tomorrow, please make sure you talk to Chin Hao about whether you agree to give us the address. In addition, we suspect he's lying, so we need to go to the scene to check the situation. It's important. It's probably for the best and better protection not to disclose it for now. Trouble. We suspect he's lying. These few words caught Jean Mei's eye. She was inwardly overwhelmed. So that means Chin Hao is not only a culinary genius, but also a technological genius. They weren't mistaken before. Qin Xiaoyun also saw this piece of information, and she subconsciously glanced at Jean Mei. Professor, we are puzzled as to why Chin Hao lied. Wouldn't telling the truth be more favorable to him? For example, a higher income, or even entering a special national department? If those things he's researching are real, I'm sure the country will focus on them, right? Sorry, we're not very tech savvy. Kimmy started typing a reply. Professor, girl, about your question, and my students have brought it up. Do you guys know what it means to be a true genius? You've seen some movies and films, right? I can tell you now that those geniuses, which exist in reality, have personalities and thoughts that are different from what we all normal people think. And what they think, we can't guess at all. As the saying goes, genius on the left and lunacy on the right. And the top geniuses stand in the center. Qin Xiaoyun and Jean Mei glanced at each other and came to a realization. Viewers, we're coming to the end of a day of live broadcasting here today, and this season has been, quite frankly, wonderful. Running into a man who has eluded us. We won't see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. She simply shut down the broadcast. Although the live broadcast is now very hot, but they always need to rest. And is a girl. Sleep is certainly not convenient live. So, my cousin is a top genius? The reason why he doesn't like to go out and stays at home is that he's working on those things of his? Qin Xiaoyun's expression was slightly dazed. That's a truth that's really hard to swallow. Originally, a gnawing youth, squatting at home, no job and no girlfriend. Turn around and you actually tell me, is it a technological genius? Or a culinary genius? Or even the kind where the state banquet masters come to take on their disciples in person? But why doesn't he like to make friends? Doesn't it smell good to find a young lady, a girlfriend or something? Do you think there's a possibility? Jean Mei, who hadn't come back to her senses a bit until now, slowly said, those top geniuses, they look at us ordinary people as if we're looking at fools? Like this afternoon, for example, didn't we get screwed by him? Qin Xiaoyun, Xing's sisters. However, it's all just speculation at this point. The culinary genius has been identified, but the technological genius has yet to be determined. I'm going to have to replan our strategy. Suppose Chin Hao is a technological genius and a culinary genius. Then what direction should we turn our program? Kimmy took out a notebook and started contacting the program. Qin Xiaoyun sat on the sidelines and watched silently. Then the next moment, she realized that there was something wrong with Jean Mei's eyes and expression. It was a kind of a worship of the strong. Even his face was a little flushed and his eyes were misty. Qin Xiaoyun, sister, something's wrong with you. Director Li, that's the situation. That's the way things are. Look, what are we going to do next? Capital, Sheep TV building, into the People's Life program team. Don't look at the fact that the only person in front of the viewer's eyes right now is Kimmy, but there is actually a well-established crew behind the scenes. Logistics, editing, directing, assistant directing, and so on and so forth. They are always watching what's going on over at the live stream. Now, knowing that Chin Hao was a culinary genius and a technological genius, Director Li Haoren didn't feel much joy, but instead was disturbed. Yes, it's just disturbing. It's logical that they should be more than happy that they found talent in more heat and traffic, but their rules and the bottom line of the show, it's totally broken. So the gnawing, no job, no girlfriend, whatever, is completely untenable. Li Haoren sat in his chair and murmured, no, Director Lee, it's not confirmed yet. And besides, I think people like that are rather more hateful. The assistant director shook his head and said slowly, isn't it hateful to know that you have the ability, but you don't do anything about it? Making your parents work twice as hard to provide for them? Much more hateful than people who can't afford to simply nibble away at their old age. Believe it or not on the internet. Upon hearing this, Li Haoren took his cell phone and glanced at the relevant information. Found out it was pretty much the same. The internet is completely divided into polarized attitudes. On the one hand, it was marveling at Qin Hao's culinary talent, being able to be seen by the state banquet master at a young age, and even having to personally come to the door to take in an apprentice, making people envious and jealous. On the other hand, it was similar to the assistant director's idea. Ming Ming had such a powerful talent, and now his cooking days were so high. It shouldn't be too much trouble to find a hotel casually and make $1 million a year, right? As a result, you stay at home and not only that, but you eat and spend your parents' money. That's going too far. So, our strategy, for now, doesn't need to change. Li Haoren looked on with a smile on his face. It's not that he had to get some dirty water on it. It's mainly that, well, that's what the netizens love to see these days. People should look at those who are not as good as themselves. Who would look at those who are much better than themselves? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Very realistic and true. Cousin, you're up so early? Early in the morning. Seeing Qin Hao washing up in the bathroom, Qin Xiaoyun was shocked. Nonsense. If I don't get up, you'll all be drinking in the morning. Qin Hao was a bit helpless. I'm going to make all the breakfasts for the next few days for you today. Make the kind that's easy to keep. But, ha ha ha, says cousin. Your arrival has broken my biological clock. It's okay. At the very least I'm up and cooking for you guys. Oh, it's too late to behave. Through yesterday's events, everyone knew that Qin Hao's wake-up time was in the afternoon. As a result, I actually got up early this morning. Cousin, please. Qin Xiaoyun clasped his hands in pity. Cut it out. Qin Hao rolled his eyes and slowly said, did you trouble me less back then? Qin Xiaoyun. Cousin, it's like this. Didn't we record some scenery yesterday? There are 2 old people who want to come over to see the scenery over here. Do you think it's okay? Of course, they don't live here. Qin Xiaoyun hesitated and asked in a small voice. It's okay, it's not my place. Am I in a position to refuse? Qin Hao nodded casually. But nowadays, don't people like big cities? What's there to see in this poor countryside? Crowd. Not to mention, many people in the city yearn for beautiful rural landscapes, as if returning to their childhood. But if you really want him to go back to live in the countryside, he won't want to. All kinds of inconveniences. People are old people. They're just not used to living in the city. Qin Xiaoyun rolled her eyes as she conferred with Jin Mei and decided not to tell the truth for now. Otherwise, there's no telling what this guy could do to hide himself. Fine. I don't care. I don't live at my place anyway. Qin Hao nodded. People just saw the nice scenery here and wanted to come here to travel a bit. After all, people made it very clear that they wouldn't be staying at his place. It would be even less his turn. Upon hearing this, Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun immediately breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. The two then sent address information to Chen Shangyang and that professor. If it had been anyone else, Jin Mei would have hesitated. Who knows if it was a bad guy, but these two are absolutely impossible. Joking aside, a professor of the Academy of Sciences, a national banquet chef, someone who used to cook for big leaders. If these are bad people, then there are no good people in this world. Watching Qin Hao go to prepare the meal, Jin Mei looked at Qin Xiaoyun curiously. You've troubled your cousin before? Not too much? Can you tell me about it? This. Not good, right? Isn't it live streaming my cousin? Qin Xiaoyun's small face reddened in embarrassment. We can go sideways through what happened to you. Well, it's not really much. Let's just talk about one of the things I remember most. It was when I was in middle school. Qin Xiaoyun nodded and slowly said, my cousin is a little bit older than me, and taller than me, while I belong to the petite type. Junior high school. As we all know, there are a lot of bad students. All sorts of bullies think they're cool. The audience gets it. It actually happened to them more or less when they were in school. Especially if you are timid, or not as big as others, then you are sure to be bullied. It would have been fine if the school was strictly run, but back then, it was loosely run. And then, you were bullied? Jin Mei's eyes lit up with curiosity as she asked, so how did your cousin help you? My cousin, as a person, is lazy and nerdy, but he's still very kind and protective of his family. Qin Xiaoyun laughed. This kind of thing, talking to family members won't have much effect. They're all little kids. What can parents do to them? Talking to the teacher is even more of a waste of time. In the words of a teacher, if you're honest, people can bully you? Audience. The urge to go deeper into the memory exploded again. So, I told my cousin. After all, We are sort of the same age and have a common language to communicate. I still remember to this day. My cousin went to the door of my school the next day, wearing beggar's pants, clothes full of holes, tattoos of dragons and tigers, and even 2 big earrings in his ears. Ha ha ha. Speaking of this, Qin Xiaoyun laughed uncontrollably. The 2 boys who were bullying me at the time were scared shitless. They thought they were some kind of social big brother. Then I realized that the tattoo was painted on and the earrings were magnetic. But, ha ha ha. I didn't realize cousin was actually a person like that. Interesting, really interesting. The audience couldn't help but laugh when they heard this funny thing. In fact, many of the many things you do as a child are more serious at the time. But when you grow up and go back and think about them, they're still very childlike. Your cousin is so smart to soldier on. Jean May had a look of exclamation on her face. Yes, and since then, a legend has been circulating among students throughout the school. Qin Xiaoyun glanced at the kitchen and smiled heatedly. The students are all saying that I have a big brother who is a gangster. After all, there were quite a few other students at the entrance of the school at that time, all of whom saw it with their own eyes. Then the rumors got more and more outrageous, saying that my big brother had gone in there and hacked a few people to death or something like that. But anyway, no one has dared to bully me since then. Kimmy gave a straight thumbs up. Sure enough, the power of blackmail is great. Yes, you weren't bullied, but your teacher came to me several times. Just then, Xinhao walked out from the kitchen and said with a speechless face, your teacher is afraid that I'll go to your school and hack a few students to death. And even I reckon that she's thought about calling the police. Crowd. Ha 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 ha. Alright, come and eat. It's early in the morning. Eat lighter. I've made skinny pork porridge with skinny eggs and small pickles. Xinhao brought out all the meals, and immediately, the living room was entwined by an aroma. The crowd fixed their eyes on the porridge, only to see that the skin egg thin meat porridge was a bit different from what they had imagined. There were other ingredients in it, and each one was so well separated that just looking at it alone made it feel very tasty. Cousin, you seem to have something else here? Kimmy questioned. I added some leftover crab meat from yesterday and herbs that nourish the body into it. Crowd. Holy shit. All of a sudden, the skinny pork porridge in my hand doesn't smell good anymore. No. Can you top that with all the nourishing food you eat every day? Hearing Xinhao's words, everyone was a bit speechless. Eat. Xinhao sat down and beckoned. Wow. That smells good. Jean May took a bite and realized that the taste was nothing like the so-called skin egg thin meat porridge she used to eat. When you enter your mouth, every grain of rice can be felt very clearly. Cue bouncy and soft. Just right. A little more heat and the rice becomes too soft, while a little less heat and the rice becomes too hard, just right for the young palate. Maybe it was the addition of crab meat that actually felt a fresh seafood flavor. Perfect. Even the most critical person can't find anything wrong with it. Cousin, do you usually have any hobbies? It had been half a bowl of rice before Kanem thought to inquire. Lying down. Does that count? Crowd. What kind of hobby is lying down? Well, it doesn't seem to count. I usually like to drum up some electronic technology, then play games and stuff, and read novels when I'm bored. Seeing Jean May's speechless expression, Xinhao continued. That's a normal hobby, although most young people are like that. Jean May nodded in satisfaction and continued to ask. Then cousin, can you tell me why you don't go out and don't like to make friends? I'm talking about making friends, not work. Qin Xiaoyun immediately looked at Xinhao. How to say it? Xinhao frowned slightly inside. Making friends? Why do we need to make friends? What's the use of friends? Friends can help each other and hang out together. Kimmy almost snaps. Ha ha, do you believe yourself when you say that? Xinhao, however, smiled, stared at Jean May with serious eyes, and slowly said, I don't know if you've heard of the saying, I'm afraid that my brother will have a hard time, and I'm afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover, so I refuse to socialize uselessly. Audience members went numb. Good lord, you're practically telling the truth in one bite. Besides, I'm a rather salty person, and if nothing else, I'm not going to make much of a living in this life. It fits in well with most people's lives. Xinhao spread his hands and slowly said, recognize your own position. Don't have high eyes, just like when you were a child. What was your dream? Scientist, auditor, heavenly king superstar. All very great, but in the end, you realize that it's difficult to live. Therefore, I have come to the conclusion that once you make a friend, there is a consequence. Your own failure is terrible, but your friend's success is even more disturbing. Xinhao stood up and waved his hand. You guys clean up after eating, huh? I'm going to take a nap. Everyone stared blankly at Xinhao's departing back. In this moment, it was as if there was light on his back. It's deafening. You have to admit that this statement is very utilitarian. But only when you are actually in the community do you realize that this is the maxim. Come to think of it, between co-workers at work, is the relationship really that good? Inside the company, you're good, I'm good, everyone's good. Outside the company, No one knows anyone. Smiling on the surface. Countless backstabs behind. Master. I have realized. Damn. If I knew earlier, how could I have been punked so many times by my so-called friends? In fact, by refusing to socialize uselessly, you protect yourself to a certain extent as well. Genuine friends are real, but most of them are pits. Many in the audience began to ponder. Do you have any true friends? There is, that's for sure, but there are really so few that it's a godsend to make that one or two. Your cousin still studies Buddhist doctrine? Jean May had a complicated look on her face and asked curiously. Or did he study transfiguration? That's too brainwashing and negative. It's not positive at all. Qin Xiaoyun. Are you serious? Aren't you afraid that the Buddhists will come after you? Because Qin Hao had made quite a lot of skin egg and thin meat porridge. All Jean May and Qin Xiaoyun directly dry 3 big bowls. I feel like I'll have gained at least 10 pounds by the time I leave in 6 months. Jean May lay down on the couch with a bit of a grudge and said helplessly. But then again, I can't control my mouth at all. Audience member, real. If you don't have enough to eat, where's the strength to lose weight? Right? Dog's head. Ha ha ha. No problem. Ding dong. Just then, Jean May's cell phone rang. She subconsciously took it out and glanced at it, and her eyes instantly lit up. I didn't realize that these two were so fast. She felt that she had been on the downside against Qin Hao, and at this rate, not to mention persuading Qin Hao, she was on the verge of being counter-brainwashed herself. Now, help has finally arrived. Hey, viewers, to be honest, our cousin is really smart, and he talks and thinks differently than us normal people. Jean May didn't go out directly, but slowly said, if this continues, I'm going to be brainwashed by him, so I've decided to get help. These two helpers, who were once still on the air, are something you can look forward to. After saying that, she led Qin Xiaoyun directly outside. Hey, I really don't understand. Just a guy who nibbles on his parents' money and gorges himself. What's there to see? What's the need to get so worked up about it? You don't like it, you can fuck off. Who told you to look the same? Speechless. Turnips and greens to each his own. And people are cooking geniuses even if they're nibbling. What are you? In fact, the audience has been arguing the whole time. 100 people may think 100 things, and you can't make everyone love you or hate you. In some ways, it's the people who live in other people's mouths who are the saddest, because you can't fulfill everyone's image of perfection, not even for a god. Jean May and Qin Xiaoyun didn't know about this. The two of them went straight out the door, and then they saw that a line of people were walking not far away. 2 old men were at the head of the group, and behind them were 2 young men. For in all, when the audience got a good look at one of the old men, their eyes widened. That's actually the state banquet master. So soon, originally, many people thought that it was simply hype, but did not expect people really door to door to accept the apprentice. Seeing the 2 old men talking and laughing, everyone speculated. 2 Elder Chen. Welcome. Jean May rushed forward to greet them. You guys go about your business. My student and I have one thing we need to go over to make sure. One of the old men put away his smile and said with a grave face. What is it? Jean May was stunned. Wasn't this big brother of the Academy of Sciences in front of her here for Qin Hao? What could be more important than this? My students and I need to test the surrounding area for massive magnetic fields. It's science after all, and it needs to be rigorous. Yes, this old man is none other than Chen Guowei. Then, as everyone stared blankly, he pulled out a whole bunch of equipment and testing instruments and walked around. Ahem. I don't know if you still remember, but before, Qin Hao said that there were many magnets around and that's why he was able to make the flying machine fly. But Prof. Chen Guowei didn't believe it, so he came here in person. Kim smiled. Once it's been determined that there are no magnets around, then I think we should all understand what that means, right? At that, all the audience froze. They thought that the science genius thing was behind them, and some even suspected that it was a deliberate image portrayed by the show's crew, but they didn't expect to be poked at directly on the spot by a certain bigwig before they got so defensive. But who would have thought that people would arrive rigorously and come directly to the scene to investigate? If this doesn't turn out to be a lie, does it count as cheating the state? Not so much, not so much. They never admitted it from the beginning to the end. It's all just our own guesses. Seeing Chen Guowei walking further and further away with his apprentice Xiao Song, Jean May and the others quickly followed. They also want to know the results. I say, old Chen, what would you do with a lot of magnets if you possessed them around? Chen Shangyang walked slowly and asked offhandedly. What else can we do? Just pretend nothing happened. It's not like they've ever admitted it themselves. It's not even cheating. Chen Guowei didn't look back. Well then, what if there really aren't any magnets? Getting the answer he wanted, Chen Shangyang was much more relieved. He didn't want his future disciple to carry the name of a liar. As for the expensive meal, he had already thought of a pretext. Hearing this, Jean May and Qin Xiaoyun simultaneously looked at Chen Guowei. And do you know what that means? Chen Guowei's footsteps lurched, and his body trembled inadvertently. That means that Qin Hao alone, has researched a new energy source, a new power, a new propeller, a whole new path. Speaking here, Chen Guowei took a deep breath and continued. Underline the point. With this set of technologies, we, China, will soon be able to enter the cosmic age. At these words, the room fell silent, everyone froze. They never thought that if it was true, it would be so awesome. Huaxia enters the cosmic age, that's just like a pioneer of mankind. So what we're doing right now may be a historic moment. Chen Guowei's face was filled with longing. Never mind how people are today. There are bad people and good people. But certain people have been working quietly for the rise of China. Their goal, always the same, they have fought and dedicated their lives to this goal. This was the main reason why. After realizing that something was wrong, Chen Guowei immediately came, because this hope, even a tiny bit, cannot be spared. So, can he still be my apprentice? Chen Xiangyang was silent for a moment and muttered in a small voice. Crowd? No. What are you thinking? If he's really a tech genius, do you know how important he is? And give you a disciple? What were you thinking? Letting such a tech genius to be a cook? Before anyone else could react, Chen Guowei blew up first. Why not? Chen Xiangyang gung neck loudly said. Food is our Chinese heritage for thousands of years of things, but also the people's most important, indispensable. Do you know a dish can for the people to enhance how much happiness index? Chen Guowei Sensei. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, Komatsu was running over quickly with a grave face. Well, Chen Guowei didn't bother to argue with Chen Xiangyang and asked in a hurry. No. Komatsu shook his head and slowly said, I checked the surrounding ground with my instruments, and there was no magnetic attraction reaction, much less any magnetic field or anything like that. Sensei, your previous guess was correct. Quiet, with Komatsu's final determination. The surrounding area instantly fell into silence. Even the audience, after Chen Guowei's popularization just now, knew the seriousness of the matter. In the next moment, the crowd saw Chen Guowei's body trembling slightly. Well, now, all we have to do is finalize it. After saying that, without saying a word, he directly turned his head towards the courtyard. Hey, sinning. Chen Xiangyang looked at the other party's back and stomped his foot anxiously, his entire body numb. Why is it that there are such strange geniuses in the world, where you say you know one and that's it, but it turns out you know them all? Isn't that forcing yourself to rob someone? You can't rob the key either. Shocked, a bigwig from the Academy of Sciences personally came to the door to check. It has been proved that Qin Hao is lying, and that he is really a scientific and technological genius? Being a technological genius and a culinary genius, is there really such an awesome person in this world? These are two completely unrelated talents. The Academy of Sciences and the State Banquet Masters scene stealers? One by one, the news quickly trickled out. Each headline so intriguing, especially when netizens realized that technological genius and culinary genius, two completely unrelated professions that were even 100,000 miles away, could actually converge in one person. As a result, the number of people entering the live stream grew. In a short period of time it had come to the terrifying figure of over 300,000. Xiao Yun. I have a granddaughter, long and tall, and most importantly, has never gotten a date. I think I can set your brother up. Chen Xiangyang pulled Qin Xiaoyun and whispered. Really? Qin Xiaoyun was stunned, and then he was overjoyed. Of course it's true. How could I lie to you? And I don't want a dowry. When the time comes, don't say a meal of $50,000. Eat $100,000 will do. I can afford it. Speaking of this, Chen Xiangyang confidently patted his chest. Audience. Kimmy, you don't even want to lose face for Qin Hao, do you? Oh, you say that like someone who doesn't have a granddaughter. Chen Guowei's footsteps lurched as he slowly raised two fingers. I have two granddaughters, and they're both about the same age as Qin Hao, and they're equally unattached. Audience. You. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiangyang became furious and said in a deep voice. I have a superb position in the chef world and have more than a dozen disciples who possess hundreds of disciples and grandchildren. As long as Qin Hao becomes my personal disciple, then he will instantly be able to gain the embrace of the entire chef community. But all famous chefs will have to respectfully address Qin Hao as senior brother when they see him. Hiss, that's what this is all about, isn't it? I love it. It's not us who are fighting over it, but that's the kind of thing I love to see. The audience's eyes were glowing with excitement. Che, that's bullshit for you. Chen Guowei's footsteps did not stop, saying disdainfully, I, a professor of the National Academy of Sciences, and also a professor of Qingbei, have countless students, and my peaches and plums are all over the world. So as long as Qin Hao joins the Academy of Sciences, but whoever is a student shall not be honored with the title of senior brother? Audience, it's exciting. It's an image that's exciting to think about. Fight. Ahem. Gentlemen, business is business. Jean Mei, seeing that these two were about to roll up their arms and sleeves and get into a big fight, hurriedly advised. Humph. As they spoke, the crowd had entered the house. Chen Guowei and Xiaosong almost instantly took aim at the flying machine placed on one of the shelves, and like a hungry tiger pouncing on it, they directly pounced on it. However, the two were wearing gloves to prevent accidents. Amazing. Amazing. Looking up and down, Chen Guowei scared. Before, on the live feed, it wasn't clear, but now that I take a closer look, there isn't a single screw, not even a seam. It's hard to imagine how the hell this thing was made. And, I don't know if you guys noticed, when you hold it in your hand, you can barely feel much weight. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Everyone didn't bother the two, just watched quietly. Pity. After a long time, Chen Guowei carefully put down the flying machine and shook his head. It's just the surface alone. It's impossible to be truly sure. Right. As he said this, he looked at Qin Xiaoyun as if he had thought of something. Yun, where are those parts? Can you show me? Maybe from the parts one can back out. Yes. Qin Xiaoyun nodded without hesitation and explained. A lot of my brother's things are in a room that serves as a warehouse. I've even been in there before to play. And it's dusty, and in my brother's words, it's all discarded stuff that's tasteless and unappetizing. The crowd nodded and followed at a quick pace. Try to keep your voice down. Don't disturb Xiao Qin's sleep. A genius's brain needs to rest. And perhaps, even while sleeping, amazing ideas and flashes of light come to him. Chen Guowei instructed in a small voice. Jean Mei and the audience cried and laughed. Good guy. Even to your own son is not so good. Right, Elder Chen? If it's confirmed, is the country really over letting Qin Hao enter the Academy of Sciences? Jean Mei asked curiously after a moment's hesitation. Not necessarily. What a genius needs is slight guidance and freedom to develop. Our framework doesn't always suit him. Chen Guowei shook his head. But according to the internet, researching these technologies requires a lot of money. Where did he get this money from? That's definitely not a small amount. The most crucial thing is that these flying machines he researched didn't flow into the market for money either. Hearing this, the crowd frowned slightly. This was indeed a question that haunted everyone's mind. Previously, they guessed that it was Qin Hao's parents who supported and sucked the bone marrow, but now, let alone sucking bone marrow. Even selling your parents won't be enough, even if the flying machines flowed into the market and were sold at a high price for money. They could understand. However, there were none on the market right now. Could it be that Qin Hao did something illegal? Sorry, I'm not jealous, ha. A few 100 million, or even a few billion. I just can't think of any other channel to get it besides breaking the law. Yes, Qin Hao possesses such a high level of technological skills. It's not impossible to use these skills to do illegal things. The audience can't help but start speculating. Soon, Qin Xiaoyun led the crowd to the door of a room and directly opened the door. But, the moment you open it, there is a noticeable dust puff. It was a large room, 40 or 50 square feet, filled with all sorts of things, mostly electronic technology parts. There was even a thin layer of dust covering many of the parts that had obviously not been cleaned in a long time. Chen Guowei saw at a glance a pile of parts piled not far away. Exactly what he had seen in the live broadcast room between. He was almost too heartbroken to breathe. Such a precious thing. And it's just thrown away like garbage. He subconsciously took a step. But just then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of something on the doorway cabinet. And his footsteps directly stopped. M1 chip? M2 chip? Isn't this something from the fruit company? How come it's here? This doubt had just appeared in his mind. Yet the next moment, he saw something that shocked him even more. M3 chips? There's even an M4, that's not even researched by fruit. Is it? When I type those question marks, it's not me who has the problem. It's you. Good lord. These chips, I guess even the fruit companies don't have them. Right? Not really. When the audience saw those chips, they froze. The M-series chips may be known by fewer people, but if we talk about the A13 and A14 chips, a lot of people know about them. That's a chip from a fruit phone, the M chip. On the other hand, is used by fruit computers. If the fruit phones are great, rarely lagging or anything, then the fruit computers are truly black. The M chip, as we all know, is now only out up to the M2, but here, instead, is the M4, just outrageous. Understandable. However, Chen Guowei slowly nodded his head after a moment of slight concentration and said, every technology company, it's impossible to come up with everything. At most, you can pull out 60% of your power, if not less. It should be that Qin Hao has some kind of relationship with the fruit company, or has provided some kind of program, and that's why the fruit company gave Qin Hao the chip. Upon hearing this explanation, the audience came to a realization. Indeed, who can just throw a king bomb? Is there any room for improvement in the future? Teacher, look at the side. Just then, Komatsu's voice came. Chen Guowei fixed his eyes on the cabinet next to him, only to see that it was the dragon chip. Seeing this chip, Chen Guowei froze once again. A few years ago, there were almost no self-developed chips within China. whether it was computers or cell phones. Almost all of them were foreign. But in recent years, the country is the emergence of a self-developed chip, that is, Dragon Tang. The emergence of the Dragon Company instantly broke the pattern of chips being monopolized by foreign countries, but also, as a result, was subjected to the focus of foreign blows. But even so, Dragon is still going strong. It's even made a big name for itself on the internet. On the cabinet next to it, there were all the generations from the Dragon generation to the 10 that appeared now. And even further up the line, this made Chen Guowei a bit confused. Could it be that Qin Hao had not only given help to the fruit company, but also to Dragon Company, and it's definitely not a small favor. Otherwise it would be impossible to send out this chip that surpasses the current maximum. What's wrong with that? Qin Shaoyun picked up a chip and looked at it, and everyone saw that it was indeed a real chip, not a model. What's the problem? There's a big problem. Okay, Chen Guowei laughed bitterly. These are two deadly rival companies, but it doesn't matter. I have the phone number of the president of Dragon Totem, so I can call and ask what Qin Hao has helped them with, and also be able to sidestep Qin Hao's technology. More importantly, perhaps, this is the source of Qin Hao's funding for researching flying machines. At those words, the crowd lit up. Qin Hao's source of funds has been speculated by everyone. After all, this is not a small amount. According to Chen Guowei's words, a few $100 million into it. May not even hear the sound of the kind. Now this discovery is almost a major breakthrough. Hey, Elder Chen. Any orders? The phone was quickly answered. It was a middle-aged man's voice. And if people who often read about technological devices could instantly hear that this was the president of Dragon Totem. General appointments. Mr. Run. It's like this. I found your company's chip in a young man's home, and by all accounts, this kind of chip that exceeds the market's current specifications shouldn't be circulating. Chen Guowei smiled and said, unless there is some great contribution to your company, you can only offer it out. Or any technical and strategic support? His name is Qin Hao. Of course, if it's about to be a trade secret, you can keep it to yourself. Silence. What everyone didn't expect was that Run, who was still very respectful and cheerful just now, instantly fell silent after listening. Elder Chen, I would like to ask, did Qin Hao break any laws? We, Dragon Company, are willing to die to protect him. As long as it's not a fundamental law of principle, we're willing to pay whatever it takes. Hiss. Everyone's body went numb and they directly sucked in cold air. Dragon is not listed, which means it is an independent company. Someone had once valued Dragon Company as at least $1 trillion conglomerate if it went public. However, just such a group's boss actually said such words as dead guarantee directly after hearing Qin Hao's name? Misty grass. No. What exactly did this Qin Hao do to actually make Mr. Run say such words? Exaggerated. Too exaggerated. Only in super YYY novels can this kind of scene appear, right? Before, we were speculating whether Qin Hao's money was obtained by illegal means, but now it seems that it's us who have a low pattern. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. Everyone was completely confused, because Dragon Company has even been labeled the pride of China. Although the name is debatable, but it does give the foreign monopoly. Opened a breakthrough, credit where credit is due. Results now. Qin Hao didn't break the law. Inside the room, everyone looked at each other, and they were all able to see the horror in each other's eyes. Chen Guowei hesitated for a moment before explaining. Phew, that's good. Mr. Ren let out a long sigh of relief and laughed. I thought something had happened. As for what you said, all I can say is that Qin Hao has been very helpful to our Dragon Totem company. Other than that, I'm sorry to say, I have no comment. In fact, just that information alone is enough for everyone. Okay? Excuse me. Chen Guowei hung up the phone in a bit of a trance. He thought that Qin Hao just gave some technical support to Longting in terms of strategy or program, all before he gave those chips, but now it seems not to be able to make such a company boss say, the moment he heard Qin Hao's name, that he was willing to die to protect him. The contribution could be imagined. If that's the case, then he probably has the money for his research on flying machines. The crowd nodded with mixed expressions. Indeed they had landed, but they were surrounded by an even greater mystery. What a contribution that would have to be. Say, old Chen, do you know anyone from the fruit company? Why don't you call there and ask? Chen Xiangyang thought about it and said slowly, I don't recognize. Chen Guowei shook his head, but it was a beat, and continued, but I know some of the scientists over there. They should have recognized them, said the man, dialing again. Without figuring out the relationship between Qin Hao and these two giant companies, he was really unwilling. Dear Chen, I didn't think you'd contact me soon. The call was answered, and it was a foreigner speaking somewhat broken Chinese, so, Chen Guowei recounted the general situation. But I didn't expect that the other party's reaction was even greater than Ren's. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. One of my students is an engineer at the fruit company, and has indeed researched the finished M3 chip at this time, but there is absolutely no way that it could be circulated. It's all classified, much less an M4 chip, because the fruit companies didn't even make one. You can't believe that Qinhao, a youth who gnaws at his old age, that Mr. Run is actually willing to die to protect him? Gnawing? Is this surely a gnawing, jobless, homebound youth? I doubt it. People just keep a low profile. The latest revelation. Qinhao's secret that he had to tell with Fruit Company and Dragon Company. The way news used to be passed on was by word of mouth, but having the internet. How long does it take for messages to get through? It only takes a second, if the news blows up enough. Then it only takes a couple minutes for it to spread across the internet, and the news, for many, was explosive enough, so word travels fast. Who is Qinhao? I seem to have seen it a lot in the past 2 days. The participants in the Into the Lives of the People program, TSK, 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 TSK. I feel like they're intentionally creating a god. Shark apoptosis. You that are old. Academy of Science's big brother. State banquet master out to make God? You are thinking too much. The internet is abuzz with debate. There was also a lot of speculation from the audience in the live stream. It even ends up concluding 2 outrageous ideas. The first one, Qinhao was based on M3 and projected to make M4 chips. The second one, Qinhao is the maker of the M series chips. Both. Either guess is extremely bold, but the way things are now, it seems like you can't really think of any other possibilities other than those two. Are you sure? Chen Guowei asked with some trepidation. Of course I'm sure. The other man spoke with immense conviction. Well, excuse me then. Chen Guowei hung up the phone, making him feel a little pity that he didn't bring a chip tester. Otherwise he could have tested it on the spot. Although there's no news from the fruit company side, the previous speculation by viewers on the air that the funds may have been obtained by breaking the law obviously doesn't hold water. Jean May laughed. It should be that Qinhao gave Dragon Company and Fruit Company, proposed some kind of technical and programmatic support, and thus got money. That is indeed possible, and very likely. Chen Guowei nodded approvingly and slowly said, many companies have this kind of program, technical support, program support, vulnerability capture, and so on. Just talking about finding program vulnerabilities alone. Finding one can get you a significant bonus, let alone anything else. Most programs and networks, however, are as perfect as can be imagined, and trying to find loopholes or provide technical support is difficult. Having said that, he didn't want to dwell on this matter. After all, compared to the netizens' speculation, he felt that it was simply bullshit. Where can a tech genius get money from, as long as he wants to? In the meantime, beautiful Qin, my dear student, guess what I just heard? A Chinese professor actually said that they had researched the M4 chip. How hilarious. Can't it be that they, the Chinese, have developed a fantasy? After Prof. Chris hung up, he instantly dialed his student. He's going to share the fun. The whole world knows that the chip is China's hard. The so-called dragon chip appeared in recent years, although very powerful, but in a short period of time is unable to shake their position. However, even so, it is still being touted as a god by Wasia, which is simply ridiculous. He felt that Prof. Chen Guowei must have had a delusion. My dear teacher. Aren't Chinese people always like that? They are very much in the spirit of AQ, touting but supporting the fruit at the same time, because a good product never needs to be touted. We compete only with technology. Hearing this, that engineer burst out laughing. By the way, teacher, that Professor Chen didn't say who researched it? I think it's called, what? Qinhao? You know, they have a very awkward name in Chinese. But after finishing, Chris realized his student hadn't moved. You, teacher, I have something else to do. I'm sorry. Listening to the busy signal coming from his cell phone, Chris was a little confused. A very bold idea suddenly appeared in his mind. Could it be that Qinhao was really related to the fruit company? Instead, a secret meeting was opened within the fruit company. A meeting that was attended only by the highest level of the company, with all the major shareholders present. Even those who really couldn't get to the site were videoconferenced. The content of the meeting is unknown. The scene, as the entire room was in disarray. Dust was everywhere, and even a foot stepping down was able to clearly leave footprints. Plus, the crowd was picking and choosing from the room, and it looked as if they were in a junkyard. Nice guys, but for a change in a more open area. I don't doubt for a second that they are garbage pickers. I actually felt that way too, but I didn't dare say it. Doesn't anyone discuss why Mr. Rin is so optimistic about Qinhao? There was a lot of discussion among the audience in the live room. They also looked forward even more to what interesting things Qin Xiaoyun and the others would be finding in this place that seemed like a garbage dump. People aren't stupid nowadays. They're a far cry from the kind of extremists they used to be. Even a blind man could see Qin Hao's unearthliness clearly. Little Cloud, do you know about the fact that your cousin knows Mr. Rod? Kimmy asked curiously. I don't know. Qin Xiaoyun shook his head with a face full of confusion and slowly said, Sister Jean, do you think that if I knew that my cousin was so powerful, would I still sign up for the program? Kimmy, you make such a good point. I'm actually speechless. Good lord, this house is really being used as a dumping ground by that Qin Hao kid. Even children's graffiti. Just then, Chen Shangyang exclaimed with a shocked exclamation. What's wrong? The crowd subconsciously turned their heads to look, only to see that Chen Shangyang seemed to be holding a painting in his hands. The painting is of a bald abstract humanoid creature with his hands cupped around his face. Behind him is a wooden bridge. And, crucially, the top half of the painting is of a red sunset, and the bottom half of the painting seems to be of the ocean. The whole scroll looks extremely abstract. This painting looks a little scary. But whose stupid kid drew this? It's so damn abstract. Instead I feel a bit like a Van Gogh kind of thing. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience also watched very clearly, and directly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Because the painting, as a whole, is just too much like a child's random graffiti, and it's depressing and scary if you look closely. That's why, one has to learn, or one reveals one's ignorance at all times. Chen Guowei glanced at him and said lightly, what's the point of knowing how to cook alone, or being illiterate? Crowd, you really left no stone unturned in order to squeeze Chen Shangyang away. What does that mean? Does it mean that there is something more to this painting? It can't be that Elder Chen wants to draw popularity for Qin Hao. Right? I admit that Qin Hao is indeed very powerful, but to be honest, he's just too much of a person to like. So powerful and yet he doesn't tell his family? Indeed. It's so hard for parents to do business out there. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience frowned when they heard Chen Guowei's words. What else can you say about a child's random scrawl? Sister Kim, does this painting say something? Qin Xiaoyun looked at the somewhat odd, scary, and even depressing painting after looking at it for a long time and frowned. Jean Mei glanced at her and laughed. This painting has a claim, and it has a big claim, but then again it doesn't have much of a claim. Crowd, you're just gonna leave us here, aren't you? Old Chen too. What do you mean? Did the cooking offend you? Don't go to the hotel if you're capable. Chen Shangyang didn't hesitate to start spraying angrily. Don't cook if you can. Chen Guowei. Hey, it looks like you guys aren't very educated either. After a long time, he shook his head breathlessly and slowly said, this painting is not a child's scribble. It has the name, Scream. I don't think you'll understand what the moral is. Just know that this painting was once auctioned for $120 million. Crowd. Everyone froze collectively at these words. They couldn't believe their ears and even wondered if they were hallucinating. How can this painting, which looks like a child's random scribble, be worth $120 million? Or is it dollars? Holy shit. Wouldn't that be directly worth close to $1 billion when converted into Chinese currency? Is the world changing too fast? Or do I not understand it? For a piece of shit that's probably not as good as my son's painting, it's close to $1 billion? Is this a painting? It's art. No wonder I thought it looked familiar before. It's really that shout. Inside the live stream, it blew up straight away. Even, on the spot, some people went to Baidu to inquire about it. However, the results of the query was to make them extra solid, because, it's true, Scream, this painting, indeed, was once auctioned for a whopping $120 million. What the hell are you talking about? Chen Shangyang's small hands trembled and he almost threw the painting out of the room. So he was scared that he hurriedly hugged it. This painting is worth nearly $1 billion? One of his old faces was twisting. Relax. The painting should be a copy. Maybe even from last week, Chen Guowei said unconcernedly. Nowadays, technology is so advanced that it can be found everywhere in any shopping software. Oh, that's good. I was looking for. That Qin Hao kid has swelled up to such an extent that he directly threw $120 million at the warehouse. Upon hearing this, Chen Shangyang let out a sigh of relief and was about to put it down. But just then, Qin Xiaoyun, who hadn't said much, was suddenly saying, this isn't from last week. I've seen it before if I remember correctly, but I forget exactly when. But one thing's for sure, I saw it when I was a kid. I'll think it over. Qin Xiaoyun's brows furrowed as he carefully recalled. I remember. It looks like it was drawn by my cousin when he was a kid, and they took him to the hospital to see a psychiatrist because of it. At that, she clapped her hands together and said in a daze, yes, that's when cousin was recognized as having depression. Your brother has been drawing since he was a kid? Jean Mei asked. Surprised. Didn't I say that before? He even drew tattoos on his body when I was in middle school. Qin Xiaoyun nodded rightfully. Crowd. Nice guy. I'm fucking straight up nice guy. We thought the tattoo that was painted on was done by someone else. But it turns out he actually did it himself, and, as a child, you could draw this kind of picture. Even a parody is outrageous enough. Why was drawing this as a child classified as depression? Chen Shangyang asked very truthfully. Because the painting doesn't represent well. Chen Guowei gave Qin Shaoyun a weird look in his eyes and slowly said, this painting is filled with emotions such as dreariness, anxiety, and loneliness, taking these negative emotions to the extreme. So, do you think it's a good thing for a little kid to draw a picture like that? But it's so strange, even as an adult. There are many people who don't know about this painting in today's age of the internet. And your cousin was actually able to draw it when he was a child? With that, he came to the picture and scrutinized it. I only saw that the painting was full of weirdness, and even after looking at it for a long time, it gave people a very bad and depressing feeling. Honestly, this painting gives me a more dreary and depressing feeling than that famous painting I've seen. It's hard to imagine that it was painted by a child. But, unfortunately, I have no appreciation for the stuff, merely limited to knowing about it. The live studio audience just watched in silence, even as many felt that the show's effect was a little too obvious. The Scream, indeed, is a world-famous painting. They admit that they are the ones who are ill-informed. But, a child can actually draw it, even if they're adults. There are tons of people who don't realize that if you were to say that a child scribbles on the fly and it's worth a little bit of money, they'd believe it. And now you're telling me that a child can copy the world's most famous paintings and do them better. Isn't that bullshit? The program traces are too severe. There were even people who were already planning to quit the live broadcast. They had lost interest in the obvious effects of the program. Boom! But just then, suddenly a rocket appeared on the air. At the sight of the rocket, everyone was slightly stunned, especially at the sight of the somewhat familiar name, which shocked many of those who regularly watched the live broadcast. I'm so not a goddamned hoe. Holy shit, isn't this the godly Big Brother? He even came to watch this live broadcast? In person. I just read the profile information. Absolutely in person. I'm really not a godhawk. And I'm better known in a lot of live streaming apps. The reason is, he's really ho, once in a tooth live, but also a night brush out of millions of gifts. The most critical thing is that behind him there is no guild. Just simple players. This is the kind of person who could be considered the real father of the major anchors. Many people may have a big misconception about the live streaming world and think that swiping millions overnight, that's about all there is to it. But in reality, there really aren't that many people who actually swipe large bounties. Most of it is hype from the guilds behind the anchors. After all, in this day and age, whose money comes with the wind? I'm really not a godly man. Sister Jean, is this painting for sale? Can you ask Jean how for me? Is this painting for sale? I'm willing to pay $5 million. In the next moment, an enlarged and thickened pop-up screen that shimmered with golden light appeared. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their brains instantly stopped thinking. Boss, confused. Inside a luxurious villa in the capital, a man probably in his 30s was quietly looking at his laptop screen, and beside him was a cup of tea that was steaming hot. Ding dong, Big Brother, where did you see this painting? Not to mention the age and moral and author. This painting is even more awesome than that master's. Whether it's depression, loneliness, breakdown and other emotions, they are all completely expressed, even far beyond the original painting. I think it can be collected. On the laptop, a message popped up. So awesome? The man known as Big Brother raised his eyebrows at once. He had originally felt that this painting was not ordinary, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. This friend of his is an expert in the museum, and the level of appraisal is definitely there. If Qin Shaoyun isn't lying, then this Qin Hao is either a madman or a genius. The man sighed slightly, then looked to the screen with a faint smile in his eyes. He had already made a bid, originally offering $5 million, but now it seemed that it should be more than that. Brother Qin Hao, it should be said that you are really impulsive in this wave. Hey, rich people nowadays, totally unreadable. I beat up my son and he froze and refused to admit he could draw. It pissed me off. I'm really not a god ho. This wave of operation, belonging to all viewers, did not understand. A kid's doodle, and a direct bid of $5 million, even if the painting does resemble the one worth $120 million. It shouldn't. Anyone who knows what they're doing knows that a large part of this stuff is just hype, and part of it is, well, and know what they know, the painting itself. Is it really that valuable? There definitely is, the vast majority. However, don't go that far out of line. And it's more about the author's previous status and fame, and Qin Hao was a person with no fame whatsoever. Jean May felt the vibration of her cell phone and hurriedly opened it to take a look. With just one glance, her expression became overwhelming, complex, twisted, marveled, disbelieving. She really couldn't believe that someone was actually willing to spend $5 million on a casual drawing of Qin Hao as a child, but perhaps it's precisely because it's a casual drawing that it's worth so much. After all, according to Qin Shaoyun, Qin Hao was taken to the hospital by his parents and diagnosed with depression because of this painting. The moral is there, then the painting has a soul. Little Cloud. Someone in my live room is willing to offer $5 million for this painting. What do you think? What? At those words, Qin Xiaoyun froze, his eyes snapping wide open. 5 million? 5 million Chinese coins. Jean Mei nodded with a serious look on her face. Chen Xiangyan looked at the painting in his hand. Although he was not short of money, nor was he poor, but to be honest, $5 million to buy this thing, he felt it was really not worth it. I'm willing to pay $6 million. However, right at that moment, Chen Guowei was speaking. Crowd. The audience doesn't feel like their brains are working very well. If it's some world-famous painting, it's not uncommon for it to be worth millions, or even hundreds of millions. But, Qin Hao's childhood paintings, you guys give several millions. Is this appropriate this? No big brothers? I'm a bit confused. Is this really a show effect? I did feel like it before, but now I'm not so sure. Mainly, a Godhawk brother, a scientist, and a state banquet master shouldn't be acting up, should he? Inside the live room, the audience was talking. If it was a star or something, they could almost flat out conclude it was a program effect. But now, when they thought that if this was true, then Qin Hao, who was previously recognized by them as a gnawing old man squatting in home youth, the casual drawings of his childhood could be worth a lot of money. Quite a few people's eyes reddened with envy. Old Chen. I said you. And wait, Chen Xiangyang was just about to say are you stupid, but suddenly thought of something, and his face snapped into an expression of sudden realization. He didn't know why the man in the live broadcast room paid a high price. Maybe Qin Hao's paintings were really valuable, but he was a rough man and didn't understand this. But Chen Guowei offered a high price, which he could basically guess. It was nothing more than trying to use this money to buy Qin Hao's heart, or more accurately, to pull Qin Hao into having a good feeling about their science academy. Treachery, it's so damn treacherous, he almost fell for it. Thinking of this, Chen Xiangyang smiled blandly and slowly said, I'll offer $8 million. Crowd. Qin Xiaoyun. Who is the person who wants to be in the most trance? It's 100% her. She suddenly realized that the cousin she had perceived, no, even the cousin her great-uncle and great-uncle had perceived, was nothing like they had imagined. In their cognition, Qin Hao is since childhood, very smart, but behavior is different from his peers. After growing up, it is a jobless, home squatting, some depression and brain thinking differently from normal people's youth, and now, all kinds of discoveries showed that something was wrong with Qin Hao. A painting, moreover, was offered for millions of dollars. You're a cook. What do you know about art? Seeing Chen Xiangyang haggling with himself, Chen Guowei immediately frowned and said, I don't get it, but I have money. Chen Xiangyang had a disinterested look on his face. You. Chen Guowei opened his mouth to say something. Buzz. Jean Mei's cell phone vibrated again and she hurriedly picked it up to look at it. I'm really not a godly man. I'll bid $10 million. You can give me the card number on the spot. I'll call first and take the goods later. However, that's not all. No sooner had this god-awful message been sent than another rocket appeared. The audience fixed their eyes and were shocked. Liaoqing Municipal Museum. Just heard the news. Sorry for being late. Thanks for the invitation. We at Liaoqing Municipal Museum are willing to bid $15 million. Boom. The next moment, another rocket appeared. Capital Museum. Sorry. It took some time to appraise the painting. After our appraisal, although the painting is not as old as that real cry, no matter from all aspects, it is far beyond the mood of that painting. So, we offer $20 million. With the participation of several museums, more and more museums and individual collectors, who had heard the news from who knows where, came into the live stream. When they saw the painting for the first time, they directly rewarded it without saying anything. It is well known that in many famous books and paintings, the work was not worth much when the author was alive. It only starts to be worth something when the author dies. Are there any living authors whose work is worth anything? There is, but very little, unless the painting itself has been so good that it doesn't need time to sink in. Apparently, for these museums and collectors, that's what they think, at this moment. Not to mention the audience. Even the directors and employees of the program looked dumbfounded. They were never expecting that finding Qin Hao's secret would actually unfold in such a strange way. The most heartbreaking to their inability to breathe is that originally they thought that this kind of program should not have much big bounty. At least the last issue is like this. Do not participate in the share, but will reflect the generosity of the program group. But now, it's numb. They can't share a single dime of these rewards, and all of them will be given to Qin Hao in the end. Of course, there are taxes to be paid. Guys, I probably counted and found a full dozen museums. I just want to know, is that painting that looks like a child's scribble really worth that much? Dude, trust me, you'll never be able to understand rich people. And if you did, then you wouldn't be here watching the live stream right now. Inside the live room, The general audience was beyond thrilled when a group of museums and some private collectors began to make bids. Yes, they're not the ones spending the money, and they're not the ones making the money. But cool, just be cool and be done with it, both of you. The current bidding in the broadcast room has reached the point of $25 million. Jean May kept an eye on the bidding in the live broadcast at all times, her expression envious with shock. Who would have thought that Chin Hao's childhood paintings would be worth $10 million? Are you guys going to keep raising the price? Upon hearing this, Chen Guowei and Chen Xiangyang glanced at each other, and a flame appeared in both of their eyes. At over $20 million, they can still afford it. One is a scientist and the other is a state banquet chef. Which one can be without money? I'll offer $30 million. Without saying a word, Chen Guowei raised the price again. I'm out. Chen Xiangyang opened his mouth and was just about to continue raising the price. But just then, Qin Xiaoyun spoke. There's no use for you guys to raise the price now, Qin Xiaoyun said somewhat helplessly. After all, this thing isn't mine. It's my brother's. And the painting still has some significance to him. It's thrown around here in the storage room, but it's not thrown outside. Is it? If you guys really want to buy it, I can ask my brother. Hearing this, the crowd froze, then secretly nodded their heads. Indeed, it wasn't Qin Xiaoyun's after all, and it could be seen that she had a very good relationship with Qin Hao. But then again, even if it's a mother-son relationship, you have to respect the child's stuff, don't you? Everyone, the time now is 11 o'clock sharp. In 2 or 3 hours, cousin Qin Hao should wake up from his nap. Wait until then. In the end, Jean May took a stand, and the bidding fiasco was considered to have stopped for the time being. But everyone knows that this is only temporary. Maybe when Qin Hao woke up from his sleep, the bidding would be even more intense. However, thinking of Qin Hao, many people are a bit speechless. It's $30 million now. Can't you go wake up Qin Hao? They felt that the reason why Qin Hao had turned into a home squat was more or less related to this family's spoiled relationship. Even Qin Xiaoyun, who was looking for the program, didn't care about this, let alone Qin Hao's parents. Hey, actually, seriously, it's a blessing for Qin Hao to have such a family. Indeed, how many parents are there like that who don't care how late you sleep? It's so hard for me to go home and rest on the fucking New Year's holidays. But my parents won't even let me sleep in. Inside the live room, many viewers sighed. So far, we've partially partitioned and cleaned up the contents of this warehouse, Chen Guowei said slowly. There are books. I've probably looked at the books. They are all about physics and science and technology. And there are also some things written by Qin Hao himself. Here he hesitated slightly and continued. I looked at the cover. It should be a diary or something like that. I didn't flip it open to take a closer look. After all, it's against the law to just look at it without the owner's consent. What's left is a variety of parts and tech products. The thing that gets me the most is this. With that, Zheng Guowei took out a green, palm-sized crystal. This is what I saw in the craft. I researched it and I think it's a battery or something. But strangely enough, this battery has no positive or negative terminals. Most of the audience didn't know much about any of this stuff, so they didn't take it to heart. This is indeed a battery. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly came from the doorway. The crowd froze and turned their heads to see that at some point, Qin Hao appeared in the doorway. Seeing Qin Hao, Qin Xiaoyun subconsciously shrank back as if she was a thief. Brother, it's okay. This warehouse was meant for some miscellaneous stuff. Qin Hao waved his hand indifferently, then curiously sized up the 2 old men. He wasn't surprised by the presence of 2 old men in the house, and 2 young men. After all, he had said so yesterday, but he was able to tell that these 2 old men had an unusual aura. Qin Hao, hello. I'm a professor of the Academy of Sciences. Chen Guowei. Chen Guowei reached out with a smile on his face, without the slightest intention of hiding. Hello, rocket propulsion, space station, and other research. You've been involved. I've heard of you. Qin Hao also had a smile on his face, only that there was some odd meaning in this smile. Oh, it really surprises me that a young man nowadays can have heard of me. Chen Guowei raised an eyebrow. If he was some kind of star, he would not be surprised if Qin Hao recognized himself at a glance. Although scientists seem to be very high profile, but in fact the degree of fame is far less than the stars, and even less than some relatively famous anchors and netizens. Even if Qin Hao likes technology, there are many people who like computers. How many people can know who invented the computer? Similarly, there are a lot of people who like LV bags, but who knows who invented LV? Of course, I have been greatly inspired by some of your theories. Qin Hao nodded with a smile. Hello Qin Hao. I'm Chen Xiangyang, not willing to lag behind. Chen Xiangyang similarly stepped forward. Chen Xiangyang, Chen Lao, national banquet chef, proficient in 3 major cuisines, disciples and grandchildren all over the country. What shocked everyone was that Qin Hao actually directly said Chen Xiangyang's name in one breath. You. Chen Xiangyang subconsciously took a step back. His eyes snapping wide. If Qin Hao knew Chen Guowei inadvertently on some websites because of his hobbies, he was not surprised. But he himself is really not much of a reputation. And even in the chef's circle, without reaching a certain level, it is impossible to know that he exists, because in a way, the state banquet chef, too, is one of the objects of protection. That's why many people have heard of the existence of the state banquet chef, but rarely seen them, and even vaguely have a sense of becoming a legend. This definitely doesn't make sense as a coincidence. The most crucial thing was that Qin Hao actually even knew that he was proficient in several major cuisines. Of course, he was most skilled in the 3 major cuisines, but it wasn't that he didn't know how to do the others, just not as well honed as he was. Being proficient in 3 major cuisines may seem like very little, but in reality, it's much too much. Many chefs who are able to master a few specialty dishes in their lifetime are already very good, let alone the 3 major cuisines. Who the hell are you? Chen Xiangyang felt some numbness in his scalp and his eyes became wary. Me, an ordinary homebound youth. I find I can't look at the words plain Jane in the eye. Me too. I just checked, and I was able to find some information about Chen Xiangyang on Baidu. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience was directly speechless when they heard Qin Hao's words. You're still considered ordinary, if you're ordinary. What does it mean to be extraordinary? Don't be nervous. I just overheard some promotional videos about you too. Maybe the level of secrecy has dropped since you retired. Qin Hao smiled in a harmless manner. Like this? Upon hearing this, Chen Xiangyang let out a sigh of relief. He didn't care about himself. Anyway, he was already in his old age, and he looked down on many things a lot, but it would be very sinful to expose something at the top because of him. He then made a direct call and was reassured when he determined that, indeed, the level of secrecy had dropped since his retirement. But you 2 big shots. You wouldn't be the idle old man that Xiaoyun told me about yesterday, would you? Qin Hao said with an odd face. Ha ha ha. Hey, it's too noisy in the city. Thought I'd take a break in the countryside. Chen Guowei smiled awkwardly and pointed outside. Look, these mountains are beautiful. How suitable for retirement. In response, Qin Hao just smiled and looked at a few people's scalps. That look was as if to say, I know everything, but I'm not telling. Cousin, it's like this. I'm opening a live broadcast on my side. Just now there are some people in the live broadcast room. Looked favorably on your childhood paintings. It's this one copy of the Scream. Want to buy it? Do you sell it? Jean May broke the awkwardness and changed the subject. How much? In fact, in these 2 days of contact, everyone's view of Qin Hao had already seen a huge change, from the beginning, somewhat depressed, gnawing, housebound, jobless youth, to the progressively more mysterious technological genius, culinary genius, and even, painting genius, and, of course, in a way, it's also criticized, according to some netizens. You're so good that you let your whole family worry about you, you're so good. You still let your parents go out to work, etc. The list goes on and on. This person, Qin Hao, seemed to be full of controversy. Cousin, you're so good. You didn't even tell me. Do you know how much those people bid? It's up to $30 million now. Qin Xiaoyun had a sly look on her face as she felt like she had been snubbed. Would you believe me if I said, I'm so good? I don't know? Qin Hao was helpless. The crowd froze at these words, but on second thought, believe it, there was no other reason. According to what Qin Xiaoyun said, this painting was drawn by Qin Hao when he was a child, and at that time, how could he have known that this painting was worth a lot of money? It's as if your son, who is a few years old, drew something on the spot that looks very funny and childish, but you have no idea that it's worth tens of millions of dollars, off the charts, but it makes sense. So, cousin, may I ask if you're selling? Jean May's eyes burned as they had gradually realized that this youth was not like what everyone had seen. There are secrets, there's a big secret, however. To everyone's dismay, Qin Hao actually shook his head directly. Holy shit, not even for $30 million? To be honest, this painting is really useless. In the hands of rich people, it's called a work of art, but in the hands of poor people, whether it's worth anything or not, that's not certain. Brother, you know about artwork, but this painting could definitely make Qin Hao's family's life worry-free if it was sold. It's a pity. A lot of people can't understand it. It's just a painting. You can't eat it. You can't use it. You can only look at it. What's the point? Money in hand is king. Even the private collectors, major museums, who were waiting in the live room, were in a state of regret. There are many who have copied the Scream, but there are almost none who can match the original, or even surpass what has been done. Moderator, ask for me, $35 million, for sale or not. That's the highest price I can offer. Just then, I'm really not a goddamned ho spoke again. The bidding was fierce just now, but now when they saw this price, no one squeaked instead. The price, obviously, has basically reached its peak. The original was only 1.2 billion, it's impossible for a copy to cost more than the original. Right, that's not realistic, cousin. There's a bid on the live feed. $35 million, the highest price. Look. Before Jean May could finish her words, she heard Chin Hao's voice sounding ghostly. $30 million? Can you wholesale it? Crowd, down, silly eyes, what's that? What's that? Does that speak human language? Is that wholesale as they understand it, originally? The smiles of both Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei gradually disappeared. A genius, they thought, would not sell his work for money, unless life forces you to, not even if the piece is from childhood. It is an honor and an achievement. And the painting is more the soul of every painter. It was as if they, working out a perfect dish, would make Chen Xiangyang ecstatic. Rather than how much the dish itself could be sold for, how many people will benefit from studying a scientific result and putting it into production. Rather than how much money can be made from the result itself, this is a spirit, a noble pursuit, and a way of treating money like dirt. But now, what the fuck? You're shaking your head because you think there's too little for sale, want to sell wholesale? Where's the pride of your genius? Everyone is numb. But, ha 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 ha, misty grass, laugh my ass off. Just ask you collectors, museums, haunted or not, just put on the pain mask, okay? A few seconds later, the live stream exploded. Everyone was laughing like crazy. Why are many works of art? Paintings worth money, first. The work is good, second. The author is dead. The author will never come out and paint the same work again. Or beyond, unique. Things are expensive because they are rare. Tang Yin's paintings are worth money. Right, but if it's all over the streets and you have a few hands, do you think it's worth anything? That's why the audience laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Mr. Chin Hao. If you can paint the same mood, then I can wholesale it. Just as the crowd was about to watch the joke. I'm really not a godly man, but send a pop-up. Me too. So do we. Other museums, private collectors also spoke. The audience sucked in their breath. How dare they agree to this? But soon enough, a know-it-all explained it. Everyone, pay attention. They are talking about the same mood, the same painting, only higher, not lower kind of thing, which is a very difficult, if not impossible thing to do. For a painter, seeing a big mountain may be a mood to gallop and let loose, but the next moment, maybe the mood changes again, and it will directly change the painting. So, no matter what kind of painter, there are no identical works. The state of mind, the brush, the mood of the painter at the time, etc. all are missing. It dawned on the audience that this was the case. A counterattack? Hey, in the end it's the young people, some talent but overly ambitious, actually wanting to sell it wholesale. Young people are all like that. Even Tang Yin, when he was young, wasn't he also ambitious? It's normal to be young and wild. Inside the Capitol Museum, a few old men were laughing and discussing. You, Chin Hao, thought that you had pinned us down. Yet we directly turned the tables, wholesale. Ha, you can, depends on whether you have the strength. At this moment, many private collectors are also smiling. No one can paint the same work. Difficult, incomparably difficult, state of mind, upbringing, family situation, what you see, etc. One change per second. After their discussions, a result has been reached. According to Qin Shaoyun, when Chin Hao was a child, he was too much of a genius and too invincible, so he was lonely and depressed. With a pure state of mind, to be able to paint this picture, and now, his age, state of mind, circumstances, etc. were completely different. Isn't that embarrassing? When Jean May said the request, Chen Xiangyang frowned and said, who makes his ideas even more outrageous? Chen Guowei muttered in a small voice. People want to buy paintings and you end up telling them wholesale. Who can top this? And the live viewers are so happy. We love to see this. Cousin, can you handle it? Qin Shaoyun asked in a small voice. Small problem. Chin Hao threw out an okay gesture, then began to prepare the materials. The crowd cried and laughed. Did you really not see it or did you fake it? One thing's for sure though. The joke's on. Do you guys think that Chin Hao can succeed? Success a hammer. Didn't a no brother say so? Impossible. The internet, too, has seen some hot news on the matter. Hundreds of millions worth of bets? Too much of a money-grubbing genius. Or a madman, challenging the impossible. But no matter what, Chin Hao was ready. He took his drawing board, his brushes, and went to the parlor, while the others followed him to the living room. I'm really not a godly man, Mr. Chin Hao. How long do you need this painting? If it takes too long, we can't afford to wait. Upon hearing this, Chin Hao smiled. Don't worry. Soon, before the crowd could figure out that this was soon to be more than one piece, Chin Hao had already started painting. Do you think it will work? Chen Xiangyang stood aside and muttered in a low voice. It's hard. It's very hard. It's comparable to when we're doing a chemistry experiment and there's a chemical reaction and every bubble has to be exactly the same. But it's impossible, Chen Guowei explained in his own way. So I see. Am I to understand that when I make a dish, the freshness, the same number of grams of each ingredient, the same knife skills, the same size of the cut of the ingredients, the same flavor, the same chewy texture? Chen Shangyang said thoughtfully. Pretty much the same, but a little harder than that because you have this one that can be artificially controlled and the chemistry is randomized. The two men then stopped talking and looked at the drawing board with burning eyes, only to see that Qin Hao wrote with ease. The brush in his hand was as if it possessed a soul, and every stroke was incomparably casual. Seeing this scene, all the collectors, museum curators, and other figures, shook their heads in unison, not to mention the rest. Just this attitude alone is out of the context of the painting itself: depression, thrill, fear, distortion, and other emotional expressions. This painting is, to put it simply, difficult. The simplicity lies in the fact that it appears to be scribbled on the fly. The difficulty is that the intention is in place and difficult to express. I feel as if it's not bad? A little bit of that, indeed. Although there are only a few strokes so far, it does have a bit of similarity to the previous one. Don't talk about it, big brothers. Other than that, just Qin Hao's attitude already says it all. As the saying goes, outsiders see the fun, insiders see the doorway, and the gap comes out at once. As time passed, more and more viewers entered the live room. Qin Xiaoyun, Jin Mei and a few others held their breaths in unison, afraid of disturbing Qin Hao. Throughout the living room, the sound of a paintbrush rubbing against a drawing board could only be faintly heard. More than 10 minutes passed. Museum curators, private collectors, can't stop laughing, for a rough outline had appeared on the drawing board. It was only an outline, but the overwhelming, crumbling, twisted feeling came over me. This directly left them open-mouthed and dumbfounded. A bold idea involuntarily appeared in their minds. No way, this guy can't really draw one on the spot. Can he? What one thinks in one's heart is actually fucking different from what one expresses. The most crucial thing was that they realized that Qin Hao wasn't slowing down in any way. Instead, he was accelerating, scribbling and raging. It was as if they were venting negative emotions. But that's just it. What he drew was even more exaggerated. Guys, even though you all said it was impossible, it seems like it's about to work now. I just have to ask, is it human? Say, if our How can really wholesale it, would all the rich people in the room buy it? Half an hour had passed and the live broadcast was getting more and more lively, especially as the question came up. The crowd froze. Yeah, if Qin Hao really sells it wholesale, will these rich people buy it? I can't say whether Qin Hao will sell it wholesale again in the future. When it's more than that, not to mention $30 million, 3,000 isn't worth it, unlikely for anyone else. But put it on this guy and it's really not accurate. But if you don't buy it, and the words are thrown out, won't you just be humiliated all over the internet? A private collector might bite the bullet and buy it to save face, but a museum would never do it. There, right at this moment, Qin Hao put away his pen and smiled faintly. Good lord, it's exactly the same. A few people quickly gathered around and looked closely, shocked to find that no matter whether it was the thickness of the lines, or the expression of the characters, or the overall feeling, they were all exactly the same. Then, Chen Guowei was seen pulling out a magnifying glass. Audience, just outrageous. Carrying around a magnifying glass can be okay. This can't be. After a long time, Chen Guowei had a shocked face and turned his head to look at Qin Hao as if he was looking at a monster. I know you're shocked, but don't be shocked. Explain it to me first, Chen Xiangyang asked in a hurry. Chen Guowei took a deep breath and slowly spat out two words. Same. Crowd, a little confused, but soon they reacted. And suddenly their bodies shook, and shook again, and continued to shake. Is it the same as the one on their understanding? Two paintings. Same, whether it's the lines, or the depth of the brush, thickness, placement, etc. It's exactly the same. Chen Guowei was shocked with a complex face. Are you a printer? Buzz. As Chen Guowei's words fell, everyone felt their brains buzzing. Location, depth, thickness, etc. Exactly the same. How is that possible? No wonder Chen Guowei was so shocked. This is simply a human-shaped printer. No wonder Qin Hao's attitude clearly did not match the mood of the painting itself. But the painting matched the mood. It's all printed right on. Can it not match? No. Do such people really exist in this world? Seriously, even if it was my own name, writing it a second time I probably wouldn't come up with the exact same one. Let alone a painting. Real. This wave against the big sky, boiling and blowing up. The number of people on the air went crazy. Even some printers don't dare to say that the printout is exactly the same. There will be line gaps and so on. And as a result, Qin Hao did it with both hands. Your cousin is so good. You know? Jin Mei turned her head to look at Qin Xiaoyun, crying and laughing. I don't know. Qin Xiaoyun's expression was demented. And she guessed that even her great aunt and uncle didn't know about it. It was something she had to call about tonight. How did you do that? Chen Guowei and Chen Xiangyang's minds were somewhat complicated. But more than anything else, they were ecstatic. Genius, a true genius. If such a person gets into their lab, kitchen, how far would it have to go against the grain? Naturally, Qin Hao spread his hands and looked at the cell phone in Jean Mei's hand with a smile, asking, how about it? Landlords in the live broadcast, how much do you want? You guys name a number. Crowd. At first, Qin Hao said that selling wholesale was a bit arrogant in their opinion, so, team up and give the backlash. If you can draw the same, we'll take it. But they were dreaming that they were against the general, and Qin Hao directly lifted the table, not playing with them. You youngster. You bum. You cheat. You snub us 60-somethings, you don't talk about martial arts, showdown? 1 in a million geniuses, huh? I'm really not a god-awful old man? Calling online. Are you there? Is the director of the Capitol Museum still there? I know you're watching. Talk to me. Inside the live room, the audience, after a moment of silence, instantly heckled. Great. I love watching this. Cocky, very arrogant indeed, but people have cocky capital. If you dare to say a number, they will do it for you. Isn't it the same? Can draw you bankruptcy. Awkward, incredibly embarrassing. I'm really not a god ho. Brother how? Raise a hand. Really? It's my little brother who's being arrogant. Capitol Museum? I admit, I just spoke a little too loudly. Liuzhou City Museum. I'll make a suggestion. Brother Shinhao and brother Capitol Boss, just take it. Please brother Hao, raise your hand. Capitol Museum? I'm really not a godhawk? Fuck you, you're crazy. You shouted the loudest just now. And now you're the fastest to wimp out. Aren't you? And what the hell kind of advice is that? Why don't you take it? To say they have no money, there is. That must be there. One is a Capitol Museum. The other is a private collector. And that's not bad money, but when people collect, it's antiques or things that are valuable or things that they are extremely fond of, obviously. These two paintings are not included in this list, of course. To say that the two are the same would actually be worth a lot. After all, the mood and all that does come into place. Mainly, who knows if Qin Hao will wholesale again in the future? Okay. Then these two paintings, do you want them or not? Qin Hao nodded with a smile. He also knew that it was worthless in more ways than one, and didn't make things difficult for these guys. Hey, okay, I'll take it. $35 million, in the middle of the day. I'm really not a godhawk, brother spoke up. We'll take it too, but we don't want the extra. Give it to the Liuqing City Museum. The Capitol Museum also spoke. Liuzhou City Museum. Is it really okay to hurt each other? It's all museums. Why should museums be difficult for museums? So, quickly negotiated. This underlying sense is actually very clear. Painting if in more. That no one will collect. Blood compensation. You guys leave me an address and I'll send you a courier. Qin Hao nodded his head in satisfaction. Ah, why don't we send someone to the door to pick it up? After all, it's worth a lot of money, and any loss would not be good for anyone. Brother Shinhao and the Capitol Museum hesitated. Nothing. Qin Hao waved his hand with an indifferent face. Lose it and I'll draw it for you. Grass. A little bit of humanity. But not much. What we need is for you to be painting us, the less the better. That's what we need. The fewer they are, the more they're worth. They're not worth shit if they're rotten. Ha ha ha. Guys, I can't hold it in. I'm laughing my ass off, straight up pissing all over the bed with laughter. Upstairs, brother. You're sick. Treat it before it's too late. Inside the live room, the audience couldn't live without laughing. If you lose it, I'll draw it for you. At others, it's hard to find a painting, but as a result, at your place, it's straight to wholesale. It's noon already. What would you like to eat? After everything was settled, Qin Hao glanced at the time. I'll do it. Chen Xiangyang's eyes lit up and he immediately stepped forward. Fist pumping. After waiting so long, it was finally his time to strike. He must show his ability to eat and convince Qin Hao, his heart and mouth, and take his head and accept his disciple. That's not good. What kind of person lets a guest cook? Qin Hao looked hesitant. It's okay. That's what I love to do. That'll do. Qin Hao reluctantly nodded. Great guy. The state banquet chef himself. Unbeatable. A state banquet chef. Equal to feeding the highest level. So if I see it, does that count as half of the top level? You do know how to calculate. Seeing Chen Xiangyang wanting to go cook, Chen Guowei sitting on the sofa fell into deep thought. People have already made their move. So what should they do? Looking at the 3-body model flyer in his hand, he mulled it over. Cousin, congratulations. It sold close to $100 million. Xin Xiaoyun came over with a delighted face. Gladly, because then there is much less pressure from home otherwise. Her great-uncle, her uncle, her own parents, and even the older generation, would have been torturing her out of her mind. That's right. The cousin swings for the fences and the family can't do anything about it. So they have to target her like crazy. Who made it so that these two juniors were the only ones in their family? That Brother, do you know Mr. Rod? Upon hearing this question, the pop-ups, which were still somewhat lively, disappeared, and everyone held their breath. Mr. Rod? Who? Xin Hao froze, a little confused. Qin Xiaoyun and Jean Mei glanced at each other, revealing expressions of determination. Brother, don't pretend. People know you, and you're saying you don't know them? That's the one that got the cell phone. Xin Hao nodded with a sudden realization and laughed. It's not really an acquaintance. It's just that I earn some pocket money when I have nothing to do and give them a little bit of technical support. Audience. Pocket change is just plain psychic. A little tech support to make someone that big of a boss so deferential. I think a billion points is more like it. How enviable. 2 paintings, directly sold for $70 million. Straight up rich. Xin Hao, this looks like he's not telling the truth. The live feed said everything. Brother, you're not telling the truth. Qin Xiaoyun looked at Xin Hao with a skeptical face, his eyes full of questions. Really? Do I have to lie? Xin Hao spread his hands helplessly. So tell me, what kind of tech support did you provide? Shen Guowei, who was mulling over the 3-body model, turned his head to look over. Yes, what technology did you provide? When Qin Xiaoyun heard this, he immediately brightened up. The audience is curious. too. What kind of technology is being offered that can make a group boss say something like, as long as it doesn't violate the rules, dead guarantee to the end? I'm sorry, but this is about a commercial confidentiality agreement. Xin Hao shook his head. At that, everyone began to speculate. Something about a non-disclosure agreement, that's a lot of talk then, after all. With a cell phone, there are just a ton of various parts, and programs, systems, etc. All related to technology, however. Chen Guowei suddenly remembered the large pile of chips in the room that seemed like a junkyard, and his body jolted and his eyes flashed. He had a bold idea, but the idea was so bold that it made him a little afraid to think about it. Brother, you've kept this from me. You're so powerful that you didn't even tell us, Qin Xiaoyun said quietly. That tone of voice, that expression was as if she was a little spiteful woman, and you guys didn't ask. Xin Hao said somewhat strangely, is it hard for me to tell anyone I meet that I'm so great and awesome, and that I know what I know? Moreover, as a geek, wouldn't it be a normal thing to know a little bit of technology on the computer, to be able to draw and paint or whatever? Audience, you really, I'm crying my eyes out, that's a good point. No, are geeks so curly now? Still need to be able to draw and have computer skills? He said it so rightfully. End of story. I took it seriously. I shouldn't be here. I should be under the bed. In the live broadcast room, many viewers were speechless. Being able to provide technology to top tech companies that also involves commercial confidentiality agreements and even drawing direct body printers. You call that normal? Where's the normal in that? Qin Xiaoyun's voice directly rose a few degrees. Shen Guowei and Jean Mei, at the same time, nodded in agreement. Look at that. Xin Hao wagged his finger and laughed. First of all, as a geek, you need to play with computers and cell phones. That's normal, right? The crowd nodded, which was indeed normal. So, computers and cell phones are, after all, electronics, and there's still a high rate of failure, right? The crowd nodded silently again. There are some electronics that may just arrive broken. Over time, you need to try to repair and assemble, say, cell phones and computers on your own. And repairing and assembling them requires access to programs and systems, right? Crowd. It's kind of normal to know how to install a computer system or something. But the repairs are, well, barely normal. And then, long time coming. Xin Hao made a final summary. Nice guy, what a long time coming. Shen Guowei opened his mouth. Is that how the term is used? You do know how to use words. Well, what about painting? Jean Mei asked in an undeterred voice. That makes it even easier. Xin Hao said it so rightfully that everyone's face twitched when they heard it. Geeks. It's normal for them to like tech products, secondary genres, sci-fi, and games, right? It's even rarer to have a secondary character as a wife. So in order for my wife to be more realistic and more to my liking, I simply learned to draw. Xin Hao sighed slightly and whispered, I really don't know how powerful I am. I thought it was normal. Blitz, Galen out of Endless. Silence and Strike. What is the most solid thing in the world? That is, one thing that you think is awesome, but to the person themselves, it's normal. You think people are blowing smoke. Yet you have no proof. Master, don't read it. Don't read it. Change the subject. Going on and on about it will only prove one thing. That we're all losers. How? Am I great? It's all because my peers set me off. The three of them looked at each other for a moment. What else can be said? People don't even realize how good they are and think it's normal. It's just too solid to say anymore. Here's the food. Just then, a yell came from the kitchen. The crowd rushed to get up and help serve the meal. When I opened the kitchen door, a rich aroma hit me. A few people fixed their eyes on it, only to see that it was a few very common home-cooked meals. But it was the home-cooked meals. In Chen Xiangyang's hands, directly transformed into a miracle, stir-frying cabbage with carrots. People harden you with aroma and oil. Is this the handiwork of a state banquet chef? Before, I thought it was just a title. Now I know what it means to have a gap. Inside the live room, the audience watched with straight eyes. A dish is not about how extravagant the ingredients are, but how you can take the simplest ingredients and make the most absolutely beautiful flavor. That's called cooking, Chen Xiangyang said, slightly glancing at Qin Hao, then waved his hand, indicating to start eating. Wow, the flavor is just amazing. Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei hurriedly picked up a piece of cabbage and took a bite. Crisp and crunchy. Regular cabbage can have an earthy flavor, but this one had none at all, only the flavor of the cabbage itself. Qin Hao also tasted them one by one, and the flavor was indeed very good. Even, he compared his cooking skills in his mind and realized that there was still a considerable gap with the other party. Not bad for a state dinner chef. That said, the two of you coming here, you should not just be looking at the scenery over here and pensioning off as simple as that. Qin Hao quickly finished eating and looked at the two old men with a smile. It's kind of obvious what these two are up to. Qin Hao, about this three-body model of yours, can you explain it to me? Chen Guowei mused, putting down his chopsticks and picking up the TriStar model flyer, followed by taking out a crystal that shone with a faint green light. If I'm not mistaken, this thing should be a battery, right? Yeah, but while the Tri-Models flyers are nice too, I reckon your favorite part is the batteries. Qin Hao nodded, looking at Chen Guowei weighing the green crystal in his hand again, and reminded him, Elder Chen, you'd better be careful. The energy contained in this thing is slightly too large. Hearing this, Chen Guowei smiled. Slightly more energy? Are you kidding me? How much energy can be in such a crystal less than the size of a palm? Volume determines capacity. He admitted that the technology embedded in the three-body model was high, possibly surpassing the technology on the blue planet. But, a battery is a battery at the end of the day. Oh, how much power? The kind that can electrocute me? No, the kind that can make you, or us, fly into oblivion. If it's really a battery, unless it explodes, it's basically not going to release power to the human body in such a large volume. As long as it's stable, right? Ha ha ha. Professor Chen's sentence can electrocute me not. Directly to me the whole laugh. This Qin Hao is even more hilarious. And he can still make people fly into oblivion? Inside the live broadcast room, the audience laughed and laughed, not taking Qin Hao's words to heart at all. In fact, there are quite a few cases of cell phone batteries blowing up and killing people. But not to say that cell phone batteries electrocute people, exploding, and releasing power, are different, although the audience didn't believe it. Chen Guowei was shaking his small hands and almost threw the green crystal out. Are you serious? Chen Guowei stabilized his mind and hurriedly grabbed the green crystal with an incredulous face. Although he hadn't been in contact with Qin Hao for a long time, he already had a rough understanding of him. The man, who has never lied yet, wouldn't that mean that? Looking at the green crystal in his hand, Chen Guowei swallowed hard, thinking about what he had just done. Even though it was only weighing it in his hand, he was undoubtedly dancing on the scythe of death. Well, almost. But even though it's a battery, I prefer to call it the silent speaker. Qin Hao frowned and carefully recalled, slowly saying, if converted into TNT, then it is enough to surpass the little boy, and at a temperature of thousands of degrees, it can keep Sakura Nation silent. Chen Guowei, audience, some people get it, but others don't. Is there a big hand that explains what it means? Upstairs looks like you didn't listen to the lesson. Nuclear explosion. The one that was still in the Sakura country in the first place. Anyway, I don't dare to explain too much. Those who understand understand. The water here is very deep. At the moment of the explosion, the whole of Sakura was silent. Soon, someone explained, but after hearing the explanation, everyone looked at Chen Guowei's hand with disbelief. Less than a palm-sized small crystal, that's what this is. Like a nuclear weapon. Why am I so unconvinced? And obviously, there were a few people on the scene who were doing well academically, so, it seemed extraordinarily silent. And they were saying if this thing was real, then that name Qin Hao took was really silent speaker. Who dares to speak in front of this thing? Gulp. It was a long time before Chen Guowei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, what model had how high-tech it was? All of it was left behind him. Really? His voice trembled a little, and he felt like he was dreaming. Of course, do I have to lie? Chen Guowei felt like either he was crazy or dreaming. You can take it back and study it, Qin Hao said with a smile. Yes. Chen Guowei nodded and was about to stand up immediately. But just then, his cell phone rang, and he took it out to look at it, only to find that it was the Dean of the Academy of Sciences calling. How much of it is true, do you think? Dean's voice was a little old, but his tone was serious. There's no guarantee, but even if one point is true, I think we have to be cautious and try, don't we? Chen Guowei gave a bitter laugh. Did he believe it? It's actually a bit disbelieving, because it's completely contrary to science as they understand it, a crystal less than the size of the palm of your hand, comparable to the energy of a nuclear explosion, but as Qin Hao said, there was no need to lie. I understand. I'll send someone to pick up the stuff, and until we know for sure, you stay with him. Yes, Chen Guowei hurriedly nodded, and the live stream was abuzz. Let's just say, if what Qin Hao said is true, is this thing illegal? It would certainly be illegal to build nuclear weapons privately. But people build batteries, dog heads. You've redefined the battery. Inside the living room, Chen Shangyang let out a bitter smile. Before, he hoped that his disciple was very powerful and smart, but now he realized that when a person was smart and bullish to a certain extent, it was rather annoying. Take him now. For example, I just want to take an apprentice. What's wrong with me? It's not even if the culinary talent is that good. But the most outrageous thing is that the technological talent is also that great? He didn't know much about this stuff. But it was clear that technology was more important than cooking. The state will absolutely take it upon itself to pull the strings, just be sure, as far as building nuclear weapons privately or whatever. What's the point? Isn't it batteries that the Lord Academician makes? On the side, Jean May was trembling. She wanted to cry. I'm just a little facilitator, just trying to resolve some family conflicts and stuff. So why put me through all this, thinking about it? Jean May's eyes glanced at Qin Xiaoyun with a grudging look. Qin Xiaoyun? However, you can rest assured that this thing is very stable and won't explode. Well, you guys get busy. I'm going to take a nap. Qin Hao yawned, shook his somewhat confused head, and walked away. The corners of the crowd's mouths twitched. You're like less than 3 hours away from waking up, right? Eat and sleep, there you are. But what can be said about this situation now, of course? Forgive him. Ahem. Let's be considerate. Geniuses have a lot of things running around in their heads, so it can be exhausting and therefore they need to rest more. Chen Guowei coughed dryly and said with some embarrassment, I'm sleeping. My mom, you're paralyzed in bed. How sleeps? People are geniuses. They think too much. Jean May glanced at the time. It was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Looking at the number of viewers in the live broadcast again, what shocked her was that it had actually reached a terrifying 2 million or so online now. There's no doubt about it. This show of theirs, it's firebombed, far beyond the first issue. I want to call my great-aunts and talk to them about my cousin. Qin Xiaoyun felt that there was no longer any need to save his cousin. It is she herself who should be saved, compared to her cousin. She shouldn't be here. She should be underground, without saying a word. He just picked up his cell phone. Do. Phone call. Everyone held their breath. They knew very well that Qin Hao's parents didn't know that their son was so awesome. They were curious to see what kind of mood the parents would be in when they knew their son was so overbearing. Hey, Yoon. The phone was quickly picked up and a woman's voice filled with laughter came through. Auntie, your son is going against the grain. You know? Qin Xiaoyun took a deep breath and slowly spat out a sentence. Audience member. Pfft. Ha ha ha. They could tell from this conversation that the family was very close and very joyful. What is it? Qin Ma was confused and somewhat unable to understand, even subconsciously looking at her cell phone to make sure that the person calling her was not some demon or devil. Little Cloud, how's your life these days? Qin Ma made sure that it wasn't some kind of messy phone call before she said in a gentle tone. Not so good. Qin Xiaoyun's heart warmed, but she really wasn't very good. What? Is it that boy? Your cousin? Who bullied you? Hey, he's been bullying you since he was a kid. How many times have we said that? When you yawned as a child, your cousin especially liked to reach into your mouth and enjoy your dumbfounded expression. And we didn't beat him up much for that. Qin Xiaoyun? What else is going on? I don't know. Ha 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 ha. Emma, I can't. I'm going to die laughing. Cousin, you lack great virtue. Hearing this, the live broadcast audience directly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang at the scene. Jean May and a few others couldn't help but laugh. It's a habit. It's so unethical. It's a well-known fact that yawning is a direct interruption to spell casting once a finger goes in your mouth. That's so hard. You want to hit someone. No, it's not about that. Didn't you guys ask me to be on that program about going into people's lives earlier? Now we're on the air. Qin Xiaoyun stomped her foot. Don't say such a shameful thing. Oh, yes. How did it go? Did your cousin surrender? For some reason, everyone felt that this Qin Ma was very interesting. No, I surrender. Qin Xiaoyun sat on his butt on the sofa as if he were a deflated ball. Mrs. Qin, what the hell? I asked you to persuade your cousin to surrender. And you did? Auntie, my mind is broken. You don't know. My cousin, he is simply a demon. Thus, Qin Xiaoyun recounted the storms and grievances she had received in the past few days. What? Painting genius? A human body printer? 2 paintings directly sold for $70 million? A technological genius? The Academy of Science professor himself? A culinary genius? The state banquet chef is here too. To sell his granddaughter for an apprenticeship? Hearing the last sentence, Chen Shangyang looked embarrassed. Now I just want to sell it. But I can't always sell it. for a long time. Not a sound came from the other side. Auntie? Qin Xiaoyun called out tentatively. Little Cloud. I know your cousin is tough and you're under a lot of pressure, but you can't dream about it. Qin Ma sighed in a serious tone. Just that brat. As powerful as you say? Our family's ancestral tomb is smoking. No. Exploding is not even possible. Audience. Sure enough. It's not a family that doesn't move to talk about ancestral graves. It's true. Subsequently, Chen Guowei and Chen Xiangyan came out to prove it. Hiss. The time has come to heat the globe. You could tell that Qin's mom was shocked and pleased, but, so that means he's good and knows a lot. But damn him. Audience, where do I start with this statement? So great that by now he's in his 20s and still doesn't have a date. Is he still a human being? Aw, Little Cloud. Your ultimate goal. You didn't accomplish it, Qin's mother intoned. For example, daughter-in-law, you don't want your whole family to rush you into marriage, do you? Qin Xiaoyun instantly burst into tears. You bad silver. Sister Xiaoyun. You don't want to be pressured by your family to get married either, do you, ma'am? You don't want your husband to lose this important job, do you? This high-end game. Take the pinch. Qin Xiaoyun took a deep breath and was close to wiping a tear from his eye. As long as we get cousin to stay out of the house, get out of the house, and get to know Missy, it's considered a success, right? The code word is correct. Think about it. He's the only male in our family. If he doesn't have a date, then our family will be extinct. Don't care about talent or not. Not having a date is the biggest sin. As soon as he gets a date and walks out, then everyone in the house's attention will be drawn to him. And won't you be liberated? Qin Xiaoyun nodded thoughtfully. It made sense. Very much so. A few more conversations ensued before hanging up. Your family. It's really something else. Jean May couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, my great uncle and aunt have always been like that. Very cheerful. Maybe it has something to do with my cousin's depression as a child. So they talk with a little bit of hilarity of their own. The crowd nodded in disbelief, pitying the world. At the same time, you can tell that it's definitely a real mom. It's not important whether it's money or not. What's important is that my son doesn't have a date yet. So I'm worried. What's the point of being rich and powerful? I can't hold my grandchildren. Putting it on others. They might not need to worry about it. But putting it on Qin Hao. It was very worrying. This guy, he's totally not interested in women at all. Jean May so a big beauty. Put here. Pressed to look at it. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Chen Guowei's cell phone rang. Elder Chen, come out for a moment and hand over the items. Yes. Chen Guowei hung up the phone and carefully walked out with the green crystal. The others followed curiously, opening the door to the room. The crowd originally thought that a group of people in white coats, or protective clothing would appear. Well, people in protective suits do exist, quite a few of them, but more than that, it was a group of loaded warriors, looking at least a couple dozen warriors. Everyone was incredibly shocked, but when you think about it, it seems normal, if, indeed, the green crystals were that sort of thing. No amount of caution could be too great. Professor Chen, we'll take it back for testing. Thank you for your discovery, and also thank Mr. Qin Hao for his research and development and contribution. A person wearing a protective suit smiled slightly after taking out a special box and letting Chen Guowei put the green crystals and the TriStar model flyer inside. Yes. Chen Guowei felt that there was a great need to study and analyze the flying machine as well. Camera shift. It was then that people realized that there was actually no living thing outside except for their group. Let's hope it's true. Watching the procession leave, even exaggerating to the point of owning many bomb-proof vehicles, can be, to say the least, very exuberant. Chen Guowei sighed softly. Perhaps a lot of people just know that this thing is awesome and bombastic, but only they, the professionals, know how much it will help the country once it is confirmed to be true, not to mention other areas, such as batteries, power, energy, etc., would instantly move into another dimension, like, say, a cell phone battery that maybe you don't have to charge once in a few years, in, say, a new energy sedan. Of course, this is all theoretical, and no one can say for sure just how far it can go. Old Chen, do you think I can still take on disciples? Chen Xiangyang squirmed and asked. At that, Chen Guowei laughed. You are afraid that you want to eat farts again. You only have one granddaughter. What are you going to fight me with? And coincidentally, I have 2 granddaughters. Just ask. Who else? Shocker. Into the lives of the people show emerges the Great Spirit, a palm-sized crystal that is comparable to the energy of a nuclear weapon. Do you believe this is real? Count down what Qin Hao has mastered. On the internet, if anything, in the beginning, from time to time there would be news about the program Into the People's Life and Qin Hao. Well, today is almost contracted by Qin Hao, the entire top of the hot search. 3 of the top 10 are headlines about him. This naturally brings a very large amount of traffic to the show. Only, now the director of the program, Li Haoran, is a bit numb. What do you mean by pain and pleasure? It is now. He wants traffic. He wants attention. He even fires up the internet, but not this kind, a crystal that's comparable to the energy of a nuclear weapon. Is that something he can broadcast? Does it involve, like, exposing state secrets or something like that? That's a problem. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the sound of a cell phone rang. Li Haorun's small hand trembled as he took out his cell phone and glanced at the particular phone number, letting him know that sooner or later, what should come would come. Leader, Li Haorun voice a little trembling. Do not care who is on the other side. Anyway, called the leader. That is certainly right. I'm the head of the NSA. Across the room, a somewhat authoritative voice came. Ah, hello leader. In the shocked gazes of all the staff, Li Haorun stood up with a brush, his body straight as a javelin. We already know about what happened on your side. The live broadcast continues. At the same time, we'll have some of the departments step in and publicize it to the outside world. At least it has to be for other countries. To change the narrative, it's a protection and a hiding. Although the words were a bit vague, Li Haorun could probably guess what it meant. Good leader. Hanging up the phone, Li Haorun was sort of relieved. Nothing else had anything to do with him. He didn't know and didn't want to know. And sometimes, the more you know, the faster you die. Anyway, the broadcast continues and that's enough. Bang, bang, bang. Hello, Express. In the living room, the door of the room was knocked. Qin Xiaoyun hurriedly took the two paintings that had already been packaged and handed them to the courier boy respectively, then filled in the address. I'm guessing this is the most expensive thing in the delivery? Whether it's the most expensive or not I don't know, but it's definitely in the front of the pack. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience watched as the two paintings were taken away as if they were ordinary items, and for a while, their emotions were incredibly complicated. If it's someone else, even if they're going by courier, they have to be insured, right? As a result, when it came to Qin Hao, there wasn't even an insurance policy. Aren't you afraid of losing it? A number of people's faces went odd at the thought. Not to mention, he's not afraid. The stuff has been sent away. Congratulations to Qin Hao. The two paintings sold for $70 million. Kimmy was a little bitter. $70 million. You couldn't make that much even if you worked since the Ming Dynasty, however. People casually do it in 2 or 3 hours. Glancing at the time, it was now past 5 o'clock. But since I had eaten late this afternoon, I didn't have to be at dinner in the evening. Unsurprisingly, when you're really hungry, a slight pastry of some kind to pad your stomach at night is enough. A lot has happened today. Jean May organized her mood, and although she envied Qin Hao, she was not jealous. It's a gift that people have. There's no way around it. Now let's wrap it up. Upon hearing this, the audience was in a state of mental shock. They were all in a bit of a trance this day, as if they were living in a dream. The first thing, there is no doubt that dragon technology. Ren's respectful attitude towards Qin Hao shows that Qin Hao is not as simple as we see. Again, involving business secrets. But just how big a business secret is it? Here we have to draw a question mark. We'll invite business professionals to speculate and answer that later. The second thing, Qin Hao's painting talent. It's very high. I believe that the Capitol Museum and that I'm really not a godly private collector, willing to spend such a high price, can show that it's very powerful. But just how awesome is it? Is there an approximate range? There's a question mark to be drawn here as well. Later, we will likewise invite professionals to answer the question. With that said, Kim took a deep breath. The last question, and by far, the biggest. Jean May looked at Chen Guowei and slowly said, how high is the technology of the three-body model? And that battery? In fact, in the first phase of this program, the experts and professors invited by their program team are some of the characters who solve family disputes, relationship experts and so on. After all, she's just a host, and there are specialties, but when it came to Qin Hao, the picture changed suddenly. That's something I can't give an answer to for now. After all, even I can't see it myself. Looking at Jean May's gaze, Chen Guowei shook his head helplessly and continued after a pause. However, I believe that the Academy of Sciences side will soon give an answer, so we can all look forward to it. Okay, the crowd was not surprised. So, let's talk about the first two. We have 3 professionals on the program. First place, the boss of Effie, Wang Yimou, worth more than $10 billion. Likewise, Effie is also a technology company. I believe he should have a great say in this area. Second place, our famous painter, Mr. Zhang Fan, whose painting once sold for a whopping $2.9 billion. Number 3, behavioral psychologist, expert Lu. What do you mean by blowing up? It's called blowing up. Everyone is a little confused. Good lord, aren't you guys a little out of line for inviting people for this one show? Actually, it's not the show's fault. If it was said that the invitation to Chen Shangyang's connection itself was already the result of Li Haorun begging his grandfather and grandmother, then the two in front of this time, even if they were on their knees, they couldn't invite anyone, because, as Li Haorun is a TV station himself, he is barely considered an insider. And Shen Shangyang is barely considered one as well, but old Mr. Wang Yimou and that painter. It's a different story, status. There is absolutely no need to participate in any program to attract attention. Even Jean Mei was a bit shocked when she was just notified. Not to mention the audience. This is blood money, although it's just a video link and you don't need to be there. And even then it's not easy to invite. Inside the live room, the audience was talking. Soon, images of 3 men appeared on their live feed. All 3 are middle-aged. The old boss Wang Yimou, dressed in a decent, not angry, a look is a long time in the upper echelon. The artist, Zhang Fan, was dressed in a special way, but with long hair and a pigtail. Artist vibes abound. Behavioral psychology expert. Lu expert in front of the 2 people will not look too eye-catching, but it is also considered to be the right features. Gentle and elegant. The most bloodthirsty issue of all time. Director Li is swelling up. Can he afford to pay an appearance fee? Hey! Other people are experts in feelings. Regulating strife experts. To Qin Hao here, either the old boss is a scientist. The least are behavioral heart analysis experts. On the outrageous, inside the live broadcast room, the audience looked at the 3 middle-aged men inside a bit. The 3 of them have greeted the camera. Good. Now is the first question. Wang Yimou, Mr. Wang, you as a $10 billion tycoon, mastered even more IFA technology company, I would like to ask, if related to business secrets, and may even cause a huge shock in the market, what is generally related? Jean Mei didn't ink a word and went straight to the point. After all, these guys' time is valuable. I probably watched your livestream. Dragon, Mr. Ren's company, right? That's a cell phone company for them. Wang Yimou smiled and slowly said, Dragon is already a mature cell phone company. So first of all, we can basically rule out program failures like huge loopholes, and these things like cell phones and computers. 10 years ago, Dragon Totem had already matured. It can't be possible that Qin Hao was able to provide Dragon Totem with a system when he was in his teens. Can it? Because the most obvious thing is that Qin Hao doesn't match the age of Dragon Totem. Because I suspect that it's likely to be hardware support. But what exactly that hardware is, that's unknown. But for sure, it's very important hardware. Like CPU, screen, battery and so on. Because it's only hardware like that affects the market with huge fluctuations. I have to say, Wang Yimou deserves to be worth $10 billion. The analysis is still very reasonable. What are some of the most important, or, rather, intuitive things that consumers can do with a cell phone or computer? OS, screen, battery, CPU. You can tell if the system is good or not by operating it. You can tell at a glance if the screen is good or not. You'll know if the battery is good or not by using it. Whether the device is stuck or not depends on the CPU and the system. That's impossible. Qin Hao was still a child when the Dragon Company appeared. Batteries, definitely batteries. No wonder it's a non-disclosure agreement. Good lord, if it's the crystalline kind of battery, wouldn't it be straight up against the sky? Inside the live room, the audience instantly aimed at the battery, as it was the only one most likely. I've watched your live streams for the past 2 days, and again, it favors batteries, but it also favors, well, CPUs. Wang Yimou smiled faintly and slowly said, you guys are afraid that you haven't forgotten that Qin Hao has a CPU in that house that far surpasses the marketed version. So anything is possible. The audience drifted off for a moment, then remembered there was such a thing. Of course, their guesses are just guesses after all, and they don't affect the market for Dragon. After all, it's just a hypothetical. Well, thank you, Mr. Wang, for your analysis and answers. Jean Mei thanked him before Wang Yimou disconnected the connection. The crowd's eyes then turned to the other big man. Living painters who can sell their work for close to $300 million are deservedly big. The key thing is, it's still a Chinese. If they were to meet this painter Zhang Fan in other places, at the first impression, they would definitely think that this guy was immodest, oddly dressed, and even a big man with a pigtail. But now, it's the artist's breath. Mr. Zhang Fan, you are also a painter, and a very powerful one at that. Can you tell us how talented Qin Hao is in painting? All eyes burned. They knew that Qin Hao was very powerful, comparable to a human printer. However, a printer is a printer, and perhaps he has drawn the screen many times only by hand. What about his work on other pieces? Very high. After a moment of slight contemplation, Zhang Fan continued, but I need to explain to you that the screen is currently known in several versions: colored pastels, oil paintings, etc. Abstraction, and unlike me, I paint landscapes and such, so it still possesses a big difference. However, from what he shows when he paints, it can be seen that the painting skills are very solid. As for the other factions, then I'm not sure, but there is one thing, you may have a misunderstanding. Zhang Fan paused and continued, that is, a painting, it is very difficult to appear the same. Where the details are concerned, there will definitely be a difference. This is not a problem that can be solved by painting 100 times, 1,000 times. Rather, it comes from the painter's own mood, circumstances, and other factors that interfere. He went straight to his hands. I can't do exactly the same anyway. Audience. In the front, they were listening to the clouds, as if they were saying that Jinhao was very powerful, but they didn't know to what extent. This last statement, however, is as if it were the final summation. Then Mr. Zhang Fan, it might not be good to say that. Is Jinhao more powerful than you? Kimmy asked a pointed question. If, and I do mean if, he can do a perfect replica of any faction, then I have no comparison. And do you know, what does that stand for? Zhang Fan's expression had that hint of envy and jealousy. That means that he is well versed in all schools of thought, and his painting skills have reached the point of being out of this world. But if it's just abstraction, it can only be described as awesome. Okay, thank you Mr. Zhang Fan for connecting. Kimmy hung up the link in a trance. Brothers, do you think Jinhao can be proficient in all factions? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Human energy is limited. Besides, Jinhao himself said that it's just a hobby. Even if you're not proficient in all the factions, that's pretty awesome, brother. Aren't your demands a bit outrageous? Inside the live room, the audience was talking. However, most people find it impossible. After all, it's too outrageous. It's cooking, it's technology, it's painting. How can anyone be that versatile? I'm sure all of you viewers already have a general understanding of Jinhao, including what he has mastered. Jean Mei organized her mood and slowly said, okay, now let's return to the most fundamental question. Why is Jinhao so resistant to stepping out of his house? In his late 20s, as a normal male, yet he is not the least bit enthusiastic about finding an object. Even his family doesn't really know what he's got, what he's hiding, or what mental fluctuations. And now we have our behavioral psychology expert, Expert Lu, to give us a lecture. Hearing this, everyone looked at Expert Lu curiously. There is still a great deal of curiosity about all of this, however. They for the so-called experts do not report what hope. After all, experts all know what farmer should buy a house in the city and drive home to farm. What about no money? Lay off the nannies, sell the bling, rent out the unused house. It's all a tawdry maneuver made by experts. Dare I ask, is this a bricklayer? Or an expert? A professor? Or a professor? Ha ha ha, you do know yin and yang. Hey, don't say that. At least they're still here. Save face for brick. The audience was straight up flirting. And that's not spoiling it at all. From here, it becomes clear how far people are from experts and bosses and scientists and painters. Expert Lu naturally saw those words on the pop-up screen, but it was clear that he had already prepared himself mentally. It was a little annoying and hard to swallow, but I didn't say anything. I've watched all of your live broadcasts for the past 2 days. Lu Expert slowly opened his mouth and said, geeks, in today's popular words, can also be called a kind of lying flat or swinging, a sentence that instantly attracted a riotous audience. There's not a lot of substance, but you can tell that people really put in a little bit of work, and even, say geek, lay down and swing for the fences. It's great and deserves a compliment. Why geeks? Why lay flat? Why swing for the fences? That's a problem. But to summarize, there are only 3 points. The audience perked up. They wanted to see if this was a bricklayer, or an expert. Which 3? Jean Mei was still very facetious. After all, they were the ones who invited them. The first, poor. Expert Lu raised a finger and slowly spat out a word. Fogweed. This is an expert. This is a real expert. Mud. It's not easy. He still knows the people are poor. Inside the live room, the audience instantly exploded. Prof. Lu, Kimmy, even Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang, who were watching the live broadcast, were crying and laughing. Just outrageous. There is no doubt that mansions are divided into 2 kinds. One is rich mansions and the other is poor mansions. And in a way, poor mansions are a way to save the most money, because they are poor, so they are mansions. Professor Lu didn't want to look at the pop-ups anymore. He was afraid of crying out. It was as if, by being able to say that the people were poor, he was out of his depth. And the uncertainty of whether it was a compliment or an irony made him a little solid. When I first started, I thought Jinhao didn't want to face the voices of society because he was poor. Prof. Lu continued, it's undeniable that a grown man, as soon as he enters the society, needs money all the time. Especially the issue that Jinhao's parents and the whole family are concerned about. The girlfriend, a man, when the day he has a girlfriend begins, until he dies, needs money, so he cringes, he is afraid, and he simply eliminates all possibility of spending money and stays at home. The live broadcast room, which was still lively, went straight to silence. Everyone looked at Expert Lu with a gaze of looking at aliens. Is this still the expert they know? You can actually speak human, and you analyze it. However, there are others who are feeling solid shit. Watching a live stream and actually looking in the mirror, is there any justice, is there any law, even though you're not talking about me? What's up with me feeling bad? Originally, I thought Chin Hao was the first, but as we all know from what happened later, it's obvious that he's not the first. The second mansion. Professor Lu looked at the pop-ups that disappeared from the live broadcast, the corners of his mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a Dragon King smile, and his entire body was filled with a mesmerizing confidence. Rich mansions, all kinds of teenage boy and girl hand-me-downs, sci-fi rooms, high-end computers, high-end keyboards, maybe a keyboard worth tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. They specialize in secondary, gaming, electronic devices, things that bring them joy. There's a saying that a piece of wall for a houseboy and a piece of wall for a housegirl, and a suite of rooms in the second ring of the capital. Talking about this kind of rich house. Audience, I admit, this expert Lu is indeed an expert. No, what the hell? A keyboard worth tens of thousands of dollars? Made of gold? It's true. And more expensive ones are available. At the moment, no one thinks this is a junk expert anymore. Mainly because he knows too much, even more than they all know. So, Prof. Lu, you think Chin Hao is the second one? Jin Mei is very satisfied with the audience's reaction. If people have a great deal of hostility towards expert Lu, this analysis will be of little use. No one will believe it either. Even she, herself, felt that expert Lu's analysis was very reliable. No, however, what everyone did not expect was that Prof. Lu actually shook his head directly to deny it. The next moment, the words came out. He belongs to the third category, the lazy house. Audience, we don't understand. Lazy still knows so many things? You call that lazy? What do we call it then? Maybe you guys are wondering. So let me break it down for you, haha. Expert Lu, with a look like I can see through it, slowly said, the tricorder model flying machine. He used it to keep himself safe because this place is relatively remote, right? The crowd nodded. For some reason, they had a sense of deja vu. Can cook, because he's in the middle of nowhere, so takeouts and stuff don't even come here. He's all alone in the house. He can't cook, he can starve to death. Audience, keep nodding. Painting, as he put it, drawing himself a papier-mâché wife to his liking or something like that. That's the ultimate dream of a lot of geeks, isn't it? Everyone's heads couldn't turn for a moment. What you have to notice is that he had a need first. A hard need, and that's why he was compelled to learn, not his own willingness to learn. From the arrival of the crew, the fruit on the table in the yard, the floor of parts when they entered the house, into the room that seemed like a dump, it was clear that he doesn't do work that isn't necessary. Therefore, he's lazy. Expert Lu made a final summary. Because I'm lazy, I don't want to leave the house, much less go to work. Because of laziness, he doesn't want to go looking for a girlfriend. He feels like he's in the way. After all, it takes time to find a girlfriend, and even more time to cultivate a relationship. Now, do you understand? I don't get it. No, Expert Lu, I beg to differ. Jin Mei frowned and said, lazy, and you can still learn so many things, and still so powerful? I don't understand. Yes, that's what the audience doesn't understand, if that's called laziness. What's hard work? Hearing this, Expert Lu gave her a somewhat strange look. Thinking it over, it dawned on me. I think you've got one thing wrong. Expert Lu shook his head and lost his smile as he slowly said, genius and mediocrity. They are different. Genius, 1 day to learn, 2 days to become proficient, 3 days to become a master. Mediocrity, for the rest of your life, may never learn. Hence the situation that has caused you to misunderstand. Nice guy, I'm damn straight good guys. If you can talk more. At the moment, there was silence. Both in the living room and in the live broadcast, everyone was a little dumbfounded and more than a little solid. This expert, Lu, is a serious expert and is recognized by them, but what they don't recognize is that this guy knows too much, know how to make it hard for them. What do you mean? Genius learns in 1 day, proficient in 2, master in 3. What do you mean mediocrity never learns in a lifetime? Is it a problem with their understanding? Doesn't that mean they're all garbage? Shit. Expert Lu, right? Report your home address. Smile. It's all the rage now to trick and kill people, is it? As an expert, I'm happy that you understand the people, but what you're saying upsets me. A few moments later, the live stream was abuzz. Ahem. According to Expert Lu, what you mean is that Chin Hao was forced to learn those techniques because he was lazy. Other people might not be able to become proficient in something for a lifetime, but he was able to become proficient in just a few days, so it didn't waste much of his time. It is, isn't it? Although Jin Mei was also a bit hard to bear, she said slowly. That's right. Expert Lu smiled and nodded. So Expert Lu, how can we get Chin Hao out of the house and out to find a girlfriend? Or maybe put him out to work or something? Jin Mei raised a doubt. Before, they thought that Chin Hao was a gnawing youth, the kind that squats at home and is nothing but a short contact, and they already knew. If such people are nibblers, what are they? So, she skirted right around the subject. And people's families, too, aren't concerned about that. The main concern is finding a daughter-in-law. Upon hearing this, expert Lu frowned in thought, then slowly shook his head. As of now, we don't have any information about Qin Hao's keenness and information about women. Even we don't know what kind of women Qin Hao likes. I think you can continue to know Qin Hao deeply. Is it like a royalty, or a lowly, or a mature woman, or maybe some other type? We can prescribe the right medicine. The audience listens with a dark nod. However, I think the most urgent thing to do is not to let Qin Hao get to know girls, but to bring him out of the house to meet and make friends on his own, which is the best choice. After all, we can't possibly give him a beauty pageant, right, audience? This one can actually be had, but they also know that it's impossible. This is a CCTV program, a serious program. How can they get that? Okay, we understand. Expert Lu will be our program's supporting guest in the future, and will help us out when needed, because some of Qin Hao's maneuvers, some of his words, are really hard to figure out. Kimmy nodded in understanding. The time at this moment was already around 8 o'clock at night. Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang, both of them, had rented a house in the middle of the nearby village, and did not intend to live here. This was originally discussed. However, after listening to expert Lu's advice, they decided to sweep through that junk house before going to see what else they hadn't found before. A few people hit it off earlier. The room had been pretty much organized by them. Books in one place, various parts in one place. Since we want to understand Qin Hao, we naturally need to check the books. What's this? Suddenly, Chen Shangyang picked up a red book. What's this like? A certificate of honor? Chen Guowei raised his eyebrows and said with interest, "Open it straight away." Only when he looked clearly at what was on it, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. What's this certificate? Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun also came over. They were curious. What credentials could have shocked the big man so much? Could it be that Qin Hao was really some hidden big brother? Maybe that joke we made earlier came true straight away. It's decided that it's you, Dragon King. In the live broadcast room, the viewers were frantically discussing, especially the odd and shocked expressions of Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang, which made people curious. You guys better not look. Chen Guowei hastily took a step back with a complicated expression. Yeah. You guys better not look. Chen Shangyang also nodded his head in a hurry. Two old men. You're out of line. We're sharing information. Jin Mei cried and laughed. The more you are like this, the more curious we are. Chen Shangyang and Chen Guowei looked at each other and handed it out helplessly. Qin Xiaoyun went up in one quick step, took the red book, flipped it open and looked at it. His face changed violently, even a little incredulous. This. Bah! Hooligans. Audience. The audience was already curious because of the way the two old men looked, and now they were even more curious. Kimmy didn't ink the certificate and took it, the camera focusing on it, only to see that on it was a picture of Qin Hao. But that was not important. What was important was the line of text on it. Gold medal trial sleeper. Kimmy, audience, the following is even more outrageous. Gold medal trial sleeper. Mr. Qin Hao. 100% customer satisfaction rate. Users who have tried it all say yes. After our unanimous appraisal, Mr. Qin Hao is a very excellent trial sleeper. Therefore, we give the gold medal trial sleeper certificate of honor. Dumbfounded, shocker, speechless. Is the world changing too fast? Or am I just too honest and proper? Is this still the world I know? Off the mark from the original, off the mark from the world. No, nowadays, this kind of profession actually has a certificate of honor? No wonder Qin Hao doesn't want to find a girlfriend. If it were me, I wouldn't want to either. Please Hao introduce the channel. Thank you. Most of the viewers, upon seeing some of the contents within the certificate, the images almost hit them directly in the head. A rich woman with heavy makeup and 180 pounds going up threw out a bunch of huaxia coins and lightly flung out a sentence. You're fine. I'm satisfied. And I'll hold you accountable. See, it's too much of a shock. Never thought. Qin Hao, you look thick eyebrows. But actually is such a person. Chen Guowei. Chen Shangyang, even more so, felt pained and almost pounded his chest. Such a genius. And he goes and does this? Phew. Jin Mei took a deep breath and looked at Qin Xiaoyun, whose face was crimson. I think we can end our program early. It seems that our cousin is not as honest. Qin Xiaoyun, don't say you didn't think of it. I didn't think of it either. Here we are still worrying about a tree, and people are already swimming in the sea. Genius? Maybe a real genius. But it's obvious that he has a problem with his lifestyle. Qin Hao, just a jumper. Openly engaging in color, even unashamedly having a certificate of honor? This is an insult to the certificate. In a short period of time, similar news headlines have already appeared on the web, as you can see. There are a lot of people staring at the Into the People's Lives program right now, on a show. After a certain level of fire, has benefits and drawbacks. The upside is, it's hot. It's recognizable. The downside is that the slightest bit of wind will spray you with skepticism. You live under the spotlight with every move you make, like right now. For example, it's not a crime, but it's a questionable style. Ordinary people have problems with their style. That's not a big problem. However, when put on Chin Hao, it won't work. Mainly, of course, the certificate is too solid. Thanks for the invite. Just came to this live stream. Did you guys misunderstand something? Just when the live broadcast was a bit quiet, suddenly, a conspicuous pop-up appeared. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding a hammer. What's the point of misunderstanding? The word color is disliked directly in my face. And you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? It can't be that the country sees that Chin Hao is too talented and wants to give a wash, right? Don't wash it. It's useless. We're not stupid either. When the audience saw the speech of the man nicknamed Nightclub Man, they just felt that this guy had rubbed their intelligence on the ground. How can this be a misunderstanding? I'll just wash my hair upside down, right? What kind of nonsense are you all thinking here? Sure enough, people of color look at everything in color. Brother Little Darling of the Night spoke again. Think about it, guys. If you really had that thing, would you give people certificates? You're sick. In other words, have you ever seen a KTV princess with a fucking certificate of honor? Audience, you make some sense. But how do you explain this certificate? Hey, I don't blame you guys for not having seen it, but it's not right to take it for granted. The Little Darling of the Night spoke again, and just as the crowd was getting a little annoyed, he made a comment that just dumbfounded everyone. I don't know. Have you guys ever heard of the murder house haunted house trial sleepers? Audience, some people were impressed, but most of the audience really didn't know. What does it mean that this, the small, nocturnal darling audience, the murder house trial sleeper? Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang inquired curiously. I know some, Qin Xiaoyun said with an embarrassed face. This is an emerging profession, and I didn't realize there was such a profession until I often brushed short videos. Instead, she was relieved. Although, she wanted to help her cousin get out of the house, go to work, or meet Missy. She didn't want the ocean. It's no wonder she misunderstood. It's just that the certificate was a little too much, unorthodox, frustrated. The little nightclub darlings began to explain. Murder house tasters, an emerging profession that actually appeared some years ago, only it's always been a retailer, with high prices. But very few, if any, most of them don't have much access. But nowadays, murderous house test sleepers have become a proper profession and chain. Murderous house trial sleeper. As the name suggests, where there is a murderous house, there is a trial sleeper. Generally speaking, where there appears to be a dead person inside the house, or a haunted house or something like that, and the owner feels uneasy, then the trial sleeper needs to step in. It dawned on the audience that they probably understood what it meant. Trial sleepers will travel immediately to the place requested by the employer, usually for a few days. Longer ones may take up to a month. Trial sleepers are required to videotape or have a video conversation with their employer at several points in the day to view all corners and items in the house, as requested by their employer. And the salary of the trial sleeper is also very high, at least thousands a day. And even some bosses are more generous. Several thousand. Tens of thousands is not impossible. Nightclub tattletale. Now, do you guys get it? Gold tasters are awesome. And I'm just now merely a regular taster who gets paid about 1,000 to 3,000 a night. And for the gold medal, it starts at 10,000. It's also very difficult to do, because one needs to reach at least 100 houses to try to sleep in, and even to make the client have no worries whatsoever. And even, in my estimation, some psychology, audience, they didn't know anything else, but that one night, the 10,000 figure, was captivating. 10,000 a night. It's a money grab. But when you think about it, I'm afraid that the people who can hire a trial sleeper are not poor masters. And what people buy? Really trial sleepers to record anything? Not really. It's just buying a peace of mind. I didn't expect that Chin Hao had even done such a parochial thing. But it's not right. Doesn't Chin Hao not go out? Kimmy sighed a little, but was quick to spot the groove. Wouldn't a normal person go crazy if he didn't go out all the time? Even if he's outrageous, he can't not go out for years, right? Qin Xiaoyun gave her a breathless look, then looked at his cell phone. Little darling of the night audience, you sleep testers, have you come across anything incredible? No, all I can say is that it feels more eerie and all that. It does, but most of it comes from mental pressure and mental suggestion. Of course, maybe I've tried to sleep in fewer murder houses, and as for whether the gold medal test sleepers have come across any, I don't know. However, with the words of the nightclub's little darling, the crowd knew that it was just a misunderstanding just now. Well folks, that's it for today's broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow. Jean May glanced at the time and realized that it was already more than 9 o'clock, and directly waved her hand. closing the live broadcast room. And the two, Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei, also left. Half an hour later, Qin Xiaoyun washed up, lay on the bed, opened his phone and took a look, and found that no matter whether it was on the hot search or on Shake, there were a lot of videos about his cousin Qin Hao. There's a lot of speculation and analysis, especially from some of the anchors. Most of the speculation is, in a word, false, in the words of a Circle insider. 99% of all entertainment programs in China are fake and rehearsed, the so-called arguments, strife, even leaving the scene on the spot in exasperation, etc. were also rehearsed, although the program Into the People's Life seems to be very real, but as of now, no State Department recognizes it as real. Experts and professors and whatnot. Don't you just spend money to invite them? There were even those who came to get the tricorder model flyers and crystals, the guns, which were only vaguely visible because of the distance. And who could guarantee that they were real? The fakest thing is still, can an ordinary person really be that good? All aspects of the review are so convincing that you can't help but believe it. Even Qin Xiaoyun, a person who had personally experienced it, felt a bit dreamy. Not to mention the others. Sister Kim, you guys aren't joining forces to fool me, are you? Is the clown actually myself? Sister Kim, you guys aren't joining forces to fool me, are you? Is the clown actually myself? Qin Xiaoyun turned his head to look at Jin Mei by his side, his expression shifting. Why does it look more and more like I'm being fooled, Kimmy? Let's just say, is there a possibility that my cousin and I actually signed up for the program at the same time? But in the end, you guys chose to join forces with my cousin and snub me, and then finally choose to tell me the truth? To have an extreme contrast? Qin Xiaoyun looked serious. Kimmy, wash up. Jin Mei took out her phone and dialed directly. Director Lee, let's just say, is there a possibility that this is a fixer-upper program? And the target of the fixer-upper is actually me, the host? Director Li Hoin, do you want to see what you're talking about? Hanging up the phone, Li Haoran hesitated slightly and dialed a phone number as well. Leader, this program Into People's Lives, is it really a program I came up with on my own? Is it possible that the station? Fuck off. Don't you see what time it is? Okay. Sitting inside the darkened director's office, Li Haoran's face shifted. Why does he have the feeling that the whole world is playing me? It was a night of uncertainty and anxiety for many people who did not sleep well, fearful. I was one of the ones being screwed. The main thing is, Qin Hao knows too much. It's so fake. Technological geniuses, culinary geniuses, painting geniuses, gold medal tasters, old bosses who are very deferential and whatnot. Do such people really exist? Boom boom boom. Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun, all of a sudden, heard the rumbling of a truck outside. The two opened their eyes in a daze and looked out the window with some annoyance, only to see that at some point, on the road, there was a huge truck parked, and at first glance, they thought it was a fire truck, because the big van was actually red, but a closer look revealed that it wasn't a fire truck. What's going on here? It's a nuisance in the morning. Qin Xiaoyun fiddled with her hair in annoyance. She lay down last night past 12 o'clock and froze, unable to sleep with her eyes open. Get up. It's past 8 o'clock. Jin Mei looked at the time and realized that it was already past 8 o'clock, and said in a hurry, "Hey, sinning." Qin Xiaoyun complained mournfully. Half an hour later, the two of them finished freshening up, but they didn't go upstairs to disturb Qin Hao. After just a few days of contact, Jin Mei already knew Qin Hao's biological clock very well. Hello, audience. Turning on the live feed, Kimmy said hello. Good morning, wife. It's still the brothers up there who are raw and direct wives. He. Last night I watched all kinds of analyses all night long, and the results I came up with explained that the live broadcast was fake. But of course, it's still great to watch it for fun. Inside the live room, the audience said everything. You could tell, though, that the audience wasn't particularly large because it was morning. But even so, there were hundreds of thousands of viewers. Ka-ching, the door to the room opened, and the two men, Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei, walked in slowly with their hands behind their backs as if they were old cadres. What's with that big truck out there? I've seen it buzzing over there in the morning. Isn't that a nuisance? Chen Guowei said with some dissatisfaction. Chen Xiangyang, on the other hand, was very self-conscious and walked directly towards the kitchen. Although, the hope of taking down Qin Hao is now very low. But doesn't this thing still have to follow Qin Hao's own idea? What if, right? I don't know. Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun shook their heads at the same time, and the screen switched over. Good lord. That's the first time I've seen a big red truck other than a fire truck. No, this is not a normal truck. You guys see that golden marking on it? Does it feel familiar? Ferrari? Holy shit. Do Ferraris even come in van versions anymore? There were still a lot of knowledgeable viewers in the broadcast room, and they quickly recognized the brand of the big truck, but outrageous, when did Ferrari come out with a big truck? The bottom line is, even if there was, It shouldn't be in a place like this. Ferrari? As young people, even if they were girls, Qin Xiaoyun and Jean May still knew about it, mainly because it was so famous. But whenever it comes to luxury cars, Ferrari, Lamborghini are even more popular objects. It's still true. The two men took a closer look and realized it was true. Just as the crowd was wondering when the Ferrari was out of the big van, the door of the van parked on the road was opened and a man in a suit ran all the way over. "Excuse me, which one is Ms. Qin Xiaoyun?" The man was probably in his 40s, very calm, and his smile was gentle with a touch of humility and respect. "Ah, I am." Qin Xiaoyun was a bit confused, but still answered, "Ms. Qin Xiaoyun. Hello, my humble self Feng Hua, is the manager of the Ferrari store in the capital. You yesterday night, in our store ordered a Ferrari F8, the highest configuration, a total cost of $5,100,000, now has been delivered to you. May I ask whether to unload the car?" Audience, Qin Xiaoyun, why is it that we understand every word you're saying, but connecting the dots makes it hard to hear? The Lafa you want? Our store does not have a current car. We deeply regret. Your urgent mood we can understand. For this reason, we in order to show sincerity, $5,100,000, to carry out the erase. Looking at Qin Xiaoyun's wide-eyed look, manager Feng Hua hurriedly explained. Feng Hua was also shocked. Just last night, he got a call. By name. Rafa, what do you mean? Rafa, the Ferrari of Ferraris. The most expensive one, over 20 million, but too few, with real landed prices. Far beyond that. Meanwhile, because of the high price, the store didn't have it and had to settle for second best. Listening to the other side, it was clear that he wasn't too happy. That was why he was a little apprehensive. Ho, that's real ho. Even if he was a Ferrari manager in the capital, he hadn't seen many of these. Holy shit. Shocked my mom for 100 years. Ferrari 5 million. Straight up, I didn't see it. Qin Xiaoyun is actually so rich? Program effects? This must be program effects. Rich woman. Hungry rice. Inside the live broadcast room, after a moment of silence, it directly exploded. Don't look at a bull on the internet. But in reality, except for individual bull cities, how many Ferrari supercars can you see on the road? Really think this stuff sucks? Mobile luxury villa. This is, the price of a car is equal to a luxury villa. Jean May's eyes were even more incomparably complicated, the corners of her mouth twitching. This is really a fucking fixer-upper program. Fixing me as an honest host. I don't want to do it. The old lady's mind is broken. Truly, I never thought that Qin Xiaoyun would actually be so rich. Suddenly I can understand why Qin Hao would lie flat so much. Nonsense. This family does not lie flat. Endeavor to do what? I'll be honest. I'm not a sour hag. I wouldn't buy a sports car. The chassis is too low. So, that's why you bought the Tripper, right? Inside the live room, the audience said everything. After all, there's so much fake stuff on the internet today that if you're serious you lose. For instance, what with the welfare for the family and all, maybe the cheapness is really cheap. That's to be recognized. But if you really believe that it's welfare and people are losing money, then you're purely resentful. Hey, sister, we agreed to walk together for a lifetime, but you let go of my hand halfway through. Jean May sighed slightly with a complicated expression. Qin Xiaoyun. She looked at the red van and then at the manager in front of her and gulped. Finally spoke. You can't be mistaken. Can you? How could I have that kind of money? Selling me wouldn't be enough for this much. At those words, the crowd froze, and before they could react, manager Feng Hua was smiling slightly. Qin Xiaoyun, right? Ah yes, your brother's name is Qin Hao, right? Ah yes, then yes, it's you. Wait, Qin Xiaoyun suddenly reacted. Not to mention herself, even their family couldn't afford a Ferrari, but there was one person who might be able to. Qin Hao. This is, my brother Qin Hao bought it. Right. And Mr. Qin Hao has already paid all the fees. Besides, he said that he might be up late, so he asked me to give you a message. Feng Hua smiled. Respectfully. What's the word? Jean May, Chen Guowei, and Chen Shengyang, who was holding a rice spatula, asked in curious unison. Ahem. Next, I only represent Mr. Qin Hao. Haha, if there is any disrespect, please forgive me. Only Feng Hua was seen slightly raising one arm, placing it in front of his stomach, one hand behind his back, his waist and back slightly straightened, a look of chest resonance, and an expression of incomparable solemnity. Xiao Yun, what are you here to do? I already know. Nothing but the same old three things. Go out, work, find a girlfriend, sending you a car. I hope you don't know what you're doing, and even more so, rat tail juice. Qin Xiaoyun, Kimmy, what kind of godly brother is this? I'd love to have it too. I get it. This car is hush money. I hope you don't mind your own business. I don't think it's too much of a stretch to say that this is the most expensive hush money ever. is it? So, Qin Xiaoyun, what's your choice? Okay, viewers, it gets even better after the commercials. You know advertising. Swish swish swish, everyone's gazes looked at Qin Xiaoyun in unison. Wanting to see her choice, the time of testing has come, she chose. Exactly. To stick it out to the end. As her family had instructed her to do, or do you choose to take the supercar and ignore Qinhao? It's a test, though. The ordeal was beyond exciting for all to watch, because, well, they want that test too. As for the money for the car, people didn't think much of it. Maybe the museum side paid for it too. Qin Xiaoyun, on the other hand, was indeed caught in a tangle. Honestly, a $5 million supercar. Something that if you weren't born with, then you basically won't have it again in your life without a particularly big accident. And although her family had a little bit of money, it could only be considered well off. And the whole family's assets could not possibly amount to $5 million when counted together. Supercars, hey, not to say all, but at least the ultimate dream of most young people, right? Back off. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Xiaoyun slightly shook his head. When these words came out, everyone froze and couldn't believe their ears. Fake. Fucking absolutely fake. It's a $5 million supercar. And you say you don't want it? It's so fake. The audience was abuzz for a split second. It is no exaggeration to say that $5 million is enough to make the closest people turn against each other. Not to mention that Qinhao and Qin Xiaoyun are not even close to meaning it. You don't want it? Even Jean Mei was a bit surprised, asking herself if she would have been able to endure it. Can I return it? Qin Xiaoyun didn't reply, but instead looked at Feng Hua. Can I ask why? Don't like it? Feng Hua hesitated slightly and asked. Not really, after all. Supercars, I'm sure no young man could resist. Qin Xiaoyun shook his head, glanced at the pop-ups on his phone, and smiled faintly. I have realized that you have sacrificed yourselves for the cause. Audience, if I take the car, that's probably all I'll receive. But if I don't, that's how much more I can get. After all, it's my great-uncle and aunt who are in charge, isn't it? Everyone froze when they heard this. Hiss, the time to heat the globe arrives and sucks in the cold air. I thought you were on the first level, but it turns out you're in the atmosphere. After all, I was short-sighted. The audience's collective scalp is numb. To say show, but also your family. Come to think of it, if the real mom and dad knew that Qin Xiaoyun had even given up a supercar for the sake of this matter, how touched would they be? Maybe. Things don't have to be done and you can get a supercar, that's the way to think. How's that Holly? Hi, Chen Xiangyang, Chen Guowei, and Jean Mei all gave a thumbs up. Qin Xiaoyun smiled. In fact, this was just an explanation for the audience. The main reason was, she didn't think it was necessary. It's too expensive. What kind of family drives this, with all that money? Wouldn't it smell good to buy something tasty? I'm sorry, it can't be returned. However, Feng Hua shook his head and laughed. Mr. Qinhao said that I've already predicted your judgment, so I can't retreat. Qin Xiaoyun. Audience. Although, the other person wasn't there, it was as if they had already seen a sword fight. I prejudged your judgment can be okay. Qin Xiaoyun even gritted her teeth. This just got a little money and she's such a loser. Just so you don't care about things, you're really giving it up. She followed through with the urge to rush upstairs immediately and grab the guy down. Otherwise, let's unload the car first. Qinhao is probably not going to come out. We can't let people wait here all the time, right? Jean Mei thought about it and whispered. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyun could only nod helplessly, but she definitely couldn't have this car. You don't get paid for what you don't deserve, let alone $5 million. Although they were a family, very close, not a brother and sister, better than a brother and sister. It was not good to be like this. So, with much anticipation, the unloading of the truck finally began. I've never seen a supercar unloaded. I've seen a few videos online, but they're few and far between. And as far as unloading supercars live, there are none. I've done some careful math, and this one car won't be enough for what I've earned in my lifetime. A few dishes. Drinking like this? Not to mention a lifetime. 2 lifetimes are enough. While the audience was discussing, the red van had slowly entered the yard. The yard was huge, even comparable to a small soccer field. I believe that anyone who has lived in the countryside knows that in the city an inch of land is worth an inch of gold. But in the countryside land is not worth a penny. You can get as big a yard as you want as long as it's not too outrageous. Buzz, the large red van, surrounded by closed compartments, slowly opened, and the shape of a sedan covered in black cloth appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was clear to everyone that what was under the black cloth was worth $5 million. MS. Qin Xiaoyun, will you drive it down yourself, or will our master drive it down? Actually, I'd recommend letting our master drive it down, because the supercar is more powerful, especially when unloading it. It's a big slope and it's easy to cut into the undercarriage. When Feng Hua said this, he was afraid that Qin Xiaoyun would misunderstand and added again. Of course, Everything depends on your opinion. After all, the car serves the people, not the people serving the car. Good man. Worthy of being the manager of a Ferrari store? That's a mouthful. It was implicitly stated that you might not be able to control a supercar the first time you drive one. But his statement was comforting. Indeed. I've seen quite a few news stories of people renting supercars and having car accidents because they were driving for the first time. Today is not the old days. The higher end the store, the more comfortable the service makes you feel. What with the dog-eyed, open-mouthed mockery and closed-mouthed disdain, there's not really much left. You guys do it. Qin Xiaoyun nodded, her face a little red. She didn't have the heart to say that she was actually a roadkill. After you get your license, both rarely drive. Soon the black cloth on the car was taken down, and at once a red glow illuminated almost the entire yard. It was especially bright red in the early morning sunlight. Almost everyone just felt bright and beautiful. It's as if it's not a car, but a work of art, and actually, you don't care if the supercar is comfortable to drive, but at least from the outside, it really does look as if it's a work of art, especially the headlights on the front of the car, as if two demonic eyes were smiling, wild, dynamic. Soon after, the master got in and started it up. Buzz, a voice that sounded like a wild beast resounded through the square. Many of the boys in the broadcast room, who were listening, narrowed their eyes slightly. That's the flavor. Bit by bit, the Ferrari was moved out of the van, consuming more than 10 minutes just to drive down. Ms. Qin Xiaoyun, the limo has been safely delivered. Please sign. Manager Feng Hua brought out a list. Okay. Qin Xiaoyun nodded and swished his signature. Alright, Ms. Qin Xiaoyun. Then we'll take our leave. Manager Feng Hua waved his hand at the driver's master, and the two quickly left. Is this the supercar? Sure is pretty. Jean May carefully touched it and it was cold to the touch, with a look of having never seen the world. Go, 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 try, get in the car. What are you looking at? Inside the live room, many viewers couldn't wait. Qin Xiaoyun had no choice but to open the door of the car, and then he saw the exquisite seats inside the car, the operating console that seemed to be like the cockpit of a fighter jet. The entire pop-up screen of the live broadcast was filled with only one word: handsome. A few moments later, the crowd re-entered the living room. At this time, Jean May and Qin Xiaoyun still hadn't come back to their senses a bit. After all, in the morning, suddenly delivered a supercar. Put on who have to be confused? On the contrary, it was Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang. The two of them just smiled and didn't really care. One is that, in their position, there's no need. The other one is that, being older, supercars and all that are a big generational gap for them. Cloud, can I ask a question? Jean May sat on the sofa, grasping Qin Xiaoyun's small hand with a sincere face. What? Can we ask our cousin if he still lacks a sister? Audience, when you say sister, is it a good sister? Or is it? Qin Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow, seemingly smiling. Still need to be a sister? How nice to be a wife directly. Although she had said this before, Jean May hadn't cared. Yet now she was smiling bitterly. Before, she was still confident in her looks, but now she wasn't so confident. Because, from the beginning to the end, Qin Hao treated her as a very normal and ordinary friend relationship. It was even estimated that, to a large extent, it was still because it was brought by Qin Xiaoyun, or else they wouldn't even bother with her. It's really true that there's no woman in the heart, and drawing the sword is naturally divine. Soon, Chen Shangyang made the meal and the crowd began to eat. Because of this one's presence, both girls' meals increased dramatically and were simply out of control. Say, Professor Chen, didn't the Academy of Sciences side call you? Jean May asked curiously as she ate. No, how can it be that simple? Chen Guowei shook his head and slowly said, if it's really very high-tech, it's estimated that it will take a very long time to research some names. Even if it's to determine what Qin Hao said, it will take some time. Hey, so what should we do next? Jean May sighed helplessly. Although, there were quite a few things in that junk house that she hadn't had the chance to look at, but it was impossible to keep going into those things. Right? I actually have a great suggestion. Just then, expert Lu applied for a connection and said slowly, what's the suggestion? At those words, everyone's spirits were shaken. If it was before, I really wouldn't have been able to think of any way to get Qin Hao to go out. No matter if it was to find a job or to get to know a little girl, none of them would have been able to attract him. But now it's okay, Lu expert said with a confident face, because this car, Ferrari, we will give him a sense of mission and responsibility. It's a well-known fact that supercars, because of their power, make even veteran drivers, not to mention novices, wary. I don't think Xiaoyun is too old, so I guess even if he has a license, his driving age shouldn't be too long, right? You can just use this reason to get your cousin to go out and teach you how to drive. This is a very legitimate and reasonable reason that won't make Qin Hao raise his guard at all. Everyone couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Sure enough, There is a difference between an expert and a bricklayer. A connoisseur knows a connoisseur when he's done. Damn. I've been at home since the live broadcast. I've kind of seen enough. It's just right to go out for a ride. Speaking of which, what exactly is it that makes Chin Hao so resistant to finding a girlfriend? Inside the live room, viewers discussed. Although, the live stream is indeed a bit of fun, it's easy to watch the same environment too often and it can cause a backlash. What's more, I'm having a hard enough time as it is, and I'm watching you bullshitting every day. Is it not solid enough? Or does it just seem like I'm wasted? Okay, that's settled then. Kimmy nodded, but the moment she agreed, another cell phone rang. Picking it up, he found that it was actually Director Lee Haoran calling. Hello, Director? That's a very good decision on your part, and we've decided on a little program segment on our side. Upon hearing this, Jean May froze and subconsciously asked, what link? It just occurred to me, obviously, that the show, in the beginning, we were trying to get Chin Hao to stop gnawing on his old age, to stop being depressed, to go out and work, but the main theme now is to help Chin Hao get out of the house and find a job. Or, meet girls and find a girlfriend, Lee Haoran slowly said. Then, since we don't know what kind of girls he likes, why don't we just arrange for girls of various styles to meet him, or simply pretend to be Qin Xiaoyun's friend and set up a blind date on the spot? Hiss. Everyone was shocked. If you're going to play, you're the one who's going to play. What the hell kind of ideas are these? Arranging for a girl to meet and make friends with Chin Hao, just outrageous. Is it too late for me to sign up for this program? It's obvious that Chin Hao's set of serial combos has dried the director's team out and actually came up with such a bad idea. Inside the live room, many of the boys' eyes reddened as they watched. I do think this is a good way. Of course, after all, it's all just pretend. As long as we determine what type Chin Hao really likes, isn't it a good idea? Expert Liu, however, nodded approvingly. This is not good. Kimmy was a little dumbfounded. Nothing wrong with it, after all. It's just pretending. Acting. It's not like it's coming for real. And isn't there a lot of renting girlfriends to go home for New Year's Eve nowadays? Lee Haoran's rhetorical question left Jean May speechless. Indeed. Will this be labeled a disrespect for women? Kimmy voiced her concerns. Then the movie and TV show. They don't even have to be filmed. What could she say after all was said and done? Interesting. Pretending to be friends on a blind date? Because Jean May was on speakerphone, several people in the living room could hear her clearly. Chen Shangyang and Shan Guowei stroked their chins and thought. Then, the two subconsciously glanced at each other, and both could see the fire in the other's eyes, whether the technology is awesome or not or whatever. They don't know. However, Chen Shangyang knew that Chin Hao's cooking skills and talent satisfied him, and that was enough. Genius. It takes blood, of course. It's not the old days, when parents' orders and matchmakers' words were spoken. But nowadays it's all about free love. So he needed to ask, when you think of it, you do it, you don't hesitate. You just pick up the phone and dial. Granddaughter, what do you think of Chin Hao? My disciple? Opposite? Chen Guowei? Ha ha ha, don't care if it's not. Take advantage of your mouth first. Elder Chen has two tricks up his sleeve. You're all laughing, but I'm the only one crying. A sentence that directly gave the audience a dry laugh. And the opposite side is even more crying and laughing. Pretty good. Soon, a gentle voice came from across the room. Very melodious. The audience's eyes were red with envy as they listened. Good is good. Bad is bad. What's the meaning of quite good? I know you're looking, and Grandpa doesn't force you. After all, it's all about free love nowadays. But I really think my disciple is good, Chen Shangyang said in a very reasonable manner. Qin Xiaoyun sat on the sidelines, looking dumbfounded. To give her granddaughter an object of comfort, this operation was the first time she had seen it. Still, it was a scene she was happy to see. Meanwhile, Chen Guowei was making phone calls. Are you kidding? You, Chen Shangyang, have only one granddaughter. Me, too. It's half-assed in quality, but I'm bullish in quantity. What are you fighting me for? Chen Guowei knows very well that Chin Hao is too nerdy, and the opportunity is rare. Looking at Chen Shangyang who was on the phone, he directly shook his head and lost his smile. Little Chen, don't you realize that the moment you moved to that thought, you had already lost, and it's still a flop kind of thing? Unbelievable. Cousin Chin Hao, actually doing such a thing to his own sister? Just got rich and swelled up? Loser no doubt. More money is not enough for him to squander. The program group is operating tartly, actually arranging for women to have a blind date with Chin Hao? Is this an insult to women? No limits for the sake of traffic? Titles may be late, but they are never absent. You never know how deranged a headline will come up. Director Lee, is it really okay for us to do this? Why do I feel a little panicked? At this moment, the capital into the People's Life program group, an employee checking his cell phone, especially the news on the network, but also to see his myocardial infarction. I know you're panicking, but don't panic just yet. Dating, too, is part of the people's lives. Li Haoren smiled faintly and said indifferently, it's the age of the internet. Any movement will be amplified infinitely. Number 1. We're paid to hire, pretend, and just act. Secondly, it's not like we're pimps. We just want to determine what kind of girls Qin Hao likes. What's wrong with us? Thirdly, Qin Hao is a person who, how should I put it, has strengths but also many weaknesses. We should pull the audience's attention a bit. Although many people don't like to admit it, beautiful women and handsome men are more eye-catching, aren't they? At that, all the staff nodded approvingly. Alright, go get ready. It has to be resolved this morning. Even if Qin Hao really doesn't go this afternoon, we'll be able to use it sooner or later. Li Haoren finished his speech, looked at the staff who went to be busy, and took a light sip of tea. Very calm. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, his cell phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Hello? Into the People's Life Program team, Director Li Haoren Li. Right? Hello? I'm Chen Xiangyan's granddaughter, and I'd like to sign up for this one. Put. Li Haoren sprayed a mouthful of tea straight out. His eyes directly widened in disbelief, although, in the program, Chen Xiangyang had already said many times about his granddaughter's problems. He really didn't expect that it was actually playing for real. This is the granddaughter of the state banquet master. Hanging up. The phone rang again before he could get back to his senses, before he could speak. The other party's words directly made his scalp go numb. In the back of my mind, one word comes unbidden: high-quality women. Li Haoren. Director Li. Hello. The voice on the other side was that of an old man. Very calm. Hello, and you are? Truthfully, Li Haoren dared to swear with his character that if it was before, he wouldn't take care of people in general. Are you kidding me? At least you're from Sheep TV. Okay, and a director of a program, that status, that pattern. It's still huge, but now, he admitted, he was panicking. The fact that people could call out his name in one breath, knew his position, and were clearly so calm. That meant one thing: status far beyond him. It's like this. I really like this young man Qin Hao. On your side, aren't you holding a, similar to a blind date? It's a fake, old man. It's just an act. Li Haoren had to remind a sentence, while his heart was incomparably shocked. Good guy. Qin Hao is becoming a meat and potatoes. It's really outrageous. False. It's not that it can't be true. After all, it's the first contact anyone has to make to know the outcome. I'll be there in a minute to get my granddaughter to sign up. Of course, she's volunteering. Old man, may I ask who you are? Oh, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dynasty Rio. After that, what the old man said, Li Haoren no longer remembered. He shivered and put the phone down. His eyes, his brain blank. Dynasty Liang, president of the Academy of Sciences. Its field of research is very broad, and the results of its research, moreover, have made great contributions to the country's military power. In a word, bull, the heavenly kind. Nope. Li Haoren returned to his senses and suddenly his face changed. Since the dean has asked his granddaughter to personally come out, that can only mean one thing. They've researched a little bit on the three-body model flying machine they brought back from Qin Hao, and just a little bit of it is enough to make them so. Never underestimate those in positions of power. In the modern era, with a will be a success of 10,000 bones withered may be a bit of an exaggeration, but the Yuyumi guile and so on, absolutely no less, to be able to come out of these spells, both in mind and in hand, can be imagined. It's like our reputation on the internet has suddenly gotten weird. Qin Xiaoyun had finished eating and was flipping through his cell phone. No, actually, to be precise, it's always been like this since the live broadcast of Qin Hao. Jean Mei shrugged her shoulders and slowly said, polarization. I guess. Some people like Qin Hao and think he's a genius, but there are also people who think that Qin Hao has all sorts of faults. Lazy, laying flat, loser, extravagant, and sleeping until he naturally wakes up in the afternoon. You can't make everyone hate you or like you. It's normal. Chen Guowei and Chen Xiangyan, on the side of the two, have long been through the eunuchs, so they look at these very open-minded. Come on, let's go see that junk house of his again, what other treasures he has, and get to know him better. It's only 10 o'clock. It's still early. Chen Guowei stood up. The garbage house, also a playful name given by netizens. He'd probably already checked the parts, and aside from the chips and parts, and the various wiring, there wasn't much else that surprised him. The only surprises were the energy crystals and the Triton model flyer. What do you guys say? Does Qin Hao have a hobby of writing diaries? No way, big brother. Serious people who write diary, if it is an elementary school student, is quite normal. Indeed, if this turns up a diary, a proper showstopper. No doubt about it. The audience was also discussing. They kind of realized that this guy Qin Hao was simply a real treasure boy, a treasure in the truest sense of the word, because you never know how much he's really hiding. That's some math formula. This seems to be some data codes, And Chin Hao even made some markings and labels among these codes on purpose. And I don't know what they are for. This is? A few people looked through the pile of books and realized that many of them were things they couldn't quite read. Only Chen Guowei was able to read some of it, while the others looked confused. But just then, Kimmy pulled out a red book wedged in a book. Everyone froze at the sight of the red book. Looks familiar. It's not going to be another certificate of honor. Chen Xiangyan's face was odd, remembering that certificate of honor from last night. One very Chiba certificate of honor. Who would have thought that a gold medal murder house test sleeper would have a certificate? This thing was a symbol of honor in those old days. But nowadays, Sampo, Samdo, just a couple bucks for a random one. You can have as many as you want. Even in Chiba's certificate can be made out. However, the importance of the seal comes through. It was no wonder why Chin Hao didn't value these certificates and threw them here randomly. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think this is a certificate for? Kimmy asked with a smile on her face as she looked to the camera. This Chin Hao person genius is a genius, but he's just not very decent. I guess it's some kind of Chiba certificate again. It wouldn't have been decent anyway. Ha ha ha. Looks like we all know Chin Hao better. Live in the room. The audience for a moment cannot really say what Chiba occupation, but certainly immodest on the right. Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun looked at each other and smiled bitterly. It seemed that Chin Hao's immodesty was already widely known. Jin Mei also did not not to mention the appetites, directly opened the certificate of honor. Pop. However, at the first sight, the smile on her face directly disappeared, and there was even so much as a hint of pallor, and she subconsciously closed the certificate directly. Everyone had a question mark on their face. What's wrong? Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei looked a bit out of place and hurriedly asked, won't it be a certificate for some crime? Not so much, but by the look on Jin Mei's face, you can be sure it's nothing serious. Could it be? What's the unmentionable? That change in Jin Mei's expression and face was too obvious. Of course, some people thought of Chin Hao's talent. Could it be about state secrets? Or business secrets? Sister Kim, what are you? Qin Xiaoyun looked at Jin Mei in surprise. In the end, what did she see? Actually, this kind of expression of seeing a ghost. Jin Mei's expression shifted. She did see information that shocked her, but it wasn't that the information was all that impressive. Instead, however, she quickly thought of yesterday's incident with the sleep taster. At the time they all thought it was one of those things, but it turned out it wasn't. Phew, Suppose, it could be called the best procreator. What is that a thing? Or rather, what is an ingredient? Jin Mei took a deep breath and said slowly. At these words, the room fell silent. Best fertility worker, sure enough. Watching other live broadcasts is just a pleasure to watch. And if you want to see more, you still have to watch Chin Hao. There's not a roster on it. Is there? Is this something we can watch without paying for it? Best fertility worker? Gee, I'll see what you have to explain this time. This stuff is illegal. Right? Stallions, right? Ask for a referral. Where can I get this job? Inside the live room. After a few moments of silence, a lot of men got excited. They're not sleepy to say this. Think about how many rich women with dead husbands want a child these days, in their imagination. The best fertility worker might be this kind of career, only that there was actually a certificate of honor. Something they hadn't expected, of course. It could have been made for a couple bucks at some place or at Spelling Eve. It's not even close. To say that before, the trial sleeper was a misunderstanding. They didn't believe it was a misunderstanding. This, compared to the lively atmosphere of the live broadcast room, the atmosphere of the scene was a bit awkward and gloomy. Is it possible that this best birthing agent is giving birth to some other creature? Chen Guowei pondered slightly for a moment and said slowly. It was mainly because after experiencing the misunderstanding last time, they were much more cautious, even though the first thing that came to their mind was something immodest. Viewers, do you know anything that would have a fertility indicator? Or, for that matter, the title of best fertility worker for an employee? Kimmy said, crying and laughing, then picked up that certificate of honor, turned it over, and examined it closely. Thank you, Mr. Chin Hao, for your great contribution. With your suggestions and improvements, the fertility rate has increased greatly. This is no less than a regenerative parent for us. Hereby, to issue this certificate. It does have a stamp on it, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it's dampness or maybe it's just a little fuzzy itself. Underline that. No less than a regenerative parent. Suggestions and improvements? Is there even such a thing in this thing? Offbeat's mom opened the door for Offbeat. Offbeat is home. The audience looked at those lines, especially the male audience, and envied them to no end. Where can you find such a good thing? I can't believe I was thanked. Isn't there anything the live audience knows about? Any other professions that are related to fertility? Jin Mei looked at the lively live broadcast room, and there were even some people who were leading the rhythm, and immediately felt a bit of a headache. That was why she had blushed so much before. Because this thing, if she got it wrong, it could be a live streaming accident. but everyone saw it and she couldn't take it out if she didn't want to. Originally, I thought that it would be a similar career as a test sleeper, but now it seems as if that's not the case. Could it be that Jin Hao really joined some illegal organization and Jin may no longer dare to think about it? This is going to be bad. If it was just a webcast it would be fine. Big deal. Just shut it down. However, this is a GOAT TV show. Otherwise, I'll go get my brother? Qin Xiaoyun was also a bit flustered, and to be honest, she didn't know whether to be happy or cry right now. Say happy. Cousin Qin Hao might, probably, be a sea king. Then you don't have to worry about finding a date. But by heart, who wants their brother to be a sea king? Hearing this, the crowd didn't squeak, because it's a bit complicated right now, and one bad explanation could be the end of all things. There's nothing wrong with Neptune. It's a moral and character issue at best. But if it's the father of multiple children, it means something different. It's illegal, Qin Xiaoyun lamented, then left with a quick step. The scene, on the other hand, was plunged into an eerie silence, and even Jin Mei and Chen Guowei, Shen Shangyang and a few others were a bit regretful. If I'd known that was the case, I wouldn't have messed with the reading. However, Chen Guowei is even more to think about a question again. If Qin Hao is really such a person, then their Academy of Sciences will still income. That's a problem. The internet, in a short time, has even seen some phrases that attract requests. Into the People's Lives program flopped? Qin Hao's nature exposed. Is it the distortion of human nature or the degeneration of morality? Qin Hao is actually the father of many children, unmarried and many children. Heavy money for children? Is it illegal to operate like this? Such a title, naturally, also attracted the attention of many people, and even more directly into the live broadcast. And at this moment, the number of people in the live broadcast room had grown, officially surpassing over 1.5 million. These kinds of numbers, they are terrifying. But sadly, none of the show's staff are happy about it. If this matter is not explained clearly, there is only one result waiting for them. The program is off the air and rectified. It's too big a thing for a lawbreaker to be the main character of the show. Even if Qin Hao was a genius, even if he didn't go in, he probably wouldn't show his face outside. I say, what are you doing out of bed in the middle of the morning? Right at this moment, Qin Hao's impatient voice came slowly. Everyone turned their heads to him in unison, but this glance caused them to flinch, only to see that Qin Hao was wearing an animal pajama, which was actually so cute, only his face was full of helplessness and impatience. Crowd, you call 11 o'clock early in the morning? To be so arrogant at the end of one's life? Oh, do you really think that just because you're a genius, you can do whatever you want? Maybe it's a misunderstanding too? It's better for everyone not to jump to conclusions so early. Just as the audience was discussing it, Jin Mei took a deep breath, forced a smile, and shook the certificate of honor in her hand. Cousin, we found this by accident and are a little curious. What kind of certificate is it? Hearing this, Qin Hao looked at it and was surprised. Isn't it all written there? Don't know the words? Crowd, is that the point? It's written, but it's not very clearly written. Which area of honor is it? Qin Hao's face looked a bit odd for a long time before he slowly said, you guys called me up. It can't be just for this, right? Are you guys, wait? He took the certificate and realized that the seal inside was blurred, as if he had understood something, and he suddenly wore an expression of dawning realization. You guys don't think that I do that kind of stuff, do you? That's illegal. Upon hearing this, Chen Guowei, Chen Shangyang, Jin Mei and a few others immediately breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. It seemed that it was really a misunderstanding on their part. Mostly, the ambiguity of what is written in these certificates makes it really hard not to misunderstand. However, there were still a lot of viewers in the broadcast room who didn't believe it, thinking that Qin Hao was being sophomoric. So, cousin, can you tell us what kind of certificate this is? Kimmy asked curiously. She was too curious to know what kind of creature would get a certificate of honor for simply improving and suggesting something. Is this a fake or a real certificate? Show your tail. Gee, you explain. Let's see. Seriously, I'm having a hard time thinking of what, exactly, is actually going to boost fertility rates? Do you guys think there's any chance it's some kind of animal? Inside the live feed, someone suddenly brought up the topic, animals. When the crowd saw this pop up, they were stunned, and when they thought about it, if it was some endangered and extinct animals, then it was indeed possible, as expected. Right at the next moment, Qin Hao slowly spat out 2 words, animals. I didn't realize that cousin had a study of animals. Jin Mei laughed at that. As long as it wasn't a human, then nothing else was a problem. And there was even a great contribution to be made. A bad thing turned right into a good thing. But, cousin, what animal did you boost the fertility rate of to get the certificate? Did this certificate come from some zoo? Or some animal society? It was clear to Kimmy that it wasn't enough right now. At least it can't be hammered solidly enough to shut the internet up for good. Panda, Qin Hao slowly said. Didn't I always say before that pandas have a low fertility rate and are capable of terminating pregnancies and terminating the birth of small babies? So I made a little comment underneath the zoo in Liuqing City. The opinion, in itself, doesn't do any harm or psychological damage to the panda. The cost is very low. And then the zoo side tested it. I didn't realize that. Under testing, it actually worked very well. Which is why they gave me a certificate of honor. Kimmy, good guy. I'm damn straight good guy. Boosting fertility for pandas. No wonder I got a certificate. No, that's what you guys believe? Who can be sure it's true? Actually, I'm more interested in knowing what the opinion Qin Hao mentioned was. In the live broadcast room, some people still didn't believe it, but some people had already believed it and were curious. What was Qin Hao's opinion? Cousin, can you tell us what your opinion is? How can we have almost no cost and still boost the panda fertility rate? Kimmy had been completely relieved, because if this was a lie, it would break at the first poke. All it takes is a phone call to the Liuqing City Zoo side. Ahem. That's not necessary. Qin Hao coughed dryly with a somewhat awkward expression. However, eyeing the curious eyes of several people, he could only say stiffly, my suggestion is to show the pandas more of the animal world, especially in the spring, which may have the most obvious enhancement effect. Crowd, staggering, dumbfounded, everyone didn't expect that Qin Hao's suggestion was actually this. Oh fuck. Showing Animal World to pandas, or see Animal World in the spring, you're the only one who could come up with such an outrageous maneuver. Right? Even. In some people's minds, a phrase came to mind. Involuntarily. It was a very gentleman's voice. It's springtime. Everything is revitalized. And it's animal mating season again. Ha ha ha. I was a bit unconvinced before, but I'm convinced now. Showing the pandas the animal world. It's still you. Is this a small movie for animals? Inside the live broadcast room, all the viewers were in tears and laughter. Giant pandas are the national treasure of China, and their own fertility is too low. So to be able to raise the fertility rate of giant pandas, this certificate of honor is definitely well deserved. It's the title that's just a bit misleading. Now let's strive to contact the Liuqing City Zoo site to see how much the birth rate of giant pandas has increased after they got the advice from cousin Qin Hao. Kimmy looked to the live feed and smiled. At the same time, it could be utterly convincing to the audience. Brother, you're such a loser. Even if you're rich, you can't spend money like this. A $5 million sports car. Just say bye? Misunderstandings were cleared up, and as she watched Jean May go to contact the program team, Qin Xiaoyun whispered, like it? Qin Hao smiled faintly. Qin Xiaoyun wanted to say, I can't have it. After all, it's just too expensive, but on second thought, they still had to snub Qin Hao to go out in the afternoon, so it definitely wouldn't do to say so. I like it, but I don't know how to drive it. I haven't even driven many regular sedans, let alone supercars. Qin Xiaoyun's eyes rolled back in her head and she said with a smile, brother, you're not doing anything at home anyway. Why don't you coach me this afternoon? At those words, Qin Hao froze, then nodded. Okay, this time it was Qin Xiaoyun's turn to be staggered. She had even thought of all sorts of things to say and all sorts of pampering big-ass ways. As a result, I never thought that it would be so painful to agree. The pain made her feel a little less real. Brother, you just said yes? Qin Xiaoyun was incredulous. Was this still his own brother who was lazy and could lie down and definitely not sit down? It's not possessed by something strange, is it? Though we are not one mother, we are better than one. If you have something, how can I not help? Qin Hao mildly and slightly stroked Qin Xiaoyun's head. At this moment, to Qin Xiaoyun, it seemed as if his brother was emitting light from his body. Hey, in that case, I'll forgive you for bullying me as a child. Qin Xiaoyun remembered the words of Qin Ma earlier and decided in her heart to let her cousin off the hook. Well, viewers, our program has earned permission from the zoo side, and now we're connecting the dots. Just then, Jean May walked over with a smile. Subsequently, send a video connection, soon. A slightly balding middle-aged man appeared in everyone's line of sight. Hello everyone, my name is Wang Fugui. I am the director of the Liuqing City Zoo. Oofed. Ha ha ha, holy shit. Wang Fugui, such a grounded name? Excuse me, is Wang Quan on your side? I am. Do not forget. The audience couldn't help but laugh outright at the name. It seems that Garden Master Wang's name is quite popular. Jean May joked as she looked at the pop-ups in the livestream. Wang Fugui smiled bitterly. He was already used to it. His name is similar to the legendary Wang Taizhu and Li Dogdan. May I ask Director Wang, what did you think when Qin Hao gave you some constructive advice? Kimmy got right to the point. To be honest, at first we thought it was pretty bullshit. Wang Fugui thought about it and was a bit embarrassed. After all, the races are different, so how could it be solved by watching a bit of the animal world? However, we are also taking a trial and error attitude. As Mr. Qin Hao said, it doesn't cost anything, just have a random screen. So we tested it, but to our great surprise, it worked surprisingly well. Emma, is it really okay to talk about this in a serious way? I've got images in my head of a couple black and white pandas watching Animal Crossing. Ha ha ha, I can't help it. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience watched Wang Fugue and Jean Mei, several people chatting about this in a serious manner, feeling comical. How good was the surprisingly good effect? Well, you guys probably don't know much about animals like pandas, or rather, just a surface. Wang Fugue pondered for a moment, slowly said, giant pandas are very lazy creatures, can lie down absolutely not sitting, can sit absolutely not standing, can walk absolutely not running, as much as possible to reduce the movement. There's a limit to how much exercise he can get each day, unless he's suddenly interested in something. As for in males and females, there are even fewer of them, and many times they even need to use artificial intervention to succeed. The crowd nodded thoughtfully. They had also seen many videos about pandas, and had even seen them in reality at the zoo. On second thought, it turns out that there are really few, if any, times when two pandas make out together. But ever since Mr. Shinhao gave us that advice, once it's time to need it, we'll play Animal World, especially some of the images of animals when they're making out. This will largely guide the behavior of the pandas. Jean Mei nodded and asked curiously, then, Director Wang, can you tell us roughly how much the elevated fertility rate was raised? It can be, and it's no secret, even many of our zoos have communicated internally that it's about a 30% boost, and the main reason is that they know to be proactive. Speaking of this, Wang Fugue was all smiles. For someone who loves pandas and sees them as his children, this is no less than a regenerative parent. That high? The crowd was shocked. It was 30%, yes, so Mr. Shinhao's credit is very great, and we have gifted Mr. Shinhao a VIP card. As long as you hold this VIP card, then any zoo in the country, you can pass through unhindered, without any fees. Audience, this benefit is both big and small. Definitely the supreme card for people who love animals, amusement parks and such, but for this guy Shinhao, it was probably not as affordable as $100,000. Something is better than nothing, and at the very least it's much better than a banner or a certificate. Ha ha ha, indeed. No problem. So it seems that we were all mistaken before? Shinhao looked at Jean Mei and the others with an odd face, watching Wang Fugue thanking him again before hanging up the video link. So what did you guys think you were doing at first? Crowd. After all, we are not pure, after all. We are not being simple, okay? I admit I was wrong about being nasty. I'm nasty, and I won't misunderstand whatever I come across in the future. Inside the live room, many people felt a bit embarrassed. It was obvious that he had misunderstood once before, and as a result, he had misunderstood again this time, which was really uncalled for. But leaving aside the facts, the main thing is that those two certificates of Shinhao want not to let people misunderstand. Ahem. Nothing. By the way, that supercar of yours, Qin Xiaoyun doesn't have the experience of driving a supercar. Aren't you going to go out of your way to teach it? Jean Mei coughed dryly and changed the subject very stiffly. There's no way she could have said, we thought you were a being who sprinkled seeds everywhere. Doesn't that mean that there is something wrong with her mind and everyone else's? There's absolutely no way to admit it. Hey, cousin has promised me. Qin Xiaoyun grinned. Upon hearing this, the crowd was surprised, and after just a few days of contact, they knew more or less about Shinhao, especially character and habits, good-natured, doesn't think much of anything, more inclusive, would mind if it was someone else going through something in their house, even if it was their sister taking the lead, even if it was something they didn't care about. Right, but then Shinhao didn't care at all. However, the habits of those who get it, even Chen Shangyang and Shen Guowei both looked at Shinhao with surprise. Suddenly, Shinhao took out his cell phone and dialed directly. Hello, driving school instructor, right? Give me a top instructor, Shinhao said lightly with a smile on his face. Audience, you're told to teach in person, and then you turn around and call the driving school. You're pretty good at being lazy for your own sake. Boss, on our side, we all learn inside the driving school. There's no door-to-door teaching. A man's helpless voice came over the phone. 10,000. Shinhao continued to be flat. Boss, 10,000 a month won't do. That's the rule. We're all professionals, even if a big leader comes. One day, at those words, the man on the other side of the room visibly paused, and his voice snapped up. 10,000 a day? Right, just tell us where you are, boss, and we'll be right at your door. Shinhao was a bit surprised. So your rules? Boss is joking. Rules are meant to be broken. Done. Shinhao hung up the phone, and when he turned his head, he saw everyone looking at him with a shocked and complicated expression. Qin Xiaoyun even opened her mouth so wide that she was even able to see the little tongue inside. Brother, didn't you say that you would accompany me yourself? Halfway through the day, She had a sultry look on her face. When did I say that? Recall carefully. Did I say I'd be there to teach you myself? Xinhao spread his hands and said helplessly. It's very tiring and troublesome. Okay? And I'm not a professional either. The crowd recalled briefly, and it seemed that he had never really said that he would personally teach. I don't care. I'll keep pestering you if you don't go. Qin Shaoyun directly pounced on Xinhao, as if he was a wombat, and began to play tricks. This time the opportunity was rare. It was just the right time to find out what type of girls cousin really liked. Or even, if it developed well, maybe get a girlfriend on the spot, then. One is liberated. Where can I find such a good thing? Xinhao shook his head somewhat helplessly and raised his head to look at the sky. It was already noon at the moment. Otherwise, we'll go back tomorrow? It's noon now. It's quite hot. Crowd. Jin Mei and Qin Shaoyun looked at him with speechless faces. They guarantee that if they agree, it will be the same tomorrow, you know. Xinhao is getting up every day at noon or in the afternoon. Where's the morning for this guy? No. Well. The two women looked at each other and hemmed and hawed. This time it's a variety of types of beautiful women. Powder. I do not believe that you do not have a little idea. There's always one. For you, National Academy of Sciences, it's a very high-end college, to say a not so nice, where the doctor is full of walking. Experts are not as good as a dog. A brick thrown out. At least 3 out of 10 is the level of professors, and even 1 is not likely to be an academician level. There is no doubt that the National Academy of Sciences is a top-tier institution with a variety of top-tier research programs. It also boasts people who vomit. How's it going? Inside a huge scientific research laboratory, all sorts of precision instruments flickered with light, and an old man with somewhat gray hair and wearing a protective suit asked in a deep voice. This person was none other than the president of the Academy of Sciences, Dynasty Liang. Dean, the energy crystals. After our experiments and tests, we found that they do contain great energy. But at the same time, the top possesses a sealing method that is difficult for us to understand, a researcher said with a complicated expression. It's as if it's an alien technology. I'm sure that the entire China, no, the entire blue planet, won't possess this kind of technology, because it's too stable. It's the same as taking a nuclear weapon, stuffing it inside a container the size of a fingernail, and the energy will be output steadily. His expression carried deep incredulity, even though this had been the result of many sleepless nights and many consecutive studies and experiments by many of them. They still couldn't believe it. For them, it has kind of shattered their worldview, something that belongs in another dimension. How many years ahead of Blue Star? At least, the dean, naturally aware of this, asked in a hushed voice. At least 500 years. One professor extended a slap, followed by a whisper with a hint of disbelief. Or it could be 1,000 years. Ahem. Or more. It's hard to imagine that the lad produced this. At those words, the crowd let out a bitter laugh. It feels like they've lived all these years, kind of for nothing. People, on their own, have come up with this stuff, and they have tons of resources and money at their disposal, and as a result, they're still playing with nuclear weapons. Look at the others. Silent speaker, a palm-sized object is a nuclear weapon. Good lord. If this was taken overseas, who would have thought it was a mobile nuclear explosion? That is, the crystal itself is a container and an output of energy, and the energy is inside, right? When he heard 500 years, or even 1,000 years, Dynasty Liang felt a bit solid, but still asked. Yes, very stable. We also conducted hardness tests, from the slightest test at the beginning to various extreme tests at the end. All of them were able to pass perfectly, and there wasn't even a single scratch on the surface of the crystal. This is definitely the hardest thing in the whole of Blue Star. In fact, when they tested out that within the energy crystals, they did indeed contain a huge amount of energy, their scalps were numb, if I remember correctly. This thing was casually thrown in the garbage house by Xinhao, so it's not fucking afraid of exploding, even in a stable thing. There's a possibility of explosion, but after a hardness test it was realized that that was overthinking them. Not to mention that the internal energy was stable, even if it wasn't. With the hardness of that crystal, they suspected that even if it exploded, it would be hard enough to blow apart. How's the flying machine research coming along? Dynasty nodded brightly and inquired again. That. At those words, everyone was embarrassed, and some even had red faces. What? Dynasty Liang froze slightly, somewhat surprised. Hey, we can't even open it. That old professor spread his hands and gave a bitter smile. What? What does that mean? Dynasty Liang was confused. According to his thought, the energy crystals were 500 or 1,000 years ahead or something. So the technology of the flying machine should be awesome as well, even if there are no research results. It's still okay to know a little bit about it, right? And you're telling me it won't open? That craft is one piece, and we've used a lot of means. but we just can't find even one screw or interface gap. It is as if it were one. Set out cannot believe. The Academy of Sciences. Ah, the top of the scientific and technological research. The results cannot even find the fucking aircraft interface gap, you can't find the seams. So you can't take it apart, opening it violently, that's definitely not an option. It's not theirs, after all. And, who knows what technology is contained within? Who would dare to open it violently? Alright then, I'll report it. You guys continue your research and try to open the craft. At the same time, you can't relax on the energy crystals. Try to see if we can make them. Even if it's just an imitation. You guys do realize how important this is, right? At those words, the crowd nodded in unison with serious faces. Energy, something that many countries are fighting for. No doubt, just look at oil. Some individual countries have become quite wealthy on oil alone. That's the lure of energy. As far as being in combat supplies, that's even more important. For example, the fuel a fighter jet takes on board might be consumed in 3 hours if flown quickly, but what if it's replaced with this energy crystal? Everyone's eyes became blazing at the thought. Of course, Shin Hao didn't know about these, and even if he did, he wouldn't put it on his mind. At this moment, his face was expressionless, as if he was about to go to the execution ground. Brother, this suit looks good. Why don't you wear this one? The lounge suit is nice too. Why don't we go hip-hop? Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei, as if they were diligent little bees, circled around Shin Hao. Of course, every time, Shin Hao would change a set of clothes on his body. Shit, I'm sour. I have to say, Shin Hao is really handsome, no matter what he wears. He's so handsome. I don't know if it's handsome or not, but I do know that cousin probably wants to die right now. Ha ha, what a nonsense. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience watched Shin Hao in yet another set of clothes, especially some female viewers. Their eyes were glowing. I said, Shin Hao said with a helpless face, we're not going on a blind date. What's the need for this? Just any set will do. How come you're not going on a blind date? Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei looked at each other and hemmed and hawed. Only they didn't say anything. Of course, the side of the driving school also gave a call for Shin Hao, the tycoon's refund. The driving school side expressed immense regret. It's better to be young. On the side, Chen Xianyang and Chen Guowei both looked on with smiles, feeling much younger. Then they looked at each other and grunted coldly. From this moment on, they are competitors. Little Qin Ah, have you ever considered systematically learning the art of cooking? Although your current cooking skills are very good, there is still a considerable gap compared to the top masters. It's a shame if you have such a talent and it's wasted. After inking for more than half an hour, Shin Hao finally chose a set of casual clothes and went out. During the boarding of the car, Chen Xianyang did not move and asked with a smile, the only reason I learned to cook was simply because I didn't want to starve to death. Upon hearing this, Shin Hao said with some embarrassment, audience, don't let him talk. Cover his mouth. Nuts. Just by not wanting to starve to death. We've already learned the master level. Is there any way for us to live? It's like he's pretending. But it's like he's telling the truth. The audience is numb from listening. Why did it become so pretentious when it came out of this guy's mouth when it was obviously a normal thing to do? Little Qin, that's where you're thinking wrong. Chen Xianyang smiled and slowly said, have you ever thought that the same ingredients, but when you eat them, you enjoy a different flavor? For example, a simple egg scrambled with chili peppers may be merely edible and not bad in the range of ordinary people, but with the same ingredients, top chefs can make it delicious. Don't you think that's a wonderful thing? And even, to a certain extent, frugal. Shin Hao nodded thoughtfully. Okay, hurry up. Don't say anything, everyone's waiting. Chen Guowei, who was on the side, couldn't stand to watch, and directly came up to diverge from the topic. Are you kidding? If you keep on talking, what if Shin Hao's heart is moved? Elder Chen, I'll consider it carefully. Shin Hao glanced at Chen Xianyang, nodded, and randomly got into the driver's seat of the Ferrari. This car is actually very simple, just more horsepower than a normal sedan. So, at the beginning of the contact, just slowly step on the gas pedal, or slightly tap the gas pedal. Gradually control the strength. Shin Hao got on the car and started teaching directly without saying anything. Cousin, why don't we go out for a walk and I'll be able to study better? Qin Xiaoyun listened attentively, at least on the surface. After all, a theory is a theory after all. Not as good as the real world, right? Also, Shin Hao nodded, then started the sedan. Buzz, the powerful engine roared to life, and with a kick of the gas, headed straight for the distance. At the same time, Jin Mei's few people also got into another car and followed closely behind. Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been informed that arrangements have been made on the part of the program, and as long as we bring Shin Hao to the mission site, then it will officially begin. We'll also be able to know what kind of girls Shin Hao really likes. so we can prescribe the right medicine in the future. Kimmy looked at the screen and was very excited about it. This was the first time Chinhao had gone out in these several days. It was so hard to get this guy to go out. So they had to take advantage of the opportunity. Hey, it's fake, but I'm still envious. I also wonder what type of beauties will all be there. I like imperial ladies. Ha ha ha. Not me. I like to be more mature. Cute is nothing in the face of sexy. There was a lot of discussion among the audience in the live room. More than 20 minutes later, Chinhao drove his Ferrari and slowly arrived in the city. There were fewer vehicles and pedestrians before, and newbies like you should avoid coming downtown if at all possible. Chinhao held the steering wheel with both hands and said with a straight face, "Of course, in the downtown area, it's easier to practice, but it's also more dangerous. There are pros and cons. Brother, why don't we go down and get some good food?" Qin Xiaoyun's eyes glazed over as she looked out the car window at some food stores. Of course, she was faking it. Anyway, if you're out, it's a big loss if you don't go and eat something. Right. Upon hearing this, Chinhao flinched. He originally didn't want to go. He just wanted to hurry up and finish and go home. But that, indeed, makes sense. We're here anyway, right? And, if you eat it all over here, then dinner is saved. Perfect. That works too. The two hit it off, got out of the car, and headed toward a KFC storefront. Just after parking the car and seeing Chinhao and Qin Xiaoyun enter KFC, Jean May almost jumped up in excitement. Good man. A blind date to KFC. There you go. I was expecting to go to some coffee shop or something, and sure enough, that's a very Chinhao choice. I figured that the program team might have thought about it too, and going to a coffee shop is probably something Chinhao wouldn't go for. Inside the live room, the audience watched in disbelief. Although Chinhao doesn't know what's next, the program team knows. Would it be okay to arrange for it to be at KFC, thinking about the fact that in a while, the girls who pretended to have eyes for Chinhao were going to perform a blind date here? The audience was incredibly excited and embarrassed. Well, let's go inside and we should have girls hitting on us soon. Jean May, Chen Guowei, and Chen Xiangyang also walked in. They weren't really interested in the food, but mainly the drama that was going to take place in a while. It was fascinating. By the time the three of them sat down, Chinhao and Qin Xiaoyun had already ordered something and were waiting to be served. Brother, how does it feel to be out? Doesn't it feel like the world is so beautiful? Look at that young lady, still wearing her little short skirt. Hey Silk. Qin Xiaoyun looked at Chinhao and asked with a smile. Human beings are not connected in their sorrows and joys. I just feel they are noisy. Chinhao shook his head, followed by a pair of empty eyes looking out of the window, as if he was in a state of delirium. Crowd. Off the charts. I don't know why, but I actually see a sense of old age in him. Isn't it one of those things where there's a fall breeze? Yellowed leaves falling to the ground, and there's an old man lying in a recliner with a little blanket on top of him? Fogweed. Dude, you're a god. And you really feel that way. Yes. Everyone who looked at Chinhao at this moment had that vestigial feeling of looking at an elderly person. Still, it's a very peaceful kind of thing. They are a bit puzzled. In the end, what has been through young age, already life looked down on the point. It's not at all. Swiping through videos on Shakeology about how Earth is not worth it and how you've completed your earthly mission and are never coming back, only to turn around and see another video and hem and haw and giggle, while the audience was discussing. In a corner of KFC, a girl with big wavy long hair and a hot body. Her eyes quickly scanned the surrounding area and quickly locked onto Chinhao, white teeth slightly biting her red lips. She got up, her bright red nails slightly resting on her bag, and slowly came with elegant steps, high heels, stomping on the ground with a series of nice, pleasant sounds, as if, it's a wonderful music. Wang Jiala, 20 years old, the flower of the art school. Note that it's an art school, not a technical school. Not the one with 800 beds of stainless steel and 800 schoolgirls with strong skills. Art schools, usually media universities, movies, stars and the like, often come out of art schools. In this kind of school, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that beautiful women were all over the place and handsome men were inferior to dogs. And to be able to be named the school flower in this kind of place, it could be imagined that no matter whether it was her figure or her face value, she had reached a certain height. Wang Jiala is such a girl. She, too, was one of the many girls invited to the program. Ever since she knew what she was going to do, she had launched a research on Chinhao. This is not to say that she has a crush on Chinhao and how it is or anything like that. That is an 8 o'clock dog blood drama. She's just doing it out of her professionalism. That's all. It's a genius, but also a lazy one. Seemingly penniless, perhaps showing a little something at random for a great deal of money. Meanwhile, he currently has a little over $100 million in liquidity. This was Wang Jiala's brief analysis of Chinhao. Geniuses and whatnot aside for now, she had seen a lot of rich people. And in a place like an art school, you could see rich people at the entrance every day. For such a man, it is more reassuring to talk about material things than about vain things. Wang Jiala's mouth was tinged with a thrilling smile, because of what, for a rich person? If you ask him for 10,000 or $1 million, at the very least there is an actual number that he will feel comfortable approaching or moving on from if he wants to engage with you, but if you come up with nothing, it's something like I've got my eye on you, love at first sight, or something like that. Instead, it puts rich people on the defensive, because he can't figure out what you really want. Does Qin Hao count as rich? No doubt about it. Count on it, $70 million of liquidity is not something that even many billionaires with families worth more than $1 billion, or even billions of dollars, may be able to come up with. This is the difference between working capital and fixed assets. Let's say, for example, that sesame vine has money, right, but you have to when he comes up with hundreds of billions, or even tens of billions, in one breath, he's hard enough to come up with it. Ta-da! The sound of crisp high heels attracted a lot of attention. The moment they saw Wang Jiala, a lot of men lit up in front of their eyes, and even some of the girls had a look of envy and jealousy on their faces. Holy shit! Beautiful. Do beautiful women eat KFC too? You ask that like a fairy doesn't go to the bathroom. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience was even more excited. But soon their expressions became odd, because the direction of this goddess was actually Qin Hao here, the show's cast. In an instant, the word came to their minds, good man. It's a bloodbath, so high quality? Hello? Wang Jiala had already walked up to Qin Hao, smiling slightly, her voice gentle with a hint of flirtation. When the voice came out, many people in the live broadcast room directly heard their bodies tingle. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's gazes looked at Qin Hao in unison. Something wrong? Qin Hao returned to his senses and turned his head to look somewhat surprised. It's like this. I watched some of Xiaoyun's videos and found out about you, so I wanted to get to know you. I think you're perfect for me. This nonsense is almost open-ended. Qin Hao immediately narrowed his eyes at Qin Xiaoyun, knowing that this girl often got live broadcasts in her house, recording videos and whatnot. But, you guys worked this out, didn't you? How else would she know I was here? In fact, Qin Xiaoyun was a bit confused. She had no idea at all, but soon she reacted to the fact that she was needed to cover for her. Also, she's the perfect person to cover for. He. Cousin, I let you see it. I can't help it. It's a task given to me by Auntie. I'm desperate too. Qin Xiaoyun spread his hands and pushed it directly onto Qinma. Auntie has already said that if we don't solve your problem, then the problem may shift to me. Qin Hao. Audience. Po ha 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 ha. Once again I'm reminded of Qin's mom's line. You don't want to be rushed into marriage either. Even though Xiaoyun's age isn't too old, you have to rush the marriage before it's too late. Inside the live room, many viewers couldn't help but laugh. Phew. Okay. Qin Hao let out a long breath. He naturally couldn't just turn his head and leave. It wouldn't be good for everyone. And he couldn't get past his mother's lordship's hurdle. Helplessly, he looked at Wang Jiala. Since you're Xiaoyun's friend, then have a seat. Are we going into blind date mode or friend mode? Hearing this, the crowd froze. Is there a mode choice for this? Is it okay to press F? What's the difference? Wang Jiala also became interested and asked curiously. Matchmaking mode. Quick and easy. If it fits, it fits. If it doesn't, it's goodbye. Friend mode. I personally don't recommend friend mode. Crowd. You're not even suggesting it. So what the hell are you talking about? Okay. So blind date mode. Qin Hao leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms on the table, and looked at Wang Jiala with a burning gaze. Let's say to each other what we want from each other. And in order to save time, let's say material requirements as much as possible. After all, both of us have just met each other, and it's a bit outrageous to say what we want for our souls. Material is more tangible. When these words came out, Wang Jiala immediately brightened up. She knew then that she was right. Ladies first. You go first. Qin Hao made a please motion. No. Why does Qin Hao give me the feeling that he's been on many blind dates? It's not much, is it? It's all over the internet. But this blind date mode of Qin Hao's is kind of interesting. You don't even need to know each other's names. Straight to the point. Give me the most intuitive feeling is, really fucking save money. Before I got a object. A full 6 years. Before and after spending hundreds of thousands of it. The results of the other party finally told me that I cannot give her want to live. Just as the live broadcast audience was discussing it, Wang Jiala opened his mouth. Here's the thing. I'm in art school, and my figure and looks, as you can see, should all be considered superior. Therefore, 5 million villa. Liaoqing city consumption is not high. $10,000 a month pocket money. New Year's holidays. Need to give me some small surprise. How much money is not important. The important thing is the heart. Wang Jiala was always watching Qin Hao's expression. Audience? And? Qin Hao smiled without blinking his eyes. Wang Jiala pondered slightly and spoke again. I also have a younger brother at home. and do not need too much. If we become, then he is your younger brother. The house and what cannot be too bad. Otherwise it will also be a disgrace to you, and do not need too high. 1 million or so of the house on the line. My parents raise me so big is not easy. Get them 180 square feet of the house on the line. Liuqing City, then, roughly 800,000 or so after the decoration. At this moment, the audience's eyes changed as they looked at Wang Jiala. If before it was to look at a beautiful woman, a goddess, now it's a demon. This is class enemy. This is, even as an actress, I find her outrageous. Don't you know that's unattractive? She's not taking it seriously, is she? How is this even on wishing mode? Inside the program, there was silence at the moment. All the staff looked at their director, Li Haoran. With weird and complicated eyes, they were a little confused. Wang Jiala wouldn't be a relative of director Li's family. Would he? Are you really here for a blind date, to be precise? It's here to make a wish, a $5 million villa. Well, for the sake of the two of them to live in later. Barely. Maybe in a first-tier city. A $5 million house doesn't seem like much. But what is Liuqing City? Third and fourth tier cities don't even count. For 500, 000 or 600, 000 dollars. You can buy a house of more than 100 square feet. And for $1 million, with renovations, it's pretty good. What's outrageous is that the parents, brother, whatever, want a house. It's outrageous. Director Li, Qin Hao won't hit anyone, right? A staff member said with a constipated face. This woman is a bit strange. He didn't say that the woman was out of her mind, afraid that she was a relative of Director Li or something like that. I don't know. Li Haoran spread his hands and said with an innocent face. These actors, everyone has their own understanding of people. I just gave them the basic information about Qin Hao. As far as what they will say and do, I have no interference at all. The main thing is a truth. Crowd. So, this girl called Wang Jiala understands things a little differently than their ordinary counterparts? I'm a bit confused now. Will anyone really like her if she operates like this? Or is she trying to go for the maverick routine to get Qin Hao interested in her? I don't know if I'm interested or not, but I know that she treats Qin Hao like a kingpin in a wishing pool. This thing, even if the divine dragon comes, it can't be solved. Inside the live room, the audience cried and laughed. It's really easy to Netflix Wang Jiala if they don't know it's staged, however. What made them even more confused was that Qin Hao still smiled and inquired in the face of such an excessive request. And then what? Now, it was Wang Jiala's turn to be a bit dumbfounded. Isn't that enough? Truthfully, she felt a little over the top herself. She just wanted to tell the other person that she didn't want much. If Qin Hao hadn't asked her to continue on before, her criteria would have been the villa and 10,000 per month. It can be done for anyone with money. Does it mean that I very worthy in his eyes? Wang Jiala thought with some confusion, and soon thought of a point. No, according to Qin Xiaoyun, Qin Hao has never gotten a date, and even more seldom approaches women other than his relatives. Perhaps, if I am so beautiful, I am very worthy in his eyes. At this moment, Wang Jiala was a bit lost. A sentence and then what? Straight to her dry confidence. But she didn't notice the darkened faces of Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei. Their eyes flying to the sky, they were a bit speechless. What a chippy this was. Is this to test Qin Hao? You've come to prepare for a fucking beating. As for the two of them, Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei, they were even more dumbfounded. Hey, think about when we got married. A bicycle. The only household appliance was a flashlight. And now, I can't even hear it without my scalp going numb. So, times have changed. The two men sighed slightly. If I can, I hope to be able to give my brother a daughter-in-law as well. Of course, it doesn't have to be much. Just $1 million. Wang Jiala hesitated and said slowly. Audience. And no, too much? $1 million. Okay, ha ha ha. I'm numb. Good one doesn't take much. Just do it. You do know how to use words and phrases. Inside the live room, the audience listened and laughed. Before it was angry words. Now it's just hilarious. Yes. Anger to the extreme is hilarious. Too sharky. What do you think? Qin Hao's face was unchanged, and he was even just smiling, directly turning his head to look at his sister. Nonsense. He's not the one who spent the money anyway. What's he angry about? Ahem. Ma'am, I don't think you'll fit in. Qin Xiaoyun almost covered her face. She felt that this girl was not here to test Qin Hao. To test Qin Hao. It's here to test them. To test them. Why? Am I asking too much? Wang Jiala didn't expect that it would actually turn out like this. She'd seen it before at the entrance to the art school, and a lot of it was straight up price talk. Many rich people would agree without hesitation, like, a house. How much a month and all that? In the old days, this was frowned upon. But in today's society, it is normal. Wait. Wang Jiala thought about it and his face suddenly became ugly. She forgot one major thing. Rich people do that. And Qin Hao is also rich, however. People are looking for a younger one, not a wife. Highly emotional way of saying, I think you're too beautiful for me to grasp, Jin Hao slowly said. The low-spirited way to put it is that you're not here to find a date, but to make a wish to the divine dragon. And unfortunately, I'm not the divine dragon. And you're not Wukong. Audience, another golden word. Ha ha, bull. I'm not Shenlong and you're not Goku. It's just perfect. I damn near sang it straight out. It's kind of familiar. The lyrics are, I'm not Huang Rong. I don't know martial arts. I just want brother Jing. Perfect love. Very old song. A group of viewers in the live broadcast room were heckling, and they were not surprised by Qin Hao's choice. It would be outrageous if that was acceptable. I know. Wang Jiala nodded with an ugly face. Although she had already thought of it. It was too late. Seeing as you're a fan of Yun, let me give you a heads up. Qin Hao thought about it and slowly said, of course, if you think it's reasonable, you'll listen to it. And if you don't think it's reasonable, you'll just listen to it for a while. I don't know the circumstances of your life, but I do know that these requests you've made fit a criteria. Qin Hao gazed straight at Wang Jiala. The standard of taking pleasure, relying on looks and figure, selling for money. Don't be in a hurry to deny it, because, on a normal blind date, it's not really impossible for you to want to be so demanding, but you have to say what you have to offer yourself, and whether you match such a high value yourself. If it's just graduating from art school and having a great body and looks, it's totally not enough, at least not to become a wife, for life, and taking pleasure, just for a moment. Getting married, on a blind date, is like a business negotiation, and it's clear that your leverage isn't suitable for me to invest in for the rest of my life. It's a bloody business. Misty grass. Master, I've come to my senses. Sure enough, it's still you. This speech gave me goosebumps. Marriage, matchmaking, it's like a business negotiation. Your leverage, it's not suitable for me to invest. It's blood money business. Pithy. Not only were the live broadcast viewers stunned, even Chen Xiangyang, several people at the scene were looking at Qin Hao with surprised faces. Is it too much to think of dating? Marriage, as business, as negotiating a deal, if it's from a previous era? It's outrageous. It's a sacrilege, but in a most sensible, calm way. It's still different from being in a relationship. There's a very big difference. My brother is actually a master negotiator? Qin Xiaoyun couldn't help but have these words appear in his head. Awesome. In the middle of the day, Jin Mei gave a thumbs up with a look of admiration. But I see in front of the school, a lot of rich people. Wang Jiala hesitated for a moment, only that before she finished her words, they were directly interrupted by Qin Hao. I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's just a deadline for the rich to buy. In other words, money, to buy those girls' youth, and once they're old enough, do you see anyone buying it? Qin Hao smiled faintly and slowly said, but wives are different. Wives are meant to last a lifetime, and if they don't have any embodied value of their own, then they are going to fall indefinitely in this deal. Can you understand what that means? To put it in a bad way, it means that if one has no value or sparkle in oneself, then once you become my wife, it's like a stock that goes down every day, and at the end of the day, when you're old and senile, it's worthless. Unsurprisingly, my money will go up every day even if I keep it in the bank. As Qin Hao's words fell, the entire KFC became pin-drop silent, because of Wang Jiala. Quite a few people in the store were paying attention to this side, especially after hearing Qin Hao's words. There was a deafening feeling. Snap. The next moment, the applause was thunderous. Wonderful, it's brilliant. Even some boys looked at Qin Hao with eyes full of admiration. If they had known this earlier, why would they have been screwed so many times? Even some of the girls had a thoughtful look on their faces. While there are certainly a lot of internet fairies, there are also a lot of real girls with a clear head. How is awesome? No, I didn't quite get it. If that's what it says, what does it say about women who marry rich men? Stupid. At first glance, did not listen carefully. Hao has already said, its own value and flashpoint. Understand, the wives of those rich men are helpful to their careers, or advise them, or take care of the house, or something like that, so that this stock of hers doesn't go down as she gets older. It goes up. Got it. Wang Jiala took a deep breath. She understood. Thanks. When she finished, she bowed deeply and then left. Very clean and crisp. Brother, what do you think of this girl? Other than the aspect of the divine dragon's wish, in terms of her face and body? Qin Xiaoyun stretched his head and asked curiously. How dare you? Qin Hao rolled his eyes and was speechless. This is your fan. All of them came to me to make a wish. Don't you have any responsibility at all? Qin Xiaoyun, would you believe me if I said I didn't know? She just hoped the next one would be more reliable. But not another one of these. No family can top that. Soon, the food they had ordered was ready, placed on the table, and the crowd began to eat. Say, cousin, what are your criteria for finding a date? Jean Mei asked curiously as she ate. Is it more about the face? Or the body? Or the personality? Hearing this, Chen Shangyang and Shan Guowei both perked up their ears. That's directly related to them. I don't know. Qin Hao shook his head and slowly said, because I haven't even thought about it. Maybe. Feeling? Crowd. This is the kind of thing that is the hardest to get with no standards and all about feelings, because you have absolutely no idea what he would like. Qin Xiaoyun's mind was elsewhere, his eyes looking around curiously, hoping to find his next target. What do you guys think the next one will look like? I don't know. This one is an Ojusan type, so the next one should be a lowly type, right? It can't be a mature type, right? Hey, you don't understand. It's good to be mature, to know how to be heartbroken. Meanwhile, outside of KFC, a girl in a JK with two ponytails up surveyed the surroundings. In looking at the girl's body, the front and back, fat where it should be, thin where it should be. If that Wang Jiala's girl from before was a royal lady, then this one is a child-faced so-and-so. Phew. Finally caught up. The girl's eyes went to one of the windows of the KFC, and she let out a long sigh of relief. Hey, it's normal for Wang Jiala to fail. That woman actually brought that school routine into reality. The girl had a sweet smile on her face. You have no idea at all that in reality, the wife of a real boy's dream is a gentle and virtuous girl who doesn't open her mouth for money. Cute may not always work, but simple and innocent will surely be liked. Unfortunately, I have them all. Muttering here in a small voice, the girl puffed out her chest, full of confidence. Lovely. There, innocence. There, stature. 2. Just tell me how I failed. Number 2. Lu Xiaomeng. You may go. Good drop. Lu Xiaomeng nodded as she heard the voice coming from the headphones, took off the headphones, and carefully walked into the middle of KFC. Her arrival immediately attracted the attention of many men. It had to be said that Lu Xiaomeng's face with baby fat, coupled with her exploding body, was the second best for many men. Coming. The moment Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei saw the girl, they directly locked onto the target. Even though they didn't recognize her, Lu Xiaomeng's sight was too direct and aggressive. They subconsciously looked up and down, their hearts slightly relieved. This girl looks kind of cute, so she shouldn't be like the one before, who opened her mouth with such outrageous conditions, right? Holy shit. I'm straight up. Hey, wife, seriously, this one I truly love. Oh, shucks, that's what you said about the last one. The viewpoint shifted, and the live audience also saw Lu Xiaomeng, cute and explosive converging in one. It can be cute, it can be sexy, it can be adorable. Who couldn't love that? Lu Xiaomeng, though not a graduate of an art school, is a graduate of a high-end university. Though, when she was in school, the number of boys chasing her was not to say dozens, but at least double digits. Even the extent to which love letters need to be wrapped in a book, her entire being, embodied as simplicity, loveliness, and most of all, a figure that was not at all bad. Those bright and large eyes gave the impression of a clueless fawn. Again, she was invited to this crew. Studied Qin Hao as a person, she came to a few conclusions after a morning of research. Rich, little to no contact with girls, nerdy, swinging for the fences, nothing matters attitude, environment makes a man. Wang Jiala thought that way because she had seen too much at school, so subconsciously she felt in her heart that most rich people were like that. But Lu Xiaomeng is different. She's been exposed to more regular guys, so even though she hasn't gotten laid, she knows what regular guys need and want. After she saw Wang Jiala's set of operations, she almost died of laughter. Although she didn't know about Qin Hao's set of claims at that time, she knew that it wouldn't work 100% as expected. Not only did they fail, but they were educated. It's not that Wang Jiala isn't beautiful or has a bad body, but, rather, is too materialistic. Phew. Looking at Qin Hao, Lu Xiaomeng took a deep breath and slowly came behind him. Seeing this scene, many of the boys inside the KFC, their eyes became strange, and there was more of a feeling of pain. Although I admit, that little brother is handsome and speaks well, but damn, why do they all go for him? I'm heartbroken. Literally. I was trying to figure out what my son's name would be the moment I saw this girl. How are you? Suddenly, Qin Hao felt a gentle voice with a hint of playfulness ring out in front of him. There was even a faint aroma in the air. It's a nice scent that doesn't feel harsh or dizzying. Qin Hao raised his head and looked at the girl in front of him. Needless to say, even he was slightly awestruck. The previous Wang Jiala gave him a kind of elite woman in the society, possessing more direct and a little more interests, but the one in front of him was the one that gave him a sense of the neighbor's girl. Very innocent. Hello? Qin Hao smiled and nodded. Then his gaze went to Qin Xiaoyun, his palm unconsciously placed on her head. Confess, this isn't going to be another one you find. Before Qin Xiaoyun could speak, Lu Xiaomeng directly said, handsome. Do you believe in love at first sight? Audience? Others? Fogweed. So direct, they thought. Lu Xiaomeng will be the same as Wang Jiala, posing as Qin Xiaoyun's fans or friends. Never thought. Directly on love at first sight, up the intensity. Ah, this is nice guy. I'm damn straight nice. As we all know, women's interests are not really scary. At least the rich people are not afraid. But if it is love at first sight, that is what scares people the most. As to why, those who understand understand. And if not, then it can only be said that you have never experienced it. Grass. What do you mean by talking? Clamping down and pointing fingers? Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyan's expressions changed instantly. And even the looks of both Chen Xiangyang and Shen Guowei became intriguing. There's a saying that the hardest thing to get rid of is a beauty. In business, favors are also the hardest to return. This girl, we don't even seem to know each other. Qin Hao admitted that this one sentence all made him a bit confused, and said with some tears and laughter, "It doesn't matter if you recognize it or not. What matters is that it feels." Lu Xiaoming's eyes burned and she spoke bluntly. Everyone laughed when they heard that. Previously, Qin Hao said that it is important to look at the feeling, and this came directly to a love at first sight, which is also important to look at the feeling. So, do you guys know each other? Qin Hao's gaze went to Qin Xiaoyun and then to Lu Xiaoming. I don't believe that there's such a coincidence in the world that two beautiful women come to me in a row, even though I'm handsome. Crowd. If you don't believe me, then don't believe me. Is it necessary to emphasize on handsome or not? I watched Yun's video and saw you without realizing it. Lu Xiaoming squinted her big eyes and smiled. Ever since I saw you, I believed in love at first sight. So I wanted to come and meet you in person. Since I was a little girl, no man has ever kissed or hugged me except for my dad. Maternal single. Qin Hao nodded, looked at Qin Xiaoyun, and said somewhat helplessly, just how many girls have you found? The so-called coming out to teach you how to drive is just a reason you found, right? The real purpose is to set me up on a blind date? Qin Xiaoyun smiled awkwardly. How many girls? I don't know about that. Ahem. Cousin. Understand, after all, this is a task given to me by Auntie. Phew. Okay. So this is kind of a blind date for us, right? Tell me what all you want. Qin Hao exhaled a breath and said to Lu Xiaoming, I didn't ask for it. Lu Xiaoming shook her head. I believe in my feelings and am willing to be consistent for my feelings, whether you are poor or rich. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao gave Lu Xiaoming a surprised look. Don't you have any material requirements? Like, how much for a car? How much for a house? How much for a dowry? Or anything like that? No, Lu Xiaoming answered with a decisive and forceful answer. Damn, even though I know it's fake, I have to say it's really heartwarming. It's like my dream girl. We have a treat for you. A major sci-fi movie. When Delu wrote 3 Bodies, I knew he was holding back. And to say sci-fi, this is still more sci-fi. Inside the live broadcast room, even though the audience knew that this was Lu Xiaoming performing, but looking at her serious look at the moment, they were still disturbed. It's really touching and heartbreaking, but just the same, they were even more looking forward to Qin Hao's next performance. Girls like this are actually the hardest to deal with. Instead, don't want anything. Just recognize people, just ask how you can say no. There was a hint of smugness in Lu Xiaoming's heart. People want more than Wang Jiala. And you say they don't reflect the value and don't match what they are claiming. Not me. I don't want anything. How can I not match? Thinking faintly, she felt compelled to add more fuel to the fire. In addition, I studied financial management and economics, and I can manage every dollar of the family's money and distribute it wisely. If you choose to go into business, I can advise you and provide you with constructive suggestions. If I choose to lie flat at home, I will teach my children. King Bomb, a proper King Bomb. With that statement, it's like saying, free beauty. With additional sage and secretary modes attached, simply unbeatable. Hey, before that girl wanted everything. It's normal for you to refuse. But now, this girl doesn't want anything, even a strongest king aid. Just ask how you can refuse? Anyway, if it were me, I couldn't say no. There's absolutely no reason for it. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience immediately looked like they were watching a good show. They knew very well that Qin Hao didn't want to find a date, much less get married. And this was all the result of Qin Xiaoyun and Qin Ma's joint efforts. Qin Hao would largely refuse, but needed to have a reason to do so. Before, it was normal for Wang Jiala to refuse, but now this, they really couldn't think of any reason to refuse. You need a body to have a body, a look to have a look, and an ability to have 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 an ability. Cousin, how about this? Qin Xiaoyun looked at Qin Hao with a smile and asked in a small voice. I think it's very okay. Before Qin Hao could speak, Jin Mei directly nodded. Ahem. Actually, I don't feel like something's quite right. Don't you think, Lao Chen? Chen Xiangyang gave a dry cough and looked at Chen Guowei. Yeah, I feel like something's wrong too, but I just can't put my finger on it. It's a weird feeling. Chen Guowei nodded without hesitation. The two were instantly united. Kidding aside, their granddaughter hadn't even taken the field yet, so how could they let someone get the jump on them? But, ha ha ha, 2 old men. Your little minds have been exposed. That said, I really want to see what the granddaughters of these two old men look like. Curious +1. At the scene, many of the boys' eyes reddened as they watched. We'll admit, the guy is handsome. As handsome as Master Reader. But is it fair that any random pretty girl who comes along is looking for this guy? Is there any justice in this? At this moment, everyone looked at Qin Hao, waiting for his answer. So, are you really studying economics and financial management? Qin Hao looked at Lu Xiaoming with a skeptical face. Sure, I can show you my diploma if you agree. Lu Xiaoming nodded without hesitation. I'm sorry, but we don't fit. Qin Hao sighed with a strange look in his eyes. Why? Subconsciously, Qin Xiaoyun, Jin Mei, and Lu Xiaoming asked in unison. Not even for such a good girl, so what else do you want? A fairy? I reckon you've got this diploma mixed up. Qin Hao cried and laughed. May I ask, if, say, we succeeded in our blind date and actually became husband and wife, what would you be able to get out of this marriage? According to economics, financial management, you're making a very bad investment. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. Qin Hao smiled faintly and said slowly, there are successful marriages and there are failures. And you didn't take the results after the failure into consideration. There are no material requirements. And once we get divorced, then the problem comes that not only are you older, which will cause your market value to drop, but you also get nothing. And obviously, the investment fails. Qin Hao paused and continued. In life's words, you'll be the one with a net worth. And at the same time, if you use the words in business, you'll go bankrupt straight away. So, I was a bit disbelieving when you said you were studying financial management and economics. It's amazing, what a giggle, even for a while. A lot of people's brains were buzzing, heard it, but then again, didn't seem to understand it. Misty grass. What the hell is he talking about? Is there a big hand to explain it to me? Ahem. It's very simple. What Qin Hao meant by that is that Lu Xiaoming has only considered a successful marriage, but not what she should do after the failure. Once the divorce is finalized, she won't get anything, and even her own value will be drastically reduced because of her age. So, it was a very failed investment. Crowd. Numb, completely numb. Originally, dating and marriage. There are actually so many sayings. I fucking still know for the first time. That's a long way to go. Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei's few people even opened their mouths wide and looked at Qin Hao with a dumbfounded face for a long time before coming back to their senses. No, Lu Xiaoming said in a deep voice after freezing for a moment. Marriage is not a business. This can't be mixed up. When the older generation of people, there is not much material requirements. They are not as happy? At these words, the crowd's spirits were suddenly shaken. Even many of the people around them who were eating, stopped eating and all listened carefully. And you said that was before. Qin Hao spread his hands and laughed. Now is not the past. In the past $1 could buy 10 popsicles. Now $1 you can't even necessarily buy one. A slightly better one costs several dollars. Is it okay to disregard material requirements? It can. Totally. Qin Hao looked at Lu Xiaoming with a smile and slowly said, after all, people can't be too utilitarian or materialistic, but they need to look at the object. If I'm an up-and-comer, it's naturally worth it. But what if I'm not? If I'm someone who doesn't know how to get ahead? You're jumping into the fire with nothing to show for it. Unfortunately, you don't know me. So you made the worst choice by not asking for the substance first. Listening to Qin Hao's words, quite a few people fell into deep thought. Why do you say that a portion of girls, nowadays, seek material things? When you're on a blind date, you open your mouth and ask for this and that. To a large extent, it is to ensure quality of life in the future and, at the same time, to safeguard that if the marriage fails, she will not be left with nothing. It's a different kind of relationship than being in a relationship together, which tends to be all about time, getting to know each other better, and knowing whether or not each other is an up-and-comer. Even if the man can't get the bride price house, as long as the upward mobility and hard work, sooner or later can be happy. And blind dates are a whole different story. They're all strangers. Why should they gamble on an unknown future? They have better options. Utilitarianism. Materialism. It's normal. After all, people have to take care of the home, cook and wash clothes, have children. Of course, this is very unfavorable to the boys. Where do they get so much money at such a young age? Basically, it's just the family that pays for it. So it's more about the family than the boys. The ones who fall in love, give a long time, money, affection, and still want it to death are often not as good as the ones who go on blind dates. This leads to the fact that the man has nothing and the woman doesn't want it. It's too risky. While the man who has everything doesn't want to pay out because of the risks he takes in the event of a divorce, the kids, the property, the second marriage, etc. This is the main reason why men and women are now becoming more and more contentious. In fact, both sides have the right idea to protect their own interests. Yes, that's right. It's interest. Lu Xiaoming opened her mouth with an ugly face. She wanted to say something, but realized that there were no words left. By all accounts, it has been a complete failure. She was never expecting that what she didn't want would be such a big loophole. Brother, do I think you're asking a little too much? Or are you looking for all sorts of reasons to refuse? Qin Xiaoyun looked at Lu Xiaoming's departing back and couldn't help but say, have you ever heard the saying? What's the word? It's the free ones that cost the most. That statement reminds me of my quest to save Celia, that female cousin. And I should never have had to save her. Another day filled with 70,000. Brothers, I'm humanly stupid. I want too much. I don't want anything. And I can't even do it? The key thing is, what Qin Hao said makes so much sense. Originally, I also thought that what not to have was the best, but now it seems as if that's not the case. Inside the live room, many viewers were beginning to scratch their heads. They're lost, they're puzzled. People on the scene, who were scratching their heads even more frequently, felt as if they were trying to grow a brain. In the past, they felt that the woman was too utilitarian and snobbish, and with a salary of 2,000 or 3,000 a month, she opened her mouth and dared to talk to you about millions of dollars, which is simply outrageous, too gold digging. But it didn't occur to me that people who don't want anything have such a big downside. Cousin, leaving aside the fact that she's in economics and management and all that stuff, she doesn't want for anything and has a great body and good looks. Don't you have any ideas? Qin Xiaoyun asked a key point. What idea? Qin Hao gave her a strange look. It's just heartwarming and all that. It's free after all. What a dowry. And the house is not wanted. How nice it is. Jean May couldn't help but speak up. With us being strangers to each other and not knowing each other, I don't think that's a good thing. Qin Hao shook his head, pointed to his temples, and slowly said, either there's something wrong with your brain, or you're in love brain. The so-called love at first sight is basically just love at first sight. If you can look at me today, you can look at someone else tomorrow. I may be handsome, but I don't think I'm the most handsome one in the world. Crowd, on the road to shamelessness, I would call you the strongest. It's modest, but not much. Actually, seriously, if someone popped up out of nowhere and said they fell in love with me at first sight, I wouldn't believe them. Be confident. You won't get that chance in the press. Qin Xiaoyun and Jean May looked at each other and were close to covering their faces. Good guy. Two superb beauties with their own unique characteristics. The kind that might even have countless licking dogs in the outside world. And as a result, when it came to Qin Hao, all of them were brushed down. It's just not eye candy. The most crucial thing is that you say Qin Hao is looking for a reason to refuse. Right? Actually, it's not quite like that, because every single one of his reasons and statements is completely correct, and there is absolutely no way to find any questionable points. Wang Jiala, too demanding and mismatched in his own value. Virtue is not a good thing. It goes without saying that no sane person could possibly accept this. Lu Xiaoming, may love brain, do not want anything, investment failure. This one is more tragic. Obviously not wanting anything matches the mentality of most guys, and the result is the same outcome. Don't even want it for free. But Qin Hao's claim, does it hold up? Established, and it's the totally adequate kind, whether it's from Lu Xiaoming's own economics or her life. It's perfectly adequate. Economics has it that investments fail without a long-term vision from life. Love at first sight, no practical considerations, impulsive love brain. These reasons were stated in such a way as to leave everyone dumbfounded. Hey, as Qin Xiaoyun thought about it, he suddenly felt an incomparable headache. I suddenly kind of understand why your aunt and uncle felt anxious, Jean May whispered from the sidelines. For that matter, if it were my son I'd be anxious too, and I don't know if he simply doesn't want to look for, or even touch, a girl, or if he's just too discerning. Before, said Qin Hao does not work, do not want to find a partner, home squatting and so on. She thought it was nothing more than the lack of money, resulting in Qin Hao with too shy an inferiority complex. But where the fuck does it look like that now? That's a ridiculously high level of vision. Ha ha ha, higher is better. Chen Xianyang and Chen Guowei both looked at each other and let out a loud laugh. Wang Jiala and the others didn't worry about it, but this Lu Xiaoming was really making them feel a sense of crisis. How many boys can stand up to that? If you don't want it, I'll give it away. But fortunately, Qin Hao's brain circuit was different from normal people. Speaking of which, what are these two dead girls doing? Why haven't they shown up yet? Right now is the best time. The two old men were a little anxious in their hearts, but they were completely unaware that many girls had actually appeared in the neighborhood. However, the girls are a little confused right now. Wang Jiala and Lu Xiaoming's failure had left them a bit at a loss for words, and they didn't even know how to strike anymore. Good lord. Nothing is okay, and nothing is okay. This is too hard. They are well aware that nowadays, the program into the life of the people is very hot on the internet. This is their chance. It's a wonderful opportunity for any actor, as long as the performance is colorful, wonderful, eye-catching, and even a successful blind date with Qin Hao. Then it will leave a deep impression on the audience. At that time, a flight of fancy is just around the corner. Otherwise, They'd have nothing better to do than come here. The first Wang Jiala was eliminated and they were happy, because it means they have a greater success rate. The girls got a little upset when the second Lu Xiaoming was eliminated, because suddenly, they realized that there were many strange reasons of Qin Hao that they could not crack at all, even now get them. In what capacity? Whether they want a housecar dowry or not and so on is not quite clear. Simply put, it's completely baffling. What to do? Sisters, speak up. In the middle of a cafe opposite KFC, a group of women warbled and attracted a lot of people's attention. But at the moment, they were not in a good mood at all. The delicate face was filled with anxiety and helplessness. Qin Hao and the others are about to finish eating and leave. Once he leaves, we'll never have a chance again. Or else, I play the rich girl? Junior, do you want to take 50 years off the road? When these words came out, all the girls immediately looked at the girl who spoke with contemptuous eyes. You think Qin Hao lacks money? Even if he lacks money, if he wanted to, with his body and face, he would have done it long ago. At another table sat 3 girls, none too old, in their early 20s. Even though a group of beautiful women were nearby, the 3 of them still stood out extremely, maybe not the prettiest of the bunch, but definitely the most classy. I didn't realize you were all here. After a long time, one of the girls looked at the 2 girls in front of her and said with a bitter smile, "Hey, Sister Wang, although you're excellent, it's obvious that what this Qin Hao guy values is not whether he's excellent or not." A playful girl with a pill head was all smiles as she patted her not-so-large small breasts and said proudly, "Hooray, I'm usually not addicted to studying, but to playing instead, and I think he'll have a great deal in common with me." The 2 girls looked at her in silence. You seem proud. These 3 girls, instead of being invited by the show's cast, were uninvited. If the background was told, it would probably shock a lot of people. Wang Shanshan, the Academy of Sciences President Dynasty Liang granddaughter, itself is a school bully in the school bully, once more hidden identity to participate in the strongest brain, and is the winner. Perhaps it is because of the family environment, or extremely strong talent, in the field of scientific research, has far surpassed his peers, and has a scientific research project of his own, even some ideas, often able to give constructive advice to Dynasty Liang. This is a talented woman. It's also a presence that many guys shy away from. That's right. Even though she has a great body, a great face, and an even better temperament, she makes guys back off, because there are no 2 ways about it. There is only endless pressure in front of people. Chen Kursen, the granddaughter of Prof. Chen Guowei, was not as good as Wang Shanshan, but she wasn't too shabby either. Instead of taking the route of the old man of the house, however, she chose business. At only in his early 20s, he was already a multi-millionaire, and a tech company at that, which was something in common with the old man. Some might say it's only 10 million. No way. There's not really anyone who thinks 10 million is very little. Is there? No one really believes that there are millions of people per capita in a certain sound, do they? Compared to the first 2. This last one is a bit peculiar. The painting style is peculiar. Chen Guoru, Chen Xiangyang's granddaughter, perhaps because of the family environment. She does not love to study. Love to play. Shopping. Games. What good to play what? What is good to eat what? The key, or eat not fat physique, of course. People are not completely useless, although not as good as the first 2, but also graduated from a major university. Stocks. Funds. For making yourself pocket money. These 3 girls, although they were all about the same age. In fact, the first 2 no longer had much of the girlish temperament and activity in them, but were instead calm and wise. If you didn't look closely, you'd think these were 2 elite women in their 30s, not so with Chen Guoru, perfectly in line with her age, and perhaps even a little below it in terms of character. Which one of you will go first? 3? Just then, Li Haorun's voice came from their wireless headphones. Well, I'll step in and take it right down. Chen Guoru bounced out of her seat and headed towards the KFC across the street. Looking at her back, Chen Kursen and Wang Shanshan exchanged glances and frowned slightly. They hadn't figured out a way to deal with it until now. It feels harder than learning in business. This dog man's brain circuit is so oddly balanced. And I wonder what kind of beauty is next. I'm guessing even the show is a little numb right now? No idea how to do it right at all. Ha ha ha. Those 2 beauties. Just any one of them I can't find the north. But as a result, Qin Hao actually refused all of them. I seriously doubt it's a program effect. Inside the live room, the audience said everything. On the one hand, it doesn't feel too real. Those 2 can be top beauties. And as a result, Qin Hao rejected all of them. It's too fake. But on the other hand, it was after synthesizing Qin Hao's character, and those unexpected operations of his, that he felt it was still understandable. After all, the 2 reasons Qin Hao gave were both acceptable. Go! After finishing his meal, Qin Hao looked at the time and realized that it was already past 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sky outside was getting a bit dark. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei looked at each other with some melancholy. Today is such a good opportunity, but as a result, until now, I have not been able to figure out what kind of Qin Hao really likes. It's disturbing. Clunk! Right at this moment, Chen Shangyang's small hands shook, and his eyes snapped wide as if they would emit light, because he saw his granddaughter. You're excited, my ass. Going first doesn't always work. Chen Guowei skimmed and muttered in a low voice. Oh no. Never mind success. I'm afraid the chance is gone. Chen Shangyang stabilized his mind and let out a cold smile. Chen Guowei. Indeed. It's all going away soon. Where's his granddaughter? Why haven't you done it yet? If you don't make a move, it'll be too late. At this time, Qin Hao had already gotten up and was ready to leave. This kind of place was all about checking out directly at the time of purchase. There was no such thing as checking out later. Handsome cousin. Suddenly, a playful voice rang out. Swish swish swish, everyone looked up. Their eyes glowing. Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei, in particular, were even more excited. If that's correct, this is the last chance. And when they return, the chances will be few and far between. It's impossible to go to Qin Hao's house every day. Not really, 1 or 2 lines. Once more, it is estimated that Qin Hao will directly blow up. Of course, more importantly, they knew very well that they must have done some research on Qin Hao at this time. Synthesizing the first 2 losers and having the confidence to come, Qin Hao raised his head and looked at the girl in front of him. Quirky, that's the first impression, pretty and beautiful. The body, as usual, is slightly worse than the first 2, but it's still moderately good. The main thing is that this character is so likable that it's impossible to hate. Wow! Finally, this one has a different style from the previous 2. A royal sister, a child-faced so-and-so, a purely cute elf girl. 3 different styles. You deserve it. I hate it. Why didn't I sign up for this program? Who the hell knew that people's lives actually included blind dates? Inside the live broadcast room, the audience saw Chen Guoru and immediately brightened up. Another one of your fans? Qin Hao gave Qin Xiaoyun an odd look, then sat down helplessly. Don't I remember you as a blogger with little fame? How come you suddenly have so many followers? And all of them are. Although his words did not go on, everyone understood. All of them are beautiful. Or top-notch beautiful. Qin Xiaoyun felt like he had been sacked with a knife in his heart. And his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. The ghostly look at Qin Hao. Really is to hurt each other, is not it? Well, girl, have a seat. Are you here on a blind date with me too? Yeah. Chen Guoru didn't even look at his own master, as if he didn't recognize him, and laughed. I know your rules. Just say the requirements, right? How do you know? Qin Hao asked subconsciously. The sisters in the group said so. Chen Guoru froze. Her eyes rolled, lying without a draft. Group? At those words, Qin Hao directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, turning his head to look at Qin Xiaoyun in shock. You guys actually organized a group in order to set me up on a blind date? Are you setting me up on a blind date? Or are you choosing a consort for me? So heartless? Do you have any humanity left? Crowd? Ha ha ha. A sentence in the group. Directly to Qin Hao, dry stupid. Consort selection or blind date? Please choose. Compared to whether or not you have humanity, I'm actually more curious to know whether or not you're a man. In the face of such a beautiful woman, you actually think of this as the first thing that comes to your mind? Outrageous. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience looked at Qin Hao's shocked and inexplicable face and directly laughed and sprayed. Cough cough. Chen Xiangyang had just taken a sip of water and almost choked on the words. No, handsome cousin. That's Sister Xiaoyun's fan group, not some blind date group. Chen Guoru cried and laughed. Okay. Qin Hao then reluctantly nodded, even stroking his chest with some palpitations. The audience looked speechless. Most men, I'm afraid, would only be ecstatic to hear that. What the hell is this frightened look you're getting? For some reason, a bold idea suddenly came to their minds. What do you guys say? Will Qin Hao like fogweed? That can't be right. It shouldn't be, but it would be fun if it was. What are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand? On the scene, the atmosphere was a little weird. In the end, it was Chen Guoru who was more lively and laughed. Now can we officially have a blind date? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao slightly pondered for a moment and asked curiously, what do you guys really like about me? Can't I change? Seriously, I seem to have nothing but good looks. Qin Hao spread his hands somewhat helplessly. Even though these girls were all found by Qin Xiaoyun, and there might even be his own old mom behind them, but these girls must have seen pictures of themselves and thought it was kind of interesting to come. However, what was so good about himself that was so appealing? All of them. Chen Guoru smiled cheekily. Qin Hao, if it's all of them, there's no way around it. Well, since you already know my rules, speak up. Qin Hao nodded as he gave up struggling, but he had already planned to watch this one and leave immediately, without delaying a second longer. Liaoqing City is a city that doesn't rank much, not even a 4th-tier city. so houses here are much cheaper compared to other areas. Chen Guoru slowly said, my requirements are not too high. At least a sheltered house. Decoration plus the house itself. 70 to 80,000 on the line. Of course, a down payment is fine. We can pay the mortgage together. It's our joint property. After all, who can take out several $100,000 in a single breath nowadays at a young age in their 20s? Most of them are relying on their families, selling their houses and land, emptying the lifelong savings of the elderly, which may not even be enough. And I don't think that's necessary. Onlookers, audience, before, both Wang Jialat and Lu Xiaomeng were, in a way, an extreme choice. One wants everything. One wants nothing. If you want everything, then you don't need to say much. But if you don't want anything, you will be wary. But this Chen Guoru is a completely normal person, or rather, normal conditions. It's still slightly lower than normal and can accept a down payment on a house that works together. More importantly still, for your sake. It also speaks to the current state of affairs. In an instant, many men's eyes reddened. I know it's fake, but I'm still impressed. Yes, to be honest, my ex-girlfriend asked my family for 300,000 dowry and more than $1 million for a house. Not to mention that I just graduated 2 or 3 years ago. Can't come up with it. My family really can't come up with it. Not even for the down payment. So we broke up. Is this watching a live broadcast? It's looking in the mirror. Hearing Chen Guoru's words, many people were touched. When you fall in love, you swear by the sea and the sky, but at the end of the day, when it comes to the bride price and the house, it's not even a penny less. However, the discussion in the live stream was not known to the few people in the scene. A confident smile appeared on Chen Shangyang's face. Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei looked at each other, their eyes gradually blooming with light. This is one of the most normal and common requests. The success rate seems to be the greatest. On the side, Chen Guowei felt a little hard to see how it felt like it was going to work. Don't, my granddaughter hasn't even made an appearance yet. Ahem. Xiao Qin. Just then, Chen Guowei gave a dry cough. You say? Xin Hao turned his head to look at the old man. It's not that I'm picking a fight, huh? Look at the girl's look. It's considered top-notch, right? In looking at the figure, the figure may be worse, but some of the clothes and bags on the body. Pop. Before he could finish, he was directly covered by Qin Shangyang, who showed a smile to Qin Hao. I say, old Chen, they are young people dating. You a bad old man to participate in the fart? Do you still want to lose face? No, I just thought things were a little bit my ass. Shut up you. The expressions on the faces of the two old men made many people cry and laugh. You go on. Qin Hao was a bit puzzled in his heart, but he didn't put it on his mind and looked at Chen Guoru once again. Okay, the bride price. Our side is between $100,000 and $200,000. I'll take the middle value. $150,000. As for the wedding banquet and so on, almost get a hotel on the line. Anyway, I'm not very concerned about this thing. Chen Guoru paused and continued. My requirements are basically almost these. In addition, I have a bit of research on stocks and funds, so in the future, the family's money can be handed over to me to take care of. At the same time, I like to play, but also like to eat. Personally, for eating, very research, you can rest assured, absolutely for you to raise white fat. After saying that, Chen Guoru directly shut up and looked at Qin Hao with a smile, her big and bright eyes filled with laughter. It was a response that came to her after half a day's thought. If you look closely, you'll see that this set of requirements and her self-worth are in 2 words, middle of the road. Yes, it's the middle ground, not too much to ask, but not particularly low either. No asking price or nothing at all, in terms of self-worth. Being knowledgeable about stock genetics is a plus, as well as knowing how to cook, which is a skill that is considered to be one of the best among today's new age women. Nowadays, it is common for many young people to get married and take out every day. This request and self-worth. I'll see what you, Qin Hao, do. What reason do you have to refuse this time? Honestly, I really can't think of any reason to accept a down payment and also accept to struggle with you. This kind of girl already belongs to the category of not being able to find it with a lantern, right? Not really. There are plenty of nice girls out there, but you and I just can't touch them. And that's what's so embarrassing. Are there any normal girls today? There are. In fact, many. But it's a survivor probability. Normal girls, even if there are many, still seem so few in front of a tide like the waves of the sea. At this moment, everyone looked at Qin Hao, waiting for his answer. Is it a yes, or a no, and if refused, on what grounds? And it has to be a valid reason, otherwise, Qin's mom would definitely not be able to pass that hurdle. After a few rounds of blind dates, they kind of realized that Qin Hao didn't care at all about girls, whether they were pretty or not, whether they had a good body or not, or whatever. It's like, no matter what it looks like or what size it is, It's all the same to him. Cousin, I think this is real good. Qin Xiaoyun stayed close and whispered. Xiao Qin, don't think about it. A normal girl like this can't be found with a lantern now. Chen Xiangyang smiled and said, what is a wife? A lifetime of people. Look at this girl's face value. Body. Up to the hall and down to the kitchen. Take out also have face. Jin Mei gave Chen Xiangyang a weird look in her eyes and then looked at Chen Guoru. Surprised to find that these two actually have that little bit of a frown resemblance, in conjunction. The answer seemed to be crying out to be answered by the two old men on the phone earlier. No wonder. I think so. Chen Guowei anxiously tried to say something, but unfortunately, he was directly wrapped around Chen Xiangyang's neck. Old Chen, as the saying goes, children and grandchildren deserve to be blessed. You, an old man, don't worry about that, Chen Guowei. So what you just said was a fart, helplessly. He, a scientific researcher, was really not as strong as the one who carried the big spoon, and could not break free at all. Hey, under everyone's gaze, Qin Hao sighed. The crowd was delighted. Sure enough, even you don't have any reason to refuse, however. Just when Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei thought that they were going to succeed, suddenly, he realized that Qin Hao's face carried a deep squirming look. This sudden change made everyone freeze, before they could react. It was then that Qin Hao awkwardly said, since I'm being forced by bitterness, I'll have to show my cards. When these words came out, everyone's bodies shook, all sorts of thoughts, involuntarily, popped up from their minds. Misty grass. Could it be that Qin Hao has some male unspeakable secret? Actually, I think more than anything else, he might be into men. On the top floor, the viewers in the live room went straight to bold speculation. Little Cloud. This is a secret I originally wanted to keep hidden from my family, Qin Hao said with a complicated face. But now it seems that I'm afraid I can't hide anymore. His expression carried 3 parts pain, 3 parts struggle, 3 parts hesitation, and 1 part relief. The crowd looked on in awe. What kind of complicated mood does one have to be in to get that kind of expression? Cousin you. Qin Xiaoyun's eyes widened, and a not-so-good premonition suddenly came over him. Come to think of it, ever since he was a child, it seems that his cousin has had very little contact with women other than his own family. Could it be that? You don't think so? I can't. Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei looked at each other. Although the two of them were old, they still knew a lot of things in today's society. They thought of a lot of things. They just didn't fucking think of this possibility, although it is said that nowadays we talk about free love. But this kind of their older generation is truly unacceptable. Chen Xiangyang even subconsciously covered his chest, feeling his heartache. I'm on the verge of success. And you tell me this? Yes. Even if Qin Hao didn't say it, they weren't fools and could naturally guess it. Bang. Just when the scene in the live broadcast room fell into a weird silence, Chen Guoru was even more embarrassed and did not know what to do. Outside the door of the KFC, there was a loud noise that came violently. It was as if some great force had hit something. Ah! Crash! Crash! Dead man! Fogweed! So much blood! This damn driver! People on the side of the road also hit? What was 120 again? There was a cacophony of noise on the road outside the door. The crowd looked up and they could clearly see that there was blood everywhere on the road. A little girl covered in blood was lying on the side of the road, and the bloodstains on the ground were several meters away. A sedan crashed into a large tree not far away. Car accident. These 2 words instantly appeared in the minds of the crowd. This sudden scene was something that no one had expected. In fact, things like car accidents, dead people, are staged all over the world every day. But it is only when it really happens in front of one's eyes that one can feel the imminence of death. Get out there and look. The crowd didn't have the heart to think about all that nonsense at the moment and rushed out of KFC. Walked in only to find that the scene is very tragic. A large amount of blood everywhere. It is clear that the sedan that hit the people, the speed is definitely not too slow. Ka-ching! At that moment, a man with a ruddy face and confused eyes stepped out of the driver's seat of the scrapped sedan, with a heavily made-up woman at his side. A strong odor of alcohol hit his face. Obviously, these two were drinking in DUI. I'm done. I'm done. I'm dead. The man looked at the bloody scene in front of him and fell straight to his knees, his eyes lifeless. The woman's originally rosy face instantly turned pale. How the hell do you drive? How dare you drink and drive? Mud. You can run people over when they're standing on the side of the road. Grass. The crowd angrily began to point in rage. Of course, more people choose to call the hospital. Yeah. Suddenly, a long-haired woman, probably in her 30s, came rushing out like crazy from a supermarket not far away. It was obvious that the woman was the girl's mom. Hey, that girl looks like she's only 7 or 8 years old, right? With so much blood, it's probably not going to survive. Not to mention standing on the side of the road. Even at home when you're unlucky, the driver can drive you inside. Drinking and driving, it's a damn nuisance. There was also a buzz in the live stream, from those who were angry at the driver to those who felt sorry for the little girl. Chen Xiangyang, Qin Xiaoyun. A few people face intolerance, but there is nothing they can do. They do not know the medical skills, and at such a time, do not know how to mess around. But easy to accelerate the death of the little girl, but right at this moment, they suddenly realized that they didn't know when. But Qin Hao actually appeared beside that woman. Don't move. If you move, she'll die. In this situation, what's the point of Qin Hao going up to make a scene? Really? Is the program already so devoid of a bottom line? For the sake of the program's effect, you don't even care if others live or die? What the fuck do you know? Qin Hao has a point. If you mess around with that girl at this time, even if she still has a breath, she will die. Qin Hao knows so many things. Is it possible that he also knows medicine? Inside the live broadcast room, when the audience saw Qin Hao appearing beside the girl, some people went straight to their heads and started to curse angrily. But there were also people who calmly analyzed. There was even an outrageous speculation that since Qin Hao knew so many things, did he know medicine? But most people just take it as a joke? Kidding aside, how could something like medical skills be possible without a long and systematic study? Just look at those interns. How long does it take for them to turn around? Even when they do, they don't touch a scalpel for years. It's a very long process, not overnight. Come back here in a hurry, lad. And don't make trouble at this time of night. An older woman waved and hollered in a hurry. Auntie, I can't agree with what you're saying. Since people dare to go on, it means they have two skills. Passers-by are also saying all sorts of things. Our cousin can heal? Jin Mei and Shen Shangyang turned their heads to look at Qin Xiaoyun. I don't know. Qin Xiaoyun shook his head, his heart filled with worry. Nowadays, this era is not the old days when people's hearts were complicated. Even if the girl is saved in the end, many people will still say that you touched the girl's arm, touched the girl's head, and so on, when you were helping. If the girl doesn't end up being saved, it's even more fucked up, and it's really no joke to cyber violate you. This is the main reason why, nowadays, people are getting apathetic and just minding their own business. Oftentimes it's clear that you're doing good things for good people, but you end up being a crusading presence. To help, or not to help? That is the question, as a certain judge said. Why would you help if you didn't do it? These thoughts, just for a moment. At the scene, the woman wanted to reach out to hug her daughter, but after hearing Qin Hao's words, she stopped violently. Looking up at Qin Hao, his eyes were full of prayers. Are you a doctor? No. Qin Hao shook his head, and the light of hope in the woman's eyes instantly dimmed. But I know a little about medicine. Saying so, with a serious face, he slowly crouched his body down and observed. It was a girl in a small floral dress, probably about 7 or 8 years old, with a pair of big bright eyes that were a little dull, and a small cherry mouth that was spitting blood. Obviously, there is still a conscious presence, slender fingers together, gently placed on the girl's neck, feeling the still clear beating. Qin Hao let out a slight sigh of relief. Hooray! Just looking at the scene was a bit scary and serious, but it wasn't actually as bad as one might think. Qin Hao took off his jacket and slightly balled it into the shape of a small pillow, placing it under the girl's head. With that, he looked up at the nervous-looking woman and smiled slightly. Even if the scene doesn't lend itself to a smile, one must smile, being able to give the other person relief from tension while also telling them it's not that bad. Don't worry, the baby is fine. Someone has already called the emergency services. The hospital is close by. It will be there in 15 minutes at the slowest. It's not too late. Phew. The surrounding onlookers were relieved to hear this. Although he didn't know whether Qin Hao knew medical skills or not, the fact that he dared to go on at this time already made many people admire his courage, for the matter itself had nothing to do with him. If anything happens, even he may have to suffer from social censure and huge compensation. It's pretty common, isn't it? It is not uncommon to do good deeds and end up with a claim for damages. Seriously, whether Hao likes men or women, it doesn't affect his character. It seems that we really did have some misunderstandings in the past. Suddenly a saying comes to mind. You can choose to be silent, but don't go mocking a brave man, because the light he blossoms with has the potential to shine on you. I was extremely opposed to Mr.'s withdrawal from the literary world back then. As Qin Hao announced the result, the audience in the live broadcast room relaxed a bit. However, unconsciously, their views and practices towards Qin Hao had also seen a huge change. At first, Qin Hao gave people the impression that he was a gnawing old man, an otaku, no job in his 20s and not seeking advancement, and even eating and drinking unbelievably luxurious. After that, some misunderstandings were lifted, and people knew that Qin Hao was a genius, but a very lazy one. What things just do. Enough is enough, a little more than that and he won't go for it. But now, a thing that had absolutely nothing to do with him but a little bit of ability to do it, and he didn't hesitate to step up to the plate. This courage and determination is something that most people don't have, whether it's because he has money and doesn't care, or something else. Admiring someone isn't that hard sometimes. Thank you. Thank you. The woman looked at Qin Hao's departing back and thanked him repeatedly. I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. What I can do. Qin Hao waved his hand with a smile and came to the crowd, only to find everyone looking at him with a kind of admiration and worship. What's wrong? Qin Hao touched Qin Xiaoyun's little head. Cousin, you actually know how to heal? Disgruntled. Qin Xiaoyun yanked that hand down with an incredulous expression. Hey, read more. Little girl family, don't even know the basic common sense. I'm very depressed for your future. Qin Hao sighed quietly. Crowd, I'll admit, you were pretty cool back there. But isn't that just a little insulting? You guys aren't used to it? I'm used to it. Inside the live room, the audience listened with a head full of questions. This kind of common sense. Why don't we know? Brother, don't fool people. The girl was hit in the chest position and had multiple cuts on her body. Some deeper and bleeding more. Qin Hao's eyes were complicated, as if he was looking at a retarded child. In this case, if she doesn't have something padded under her head, it will make her breathing labored and not fluid. And at the same time, because the blood is flowing so fast, it will make her head briefly dizzy or even deprived of oxygen. Isn't this basic common sense? It's also basic first aid. Don't you know that? Feeling Qin Hao's eyes that cared for mentally retarded children, Qin Xiaoyun's small face blushed. So, what's that two-finger touch to the neck if not a healing technique? However, this was a question that made Qin Hao silent, and he even wanted to laugh a little. That's why it's so important to get you to read more. Qin Hao sighed and slowly said, there is a carotid artery on the neck that connects to the heart and has a heartbeat perception. It's hard to believe that I can't directly press on someone's little girl's chest. In that case, avoiding it or not is another story. It's also easy to have secondary injuries. Isn't that, like, common sense? When I type those question marks, it's not me who has the problem. It's you. No way. No way. No one really thinks this is common knowledge, do they? You don't say. It's really common sense. Except it's the kind of common sense that over 60% of people don't know. Especially in a situation like that, where the brain is empty. Not to mention common sense. Inside the live broadcast room, although the audience had gotten used to Qin Hao's various unexpected performances, he still couldn't help but make people want to spit when he spoke common sense. Cousin you. This is indeed common sense. Just then, Chen Guoru, who hadn't said anything, nodded with glowing eyes. At those words, the crowd turned their heads in surprise. The look in every man's eyes expressed the word that a traitor had arisen among us. It's just that. How can I say this kind of common sense? A lot of people don't know it, and even if they do know it, they can't show it in times of crisis. Chen Guoru said with a smile. It's like, when you're driving and you're about to hit someone, do you want to dodge, or just crash? In moments like that, the mind is all completely empty. It's basically all just subconscious instinct acting. This was echoed by all. So, handsome cousin, you're not right. Chen Guoru squinted her big eyes and looked Qin Hao up and down, as if she was possessed by a detective, and slowly said, according to Sister Xiaoyun, you're a geek who stays at home all day. Qin Hao immediately looked at Qin Xiaoyun. Ahem. It's because I inadvertently live-streamed and filmed you in, and a lot of female fans were like getting to know you better. I couldn't help it. Qin Xiaoyun felt his cousin's eyes and hurriedly gave a dry cough. A geek who hasn't seen much bloodshed and rarely even comes into contact with people. To see a car crash scene like this and you're able to be incredibly calm shows that you, having seen a lot before, are used to it. Seeing that Qin Hao was about to open his mouth to speak, Chen Guoru hurriedly waved a pause gesture. Handsome cousin, don't be in a hurry to speak yet. Hear me continue to finish. And to be able to be the first to strike in such a situation requires not only a great deal of courage, but more importantly, strong self-confidence. So, cousin handsome, what kind of a person are you really? Swish swish swish. With that much analysis, everyone reacted. Yeah, with that bloody scene, many people appeared to be psychologically uncomfortable. But as a result, Qin Hao was calm, and from this point on, it showed a big problem. Cousin, stop pretending. It's been exposed. What? Little Chen, how dare you expose my king's identity? Your Highness the Dragon King, the old slave is too late to save me. Take me down, Lord Immortal Emperor. The 9 heavens and 10 lands are all waiting for your return. These mortals are completely unaware that one of your planets, Lord Immortal Emperor, is filled with nymphs. So how could you possibly look at a mortal woman? Stop playing around and go back with the old slave. Inside the broadcast room, the audience began to play a stunt, each one of them talking as if it were true. Even the two of them, Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei, muttered in their hearts. Can it be that little Qin really has some hidden identity? But that's not right either. Chen Xiangyang may not have enough segmentation, although he is a master of the state banquet. But in the end the top people are still not in contact. Chen Guowei was different. As a professor of the Academy of Sciences, he had seen and heard of many big names. Never heard of such a person as Chinhao, in one. As far as what Chinhao showed now, many people could not even reach it even if they spent their entire life. These achievements were already enough to make many people marvel. It would be a stretch to be in any kind of hidden identity. Human energy is limited. It's hard not to. Learning from your mother's womb. Cousin. Confess and resist. Qin Xiaoyan pinched her hands on her waist and said with a serious face, "It's still me. And I don't think you want Auntie to go out in person, right, audience?" Facing everyone's gazes, Qin Hao was astonished. "No. Don't you guys play horror games? Or don't watch horror movies? Crowd, what does this have to do with horror movies and horror games? Wait." Suddenly, an incredible thought appeared in their minds. If you guys play horror games a lot, or watch horror movies a lot, then you can work out a strong heart too. Qin Hao spread his hands and laughed. "Have you guys ever seen people who play werewolf killing and get bewitched?" The crowd froze and subconsciously shook their heads in unison. This had never been seen before. "I've seen it," Qin Hao slowly said. "People who play werewolf killing play bewitched. They even in their daily life, they become, very strange. Talking expressionless, you can't tell at all whether what he said is true or not. And that situation just now, it's the same as this. When you've watched too many gory horror movies and played too many horror games, it's just a small scene, okay?" The crowd directly opened their mouths wide. Fog grass. Watching horror movies and playing horror games actually have this effect. Exercise your heart. Chen Guoru, who was still full of composure a moment ago, as if she was possessed by a detective, was directly at a loss at this moment. "Still, I can't believe it works like that." Looking at everyone looking at her, Chen Guoru looked embarrassed. "Don't look at me guys, I don't know. After all, who could be perverted enough to cough up, right?" The crowd understood in seconds. Who can be perverted enough to watch horror movies and play horror games every day? Is this going to be a nervous breakdown? However, if we go by that, it is indeed possible that with a strong heart and having seen so much blood and horror, even if we see it in reality, we will very quickly just adapt to it. Kim made a final summary. Because, people are born with guts, courage and all that, but more of it is worked out later in life. It's natural to be unafraid when you've seen a lot of it. Just as a few people were talking, the sound of an ambulance came from the distance, and watched as a few doctors quickly got out of their vehicles to check up on them. "Ha, only a doctor." After examining it, gave a startled cry of surprise and said, "Who did this?" He pointed to the clothes that were balled up on the floor. At those words, the crowd was immediately tightened in their hearts. Could it be that? "What's wrong?" The woman looked nervous and asked in a hurry. "Is it wrong to do this? Will it affect my daughter in any way?" "No." While directing the paramedics to get the little girl into the ambulance, the doctor explained, "This is the right thing to do. The child was hit in the chest position and is having trouble breathing on her own. Plus she has multiple wounds. As a result, it's easy to cause breathlessness and vertigo. And that's when vertigo and breathlessness, that's going to kill you. And of course, it's not like any harm this move will work, whereas right now it's just the right thing to do. So, this dress played a role even equal to saving the child's life. You are the child's mother, right? Get in the car with us. Woohoo! Ambulances come and go. However, the scene was plunged into silence. Misty grass. To be honest, I didn't really believe it, but now I do. Good lord. A small gesture that actually amounts to saving a child's life? Everyone read with me. How is awesome. To say that before, everyone had most admired Qin Hao's courage, but that was all. From time to time, people even said that Qin Hao was fooling around. And yet now, after the professional's assertion, they realized that Qin Hao not only had courage, but also intelligence. People really aren't messing around. They really know what they're doing. Good job, young man. Snap. At the scene, the applause was thunderous. In their hearts, Qin Hao, this extremely young-looking young man, could only be described in 4 words. There is courage and resourcefulness. On the scene, many girls looked at Qin Hao with eyes that were almost thickened. Handsome, well-built, courageous and intelligent. Where can you find such a man? You can't find it by beating your head against the wall. Chen Shangyang and Chen Guowei looked at each other and relaxed a lot. They were afraid that Qin Hao's help just now would cause that girl to die. And when that happened, people would be afraid, even. They had thought of using their connection slightly once something unexpected happened. Fortunately, everything was perfect. Handsome cousin, I realize I like you more and more. Chen Guoru's eyes were drawn. She had never realized that a man could actually be so attractive. It's completely different from those so-called rich kids, highborn kids, who used to chase her. Those guys, while not exactly straw men and capable, are largely due to family background. But what about Qin Hao? A nothing in the background but seems to be an all-rounder. There's just nothing he won't do. I'll change it. Qin Hao glanced at Chen Guoru with a serious face. Chen Guoru. Crowd. Ha ha ha. Single by strength. Oh, I heard you like me? What do you like about me? I'll change. Brothers, what does it mean to be a straight man of steel? What does it mean to have your heart sealed in cement? Learn it all. See it all. The live studio audience couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard this. Well, go home. Shinhao stretched his blocking waist, scoring a point in his heart for his trip this time, 60 points, barely passable. The main reason was that there were always women who were hitting on him and it was annoying. So, boys, be sure to protect yourself out there. Just as the crowd was about to leave, suddenly, several police cars came quickly in the distance, generally following the normal process. The audit tends to come first. But that was if the injured person was not seriously injured. And it was clear that the previous situation was of a very serious nature. Some of the inspectors quickly got out of the car and directly arrested the driver and the woman who were waiting in place. They didn't even think about running. Or to be precise, couldn't run at all, not to mention the fact that the people at the scene allowed it or not. Even if they did, there are surveillance cameras everywhere. So where are you going to run? This is downtown. Holmes, you say? Why isn't the little girl dead? Shinhao asked with a smile. The crowd was at a loss. What Sherlock Holmes? Then he realized that Shinhao was looking at Chen Guoru. Thinking about Chen Guoru just now with her hands behind her back and a detective look. Don't say. It's really like that. What else could it be? Luck, of course. Before Chen Guoru could speak, Qin Xiaoyun spoke. No. It should be that the driver found the little girl in time. Even if it was a drunk driver. He subconsciously stepped on the brakes. And the little girl didn't die. Chen Guoru pointed to the long brake marks on the road not far away. Luck should play a big part in this stuff, right? I think it's luck too. Is it hard to believe there's something else going on? The audience was also discussing it in the live room. It's not luck. It's inevitable. However, Shinhao's sentence made everyone dumbfounded. Cousin, are you saying that this was a premeditated murder? Kimmy's eyes flashed as she ventured a guess. You've been watching too many TV shows. Shinhao gave her a speechless look, then pointed to the road. You guys look closely over there. The crowd turned their heads in unison to look, and they could still see the blood-red color. But outside of the blood-red color, they could also see very long black tire tracks. An image had subconsciously appeared in their minds. A spirited, drunken man is blowing off steam with his woman, only to look up and realize his car is about to hit a little girl. Brain completely out of control. Subconsciously step on the brakes, but because the speed is too fast, so the sedan cut out a long trace, but still did not brake. Followed by the little girl was knocked flying. The sedan also crashed into the roadside tree. No. Suddenly, Holmes, as it were, realized that something was a little off. She stepped quickly to the curb. Her face stony as she looked at the floor tiles that had been completely shifted, and a series of images came to mind. Hiss. In the next moment, she directly sucked in a breath of cold air. You realized that already? Chen Guoru snapped her head up and looked at Shinhao with a shocked face. She originally thought that it was fine for Shinhao to be brave and have intelligence, or even know a little bit of medical skills, but as a result, he was also so careful in his observation. What's going on? What's going on here? That look of hell. It can't be a program effect, can it? I'm suddenly a little worried. Watching live with you guys, won't it really affect my IQ? It's still unreadable? As for the scene, Qin Xiaoyun's few people looked at the stones that had been completely shifted, pondering, in their minds. Nothing changed in the earlier clips. But later on, there was a big change. The driver found the little girl, subconsciously to step on the brakes, but because the speed is too fast, simply cannot brake. The car directly toward the little girl hit, but it wasn't the little girl who actually hit the first thing. It was the tire that hit the floor tiles on the curb. Such a huge force directly caused the floor tiles to be lifted up, and the force brought up by several floor tiles completely made the tires slip and misalign, and even had the effect of slowing them down considerably as well. And then, only then, it was crashing into little girls. No, to be precise, it cut through the little girl's body, and immediately afterward, the front end of the car crashed into a large tree in front of it. So, under normal circumstances, the sedan would have been at an oblique angle, going straight into the pedestrian street, but instead, because the tires skidded on the tiles, it hit something like an L shape. When Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun, a few people, came up with a shocking result after a short analysis, no wonder Shinhao would say that it was inevitable that the little girl didn't die. Not luck. Now that I look at it more closely, it's true, isn't it? If it had hit at an oblique angle, the girl would have 100% died directly on the spot, with no possibility of survival. Holy shit. With this observation, I, Do-Di, am willing to call you terrifying as hell. Isn't that a pretty simple thing to do? I admire people like you. People are dead and their mouths are hard. Inside the live broadcast room, many viewers marveled at this point of Shinhao's horrifying observation. Brothers are awesome. Just then, a couple of inspectors came striding along at a brisk pace. One of the leaders gave a thumbs up to Shinhao, then said with a gloomy face, "We looked at the road surveillance. If it wasn't for those floor tiles, I guess the scene could have been much more tragic than this. I didn't think that you could analyze the situation just by looking at the scene. Impressive, Shinhao smiled and slowly said. We're different. You guys should actually be able to tell, right? Except that the only difference between us is that I'm a flat earther, and I can speculate wildly, but you have to have the evidence. Upon hearing this, the leader's favor towards Shinhao increased greatly. Honestly, this is the kind of thing that only the old men who have handled many traffic cases can tell at a glance what is going on. Even those who have been doing it for a few years can't always tell at a glance. A little more small talk ensued before the inspectors left, having gotten the scene forensically and also processed the scene. And at the moment, the time had come to just after 7 o'clock in the evening, but it was a city, after all, and the lights were as bright as day. Let's go. Go home and sleep. Shinhao waved his hand and directly got into the car. Handsome cousin. What about me? Chen Guoru had a pitiful look on her face as she made a last-ditch effort. To each his own. Of course. Shinhao rolled his eyes, kicked the gas, and was instantly far away. Damn. Is this guy still a man? Does he like men? Looking at the faraway Ferrari, Chen Guoru stomped her foot. Like her, Chen Guoru. She is also a lively and lovely, salty and sweet, naive and invincible beauty girl. Anyone chasing her is at least starting in double digits. As a result, when it comes to this guy, he touches the wall everywhere. It can be described as impermeable. That's oil and salt. Maybe he really likes men too. Chen Guoru muttered in a low voice as she remembered that in KFC, Shinhao wanted to show his cards but didn't say it in the end. It's definitely not about not being beautiful or pretty enough yourself, rather, the opponent is not at all attracted to the opposite sex. That's right. Puhaha, I've seen passive CPUs, but I've never seen one that actively CPUs itself. Bull. What if I can't get you? It's okay. I'll convince myself. Looking at Chen Guoru's cute look, the audience found it very funny. Hey, don't be discouraged. We'll find another chance later. Chen Xiangyang patted his granddaughter's shoulder and walked away. Bye-bye. Jean Mei also waved her hand, and the crowd then all left. It didn't take after all. Suddenly, two voices sounded behind Chen Guoru, only to see Wang Chanshan and Chen Kursen appear behind her at an unknown time. Humph. At the very least, I'm impressed. And you guys don't even have a chance to make an appearance. Chen Guoru snorted coldly. Impressed by what? Holmes? Wang Chanshan and Chen Kursen exchanged glances, their tones filled with laughing flirtation. Of course, they weren't ostracizing. After all, they were on good terms. It was just a sort of joke between friends. You guys, thinking of what she had just done. Chen Guoru's small face flushed and she directly opened her small hand. I'll tickle you to death. Ha ha ha. Holmes Chan, it seems that your detective skills are not good enough. Not detailed enough. You have to learn. A set of analysis is as fierce as a tiger. A look at the battle record of 0-5. Ah, you guys stop. Look at my invincible tickle. 3 beautiful women, jostling and running further and further away. Meanwhile, across the ocean, beautiful kin, leader, just yesterday, our intelligence department received information from a staff stationed in China. A secretary, knocking on the door of the office room of the leader of the intelligence department, with a somewhat odd face. Originally I didn't take it to heart. After all, like this kind of information, there are dozens of them every day if not 100. But just today, another staff member sent in a similar piece of intel. I think it's a bit fishy. Would you like to take a look? The staff in the secretary's mouth was, naturally, spies. Every country has spies in other countries. Even nowadays in times of peace, always get to know the enemy, or the friend. Once you let your guard down, then it also means that your country is not far from extinction. For the rapid rise of China nowadays, the beautiful Jian is even regarded as a thorn in the side. Look at the Sakura country. Look at the Western 8. Which country doesn't have their beautiful kin stationed there? Oh no, that's called help. Intelligence from China? Upon hearing this, the intelligence leader, who was handling the documents, raised his head and looked at the secretary, then took the documents and scrutinized them. Only, as he viewed it, his expression was sometimes odd, sometimes frowning, and even sometimes he would appear to be crying and laughing. Just see. The document probably describes it like this. Wahoo listener #1527, this number, while representing the identity, also represents the importance of this code, and even more so, the quantity. Recently, the Huaxia Sheep TV program is broadcasting a program live, and the subject of the live broadcast is a young man in his 20s by the name of Qin Hao. A lot of things that shouldn't be in his live stream. The high-tech 3-body vehicle, according to many speculations, contains a high level of technology and has attracted away a professor from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Chen Guowei himself. The energy used by the flying machine is a kind of energy crystal we've never seen before, and according to Qin Hao, the maker, it contains the energy of a nuclear weapon. the details of which are unknown. In the end, the flying machine and energy crystals were taken away by the Academy. And Qin Hao himself had at least one complete flying machine. The skills that Qin Hao has mastered, the technology, the culinary skills that were marveled at and even wanted to be apprenticed to by the master of the state banquet, and also a painting genius. The live broadcast auctioning of 2 paintings for $70 million, exact identity unknown. Looking at this information, the intelligence leader cried and laughed. If it wasn't for the appearance of that Academy of Sciences and his great trust in his subordinates, he would have wondered if someone was playing a joke on him. Meanwhile, the second report, which is basically the same as the first, the only 2 differences are, it's suspected that Qin Hao might be able to practice medicine. It's suspected that Qin Hao doesn't like women, but men. Pending, if Qin Hao knew about this report, he would probably have a head full of question marks. Not wanting to find a date means you like men. Are you guys fucking nuts? These 2 pieces of information, are they sure to be true? Intelligence leader. Johns feels a little dreamy. Not to mention all the high tech and stuff. Let's say that this young man called Qin Hao was only in his 20s, and what he had grasped was already something that many people could not grasp even in their entire lives. Yes, even any of the technologies taken out. Take, for example, painting. How many people who learn to paint can't produce a single famous painting in their lifetime? As for selling it for money, don't even think about it. The dogs don't even want it. But Qin Hao has 2 paintings sold for $70 million. It is outrageous. Add to that a variety of disorganized skills, and is this surely a person, even ingenious? It's still hard enough. Right, Johns fell into a deep state of disbelief. Leader, we've inquired with the eavesdropper on the Chinese side and got a definite answer. The secretary nodded with a look of certainty. No, it's still not right. Johns frowned slightly and slowly said, if it's such a genius, the Chinese side simply won't allow this so-called live broadcast or program to go on. There's a saying in China that says, the gun hits the head. If it's just an ordinary genius, naturally there's no need to hide. But obviously, this Qin Hao has already exceeded the ranks of ordinary geniuses, which belongs to the demons. At that, the secretary looked puzzled. Leader, do you think it's possible that this is a deliberate attempt by Huaxia to create this program, just to attract our attention, so as to achieve some kind of real hidden purpose of theirs? Johns was thoughtful. In fact, he had thought of that possibility. But if that's the case, the other listeners must be sending him some messages. The higher the number ranked listener, the higher the status and importance. This is true of all major countries. And it even gets mixed into the middle and upper echelons. Just see if you have the means to catch it is all. Could it be that Huaxia is trying to play a game of catch and release, knowing that it's already been exposed and can't be hidden? It's purposely publicizing it, thus allowing us to make a misjudgment? Johns murmured. They want us to think that there is no hiding on the Chinese side. So this so-called program is all for show? Thinking about it made John's head a little hard and felt like it was going to explode. He especially hated guessing the minds and intentions of the Chinese people. Especially complicated. One ring after another, true or false, so that people could not figure it out. Forget it. In the middle of the day, John shook his head. Regardless of whether it was true or false, as long as it was reported up by a subordinate, it meant that something was fishy. Not to mention that it was reported up by 2 subordinates together. Realize that every time you report information, there is a risk. It was evident that in the hearts of those 2 subordinates, Qin Hao was very special. What's that live stream? Where can I see it? Johns looked to the secretary and asked in a hushed voice. He was prepared to see for himself, and only by feeling it for himself could he know whether it was true or not. As for how the beautiful Qin network can get inside the Chinese network, isn't that a simple matter? In the private sector all kinds of wall-flipping software can do it. Not to mention departments like his. I purposely inquired about it, and that live broadcast of theirs was authorized to be broadcast on many software in China. So it can be seen on many live broadcast software. The secretary had obviously done her preparation when she arrived. What do you mean by professional? It's called professionalism. Okay, I got it. Johns nodded slightly, then signaled that the secretary could go out. Before picking up the information again and looking it over again, no matter how many times I watch it, I feel like someone is playing a joke on me. Halfway through the morning, Johns bitterly put down the information and took out his cell phone. Of course, his cell phone was specially handled. And as long as the Chinese side did not use special means to specifically check on him, it was generally impossible to find out that he had access to the Chinese network. Of course, if it's screwed up, or purposely targeted, then his presence will be noticed almost as quickly. Available on all major live streaming platforms. After a slight thought, Johns directly searched the search engine for live streaming software in China. Then pick one at random and download it. The speed of his cell phone, naturally, is very fast. Almost just seconds to download the completion of the installation. As the boss of the intelligence department, He more or less knew something about the Chinese language. The next step is to register for an account and log in. He was familiar with these operations. Without saying a word, it began to operate. But 10 minutes later, Johns looked at the large line of text on his cell phone. Congratulations! You have become an honorable anchor. Please start your first live broadcast path. Johns? He was stupid. Why is that? He doesn't really understand it. Obviously follow the operation all the way to register. He also sighed. In China, to register an account is really too much trouble. Actually, so many procedures. As a result, you're now telling me that I've become a fucking anchor. I'm fucking just trying to sign up for an account. Oh, shatter. For a long moment, Johns cursed angrily and nearly threw his cell phone out. The people of Huaxia are really living in dire straits. Breathing heavily, when had he, Johns, the head of intelligence, ever been so angry? After tossing and turning again, I was finally able to register and log in. Then, you are greeted with a variety of beautiful covers. Even though he was a bit old, he was still dazzled by the sight. Goat vision. Xin Hao. Steadying himself, Johns began to search, and soon found, and entered. To his relief, he finally saw the familiar face. Cousin, what we have so far? You can draw. You know about technology. You can cook. You might have a little bit of medicine. You have even more honors and skills such as gold medal trial sleeper, best fertility worker, and so on. Can you tell us what else you know? On the screen, there was a woman's voice. Johns knew that it was the host of the show. I think her name was Kim something. That didn't matter. Really, the things I can do are a lot of common ones, and they're slightly more profound than the average person might be, but only just a little bit. Xin Hao said helplessly. Just for example, this first aid method. I'm also afraid that if I'm alone at home and there's any accident, you people who live together as a family won't understand it. Shucks. Nonsense. I live on my own too. I don't understand. If you don't get it, then I don't get it. If you all don't get it, then I get it even less. The pop-ups were all kinds of fancy. Johns, however, watched with a frown on his face, and then a smile bloomed on his face. And what a subject to observe. Contacted a lot of Chinese people, soil big money, to their beautiful kin, waving money everywhere. Hate everyone knows he is a rich man. They uniformly call this kind of person the Chinese tycoon. Similarly, there are many low-profile people, those who do not show off, but always strike hard at critical moments, are the real Chinese tycoons. He once attended a company party where there was a Chinese employee. In the beginning, say you can't drink, 1 cup and pour. By the end of the party, there wasn't a single person still standing around that table. So, in John's mind, certain Chinese people fall into that category. Obviously strong, but excessively understated. 3 types of beauties. Xin Hao also looked at them. It seems like we've lost all our efforts. We didn't even figure out what type Xin Hao really likes. On the sofa, Jean Mei, who failed to extract useful information from Xin Hao's mouth, was extraordinarily frustrated. In fact, the whole thing itself is going in the wrong direction. Chen Xiangyang let out a slight sigh. In his opinion, his granddaughter was just that one step away, but it's not a good idea to rush this kind of thing. Now the results aren't too good, but they're not too bad either. What? The crowd turned their heads in unison to look. When love and marriage are tied to money and profit, that in itself makes people wary. There's no excuse for that. Everyone lapsed into silence. Indeed, once love and money are linked, then all things will become less pure, and both parties are no longer thinking about feelings, but all about money. But nowadays, it's unavoidable to spend money whenever you know a girl and want to chase, or want to get married, become a girlfriend, etc. Jean Mei said slowly in a complex tone. Holy shit, I can suddenly understand why Xin Hao doesn't want to get married or find a girlfriend. Brothers, think carefully. I thought carefully. From knowing girls, once you want to chase, that will cost money. Chase to the hand, even more to spend money. Marriage also need to spend money. Give birth to a child. For children to eat and drink. Go to school. Old age, even if it is dead, buried in the ground, all need money. Nima, how lives a more penetrating life than we do? One person eats and the whole family doesn't go hungry. As the saying goes, you don't know if you don't count. But you'll be surprised if you do. A pop-up from the audience gave a lot of people straight up dry depression. Even a lot of people are a little bit confused. So, I've been busy my whole fucking life. What am I doing? Toss yourself. You're having a hard time with yourself. Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, and for a moment, they were also a bit teary-eyed. But it was very real. Hey, in the old days, everyone was pretty much the same, looking at what they looked like and whether they were pragmatic about keeping a home. Chen Guowei felt a little bad that the time was too short and his granddaughter hadn't even made an appearance yet. Still, the lack of appearances is a good thing in a way. The first 2 appearances, because they couldn't figure out Xin Hao's situation and relied on their own groping and understanding, Died too badly. I think that people need to be touched, Qin Xiaoyun slowly said. No matter what the feelings are, they need to be contacted. Or else even if it's your own parents, you'll feel rusty. But it's a pity that my brother doesn't even give the opportunity to be contacted. Headache, incredible headache. Unless. Jean May glanced at her, then looked upstairs, and continued to whisper. Unless. Qin Hao goes to work. As long as he goes to work and has a regular place to stay, it becomes easier to get in touch. But even she felt it was unlikely after that comment, for a player like Qin Hao, who can lie down and never sit down, and who immediately goes upstairs to sleep when he gets home. Do you expect him to go to work? I used to be able to accuse him of being an old man, but I can't do that now. This is something that needs to be looked at in the long run. Qin Xiaoyun's eyes flickered for a moment. She could also see that a direct blind date would not work at all. Even if a fairy stood in front of her cousin, it would probably be the same result. No contact, no friendship, no emotional foundation to talk about anything. Hearing this, the audience nodded darkly. Indeed, any talk of money needed an emotional foundation. Does this mean that Qin Hao might go out to work in the future? I guess it's hard enough to get out after all these years, let alone now. I'm afraid I'll have to have Qin Ma herself come back to talk her way out of this. Right? The audience in the live broadcast room is really looking forward to Qin Hao going out to work. Good guy. That picture is too beautiful to imagine. Imagine someone who lies flat and goes to work. That boss could probably be pissed off. Right? Even they are skeptical that there would really be any position or company that would want this. Even if you're a security guard, you still have to stand guard. So how can you be allowed to sit in a booth and not move a muscle? Are we still moving tonight? Jean May glanced at the time and realized that it was already past 9 o'clock, and it was still the point at which the network was at its peak. Hey, I've read some novels. Just at this time, Qin Xiaoyun suddenly said, it's that kind of so-and-so Dragon King, Immortal Emperor and so on. In those novels, the protagonist's home, casually a piece of furniture, or even a teacup, are all antiques. You guys say it's possible. She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone understood what it meant. Holy shit, no way. We were just talking about it and you took it seriously? Buffed. Ha 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 ha, laugh me to death. Yun is so innocent. You really think your cousin is the reincarnation of the Dragon King or the Immortal Emperor? Social society. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience heard this and were first stunned for a moment, followed by everyone bursting out in laughter. Dragon King, Immortal Emperor, dare we say it? You're really daring too. Shen Guowei and Shen Shangyang, two people are even more eyes glaring. These 2 days they also contacted the live broadcast, and even because of the Dragon King, Immortal Emperor and so on, deliberately went to see it. But, isn't that the stuff of fiction? No way, sister. You really believe that? Jean May cried and laughed, but in the next moment, she saw Xiaoyun making eyes at her, and she instantly understood. It wasn't that Qin Xiaoyun believed the bullshit, rather, it was helping her stabilize her live broadcast data. After all, netizens would get viewer fatigue if they often went to the garbage house to pick up trash. It's not like it's just going to go straight off the air now that it's at the network's peak again. Hey, what a kind girl, Jean May sighed in her heart. No matter what the program was, it needed an audience or it would be at risk of being cut. While the show is on fire now, who wouldn't want to be even hotter? In that case, Jean May stood up fiercely and laughed. Then let's see if cousin Qin Hao is the legendary Dragon King or Immortal Emperor or not. Audience, you guys are going to live the whole thing. Currently, there were already millions of people in the live broadcast, so if there was really something good inside this living room, I'm afraid that some bigwigs would have recognized it already. Moreover, the things inside the living room looked like old objects, mostly wooden cabinets and tables and chairs, and some of them even showed obvious signs of decay. What's there to see in these things? It's a well-known fact that any Dragon King, ahem, has treasures all over his house, such as tables, chairs, teacups, and maybe even a very unassuming item. Jean May came directly to the dining table, patted this solid wood dining table, and slowly said, brothers and sisters, do any of the big brothers recognize it? What kind of wood is this? Isn't it some kind of the legendary Shoya Zeton or golden rosewood or something like that? The audience's mouths were directly open and dumbfounded. Sister, you are really daring to talk upwards. The legs of that fucking table are a little rotten. You call that ginormous? Goldenrod is not necessarily decayed even if it is buried underground for thousands of years. So Qin Hao's house is even worse than the underground corrosion? Who understands? Family, is this illiterate man serious? I feel that Jean May is cursing and has found evidence that goldenrod does not rot in the ground for 1,000 years. And as a result, the rotting table in your mouth is goldenrod. So does it mean that Qin Hao's home is even more serious than the underground corrosion? I don't blame you for not getting it, but I really can't help it if you don't get it and look so serious. A golden phrase that directly fucks the defense for the audience. Pop. Qin Xiaoyun slapped his head, somewhat speechless. I'm just asking you to find the treasure. Who asked you to go up there and be so high-end, and goldenrod? Isn't that a lie to fools? It's not even necessary for everyone to speculate together. Hey, young people nowadays are so full of vigor. We are old. Chen Shangyang and Chen Guowei glanced at each other. They naturally knew what was going on. They just watched with a smile and didn't interrupt. Hey, I thought that any random thing in Qinhao's house is a treasure. Jean Mei sighed. It seems that this term's Dragon King isn't very good. Seriously, guys, this is the worst Dragon King I've ever seen. Audience. We couldn't actually tell if the guy was joking or serious for a moment. Anchor, I wonder if you've ever thought of the possibility that this really is gold. However, just then, a netizen suddenly sent a pop-up. Ha ha ha, impossible. Absolutely impossible. If this is ginormous, I'll eat the tabletop. You eat the tabletop. So I'll eat the table legs. Obviously, the audience is not stupid now and has long seen what Kimmy is doing. What does it mean to be a goldenrod? The whole thing is a gold-colored wood with golden lines presented to show off the luxury, and, of course, there's the main one. It is claimed to be incorruptible for 1,000 years. The coffins of many emperors in ancient times were made of goldenrod. Extremely expensive, even. There are 3 golden nuggets in China, all of which are directly guarded by the power of the guards. The preciousness is evident. Some of the slightly worse ones are usually used to make strings and things like that, but even then the price is still high, therefore. Such a large table. If it is golden wood, even if it is a poorer material, it is still worth a lot. The reason why everyone is in denial is that the legs of the table are kind of rotting. Ha ha ha. Well, no more jokes with you all. That's it for today's broadcast. Seeing this scene, Jean Mei smiled awkwardly and was about to go off the air. Although, the table was indeed yellow. It was a dull yellow, nowhere near as bright as the goldenrod. But what no one expected was for that network to speak again. No, Anchor, it really could be gold. At least that's what the grain on it looks like. Many people frowned slightly. Everyone else took it as a joke. But you're more serious, right? Is this to mess with the host or Qinhao? It's not pure. They could already imagine it. And perhaps soon some news would emerge from the outside world. For example, Qinhao talked big, walked into the people's program with no limits, helped Qinhao brag in other news. Never underestimate individual and scrupulous news media. One map for the opening. And the content is all made up, and people who don't know the truth naturally choose to believe it. At this moment, Jean Mei had some regrets. Had she known, it would have been better to just go off the air. Dude, you're some other TV station, right? That's not the way to compete. Throwing dirt? Trying to steer public opinion? Fogweed. Look at his personal page, you guys. Most of today's netizens have IQs online. And straight away people start spraying. However, there were also people who clicked on the homepage of the person who was speaking and were instantly dumbfounded when they took a look. They thought that it was a new number with nothing in it. Or some kind of media. But never thought that it would be a fucking personal account for selling lumber, and one that makes finished wood furniture. The crowd was dumbfounded. Could it be that the spray was wrong? But how can that crappy table be ginormous, completely out of character? At this moment, even Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun, Chen Shangyang, several people have confused. They subconsciously look up and down this dinner table. It is true that you can vaguely see the golden veins, but that doesn't mean anything. 2 of them just don't make sense, rotting and dark in color, to the point that if you don't look closely, you can't even tell that it was originally a yellow table, but rather brown. This high-end lumber furniture waterman. Are you sure you're telling the truth? Because the number of people in the live room was so large. The pop-ups were scrolling so fast that it wasn't until they clicked on the other person's homepage that they realized that the name wasn't right. Jean Mei has some scalp numbness. I'm just for the water hours. In order to stabilize the heat of the live room to find the effect of the show. You're playing me for real, even in this moment. She was a bit skeptical as to whether it was someone that Director Li had arranged. How else would this be possible? Chen Hao, in his 30s, inherited his family's business in craft. His family used to specialize in selling lumber, but now it's the age of the internet, and he's found a business opportunity, that is, making high-end wood furniture. Although there are many poor people, but in the grand scheme of things, there are always those who have money. Sure enough, after changing the state of the business a bit, their high-end furniture sold pretty well, and on top of that, it didn't hurt to sell lumber either. Today, as usual, he swiped through short videos and watched Missy, but then suddenly a live screen was swiped, and at the same time, the words of this young lady inside were heard. Guys, just tell me, is there any chance that this could be Xiaoya Zitan or Jinshi Nanmu? Hearing this, Chen Hao almost laughed out loud. Good lord, what a way to call a man a Goldilocks. He knew that the thing was famous in large part from novels and short videos, except for a portion of the people who had known about it themselves. Just know that it's expensive. Hey, these people nowadays, they really can say anything and dare to say anything. Chen Hao lost his smile and shook his head. A lot of things are just that. Outsiders see the fun. Insiders see the joke. It's like the so-called hacker in the short video. What with being retired from a big company, only to end up in the live room once he's there. Guys, this programming, with my handwritten notes, is priced at $3,000, first come, first served. He's seen a lot of this stuff. Shenhao was about to swipe the next video without hesitation. Suddenly, he flinched, because he realized that the grain of that desktop was very similar to the kind of pattern that seemed to explode from the goldenrod. It's not right. It's not right. If it's goldenrod, how could this table have rotted places? The most crucial thing is that the color is also too dark, completely lacking the unique brightness of goldenrod. For a moment, Shenhao was a bit confused, as this seemed to have overturned his perceptions. Grandpa, are you home? Shenhao pondered for a moment, picked up his cell phone, and made a call. I'm right downstairs. On the phone, an old voice came. Okay, Grandpa, wait for me. I'll be right down. Without saying a word, Shenhao directly went downstairs and came to the compound to quickly find his grandfather. Grandpa, help me see if this is goldenrod? You kid, I told you to learn and watch properly. All you know is to drum up the internet all day long, and now you don't even recognize the goldenrod? The old man, in high spirits, burst into a rage. Shenhao looked embarrassed, but was still very eager. He also knew why the old man was so angry. Because goldenrod was very recognizable. Even a layman who looks at a picture of a goldenrod will be impressed at a glance, not to mention people like them who work with wood all the time. The old man took the phone and glanced at it, and at first didn't give it a second thought, but upon closer inspection, he frowned. It's the wrong color, the right pattern, and the bottom line is, if it's goldenrod, how could it be rotting? And it's still rotting in the living room of your home? The old man subconsciously muttered. Unless this is underground itself. Upon hearing these words, Shenhao, who was originally dumbfounded, suddenly had his body shaken and slammed his head. Yes, wouldn't that make sense if this was underground itself? What do you mean by underground? In the grave, in their line of work. They are more or less exposed. But it's not right. The style of the table. It's obviously modern. It can't be something underground. The old man's brow was furrowed in a puzzled manner. Apparently, he, a veteran expert level who has been immersed in wood for decades, didn't see what was going on either. So, Grandpa, is this goldenrod? Just about 90% sure, but not 100% sure. The old man hesitated and answered slowly. Could it be that if the style was of the ancient kind of the old days, he would not hesitate to answer yes, because it is not unusual for a little bit of decay to appear for thousands of years when you are underground. But now apparently not. Good lord, that's about as outrageous as if you dug up fighter armor in the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. This timber waterman, are you still there? Can you tell us what's going on? In the live feed, came the voice of Jean Mei. Shenhao hurriedly took the phone and began to reply. I'm sorry, I just inquired about my grandfather, but even my grandfather didn't figure out what it was. But there's a 90% certainty that it's goldenrod, but I don't know what the reason is. But this table of goldenrod has been completely unlike it, or rather, except for the grain and the quality of the wood and the effect, the color of itself and the traces of decay are really not in line with the properties of the goldenrod itself. On a side note, my grandfather has been in the lumber business for decades. When these words came out, not only was Jean Mei confused, even the audience in the live broadcast room was confused. Some people wondered if it was a program effect done by this crew. But after checking the guy's personal account work, the earliest work was posted several years ago, which obviously can't be ATO. Most of all, they could see before that Jean Mei was just a random excuse for water hours. Can aim, this is the worst term of Dragon King I've ever seen. Ha ha ha, now that I'm sure, it might actually be the Dragon King. What? My sister was bullied into a doghouse? Dragon King Qin built his sister a bigger doghouse directly with a wave of his hand. Doesn't anyone want to know how much this thing is worth if it's real? Inside the live room, the audience was shocked but habitually played the stunt. Instead, it was Jean Mei and a few others who were a bit dumbfounded. Is it true that just about anything is a treasure and worth a lot of money? So, that means it's really possible that this table could be goldenrod. Except that for some reason, it doesn't match the properties and color of goldenrod, right? Kimmy repeated the question just to be sure, and the answer that came back was yes. I just looked it up, and all the real goldenrod is very bright yellow, but this, Xin Xiaoyan put down her cell phone and looked at the table with complicated eyes. If she remembered correctly, the table had been there a few years ago, except that at that time, although it was dark in color, there was no sign of decay. For a moment, everyone was at a loss. Decades of old timber experts have given the judgment, 90% is the goldenrod, but the characteristics are completely different. This is too weird, isn't it? You guys wait, my grandpa is contacting his friends to ask what the hell is going on for you. And don't think I'm particularly concerned, because I have to be. It's what I fucking do. Just then, Chen Hao sent out another pop-up. If there really is a problem with the goldenrod, will there be a problem with the ones on the market as well? It would be a big shock to my family. Originally, there were really people who already wondered if this waterbender was a bit too enthusiastic. It's not that they're paranoid. It's mainly the Wahoo show that gets it, 90% or more. It's fake. But seeing the words, they get it, as well. If something goes wrong with the goldenrod, it will be a hit to this waterman's business. Just one case, or all of them, no one is sure. The wait is extraordinarily torturous. The time had gradually come to near 11 o'clock. I don't think I should have to ask. I probably understand what's going on. Just then, Chen Guowei, who hadn't said anything, slowly said, "Swish swish swish." All heads turned to him in unison. First of all, let me make it clear, I don't really recognize the goldenrod, but I just searched and the pattern does look similar. Chen Guowei's palm slightly stroked the desktop. It was very smooth and did not have any burr feeling. According to that timber furniture viewer Waterman, if, for example, this really is a ginormous wood, but it doesn't conform to the properties that a ginormous wood should have, then there are only two outcomes. Which two? Jean May subconsciously asked. The first, that the table is not above ground at all, but underground. That is, in the tomb, and only if it has been buried in the tomb for a long time, and is now brought out, will this result occur. After all, it doesn't rot for 1,000 years, but what if it does for 1,000 or two? At those words, everyone fell into deep thought. But, as that timber waterman has probably guessed, the table is not in the right style for antiquity. So there is one last possibility. Chen Guowei's eyes flickered. This table is constantly being cared for by strong radiation, or radioactive material, or something corrosive. Audience, with one word, they instantly remembered the energy crystal. Good lord. With Elder Chen's first words, I thought Qin Hao was a grave robber. Holy shit, holy shit. Yeah, I'm afraid that's not possible if it was anywhere else, but being constantly interfered with by something corrosive, or radioactive in the care, that's a real possibility. Does that mean that the energy crystals are basically 100% certain to exist? Inside the live room, the audience was abuzz, as Chen Guowei said. A normal person, whose normal lifespan may be more than 100 years in a lifetime, grows old slowly over time. But what if there was something that could make that getting older faster? Too much, again. There are so many things that can accelerate the decay of wood, even if it's not intentional, merely passive. Elder Chen, you mean, that energy crystal? Jean May was creeped out. That thing was so powerful? Let's not talk about whether the energy crystals are real or fake. At least I haven't been notified yet. But even if they are real, there's no way they're from energy crystals. Chen Guowei shook his head and lost his smile as he slowly said, if that thing really has such a strong radioactive energy that it can even make the wood rot faster, it is estimated that whoever comes to this area will die. How dare he? Shao Qin. Sleep? Is that possible? Probably something else. But since he dared to sleep in this house, that means he cleaned up. Phew. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyun and Jean May breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't want to be so young that they would turn into old ladies after a few days of staying here. So it's really golden? Jean May looked at the desktop under her hand and cried a little. She's really just saying that. So that's how it is. That would make sense. Maybe. The table is often corroded by some corrosive radioactive substance. That's why it's like this. Hey, it's a pity. Chen Hao and his grandfather nodded in sudden realization. So, timber furniture waterman, how much is this thing worth now? And can you give an approximate price? Jean May asked curiously. Yeah, how much is this thing worth? I've always heard before that goldenrod is valuable and exclusive to the emperor. But how much is really unknown? And why is this thing so valuable? The live audience was also a bit curious. Since we're all curious, I'll give you a rough idea of the scarcity. Not to mention the fact that in ancient times a small block of wood was worth 10 grams of gold. And now, it is even more incomparably short of millions. Tens of millions. That is not uncommon. 1. Golden seal saplings are cheap. But heck, they're slow growing. How slow? Maybe you start growing it as a baby and you die of normal old age before the tree is an adult. Chen Hao's pop-ups appeared on the air. The most outrageous thing is that even if the tree comes of age and really wants to be made into a good piece of lumber, a good piece of wood, it will still need to wait, and it's not likely that it will be safe to give away 2 generations straight away. Audience, the man is gone and the tree is still in the series? Misty grass. I finally realize why this stuff is so expensive and yet no one grows it. Can't top it. Blood loss. Oofed. Ha 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 ha. Laughed my ass off. It's okay to just send 2 generations away safely. The audience saw this explanation and straight away tensed up. Even the few people who were watching Jean May and Qin Xiaoyun had their shoulders trembling madly. Second, and most importantly, temperature. The goldenrod, although able to tolerate the cold, can't get too cold. Once the temperature drops to -10 degrees, the tree is fine, but it will stop growing. Audience. This thing actually stops growing on its own? Isn't this the moment where a lot of people would just say, it's okay in the south. It's warmer in the south. But I'll tell you. Naive. Chenhao's pop-up appeared again. Golden seal doesn't like heat either. Once the temperature goes beyond 20 it may go into slow growth mode. The optimum temperature is 17 degrees. So, now do you understand the level of delicacy? Audience member, got it. Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun subconsciously nodded as well. The temperature is high. Not. The temperature is low. Not move to give you to stop growing. The original growth rate is slow. In the stop growing, who can top it's a wonder anyone grows this stuff. According to the data, it takes 200 years for a goldenrod to be able to be used as wood. Yes, you read that right, 200 years, but only just crossing the threshold of being able to be used as wood, and emitting a strong wood fragrance, really to the high quality of the very best, but need more than 500 years. Chenhao, a family is only how many years old? Once the family withers, it directly becomes someone else's graft, so now you understand why this thing is so expensive. Right? Everyone was dumbfounded, off the charts, extremely outrageous. No wonder the goldenrod is so expensive. This belongs to the rich people can't afford to see and keep. Ordinary people can afford to stay up. Qin Xiaoyun muttered in a small voice. It wasn't loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Pithy. Really pithy. Indeed. The rich can see it and can't afford to keep it. Referring to the time, while the ordinary people can afford to keep it but can't make it through it. And who can make it through it if it doesn't move for hundreds of years? The man leaves the tree and sends you the third generation. The audience was laughing. But Kimmy couldn't. This timber furniture waterman. So how much is the table really worth? At those words, everyone fell silent. Honestly, if it's a normal goldenrod, it also needs to look at the character and whatnot. But with a table this big, hundreds of thousands of dollars is not a sure thing. Chan Ho sends pop-ups. But do you think it's necessary to get hung up on how much it's worth in this situation? Even if you want to sell it, I guess no one would dare to buy it. It's just a pity that my grandfather is so disturbed right now. Such a goldenrod. It's such a waste. The crowd froze, then remembered that this thing had been badly corroded by something. So who knew if there was any residue left on it, and even if they don't? Who's to say? It was estimated that only Qin Hao himself dared to use it, because only he knew it best. Also, Jean Mei nodded. Her eyes gradually turning complicated. Who would have thought that an act that was just a joke would become real? It's really golden. If it's not corroded and rotting, then this price. It simply makes your head spin just thinking about it. However, soon Jean Mei looked at the surrounding cabinets and fell into contemplation. Even couldn't help but think of those pots and pans in the kitchen. Was there a possibility that those pots and pans were also treasures? Guys, I've decided. Let's call it a day. Tomorrow, we'll explore the whole house, including pots and pans. Better to kill than to let go. Shocked. Walking into a people's program and exposing Qin Hao? Why does he know everything? It turns out he has this layer of identity. The Dragon King in reality. Have you ever seen him? The Dragon King's identity is stoned. And a random dining table in his home is actually worth a fortune in golden wood? As Kimmy shut down the live stream, the network, at night, boiled over, all sorts of news is flying around, Jitterbug, Beep Station, Shutterbug, etc. All the major short video sites have appeared videos about Jean Mei. Let's see today whether Qin Hao's identity is a Dragon King or an immortal emperor. This is the worst class of Dragon King I've ever seen. A giltwood table? Worth a fortune? Just corroded? There's a lot of talent on the Beep Station. And they even edited a ghost video for Kimmy, from the beginning of a jokey playfulness, to the end of the day when you realize it's actually a table of real value. The reversal, the image, the effect, it's unbeatable. Ha ha ha. On the spot. I'm the vase. Kimmy understands the effects of the show, and was looking for water hours, but she found a real thing. Am I the only one who wants to know what the hell it is that could have corroded the goldenrod to that state? Below the Shake Shack video, many netizens are discussing it. Everyday exposure. I explode you Juhua. There's no doubt that these videos are on fire. And they're still the very hot ones. The main thing is that the contrast is fantastic. Everyone assumed that it was just a regular table, including Kimmy herself. However, the next moment she was told that it was a really valuable goldenrod. Who could not be dumbfounded? Many online users, in particular, are instantly interested when they know that they'll be checking out other things tomorrow. Even pots and pans. It's hard to understand people's vision and interests in this day and age. Maybe casually put a video of a dog peeing against a wall on Jitterbug and it will get millions of likes. But many people who make serious segment videos stare at the fire not being able to do so, and as a result, people's interests became progressively more peculiar and perverse. For example, watching fixing donkey hooves, carpet shampooing, car washing, or even squeezing pimples, pulling out ears, and other hobbies. Just amazing. Capital City. The program director, this Qin Hao, you say, doesn't really have any special identity, right? It was midnight, but these program staff members still hadn't left. They are volunteering to work overtime, because the program received compliments, of course. This is certainly not important, but it is very important when linked to the second article, bonus, at this moment. However, concerns arose in the minds of some of the staff. What a family this is, a dining room table in goldenrod, looking at that corrosive virtue. It's obvious that he doesn't care. Plus, Jean May and the netizens left mouthfuls of Dragon King and Immortal Emperor made their hearts go all over the place. Immortal Emperors, Dragon Kings and the like were definitely impossible, but they couldn't carry the other special identities either. Upon hearing this, Director Li Haoren Li, who appeared to be very happy, skimmed his subordinates and faintly shook his head. You people, you're just naive. Come to think of it, if Qin Hao really had any special identity, do you think this live broadcast could go on? It would have been stopped at the very beginning. How could it still be there now? The many staff members flinched and pondered slightly. Makes sense. Makes perfect sense. How could the really big guys allow a live broadcast, even if Qin Hao didn't know? Wouldn't others know? Do an honest job. Don't worry about this and that. Look, didn't the leader give us a bonus today? Li Haoren shook off the red ticket in his hand and laughed. Tomorrow, I guess Jean May and the others will continue to dig, but this kind of digging, there will be an end to it someday. It could end tomorrow, or the day after, so let's get ready. The staff looked over in unison, with deep curiosity. Well, contact the major companies. Wait, never mind. It's better to contact some companies in Liaoqing City. Li Haoren was originally thinking of letting his employees contact the company in the capital, but upon careful consideration of Qin Hao's pissiness, that guy wouldn't come at all. Director Li, do you mean, let Qin Hao go to work for work? An employee asked with an incredulous look on his face. Enough for now. Li Haoren shook his head and laughed. However, don't we still have a killer app? I believe that Qin Hao's parents are definitely more anxious than us, especially after experiencing this blind date. 3 beautiful women of different colors appeared on the scene, and Qin Hao refused all of them. So this parent must not be anxious and crazy. One might even have to wonder if one's son has a problem with his orientation. And then it was just a matter of getting into the company. Li Haoren was filled with confidence that everything was within his grasp. But what kind of company would want his kind of peculiar being? The employees laughed bitterly, said waste, but not fucking all the skills than anyone else. At least what was shown was pretty much like this. But to say it's not a waste, I guess everyone disagrees. What can I do at the company, lying down, or go to bed? Hey, young, ha? Li Haoren looked at the strange eyes and odd expressions of a group of staff members and bashfully sipped a mouthful of goji berry tea. You must realize that in this world, there is nothing that profit cannot do, and if it can't be done, then profit is not big enough. There used to be a saying that money can do 99% of the things, but I'm telling you, it can do 100% now. Nowadays, the program into the people's lives is so hot. Once we put the word out, it won't be us going to those companies. It'll be those companies coming to beg us. Who wouldn't want that kind of traffic and attention? At these words, all the staff fell silent. When I was young, I thought that money was no big deal, that there was no fooling around, that as long as I was young, I had an unlimited future. Money can buy everything, bullshit, but really go into the society. Go to work to earn money, only to realize, do not deceive the young poor, do not deceive the middle-aged poor, do not deceive the elderly poor. The dead are great, money really does buy everything. Without money, you're not even a good person, let alone a man. Go on. Li Haoren smiled and waved his hand, and as he watched everyone leave, he looked at the video edited out on the computer screen and narrowed his eyes slightly. Qin Hao, what kind of person are you? You're really mysterious. So mysterious that even many foreign netizens have entered the Chinese network. With that said, Li Haoren became a bit hyper, even. A lot of software abroad. Some information and discussion of this program appeared, such as Twitter, Facebook and so on. Perhaps, he or she will rely on an interview-based variety show that will be a direct global hit. It's not that they're doing a great job, the creator of all this was because of Qin Hao. Hey Dean, what's the situation over there? According to the rules of the Academy of Sciences, the detection speed shouldn't be this slow, right? Returning to his temporarily rented home, Chen Guowei looked out the window at the village illuminated by the moonlight, but he did not have the slightest intention of viewing the beauty. The energy crystals have been detected, Dean Dynasty Liang slowly said, with Xiaoqin said 8 or 9. But, it's just too stable. What do you mean? At those words, Chen Guowei froze, his heart incomparably shocked. Really, it's actually true, that tiny, less than palm-sized energy crystal actually contained the energy of a nuclear weapon. No wonder the guy called this thing silent speaker. Who can remain silent in the face of such power? Dare you not be silent? Look at what was once Cherry Blossom Country. in several thousand degrees of heat. Without a word, we started with a stabilizing energy test, which finally tested out to be comparable to the energy of the strongest nuclear weapons. Hardness. In this world, so far, we haven't found anything that can break the surface of the monster it is. Output. This thing provides as much energy as you need when you need it, but you can't just turn it on and drop it as a bomb. You have to need a release medium. Like, for example, a remote control car, which only releases the energy of a remote control car. Chen Guowei was dumbfounded, and this strange construction, it's so stable with such strong energy? What is this technology? After a long time, Chen Guowei took a deep breath. He knew that the dean couldn't answer either, but he subconsciously asked. Known Blue Star technology. Simply can't do it, and we're guessing that it's at least 500 years ahead. Note that it's at least. He is truly a genius. No, a demon. This may contain spacefolding technology, specifically being cracked. Dynasty Liang let out a bitter smile. Saying this out loud, even he didn't believe it himself. Crack? With what crack? Take the head, 500 years or more, not 5 years. Pressing is a transdimensional field now. Where's the tricopter? Hey, don't mention it. That thing is even worse. We can't even open it. Speaking of this, Dynasty Liang was as if he had aged dozens of years, and his tone was full of helplessness and sadness. Fight, can't you? Chen Guowei was dumbfounded. Yes, it's as if it's one piece. There are no nuts and screws, much less gaps, and we have no idea where to start in order to take it apart. All kinds of scanning instruments were used, and not a single gap was found. Chen Guowei. So what's next? There will be continued research against the tricopter, dismantling it, but the center of gravity will be shifted to energy crystals. And as you know, the most expensive thing in this world is energy. Once this thing can be worked through by us, then, although Dynasty Liang didn't finish his words, Chen Guowei understood what it meant. That would be a reform, it would be a storm, sweeping the globe, there is no doubt about that. Otherwise, why don't we ask Qin how to go and explain it to us? Chen Guowei hesitated and said slowly. No, it has been ordered from above that any official personnel can't touch Qin Hao without any special necessity. I'm not sure of the exact reason. Maybe it's for protection or some other reason. Dynasty Liang laughed bitterly. Now it's like we're doing a question. Qin Hao has already written the answer to us precisely and clearly, and we can't even push out the process in reverse. So what's the face to ask? And not that qualified. This is a threshold for us. A threshold to traveling to Qin Hao's presence. Chen Guowei understood. Every scientific researcher was proud. Of course, they were inwardly proud. A country's scientific research elite. And as a result, they froze and couldn't figure out an energy crystal. How dare you ask? You're really shameless. Aren't you? Hanging up the phone, Chen Guowei looked at the scenery outside the window, his eyes flickering slightly. Qin Hao, what other secrets do you have? Being at least 500 years ahead of Blue Star. Are you a demon? Or, it was a night when many people couldn't sleep. It's been hard to sleep through the night. Early the next morning, the crowd came into the parlor again. Speaking of which, ever since Elder Chen Shangyang came, all the meals were basically contracted by him. Originally, Qin Hao and Qin Xiaoyun were embarrassed. After all, the guest is not a guest of another say. People are not young. However, Elder Chen was dead set against it. So what else could be done? That's certainly spoiling him, and because of that, in just a few days, everyone felt as if they were gaining weight at a rapid rate. Hey, in this afternoon, I guess I'll gain at least 10 pounds by the time the show is over. Sitting on the couch, Kimmy smelled the aroma emanating from the kitchen and mourned a little. That pretentious, kind of, but mostly. You can't keep your mouth shut, totally unmanageable. Who can say no to a gourmet meal made by a top national master chef, and also the 3 major dishes proficient? Note, this is just to say, the 3 major dishes Chen Shangyang do the best, the peak, but does not mean that the other will not do, again. It far exceeds its peers. It would be a crime to turn down such a treat. Hey, I don't care. I'm a physique that can't get fat. Qin Xiaoyun hemmed and hawed with a smug smile. Upon hearing this, Jin Mei immediately gave her an envious look. How enviable it is to have a physique that can't gain weight from eating. Ladies and gentlemen, the treasure hunt is now open on. Jin Mei looked around. Early in the morning, she kind of didn't want to move. She would never admit that it was because the words "you can't get fat from eating" were just too solid. Eyes went to the couch under his butt and patted it. This is it. The couch. Any of the big boys know it? Is it worth anything? I'm sure any Dragon King or Immortal Emperor would have just about anything in their home worth a fortune. Audience, you motherfucker, you're toxic. Aren't you? You're designated a little bit sick. Have you been to the hospital? Buffed. Ha 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 ha. Misty grass. Busted. Ha, don't tease. If you're going to say a wooden table or something, chances are it's a treasure. But a sofa is a modern craft product. Indeed. I've never heard of any couch that's worth more than a joke. The audience cried and laughed. The sofa was instantly recognizable. leather, and not wood. Even if it was some kind of animal skin, it wouldn't be particularly valuable. Worthless? Kimmy looked at the pop-ups and wasn't disappointed. She was really just talking casually. No way. No way. No one would actually recognize what brand this is, right? Just then. However, a conspicuous pop-up from a netizen appeared. Everyone was stunned, and an absurd thought suddenly appeared in their minds. This thing can't be worth money too, right? It's a big brand name sofa, worth over $10,000. Audience? So, that's it. Seriously, isn't it common for couches to be in the thousands to tens of thousands for this stuff? Holy shit. Big guy, don't talk out of breath. You're scaring me. I almost had a heart attack. I really just thought that just about anything was worth millions and millions of dollars. That's outrageous. Dude, lighten up. It's not yours anyway. Why are you having a heart attack? Inside the live broadcast room, the audience breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the second half of the sentence. And in fact, even Jean May herself was taken aback. It's a big name sofa. Leather. Plus it has storage space, which is one of the selling points. And a lot of sofas these days don't have storage space. The most crucial thing is that even if it has storage space inside, the top will be very stable, because it is a mortise and tenon design, which can guarantee that within 10 years, there will not be any shaking, and the padding inside the sofa will not collapse, although the price is $15,000, but it is really worth it. The jokester continued to send pop-ups. Some may wonder if it's too much of a coincidence that these people seem to know everything. It's actually quite normal, with the growing number of people currently in the live stream. It's no surprise that people from all walks of life may be entering it. It's like, if you don't go to the hospital, you never know how many patients there are in the world. When the base is large, everything comes up. Big guy, you sell sofas. Right. Good guy, you know so much detail? Don't talk about it, just go live and sell the goods. The end of everything is the bandwagon. I'll say a number. Get it on the shelves for me right now. Apparently, a $15,000 couch isn't enough to surprise an audience much, if at all. Rather, it was the Waterman's introduction that got them interested in the couch, guaranteed not to wobble or cave in for 10 years. That's a big mouthful, especially those who have little gods and goddesses and all kinds of animals in their homes or doing double takes. There is no couch that can withstand the tossing and turning of small gods and animals. Good man, Waterman. You're here to bring the goods. Jean May laughed and didn't take it to heart. Instead, she was interested in what the waterbender said about there being space inside the couch. They had been here for a few days and sat almost every day. But they really didn't get the feeling that the interior was empty, since the sofa is the normal price. Let's look at the rest, Kimmy said, getting up and going to look at something else. It's still some time before we eat, and naturally we can't broadcast nothing in the time in between. Don't ya, anchor? Look at how much space there is inside the sofa. I want one too. The couch isn't worth anything. Maybe what's inside the couch is worth something? It's not good, right? It's not good to rummage through people's things without the owner's consent. Of course. The garbage house and the table don't count. The garbage house, Qin Xiaoyun said that Qin Hao didn't care about it at all. And the table can't be counted even more. Many people in the live room wanted to see the inside of the couch, but others felt that the behavior was bad. On a lighter note, that's checking someone's privacy. On a heavy note, that's all illegal. In fact, Jean May was curious if there would be anything inside the couch, but didn't say anything mainly because of that. Seeing the audience getting more and more up in arms, Jean May knew very well that in this situation, if she didn't show it, then she would probably lose a lot of money, but it's simply impossible to give a look. It's a matter of principle. They're not some unscrupulous livestream. They're sheep TV, and they wouldn't even be allowed to do that, otherwise, no matter how hot the show is, it will be taken down. Let me see. Just as Jean May was caught in a dilemma, Qin Xiaoyun smiled and said, I'm my brother's sister. It's nothing to look at. If it's about privacy, then don't broadcast it out live. But if there's nothing in it, then it doesn't matter. Maybe there's nothing in it? Phew. Hearing this, Jean May breathed a sigh of relief and instantly cast a grateful look. Sure enough, it's you who are still a sister, unlike these big pigs' hooves on the air. Usually a mouthful of a dear little baby. When it comes to the critical moment, do not satisfy them, turn their heads and walk away, simply ruthless. But how do you open this couch? There doesn't seem to be any buttons or switches. Qin Xiaoyun got up, looked at the sofa, and asked curiously, otherwise, I'll look it up on Baidu? No. Stick your hand in the crevice at the back of the couch and you'll be able to feel something like a notch. Just lift it up as hard as you can. The big guy on the live feed spoke again. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoyun nodded, but it was clear that this couch was not small, and with her being a girl, she could not lift it up at all, so, Chen Guowei stepped forward, and the hands of the two men, who had inserted themselves into the crevices of the sofa, began to feel around. Found it. The two men's eyes lit up and they were about to lift it. Viewers, What do you think Qin Hao will have in this sofa? Everyone can make a bold guess. Kimmel laughed. Antiques? Real estate license? Or some high-tech product? Or maybe fogweed. However, before she could finish her words, Chen Guowei and Qin Xiaoyun, who had already lifted the sofa seats over there, let out a gasp in unison. That's right, even Chen Guowei, who had always been incredibly calm, had not been able to hold back at all. What's the situation this is? Elder Chen is so shocked? No way. There can't really be any antiques in there. Can there? That's impossible. The antique too don't recognize it either. Could it be the dragon robe? This thing is 100% recognized. The audience seldom saw Chen Guowei show that look of hell. Straight away, I couldn't help but start guessing. It's a shame you can't see it. What did you see? Jean May tilted her head to try to see, but she couldn't see either, and was in a hurry, and at this moment, the two of them, Qin Xiaoyun and Chen Guowei, had absolutely no intention of hitching a ride on her. A pair of eyes widened in disbelief as they looked at the interior of the couch. There's plenty of room, but it was a reddish color, rows and rows of red banknotes, piles and piles of them neatly arranged inside the sofa, several meters long, more than a meter wide, tens of thousands of bundles, several layers, probably tens of millions, maybe even more. Shock. Unparalleled shock. Is it because they haven't seen any money? Maybe Qin Xiaoyun hadn't seen this much, but it probably wasn't anything to Chen Guowei, mainly. Sudden shocks. $1 million, said out loud, is a number with no mental fluctuations at all, but the visual impact, if it's thrown directly in front of you, is completely different. Chen Guowei was in a trance for a moment, came back to his senses, and let out a bitter smile. Good lord. What a hobby. Who would have thought that Qin Hao would put so much money in this inconspicuous sofa? Isn't he afraid of losing it? As for the source of the money, he had nothing to suspect. Ever since I learned last night that the energy crystals were real, he knew that if Qin Hao was willing, the country could support Qin Hao's family and even his children and grandchildren until the end of time. Yes, any country would love to, and would even grab their heads, to put it in a bad way. The Qin family would not necessarily be extinguished even if Huaxia was gone. Holy shit, that's a lot of Q. Qin Xiaoyun reacted furiously halfway through his sentence. This can't be exposed, although, before, Qin Hao sold paintings and sold a lot of money, but no one can guarantee that it was a program effect. After all, is there any shortage of fake stuff in this day and age, including the Ferrari as well? Who's to say that's not a show prop, rented? Isn't that normal? But real money is different. Once this thing is exposed, I'm afraid that even if they know it's a program effect, there will be people who are desperate, at least tens of millions of figures. Who cares what kind of program props you are? As long as you are sure that it is real money, directly come to rob you. That is not at all accustomed to. Money moves people, it's mostly just grabbing it over. Small target and even less of a code. Nothing like a car or a bank card or anything like that. Better what? I think I heard it. But then I don't think I heard it right. Come on. Jean May, it's your turn to make a move. The live audience was very eager, but just then, Chen Guowei shook his head even though he didn't say anything. Can't it be broadcast? Kimmy was a little disappointed inside, mostly because she wanted to know too. But you can't force such things. Come on, let's eat. Just then, Chen Xiangyang's voice sounded in the kitchen. Coming. Kimmy immediately obliged, and the camera shifted to enter the kitchen to help serve the food. Shit. What the hell? You're not even allowed to see this? What the hell is it? Taken off and gone. No big brothers. This is people's privacy. Are you so shameless? Otherwise you guys show me your privacy, okay? The debate in the live room aside. Xiaoyun, when you have time, tell your brother to hurry up and move this money away and store it in the bank. What's the point of leaving it here? And it's easy for rats to gnaw on it. Chen Guowei put down the sofa and said to Qin Xiaoyun, it's also a huge trouble in case it's targeted by someone with a heart of gold. This guy. Even now, Qin Xiaoyun was a little bit not back to his senses, and even felt that he was a little afraid to sit on that sofa anymore. I haven't counted them carefully, but with at least tens of millions sitting on their asses, who wouldn't have numb claws? Qin Xiaoyun, is just an ordinary little girl. She now kind of understood why her cousin lay around all day. It was like laying on money. Could it not be comfortable? But why would he put so much money here? This was what Qin Xiaoyun was most perplexed about. Maybe, by the way, it's just sitting here and there's no room for it up there? Chen Guowei slightly pondered for a moment and slowly said, for example, if someone wants to do something, they feel that the bank card is insincere and has no impact, so they take cash. As a result, Xiao Qin's character and really didn't want to go out, so he just left it here? And, I don't know if you noticed, but there's a thin layer of dust on the top layer, so I guess it's been in there for a long time. Qin Xiaoyun, how can you come up with such twisted and bizarre speculations? If you were to guess on your own, 8 heads would be hard enough to come up with it. Ha ha, you're still young. You just don't run into many things. When in a high position, all sorts of ways to give away money. You'll run into them all. Looking at Qin Xiaoyun's demented naivety, Chen Guowei couldn't help but smile. Ever seen a tea box with not tea, but bank and shopping cards in it? Bundles of shopping cards. Ever seen a white wine delivery with money in the box instead of buying wine? I've seen cigarettes delivered, unopened, and even when they are opened inside they are unopened in one small packet. But inside the small packet, it's rolled up into a small roll of money. Qin Xiaoyun. It's been a long time coming. It's really been a long time coming. These are tricks she's never thought of in her life. You have to realize that when you want to give a gift, and a heavy gift, but the other party is not convenient to receive it because of their status, then all sorts of tactics will be used. Doesn't it seem bizarre? The gift giver is left scratching his head trying to figure out how to get the money out. Speaking of this, Chen Guowei smiled. So, Elder Chen, you've received a lot too? Qin Xiaoyun couldn't help but ask curiously. But anyone in a position of power has received it. Whether they receive it or not is another matter. I don't know if other people take it or not, but I've been drilling scientific research all my life, and I'm not really interested in all this fly-by-night stuff, Chen Guowei said very frankly. Qin Xiaoyun nodded thoughtfully. This guy, really, obviously so powerful, pretending to be like a paralyzed person all day long. Qin Xiaoyun gritted her teeth. Before she was looking for the two paintings sold $70 million. Very happy, because the pressure of the aunt and uncle will be much smaller. Otherwise it is simply not able to top the cousin's consumption. But now it seems that this guy has been so rich for a long time, so angry. It's like, I originally thought you were a beggar, and I got you a great program to make money and live on with a little seriousness. As a result, you turned around and told that you didn't care at all, and were even richer than me. It's hard. Wanting to cry. What are you two doing? Eating. At that moment, Chen Xianyang swung his book and greeted. Or let's eat somewhere else. Kimmy looked at the table and hesitated. It's a giltwood table. When I didn't know, I used it. Now that I know, I'm sure I can't use it. Not sure of the exact price, but it must be very valuable is all. She couldn't afford to pay for it if there was a collision of any kind. Ha ha, that's where you're thinking wrong. Upon hearing this, Chen Guowei and Chen Xianyang looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. How? Since Qin Hao treats this table as a dining table, it means that he himself doesn't care. Of course, even if the host doesn't care, we as guests can't leave it out of our minds. Chen Guowei laughed. Most of all, after this table has gone through the scourge of all that corrosiveness and radioactivity or radiation, you can totally treat it as an ordinary table and sell it. Okay. Jean Mei thought about it carefully and was indeed relieved that it was so. The rice is just plain, common dishes, but the colors and aromas, even the presentation, are very nice. Holy shit. Obviously they're all ordinary dishes. Why does Elder Chen make them so good? Exquisite. Just a quick question. How much would it cost to have Master Chen make a meal in a hurry? Don't ask. Asking means you can't afford it. The audience in the live broadcast room also temporarily forgot about what had just happened, and their eyes were all diverted by the dishes. Looking at those colorful and fragrant dishes on the table, even though they had already seen it many times, they still couldn't help swallowing their saliva. The most painful thing in the world is that I love food and have seen it, but can't eat it. It's a sin. Hiccup. After eating and drinking, Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun sat on the sofa and burped hard. Elder Chen. At this rate, I'm really going to get fat. Kimmy was a little bit of a spook. Ha ha, it's a blessing to be able to eat. Chen Xianyang let out a loud laugh. By the way, what did you just see? Jean Mei was helpless. This was his own problem. Of course, he could not blame others for the old man. It was only a joke. Turning his head to Qin Xiaoyun, he leaned over and whispered a question in his ear. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyun hesitated slightly. After getting along these days, she also knew that Jean Mei was a very good sister. Even after learning that his cousin was awesome and all that, there was no jealousy. Most of all, very respectful. Money, Qin Xiaoyun replied in a similarly small voice. Money? How much? Didn't count it carefully, but at least tens of millions. Kimmy. She subconsciously touched the couch under her buttocks. Her expression a little dazed. Earlier, when she saw Qin Xiaoyun and Chen Guowei's expressions, she knew that there was definitely something in this sofa. Also thought a lot, such as antiques, or paintings of famous people, or even dragon robes, but she never really thought about it. All cash, at least tens of millions. Man, how much does he not care about money? $10 million in a couch. Aren't you afraid a rat will get in? What are we going to do next? Qin Xiaoyun asked curiously. Of course it's to continue searching for treasures. Since a random thing is a treasure, I believe everyone will be curious about how many good things Qin Hao has in this house. Jean Mei hemmed and hawed. The feeling of deciphering was really cool. I want to talk to Xiao Qin about cooking things, Chen Xianyang slowly said. At the same time, let him learn from me. At that, Chen Guowei directly rolled his eyes. This kind of technological genius. Oh no. Technological demon. Go with you to learn cooking. What do you think? He wasn't very willing before, let alone now. I want to discuss with Chen how about academic issues in science and technology. And I say, old Chen, if one less person learns from your cooking skills, everyone will not starve to death. Bullshit. Does one less person on your tech make everyone dead? Chen Shangyang directly blushed and retorted. Will. Chen Guowei slightly contemplated for a moment and nodded with a serious and solemn expression. Crowd. They subconsciously assumed that it was these two old masters who were used to daily bickering over their disciples. However, they were completely unaware that what Chen Guowei said was true. There is no doubt that technology is the first productive force, and at Chen Hao's level of technology, it would really kill people. Okay, then let's go our separate ways. Chen Shangyang disdainfully skimmed his mouth. There is a saying that without anyone in this world, the blue star will turn. However, no matter what they decided, they had to wait until Chen Hao got up. Seriously, if this scene was seen by their disciples and students, they would probably think that their own teacher was possessed by something strange. Are you kidding? Which one of these two is good-natured, waiting for you to get up? You're not dreaming, are you? If you dare to sleep in and make the teacher wait for you, it would be merciful if you didn't throw cold water on your bed. I'd be merciful if I didn't throw water on your bed. I'd drag you right out from under the covers, without hesitation. On the other hand, Jean Mei had brought Qin Xiaoyuan and was already wandering around the living room. So-called treasure hunting. Actually, seriously, I'd rather check out the second floor. Jean Mei looked at the stairs going up and whispered. You said the first floor is so full of goodies. Then the second floor. Sheesh, she didn't finish the sentence, but everyone understood what it meant. Is there a possibility that all the good stuff has been put on the first floor, just to pretend? No way, big brother. This idea of yours is really chicken magic. Good things are put out brightly. Not afraid of losing them? Your family has things worth millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. Would you put them out? Hey, he's probably afraid to lose it in his pants. But, ha ha ha. The discussion within the live broadcast room was not known to Qin Xiaoyun, who frowned slightly and shook her head. Let's forget about the second floor. I need to ask my cousin. After all, that's someone's boy's room, just like a girl's room. It's not good to be unannounced. Kimmy nodded. It was so true. Boys, or geeks, who knows what's in the room? No chance of bitter tea seeds flying all over the place. As far as her cousin Qin Hao's lazy appearance was concerned, she wasn't surprised in the slightest. Since we can't go up to the second floor for now, let's take a look in the living room. I'll give the camera a slower shot, and if there's anything good, you can all talk about it. I trust you. Kimmy's camera began to swirl around the entire living room. The living room was actually not small. It was 70 to 80 square feet, which would be a luxury in the city. No anchor? You're testing us. First time I found out that treasure hunting can be done this way. Stop. 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 Moderator, don't you find the pattern of that cabinet familiar? Just then, a conspicuous pop-up appeared in the live broadcast. Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun froze and looked towards the cabinet. There was a tricopter sitting on top of that earlier. Just see the overall dark color of the cabinet. But the pattern. My god. Jean Mei took a closer look and was shocked, because the pattern, actually, was similar to the pattern of that table. Is this actually a goldenrod too? It is indeed goldenrod, only equally corroded, and sadly, defeated. Just too damn defeated. Suddenly, that furniture water friend Chen Hao appeared, and what was revealed between the lines was incomparable heartache. This, furniture waterman. What could these cabinets and tables be worth if, and I mean if, they were still intact? Jean Mei's eyes lit up and she asked in a hurry. It's hard to say. The color is also a very important point, but if you look at the pattern, it's obviously very beautiful. The pattern alone, not to mention the color, it's absolutely superb. So a few million is absolutely no problem. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when these words came out. Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun's bodies shook in unison, to say that they didn't know the price before. The crowd just knew it was worth something, but didn't have a concrete idea. But now, note that just by looking at the pattern, it's at least a couple million. So what if the colors are pretty awesome too? It's no wonder furniture buffs say loser. Even if it's not theirs, they feel a pang of heartache. Too defeated. You can't even top that with a mine at home. It's got to be a lying mine. Am I humanly stupid? Is the world changing too fast? Or am I too poor? Is money also worthless? I've read some comparisons about Chinese luxury goods and foreign luxury goods before, and I can only say that you can still afford many of the foreign luxury goods, but there are some Chinese luxury goods that you can't even buy with money. Just one cabinet. Okay, it's big, but it actually costs a couple million, and at least, regardless of the era, the common people will always have the most, there's no doubt about that. So, when they heard this price, they simply could not accept it, because a couple million can basically be spent in style in a small county for the rest of your life. Even the offspring will live in great style if they are not particularly profligate. As a result, in Chin Hao's house, you can only change one cabinet? I'm sorry, this isn't a walk into people's lives program. This is a fucking walk into the lives of the rich. Liar, thanks for the invitation to just come. I fucking thought I was going into the ravine to see the poor people, but now I realize I'm so poor. Inside the live broadcast room, there was a direct explosion. To be honest, I was shocked, but it didn't feel very expensive, and it certainly wasn't that I was rich. However, right at that moment, Jean May spoke as if adding fuel to the fire. Audience, we are all ordinary people who may seldom get to know luxury goods, but I am more or less exposed to them, and of course I can't afford them. Jean May took out her other cell phone and laughed. I'll show you guys ha. The screen then focuses on the cell phone. Qin Xiaoyun, Chen Xiangyang, and Chen Guowei all stretched their heads in unison to look over. Then, open screen storm. This is an umbrella co-branded by both brands. Remember, it's an umbrella haha. A picture of an umbrella appeared before the crowd. Honestly, it's pretty ordinary, or at least nothing shiny, but one look at the asking price left everyone collectively dumbfounded. 11. 100? 10? 000 plus? My nigga. It's made of gold. Over 10. 000 for an umbrella? Away from the original score. Even the two old men, who were worth a lot of money, were very surprised and looked like they didn't recognize the world. As if played out. Hey, that's right. It's an umbrella for 10. 000. Kimmy raised an eyebrow and gave a wicked grin. But you guys thought that was the end of it? You guys think that for 10. 000 or so, at the very least, it's still somewhat useful as an umbrella. Speaking of which, Kimmy spread her hands. Unfortunately, it's an umbrella, but it's a non-waterproof umbrella. Audience, what? Kimmy continued to be calm in the face of a plethora of exclamation points and question marks. You heard me right and I'm not wrong. This is indeed a non-waterproof umbrella, so maybe you'll think that it can be used as a sunshade, right? But unfortunately, it says umbrella, not parasol. The audience people looked dumbfounded, even a little skeptical. Earlier, Jean May said something like, millions of dollars of cabinets. Not expensive. Now it seems like it is indeed probably not that expensive. Let's move on. BV phone line bracelet. Yes, it's the same kind of material that used to be used in the old days for phone lines, where the phone handset was linked to the body of the telephone landline. A picture appears, very familiar, but anyone who has ever used a landline will recognize it almost instantly. However, one look at the asking price and good lord, $88.50? This crap should be over $8,000. Are you kidding me? Big brother, don't be funny. This is someone's official website, clearly labeled. The audience cried and laughed. Sandals, the kind old ladies liked to wear a long time ago. Here, called Double G crystal sandals, for $4,500. Parisienne plus garbage bags, $13,000 plus. The inflatable undershirt, priced at over $20,000. Doesn't that feel a little familiar to you all? That's right. It's the same kind of padding you get in some of your couriers, just a little bit better in terms of material. Audience, speaking here, Jean May paused and said with a serious face, pay attention in the future. When you see this kind of clothes, don't laugh at them because none of us can afford them. And don't go near them, because you can't really afford to pay for accidentally poking someone. Audience, ha 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 ha. Some might say that none of these are particularly expensive, even though they are outrageous. So let's show you the slightly heavier hitters. Then something familiar appeared. Yes, very familiar, the kind that is used in almost every home. Wire balls for brushing dishes and pots. No, host, you've got the wrong picture, don't you? What are you doing with a wire ball? I suddenly have a bad feeling. This thing isn't a luxury item too, is it? Thousands? Name me a number and let me die. Jean May saw that last pop-up and put a look of deep disdain on her face. Thousands? You can't even buy a wire for a few thousand. She then showed everyone the asking price. The next moment, silence, a long silence, whether it was Qin Xiaoyun, Chen Guowei and a few others at the scene, or the audience in the live broadcast. The moment they saw the selling price, they were really a little skeptical. The difference between people, is it that big, or are we too poor? There's a saying nowadays that it's not the fault of the thing that it's expensive, it's that you're poor. But this thing is clearly way out of that range. Sterling silver wire ball bracelet, asking price, $81,000. Jean May had a lot to say when she finished that sentence, but she couldn't spit it out for reasons of her status. Isn't this the same as the one that does the dishes at my house? Qin Xiaoyun was astonished and looked up and down. No matter how he looked, he found that they were all exactly the same. If he insisted on saying that they were different, that's the material, but sterling silver is only worth a few dollars. How dare you sell it for over $80,000? I seem to understand the meaning of luxury, which is, infinitely lower IQ. He gave you a bracelet when he could have grabbed it. Jean May smiled and slowly said, actually, these are just small things. There are many more things that cost more and are even more outrageous, so I won't show them to you. Now do you still think that a cabinet made of wood that is hundreds of years old and worth millions of dollars is expensive? You guys look at this. There's another cabinet. There's a lot of space on this cabinet for things. There's even a lot of drawers that hold the same things. Kimmy said as she casually pulled open a drawer. Tell me out loud. Is it expensive? Come to think of it, this is at least a cabinet made of wood that is at least a couple hundred years old. It's really not expensive to be worth a couple $1,000,000. Not expensive. Great value for money. No problem guys. Great value for money. In the past, said the cabinet millions. Martyr. Undoubtedly the loser. Walkout have to be pointed out by the village aunties. The dog saw all shaking his head series. Now, it's so damn worth it, blood money. I realize now that the original cabinet actually had so many uses. I can't believe I didn't know until you told me. Oh, of course you poor people can't understand. You can only say that you don't understand the world of the rich. This is all being washed? Ah yes. Please continue with your superiority and intelligence. In the future, whoever is telling me that a multi-million-dollar car is very expensive, I will take those things and tell them that it's really not expensive. And at the very least, the car can still run and carry people. Can't it? They're just puzzled, that's it. That's how you make money, isn't it the same, to buy luxury bags? Millions of watches. At least there is a brand mark on it. That is the face is also a status symbol, but also a means of communication. But wire ball bracelets, there's no branding on that thing either. It's not even close to saying you're understated. It doesn't matter if it's a couple bucks a piece for a wire ball, or a sterling silver wire ball at 80,000 a pop. All the same result. Everyone will be the first to think you're sick, still have a major illness. The bottom line is, doesn't it stick? Well, the reason I'm telling you is to say that there are many things that are expensive for a reason. And there are also many things that are expensive for no reason. Jean May laughed. Friends of the audience, in taking a look, is there anything else in this living room that's worth anything before? If not, then let's go to the kitchen. Audience, you're really going to look at those pots and pans. Hey wait a minute. Host, I think there's something in that drawer you opened. Kimmy also realized that there was indeed something in the drawer she had casually opened. It was a folded sheet of paper, and you can faintly see that there are words on it. She didn't check it out first, and gave Qin Xiaoyun a look. Qin Xiaoyun nodded and immediately went up to check. Only soon, everyone realized that her expression and eyes became extremely odd. It's not another oddball vocational certificate or honorary certificate, is it? The crowd's minds couldn't help but see this sentence appear. If it was someone else, they might have searched whether it could be a letter written to Qin Hao by some big shot. But Qin Hao, I'm sorry. That's really not possible. This guy is so kiba to the point where he's done things you can't even imagine. Nice guy. Chen Shangyang and Shen Guowei also stretched their heads to take a look at the direct good guys. This makes the audience even more curious. It was then seen that Qin Xiaoyun once again picked one up and looked at it, quickly putting it down with an extremely wonderful expression on his face. Can I watch? Jean May asked in a hurry. Yes, there's nothing private involved on this. It's just, Qin Xiaoyun wanted to say something. After all, what privacy can there be in something that sits in the living room? But the point is, stuff is so weird. Especially the words on it. Jean May took an arrow step forward and laughed. The audience can venture a guess as to what is written on these papers. She didn't hang back, picking up the paper and scanning it quickly at a glance. But in the next moment, her expression was dismayed. This is a thank you note? The audience naturally saw it. This is indeed a thank you note. But not just any thank you note. It's an eye-opener that there are such thank you notes. And the kicker is, there are still letter writers in this day and age? Qin Xiaoyun gave Jean May an odd look and nodded. Phew, Kimmy exhaled deeply, forcing herself to tell herself to calm down. With a genius chiba like Qin Hao, don't be surprised when any situation occurs. Everything is under control. I read it, and it's not signed, and it doesn't reveal information about the person who wrote the letter. Kimmy cleared her throat and read aloud in an emotional voice. Thank you little brother for all you've done for me. Though the monetary transaction we possess between us may seem to you to be merely a transaction, however, your help has gotten me out of a difficult situation in my life. And in your words, I am a strong girl who can say no to everything in the world and believe in myself. And that's saying a lot. It was obviously written by a girl, and there are online transactions involved, but the crowd didn't see what was going on, and even looked a little cloudy and confused. Next, thank you master for your help. It's your skillful technique that makes me especially honorable among my friends. And most importantly, I've been living in pain since my girlfriend broke up with me. But, since you stepped in, my life has turned upside down and my whole being has become confident. And, my ex-girlfriend came around and now we're back together. In your words, I'm a proud boy. I can do anything, And the angels are with me. Audience, they were never expecting that Chin Hao actually liked to do good deeds. It's a trade. But if it gets things done, so be it. It's just a bit confusing the more you look at it. Until now, they didn't know what exactly Chin Hao had helped them with, scratching at the heart. Do you know what your cousin does online? Kimmy asked curiously. How would I know? Qin Shaoyun directly shook his head. If he knew, why would he still need to find the program? Also, Jean May opened a piece of paper again and her body shook, because the message on this is obvious. Master, thank you for your help in making my circle of friends look as if I'm a successful high-end person. To be honest, I don't do well out there, but I don't want my family to think I don't. You could say it's vanity, but I really didn't want to worry them. It worked out great. Circle of Friends Motivator. What a great profession. At this moment, everyone was wide-eyed, their eyes staring dead on at the last few words on the letter. Circle of Friends. Inspirationalist? Is there a hang big? What is this Chiba profession? Am I getting old after all? Why do I feel like I can't keep up? Not to mention the almighty viewers. The Jinmei few were also looking more than a little confused. Circle of Friends is understandable. But what the hell is this inspirational division? Besides, doesn't the Circle of Friends share some of their daily lives? Can this be related to a motivator? You guys? Who's ever heard of this profession? Kim lifted her slightly confused face. Ashamed of her insularity, almost everyone, subconsciously, shook their heads. Don't say you've heard of it. To be precise, that's no concept at all. If I'm not mistaken, it would be a Circle of Friends designer, or a Circle of Friends copywriter, or, even more so, a Circle of Friends rapper, which I've only heard of before, and even there's a company for this stuff, and this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. That's when a very long pop-up appeared. Audience. At this moment, no matter whether it is the 80s, the 90s, the aughts, or even the 10s, they all have the feeling that I am old. No, big brother, do you want to see what you're talking about? Circle of Friends, isn't it for sharing everyday life? Even if you want to pretend or something like that, you can't use this kind of occupation at all, right? Sure enough, in the age of the internet, 100 flowers bloom. What's all this mess? The live feed was very cluttered with people saying all sorts of things. At best, it's still, well, long-lasting. That's a real insight. I can't believe there's a pack of friends. Just outrageous. Does this even need to be wrapped? Qin Xiaoyun's expression was surprised. Chen Guowei, Chen Xiangyang, and Jean Mei couldn't help but have these words pop up in their heads. This thing, does it even need packaging? This kind of question is like someone who doesn't like durian, seeing someone eating it and then saying something like, there are people who would like this too. Pretty much the same thing. If you have a need for it, then you need to pack it. But if you don't, naturally you don't find it useful. The know-it-all spoke again. Viewers had curiously clicked on his personal page. The name was normal, even a bit old. A peach blossom, however. This is just an ordinary person sharing their daily life. Not even a blogger of any kind. It should just simply be a matter of knowing more. And that makes a lot of sense. Those who like durian love to eat it. But those who don't are avoided like snakes and scorpions. Like what? Qin Xiaoyun raised an eyebrow. In the case of that thank you note just now, let's say a man who broke up with his girlfriend wants to be strong and calm, or even wants to create a life for himself that's as dashing and flamboyant as the absence of you and me. Duo Peach Blossom started sending pop-ups, but then he's an honest man, or doesn't have the financial means to spend his money, so that's when he needs to pack his circle of friends. Audience. All kinds of composite photos, appearing several beautiful women a day in my circle of friends, creating a look. I am very popular, and directly opposite, will not only prove very strong, but may even make ex-girlfriends come to my door again. Girls will think, why am I so difficult? But you spend your days drinking, questioning, anger, etc. After a breakup, you're actually not afraid to fight or argue, but you're afraid to have nothing to say. As long as the other side comes to the door, then won't the opportunity come? Audience. So it is, suddenly they kind of get what the point of packing a circle of friends is. But what if the ex-girlfriend doesn't come? Kimmy asked curiously. That means it's completely dead. There's not even the thought of getting angry with you. It's basically irreversible. The pop-up of a peach blossom reappeared. Only, for many people who want to save face. Although they can't get their ex-girlfriend back, their face is saved. And from love to hate, they can even silently taunt each other with a wave. I'm more dashing without you. In place, it's so damn spot on, that's pulling at the limits of humanity. Once you pack your circle of friends, you are invincible. At least in the area of male-female relationships, ex-girlfriends get angry. Come to fight. Maybe get back together. The ex-girlfriend is not angry. Then remains on the winning side. Either way, it's the successful side. The audience and Kimmy and the others were stunned. It's amazing how much more this stuff says. It's been a long time coming. It's truly been a long time coming, but is it really necessary to have a winner? An audience member couldn't help but ask. You are not a party to this. Maybe you guys will think that this kind of operation is childish, but if you are a party to it afterward, you won't necessarily think this way. Can you guarantee that everyone thinks like you? Everyone subconsciously nodded their heads when they saw Duo Peach Blossom's words. There are 100 goddesses in 100 hearts. Just the same thing. It doesn't matter what other people think about winning in love, as long as the people involved think it matters. I think I probably understand what the so-called circle of friends motivator is. Kimmy blushed oddly and said, it's about taking people who have a need to create a circle of friends and making it a picture they want others to see. Someone who wants to be perceived by others as the big boss can then be made to look the way he wants. There are also those who want themselves to be seen by others as a mercurial male. Then the same can be done. But, in a way, most of them are. Except for some of the necessary ones, like trying to get your girlfriend back or to show your family or something like that. At this point, Jean May wanted to say something. Fake it. To put it bluntly, most of it is about pretending. Ha ha ha, talking so high and mighty. And what is packing the circle of friends? And what is the circle of friends inspirational teacher? It is just for the purpose of getting people to pretend to exist. Although Jean May didn't say it out loud. It was neatly organized in the broadcast room. Seeing these pop-ups, Jean May and Qin Xiaoyun looked at each other awkwardly. Are there a lot of 90s in this live room? That's when that Duo Peach developed a pop-up delivery. I am. Me too. Me too. You guys think that packing a circle of friends is pretending now. So the post-90s batch should all be playing with Snapchat numbers now, right? Remember when you guys were dressing up your button-down spaces in that lousy way? Remember the smiles on your faces when you filled up your yellow diamonds to dress up your button space? But remember, when you guys button space once you go in, all kinds of flashing pictures and images, and the music full of killer and non-mainstream flavor, causing you guys to now just log out of your button spaces or even just change your button numbers? 90-something viewers. In a few words, it's a straight-up dry fall into reminiscence for the 90s audience. Fogweed. So knowledgeable? Brothers, I'm numb. I suddenly understand why we need to pack the circle of friends. Isn't this fucking the same as that button space we used to have? Indeed. The times are a cycle, and people, as it were, only have this hobby of pretending. Sure enough, when a different way of saying things and reasoning out the facts, a large number of viewers were suddenly able to accept packing a circle of friends. This new type of pretending, it's as outrageous as when their parents, who didn't understand why they had to cover one eye with their hair when they had a good eye, not to mention their parents at the time, even their current selves would subconsciously gasp in amazement when looking at their original selves. This guy is such a sandman. Looking at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, Jean May was a little surprised that this Duo Peach Blossom Open netizen is simply a god of war. Stiffening the net is drying out. It has even gained a great deal of acceptance. Just amazing. Hey, full of memories. Think back then. My mom told me the most words is, if the other I do not want to donate it. Ha ha ha. Same mom. At that time, my button space was bullish. A lot of female classmates and buddies chased after me. It's not an exaggeration to say that I was the prettiest boy in the class. Many of the Sans sculpted viewers who were caught up in their memories were recounting the events of that year. Of course, there are a lot of zeros asking around why they should get button space. The corners of Jean May's and Qin Xiaoyun's mouths twitched as they watched. So, you guys seem to be proud of yourselves. Afterward, Jean May looked at the drawer of papers, which must be hundreds of sheets at least, here. While there may be some people who really need help, most think it's a lot of hard work for a lot of pretenders. I didn't realize that this kind of stuff has actually grown out of companies now. So it seems like there are a lot of people who need help. Jean May sighed slightly. She was also after the 90s and had experienced those things. Only now it's in a different way. So, our cousin Qin Hao is actually still a packaged circle of friends. Or to put it nicely, a circle of friends designer. When it came to that title, Jean May kind of wanted to laugh. However, it's still considered normal for Qin Hao to be able to do this with this kind of otaku attribute. Only, it's also difficult for him. How did he come up with this kind of occupation in the first place? Audience, ha ha ha, nothing wrong with it. They didn't even think about it, let alone hear it. As it turns out, there actually is such a career. Truly just curious. What kind of person was the first to be able to think of such a career? It's simply an oddity. Here's another flash drive. Just then, Jean May realized that there was a small flash drive in the drawer and froze. Since it was put together with these letters, it definitely had something to do with the profession. Quick, look at that. It's absolutely classic copy to create those circles of friends. Ahem. Is it possible that it's some of those girls who were touched and sent in some welfare videos or something? The audience was instantly enlightened. Let me see first. Qin Xiaoyun took the flash drive and plugged it into a laptop. The expression on his face as he looked at the folder displayed on his phone was wonderful. Just see the folder. Categorized very clearly, of course. It's not Europe, America or Japan or Korea or anything like that. Instead, Assist with customer videos, confidence episode, brave episode, tough chapter, family man episode, housewife chapter, within each folder. There is a video that is only a few minutes long, and there's actually an instruction manual. Click on the instructions, a series of words appeared. When you feel you need it, you can click on the video of your choice and it will help you. Paired with a circle of friends. Double the healing. Double the healing. Qin Xiaoyun. After a slight hesitation, try clicking play. A very beautiful music came out. Of course, this was unimportant. What shocked Qin Xiaoyun the most was that his own cousin appeared in the picture. It was only with a black mask, but the star-like eyes were extra gentle and bright in the video, just by looking at the upper part of his face. He knew that he was definitely a handsome man. Behind the cousin was a huge snow-covered mountain, as if he were standing on top of it. Hello, I'm your angel, Mrs. Shin. Kimmy, audience? They instantly heard that it was Qin Hao's voice. Isn't Qin Hao a geek? When did you become a teacher? Also, it was a big disappointment for many viewers who were expecting a female fan welfare video. TSK. I didn't realize that little Qin was actually doing this. How interesting. The two of them, Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei, watched with great interest. Is there anything that needs to be kept secret and private? Jean Mei stretched her neck and asked in a hurry. This is something cousin reckons is for sale. So there must be nothing private about it. Qin Xiaoyun shook his head. Hearing this, Jean Mei quickly stepped forward. The image aimed at the laptop screen. The next moment, Qin Hao with a mask appeared in front of the audience. Holy shit, this is the first time I've seen Qin Hao in a suit. White suit. So handsome. Despite the mask, one can't hide one's aura and eyes. When the audience saw Qin Hao in the picture, they were immediately brightened up. Especially some of the female audience members. Their eyes were a little mesmerized from watching. Cool, it's so handsome. What is this? A comforting or healing heartbreak kind of video. Qin Xiaoyun thought for a moment and explained. Audience. Cal, Qin Hao's dabbling is getting wider and wider. I can't believe you know about psychology. Only the next moment, all of them were collectively dumbfounded. Hello, I'm your angel, Mrs. Shin. The video played. Qin Hao's eyes were like stars, contained a gentle smile, and his voice was soft as he slowly said, from today onwards, I will face life with you. Follow my lead and I will change your world. The audience people looked dumbfounded. Originally they thought it was some kind of psychology. But now, what is this weird stuff? Why is there actually a strong sand sculpture style, regardless of their thoughts? The video still continues to play. You are a brave girl who can say no to all the injustices of the world. Let me give you the strength to defend your rights. Speaking here, Qin Hao's tone brought a hint of laughter. Remember, the angels are with you. Bully you. Think again, audience. Ahahaha. I can't. Really? He's teasing me. He's teasing me. No. Can this really be sold for money? Dogs don't believe in that. Do they? You group of dog men all brother fart. Brother Qin how gentle. How considerate. He really is so gentle. Sisters, support brother Qin Hao. In the live room, there were still some male viewers who found it sandy. But they were soon washed away by the female viewers. When female fans explode, that power is terrifying, compared to the female fans. Qin Xiaoyun, who often saw Qin Hao and even grew up together, was looking all embarrassed. This is actually quite normal, after spending a lot of time together. Even in beautiful and handsome people, you feel normal and get used to seeing them, of course. There is no lack of the more you look in the mirror is to feel more handsome and beautiful existence. This is too embarrassing. Qin Xiaoyun's small face was a little red, and as a younger sister, she was itching to find a place to drill into. I think it's great. However, Jean Mei's words directly caused Qin Xiaoyun to freeze on the spot with a head full of question marks. Not sisters. Are you serious, or is the aesthetic gap between us so vast? See, Qin Hao's sister said it was embarrassing, and Kimmy said it was great. No. Is the aesthetic gap between people so worlds apart? Or is it that women think so differently from us men? Inside the live broadcast room, most of the male viewers felt very awkward when they watched that video of Qin Hao. It's even kind of funny, but it's clear that the female audience is the complete opposite of them. Instead, it felt healing and good, that leaves them at a loss. Do we not understand the world? Or is it all crazy? You think it's good? Qin Xiaoyun looked at Jean Mei with weird eyes, especially biting down hard on the word very good. Isn't it? It's healing. And it's positive. Kimmy was a little taken aback. What about you? Two old men? Qin Xiaoyun looked at Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei. We thought it was okay. It was fun. The two old men looked at each other and smiled. To be honest, they're a bit confused by what these youngsters are playing nowadays. The words in this video seem to be spoken to them, but then again, they don't seem to be spoken. When you think about it, it's all bullshit. Never mind. Let's keep watching. Qin Xiaoyun shook his head and clicked on the next video. Confidence chapter. Same background. Same music. Same Qin Hao, only slightly did the words appear to change. You're a strong girl. You can control your cravings. Food is the devil. Defeat it. Remember, the angels are with you. And you are already beautiful. The entire live broadcast room, a silence, and even the pop-ups are only a few sporadic. And it looks like they just came, numb. All the male viewers look numb, in their minds. The words came unbidden. That's it. You can make money. Is it that they don't have enough brains and can only sell hard labor to make money? Or is it that they are too high on the intelligence of some people, more to the point? What's the difference between this thing and the one before it? Yes. But not much. That, and I ask weekly. Women in the audience, what do you think of the video? Suddenly, a pop-up appeared, which was obviously boys. Ah, brother Cheen, tell the chicks that I'm not going back. And from now on, I'm a fan of Brother Cheen. Tell 2.5 years and I won't go back. It's too healing. It was as if some kind of switch had been flipped with that boy's pop-up. And the girls' pop-ups came in like a wave. It was a scene that went straight to the male audience who were dumbfounded. It's not, is it? That's fine, that's alright? Fogweed. That's so fucking cerebral. Inside a building, a man laughed and cursed while slapping his thigh straight. Ha ha ha, these fools. How can they believe this and actually think it's good? Isn't it true that all these people are brainless nowadays? The man laughed with tears in his eyes. What are you doing? Just then, a woman's voice came from the house. Daughter-in-law, look at this video. No. Ha ha. I can't help it. The man pulled back the live progress bar a bit to show his daughter-in-law. Then, isn't that nice? What a nice thing to say. And you have the nerve to laugh? The daughter-in-law frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Look at others. At such a young age, they already know how to comfort people so well. And the words they say are so warm and give encouragement. In looking at you, except for work, the rest of the time at home paralyzed. Let you buy a bottle of soy sauce you can buy half an hour. Man, he looked at his daughter-in-law, who was counting her blessings, and was a little confused. Why is that? Why is that? Is it true that people are not connected to each other's sorrows and joys? Just then, a beautiful piece of music came over the phone. The woman's counting words faltered slightly. Immediately afterward, a warm and magnetic voice came out. You're a girl who doesn't panic when things go wrong. The woman sniffed and glared at her own big piggyback, easing onto the couch. Little setbacks and life's blows won't affect your flirtatiousness. Confidence is in you, and you, in my eyes. The man looked at the suppressed smile at the corner of his wife's mouth and just felt as if he had an extra hat on his head. It's still spaced out on the belt. It's still green. Remember, the angels are with you. And you, as you were, are beautiful. The woman looked at her husband, and in a slight musing, a pair of long white legs set up, legs folded, one high-heeled shoe wobbling slightly on those small white feet, slender fingers ticked slightly at the man, red lips rose, the movements are flirty and graceful, and the expressions are sexy. A hint more is pretentious. A hint less is not fully output. Come on, okay. The man only felt a flood of power surging through his body, and without saying a word, he charged straight up. On the other hand, in the live broadcast room, men and women were already mixing it up. The boys thought it was the greatest insult that something so brain-dead and even a little funny could be sold for money. Girls, on the other hand, think, what do you boys know? Do you understand tenderness? Do you know girls? Ahem. Kimmy snapped back, and she didn't even have to watch the next video to realize that it was probably basically the same type of thing. Actually, I think so. You guys don't have to argue. Yet no one paid any attention to her. Think differently, folks. Jean May said with some tears and laughter. If you're on the street and someone asks you for WeChat, if it's a handsome guy, then you might hesitate to add or not. But if it's an ugly ghost, you won't hesitate to say, sorry, no cell phone. Likewise, what if it was a 90+% beautiful woman who comforted you boys with these words, gentle voice, and moving eyes? Male audience member, you do know how to think differently. Shit, I'm straight up dumbfounded by that one. Suddenly I realized why girls are so excited. In my place, if I were so comforted by a 90% or more beautiful woman, I'd be excited too. Sorry. Drool already. So many times just thinking differently is all that is needed to resolve most strife. As for going to reason with girls like these boys, let's just say, extremely naive. If you can talk sense to a girl, you can all just start a class. Internet belligerence is fine. In reality, never attempt to reason with a girl, especially in a couple relationship. Hey, are you not in love with me? Warning. Take it straight down. When these words were spoken, victory, defeat and right or wrong were no longer so important, because you've already lost, and it's still a flop kind of thing. I see. Qin Xiaoyun suddenly realized. These videos is specifically for those girls who need to be healed. In addition to packaging a circle of friends for them, doubling the healing effect. Is not that what it means? It should be 8 or 9. Jean May nodded approvingly. And she couldn't really think of anything else to do besides that. And, how can I say this kind of stuff? For those who need it, it may help a lot. But for those who don't, It looks rather funny or even shark apocalypse. Audience, ha ha ha, there's nothing wrong with that. I felt very shark-withered at first glance. I think what I found outrageous before is that this stuff is actually believed. Now the male viewers of the live broadcast can understand the female viewers as well. Imagine if it was your ultimate goddess that said that to you. That beauty would probably be able to bubble up and bake snot bubbles. Wouldn't it? It's called Circle of Friends Motivator. Jean May sighed softly. It was hard to imagine that this thing could make money, but when you think about it, it actually seems to have about the same effect as a similar profession like a psychiatrist or something like that. It's all about healing the soul. It's not that simple. Just then, Chen Xiangyang slowly opened his mouth and said, take for example, this courage chapter, the firmness chapter. To a large extent, it's more about personal willpower, personal courage. Suppose, for example, a person wants to lose weight and the family plays a mere monitoring role, but there is no encouragement. Yes, losing weight is a personal thing for her. Except that she also wants to be encouraged and shown how much she's putting in. Chen Xiangyan laughed. It's like, some parents take it for granted that their children study well and seriously, and will say something like, are you learning for me? You are learning for yourself. Parents, however, are completely unaware that this statement only creates a rebellious mindset in their children, because in the child's mind, it's more a case of my parents told me to learn, I'll go to school, and that's it. Then that's when they need to be encouraged, not taken for granted, empathized with, accompanied, encouraged, rewarded, and so on without fail. Speaking here, Chen Xiangyang paused slightly and continued. So, if the child is studying, but you are sleeping or even going out to play, if you were the child, what would you think? Audience, holy shit, is this the kind of person who is in constant contact with the top brass? This thinking is simply unbeatable. Mrs. Chen understands. When I was a kid my mom used to tell me, are you learning it for me? You're learning it for yourself. And then I graduated from junior high school. To be honest, when I was in elementary school, there was quite a lot of homework, plus I was quite stupid. I often wrote until midnight. However, my parents went to bed early. At first it didn't feel like much, but after a long time, that was a really bad mood, at least at that time. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience heard Chen Xiangyang's words and instantly got into a heated discussion, because most people, growing up, have encountered this sort of thing more or less. I didn't realize that you, a cook, knew so much? Chen Guowei glanced at Chen Xiangyang in surprise. You know shit. Chen Xiangyang rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, look at your granddaughter, and look at my granddaughter. They're both about the same age, but the difference in their personalities is so big, and they don't have the vitality that a young girl should have at all. This is your failure, Chen Guowei. You're still in the mood, aren't you? But this did say that he was dumbfounded, because it was a family of scientists, and all the children and grandchildren had been taught by ear since childhood. And gradually, the family became strict. That's why that kid, little Qin, that kind of character, is not suitable for your science at all. But for following me, Chen Guowei, I knew you old boy wouldn't stop talking about Qin Hao. Ahem, Chen Lao. So the reason why those girls are willing to buy Qin Hao, the inspirational teacher or whatever, is that they need encouragement? Jean May hastily coughed dryly and pulled back to the point. Yes. It's natural to love it when someone understands them and gives them encouragement. It's like, someone wants to jump into the river, and Qin Hao is the one who pulls a hand. Just a single action, a single behavior, can make their will firm up. Chen Xiangyang explained. It dawned on the crowd that in fact, the reason why many people can't hold on firmly to many ideas until the end is, to a large extent, that the will is not strong enough, and no one understands their efforts and hard work. This thing should be psychology. Right? Qin Hao actually knows psychology? Chen Guowei stroked his chin in thought. It is indeed psychology that holds some of those who need help in their hearts, in a deadly grip. And nowadays, people are getting better and better off, and often their material needs are no longer being met. Rather, it's spiritual fulfillment. The audience is a bit numb at the moment. Is this guy Qin Hao really a young man in his 20s? Doesn't it know a little too much? There's no way in hell I could know this much even if I had started learning from my mother's womb, being in our 20s together. We feel Alexandria. Tap tap tap. Just then, a footstep came from upstairs. The crowd subconsciously looked up and saw Qin Hao walking down sleepily in an animal pajama. All of you. Qin Hao waved his hand in greeting. Qin Xiaoyun, Jean May, and Chen Xiangyang looked down at their cell phones almost subconsciously, their eyes filled with surprise. I can't believe I'm up so early today? Up past 10? Audience. Although they knew that Qin Hao's normal waking up time was noon, or even afternoon, but when they heard this, they still couldn't help but spit. You managed to get up at 10 a.m. And call it that early? I suddenly remembered a story about how when a good person, who has done good things all his life, suddenly does something not so good, then others will say that this is what the person's nature is, and that it was all just a disguise before. But if an evil person, who has done bad things all his life, suddenly does a good thing, the same people will say that this person is not bad by nature. Brother Misty Grass, stop it. That's making my blood pressure rise. Inside the live room, the audience couldn't help but sigh. Jin Hao washed up, sat down at the table to eat, and smiled. What are you guys discussing? At those words, the crowd suddenly looked at him with complicated eyes. Brother, you've also worked as a circle of friends motivator? I got it when I was bored, because I realized that a lot of girls, regardless of their age, and men who have been traumatized by love, are better at ignoring, well, more vulnerable inside, and they need a potion to heal their inner wounds. Jin Hao had a sincere face. Crowd, you're trying to say that they're all easier to fool, aren't you? Absolutely, ha ha ha. He was definitely still awake just now and wanted to say it was better to fool him. Boy, telling the truth, huh? What do you guys mean by that? Brother Chin was clearly kind enough to help those of us who were injured. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience can hear clearly. This kid definitely wants to say good lulz. Sure enough. Brother, you're trying to say snub, right? Qin Xiaoyun was a little embarrassed, a little sultry, and a little worried. How can you call something psychological a snub? Qin Hao glanced at Qin Xiaoyun in surprise and said while eating, don't care what method it is, as long as it can bring comfort to one's heart, then it's a good thing as well as a therapeutic program. If I'm a flake, then all psychiatrists are big flakes, because, overall, we're doing the same thing. Everyone cried and laughed as they watched Qin Hao in a serious and cunning defense. Qin Hao, although I am an outsider but I also have to say a word. People psychiatrists are licensed, is the national certification, is more professional. This kind of good point is similar to the psychiatrist. But if you say bad, Jean May couldn't help but interject a word. This matter can't be messed up. Something might happen. She said it now. It's much better than festering on the internet and being amplified infinitely. Nowadays, everything is about a division. Underground diggers. People with permits are called archaeologists. They are called preserving culture. They are called salvage excavations, without a license. That's called grave robbing. That's illegal. Yeah. Is this technically considered fraud? Ha ha ha. I guess Qin Hao himself is confused. I'm just casually comforting a few words. Can this be a crime? Seriously, is this illegal? Anyone know? On the scene, everyone understood Jean May's meaning. However, they didn't know much about this aspect of the law, and weren't quite sure if Qin Hao's situation was considered illegal. But I guess even if it's against the law, the most you can do is fine. After all, no one reported it. Instead, those people are grateful. Just when Qin Xiaoyun was a bit worried, suddenly, who says I don't have a license? Qin Hao looked at them with a strange face. The crowd was dumbfounded. What does that mean? What kind of talk is this? We said before. You know psychology. You guys aren't still certified, are you? You. Jean May's few people subconsciously glanced at each other. Don't worry. I have a license. I found this business good before. It's almost a no-brainer. So I got a license along the way. It boosts my clients' trust in me. Only I haven't done it for a long time. Speaking of this, Qin Hao shook his head with some regret. Crowd. A no-cost deal, a license by the way? Can this thing even go by the way? I heard that later. There are people to imitate my kind of operation. Founded a company to come. Packaging Circle of Friends designers. But unfortunately, the study of the incestuous, the Circle of Friends is actually secondary. The main thing is psychological. Qin Hao shook his head slightly inside. Packing a circle of friends can only earn a few dollars. Most of them are pretenders. But psychological treatment can only. Speaking here, Qin Hao paused and frowned suspiciously as he looked at the demented expressions of the crowd. What's wrong with you guys? Quiet. What happened to us? Don't you have any idea what you're doing? You really know your psychology. You really do have a license. The bottom line is that everyone remembered that the words of the Dodo Peach Blossom medicine that appeared a few years ago as a packaged Circle of Friends company. Doesn't that mean that Qin Hao is the originator of this thing? Was the first person to think of this stuff? It's really Akiba, and, as they now know, wrapping the Circle of Friends is only secondary to the primary psychotherapy, obviously. The latter is more profitable. I looked at him with that blank look on his face and my back teeth were gnawing. I was wondering what kind of brain circuitry the first person to come up with this had to have. And sure enough, it's only you. And only you. Chen Xiangyang and Shen Guowei both glanced at each other. Even they felt a huge pressure. What do you mean? Genius, it wasn't like they hadn't seen it before. It was a human being after all. Just that much smarter than the average person. Just a little bit faster at learning. But Qin Hao. It was obvious that he had already exceeded the scope of a genius. This guy is dabbling in every field, generally speaking. Dabbling in such a wide range of subjects and spanning such a large area has only one outcome. Nothing gets accomplished, all areas are a bottle of wobble, in the end all is not learned, let alone mastered. However, Shinhao is different, this guy is near the top, if not the top, in every field. The bottom line is, that's a lot of spans. What does technology have to do with cooking? What does cooking have to do with painting? What the hell does painting have to do with psychology? Things that didn't match at all. But Shinhao bizarrely fused them together. No, suddenly, Shin Xiaoyan came back to his senses and said in surprise, "Cousin, weren't you checked for depression when you were a child? How can you still work as a psychiatrist for someone with depression? What's the difference between that and having one psychopath treating another psychopath? Fighting poison with poison? Shinhao. Audience, goddamn letting one psycho treat another psycho, goddamn fighting fire with fire, you do know metaphors, ahem. You guys know." Shin Xiaoyan also felt that his analogy was a bit inappropriate, but he couldn't find a better adjective for a while, mostly because she thought it was just the right way to describe it. And let's not even talk about whether the doctor I had as a kid was reliable or not. But why can't you see someone for psychological problems if they're depressed? Shinhao said with a strange look on his face. This kind of thing is very common nowadays. Okay, it's common? Jin Mei and Shin Xiaoyan asked back almost in unison. Yeah, it's pretty common, Shinhao nodded, with a look like you guys don't have much insight. Do you know about bully hair growth? It's advertised as baldness or balding and you can use that to regrow your hair. It may not be so famous now but it was very famous in the old days. The number of people who purchased it was also very high. Jin Mei thought about it faintly. There was indeed this brand. And it was a big one. Very expensive. But have any of you noticed that the owner of the brand, which is also trademarked on the bottle, is still bald? Crowd. I'm so stupid I can't believe it. He's so smart he doesn't know what he's doing. Misty grass. Really? Fucking selling hair growth spirits and you're still bald? Ha ha ha. Just now's purposely went to check it out and it's really, Emma. Laughing my ass off. Shit. I've loved losing my hair since I was a kid and I've been using this brand of hair regrowth. And I pay for it, if, before, Shinhao. No matter what he would be, how much money he had, the audience would at most be watching a hilarious, fun and envious. But now, Shinhao's sentence directly gave quite a few bald people dry break defense. Hair growth is happening, and as a result, you yourself, the boss, are bald, and you're promoting hair growth. Is there anything more outrageous in the world, especially for users who have been using it for years? This is the moment when you just want to cry. It's a deep deception. Good lord. It's still true. Shin Xiaoyan several people took out their cell phones to check the striking baldness and the big brain. Shiny in this moment, they actually felt as if it could make sense that depression could give a cure for mental illness. After all, there's a lesson to be learned from the past. The bald owner sells hair growth shampoo, and just as many people buy it. I was wrong. I was laughing at the girls before. The IQ tax, but now it looks like I'm on the IQ tax the most. Suddenly I realized the saying. You think the scam of funny shark apocalypse is actually believed by people. In fact, that's just that the scam doesn't work for you, but there's always one for you. Jin Mei glanced at the number of people online in the live broadcast room, her eyes a little odd. Cousin, do you realize what might come of your words? Stock declines are all light. Upon hearing this, Shinhao had already eaten his fill, put down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair and took a sip of water, and laughed. What? You don't let people talk about your own baldness? Cure your baldness if you can. Speaking here, Shinhao paused, stroking his chin. I'll predict a wave, and the other party will definitely say that I'm ancestrally bald. If it's hardcore, it might even give me a lawyer's warning. But I don't care. I'm backhandedly reporting fraud. Audience, you're so lacking. That's no way to live. In fact, this kind of thing, it's really common. Even everyone encounters it in their daily lives. It's just that you don't pay attention to it. Shinhao spread his hands and slowly said, for example, the bosses who make milk powder never give their own children their own milk powder, because they all know very well in their hearts what their milk powder is made of and what ingredients they add. The betel nut sellers, too, never eat the betel nut they make because they've seen too many miserable outcomes for those who eat it. By the same token, why can't depression be a psychiatrist? Makes sense. Very much so, said everyone dumbfounded. Brothers, I'm humanly numb. This guy actually said so many things without thinking? Does any hangdog know if the owner of a formula business really doesn't drink their own formula for their kids at home? Someone in the know reveals that the children in those bosses' homes drink all foreign imports. Crowd. Cousin, can we see your psychiatrist certificate? Seeing that the wind direction in the live broadcast room was a bit off, Jin Mei hastily changed the topic. She knows all too well the mouths of these people on the internet. Without a rock hammer, just saying it alone doesn't work, believe it or not. If you don't come up with hard evidence, you will turn around and someone will call Shinhao a fraud on the internet. That's the difference between having a license and not having a license. With a license, it's called counseling. Counseling, no license. That's called fraud, the difference between a single certificate and 1,000 miles. Yes, Shin Hao nodded, went upstairs, and soon brought over a bag of documents. A few people opened it up and looked at it, and found that it was all information and material related to psychologists, and certificates and such. Looking at the red steel seal on that certificate, everyone fell into silence. It's amazing how people are so different from each other. Cousin, what did you get that circle of friends thing? Oh yeah, the motivator. How much money did you make? Shin Xiaoyun asked a question that many people were curious about. Didn't make much money. That stuff is a lot of work, especially when you run into a lot of chiba. I quit after a month or so. What is the main thing? The circle of friends, that thing. A lot of them are pretenders. Pussy thing thieves. Earn less, not much as much. Shin Xiaoyun continued to pursue. Upon hearing this, Shin Hao was silent for a moment, raised his head to think carefully, and said uncertainly, about hundreds of thousands? Hey, this is the worst experience I've ever had. The experience was extremely poor. Audience, is this the life of a rich man? He said he didn't make much, and I was so naive to think that it was a few hundred or a few $1,000s, but I never thought it was hundreds of thousands of dollars in a month or so. I could wake up laughing if I were dreaming. I'm justified in being poor and he's overwhelmed by being rich. According to big scientific data, the average person generally makes around $3,000 to $4,000 a month on average, of course. That's averaged out, but in reality, in practice, a monthly income of more than $10,000 is considered high income. Most of them basically just stay at $4,000 to $8,000. Women's wages are lower because the work is slightly easier than that of men. Note that said people, normal work. You insist to say that your father tens of millions of dollars a month, hundreds of millions of dollars and so on. That counts as you blowing smoke. Yet what about Shin Hao, a few $100,000 a month? And he actually thinks that people have too much to do, and the most failed experience. What is this talk? Is this human language? Even Jean Mei felt like she was a bit tense. It felt like Shin Hao was pretending, but there was no evidence. She works hard for only $10,000 a month. And that's on the capital side. That level of consumption can be imagined. Don't be hard on yourselves. Just then, Chen Guowei was smiling and said, everyone's class is different, which leads to people having different perceptions of money. You may not believe me when I say it. I know some bosses who lie down every day, but still make millions, even tens of millions of dollars a month, and reasonably and legally. Of course it's undeniable that much of it is due to family inheritance. Speaking here, Chen Guowei paused slightly and continued, and Shin Hao is the same way. A painting of tens of millions of dollars, casually completed in a few minutes. Would he still think that a couple $100,000 a month is a lot? I guess in his eyes, it's a blood loss business because it's a lot of work to not only record the video, but also to communicate with the guests. Audience, we don't have a hard time. Why does hearing that make it harder for us instead? This old man seems to be comforting, is that right? It's a little iffy. Is the old man comforting us? A little unsure. Checking in, I feel it, I guess. The old man was very sincere in what he said. Maybe this is the life of a rich man. I'm crying. I'm $2,005 a month laughing every day. Shin Hao hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. Earn too little. And trouble. A lot of people in the live room were a bit overwhelmed. Why are you so good when everyone's in their 20s? Is there any justice? There's still a law. Isn't there? Actually, it's kinda less. Chen Shangyang glanced at his cell phone and laughed. If it was one of those world-class richest people, the rate at which they make money every minute might be a number that many people wouldn't dare to imagine in their lifetime. Audience, stop it. Stop it. I'm so afraid of not having the courage to live. However, what is really amazing is that Shin Hao has started a new business, packing a circle of friends. He was the originator, the first pioneer. It's just as commonplace as the shopping apps we all see nowadays. And we don't take it for granted, but the first person to think of this stuff and pay it forward is awesome and genius. Also, it's about as history-making as the first savages knowing to eat cooked meat. In a way, cousin, can I interview you about how you came up with the idea of getting the wrapped circle of friends thing? Jean Mei hurriedly sat on the small stool and asked curiously. Suck it. Shin Hao finished the meal. Sucking the drink. Hard to drink into in the sense of drinking tea. I want to emphasize that I wasn't packing a circle of friends. Those later companies were. I was spiritual counseling, preferring to call it a circle of friends motivator. Audience, what difference does it make? It's just a different name. Is there a difference? Kimmy asked the same query. Yes, it's big. Shin Hao nodded with a serious face and slowly raised two fingers. Because I can charge twice and make more money as an inspirer. Oh, nice guy. I'm damn straight nice. Now I finally understand why Shin Hao said that packaging the circle of friends is secondary and spiritual counseling is primary. So it's more money making. No wonder Shin Hao doesn't care about the current packaged friends company. If it were me I wouldn't be able to look at it either. Copying homework is so bad. Garbage. Ha ha ha. Inside the live broadcast room, when the audience heard that they could receive 2 payments and the second one was even more, they directly couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's right too. Kimmy fumed slightly, then nodded. To be precise, I'm not the first inventor of this thing either. Inspired by what used to be a buttoned-up space, I've always believed that pretenders have always existed. And I've always believed that trends are a reincarnation, Shinhao said slowly. Once many people were willing to spend money in order to button up their space to look better. Some maybe purely for the sake of looking good, but I believe most of them are for pretending and showing off. And now that the snap isn't quite working, the shifting battlefield, of course, is the circle of friends. As for who started the dress-up button space, that I'm not sure. Everyone froze, because they brought up the button space thing earlier. WeChat and Buckle, after all, are all one company, so the circle of friends and space are also different. Only the space is more fancy, and the circle of friends plays with copy, so it is. Jean May nodded, having been prepared for this, but it still left one a bit speechless. Sure enough, the forest is full of birds. Actually, there's one more interesting thing. Shinhao sucked on his drink and laughed. 60% of the people who are looking for me to pack my circle of friends are the same group of people who used to play Buckle Space. Once they were pitched by Snapspace. Now they're being pitched by Packing Friends, which is pretty bad when you think about it. Audience. Qin Xiaoyun. Ha ha ha. Penguin, I heard you've grown up. It's okay. You feel childish with Buckle Space. It's okay. We have more mature software for you. When you thought you gave up the button, left the button, chose WeChat, packed the circle of friends, and thought it was more high-end and more mature. In fact, it is still the same as you were in the beginning. Chen Shangyang and Shen Guowei were dumbfounded by what they heard. This penguin company is also enough of that, huh? Can't we get a different group of people to pit? And the 40%? Jean May found it quite interesting and continued to ask. 10% are people who really need help. Like, say, hurt feelings or need to give some comfort to their family and want to show their family what he would want them to see. Shinhao spread his hands. And the remaining 30% are all pretenders, such as, upon hearing this, Shinhao gave Jean May a deep look. I don't know if you have anyone like that in your circle of friends, huh? Or rather, anyone who has a wide range of friendships probably has someone like that in their circle of friends. Shinhao paused slightly when he said this. E-cigarette discount channel. It's him. He's also the one who sells fireworks and firecrackers during the New Year's holidays. The Cheerios seller. That's him. The one who makes appointments for vaccinations and finds cabs is still the same. World Cup soccer. Sitting ducks. Or him, even, when medicine is tight and anyone is out of stock. He is the one who shouts in his circle of friends that he is holding the sun and the moon. Ahem. And a large amount of pharmaceutical resources. And that the big bosses are chatting privately. Audience, you do understand the circle of friends. Many viewers subconsciously recalled it in their minds, and then realized with horror that it seemed like, probably, there was really such a person in their circle of friends. The bottom line, there's more than one, almost a jack-of-all-trades player, sells everything, has everything, and gives the first impression of, well, everything. No one will even be surprised if they cry out for arms sales. What's even more outrageous is that this is the kind of person that to a large extent you don't know yet, but have close friends of his. Jean May and Qin Xiaoyun's eyes widened and their small mouths opened slightly, because they have this kind of people in their circle of friends. For those who don't know, it's really awesome. On the contrary, Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang are two people who don't know much about it, but in fact, it is normal. At their level, there will not be strangers in WeChat at all. It's either the same level or a disciple. Who would dare to post this in their circle of friends? That's just pretending. But these guys are real bullies and don't need to pretend at all. So, all this was done by packing a circle of friends? Only after a long time did Jean May ask with an incredulous face. Aha! Qin Hao nodded. But isn't that kind of lie a lie that breaks down as soon as it's poked and prodded? What if someone really asks them to do something? Qin Xiaoyun frowned, feeling that the thoughts of such people were simply incomprehensible. I asked that too, and they gave me the answer. It's unfortunate, brother. You're one step too late. That shipment was just taken by a big boss. Next time there's a chance to save it for you. Audience. Ha ha ha. He deserves to be a geek. He really knows the friend zone too well. No, I think he knows more about pretenders. Selling everything and nothing. I can't believe I believed that guy in the first place. The audience was very convinced of Qin Hao's words, because they really do have people who have gone to such people for work. What can I say? Little things can be done, like finding a cab or something. That's no problem at all. But as long as it's just a little bit up there, that's basically GG, all sorts of reasons to push back. And to put it bluntly, it can't be done at all. Cousin, are there many of these people? Jean May was curious, and she realized that a normal person's gaze really couldn't look these pretenders in the eye. Quite a lot of them, mostly mental boys, in that there are just, well, idle people. I guess. Xin Hao nodded, thought for a moment, and continued. But actually, this kind of pretender is okay. Often it's just simply pretending, not harming anyone or themselves, just to satisfy a bit of vanity. But some of them are different. At those words, everyone's spirit shot up. Is it possible that someone else is using this to harm people? Once I came across a single guy who wanted to establish himself as a rich kid, at least in his circle of friends, and then I asked him what he was trying to do. Guess what he said? Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun glanced at each other. They already had a vague idea in their hearts. Lie to the girl. Xin Hao also didn't buy into the idea and was straightforward. Crowd. And this is believed? Everyone stared, unable to comprehend. How low does the IQ have to be to believe such a thing? There are people who believe. And lots of them. Xin Hao smiled helplessly and slowly said, in the words of that kind brother, money is not for women to spend, but for women to see. Sometimes a penny doesn't have to be spent, but if you build a high enough status, then they will offer to spend money for you. This. Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei were dumbfounded by what they heard. Bullshit. This is definitely an ancestor-like existence. You could never summarize it so eloquently without cheating on 10 or 8 girls. Ha ha ha. Money is for people, not for people to spend. I've realized. A number of men in the live room were thoughtful, but just as many girls were raging. Underhead men, scum, garbage and the like come up frequently. Why? Qin Xiaoyun's family is not bad, although it is not considered to be rich, but it is not considered to be poor either. A little bit above average, so she can't understand it, because those women aren't decent thinkers. At this time, Chen Guowei and Shan Xianyang smiled and spoke. They see the wonderful life of the so-called rich kids, the luxuries, the luxury cars and the list of names. So these rich kids don't need to spend money. It's these women who spend money instead. To put it bluntly, they just want more money from these rich kids. Just like in business. Invest first. Right. Xin Hao nodded. Only unfortunately, they don't realize that the real rich kids can't look at them, and the fake ones are just playing around. So in the end, they often end up with 2 empty pockets. And not only are their bodies gone, but their money is gone too. It could be said that such words today were like twilight drums and morning bells for many of the audience. Directly exploding in their ears. What you see is not always what you see with your own eyes. Everyone wants to get to the top in one step, but often there are not that many shortcuts to take in the world. Seeing someone step up to the top, but not realizing how many are buried underneath. Survivor probability is just that. Hey, let's see if those people will still be so gold digging. It's no use. It's the kind of thing where if one person succeeds, countless others will follow. All with the thought, what if I succeed? I have to say, the profession of friend circle inspirer is such a long way to meet anyone. Viewers in the live room were discussing it. Cousin, it seems like most of these you're talking about are men? Isn't that a little too bad for women? Upon hearing this, Xin Hao immediately glanced at Jin Mei in surprise, somewhat puzzled. Yeah, I'm talking about including women too. What's wrong with males masquerading as rich kids and females masquerading as celebrities? Crowd. At this instant, some of the female viewers who had originally angrily cursed the scummy man instantly stopped squeaking. Nice guy. Thought it was all men to disguise and deceive, only to turn around and realize that it's the same for women. While they don't do that sort of thing, there doesn't seem to be any reason to attack either gender anymore. Because if you start from the gender, you will realize that we are all the same way. Women do this too? Shen Xianyang also Chen Guowei was shocked. They thought that men were there to cheat money or sex, but they didn't realize that women did this too? Of course, but their goal is a bit more innocent, to scam. Ahem. Not so much to scam, but to get ahead. Xin Hao nodded and continued. Once I did a friend's circle for a girl, and was even introduced into a group of famous women. At first I thought it was a big client. After all, they're celebrities. They're all rich, right? Speaking of this, Xin Hao's expression was a bit ugly. Then I realized that it was all fake. Shit. I'm pissed off just talking about it. Cutting me a hard bargain for over an hour for a couple dozen bucks. They also group by things in the group, like a designer stocking, a designer dress. 1, 3, 5 whoever wears it. 2, 4, 6 whoever wears it. Xin Hao tilted his head slightly and looked at the ceiling, his eyes a little listless, as if he was remembering the fear of once being cut down for more than an hour for a few dozen dollars. Then I thought, this is not a good business. The water is too deep. I can't grasp it. So I quit. Silence, an eerie silence fell over both the live broadcast and the living room, especially looking at Xin Hao's expression that seemed like he wanted to die at the moment. Put. Xin Xiaoyun was never expected. Cousin actually have this kind of experience. I did not hold back. Directly laughed out loud. But, ha ha ha, Emma. I'm laughing my ass off. I can't help it. A man who can paint tens of millions of dollars in a couple of minutes, only to be cut down for more than an hour by someone for a couple of dollars. I can already imagine his face at that moment. Fake celebrities. I can understand the clothes, but stockings for a change. I just have to ask. Aren't they afraid of cross-contamination? Everyone was taught, especially Chin Hao's expression. Despair with a touch of sadness and egg pain, as well as a deep gnashing of teeth. Ha ha ha. Chen Xiangyang. Shan Guowei. The two old men laughed so hard that they couldn't catch their breath, and tears came out of their eyes. Chin Hao was a demonic genius among 10,000 in their hearts. It seems like everything, omnipotent-like, and yet, I didn't realize that an industry would frustrate this guy so much. There's no hiding that look of wanting to knife someone. What else have you done, cousin? Seeing that the opportunity was good, Jean May naturally wouldn't let it go, and after laughing, she hurriedly asked, quite a few. Can't think of them all at once. Chin Hao shook his head and looked at the time. It was noon at the moment. Around 12 o'clock. He was slightly hesitant to take a nap. But it's kind of hard to sleep at night if you sleep now, based on the contact these days. Chin Hao's expression. Jean May's few people instantly saw what it meant. Can you give a rough idea of what occupations are available? Kimmel struck while the iron was hot. I think I wrote a novel? Wrote lyrics for people too. Too long ago. Forgot. Who in their right mind remembers so many things? Chin Hao shook his head. At those words, the crowd couldn't stop laughing. Although many people don't really like Chin Hao's lazy or depraved character, you have to be convinced that people are really demonic. Any career or skill as a peak tournament player. So, to say in front of a crowd that he's also written novels and has written lyrics for people, that's something to think about. But unfortunately, Chin Hao obviously couldn't remember clearly anymore, and even didn't bother to continue chatting, so he probably couldn't ask anything. It's not like you don't want to talk about it because your grades are pulling your crotch or you're writing lyrics that no one wants, is it? Do you think that Chin Hao's character would care about this? I was silent for a second. As if I wouldn't. In the live broadcast room, some people also speculated whether Chin Hao felt that the results were too crotch-pulling and did not have the face to say, but on second thought, it was not right. When has this guy ever wanted a face? Seeing that Jean May's conversation with Chin Hao came to an end, Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei looked at each other. Little Chin Ah, how have you considered what I said before? Chen Xiangyang came over with a shy old face and a smile, written with humor and no disrespect to the elderly. What is it? Chin Hao took out a box of ice cream from the refrigerator and subconsciously asked a rhetorical question. Chen Xiangyang, audience. No, it's only been a day and you've forgotten all about it? Something about learning to cook from me. If it had been any other disciple, it wouldn't have been a kick up the ass. But it was expected that he would have already put on a smelly face. You're not motivated to learn the art. You've got a problem with your mind. I've got plenty of people who want to learn cooking from me, and you're the last one I need. But facing Chin Hao, he only wanted to say, I'm still really bad. Oh, okay. Chin Hao recalled carefully and remembered. Then let's start now. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiangyang, who had been smiling a little reluctantly just a moment ago, gradually enlarged his smile, and his old face seemed like a blooming flower. Okay, so the two entered the kitchen in full view of everyone. TSK, this old boy, even when his daughter-in-law gave him a son back then, he wasn't this happy. Chen Guowei wrapped his arms around himself, his eyes disdainful and his tone sour. Qin Xiaoyun. Still, she was happy. At the very least her cousin's master was a master of the state banquet, which was very good, both in terms of talking about it and in terms of actual usefulness, at least. Willing to move, just be afraid to move at all. Brothers, do you think we should go to the kitchen and watch the fun? Or continue the treasure hunt? At this point, Kimmy said to the live feed for comment, treasure hunting my ass, and continue to irritate us? I know Chin Hao is rich, but you don't have to show off so much. Go watch and learn the art of cooking. I want to know just how far Chin Hao's talent has gone against all odds. The opinions of the viewers in the live room were almost neatly harmonized. Are you kidding? Watching a treasure hunt, is it because you're afraid we won't be stimulated enough, or are we masochistic? Life is hard enough. Let's not make it harder for us. Okay. Jean May nodded. She was actually curious. Chin Hao, who could be recognized by Elder Chen as a demonic genius, specifically when learning cooking. How fast was the speed of learning? So the crowd stood in the kitchen doorway. It's also fortunate that the kitchen is large enough or it wouldn't really fit. Little Chin, since you've agreed to learn cooking from me, whether it's with an attitude of trying or boredom, then get serious, and I'll be a strict teacher too. In the bright kitchen, Chen Xiangyang said with a serious and solemn face, this is to be responsible for you and to repay the expectations of the diners. Understood. Chin Hao nodded. Given that you're not a bad cook in your own right, I'm not going to introduce you to the basics, which are basically the same things anyway. Knife skills, slicing, dicing, chopping, patting, graving. Each type of knife technique is yet subdivided into different knife techniques. For example, inside the cut includes straight knife cut, push knife cut, pull knife cut, rolling knife cut, double fly, single fly, and so on, the power and speed of each blade technique, and how much power it takes to handle the various ingredients must also be known to you, so I won't say more. As for the flavor all what? That is more basic. I do not bother to say more. Let's go directly to the theme. The basic requirements of the major dishes. At this moment, Chen Xiangyang, with his hands behind his back, was as if he was a generation of masters. If we're talking about in the chef world, he is indeed a master of his generation. I didn't expect the old man who usually fights and bickers with elder Chen Guowei is actually so powerful. So what do you think? Master of the state banquet. Why don't you try it? It's like I'm getting it, but then again, I don't think I'm getting it. Inside the live broadcast room, looking at Chen Xiangyang, who had put away his playful face at the moment, he couldn't help but feel a sense of respect in his heart. There are a total of 8 major cuisines in China. Only, after talking, Chen Xiangyang couldn't go on, because he realized that Qin Hao had gone from a serious face at the beginning to a blank face at the end. Obviously, none of the previous ones were understood. At this moment, a bad premonition suddenly appeared in Chen Xiangyang's heart. Do you understand? He asked cautiously. Extremely careful, these things are, indeed, basic for him, or for any chef with some skill. Everyone looked at Qin Hao in unison. Nope. Qin Hao smiled with an embarrassed face. Chen Xiangyang was a bit phased. No, this is not right. He had seen Qin Hao's knife skills during the live broadcast, which could only be described as divine. And, from what Qin Shaoyun and Jin Mei had said, the flavor of the meal was also very good. How can you not understand these basics? Suddenly, as if he had remembered something, an extremely absurd and daring thought rose in his heart. You don't just know how to sword fight, do you? You don't know anything about basic swordsmanship, and you don't know anything about it, but you simply know those god-awful swordsmanship? Audience, what does that mean? Why is that a bit of a miss? Is it because I didn't learn the language well as a child? Why can't I understand the meaning of this sentence? What do you mean? You don't know any basic sword techniques? Just those god-awful ones? 0 points for comprehension. Isn't that simple? It means that Qin Hao doesn't know anything about basic skills, but his sword skills are divine. Reading comprehension, comrades. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience heard Chen Xiangyang's words and first looked confused, then saw someone explaining. Then they were collectively dumbfounded. It's an explanation that seems to be understood, but then again, it doesn't seem to be. You don't even know the basics of swordplay, but your swordplay is divine. Do you want to see what you're talking about? However, Chen Xiangyang wasn't wrong, and the audience didn't hear him wrong. Elder Chen, what does that mean? Jin Mei looked at the pop-up and asked in a hurry. It means that Xiao Qin has never learned any basic skills at all, and has learned those fancy sword techniques by force. Chen Xiangyang looked at Qin Hao with complicated eyes. The heart was overwhelmed. He knew that Qin Hao was highly talented, but damn it, there has to be an upper limit to high talent, right? That's all uncapped. It's not even, well, logical anymore, seeing that a few people didn't seem to understand. Chen Xiangyang thought for a moment and explained. If you use learning, it means you are learning up from 1st grade to 6th grade, then middle school, university, step by step, right? The crowd subconsciously nodded. No problem, isn't that what normal people do? But there are some geniuses, they just skip levels, and I'm guessing you've heard about it, or even seen it with your own eyes. Chen Xiangyang took a deep breath and continued. Someone who learns too much will make a jump. The crowd nodded vigorously. They naturally knew about such things as jumping levels. Could it be that Qin Hao was the kind of player who jumped the grade? And Qin Hao is, here he paused. That's right, straight from 1st grade, straight to college, and nope, even to professor, and all that in between, straight up omitted. Crowd, shock +1, yes. Everyone was shocked. Now they knew why Master Chen was so shocked. Jumping directly from 1st year to professor, who couldn't be pawed at that? That's not right, Elder Chen. How can a 1st year level jump straight to professor? Qin Shaoyun frowned, feeling that it wasn't quite reasonable. What literacy level is 1st grade? What level is the professor at? Can that be the same? So what if, say, Qin Hao, a 1st year, directly utilizes his IQ to backtrack all the knowledge needed next? Even though there might be a lot of loopholes. For example, 1 + 1, all other people could figure out was 1 + 1 = 2, but Qin Hao figured out countless answers, and most crucially, he got it right. Of course, it's just a metaphor. The crowd understood what it meant. It's 1 + 1, counting to a point of ascent, and then using that +1 = 2, counting 2 + 2 = 4. All the way across the board, they looked at Qin Hao with surprised faces. Although I know it's a genius, isn't this kind of genius beyond the realm of normal people? So, a lot of the basics, you don't know them at all, and you probably haven't even heard of them, right? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao nodded his head a little embarrassed. But master, don't worry, since I agreed to learn from you, I will work hard. The corner of Chen Xiangyang's mouth twitched. Is it a matter of whether you try hard or not? This is I'm afraid you're too demonic. I say one thing. Your next all will with the sword techniques he had seen in some videos, he was able to learn them to a great extent, and he had no doubt at all about this possibility. Okay, so next, let's learn from the beginning. Immediately after, Chen Xiangyang began to talk about the origin of food, the inspiration and source of creating classic dishes, kitchenware, kitchen knives, what kind of knives are categorized and so on. The presentation was very detailed, and it's the kind of thing that even a lot of average cooks know a little bit about. The audience was also mesmerized, and the opportunity to hear a state banquet chef explain cooking in person can be said to be unparalleled, or the point where people don't give a shit if you spend money on them, because for this kind of patriarchal existence, it totally depends on the mood, money, so many disciples and grandchildren, or masters of the state banquet. Special status, people really do not need. What do you know about state-paid food and housing? It was only after a full half hour that Chen Xiangyang stopped, and in the process, he drank tea several times. There's no way to talk about it. It's dry. If it was someone else, he naturally couldn't teach so filler. But for Qin Hao, he was very relieved. Understood? Chen Xiangyang looked at Qin Hao expectantly. Understood, audience. No, I don't even remember much of it. And you're actually telling me you understand it? Bullshit. I'll count you as understanding if you can repeat it. Many viewers didn't believe Qin Hao's words. During this half hour, Chen Xiangyang's mouth didn't stop at all. There was too much content. So tell me, Chen Xiangyang immediately came to be interested. This thing, alone will just recite out cannot, but also have their own understanding. The origin of cuisine originated from the savages. When they accidentally found the heavenly fire falling on the wild beasts, the fragrance emitted attracted them. And so, from that time onwards, mankind officially went on the path of cuisine, and before that, it wasn't considered gourmet, merely only hardwired for survival. Most of the food originated from the accident. For example, stinky tofu, steamed buns, dumplings, hot pot, etc. To say that the main reason for the development of the fastest implementation of the food, or from the ancient major emperors, especially Qianlong, cool to send a circle of friends. Qin Hao spoke eloquently, as if he were a recitation machine with moat feelings. Everyone was dumbfounded, although they could hardly remember the exact content of what Chen Xiangyang had said. They recalled it carefully, but were surprised to find that it was basically quite similar to what Qin Hao had said. Next, Qin Hao began to talk about the major cuisines, kitchen knives, what knives are suitable for what and so on. Tofu carving, radish carving dragon, it's a perfect match. After more than 50 minutes, Qin Hao took a sip of water, and saw everyone looking at him with a face of looking at a monster. What's wrong? You actually memorized all of it? Jean May had a look on her face like she was looking at an alien. It's normal. It's not complicated. Qin Hao was a bit puzzled. Crowd. Collective silence. Is this genius? Even Jean May was a bit afraid to meet Qin Hao's eyes. Especially that pair of eyes, which were calm but seemed to contain countless wisdom in them. She was afraid that she would be seen for what she was. The fact that she was a retard. Seriously. Before I didn't believe that in this world, there are such geniuses. But I believe it now. Yes. A full 50 minutes, 1 second without stopping, even if it was memorized in advance. It can't be so exaggerated, right? Without any lag at all? That's not right. Elder Chen only spoke for 30 minutes. Why did Qin Hao speak for 50 minutes? And Qin Hao's speed of speech is even faster. Many viewers in the live broadcast room were convinced at this moment. What did it mean to be a genius? It's called genius, but some people also find the timing to be off. If Qin Hao used Chen Xiangyang's speed of speech, he could probably talk for more than an hour. However, the next moment, they knew why. Snap! Chen Xiangyang's face was flushed. According to Chen Guowei, it was estimated that his wife was not this excited when she gave him a son. Powerful. Really powerful. Indeed. The so-called geniuses I've seen before can only be considered ordinary people in front of you. Not only do you memorize all that I have told you, but most crucially you are also able to integrate and learn by example in such a short period of time. Audience. They finally realized why Qin Hao had spoken for so long. To name a few, nice guy. I admit it. I'm envious. Slice it. Shark wither. The living is always worth more than the dead. And if there's only one in the whole world, cutting you won't even cut him. It's no wonder he learns everything so fast. And for that rate of learning, I'll admit that he may have learned to cook merely in passing. Mainly to eat and not starve. The audience is overwhelmed with mixed emotions at the moment. In fact, not to mention the audience, even a few people on the scene have a kind of both born Qin Hao. Why was born me sense of vestigial vision? It's just sad to live in an era with people like that. Genius, playing and learning at the same time, and you're at the top of your class. Sorry, I, Shao Qin, don't need to study at all. Just play. Also first, I'm asking you if you're mad. Chen Guowei's heart was overwhelmed with regret. Why didn't the state catch on to people like this sooner? I can't believe it's been out in the open for so long, it's simply sinful. Wait, Chen Guowei suddenly remembered something and looked at Qin Hao. Why wasn't your high school entrance exam a perfect score? Or rather, close to a perfect score? Audience, do you want to see what you're talking about? Why aren't you a perfect score on the entrance exam? Does that speak human language? People aren't a perfect score? Or close to it? That's not very positive. Aha, people subconsciously spat in their minds, but quickly reacted. Holy shit. Yeah, for someone like Qin Hao, why isn't the college entrance exam a perfect score or close to it? Hey, little Chinzy, showing your chicken feet, ha, instantly. Many viewers in the live broadcast room were excited and thrilled. Some people like to make gods to hold a certain kind of person high as a god, but when the gods went to the place of God, people wanted to pull God down and fall off the pedestal. What makes you so good? What makes you so cool? Canon within a canon. Destroy it if you can't get it. Why a perfect score? Or close to it, close to a perfect score. Ah, the top student in the country. Isn't it good? Instantly become famous. Be seen by the country. Make a name for yourself. Honor your ancestors, and have a job and a future in the future. Chen Guowei was in pain, pounding his chest, and his heart was so painful that he could not breathe. If Qin Hao had scored a perfect score, or close to it, in the first place, wouldn't the country have noticed it a long time ago? But as he spoke, he suddenly couldn't go on. Even the originally noisy live broadcast room became silent. What did you just say? Make a name for yourself and honor your ancestors, future work, future prospects. Oh, that's alright. The first two Qin Hao might be a little interested in, but the last two, with Qin Hao's pissy behavior, you expect him to go to work and have a future. What are you talking about? Not a perfect score, not a near perfect score, is so normal for him that he may have even willfully and single-handedly caused it. What is the ultimate purpose of the college entrance exam? Gramps? Qin Hao looked at Chen Guowei with a smile and added, ordinary people, the ultimate goal, a job, a good paycheck, or start your own company or something like that. Chen Guowei did not pull any family and national righteousness and talk about dedication, which would only cause offense and instead consume people's patriotic feelings. Money is what the average person cares about because of pay and perks. So, Qin Hao spread his hands and laughed. I don't need to prove myself with my academic performance. The crowd was silent. Indeed. Hey, Chen Guowei opened his mouth, but in the end, he just sighed. Genius. They love it. But in the case of demons, people simply don't go out of their way. The so-called good jobs and good wages are not needed at all in the eyes of others. Alright, let's move on to practical teaching. Chen Shangyang directly interrupted the conversation between the two, and turned to Chen Guowei that was cross-eyed. Is it easy for me? It's so hard to catch Qin Hao not sleeping. And you're still here to participate? Xiao Qin, your knife skills are fast, accurate, ruthless and stable. There is no need to look at the general. Our main thing is to look fine. Chen Shangyang slowly said. Fine is a necessary skill for a top chef. Many people may think it is useless, just fancy, but the fact that the dishes are fine is what enhances the taste and vision and creates an appetite. In fact, most people would think that the so-called carvings, dragons and phoenixes are really just fancy, a plain thing made straight into something you can't afford to eat. But there are others who are quite agreeable. Xiao Qin, I've prepared some ingredients for tofu carving. Try it first and let me see how fine you are. Chen Shangyang took out a piece of tofu from the refrigerator and placed it on the counter. If it was a normal cooking instruction, it certainly wasn't straight from the knife skills. It was straight from fucking hell difficulty. But Qin Hao was different. Yes, Qin Hao nodded and took out a knife, which was not a kitchen knife, merely a bit bigger than a scalpel. Now a chef, instead of looking at recipes, looks at carvings instead. A chef who doesn't want to be a master carver is not a good chef. Just as the audience was discussing, Qin Hao moved. Only the knife, which seemed to form a residual shadow in his hand, flickered with silver light, fast. As fast as it can be. Even they dared to guarantee that even decades of chief surgeons would probably not be able to compete with Qin Hao's hand speed. Swish, swish, swish. As far as the naked eye can see, the tofu on the counter changes quickly. Even that changes every second. It was as if he was not at all afraid of cutting this tofu. You know, it's tofu, a little bit of pressure might thin it out. But this guy, he froze and didn't hesitate at all when he went under the knife. It's as if it's a machine for moderated emotions. Chen Shangyang was even looking at it with his eyes dropping out. It's not right. It's not right, Othis. I asked you to carve the flowers because I was going to give you a day, maybe even a couple of days. Then you didn't make it. And I, the teacher, made my appearance. That's the normal route. As a result, what is this now? So fast. I, a man who has been killing fish in the market for more than 10 years, is not as fast as him. Ahem. Being his girlfriend must make you very happy. I'm sure. What are you talking about? Inside the live room, the viewers could only see the cold flashes of light and the rapidly changing tofu. As for Chin Hao's arm, it was on the verge of a stump. Seriously, they only saw some people playing dancing games in the era they once were who could shoot stumps. 10 minutes. Phew. Chin Hao let out a long breath. Fortunately, not to mention, my first time carving, it does seem a bit difficult. I really admire those top chefs. Crowd. Chen Xiangyang. Indeed, a bit difficult. There was that little bit of a blow up in his mind. Think about how long it took him to learn how to carve tofu, 10 or 8 days. For that, his master praised him as a genius, but now, he's a demon and I'm a genius. We can't compare. Chen Xiangyang hurriedly consoled himself in his mind. In fact, he gave Chin Hao 6 days, that was the bottom line in his mind. And the fastest, 3 hours, it was what he expected from a demon. As for 10 minutes, he really hadn't thought about it. Is that even the end of it? Qin Xiaoyan looked at the tofu on the counter. Although there was less, it seemed like it hadn't changed much by and large. That's it, if it's just fast, then it's okay for her to fuck her. Isn't it just waving blindly? Try it and see how it works. Chen Xiangyang stabilized his mind, revealing a look that the children can be taught. Everything is expected. Yes, Chin Hao nodded, then took out a bowl, put some water in it, and the tofu as a whole was put directly into the bowl. The next moment, something that shocked everyone happened, only to see that the whole tofu slowly bloomed as if it were a snow lotus the moment it was put in. Holy and beautiful, petals, one clearly textured, even the shapes are so full and similar. In the middle, looking at the center, the philandering, is even more of a head-scratcher, because they were shocked to find that the flower hearts actually seemed to be real, and for a while they actually couldn't tell the difference between real and fake ground. A dozen seconds later, a huge clean white lotus flower floated in the bowl, but everyone watching was silent. Is this swordplay? That's just spooky. It's not even if you say the look-alike is similar. But the key thing is, even the texture is there, other than the overall white color. It's pretty much the same as a normal flower. Almost. Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei were able to see more clearly because they were closer. The small mouths of the two gradually opened wide and turned O-shaped. It was one of those mind-blowingly beautiful things, the beauty of impact. Holy shit. Holy shit. Is that a chef's knife skills? I admit, I probably can't afford this bowl of tofu. It's shocking. Really, it's too much. After a moment of silence in the live broadcast room, pop-ups erupted like a volcano. In addition to the excitement, there's excitement. Everyone was shocked in their own way. How's it going, Gramps? Chin Hao looked at Chen Xiangyang, who didn't know much about this. As he said before, the reason he learned to cook was simply to make sure he didn't starve to death. All this fancy stuff, and he's pressed for contact. Great. Chen Xiangyang returned to his senses and nodded with the corners of his mouth twitching. Could he say that this was not even close to him? Also, faster than me. What's this about teaching? Take the head and teach it. Why don't we just stop teaching and let you be my master? You sure are talented. Chen Xiangyang heavily patted Chin Hao's shoulder with a pleased expression. Even if your heart is weeping, you still have to be strong on the surface. I, Lao Chun, have been strong all my life. You don't have any more problems with your sword skills, whether it's speed or power or finesse. They've all reached an almost perfect point. Chen Xiangyang's face gradually turned grave. So next, let's officially start learning how to cook. Within the 8 cuisines, there are countless subcategories. So, however, before Chen Xiangyang finished his words, Chin Hao yawned. Master, why don't we continue tomorrow? It's been more than 2 hours. I'm sure you're tired too, right? It wasn't that he didn't respect the old man. It was mainly because today had broken his previous habits, and the sudden change was simply not adaptable. Otherwise, he'd still be lying down at this hour. It's as if many night owls play at night and sleep during the day. And once the time is suddenly changed, even though they sleep at night, they remain sleepy during the day. Crowd. Chen Xiangyang. Seriously, just this kind of one. He didn't even bother to pick up before. Not even ingenious. It's kind of his bottom line for cooking, but obviously, demons are not in that range. Bottom line? What's that? Why don't we just do one first? Try it? Chen Xiangyang asked tentatively. But, ha. The old man is so humble. Would you believe it if you had such a disciple and you humbled yourself? For he would truly inherit your skill and will, and even carry it forward, and in a way, be directly famous for ages. This is true. In the school, if there is such a student, the teacher and the principal can be like an ancestor to offer. This is all performance to communicate with teachers and principals of other schools. That waste is straight. Say a present everyone is garbage. No problem. Inside the live room, many viewers didn't quite understand why a master of the state banquet needed to be so, humble, but they were soon given an answer. Famous for thousands of years, face lining, skill transfer, no regrets. Either reason is enough to drive a lot of people crazy, let alone add them together. Okay. Chin Hao could only endure his sleepiness and nodded. Okay, then let's have a simpler, Home-cooked dish. Spicy tofu. Never underestimate home cooking. It's often only home cooking. The same dish but a different experience. And that's the true test of culinary skills. And this spicy tofu, although the test is the control of the fire, it is more of a test of the ingredients. While saying that, Chen Xiangyang began to operate it. As he said, this dish is one of the easier of the home-cooked ones. Soon the kitchen was filled with aromas, especially for those who like spicy food. The flavor can simply leave your mouth watering. Several people present, even more eyes staring straight at the tofu in the pot. They never imagined that a simple spicy tofu could give them such an appetite. Having just finished dinner, I didn't hesitate to order a spicy tofu. Hey, even if you place 100 orders, you won't be able to eat that flavor of someone else's state banquet. Tears came straight out of my mouth without a fight. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers looked at the red, white, oily and smooth spicy tofu, and one by one, their mouths were watering. If those previous ones were the basics of a good chef, then now is the test of whether a chef is truly qualified. Chen Xiangyang slowly said, color and aroma. These three are hard requirements all over the world. At this point, he paused slightly. Except, of course, for the three countries. Audience. All of them subconsciously recalled the food of the A.S. country. When it comes to other countries, the cuisine is at the very least something you can name a few of. But it's a bit of a departure when it comes to the A3 countries. No matter how fresh and colorful an ingredient is, it will only be one color when it enters the kitchen of the Agri state. Yellow, the ultimate, the most complete. Color refers to the color. A dish should have its own color. For example, this spicy tofu, red with white with green. At a glance you can have an appetite, even without smelling the taste. Fragrance. In the same way, every food has its own aroma, and a dish, the most attractive, wafts for miles. A scent, even if they don't see any food from tens of meters away, hundreds of meters away. But if they smell the scent, the dish will automatically appear in their minds. Taste, that is, flavor, the flavor of a dish, good or bad, can make the person tasting the appetite. Chen Xiangyang said here and laughed. Of course, this is the basic of a good chef. If you want to become a top chef, you need to have not only the above three, but also the shape and utensils. At those words, the crowd froze. Isn't that a bit much to ask? No, it's just dinner. What's the point? Hey, you don't understand. Some people are in it for the food and that's it. But some people are in it for the style, for the business, not for the food. So how do you think Michelin dares to take a simple dish and make it so you can't afford it? There's nothing wrong with that. Let's say a serving of mashed potatoes of the kind that still doesn't fill you up has the audacity to ask you for tens of hundreds of dollars when you're at home and it only costs a couple of bucks to hold you over. Those who watched the live stream were actually people from all walks of life. But it was undeniable that most of them were ordinary people. For the average person, it's not enough of a hassle to toss around so much, just for a meal. 10 minutes to eat, 2 hours to cook. Elder Chen. What does form and apparatus mean? Forms and implements? Qin Xiaoyun asked curiously. That's right. The form and utensils of a dish are also to be very elaborate. Chen Xiangyang nodded appreciatively. Maybe it doesn't matter to you, but if, say, a large lobster, but in the shape of a toilet bowl, would it have a mental effect on you when you ate it? Crowd. You're too good at metaphors. Originally, the audience had thought that form wasn't important, but now that they heard it, they suddenly felt that form seemed to be important as well. As for the apparatus, Chen Xiangyang took out a small iron basin, followed by a small delicate plate, and placed it on the table in unison. Spicy tofu was loaded separately. At the same time, all of them keenly noticed that when it came to loading the plate, Chen Xiangyang's obvious staccato was evident, and those tofu soon formed an exquisite arrangement on the plate, pleasing to the eye. It's like a blooming flower. It is quite different when it comes to the small iron pots, which are merely poured directly into them, in the same way as the ordinary household bearers. Now you see, which is better? Chen Xiangyang smiled. Worthy of being a national banquet master. You guys don't believe it, I teach directly on the spot. The crowd looked at an exquisitely plated dish, not to say very pretty, but pleasing to the eye. And in looking at that little iron pot, it's a world of difference. The little iron basin, no matter how you fill it, ends up melting together for effect, because its own use is to hold more stuff. Not aesthetically pleasing, but it fits. And a plate is different. If you fill it with more, it will overflow. You can only fill it with less, saving more space. You can plate it and it will look even better instead. It's a visual. The audience looked at the two things that were also filled with spicy tofu, but in two completely different forms, and fell into deep thought. In this way, color, flavor, shape, and utensils are all very important, at the very least. If you want to do catering, high-end catering, then this is the thing that's missing. Of course, It doesn't matter if it's a normal family eating normally, then it's just about getting enough to eat. The purpose is different. Savor it. Upon hearing this, several people couldn't wait to pick up their chopsticks and put them in their mouths. Spicy, tender, slip, in one word. Fragrant. Obviously it was a very common home cooking, but they ate it frozen, almost hated to swallow their tongues. Even Chen Guowei ate a few large pieces in a row. And if it wasn't really too spicy and he couldn't hold it in a bit, he might have eaten more. How? Chen Xiangyang put his hands behind his back and looked at Qin Hao, who was eating soundly, with a smile on his face. Awesome, awesome. I want to learn. Qin Hao hurriedly gave a thumbs up. Being praised by Qin Hao, Chen Xiangyang was happier than his own childhood awards. Can't I get you, kid? Elder Chen, have you been keeping a private stash the other day? Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun's eyes were a bit sultry. After all, we're not worthy, are we? From this one dish, they could sense that although Master Chen's dishes from the other day were delicious, they genuinely didn't reach this level. It's still a level short after all. They're a bit zoned out. Together, only this apprentice you think is worthy of eating your pinnacle handiwork? Of course, they're just a kind of spiel and joke for the younger generation. What? Chen Xiangyang asked back with some surprise. Didn't you guys say that it's too tasty and easy to gain weight? So I just made it randomly. Qin Xiaoyun, Kimmy, this. Did we say that, upon closer recollection? Seems to have actually said that. More than once, so that means that they find anything that people casually cope with delicious. It's solid. Oofed. Ha ha ha. Looks like he's never eaten anything good in his life. Elder Chen, so, I'm to blame? Wasn't that what you guys asked for? How about it? Chen Xiangyang looked at Qin Hao, who was sitting on the sofa, lazily, and asked with a smile. I digest. Okay, Qin Hao originally wanted to say, I'll digest it, but looking at Chen Lao's expectant eyes, he couldn't say anything more. It wasn't very polite for people to teach themselves so much and lie down instead, so they had to get up and go into the kitchen. Hey! Chen Xiangyang instantly raised an eyebrow at Chen Guowei in triumph, as if he was a victor. Humph! Chen Guowei snorted coldly and said in a deep voice, don't be complacent. Little Qin is ultimately a member of our academy. You can't stop it. And no matter how important the food is, it's ultimately just a way to satiate your stomach. Do you believe yourself when you say that? Chen Xiangyang smiled disdainfully and said faintly, wipe the chili from the corners of your mouth before you say anything else, or else I'll look down on you. Chen Guowei. Dry, HQ. I need backup, on my own. I'm really no match for this old Biden. The main thing is that he can't interject at all. My favorite show of the day is these two old men bickering. Ha ha, they should be friends, they've known since they were young, so they have absolutely no qualms about what they say. Just like those rebellious kids in my dorm room. Yes, and the more that happens, the better the relationship proves too. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience watched the two old men arguing with a smile on their faces. Viewers, do you think that our cousin Qin Hao can make a perfect spicy tofu like Chen Lao? Kimmy said slowly to the live feed. I'll send out a voting choice from my side. 1. Yes. 2. No. And 3. Surpass Elder Chen. Of course, it's got points on it, not money, and the points are free every day. And it's just a little entertainment program. As her words fell, a voting option opened up on the air. I admit that Qin Hao is a genius, but he himself admits that there is a gap between him and Elder Chen. That was before. Didn't you see Qin Hao's learning speed? I support it. As for surpassing Chen Lao, that's impossible. 2 minutes passed and the answers to the poll appeared quickly. Looking at this answer, the crowd was not surprised. You can make spicy tofu like Chen Lao. Approval rating, 35%, can't make it. Approval rating, 60%, and the most outrageous thing is that there's actually 5% in favor of a third option, that is, being able to surpass Chen Xiangyang. But the crowd looked at the odds and could understand why those guys bet on that impossibility. The odds are too high, although this is a point. Basically not very useful. But people tend to be more competitive, a fight to turn a bike into a motorcycle. Good. Then let's go in now and see how skilled our cousin is. Jin Mei directly entered the kitchen and found that Qin Hao had already finished preparing. Just in time to start, everyone held their breath. After Chen Xiangyang's popularization, a chef is tested not only by the final result, but also by the process. Qin Hao slightly closed his eyes, and his brain, which hadn't been used for a long time, began to run slowly. Color and flavor, form and utensils, both. Then, Qin Hao slowly opened his eyes. I might need a little time. Yes. Chen Xiangyang nodded without hesitation and was even excited. It's not that you need time. It's that you'll do it right away and give me a fool's errand here, only to see. Qin Hao took out a large block of tofu and gently patted it, and the whole tofu was trembling haphazardly, quivering and elastic. Phew! Qin Hao took a deep breath and picked up what resembled a carving knife chopper in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Audience? They looked straight up with a head full of questions. Aren't you making spicy tofu? What's with the carving knife? Carving? I suddenly have a bold idea. You guys don't think he's carving it, do you? Using carved tofu to make spicy tofu? Not only did the audience think of it, but so did a few of the people in the room. Carved spicy tofu? Good idea. Chen Xiangyang nodded his head in satisfaction. Of course, this was not something to be surprised about. These things were all left over from their play. But Qin Hao went and thought about it. And that was great, yes. His requirements for Qin Hao were very, very low. So low that if he went back 10 years ago and someone told him that he would be like this in the future, he would never believe it. Brush. Qin Hao moved, arms waved and cold light flashed, a knife in his hand was like a butterfly through flowers, fluttering up and down. But with a different kind of beauty and handsomeness, everyone had no doubt that if Qin Hao knew the human body and went to kill, he was definitely a very qualified killer. Suddenly, Chen Xiangyang's eyes stared. No, he whispered, afraid of disturbing Qin Hao's movements. What's wrong, Jin Mei? Qin Xiaoyun looked over in unison. This shouldn't be carved. At that, the crowd froze, surprised. What else could it be if not a carving? From what they had just been told, they already roughly knew that the only thing that was slightly higher end, but not yet very difficult and not very time-consuming, was carving. The main thing is that it also looks good and aesthetically pleasing. You guys notice that overall image of tofu? What shape do you want? The crowd looked over in unison, carefully massing up and down. And then, it's like a dragon? Misty grass. He's actually going to carve a dragon. Is there a mistake? Can this thing be finished in a moment? Looking at the form, it is indeed a dragon. Or a snake. But I figure that no one would carve a snake. Only a dragon. Good lord. Spicy tofu dragon? It's still you. The live feed was a buzz. Carving is common. Spicy tofu is also common. But spicy tofu dragon? That is really never seen. I've never heard of it. Let alone seen it. It's so new. But no matter what they thought, Qin Hao's movement still did not stop. And after roughly cutting out a dragon's shape, he officially started carving. That was fast. Snap. A left paddle. Snap. Another right paddle. In the eyes of the audience, it was so dazzling that they couldn't even keep up with the speed of his hands at all. After only a few minutes of work, an approximate faucet had appeared. Hua Shishanlong, I can't say it's exactly the same, but it's at least 7 or 8% similar. Dragon's whiskers. Dragon's eyes. Look at all the people dumbfounded. Although this is just a flat surface and not the stereoscopic 3D kind, it's still very powerful and dominant, followed by the body. In fact, the Chinese divine dragon. The most difficult part is the head, the body and tail. Relatively much easier. More than 20 minutes passed, and a divine dragon appeared in front of everyone's eyes. But Qin Hao's hand movement still didn't stop. He was still carving. Shocking. Walking into a people's program and carving dragons out of tofu on the spot? Can you believe it? Tofu? Actually able to carve into a dragon. Inside information. The price of tofu may be going up, so please take precautions. People, on the internet, there are already various news departments that have started sending out news. There are even a lot of individual bloggers that quickly edit videos and post them. This kind of heat, often a wave of heat, it is difficult to last a particularly long time. The first wave cannot eat, then basically is nothing. Eyesight, title, speed. You can't have one without the other. Oh, I just saw the headline and clicked right and ready to start cursing. But on closer inspection, well, it's my low pattern. I can't say it's lifelike, but it's at least 7 or 8% similar, which is pretty awesome. And you know this is tofu. That thing crumbles when you touch it. Upstairs, this is just the initial completion. It's still continuing to be refined. Here's the link to the live stream www. The internet is a buzz and blowing up, to be honest. But where a turnip carving dragon is replaced. In fact, people will not be too surprised. Have not eaten pork, has not seen a pig run. Radishes are comparatively much stiffer and more playful. That's a little more or a little less cutting. Basically less of a problem and still correctable. But tofu, a shaky hand, a little more cutting, and it's straight up gone. Difficulty can be imagined. The internet travels as fast as a second, within just 10 minutes or so. A good chunk of the people who regularly hang out surfing the web knew the news. No way. You don't watch the news. You swipe on short videos. Right? You don't swipe short videos. You watch beep stations and such. Right? There's no escaping it. So, more and more people entered the live stream. As a result, the number of people in the live broadcast room at this moment was rising wildly, especially now at this time of the day. Right around noon, most of the people who work are resting or eating. When they entered the live broadcast, they saw a man holding a kitchen knife slightly larger than a scalpel, swinging it with a cold flash. The most crucial thing was that the dragon in front of him gradually became lifelike. If before it was merely a resemblance, then now I dare not say it was the same, but at least there was a 9-point resemblance. Of course, it's the kind of oriental dragon that people imagine and recognize. After all, who's really ever seen one? The dragon's whiskers fluttered. A pair of dragon eyes were not angry, and the claws like eagles were incomparably sharp. The most godly thing was that Qin Hao actually carved clouds on it, simply divine. The dragon's body was hidden, like a real divine dragon. Holy shit. Exaggeration. That's too much. A couple $dozen for a big block of tofu is now worth thousands outright, and you might not even be able to buy it. And this is a chef? I seem to understand the essence of a chef. The pop-ups in the livestream could be described as crazy. Phew. Qin Hao let out a long breath, slowly stopped his movement, and turned around to see several people looking at him with shocked and dumbfounded faces. What's wrong? He's a little strange. Wasn't it you, Gramps, who said it was going to be form and high-end? The corners of Chen Shangyang's mouth twitched. He did say he wanted form. But, is this the form, just this lifelike divine dragon? You're telling me it's a form, you're showing me your skills, aren't you? But it was one thing that surprised him the most, speed. He had been counting the time, and from the time Qin Hao started to the time he finished, it was just less than half an hour. He could carve dragons too, and tofu too, but definitely not this fast. Not even when he was young. Each blade is incomparably fast. How powerful and confident does that have to be? How precise is the blade? That divine dragon figure, is it living in your mind? Not bad at all? Wait, thinking of the diagram. Chen Shangyang suddenly staggered, and a bold idea appeared in his heart. To go that fast? It's possible. First, the knife is fast and precise. Secondly, the importance of the diagram is completely in your head so that you can go under the knife without hesitation. But a chef is a chef after all, not a painter. Painting, coupled with carving dragons, is really twice the work with half the effort. After a long time, Chen Shangyang let out a bitter smile. Doesn't that just, corroborate each other? Seemingly unrelated careers are connected, an eerie complementary effect is reached. It was something he never expected and never thought about. Technique is close to the path, however. His voice, though not loud, was heard by all. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had resounded directly in the minds of the crowd. They stared in unison. You chefs can't remember dragons, but I painters can. Your chef needs to carve with care and caution, but my painter has the dragon in his head. So, painters can actually be associated with chefs. Who would have thought? Everyone was feeling a little dizzy in the head. Two completely different and even irrelevant professions actually hardened Qin Hao's fusion. It even seems to make sense when you think about it. So a carver who doesn't want to be a painter is not a good cook. Crying and laughing. Brother, you are awesome. Qin Shaoyun couldn't help but give a thumbs up in little Qin. To be honest, your idea is very good, even completely beyond my imagination. At this moment, Chen Shangyang spoke up, slowly saying, whether it's speed or swordplay, or carving, it's a masterpiece. But as soon as it came out, the crowd knew there was something more. Fruity. Shao Qin. Have you ever thought of a problem? Your kind of carving, although beautiful, but it is not suitable for making spicy tofu. Too thick. The juice cannot penetrate into it at all. And this kind of practice, it is not convenient for diners to go to pinch the food. At that, the crowd thought a little. Indeed, these 2 points are very pertinent and unbiased. They didn't think of that much at all. In the end, the dish is for people to eat, not for people to see. In the aesthetic, not convenient to eat, not enough flavor, then it is a failure. Although some viewers feel that Chen Shangyang is not a bit too strict. But if you want a person to really grow to the peak, you have to be strict and rigorous, don't you? Elder Chen, I've already thought about this question. Facing Chen Shangyang's words, Qin Hao didn't panic and laughed. Come over and look. A few people were puzzled, but they moved closer to see. The divine dragon was even more majestic as it approached, especially that pair of eyes, which were obviously dead, but it was as if they had come to life. This is. Suddenly, Chen Shangyang's eyes glazed over and he cried out in shock. As far as the eye could see, the scales on the dragon's body were actually all cut to the depth of most of the entire tofu, and when looking upwards, even the dragon's head was the same. Chen Shangyang directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air, so deep. I'm surprised it didn't get shredded. It's like building a house where the load-bearing walls inside are about to be cut off. But the house doesn't collapse. Cousin, don't you have some kind of side hustle? Qin Shaoyun didn't see it at first, but soon realized that the tofu appeared to be intact on the surface, but was actually empty on the inside, all cut up, piece by piece, very neatly, yet without any deformation in appearance. What do you mean? At those words, Qin Hao was a bit confused. Slayer, Qin Shaoyun murmured with a serious look on his face. With this blade skill, to say that you are not an assassin of Mordor's feelings, I don't believe it. Qin Hao. Audience. But, haha, that's actually what I thought just now. It's the killer. I was the one rock at the scene that stained my head and face with blood. This sword work, it's really ghostly. Inside the live room, there were laughs and gasps from the audience. There is no such profession among our modern China. Qin Hao rolled his eyes, then looked at Chen Shangyang. Elder Chen, how's it going? Perfect. After a long time, Chen Shangyang spat out 2 words, his eyes blazing, as if he had seen some absolute treasure. The exterior is perfect. And the interior is even more perfect. Thinking about the exterior as well as the interior, the flavor and the ease of the guests to pinch the food, I just can't find any fault with it. Upon hearing this, Xinhao let out a sigh of relief and then began to configure the sauce. This thing was still very simple for him. He only needed to copy what Chen Shangyang had just done. 10 minutes later, the tofu was officially in the pot. The rich aroma spread through the kitchen, even though they had just eaten their fill. A few people were surprised to find that they seemed to be hungry again after smelling the smell. Elder Chen, has this been done before? Kimmy is the host. So naturally, she has to play her usefulness. No, Chen Shangyang directly shook his head. No tofu carved dragons? The crowd was astonished. No, I mean, there's no tofu carving dragon to make spicy tofu. Chen Shangyang laughed bitterly and said bitterly, tofu this thing, the more complex the carving, and also the more difficult, the more likely to fail, taking too long. Therefore, carving dragons is not nothing, only the practice is more high-end. Simply put, it's a big deal. After all, who would carve a dragon for a spicy tofu dish? Like, for example, would you use a Rolls-Royce to haul dirt? Audience. No. Why is it that with every analogy you make, it's so easy to understand? They all looked at Xinhao with weird eyes. Gobble gobble gobble. The heat steams up and the soup in the pot begins to boil. An even stronger flavor came to the surface, especially as the rolling broth traveled around the tofu dragon, making the divine dragon, which was already incredibly real, seem like it had come to life. I just want to say one word now. Convince. Yes, Xinhao may be lazy, may not like to go to work, may have all sorts of faults, but his skills are truly nothing to write home about. The spicy tofu didn't take too long, and soon Xinhao took it out as a whole and put it on a plate. How? Xinhao looked at Chen Shangyang. The crowd fixed their eyes on the red chili broth and saw that it seemed to have formed a flame, and the divine dragon lay in the flames, letting the flames roam over his body. What shocked them the most was that even now, the shape of the dragon hadn't changed too much from before it came out of the pot. And even the dragon's whiskers weren't missing a piece or missing a piece. They were intact. The shape is nothing to write home about. It's perfect, colorful and fragrant, showing a spicy tofu dish at its peak. Chen Shangyang put his hands behind his back and nodded repeatedly, picking up the chopsticks. I realized for a moment that I actually didn't know where to start better. This is a work of art. Jin Mei muttered in a small voice and asked curiously, Elder Chen, how much is this dish worth if it's made by a big restaurant? Hearing this, many people's spirits were shaken. Some people even pondered that if it wasn't particularly outrageous, they'd leave right now immediately now. A couple thousand, tens of thousands isn't out of the question with some fancy hotels. But, Chen Shangyang paused, picked up a piece of the dragon's beard part, and said in a deep voice, people won't do it. It's mainly laborious and too time-consuming. You think everyone is as fast as he is. It's not impossible to get it for 2 or 3 days, even for a long time, and by then, will the thing still be edible? The audience gets it. You can't make this stuff without a couple brushes. People don't want to do it if they can make it. Suck it. Chen Shangyang dragged whiskers into his mouth. Chewing slightly, his eyes snapped to life. It tasted almost the same as the one he made. Maybe even smoother and spicier because it was dragon's whiskers. He was happy and a little disturbed at the same time, as the saying goes. It hurts and it's fun. In the past, it was hard for him when his disciple was too stupid. But now it's equally hard for him when he's too smart. That's a lot of learning going on too fast. It's pressure from the apprentice. How does it taste? Shit. Say something. The audience watched anxiously as several people feasted again. No argument. Absolutely. Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyan simultaneously gave a thumbs up. Flavor-wise, it's almost similar to Qinlao. It's not close. At least with our mouths we can't tell there's any difference. No. Actually I think Xiao Qin did a better job. Chen Guowei bluntly said. Old Chen. To be honest you don't like to hear ha, on your 3 knives. May people Xiao Qin a month to suck you dry. You have to progress It's not good to stay put and eat your old money. Chen Shangyang was speechless. You motherfucker, that was a bit of a solid statement. And embarrassingly enough, he was actually thinking about it just now. Do you dare to believe it? Demons really do exist in this world. In just a few hours, surpassing National Banquet Master Chen Shangyang, the latter wave pushes the former wave, and the former wave dies on the beach. But isn't the speed of this death a bit too fast? On the internet, all sorts of headlines and messages went viral, and for many unscrupulous newspapers, what cooking is almost as good, that's clearly beyond, and a spicy tofu dish that's straight up hot, spicy tofu dragon to be exact, some anchors and bloggers, moreover, chose to take on the challenge of making a spicy tofu dragon just to rub it in. For a while, the spicy tofu dragon swept the internet with an eerie heat. In this world, Do such people really exist? In the middle of a villa, in a room full of technology, the lights were a bit dark, and a young man who looked to be in his 20s watched as he appeared to be hidden under the illumination of a computer screen. If one looked closely, one would notice that the youth had quite a few pimples on his face. Again, you're in your 20s and you're decathlon? Why am I so unconvinced? I'd like to see if it's really as you say. If not, you're just waiting to die. How high you fly. How hard you fall. The youth's eyes twinkled as his fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard. Poker, the name of a hacker league organization in China, this kind of alliance organization, of course, is not officially recognized, but only circulated in the folklore. After all, hacking is something that all have to understand. If criminals and people are two extremes, hackers stand right in the middle, swinging wildly between crime and no crime. Many young people are very worshipful of hackers, believing that they are the gods of the internet and can do anything as long as they are in the internet. Because of movies and some legends, people even think that hackers are mysterious and powerful, invading banks, hacking into national systems, etc. In 2 words, bull. The youth's name is Wang Xiaowei, 24 years old. At his young age, he is already a member of the poker organization. He is proud. He is condescending. He thinks he is a bully, often for big companies, big corporations, patching holes and getting bonuses, so he makes a good living, and that makes his heart swell even more, thinking he has a great future ahead of him, because, to a large extent, he has left his peers far behind, until Qin Hao's appearance, a man who was about his age, better looking than him, richer than him, and knew more than him, for the high-spirited Wang Xiaowei. It was unforgivable. He was deeply skeptical. He's going to find the truth and bring it to light so that the fools who believe it will know how stupid and ignorant they are. Ding dong. Just then, the cell phone beeped. Wang Xiaowei clicked to see that this was the chat group. Of course, they are not using something like Button or WeChat, but a chat software they made themselves. De Wang, received an order. The source is unknown, but the prize is not bad. $1 million. The content is also very simple. Find out everything about Qin Hao. Don't ask me who Qin Hao is. Don't ask me how old he is, whether he's a man or a woman. Find out for yourself. I only look at the results. And of course, you guys can cooperate and split the money together. Seeing this information, Wang Xiaowei's pupils shrunk. The great king, the boss of their organization, didn't necessarily show up a few times a year, but he didn't expect to show up for Qin Hao. $1 million. It seems like Qin Hao is being noticed by other countries. Things are getting more and more interesting. Wang Xiaowei glanced at the group and realized that a lot of people had appeared, and everyone answered dryly. Wang, Roger, Ace of Spades, copy. Wang Xiaowei pondered slightly and directly began to operate the keyboard. As for cooperation, that's not going to work. Just kidding. It's not worth it to cooperate for the sake of a Qin Hao. Unless everyone can't find out anything, then they'll cooperate. Those things that Qin Hao already knows at present, there is no need to go to the most tracing. Just need to be sure. But, Wang Xiaowei narrowed his eyes. Others might not remember, but he remembered that Qin Hao had personally said that he had once released novels and written lyrics for others. This is definitely a point that many people overlook, in this day and age. Whenever you use the internet, you register something with your cell phone number, or shop online, or order takeout, etc. With these actions, then it is simply too easy to find some information about you. Anyone with a little bit of computer know-how knows that, let alone a hacker. Unless you don't shop online, don't order takeout, don't even use your cell phone number to register for an account. All communication is by letter. But how is that possible? The quickest way to directly invade Qin Hao's home network. Computer. Wang Xiaowei's fingers flew on the keyboard. This kind of operation, although he rarely did it, was still very familiar. There is no doubt that what they are doing now is illegal, but it's $1 million, just find it and retreat. God forbid. Who would know? Oh, and what high-tech, and what 3-body flying machine. All bullshit, but still let me easily attack in? Watching the interface in front of him change completely, Wang Xiaowei smiled bashfully. In just 10 minutes, he managed to enter into Qin Hao's computer. It seems that Qin Hao didn't turn off his computer, which is not a good habit. Wang Xiaowei directly opened the folder and began to search for it. He was, however, completely oblivious to the unassuming black and white animal at the bottom of his computer. It's a panda, crucially. The panda also held 3 sticks of incense in his hands and bowed slightly. Only at this moment, Wang Xiaowei's attention was all on those folders, and he didn't see it at all. Gee, make it look like that. It's the name. Wang Xiaowei looked at those folder names and instantly raised his eyebrows. The name of one country after another is very clear. After roughly counting, there were actually a dozen countries. It was the name of the folder that felt a little familiar to him. Also, there is a folder that is published as, "This Can't Be." And yes, it is geeky after all. For some reason, Wang Xiaowei was a bit agitated at the moment. A character like this actually got these things. If it was exposed, I think it must be very explosive. Right, without saying a word, he clicked through to the folder that was published as, the categorization inside is much more detailed, movies, TV shows, novels, songs, anime. This guy, he's not getting into that, is he? Keep clicking, one by one. The names appeared in his eyes, but when he looked clearly at the names and the file videos, he directly froze. Looks familiar. Very familiar, of course. It wasn't the mess that he thought looked familiar because the names and videos were very well known, famous to the point where, even though it's been a few years, it's still very hot and has even been rated as a phenomenal presence. To publish the novel, The Continent of Fighting Horses, a world full of horses. As long as you can get stronger and faster horses, you are invincible, and the strongest person is the horse emperor, and the protagonist is not afraid, because the protagonist's horse runs fast. Written by Junior Black. Current revenue, hundreds of millions. I think. Can't remember. The strongest pretender system. This is a world full of pretenders. Whoever pretends with high skill. Whoever spends a lot of work to make people believe. The higher the realm, the strongest realm is. The king of push. But the protagonist is a traveler. And in the age of the information explosion, he has seen too many pretenders and managed to break through the limits of this world to become, well, the king of push. Written by 2.5 years of practicing students. Current revenue, hundreds of millions. Possibly billions. Hiss. Wang Xiaowei directly sucked in a breath of cool air, his eyes showing shock. These novels, they're the ones he loves to read, and the numbers are so awesome that it's the ceiling of the largest fiction site. Never thought that the authors are all Qin Hao? Wannabe. All these are actually written by Qin Hao. Wang Xiaowei continued to read on and realized that there were several other familiar novels, all of which he had also read and even brushed up on several times. As for why he was so sure it was Qin Hao's, it was because he had seen the signed electronic contract. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch when he recalled that before Qin Hao couldn't remember the names of these books. And even many viewers were saying that Qin Hao wasn't being faint-hearted or something like that. You call that a weakness? You call that a bad grade? You'll be thrilled to death if you tell me that. Phew. After a long time, Wang Xiaowei returned to his senses and continued to check the other folders. Then he was completely numb, only to see TV dramas, movies, and even some anime. All of them were very famous, even famous in the whole world. And the signers of the contract were all Qin Hao, and some famous directors. Unbelievable. Wang Xiaowei only felt his body's sweaty hairs stand on end. Was this really something a human could do, big and small together? There are actually dozens of works, and all of them are world famous. Ka-ching. Without saying a word, just take a screenshot, no matter what. Leave the evidence behind. But the moment he took the screenshot, the screen went violently dark. This is Wang Xiaowei as an experienced hacker. The pupil instantly contracted. Directly played a single 20 years of hand speed, almost in 0.1 second. Pull down the U-disk. He didn't copy the files, but the screenshots and stuff can be stored automatically, as expected. The screen slowly lit up, but in the center of the screen this time, a huge black and white creature appeared. Panda, the panda, with 3 sticks of incense in his paws, was bowing to him as if he were visiting his grave. Poisoned? When? Wang Xiaowei was a little stunned. In fact, he was just a completely subconscious reaction. Power outages, computer crashes and other situations. It is possible to damage the USB flash drive or hard disk, so he unplugged the USB flash drive at the first time. In his mind, it's worth $1 million American dollars, the computer can be broken. The information must be there, only he kind of didn't expect it to be computer poisoning. Isn't this grandma burrowing under the covers? I'll give you a good laugh. A virus that goes into a hacker's computer is kind of fun, but before he could make a move, immediately afterward, the other screens in his room actually all went black. In the next moment, a black and white panda appeared, a full dozen screens and a slight bow toward him. That stance made Wang Xiaowei's scalp a little numb when he looked at it. One isn't much, but when there are so many, it's really a bit scary. It was as if they were actually visiting a grave. Reboot. Wang pressed the reboot button and the computer quickly restarted. But before he could get back to his senses, the computer, which had just finished rebooting, once again had a panda image on the screen. And, seeing this scene, Wang Xiaowei's heart went cold. And he knew that this could be a problem with the guidance system, or maybe even the entire system had been invaded. Usually in this case, you can only redo the system. There are even some viruses that even redoing the system won't necessarily fix and require formatting all the disks. Wang Xiaowei had no choice but to redo the system. After about 10 minutes of work, it was on again. Then, once again, he saw the creature that had haunted him. Never mind. For now, let's go to the internet. Wang Xiaowei shook his head and headed straight to the internet cafe to contact his boss. Send information, after everything was done. Leaned back in his chair in the box and let out a long sigh of relief. That alone is not enough. Wang Xiaowei eyes flashing. He is very clear. This thing is a hammer deal. And he still has a lot of folders pressed to see. Whether he can get 1 million is unknown. With the heat of going into the People's Program and now Qin Hao, if I publicize this incident, he had, at first, indeed hated Qin Hao. And that was because he thought the program was creating a god. And it was all false, but now, after he realized that everything was real, and even more powerful than it appeared, he had a different idea, being a blogger, a little bit of messaging, and then, selling. Don't go to sleep, play some more, little Qin. Really, you're being a little unfair, haha. At this moment, at Qin Hao's home, Chen Shangyang sat contentedly on the sofa, looking at Chen Guowei pulling Qin Hao with a grimace. Ha ha, old Chen. I said, what are you doing? People shout Qin wants to sleep. Genius brains need to rest. Aren't you making things difficult for people shout Qin? No, I've been watching for half a day. You're cool, but I'm not. Chen Guowei was like a child, pulling Qin Hao, his eyes glowing. Elder Chen, do you want to see what you're talking about? I just fucking walked in here and I thought this is what was going on. It scared me. Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei laughed so hard that it was just too easy to misunderstand. Elder Chen, next time for sure. Qin Hao frantically tugged at his pants, but he didn't dare to make too much effort yet. After all, he was an old man. No, you name a date. Your next time could be forever. Don't think I don't know that. Chen Guowei admitted that he was envious and jealous, this kind of genius. It would be a great waste not to communicate with it. At the same time, he also wanted to see to what extent Qin Hao's attainments in scientific research had reached. If it was someone else, he might still be unable to wipe out his face because of his status. But this guy, Qin Hao, didn't need face at all, even more afraid to be tough. It's in someone's home, so if you're in a hurry, you can just pop your foot out of the door. The day after tomorrow? Qin Hao pondered slightly and asked tentatively. Not tomorrow? Chen Guowei asked undeterred. No, I need a day off. And I'm learning a lot today, so I need to blend in. Hearing this, Chen Guowei didn't dwell on it, looking at Qin Hao's back as he went upstairs, a satisfied smile on his face. Very satisfying. Do you know what that expression looks like? Behind him, a voice sounded eerily. What? Chen Guowei subconsciously asked back. It's like going to a massage parlor and getting a full body massage and it's full of little girls with the same old sexist smiles. At those words, Chen Guowei turned around and looked at Chen Shangyang. How do you know so well? Unlike me, I just don't know. Chen Shangyang. Yeah, how did he know? It's a question worth pondering. Unlike me, I don't know anything, so I'm a simple old master. And you teaching Qin Hao will only teach him bad. That sounds, well, kind of. Brother, your girlfriend won't be mad, will she? Ha ha. In fact, I'm more interested in knowing how on earth old Master Chen Shangyang knows so well. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience was used to watching the two old men fight. Seriously, what do you think of Qin Hao's talent in cooking? Chen Guowei stopped making a fuss, quietly sat down. His face regained its calmness, and said in a deep voice, very high, at least much higher than me. Chen Shangyang pondered slightly and said something that surprised everyone. People, in fact, have the hardest time recognizing that others are better than they are, especially the more powerful they are, unless, of course, there is no longer any need to compare the two at all. The difference between heaven and earth, that high? Upon hearing this, Chen Guowei fell silent. In fact, even if Chen Shangyang did not say it, he could also see it, but hearing it admitted in person, it was still a little hard to accept. It's hard for a master of the state banquet to admit in person that he's not as talented as others. It was evident that Qin Hao's talent had completely bowled Chen Shangyang over. Hiccup. Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei patted their small stomachs, feeling that they had eaten a bit too much. Even, you don't have to be eating at night where you'll really brace yourself. Elder Chen, do you think, with our cousin's current craftsmanship, how much can he earn in a month if he goes to work as a chef? Kimmy asked one of the most crucial questions, saying other nonsense that no one else understands. She is well aware of what the audience wants to see and know. If it's just this 2-course meal, 20,000 to 30,000 bucks to the head. But if he cooks each course at the same level as this spicy tofu dragon, 100,000 or more is not a stretch. Chen Shangyang pondered slightly and spoke a number that everyone couldn't believe. $100,000? $1 million a year? A chef? No way, that high? Hey, you don't say. The average chef's price is higher than the average office worker's salary. Usually more than 10,000. Unless it's a small city. Usually around 8,000. Then you say those top hotels. Can it be less? With an annual income of over $1 million. Is there no hurry for me to learn to be a chef now? Inside the live room, the audience was shocked to hear this number. because earning $1 million a year is, without exaggeration, a lot more than a lot of boss-level people earn. And while the owner still has to take a low risk of loss, the chef doesn't have to take it at all. As long as his brain and hands are still there, of course. They hated it more, asshole. Why was such a high talent placed on Chinhao? Isn't this a waste? This guy wouldn't work even if he was that talented. You guys go read the announcement posted on the official website of the Liaoqing Municipal Inspection Bureau. Just then, a conspicuous pop-up appeared and the audience froze in unison. Even the few Jean Mays at the scene were a bit surprised, but it was the one who found the link thrown out by the viewer and clicked on it in passing. And then, shocker, this is a bulletin notice from the Liaoqing Municipal Inspectorate, official account. What's more, the content of the latest piece of news actually had something to do with their program. To be precise, it's related to Chinhao, Liaozhou City Audit Bureau. Recently, an extremely bad traffic accident occurred in Liaozhou City. A man, Lu Mao, and a woman, Wang Mao, were driving drunk, and according to the road surveillance, the two flirted many times in the car, completely disregarding their own and others' safety. Finally, it is because of alcohol on the head, resulting in the car off the center of the road, into the pedestrian area of the street. A 7 or 8-year-old girl was hit, fortunately, after rescue only serious injuries, and did not injure the life. We, the inspectorate and the child's family, would like to thank a young man for stepping in to help after the accident occurred. And in the words of the doctor, without the help of this young man, the girl might not have been able to wait for the ambulance to arrive. Because the incident is bad, the social impact is huge, and it is still under investigation. So for this young man, we keep it secret, and only after the incident is thoroughly investigated will we ask the person concerned whether he wishes to make it public. Once again, we remind the people to drink and drive. Kimmy explained the general meaning as she looked at it. The little girl was saved? Great, good lord. This is premeditated murder, isn't it? Or attempted murder? I don't know about premeditated murder, but attempted murder would probably count, and without my cousin's help, it's probably gone. No wonder it wasn't the Department of Transportation that sent out the notices, but the Inspector General's office. Inside the broadcast room, the audience was also watching with great pleasure, because they had seen it from the beginning to the end, and although Chinhao's help was not great, he had saved a life. Besides, it's an official roll call. How many people can have such an honor? Bull. Jean May laughed. Our cousin is a hero, isn't he? That's definitely true. I think we should celebrate. Elder Chen. What do you think? Qin Xiaoyun nodded his head repeatedly, but his eyes went to Chen Xiangyang. No problem. Leave it to me. Chen Xiangyang was unshakable and full of promise. Who could say no to a disciple who, with his great talent, good looks and willingness to help others, it was just inconvenient? Or else he pondered whether he should hold a banquet and let all his disciples and grandchildren come to celebrate Chinhao. As for the inspector's office not saying Chinhao's name, they could understand that it was a kind of protection before things were clarified, and they estimated that Chinhao didn't care about that either. The pale end of the sky is my drop of love. The flowers are blooming at the foot of the sheer green mountains. Just then, a somewhat bombastic piece of music came on. Hey, what's up? Chen Xiangyang took out his cell phone and asked with a frown. Elder Chen, it's like this. I've heard that you've come to Liaoqing City. We just happen to have a culinary tasting conference on our side. Would you like to see if you'd like to come and give some pointers to the current juniors? The person on the other side was a woman who spoke respectfully and softly. What? How did you know I had a new apprentice? However, Chen Xiangyang asked with a surprised look on his face. Woman? Audience? Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun glanced at each other and snorted with laughter. The opposite side didn't even utter a word for a long time. Obviously, this sentence, directly to the woman dry confused, and even for a moment a little bit of self-doubt. Is that what I'm talking about? Or is it that the old man is old and his ears are not so good? Hey, I said that you guys are too well informed. In fact, there's not much to this new disciple of mine. It's just that he's a little more talented than me. A little more handsome, a little more talented, and a little more rich than your grandpa and those old undead disciples. Audience, is that even just a little bit? Are you sure it's not 1 billion points? To be honest, at first I was naive enough to think that the old man had misheard me, but now I realize that it wasn't. What? How do you know I've taken on a new disciple? Ha ha ha. What? You didn't know? It's okay. You know now. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience quickly reacted. This old man is very interesting. Congratulations, Elder Chen, for accepting another disciple. The woman took a long time to respond and smiled bitterly. No, this time it's a pro-disciple. Different. The only pro-disciple, Chen Xiangyang corrected. What? At these words, the woman cried out in shock and horror. Other people weren't sure what Elder Chen's personal disciple represented, but she was very clear that represented that the status of this personal disciple from being originally obscure, had directly become the existence of the Grand Master of the entire chef world. Note that it's the entire chef, culinary community, but any slightly higher grade chef, regardless of whether you are a teenage apprentice, or a 70 or 80-year-old master. When you see Qin Hao, then you have to respectfully address, Big Senior Brother, this is the treatment of a master of the state banquet, Grandmaster level existence. Elder Chen, when was this? The woman was in a hurry and asked. Just now. Alright, I'll notify down here. In addition, I'll trouble Elder Chen to transmit a copy of your disciple's information to me. I'll register it. Soon the two men were done conferring on this matter. By the way, what were you saying? Chen Shangyang was satisfied with the other party's attitude and reaction, and answered with a smile. It's like this. This side of Liuqing City has organized a cooking competition, which is also a tasting conference. And I heard that you, Elder Chen, are over here, so I first had to ask you to come and taste some food, and in the meantime, give these juniors some pointers. Of course, it's also considered to be a way to let your personal disciples in show their faces, so that they know who the eldest senior brother is. For any bullshit tasting conference to instruct his juniors, Chen Xianyang has little heart. Any pointers? The second half of the sentence, however, was what got to him. I'll think about it. Okay, Elder Chen, it's just in these few days. If you're coming, let me know in advance so I can set it up. The phone hung up. Look at you. Chen Guowei's eyes were disdainful. Who is this? Director of the Culinary Association? He. Soon, the entire Chinese chef community will know that I, Chen Shangyang, have a personal disciple. Chen Shangyang's entire body was exuberant when he talked about this although Qin Hao didn't agree now, but that didn't matter. As long as one learns from him, then one is considered his disciple. The audience was extremely surprised to hear it, although they knew that the status of the state banquet master was very high. They did not expect that it was actually as high as this in the chef world. The director of the Culinary Association was actually so respectful to the old man, and by the sound of those words, it was obvious that it was just juniors. To be honest, in Qin Hao's house, they could hardly feel the identity of Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang. They just felt the same as ordinary old men. But obviously, people were only so in front of Qin Hao. In front of others, they are of ridiculously high status. Ha! Chen Guowei sneered and said lightly, do you think Qin Hao will go? Upon hearing this, the smile on Chen Shangyang's face gradually disappeared and he fell into deep thought. Is Qin Hao going to be there, with that character? Can you really talk yourself out of it? That's a problem. Capitol Museum, curator Lu Jianhua looked at the express box in his hand and cried a little. Who would dare to believe that this thing inside is worth tens of millions of dollars? It's just like child's play, that is. Their capital city is rich and powerful. Of course, the main thing is that Qin Hao guaranteed that as long as there are any accidents in giving them a painting, otherwise, they wouldn't dare to really let Qin Hao go express. Any accident is not something they can afford. Guys, come check out the paintings. It's getting late. Early to finalize, early to leave work. Yes, no problem. Numerous old people nodded in unison. Appraisal experts and professors, and even experts in the study of antique paintings and drawings, all sitting here. They need to authenticate the painting, if it's really as it was on the air. Wow! The delivery box was carefully opened. When they saw what was going on inside, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Hooray! Nothing is broken. The scroll slowly unfolds. Hiss! The moment the crowd saw the contents of that scroll, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. All of them are people who know what they are doing. So naturally they can tell at a glance that the scroll is not ordinary. The paper is very good paper, and most of all, the content, it's almost the same as the original authors. But at a glance, it looks better, fuller, more misshapen, more twisted, and more insane and melancholic than the original authors. The curator, Lu Jianhua, was a bit surprised because he realized that the painting in his hand was even more perfect than what he had seen in the live room. Even, it all gives a sense of thrill. Other than that, the paint job is nothing to write home about. Indeed, just one glance gave me a feeling of heart-stopping. Obviously it's not a thriller, but it froze me all over. Perhaps this is realm of intent. The many old men put away their jokes, and each one of them scanned up and down with grave eyes, even putting on gloves to scrutinize. Perfect. No flaws. Yes, without a doubt. We bought this painting for blood money. If it was placed in some third or fourth tier city, or a slightly more barren museum, it might just become a town treasure. Numerous experts and professors have given it a very high rating. Phew! Upon hearing this, Lu Jianhua let out a long sigh of relief. Although the Capitol Museum had money, it was all appropriated from above. Not his money. Looking at the painting called Scream, for some reason, the more Lu Jianhua looked at it, the more uncomfortable he became. Spiritually happy, but psychologically uncomfortable. There's even a feeling of dread when you look at it for a long time. Everyone, what do you think? To what extent is Qin Hao's painting skill? He put away the scroll and looked at the crowd. His face grave, at least in oils, abstracts, etc. Very high. And do you say that it is possible for him to imitate exactly Vincent Williams' painting? Lu Jianhua said slowly with thoughtful, flashing eyes. Who? When these words came out, everyone was stunned, followed by a great shock. Vincent William, probably a name most people don't know, but if you use the acronym, then almost many people have heard of it. Van Gogh, the ceiling of a painter who was treated like a madman in life and died world famous with paintings worth hundreds of millions of dollars. It seems like a lot of artists, during their lifetime, have had tragic experiences. Isn't it unbelievable that Van Gogh sold only one painting in his life and was dismissed by everyone as a madman? The paintings of such people are worth hundreds of millions of dollars afterwards. And in China, there is likewise a man who is similar to Van Gogh, Tang Yin, Tong Pak Fu. He was equally miserable, and even did some paintings of that and that for people to make ends meet, but only just to make ends meet. Now, however, it is a direct national treasure, also worth hundreds of millions, the highest valued painting. Name a number that everyone might not believe. 3.6 billion. In Chinese currency. What do you mean? The crowd looked at Lu Jianhua with inexplicable eyes. Every time there is a cultural exchange, those foreigners fool around with us. In a month or so, the cultural exchange conference will be opened again. At that time, what do you think those foreigners will look like when they see the Mona Lisa smile on our side? Hey, who says we don't have Van Gogh? Who says we don't have Da Vinci? Of course, the best thing is to be able to make Qin Hao create a work independently. Lu Jianhua, however, smiled wryly. The crowd only felt their scalps tingle. What has to be recognized is that in the ancient times of China, there were indeed many literati and ink masters, especially those paintings that have been immortalized for centuries. But in recent times, there really haven't been any world-shattering talented painters. Meanwhile, across the ocean, how can there be such an all-powerful person in this world? Beautiful kin. Intelligence. Minister Johns was in a bit of a trance at the moment as he looked at the information coming through the computer. He saw the screenshots and even the signed contract information. He purposely looked up Chinese web novels, movies, TV dramas, songs and so on. Compare the data and be shocked to find that these are several years old. And, even now, it's still hot. It's even been called, well, phenomenal. Each author has a completely different name. And who would dare to believe that all of these people were made by one person? Johns had a slightly dazed expression, though it was just the entertainment aspect that didn't seem to matter. Then you are very wrong. Entertainment that is culturally exportable. For example, if a novel from China enters the beautiful kin, then the masses of the beautiful kin can get to know China through this novel. From there, it is full of yearning. At that time, travel to China, make money in beautiful kin, spend money in China, or even settle in China, open a company, and so on. It was something they didn't want to see, but couldn't stop. Wait, John suddenly remembered something and hurriedly tapped away on his computer. Quickly, he found a news story from a few years ago. Beautiful kin news. The reason why he was somewhat impressed was because the news was very chiba to the extent that, even if he had a lot of things going on every day, he would think of it once he saw the relevant content. Today, we interviewed a very inspirational young man and a great one too. You see, he is very fit and healthy, but you would never dare to think that he used to be a drug addict. The image shows a stocky black guy waving hello. So, can you tell us a little bit about how you overcame your addiction alone? It's a well-known fact that this stuff is highly addictive, and once you're hooked, then you scratch and claw, even to the point of beating yourself to death. The host asked with a smile on his face. 2 years ago, I fell out of love and my favorite person left me. The black guy said slowly. I've been moping around all day, depressed, not wanting to go out and meet people, staying at home, and even using some bad stuff to self-anesthetize. But after a while, I was getting on top of it and it was too late to break free of that gripping feeling. And yet, that's when I was introduced to a novel. Upon hearing this, the host immediately said with a surprised expression, "Oh, a novel? Yes, web novels." The black boy nodded firmly, full of longing and adoration. Under the introduction of a friend, I read up the novel Strongest Pretender System, which deeply attracted me. But unfortunately, it's all in Chinese, and the novel sites on our site translate it too slowly. So I got myself 3 translation programs and translated them myself, while chasing 15 Chinese novels, and managed to quit all that bad stuff. It used to be that all I could think about was hurrying home and getting some of that bad stuff, but now I go home and all I can think about is Wawa novels. Johns. He looked at the 15 novels for a moment, his expression growing odd, because he realized that all of these were actually written by fucking Qin Hao. The more Johns looked into it, the more alarmed he became. I don't know when. They beautiful Jian. No, to be precise, many foreign countries, actually have the shadow of Qin Hao's works, movies, anime, TV shows, novels, songs and more, has a big following. What's even more outrageous is that actually even the heads of some terrorist organizations have been known to tweet for more, even threatened to tie this author back up and put him in a small darkroom. It's really a shock when you don't check. This man, so versatile, John's eyes flashing. He is not afraid of the emergence of talent in China. One-sided talent. In the end, it is just one side. But this kind of all-rounder, multifaceted cultural export invasion is just awful. The novel written by Qin Hao is actually able to help people quit their addiction. So you can imagine how powerful it is. Same as brainwashing, at the moment. John's was a little hesitant to eradicate it. But for the sake of such a person, he might lose a lot of their beautiful kin's hidden underwater elites. Which made him a bit torn. Buzz. Suddenly, his computer screen changed. The screen, which was originally lit up, directly turned black. And before he could react, a very familiar creature appeared in front of him. Walter. Panda? However, this is not a mere panda, but a fierce beast, holding 3 sticks of incense in his hand. He was bowing slightly to him. It was as if they were visiting his grave. Virus? Johns quickly reacted with some disbelief. This is the intelligence department of the beautiful Qin. How powerful the firewall and antiviruses are, that doesn't need to be said. But even so, viruses can get in, or even have a seizure? Holy fark. Why is there a giant panda holding 3 sticks of incense on my computer screen? Ah, my file hasn't been saved. Quick, unplug the socket. There's a chance this virus could be transmitting information in reverse. A gasp rang out from the office outside the door. Johns blushed furiously. He was never expecting that just one piece of information actually had a virus in it, even if there is a virus. It's actually such a powerful one. In a matter of seconds, it spread directly to the entire intelligence community. Once any information is transmitted back, the consequences are unimaginable. Come on, pick up the pace. This intelligence department has a high level of network defense. How could it be invaded by a virus? Hey, it's all a bunch of not-so-computer-savvy people, and it's way too fast to compare to us in the professional sector. Underneath the intelligence department building, one by one, black sedans stopped and walked down a group of middle-aged men. Even there are people who are balding, but in reality, the oldest of these middle-aged people is only 35 years old. In the field of computers, they are the top presence of beautiful Qin, after going through multiple procedures. This is how you get into the intelligence building. But soon they realized something was wrong. All computers are unplugged. This means that the virus is spreading so fast that it is no longer possible to stop it and physically power down. A dozen bald young men gave the losers a disdainful look before getting to work. Start the computer. Dozens of computer screens relighted. But the panda that was offering incense was the one that almost scared them to death. Why is this so similar to Chinese graves? A Chinese virus? A young man said with a gloomy face. In the many cyber battles, China has always been the one being beaten and attacked. And it turns out that you were actually invaded by them? What a waste. At those words, Minister John's face was extremely ironic, but he couldn't say anything. After all, he was the one who caused the accident. Crackle. The sound of pounding on the keyboard resounded, but soon, the many computer geniuses, their faces changed completely, because they found that no matter how they operated, those pandas would stay in shape. The virus is fissioning and spreading. No, it can't be stopped at all. It's changing too fast. Each time it reorganizes and then cracks again. A cry of alarm made everyone's hearts gradually sink. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the cell phone rang. Johns pulled out his cell phone with a respectful expression. Hello. Before he could finish speaking, the opposite side directly gave an output. Johns, what the fuck are you on? Do you realize that it's a mess out there right now? Our entire peanut shield has been invaded by a virus called Panda Burn. All major departments, but also the general public. Do you realize what you're doing? Are you taking the blame for this loss? Johns was stunned. Both eyes lost their luster. How long? Is it 10 minutes? The entire peanut shield network is down. His whole body trembled. Terrible. Terrible. He knew very well what that meant. The internet is so important in today's country. And it's not just the internet. It's going along and attacking all the computers that are being used without discrimination. Fark. You son of a bitch. Talk. What the hell are you doing? The opposite side cursed for a full 2 minutes before it stopped. Leader, I think there's one person who may have to die, and we have to make him the first target for eradication. Johns took a sharp, deep breath. Granted, the internet alone can't control nuclear weapons or anything like that, but the other sectors can't handle it. Report, all computers are scrapped. The virus is fissioning like crazy, causing the computers to be running on overload as long as they're turned on. So, they're all damaged. At that moment, a voice of report came to mind, but Johns was no longer in the mood to listen at all. There are only 4 words in my mind. The loss is significant. They just stole a little information from Qin Hao. Nothing dry yet, just some information. Instead, Jinhao gave them back a big gift. Ha ha ha, laughing my ass off. Have you guys heard? The Peanut Shield network is down. I heard it's some kind of virus invasion. I was in the middle of engaging a douchebag on Twitter and the douchebag just dropped out. Ha ha ha, why haven't I heard anything at all? What the hell are you listening to? The whole of Peanut Shield is off the grid right now. It's like a dead city. You can read the news from the other beautiful kin cities. At the moment, into the live broadcast of the People's Program, many viewers are discussing this matter. And that kind of thing? Kimmy had already washed up and was about to say goodbye to the audience when she saw the messages. Indeed. I just checked. Peanut Shield has fallen. The virus is rampant. Don't dare to go online at all. And I heard that it will also damage the computer. Qin Xiaoyun took his cell phone and checked it, nodding slightly. It also damages computers? That powerful? Viruses are a type of software, right? It can also damage physical things? Kimmy was a little disbelieving. It can be done. One of the gods on the air gave an explanation. Your cell phones or computers. When you buy new, you more or less run scores or test performance or something like that, right? And that one is testing the overall quality of the computer. Some poor computers, under this kind of high-intensity test, may just die, or even smoke. The virus is so powerful that it can cause damage to computer hardware if you don't unplug it in the first place. You can understand that in a moment. The computer launched thousands or tens of thousands of software. So do you think the computer can withstand it? Not to mention stealing information or destroying the system. Seeing the explanation, Kan-Aim came to a realization. Well, viewers, that's it for today's broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow. Although she was quite happy in her heart. She was a host after all, and it was impossible for her to say anything more in the live broadcast room, so she directly closed the broadcast. Gee, who do you think it is? So powerful that they can paralyze the beautiful Kin's network. Is this modern cyber warfare? I don't know. I guess it's some kind of national secret weapon. That kind of character is not something we can recognize. Qin Xiaoyun shook his head. Hackers, Redditors, are a mysterious existence in the eyes of many. Comes and goes without a trace. The god of the internet. It's amazing how just a cyber attack can make beautiful kin suffer so much. Word traveled fast, and it was all over the news, especially in China. So the wind, sweeping up, shocker, inside information. The one who invaded the beautiful kin network is most likely a Chinese. The evidence is, panda burning. As we all know, the panda is our Chinese national treasure. Unique, unbelievable, expert analysis, preliminary estimates. This time the loss of beautiful kin at least $10 billion. At least, this makes the Chinese netizens even more happy and boisterous. I can't believe it's Chinese. What a fight. Aren't you beautiful kin crazy? Isn't it called some kind of world audit, now that they've been beaten to their doorstep? They can't even let out a single fart. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. How can you guys come out and fart nowadays when you're disconnected and pressurized? Bullshit. Really giving us a fight. Not moving, directly attacked beautiful kin. I've heard an inside story. It seems that some hacker sent information to beautiful kin, and that information contained a virus. Really, old brother? Tell me more. Nighttime is the time period when the netizens are very active. People are inherently interested in hackers, viruses, etc. It's a mysterious and powerful thing, in particular, a panda-burning virus, identified as a Chinese virus. Also attacked beautiful kin. That's the good thing, as long as you attack beautiful kin for living in Sakura land. Then we are good friends. However, it was at this time that a freshly released account and a video appeared among the major websites of short videos, because of the panda-burning virus and the attack on beautiful kin. Not many people cared about this video at first, but soon enough, the video heated up. The Qin how you don't know. Perhaps, he's even more demonic than we imagined. Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei, who were lying in bed, also saw the video. Only in the video, this was a man dressed in pitch black, even with a black mask. The background is blurry. Hello everyone. You can call me Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang is very curious about Qin Hao, especially after hearing that he has a lot of works. So I got some information about him through internal channels. Perhaps many people scoff at Qin Hao's claim that he has written novels or written lyrics for people. But what I want to tell you is that the real situation is far beyond our imagination. I don't know if you remember, but 5 or 6 years ago, the world of fiction blossomed and was known as the golden age of fiction, and now, it's being called the fast food era. When these words came out, many people who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. Nowadays, there are quite a few people who read novels, from teenage students down to middle-aged and elderly people in their 50s and 60s. You can even often see some older woman reading a novel on her cell phone in the mall. Of course, they don't know much about what era. 6 years ago, the golden age of fiction was full of excellent works that were never tired of reading. And even now, they still exist at the peak. And fast food novels, read once and forget it. or even true. Read dozens of chapters. Even the main character's name does not have much impression. That's the gap. Upon hearing this, the people who were watching this video secretly nodded their heads. Indeed, when it comes to novels in the first place, not to mention the protagonist, even a supporting character can be memorable, and even form a fan club specifically for the supporting characters. But now, the main characters can't even fucking remember. So, in that golden age, I'll say the title of a work that I'm sure many of you will be impressed with. And anyone who reads fiction, maybe you haven't read it, but you've definitely heard of it. That is, The Doma Continent, written by Junior Black. The eyes of the man who called himself Little King flickered in the frame. Have you read the book? Jean May turned her head to look at Qin Xiaoyun. Haven't read it, but I've heard of it. Xiao'erei is known as one of the 5 whites in the Chinese fiction world, especially this Doma Continent, which had posters on many buses back in the day. Qin Xiaoyun recalled, but she was soon puzzled. What does this have to do with her cousin? It's hard not to. No way. Absolutely no way. Perhaps the current Doma Continent is outdated, and many people will say, just this and this? But I want to say that in that era a few years ago, that was a work that dominated an era. And even now, it's still high on the charts. On the screen, Xiao Wang had a smile in his eyes. After saying so much, someone is going to ask, aren't we talking about Qin Hao? What does Xiao'erei have to do with Qin Hao? Now, I can answer everyone. According to my investigation, the author pen name of Xiao'erei is Qin Hao's. Boom! A word of caution, everyone was confused, though. Junior Black has never been seen, much less in the public eye, and you can't even find a picture of him on the internet. But now you're actually saying that the pen name is Qin Hao's? How is that possible? How old is Qin Hao now? How old was Qin Hao 5 or 6 years ago? Probably just came of age, right? Many of Junior Black's fans, in particular, froze. It's no exaggeration to say that in the eyes of some people, Kojihei is a god for the ages, gods of the Netflix world. No way. That's absolutely fucking impossible. Even though Xiao'erei has never shown his face. You can't talk nonsense. Holy shit. Is this program group so bottomless? For the sake of the program's popularity, they've even started rubbing traffic all over the place? In the comments section, a chorus of rebuttals. Our cousin still writes novels? Even Jean May and Qin Xiaoyun were in a trance. 5 or 6 years ago, Qin Hao had just come of age, right? At that time, this guy was already writing novels, and, crucially, write a masterpiece? How would I know? Qin Xiaoyun returned to his senses and shook his head. She was all a bit disbelieving, even looking at Jean May with skeptical eyes. Is this arranged by the program? I feel like this isn't helping my cousin. This is trying to ruin him. How many fans are there of Doma Continental? Just look at the hundreds of millions of hits and you can guess. That's not going to get you sprayed. Kimmy also knew the gravity of the situation and that certain things were not to be touched. Once the evidence couldn't be conclusively proven, then a rebound effect would easily occur. And at that time, not to mention the program team, even Qin Hao, an innocent person, would suffer a huge backlash. Immediately, he was about to pull out his personal cell phone to make a call, but before she could dial out, the young king on the screen spoke again. I know that people won't believe it, but would I make things up if I didn't have proof? Xiao Wang had a smile in his eyes as he faintly said, many people say that Xiao'erei only issued one work and has since disappeared, that he's exhausted his talents. But, what I want to tell you is that in fact he hasn't disappeared. He's just changed his number. And as for what number he's changed, let's listen to the next part. Now I'll show you the proof. Then a picture appeared for all to see, signing of contracts, a copy of Qin Hao's identity. Although some key information is mosaic, a glance can tell that the photo is exactly Qin Hao. Meanwhile, the signer below was also Qin Hao's name. Looking at this signing contract, both the fans of the Doma Continent and the netizens who were eating the melon were dumbfounded. It feels like the brain is buzzing. It's actually true, and it can only be true, because it's the kind of lie that breaks at the first poke. Ah. Screams rang out. Jean May looked at the contract on the screen with an incredulous face. She had never seen it before, but she was basically sure it was real, because who has nothing better to do than make jokes like that? One poke and it's gone. So, she could no longer control her emotions and just screamed out. Qin Xiaoyun was similarly agitated. Dong. Although she hadn't seen it, she was well aware of the influence of the Doma Continent. It's even more clear how many fans this novel has. How much money can you make in the continent of Doma? Qin Xiaoyun asked and started searching up on the search engine. Well, everything else is bullshit, and that's what counts. Then a whole bunch of information came up. Book revenues, plus all sorts of rights, are at least over $100 million. Phew. Seeing this terrifying figure, Qin Xiaoyun directly sucked in a breath of cool air. A book, a web novel, that actually went straight over $100 million. Is it that simple? Doesn't that mean that a few years ago, cousin's personal assets already exceeded the figure of billion? The key thing is, looking at this little king, It's obvious that cousin has other works, the Doma continent is but one of them. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night, for those interested in hacking in computers. A hacker god hacked into the beautiful kin network and just gave it a dry paralyze, and for those of you who like to read novels, the long disappeared Kojihei author has reappeared. Only this time the appearance is a public identity, it was actually Qin Hao. My Nima. Really? I've even rewarded the book Doma Continent. Seriously. Even though the Doma Continent isn't very good now, there are still a lot of novels borrowing from the Doma Continent. And even the sets and lines in them I can often see. Qin Hao? Who is Qin Hao? All the major forums, short videos, and completely blowing up. Early in the morning the next day, Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei washed up and just opened the live broadcast when they saw the terrifying number of people online, 3 million, 3.5 million, 4 million, and it continues to grow. Hiss, is this the status of a fictional big shot? Seeing this data, Jin Mei only felt her scalp tingle. Originally, she had a maximum of 2 million in this live room, but it was often good to stabilize 1 million. Now, this has only just kicked off. Of course she knew that this was the influence Qin Hao brought. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Where is the great spirit? Let's see. Asshole, do you know how hard I've been looking for you? Seriously, this little too black is a clear stream in the author world? After the end of the direct disappearance, do not even take advantage of the heat to harvest a wave of leaks. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups were like snowflakes. It's well known that fiction authors can actually harvest leaks, as long as there is one famous novel. Readers and fans can accept it even if the one that follows is slightly worse. It's called herd mentality. When a book does well and is popular, then some people who can't read it, or who don't like it, doubt themselves. Is it possible that I'm the one who can't appreciate it? You all know, don't you? At this time, the two of them, Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei, walked in from outside with odd faces. I didn't realize that this kid little Qin would actually write novels. Gramps, you guys read novels too? Qin Xiaoyun asked curiously. Good guy, trendy enough. Where are we free? But our granddaughter watches. Chen Xiangyang shook his head and laughed. My granddaughter called me last night and wanted an autograph. Crowd. Xiaoyun. After cousin wakes up from his nap, you must ask what other vests he has. That little king may only update once in a few days. I simply can't wait. At those words, Xiaoyun could only nod with a bitter smile. It was funny to think that she, a relative, had to be introduced to her own cousin. She decided that she had to ask today. By the way, Gramps, how did the panda burning virus thing go yesterday? Jin Mei looked at Chen Guowei. About Qin Hao. We still need to wait for Qin Hao to show up. But the heat of the panda burning incense is ready-made. It's hot for nothing. So don't rub it in. This old man is from the National Academy of Sciences, so there's no chance he'll have any inside information. Of course, the really secretive ones are certainly not asked. No original author or source found. Chen Guowei shook his head with an odd expression and said, after the investigation of the Internet Supervision Department, it was found that it was not a hacking attack. But, at that, he paused. Rather, someone transmitted some information to beautiful kin, and most crucially, that information was still willingly accepted by the beautiful kin site itself, which eventually led to the outbreak of the virus. I heard that the virus hasn't been cracked until now and continues to spread. Audience, good lord, I'm willing to be poisoned myself? There's such a thing? That good? Jin Mei was instantly shocked. It's been a night that's gone by, and for beautiful kin, that's a day that's gone by. As a result, it hasn't been cracked yet, and it's spreading? Yes, this matter has alerted the Joint Cybersecurity Center, and someone has been sent over there. At these words, all was quiet. The Joint Cybersecurity Center, a joint organization organized by major countries. It's home to some of the most sophisticated cybersecurity technicians in the world. To be able to startle them into action, one could only imagine how bad things were. It was thought to be just a minor fiasco that would soon be resolved. After all, beautiful kin was recognized for its technological prowess. Who would have thought it would actually turn out this way? In other words, beautiful kin is tantamount to admitting that they are no longer able to solve the panda burner virus, or even stop it from spreading. It's too strong. Who the hell did this? This kind of great god is usually hidden in the shadows, right? It might even be someone from the National Security Department. Actually, it's still uncertain if it's Chinese. The only evidence is the pandas. There was also a heated discussion among the audience in the live room. Chen Xiangyang quickly made the meal. Another plain and simple, but very delicious meal. By the time they finished packing, the time had come to 9 o'clock. After just a moment's rest, a pop-up suddenly appeared in the livestream, extremely conspicuous. Holy shit, you guys go to the People's Network. There's an update there. It's shattering my 3 views. I'm fucking witnessing history directly. The crowd froze and subconsciously searched. When they took a good look at what was on it, they were incomparably shocked. At one time, they analyzed history, studied it, and commented on it, but now, maybe they'll be part of history too. This is a message from across the globe, not only Huaxia, but even beautiful Kin, Sakura country, Sen country, all the countries, all of them notified of this news, hundreds of people, at United Network Security Center. The latest news, after hours of research and analysis, it has been determined that a virus called panda burning incense comes from China. It wasn't this that really made people giggle, it was the next words. Because of this virus, Beauty Kin has lost tens of billions of dollars, and this number is still increasing. In Chinese currency, hundreds of billions, but unfortunately, so far, the United Network Security Center is unable to crack the panda burner, and according to the technicians, this virus, once it strikes, is fissioning all the time, and each fission will form a new virus. That is to say, on the surface the sum is called panda burning, but in reality it has completely mutated, and after countless fissions, it is completely different from its initial appearance. Therefore, the United Network Security Center has listed the panda burning incense virus as one of the top 10 viruses in the world, and in the next period of time, the United Network Center will do its best to crack the virus. At the same time, Beautiful Kin and United Cybersecurity Center would prefer that the author of Panda Burning Incense take the initiative to solve the virus. Thanks. When Jean May finished reading the message above, she remained silent for a long time, witnessing history, a virus that directly caused Beautiful Kin to lose hundreds of billions of Chinese dollars, a virus that, in just one day, went straight to being one of the top 10 cyber viruses in the world. It is important to realize that rankings such as these are simply not finalized without a few months. You can see how much of an impact and shadow panda burning has cast on Beautiful Kin and the United Network Security Center. One thing is certain, though, the virus came from China. At this moment, I just want to say, Chinese hackers are awesome. Seriously, I used to look down on hackers as a bunch of rats, highly skilled rats, capable of betraying anyone for personal gain. But now I realize that I was wrong. No way, no way. Don't you guys know that this kind of behavior is illegal? Personal heroism should not be allowed. How many innocent people will lose a lot because of this cyber virus? How many? Come on. You're traveling to China. Say it. The network's major forums. The live broadcast room. A lively and noisy. Some people are universal, some people are sad and compassionate. Up comes the trick of how many people are how they are because of blah blah blah. Talk about a moral high ground, it is about the world being one. And the people of the world being one family. Things seem to be getting bigger. Jean May was curious. Any idea what the world's top 10 viruses stand for? I don't know much about computers and such. That I do know. Chen Guowei smiled. Although I'm not an expert on the subject, I'm more or less in touch with people who are. There are too many cyber viruses in the world altogether. And the ones that can be banked by the Joint Cybersecurity Center are the more destructive and infectious ones. Top 10 viruses. There are all sorts of them. Like, say, flashbacks. Flashback can make a person's computer go right back to its original state. That is, it's the same as when the system was first made, and all the information in it, everything that's been downloaded, is all gone. There are also in the form of advertising pop-ups. In the past, advertising pop-ups I think we have all experienced, and that kind of virus is hidden in it. Once clicked on, directly dead. Data loss. This virus is currently bringing tens of billions of dollars of losses to the world. There are even invasions of various photos, videos and other viruses that will send threatening letters on the spot and specify accounts to play money for blackmail behavior. The crowd listened with great interest and, at the same time, learned more about what is meant by the world's top 10 viruses. Although they hadn't experienced the baptism of panda burning, they could feel it sideways. The terror of panda burning. Nowadays, the importance of the internet for people cannot be overstated. Company need to network, doing reports, reading novels, watching videos, even saving information, etc. All require internet and computer equipment. Once a device is compromised, the result is predictable. One might say, gee whiz, that's it, that's the world's top 10 viruses. Let's say that you play a game like King Pesticide, or Metagame, and you've worked hard, day and night on your liver, and you've even spent thousands, if not tens of thousands, on it. It's so hard to be all heroes, all skins, and fully leveled, but a virus invaded and it went back to normal overnight. Account level 1. Heroes and skins cleared. Might understand now? These viruses, all of them have one characteristic. That is, they are infectious, spread widely, and do great damage to computers and data. Chen Guowei made a final summary. Then, Elder Chen, do you think this viral disaster can be solved by Beautiful Kin? Kimmy asked a key question. It can be, for sure, but it depends on when. Although I don't really understand it either. But this stuff is, to put it bluntly, codes and programs that can be cracked sooner or later. Never mind whether it can or not. But on air, Chan definitely has to say yes. But there was one thing he didn't say. If it was too late. TSK, 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 TSK. Then the beautiful kin would be miserable, in this day and age without internet. What's the difference between being blind? Hey, this is the time of year when I'm tweeting angrily about beautiful kin and they don't even have a fart. Ha ha ha. It's not that they don't want to release it, but they simply can't. Wasn't it called the land of technology? And now, yes, inside the live room, the audience was heckling. And the only thing that was a bit of a shame was why it wasn't Sakura Nation that was attacking, though. Barring that, beautiful kin is equally hateful. But Sakura Nation is even more hateful, for this attack. Only 90 points can be given. Tap tap tap. Just then, there was a sudden sound of footsteps coming from upstairs. The crowd froze and subconsciously looked up, only to see Chin Hao yawning as he walked down from the upper floors, holding a pile of white papers in his hands. That looks like a wandering soul. And it looks like he's not awake. Up so early today? Chen Shangyang was all smiles, happier than seeing his granddaughter. And even, there was a hint of blame. Audience. While we've heard similar words more than once, we feel extra excited every time we hear them. You call 9 o'clock or so an early start, and, what do you mean by a hint of blame? Xin Xiaoyun was dumbfounded. She could already imagine her cousin's dumbfounded expression when she revealed those evidences of Xiao Wang. What hacking, while pleasing, was, to put it bluntly, not very relevant to her. However, before she could say anything, Xin Hao spoke first. Hey, don't mention it. Xin Hao's squinted eyes slowly opened, as if he was extremely uncomfortable with the sunlight in the living room, and the whole person directly sat spread-eagled on the sofa, the paper in his hand thrown on the coffee table. The eyes went to Chen Guowei. Elder Chen, you are from the National Academy of Sciences. You should know something about computer equipment and whatnot. I want to call the police. Someone has invaded my computer. Simply don't have a face. Is there any justice? Is there still a king's law? What's the situation? Xin Hao's computer was hacked? Does it mean that Panda Burn has entered our country? Inside the live broadcast room, when the audience heard Xin Hao's words, they immediately had a head full of question marks. Mainly, they couldn't figure out what kind of person could invade Xin Hao's computer. Is it hard to believe that there's something valuable in there? Your computer's been compromised? Chen Guowei's face changed and he asked nervously, is there anything important inside? He didn't really care about anything else. Mainly the tech, although it wasn't clear how much technology Xin Hao had actually researched. It would take too much technology to make something like a tricopter and energy crystals, let's say a cell phone. For example, looks like just a cell phone on the outside. But do you know how many parts it takes to make it up, and how much skill is required to make the parts? That's not true. Xin Hao shook his head and pointed to the information on the table. Chen Guowei picked up the information and glanced at it. But with just this one glance, his pupils contracted violently, and he hastily covered it over his chest for fear of being seen by others. Raising his head, he stared blankly at Xin Hao. His brain stopped working, because it wasn't missing information, or data, or anything like that, as he thought it was. Rather, information from the beautiful Kin intelligence service. The bottom line is that it contains a lot of undercover information. How is this possible? How can this be? Chen Guowei murmured in his heart. Flooded with shocking waves, he's not stupid. Rather, he's smart. Or he wouldn't be a professor at the National Academy of Sciences. A flurry of information was instantly linked to him. First, Xin Hao was targeted by people from abroad, followed by trying to check his computer and invading. As a result, it met with Xin Hao's counter-invasion. It's most likely the panda burner virus that's still raging in beautiful Kin. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to have this intelligence information. In other words, the hacker god they've been talking about is actually right there with them, and, in just one night, it accomplished a feat that shocked the world. What the hell is going on? There's something wrong with Professor Chen's expression. Could it be that it's very important information? It's not like the silent speaker was lost, is it? What the fuck is a silent speaker? That's clearly a battery. Dog's head. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience also saw Chen Guowei's shocked expression and began to speculate. Lao Chun. Chen Xiangyang opened his mouth. Don't ask. Chen Guowei raised his hand, stopping Chen Xiangyang's next words. Can you tell me vaguely how you did it? Looking toward Xin Hao, his eyes were extremely complicated. It's too all-encompassing. He realized that so far it was as if there was nothing Xin Hao wouldn't know. Cooking, drawing, technology, memory. Nowadays, even the field of computers has reached an unattainable height. Yes, this is the true god of the internet. By himself, he caused hundreds of billions of dollars of damage to beautiful Kin. Even now, the other side can't solve the problem. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? Xin Hao spread his hands and said with a helpless face, The time when I suffered the invasion seemed to coincide with the time when I was learning the cooking art with Chen Lao. The computer was nothing more than a passive defense. By the time I realized it, it was too late. However, there's nothing worth studying in that computer of mine. But, ahem, maybe the person who hacked into my computer will be a bit of a problem. Chen Guowei. His mouth dropped open straight away and his brain buzzed. A little trouble? You call that a little trouble? Nope. Chen Guowei reacted violently. That is to say, that the so-called panda burning incense is just a passive defense attack means in Qin Hao's computer, it wasn't even Qin Hao's initiative to attack, Fogweed. Lad, you're going against the grain. He had no doubt that probably if Qin Hao made a move, probably, the entire beautiful Qin's network would fall. Right? Bull. In the middle of the day, Chen Guowei gave a thumbs up. Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei on the side, as well as the three Chen Xianyang, were listening to the clouds, but they didn't dare to ask, nor did they dare to say Elder Chen, without violating the rules. Can you reveal a little? Kimmy asked tentatively. Can't. Chen Guowei directly shook his head, looked deeply at Qin Hao, and said in a deep voice, it's about state secrets. Well, you guys get busy first, I'm going to make a call. When he finished, he left the living room directly. This matter is too important. Every year. Note that it is every year. Every country actually catches some spies from other countries. Underneath there are spies disguised as ordinary people, up to the rich and famous. And even some middle-class people. Maybe some people think that spying is no big deal. Then you're wrong. Development direction, military secrets, operations, even scientific research results, etc. Once leaked, the result can be imagined. For example, a newest type of fighter jet has just been researched in a research institute in China, and it needs to undergo a lot of testing and test flights. But just when you are testing, people get all the information and then analyze and study it for the target. By then, the advantage is all but gone. All that effort and money, all down the drain. You can see from here how hateful spies can be. Just such a piece of information was enough to make beautiful Qin's years of setup in China directly turn into flying dust. It's too precious. Looking at Chen Guowei's departing back, the living room fell into an eerie silence. His words had left everyone in infinite reverie. Good lord. State secrets? What exactly did Qin Hao lose? What do you guys say? Qin Hao's computer was invaded. Is it possible that it has something to do with panda burning or with beautiful Qin? Don't be ridiculous. The audience discussed, while Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun and Chen Xianyang were also looking at Qin Hao. All sorts of thoughts ran through my head, but unfortunately, I didn't dare ask. Hey, cousin, we already know your secret. Jin Mei saw that the atmosphere was a bit gloomy and said with a smile in order to break the atmosphere. Yes, cousin, be honest, how many more vests do you have? Qin Xiaoyun returned to her senses, her eyes gazing at Qin Hao. Since Elder Chen wouldn't let questions about computers be asked, there happened to be another question. What vest? Qin Hao was puzzled by the question. Cousin, stop pretending. You've been exposed. Jin Mei smiled and said, Doma Continent, author Xiao Arii, that's you, isn't it? Qin Hao was stumped for a moment, then his eyes looked towards the ceiling, as if he was stuck in memories. Oh, you mean this? I forgot about it if you guys didn't tell me. It was years ago, wasn't it, audience? So, you're not hiding it. You're just plain forgetting. How can you forget something so awesome? If it was me, I'd never fucking forget it. I suspect he's faking it, but I have no proof. Ahem. In front of the immovable state secrets, this kind of thing is indeed considered a chicken scratch, dog's head. We think he's pretending, but really he's just too awesome to remember it's normal. Inside the live broadcast room, although the audience was more interested in knowing what that state secret was and what Qin Hao had actually lost, it was clear that this kind of topic was no longer suitable to continue talking about. Especially Qin Hao's words felt extremely hard for them to hear. To be honest, the Book of the Continent of the Fighting Horses has been the ceiling of the online literary world. In the era of that big god of chaos 5 or 6 years ago, is the ceiling. You can imagine how high the gold content really is, a book to seal the deal. For many authors, that's the crowning glory, and you forgot, if it were us, this wouldn't be remembered for the rest of our lives. I even have to say it when I see people, lest they don't know about my bull. Maybe that's the difference between people? You admit it? Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei looked at each other in ecstasy. What's there not to admit? It was me who wrote it, per se. It's just that I forgot. Qin Hao nodded strangely. Ahem. Little Qin, can I get an autograph? Chen Xianyang coughed dryly and said with some embarrassment. Old man, you read novels too? Qin Hao was instantly surprised. I don't watch it, but my granddaughter, she's a fan. So, Qin Hao nodded, not surprised, and then found a pen and paper to sign. Although he didn't consider himself any kind of star, but since he was a fan, he still had to give face. Cousin, why did you just stop writing in the first place after finishing Doma Continent? Jin Mei, however, was well aware that the online literature circle nowadays had a large reader base, and authors like Chin Hao are the existence of many people's attention, as expected. Everyone's spirit was shaken when they heard this. In fact, after Xiao Erii, the author's number disappeared in the beginning directly after the end. Many people were speculating, it was even on the hot seat at the time, you've run out of talent, people have accidents in reality, a flash in the pan, but sadly, regardless of speculation, that author number never started a new book again. The main thing is that it took a lot of asking around to find out that this guy is a loner, hasn't joined any group chats, much less a so-called fanbase, and doesn't know anyone. This leads, in the end, to nothing. There's no not writing. Chin Hao shook his head and slowly said, I remember I was writing several books at the same time, on several accounts, because it seems like multiple books on one account might affect the recommendation position. The bottom line, of course, is that with multiple books on an account, only one book counts for perfect attendance, which is money, and the others don't give a perfect attendance award. It dawned on the crowd, but then they cried a little. Good lord. So, the only reason it's not one account is because one account with multiple books only counts as one full-time? How much for full-time? Jing Mei asked in a hurry. 600 a month. Crowd. Audience? When they heard the number 600, everyone had a question mark in their head. I fucking thought it was 60. 000. And you're telling me that because of 600, you reopened a number? Ha 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 ha. I'm numb with laughter. The great God writer. For 600 full-time. Opening multiple numbers in anger. What affects the referral position? Don't you just say that it affects your ability to make money? Aren't you being a little too close to the ground? Cousin. $600. Is that worth the trouble? Jean made some speech. You buy this several $1 million of luxury cars without blinking an eye, and you end up obsessing about $600? That's different. I code on merit. Why shouldn't I get paid? Chin Hao said it with a straight face, but when the crowd thought about it, there was indeed nothing wrong with it. It's not a matter of more money or less money, much less poor money. Cousin, what other author numbers do you have? Or rather, how many numbers do you have? Is every book really hot? Qin Xiaoyun was so excited that he even opened the computer on his cell phone. She was ready to do the math. Can't remember. Like, 24 author numbers? Qin Hao said with some uncertainty. All, good man. It's still you, more than 24 author numbers, for that $600 for perfect attendance. You're not afraid to go to the trouble, no. If it's 600 a book, how much is 20 plus books a month? That seems like a lot when you do the math. As for whether it's hot or not, I actually don't know. Mainly because I just write novels and I don't pay attention to all that nonsense. Qin Hao shook his head and slowly said, I just know that every month, quite a lot of money comes in inexplicably in my bank card. Sometimes millions, sometimes tens of millions. It's impossible to talk this day, it's fucking infuriating. What do you mean? Hot or not, you don't know. What do you mean? Every month, millions or even tens of millions of dollars are somehow added to your bank card. Does that speak human language? Beat him to death. Beat him to death quickly. No, I can't help it. Where's my knife? Where's my knife? The thing I regret the most is creating Ari blah blah blah. I don't like money. I've never seen money. The live audience's eyes reddened as they listened. Even Qin Xiaoyun and Jing Mei were disturbed by what they heard. No, man, can't we say something normal? Do you realize that if you continue like this, you won't even have friends, not to mention a girlfriend? Cousin is so funny, haha, Kimmy said dryly. The truth is often harsher. In fact, I forgot that you were the one who had to ask. Qin Hao spread his hands helplessly. Crowd. Cousin, what books have you written? Jean Mei skimmed right over the topic because she was afraid she wouldn't be able to help herself if she continued. Couldn't resist popping the hammer on this guy. Quite a lot. I can't think of them all at once. I can't even remember some of the titles myself. So when I have time, I'll organize them. Qin Hao murmured slightly and said slowly. The crowd's breath caught. Is this the Great Spirit? Can't remember the title of a book by itself? Is this too many books, or do you have a bad memory yourself? Well, I'm looking forward to it. Cousin, you're one of the supreme gods of the online writing world. Where do you usually get your creative inspiration from? Yummy feeling inspiration drain. Wait, what's a supreme god? Before Jean Mei could finish, Qin Hao directly interrupted and looked puzzled. It's just, you've played the game, right? It's a kind of segment, and the supreme god is the highest segment. Jean Mei was a bit dazed and replied subconsciously. Segments? This thing has segments? When I type that series of question marks, it's not me who has a problem. It's you. I sincerely wonder now if he's an author or not. Not even a fucking supreme god? Segments? This thing has segments? But, ha ha ha, laugh me to death. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience looked at Qin Hao's dumbfounded plus bewildered face and directly went numb with laughter. Good guy. So the entire online literary community knows about it. But you yourself, the party in question, Don't, Galen out of endless silence and strike. For a while, Jean May didn't even know what to say. She'd still made a point of studying out of the blue after learning about it last night. Knowing Qin Hao's identity, he has a high status in the online literature circle. Results now. Nice guy. Even he doesn't know. No cousin. Don't you watch the news or anything? Jean May was a bit incredulous. A novel writer who didn't even know about the supreme god of the netizen circle? There just wasn't that kind of time back then. At my highest, I was writing 5 books at the same time. So where was I going to find the time to focus on all that nonsense? Qin Hao shook his head. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Writing 5 books at once. You're an octopus. The most outrageous thing was that although they didn't know how the other books were, it was clear that the continent of Doma was among the 5 books. Writing 5 books at the same time and still being able to write so awesome. You're really awesome too. That's tens of thousands of words a day. It's still true. Qin Hao took his cell phone and inquired about it. And he suddenly realized that author number of his seemed to be really something like Supreme God of the Netizen world, along with several other names. Junior Black? 2.5 years of practicing? And Qin Hao frowned as he watched, then muttered in a low voice. These names, why do they look so familiar? Jean May's heart was beating wildly. She had studied it for quite a long time with Xiao Yun yesterday last night, and had actually discovered a strange phenomenon, that is, all these supreme gods have only one book, but there's no denying that one of their scores is more than a little anticlimactic. Another thing is that the styles are completely different. That's why it wasn't linked to Qin Hao. Could it be that these names, they look familiar to you? Could they all be yours? Kimmy asked tentatively. Audience, no big sister. Do you know what you're saying again? Ha ha ha. What kind of international joke is this? Even in Bull, it's absolutely impossible. To be honest, although all these authors have only one book, which fits well with Qin Hao's statement, there is one most crucial point, that is, the writing style and style, which are very different. So it is doomed to be impossible. Inside the live room, of course, the audience was in disbelief. A person's writing style has a lot to do with a person's personality actually. For example, a comical author, then to a large extent, his style of writing is also a comical style of writing. If the author is more subdued, then his writing style leans toward subdued, or at best, more humorous, but that Supreme God's style is completely different. Qin Hao looked at the skeptical expressions on the faces of several people, and didn't bother to explain. So sometimes when you tell the truth, it's true that no one believes it. People tend to prefer to believe what they find and see. Meanwhile, on the road outside the courtyard, a huge convoy approached from far away. If you look closely you will see that these cars, all of them, are dark green, troop-specific vehicles. Finally, seeing that convoy, Shen Guowei let out a long sigh of relief. He didn't feel the slightest surprise at the arrival of the troops, and he would even be surprised if they didn't come. Snap! The convoy stopped and one by one the doors opened, neatly, and all the loaded soldiers quickly guarded the perimeter. Neat and orderly. Hello, Professor Chen. This is the leader of the Eastern Force, Wang Zhang. Thank you for being able to call us in time. A middle-aged man with a country face came striding in and saluted Shen Guowei. This is something that Kid Qin Hao discovered. It should be very helpful to you guys. Shen Guowei similarly returned the salute and took out the information in his hand. This, it's actually true? Wang Zhang flipped it open and roughly scanned through it. Then he immediately sucked in cool air, and he realized that it was too comprehensive. The reason why he could tell that it was true was because there were some spies that they had found out long ago, only that they were afraid of spooking the snakes, so they never did anything about it. The main thing is that there's not much point in knocking off the spies further up and the ones below. And in this one, almost all the spies, it seems, are all documented. Then that means that Panda burning incense, in fact, went out from Qin Hao here? Wang Zhang's expression was a bit odd. He naturally knew Qin Hao, and even the people above him had more or less heard of him. It could be said that Qin Hao had long been in the sights of big shots, only that he had never come to disturb his life. I think they wanted to investigate Qin Hao and invaded his computer. So Qin Hao's computer was passively defended, leading to this result. Shen Guowei nodded. He wasn't worried. First of all, almost no one in the country knows about it except for a few top people. And beautiful Qin is even less likely to admit it. How could they admit to something so humiliating, unless it's truly unbreakable? But that's virtually impossible and only a matter of time. So they didn't worry that Qin Hao would be exposed to the whole world. This thing, after all, is too big. Then they're really miserable enough. Wang Zhang felt too beautiful just thinking about that image. I wanted to probe you for a while. Who would have thought that I'd have my old life cleaned out just to probe you? Maybe that's what it's all about. Getting fucked? Next, we will send soldiers to station nearby. Of course, without letting Qin Hao notice. Wang Zhang carefully put away the information and said in a deep voice, Beautiful Qin has suffered such a big loss. they will definitely find a way to retaliate, or even dispose of Qin Hao. After all, most wars nowadays are network stations, information stations. Qin Hao is too important. They will have no trouble eradicating it. Chen Guowei nodded. He had guessed it a long time ago, but there was a sentence that he was hesitant to say. Professor Chen, we're all on our own. Just say whatever you want to say. Wang Zhang could see his desire to speak at a glance. Phew, in that case, I'll get right to it. Chen Guowei gazed straight at Wang Zhang and spoke bluntly. I want to know that Qin Hao has made such a great contribution. Shouldn't the state side give some rewards? Originally, such words were not supposed to come out of his mouth. Impact on solidarity, but with the energy crystals and the tricopter in front of them, and half a day's worth of research, there was no reward or statement, and with such a huge amount of credit behind them, it's really hard to say that this isn't a sign. Other people shout Qin is a good boy. He doesn't say anything, he just contributes. You just take it for granted. Surely people are ingrates. It's not like that. Yes, in the grand scheme of things contributing to the country, one should not care about personal gain or loss. But if everyone makes a huge contribution and is not rewarded in any way, then who will do it in the future? There's no such thing as wanting a horse to run and not giving it grass. Professor Chen, do you know the repercussions of your words? Wang Zhang frowned and asked in a deep voice. This kind of talk is, for lack of a better word, called faulty thinking, on a larger scale. That's affecting unity. Don't say anything that's not conducive to unity. Don't you know? Of course I know. But little Qin has made too much of a contribution. This kind of talent, we must keep it in Huaxia. Chen Guowei's eyes were firm and his gaze was straight. Over the years, why is it that many talents in China cannot be retained? Even schools like Huaqing are jokingly referred to as bases for training foreign talents. It is because, after studying, these geniuses often travel to other countries. There is no denying that in the grand scheme of things, they are ungrateful, but when it comes to personal gain, they're not really at fault. There are better deals, better pay. Why not go, just by virtue of the righteousness of the country? Let people study hard for decades with great difficulty and get good grades, and still eat chaff with you. A lot of things in China are about seniority, competence. There's no point in having the ability. People's seniority is there. This leads to the fact that the senior ones at the top don't come down, and the new ones, never mind how good you are, end up with nothing. If they don't run out, are they still waiting here? Therefore, he had to fight for Qin Hao. Ha ha ha. However, what he didn't expect was that Wang Zhang, who had just been incredibly serious and even stayed, suddenly let out a loud laugh. Seeing this scene, Chen Guowei's heart sank in anger. Professor Chen, you're very good. If every genius had a teacher like you to fight for them, there wouldn't be so many geniuses traveling abroad. Wang Zhang patted Chen Guowei's shoulder and slowly said, don't worry, the top is already discussing it, but as you know, although Qin Hao seems to have done nothing, his credit is very great. So, the top is discussing what reward to give him. Saying this, he gave a slight lurch and continued, surely, it's not $500 plus a banner. Chen Guowei guffawed, his heart completely relaxed. By the way, regarding Qin Hao's matter, aren't there any hidden means up there? He asked suddenly. According to his understanding, when Qin Hao took out the flying machine and energy crystals, the country should have responded. But now, there doesn't seem to be any strategy? Yes, Wang Zhang nodded with a somewhat odd expression. According to the idea from above is that it's better to block than to block, so that everyone is under the mistaken impression that it's a program and that's all there is to it. Because the incident has festered and trying to plug it is hard to do, so it's straight up pressing on, even making a big deal out of it, with the goal of letting everyone know that it's a show. Wang Zhang looked at the sky breathlessly and continued. We thought that they might not be able to resist, and in order to determine whether it was true or not, they would pull Qin Hao in, they would assassinate, or they would invade Qin Hao's computer. In fact, we've already done quite a bit of preparation. Otherwise we wouldn't have known so quickly that the document that beautiful Qin had accepted voluntarily had been circulated, and we've been keeping an eye on it. If there's really any important information, we won't hesitate to sacrifice sentient spies and the beautiful Qin intelligence service and destroy the information. But who would have thought that Qin Hao's computer still has passive defense in it? This directly disrupted our plan, so we rushed here at the first time to take the information, and at the same time, it's also a kind of protection. Chen Guowei. So, in effect, it looks like nothing is being done up there, but in fact everything is being done. And this the live stream continues. Beautiful Qin won't tell the other countries, and once the live stream is turned off, it represents a weakness of heart that will be instantly noticed by the other countries. Chen Guowei nodded, understanding, but with the troops secretly protecting him, he could rest a lot easier. One more thing, Wang Zhang suddenly smiled wryly and slowly said, you'd better dig as much as you can out of Qin Hao's body. The more he knows, the more fake he seems to be abroad. Even, It's not unlikely that beautiful Kin will suspect that this might be a trap we've laid out. So, you're telling me that a Chinese person who can heal, cook, paint, technology, and has the top computer skills in the world, and all this nonsense, is your justification? Beautiful Kin, inside the huge conference room, the Minister of Intelligence, at the moment, stood in place like a grandson. Even though he was sprayed with spittle all over his head and face, he was still upright. Yes, Mr. Leader. When the other man had finished, Johns answered aloud. Fart. Tepper popped up with a jolt and went up for a leg, giving Johns a direct kick that nearly sent him stumbling backwards. I'm a big peanut shield, and you just paralyzed me, as a result. You're telling me it's just to investigate a young man in China, or a young man who knows so many things? Do you think I'm stupid? Inside the conference room, all the executives looked at Johns with icy faces, without anyone helping to say a word. Because they have a lot to lose as well. Are you kidding? That's all money. It passed so lightly. Think what you want. That's no reason you have to pay for your stupidity. Tepper sat down with a grimace, panting. But sir, if that young man called Qin Hao is not that powerful, how can this virus incident be explained? Johns argued his case. My foolish honorable minister, I think it's time for me to consider whether or not you really deserve this position. Trump narrowed his eyes and said lightly, if we had a talent like that in our country, do you think we would publicize it? Even a live stream? What? Hate to have other countries come and assassinate. Do you? Obviously. This is a trap. The Chinese have always been very extremely cunning. They know the 36 stratagems, and this is obviously that. Tepper looked to the secretary at his side. Invite the king in. The shapely secretary whispered a reminder. Ah yes, inviting the king into the house. And you, the fool, are that king? That living bastard. At the cost of spying for our entire intelligence department. The leader is right. I support it. Not being able to see such an obvious trap. Johns, I question your professionalism. The many executives applauded in unison with a look of approval. Johns, on the other hand, was white as a sheet and his brain buzzed, some self-doubt. Is that really true, from start to finish? This was a setup. He always felt something was wrong, but couldn't put his finger on it. This station continues to report that panda burning continues to wreak havoc on beautiful Kin's peanut shield, and there's no solution in sight. Panda burning has caused a huge panic. The peanut shield population has begun $0 purchases and street marches, and as you can see from the footage, many of the masses are feeling a deep sense of anger at the incompetence of the beautiful Kin. Who are the makers of panda burning? Will it ever be resolved? Let's stay tuned. The internet in every major country is filled with similar news reports. Suffice it to say, this one is big, straight away. It attracted global attention, after all. Beautiful Kin that has always been called the world's first, but just such a virus. A day and night passed. Frozen did not get solved, worried and gloating at the same time. The fear is that the panda virus will appear in their country. And gloating, naturally, speaks for itself. We've been suffering from beautiful Kin for a long time, as long as it doesn't burn into our countries. Then you're a hero, and so the day passed. And night fell, beautiful Kin sighed. Not to mention that it has not been resolved. There is a tendency for it to get worse. It was also at this point that perhaps it was really sad for beautiful Kin. Or, simply to rub it in. Or, of course, it could have been pure dog licking. Some bullies of all stripes with the titles of so-called experts and bloggers have appeared, deeply condemn and deplore the panda virus makers. Economic expert Wang Mao. There is no doubt that the maker of panda burning incense is committing a crime. This is a time of peace. But he has done such a terrible thing. What is this? This is picking on faith. This is destroying the beautiful home we all built. You'd better come forward. Recognize and address the mistakes you've made and pay for them. A certain man of letters. This is an atrocious act. I shudder to think that in this age of civilization and peace this could happen. This is an act of terror. Such lawless people. Will they still have the law in their sights? A certain V. I really find it hard to imagine that you guys are actually happy about the panda burning virus. He dares to attack the beautiful Jin today. Then he dares to attack the whole world tomorrow. And you guys don't scold him, even if you don't. But you actually support and gloat about it? This is a very inhuman and inhumane behavior. Tonight, it's a special event for experts and bloggers of all stripes, even. A lot of people's articles and denunciations have gone straight to the top of the Hot 100, however. What everyone doesn't know is that the makers of panda burning actually did nothing. You've been stealing from the house and you won't allow me to defend myself? Early the next morning, Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun washed up and opened the live broadcast once again. Hey, come on, let me see that great god. Strange. I inquired around yesterday and didn't find those supreme god authors coming out to explain anything. Do you guys think it's possible that all those accounts are Qin Hao's? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A person's writing style won't have such a big gap. I think it should be Qin Hao or the program group, bribing those authors. In the live stream, Viewers were clearly concerned about this. As much as I'd like to know, it's a shame we don't have any direct evidence. And, with Cousin's personality, Jean May helplessly spread her hands and slowly said, he doesn't care about other people's opinions at all, much less explain. That's what they're most helpless about. If it were someone else, suffering from suspicion, they would absolutely explain as much as possible and produce evidence. But Chin Hao is different, laying out an attitude. You love to believe it or not, just 2 words. Don't argue. In fact, it is also because Chin Hao's this kind of character everyone has known for a long time. All the live broadcasts now did not appear a large number of spammers, because they're really not sure if it was anyone else. They would have already started spraying. That's clearly bragging. Ka-ching. Just then, the 2 of them, Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang, walked in, especially Chen Guowei, who had a smile on his face as if he had won the lottery. Because, today was the day he discussed academics with Chin Hao, after seeing Chin Hao's passive defense virus, which could cause so much destructive power. He was even more excited about Chin Hao's technological knowledge. Chen Shangyang, on the other hand, looked preoccupied, because of the matter of attending the culinary arts appreciation meeting. He wasn't sure if Chin Hao would go with him or not, even. He guessed a high probability that it would be enough, so he needed to come up with a solution. But it was a solution he hadn't come up with all day, and it was making it a little hard. As usual, Chen Shangyang made a hearty breakfast. It's still early. What should we do? Jean May finished her meal, and after helping with the dishes, she sat down on the couch and thought about it. Treasure hunting? This no doubt. Start treasure hunting? Already 2 or 3 days have not treasure hunting. Not straight for what? Not stimulate me. Suddenly also feel a little bit unsteady. I think it's better to go upstairs to verify whether what Chin Hao said is true or not. And it's also a way to clear Chin Hao's reputation. Otherwise who knows what those news will say? Actually, I'm more interested in knowing. In Chin Hao's computer, are there any study materials? Which region is his favorite material? The live stream was also discussed by the audience. They were still very interested in those secrets of Chin Hao, of course. More interested in those Chiba careers. In that case, let's treasure hunt in the morning and see if we can still find anything interesting. And in the afternoon, Professor Chen and his cousin will discuss academics and science and technology. Jean May immediately stood up with a small wave of her hand. Ladies and gentlemen, help me see if there are any more treasures left in this living room. Audience, we asked you to go on a treasure hunt. And this is how you did it. Good man. You're treating us like dogs, aren't you? Nice search. Next time don't search. Speaking of which, didn't you say you were going to the kitchen earlier? A comment from a viewer of the livestream made Kimmy's eyes light up. Yeah, she almost forgot about the kitchen. You guys have reminded me. Yes, someone like Chin Hao. I'm sure he should have a lot of treasures in a place like the kitchen. Jean May was so excited that she rushed into the kitchen. It couldn't be helped. She would like to go to other areas. But apart from a garbage house, there wasn't much left to check. What's more, without Chin Hao's consent, it was not appropriate for them to go to other places. The only place that wasn't inspected and at the same time allowed access was the kitchen. Okay, look guys, this chopping board. It's white, shiny and slippery. Is there a big guy who can recognize it? Without saying a word, Jean May pointed to the chopping board. Audience, you're sick. If you have a disease, get it treated. Don't delay. Oofed. Ha 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 ha. Chopping board. You're really trying to kill me with laughter. Though, barring that, a good immortal emperor, a good dragon king, and the chopping boards are probably all valuable treasures. But seriously, it's a bit outrageous. That's right. Even any shark apocalyptic novel punt author couldn't write something this outrageous. Inside the live room, the audience cried and laughed. Usually the chopping boards were made of wood, and after a closer look, they realized that it wasn't a valuable wood. At least not a golden one. No, Sister Kim, that's a little out of line. Qin Xiaoyun was speechless. Even in the richest man's house, the chopping boards couldn't be particularly expensive. Ahem. However, right at this moment, Chen Shangyang coughed dryly with a somewhat odd expression. What's wrong, Elder Chen? Hey, we're messing around. Jean May smiled awkwardly. In fact, she was just livening up the atmosphere. However, Chen Shangyang's next sentence made her freeze in place. Actually, the chopping board. That's kinda saying something. Kimmy, audience, come on. That's it. Instantly, the words appeared involuntarily in everyone's head. Are you kidding me? Pointing at something makes everything worthwhile? Everything's worth something? I'm afraid this isn't a program effect. Could it get any more outrageous? So you're just going to play us for fools? Are you? Don't you dare talk nonsense. Chen Guowei frowned. He was a bit unconvinced. Although it was true that Chin Hao's family had a lot of treasures, but to say that all the chopping boards were a treasure, that was too exaggerated. Why don't you say that a foot mat in the bathroom is worth its weight in gold? You know shit. Chen Shangyang rolled his eyes and said in a deep voice. To say anything else, I really don't know anyone else, so I never said anything. But this chopping board, I do recognize it. Looking at his stoic face, Jean May's few people believed it. After all, it's impossible for people to talk nonsense with this segment lying around, isn't it? So, Elder Chen, what kind of chopping board is this? How much is it worth? Chen Shangyang took 2 steps forward and pointed to the row of knives sitting on the stovetop, and then pointed to the chopping board. Actually, they're one and the same, and I have a set. It may or may not be particularly valuable if you want to say it's worth something, but it means something different. It dawned on the audience that it was no wonder that this old man was able to tell at a glance that the chopping board was extraordinary. However, everyone couldn't help but look at the way a few people were studying around the chopping board. Meaning? What meaning? Jean May hurriedly followed up with a question. Well, this cookware set. It's from the Culinary Society. Chen Shangyang slowly said. Only chefs who are certified as masters are issued a set of these cookware, and as far as I know, there are probably no more than 20 sets up and down the country. Whether it's the wood for the chopping boards or the craftsmanship and material of the knives, maybe the material isn't the most valuable, but it's definitely the most suitable for use as cookware. Audience, so there are no more than 20 sets of this cookware up and down the country? In other words then, there aren't 20 master chefs up and down the country? What are the criteria for this master level test? Does anyone know? Do you think we'd still be sitting here water bouncing off the walls with you if we knew? No wonder Master Chen said that it may not be worth much, but it means something different. A limited edition. Ah, or a limited edition where money is no good. They were not too surprised that Qin Hao owned such a set of kitchenware. So that means it can't be measured in money? Qin Shaoyun asked a crucial question. Well, if it's hard to measure, it actually can. Chen Shangyang thought slightly and slowly said, as far as I know, this set of kitchenware, the production cost is about $100,000, because it's not an assembly line production. All of them are made by hand, but not if you add meaning. There was an apprentice whose family was quite rich and wanted to offer $1 million to buy it, but the Culinary Association's side insisted that it wasn't for sale. So if you want to say it's worth a few $1,000,000, that's fine. Most of the audience was in disbelief at this statement. Is there anything in this world that money can't solve, just not enough for the price? Maybe. On the surface, it's not sold, but secretly it is? Maybe people are wondering if anyone is selling in the dark? As if he could tell what people were thinking, Chen Shangyang smiled and said, no, it won't, because this is an honor, or rather, an honor bestowed by the Culinary Association itself, and once it's sold, then this Culinary Association will have no authority. It's like the limited edition items that people buy. Once the limited floods in, then the company is smashing its own rice bowl and has no more trust. Similarly, many supercars have a limit. The only one in the world, or 100 in the world. Don't they know that more production makes more money? At that, the audience was instantly convinced. Sure enough, it's easy to be accepted in a different metaphorical way, a different way of saying things. Very well. It looks like our kitchen treasure hunt this time may have a huge harvest. Opening the door, Kim returned to her senses and nodded in satisfaction. She'll say, I'm just trying to liven things up, right? I really didn't think that pointing at a random chopping block would have a statement. Just as they were treasure hunting, the NSA, the State Security Bureau, is the General Administration of China. Those who understand understand. Those who do not understand cannot explain. Anyway, the water is very deep, at the moment. The NSA is in session. The director was a middle-aged man called Lu Tian, his face serious as he looked down at his subordinates. About Qin Hao, I think all of you have read the information. A great contribution to the country. Flying machines, energy crystals, and now even helping us get the spy list. Although the flying machine is something we haven't worked out yet, the energy crystals have been finalized. So it's time to discuss what kind of reward to give him. Upon hearing this, the many executives were not surprised, but nodded solemnly. Now everyone can go back and each write a copy of their suggestions and ideas. Meeting adjourned. It's simply impossible to settle on the spot for such a huge reward. It has to be negotiated and scrutinized many times before it's done. Watching the crowd leave, Lu Tian took out his cell phone and looked at the message on it, shaking his head and losing his smile. In this world, how can there be a dragon king and some immortal emperor? It's all nonsense. If there really is, how can it be possible that I still don't know about it? Lu Tian looked at the speculations about Qin Hao on the internet and felt a bit funny. However, the things Qin Hao knows are really a bit much. Is it really possible for a normal person to know so many things? He, a director of the National Security Bureau, basically knew exactly what was going on in the whole of China. So if there really was a Dragon King Immortal Emperor or something, could he still be unclear? Therefore, the Dragon King, the Immortal Emperor, is pure nonsense. Lu Tian slightly pondered for a moment, returned to his office, and took out a book from among the locked drawers. Destiny's Child Analyzing Manual. There are some things that are so evil and metaphysical that you have to believe. For example, once when he was a child, Lu Tian came across something. He always felt that his back was a little cold, and even, often, he felt as if his neck, as if he was being choked by something, couldn't catch his breath. In the end, it took all sorts of so-called master craftsmen, which led to the realization that it was the sweater that was on backwards. And HWA is a very magical place. Every time there is a moment of crisis, so many magical beings appear. According to the records of Chinese history, there are actually quite a number of such people. Take, for example, the one known as the Traveler, Wang Mang. Another example is the one called the Son of Heaven's Destiny, Lu Xiao. Sure, although it had not appeared in recent times, Lu Tian was convinced that it was merely that the time had not yet come. Phew, Lu Tian let out a long breath, and with a grave expression on his face, he flipped through the book. The handbook for analyzing the destined Son of Heaven. It was passed down from their family's ancestors, and there is no way to prove who actually passed it down. You think this is a joke? Big mistake. Otherwise, how did he get his current position? Competence is one thing, but more importantly, of course it's because you followed a good big brother in the first place. What's it called? It's called standing up for what's right. The oldest member of their family was the same. Destiny's Child characteristics. Once you flip it over, it's dry stuff. Lu Tian's eyes were heavy as he examined it carefully. Generally speaking, there are several characteristics of a heaven's destined son. First, orphans. As the saying goes, parents sacrificed to the heavens. The law is boundless. There are those who disappeared for no reason. The heavenly destined children have been searching for their parents. And there are also those who have died completely. But they are the ones who contain a shocking secret. Second, surrounded by beautiful women. Surrounded at all times by beautiful women. Of all major ages and age stages, but undeniably beautiful. Third, there will always be things happening around. For example, when it is clear that everyone is normal, but the divine destiny will somehow be looked down upon and mocked, thus, giving the divine destiny the opportunity to pretend to hit his face. Fourth, countless amounts of money and treasures. Most of the children of heaven's destiny are very young, usually in their late teens to mid-20s, but the wealth they hold may be as rich as a nation, as if there is no upper limit at all. Fifth, the things mastered. There are more than enough skills that others can hardly reach in a lifetime, but in the fate of heaven's children, they are able to see many, several, even dozens of them, and the most crucial thing is that each and every one of them, they have fought their way to the peak of their game. Sixth, Lu Tian continued to look at it carefully, then compare them with Qin Hao one by one in his heart, surprised to find something, that is, most of it, on here, matches the characteristics of the chosen one, except for one or two individual conditions that are not met. For example, the parents offer sacrifices to heaven. If he remembered correctly, Qin Hao's parents were still alive. So, Qin Hao, are you the son of heaven's destiny? Lu Tian slowly narrowed his eyes. Like, really too much like. He carefully recalled that the present-day Huaxia was considered to be in a crisis. Although the current Huaxia is very powerful, it has to be said that in some convenient ways, it has been suppressed by beautiful Qin, so it can barely be considered. Wow. Turn the next page. Follower of the chosen son. Such people surround themselves with special people. There are the rich, the high and the mighty, and there are the brothers who have lived. But remember one thing, there is danger in being around the chosen one. Because of their special physique, they attract a lot of dangers, and often nothing happens to the heavenly fated son, but people around him will be in danger. In this respect, the divine order embodies both kinds. The first one, no matter if it's a small danger or a big crisis, the friends and relatives of the Son of Heaven's destiny will not be in danger, and in the end, they will all be solved by the Son of Heaven's destiny. The second, dead teammates. Perhaps God felt that the destined son was not strong enough, and used dead teammates to urge the destined son to accelerate his growth. So, when you're going to choose to follow, you must distinguish clearly which kind of heavenly destiny he is. Seeing these words, Lu Tian pondered slightly. There was a glint in his eyes, even some surprise. This one, Qin Hao, perfectly fits. First of all, are there fewer special people surrounding Qin Hao, professor at the National Academy of Sciences, master of state banquet, Chen Xiangyang? Moreover, Qin Hao seemed to be inextricably linked to Run, the head of the fruit company and the dragon company. Which of these people are accessible to ordinary people? And again, another thing, based on what he knows. Let's take it from these days on the air. How many days? Qin Hao went out once, yet. Just this one trip out the door, and look how much has happened. First, there's a blind date, and right after that, you run into a car accident. Of course, the first one was scheduled, but who knows if it was the effects of the manifest destiny kicking in? Who can guarantee that? What about the second one? How come it was so damn accurate that there would be a car accident right when Qin Hao left KFC? Most crucially, Qin Hao also saved people. Lu Tian had already inquired about it, and if Qin Hao hadn't stepped in to help, the little girl would definitely die, or even will just die at the scene of a car accident and the ambulance won't even be able to come to the rescue. Isn't this vaguely, implicitly, saying that all kinds of dangers will happen around the Son of Heaven's destiny? Even passers-by in the vicinity of the Son of Heavenly Destiny would be in danger, giving Qin Hao a chance to strike? Thinking about it, Lu Tian became a little excited. Turn the next page again. The art of language for the chosen one. They are all people favored by God, and every word and action carries a special meaning, and rarely do they lie, and even when they do, they are quickly corrected, which means that even a lie can turn out to be true. This is amazing and, moreover, their words are even more inspiring. So if you choose to follow, be sure to trust their words firmly. In a word, it's part of the plan. At that time, you will also be able to receive great, even unimaginable benefits. Bang bang bang. Just as Lu Tian was looking seriously, a knock sounded at the door. Enter. Lu Tian came back to his senses, closed the book, put it into the middle of the drawer, and said faintly, "Are you kidding? This is handed down from their family's ancestors. How can they let outsiders see it?" Director. The list of spies has been compiled, as well as monitored and controlled, and the people below have asked me to ask you if you are making any arrests. At those words, Lu Tian clenched his hands into fists. Is this the power of the chosen one? Sure is powerful. Arrest. Expert Wang. You've done a great job. You really didn't let us beautiful kin down. And you're still able to step in and help at such a critical moment. On the phone, there was a man's voice, except that he obviously wasn't very fluent in Chinese, and carried a very serious foreign accent. It's nothing, just taking someone's money for someone's trouble. Just taking care of someone's trouble. Expert Wang smiled blandly. Okay, Expert Wang. We will continue to work together in the future. $500,000 has been credited to your account. Check it out. The phone then hung up. Expert Wang, full name Wang Xiao. Originally, he was an ordinary person, and even his university was a third-rate university graduation. Not really a prestigious one, but, by a stroke of luck, he discovered something inside a company. He saw a so-called expert, and even their old boss was very respectful. The key thing was that the expert was still known to him. A classmate of his. I'm not good at shit, but I'm good at bragging. Subsequently, he followed that classmate to study a little, and was surprised to find that the so-called experts also have to be divided into what experts. And even, there are some. As long as you take some money, you can get it. Never underestimate the status of an expert. With an ID, then whatever you say or do comes with an expert aura. There's always going to be that group of idiots who believe what they say. He then proceeded to maintain his personal online account, making it look as if he was real, and it was at this time that some people from abroad approached him, simply asking him to publish some defending beautiful firm news and words. For this kind of thing, Wang Xiao was naturally very willing to do it. Make money. Don't be shabby. As for who's right and who's wrong, what's that got to do with him, anyway? As long as the money is there, it's done. However, the poorly educated man was completely unaware that he had broken the law. If no money is confiscated, then naturally, it is a matter of personal will and personal speech, and as long as it does not involve any major national issues, basically there will not be any major problems. But the thing is, he's charging for it, and it's purposeful. Hey, it's better to be comfortable as an expert. Wang Xiao leaned back in his chair, his entire body looking relaxed and at ease. I used to be poor, but now I have a big villa, a big luxury car, savings, all of it, even the goddesses, previously untouchable, are now little more than objects of amusement. Opening his laptop, he saw, on his computer screen, a display of the many posts he had made. That latest one is his article lambasting the makers of panda burning. Instead, the next entry is where he is comparing the food issues of beautiful kin and Wasia. One comparison is convincing. For example, all the food in China is full of some kind of additives or something, but not in Meijian, dog's head. In the next article, the issue of the happiness index of the beautiful kin people. Look at people's beautiful kin. The people do not have the pressure of car loans and mortgages, although they live in rented accommodation, but they are very happy. And look at us in China, having basically labored and run around all our lives. We should lie flat. We should learn from beautiful kin, etc. You blow it up and it seems to make sense, but when you think about it, it's all a bunch of bullshit, and it doesn't make any practical sense at all. But you can't deny that in this world, there is just that group of people who don't have enough intelligence and understanding, or maybe they originally worshipped abroad. The moon is all full abroad, and the air is fragrant. If you think about it rationally, there are certain aspects of foreign countries that are better than China. For example, their advanced technology, and so on, but definitely not to the point of being so over the top as if anything is good. Otherwise, why not talk about the high murder rate on the streets of beautiful kin, but some of the licking dogs, having completely lost their wits, followed Woof Dash and started licking. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Open the door, homie. The neighborhood sends warmth. Hearing this, Wang Xiao froze slightly, and then smiled sardonically. Hey, this villa area. Everything is good. Is that this group of people is really too concerned about the experience of our residents? Wang Xiao stood up beautifully and went to open the door. Residents of villa areas like his? In fact, what if people from the neighborhood give them things for New Year's Eve and festivals? He was used to it. The stuff may not be worth a lot of money. It's basically just a couple thousand. Or even a couple $100. But the win is that it's free, as long as it's free. It smells good. So don't take it for nothing. Wang Xiao didn't think much about it and directly opened the door to the room. Then he froze, only to see that, although the ones standing in front of him were two men in suits, behind these two, they were followed by a group of men in uniform. You guys. Seeing those uniforms, Wang Zhao's heart involuntarily beat wildly, and subconsciously wanted to close the door. Maybe, it's called being a thief. Bang! However, before he could make a move, a few burly men directly pressed down on the door of the room and instantly put it down. Captain, the evidence is conclusive. This guy has posted a lot of garbage posts on the internet, explicitly and implicitly brainwashing the people of Huaxia, and at the same time, his account has been checked. He has received several remittances from abroad, and each one of them is not a small amount. It's safe to say that this guy was hired specifically to do this. Meanwhile, this scene is happening in the homes of many so-called experts in big verses, because they collect money too. In this world, there is no such thing as love without a cause or hate without a reason. Why were they the first to jump in and bash the panda virus after it broke out? That's a problem, of course. Among these experts and professors, there are actually some who have not received any money, they just simply worship abroad and simply lick. The captains of the NSA department are somewhat speechless when it comes to such people. You guys, you're not as good as the ones who collect the money. People are at the very least getting paid to do their jobs. And your brains are already broken. Soon the undercover arrest was complete. Yes, it was a covert operation. And the arrests were just minor ones. The really big fish would have already started to run away, only, everything was under their surveillance. So they weren't worried about those guys leaving China completely. Looking at the reported list of arrests, Director Lu Tian's face was calm. He wasn't angry just because these were Chinese and throwing dirty water on China. Not even a mental fluctuation, because such people are found in any country. After all, there has never been a shortage of such things as traitors through the ages. Damn, what the hell is going on in your heads? You guys with all the shit in your stomachs? On the seashore, a long-haired woman with a marvelous figure and a pair of long legs covered with black silk. Her face was furious, and she cursed angrily from her cherry mouth. If you look closely you'll see that it's a foreigner, more accurately, it's beautiful kin man. Her name is Emily, and she is indeed a beautiful kin. And, 5 years ago, she joined a company of beautiful kin. Prior to this, she was a college student, and everything was on a completely normal trajectory. It's as if, as a college student herself, she then enters the corporate gentry, which is the normal course of many people's lives. However, few people know that she is actually a spy for the Beautiful Kin Intelligence Service. After joining that company, after 5 years, she was dispatched to China to open a branch office with a long period of residency. The most crucial thing was that by utilizing the managerial position of this company, she had made friends with many wealthy people in China, even some middle-class people. Utilizing her status and beauty, she provided a lot of important information and data to Beautiful Kin. It was a certainty that after becoming in this capacity, utilizing her body and beauty, that was just inevitable. And at the same time she didn't care. After all, people abroad understand. In many ways, to be more open-minded than the Chinese. Originally, Emily thought that she had a good life, with money and a high status, and that even when her residency expired, she would immediately become a high-ranking member of the intelligence department when she returned, finally, retire and find an honest man to marry. However, she never expected that there would be an accident in the middle. A phone call struck her like a thunderbolt. She's been exposed. Moreover, not only her, the entire intelligence department, the spies that had taken years of painstaking effort and sacrificed an unknown number of seniors and manpower, and had been planted into China, were all exposed. It's all because of two people, Xin Hao and the head of intelligence, a guy as dumb as a pig. Johns, compared to that Xin Hao, she hated Johns even more. There is a saying in Huaxia that is right, not afraid of godlike enemies, but afraid of pig-like teammates. Hoo. Emily gasped for air as she looked up, only to see a dock in the distance, where she had been met. She had already been exposed, and China, as long as it wasn't a fool, must have blocked off key places like airports and high-speed trains, and other key places, and those areas, whoever went there would die. So, she had to sneak out. Johns, if I can get back, You must be held accountable for this. You are guilty of the entire intelligence service. Emily had a cold glint in her eyes, and none of those who could get to a position like hers were virtuous. Soon approaching the shore, she saw some foreigners, also beautiful kin people, and even many Chinese. Emily frowned slightly, knowing that there were definitely her teammates here. But unfortunately, they didn't know each other. Often they are code names and have never seen each other at all. This is also to prevent, once someone is exposed, they will confess to others. Mr. Beautiful Kin. Go. Emily came to one of the ships, which were all going to fish, and all around them was a strong smell and stench of fish. She's a little topsy-turvy with her status. This kind of place wouldn't have been pressed into service before. Ma'am, if it's a trip to Beautiful Kin, it could cost a pretty penny. How much? 660,000. Hearing this, Emily laughed. And so did the other, a very common conversation, but actually a coded message. Please. The other man reached out and made a gesture of invitation. Yes. Emily breathed a long sigh of relief in her heart, but still didn't let her guard down. She knew that as long as she hadn't left China yet, it was dangerous. She then saw a number of people from abroad boarding the ship. It's a fishing boat, but now it's a ship transporting spies. Who would have thought that on a fishing boat there would exist beautiful managers of top companies that roam among the rich and powerful of China? Who would have thought that on a fishing boat there would be a blogger on Douyin with tens of millions of followers who claims to love Huaxia? Who would have thought that a beautiful kin man who married a Chinese wife, and in the eyes of outsiders, the husband and wife respect each other and live happily ever after? All kinds of professions, all kinds of people. This time, it's really time to say goodbye. Emily looked at the huge, luxurious harbor and stood on the board, her eyes a little misty, murmuring in a low voice, Wachovia. She loved this place. Here. There was the food she longed for. Here. There was the prosperity she longed for. Here. There was the peace she longed for all its faults. It is the safest country in the world. What's more, what country doesn't have some problems? It's just that you're not abroad, so you don't know. What you see is just a mirage that people are willing to let you see. It's not always necessary to say goodbye. However, the moment Emily's words fell, a soft laughing voice sounded behind her. In an instant, Emily's sweaty hair stood on end and she jerked her head around to look, only to see, at an unknown time, a man with an inch hair appeared behind her. You. Emily's face changed, and she opened her mouth, but half a dozen complete words escaped her. Emily, 28 years old, Harvard University, possesses great talent and design ability for the automobile field, so she was dispatched to China to sell new energy sedans. Young and earning millions a year, traveling in the rich and lower middle class circles of China, so to speak. A socialite with a great hand and good at socializing. As if he didn't see Emily's horrified expression, the inch-headed man slowly spoke Emily's personal information, even down to the fact that Emily had grown up, had been in a few relationships, and had done something tremendous, as if it had been seen through. You guys, did you really get all the information from the Ministry of Intelligence? Emily's face became bloodless in an instant, her eyes filled with horror. Aha, are you going to tie your hands? Or am I going to beat you up? The inch-haired man nodded with an undeniable smile and said faintly, I want to know, how exactly did you guys do it? Was this a trap laid by you? Or did that young man called Huaxia do it? At that, Emily bit her lip, looking flirtatious. A trap? Unfortunately not. It doesn't hurt to tell you. You won't have a chance to go back anyway. The inch-haired man lowered his voice and slowly said, actually, Xin Hao didn't put up a fight at all. It's just that John's invaded someone's computer and was passively defended by the computer program. That means that if you don't hack into people's computers, they have no interest in you at all. Boom! With one word, Emily's body trembled all of a sudden, and she violently lifted up that delicate pretty face, her eyes full of disbelief. Things had come to such a pass that she believed that there was absolutely no point in the other party telling lies, because, as the inchman said, she would never be able to leave China again in her life. Once a spy is secretly captured, it is self-evident exactly what happens to him or her. There are basically just two possibilities. The first, pretending not to be caught, counterintelligence. The second, after draining all the information, was simply disposed of in secret. Here's where some kids are going to ask, if you know you'll die if you say it, then why say it? Hey. There's a saying that life is better than death. At some point, death is a relief. Then that means that Xin Hao, this person's ability, is real? It was half a moment before Emily spoke a little dryly. Yeah. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? The inchman nodded and smiled, then spread his hands. Honestly, it's hard for me to imagine, but it is. This time, Emily was silent longer. Damn you Johns, you stupid pig. The inch-headed man just smiled at that, and with a wave of his hand, a large number of officers came forward and took Emily away directly. A large number of arrests were made in a short period of time. Some people are sleeping at home, Some are eating breakfast made by their wives with a happy face. And some are working at the office, even. More so, people were negotiating business, but when the men saw the officers who had come to arrest them, one and all put up almost no resistance. Or rather, they couldn't resist, after all. They're not combatants, just spies. Only, it was all done in secret, leaving little trace. Not so much on the internet. A large number of big versus and so-called experts have had their accounts blocked, and even a lot of some small media outlets that followed the trend have been banned. The smart ones, obviously sensing that the wind was blowing in the wrong direction, became trembling. For ordinary people, these things have little to do with them, but for some unclean people, the slightest breeze is enough when they can't sleep for days on end. Hey viewers, this isn't working for you either. Let's just say, it's big, round and slippery. Are you really not able to see it at all? At the moment, Jean May was holding a plate with a disappointed look on her face. No. Do you want to see what you're talking about? That's why I saw you with the plate. Otherwise it's really misleading. Pa, you bunch of lower-headed men. Isn't what people say wrong? It's you who have problems with your minds. The livestream was lively and the audience was very vocal. Is there really no one to recognize? Jean May didn't care in the slightest, as if she were an auctioneer. Ahem. Kim, do you think there's any chance this was like last week? Qin Xiaoyun looked embarrassed. Although, barring that, we did find treasure in our cousin's kitchen. Vegetable plates and knives. But it's not like even a plate is worth anything. Shangzhou? Last week, the up and down one up. Ha ha ha. Come on. You two stop it. Chen Guowei watched the two girls play a lively game and laughed helplessly. Generally speaking, as long as it's an antique or something like that, even if it's a plate, there will be a red seal underneath it. But this plate doesn't have one at all, so it can't possibly be an antique. At those words, Jean May was a little disappointed. It's making her a bit up and down. It's hard, when she was joking around. She thought there couldn't possibly be a treasure, but as it turned out, the thing was indeed a treasure. It's like a couch, and a chopping board and stuff like that, but now what she thought was worth something. Instead everyone thinks it's not, sincerely, I guess. Subsequently, she and Qin Xiaoyun carefully took those plates out, all without identification. Directly look at the bottom of the so-called seal can be distinguished. Unfortunately, all of these plates are modern craft products, in Qin Xiaoyun's terms. It's even likely to be from last week. Not to mention the Shangzhou. Gee, a little disappointing. Jean May sat in one of the chairs with a despondent look on her face. You don't behave when you should, and you play hard to get when you shouldn't. Audience, no big sister. Who can keep real antiques in the kitchen? Even if they really don't care about money, they wouldn't do that. Indeed. Not to mention the question of whether it's worth it or not. It's just that all these antiques were used by the dead and are still different from the family. Unlucky. Looking at what the live viewers were saying, Jean May nodded thoughtfully. Good point. Very good point. No matter how valuable it is, it doesn't change the fact that it was used by a dead man. And what about these chopsticks? She turned her head to look at Chen Shangyang. After all, this one was a professional. At those words, the corner of Chen Shangyang's mouth twitched. Ordinary chopsticks. Hey, that's the worst. Kitchen Dragon King I've ever seen. Kimmy shook her head inside. Originally, she wanted to say, this is the worst term of Dragon King I've ever seen. But when she thought about it, other than the kitchen, people really aren't that bad anymore. You can't say that either. However, Chen Xianyang raised his eyebrows. Dishes. They don't prove a kitchen is good or bad. That? Jean May's spirit was suddenly shaken. Did it mean that there were other valuable things? Besides knives, chopping boards, what do you think people use the most every day? Only Chen Xianyang slowly arrived near a wall. The wall wasn't really a wall, but a huge freezer-like refrigerator. It's very similar to that huge freezer that many restaurant kitchens use. However, everyone knew that this was not a freezer, but a real refrigerator. After all, they had seen Qin Hao and Chen Xianyang using it before. This refrigerator is worth a lot of money? Chen Guowei asked with some confusion. Today, the price point for refrigerators is around $2,000 to $4, $000 to $5, $000, and most people use refrigerators in their homes in this price range. And the slightly more expensive ones are probably around $10, $000 to $20, $000. That's already a high-end refrigerator. That's why everyone didn't bother with the refrigerator. If it was a few decades ago, good lord, it was absolute luxury. But now, sparsely, or even if it's not in the house, that's rather what would be surprising. It's expensive. Chen Xianyang nodded his head and smiled, slowly saying, do you guys want to guess how much this refrigerator costs? First of all, I can give you guys a rough introduction. It's a foreign brand, and it contains self-developed chips. That's right, a refrigerator with a chip, and everything inside. All handmade. As for deodorizing and whatnot, those are basic functions. Good guy. As soon as I heard about this foreign one with an independently developed chip, I knew it definitely wouldn't be cheap. Ahem. As we all know. But anything tied to pure handmade is not cheap. Indeed. It's obvious that there are a lot of people. But the crafts are ridiculously expensive. And I don't even know why. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience instantly understood as they listened to Chen Xiangyang's introduction. Especially those few concentrated words, self-developed chips, abroad, purely handmade, combined. It's one word. Expensive. Of course. What's more important is that special materials have been added to it. And this special material, it needs to be changed once in half a year. And every time it's changed, the price isn't low, at least $10,000, Chen Xiangyang said lightly. Perhaps many people will ask, this refrigerator, how is it? With that, he opened one refrigerator door after another. And there were so many of them that you could even say it was an entire section of the wall inside. However, it doesn't really stand out much, other than looking slightly more high-end. The most powerful is its freshness preservation function. I dare say this refrigerator is absolutely world-class. Once someone did a test, an apple put in for a year, and after taking it out, there is almost no big change. Everyone was shocked at these words. Did I hear wrong, or did the old man say wrong? Good lord. Apples left in for a year without much change? How is that possible? In the live room, the audience was beyond shocked to know. A fruit like an apple is not very perishable. But that's a year, in the realm of the time of year. No fruit can sit in any refrigerator unchanged. Gramps, that's impossible, isn't it? Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun looked at each other and suddenly had a bold idea. If one puts it in. Sheesh, indeed it is true. However, Chen Xiangyang nodded and continued. That's what we've tested. The moisture, softness, hardness, surface, it almost doesn't change too much. It's almost the same as a fresh apple. Also, this refrigerator has multiple zones. There's a beverage zone, a fruit zone, a wine zone, and in each of those zones, they're all at completely different temperatures. The perfect temperature. Also, because of the chip, it automatically calculates the time and season. Chen Xiangyang had a smile on his face. That means that when you go to drink a beverage in the winter, it's not particularly cold, just that much cooler than room temperature. But if you go for a drink in the summer, then it will have two options. One a little cooler than room temperature and one so cool that you don't even have to adjust the temperature at all. So, here's the key question. Guess what? How much did this refrigerator cost? When these words came out, everyone couldn't help but speculate. This refrigerator feature is so unbelievable, it's almost like our dream love box. Who can say no to a refrigerator that knows you and understands you? 100,000? Kimmy asked tentatively. However, Chen Xiangyang was smiling without saying anything. Jean Mei, this is all boobs and no brains, right? Chip, purely handmade, and so big, it'll probably cost 100,000. Plus this preservation power and adaptive season. I estimate at least 300,000. $300,000 for a refrigerator? Dude is exaggerating. Ahem. I have a $300,000 refrigerator at home. But I can safely say that my refrigerator doesn't have that feature. Upstairs, big guy. Still missing a pendant? If not, lack of boyfriend? In the live room, the audience was talking. But it was all bullshit. After all, most of them are ordinary people who can't really guess at such luxuries. $500,000. Chen Guowei gave a very fair price. I'd say it's almost $500,000 or so. Qin Xiaoyun thought slightly and nodded. If it was before, $500,000 for a refrigerator, she wouldn't even dare to think about it. It was too expensive. In their city, they could buy a rough house of about 100 square feet. And that's just a refrigerator. But after seeing cousin Qin Hao's mess of expensive items, even tens of millions of dollars in the sofa, it was much bolder. $880,000. Chen Xiangyang didn't let the crowd wait too long and directly spoke a number. What the fuck? $880,000? A refrigerator? Suddenly I feel that a year of freshness is nothing. How much fruit can I buy for $88 million? Directly with a truck pull, but also all fresh. I use you to keep fresh? Hearing the figure of $880,000, all the audience exploded. Be reasonable. With over $800,000, you can eat fruit until you puke. And you still need to use one of your refrigerators to keep it fresh, or even eat straight from birth to death. Is this the life of the rich? It's really unpretentious. Jean Mei smashed her mouth as she listened, suddenly thinking that it wasn't impossible to not eat this fruit. You guys think this is the end? Chen Xiangyang shook his head and lost his smile, saying faintly, I wonder if you guys have ever thought about a question. Of course, this may hurt to say, but it's a very real one. What's the problem? Jean Mei asked in a hurry. That is, the values are different. Or rather, we store different things. For example, your refrigerator is for storing pork. some simple fruits, beverages, liquor, frozen shrimp, and other very common foods. So basically, a refrigerator that's about $3,000 will do the trick. At that, the audience nodded. Which was true. Nowadays, technology has advanced so much that the field of refrigerators, too, has reached a kind of ceiling where most of the features are basically pretty much the same. But what if when you store something, it's worth millions, even tens of millions? Although, they had known for a long time that what manhwaedit was of great value, and even extremely extravagant, as this was known on the first day May came. But now, you're actually telling us that there are tens of millions of dollars worth of ingredients in the fridge. It's gold. But speaking of which, they had never really seen what was in the refrigerator at Hao's house. In the meat category, you should all know a very famous type of beef, Sakura Wagyu. Chen Shangyang opened the refrigerator and took out a box of beef, only to see that the texture on this beef was clear, especially the snowflakes on the meat, which was very beautiful, even in the uninitiated. With just a glance, you know it's good meat. Sakura Wagyu. Many people may have simply heard of it and know it's expensive, but they don't really know why it's expensive. The so-called Wagyu beef, a black-haired cow unique to the Sakura country only, is the best meat of the world's workers, and requires a strict stomach and intestines for the cow. First of all, it must be from a prestigious family, and the bloodline must not have a single drop of mixed blood mixed into it. Kimmy, audience, dumbstruck, a cow, and it's so fucking fancy. A famous family, what? This proves that there are status cows, does it? Good lord, a cow actually talking about pedigree. That's something I didn't expect. I'd be more interested to know what it takes to be a famous family, where all the ancestors are of the same breed and there is no crossbreeding? Ha ha ha. Outrageous. Although nowadays, dogs talk about pedigree, but cows talk about pedigree is outrageous. Inside the live room, the audience couldn't help but have more of a look at the joke attitude, even. For many, it feels like it's just a gimmick, a marketing ploy. Is it really not a prestigious family? Is it really not a mixed blood that people can eat out of? What? Your mouth is a testing instrument. The meat may indeed be good, or it wouldn't be so popular. There's no denying that, but to a large extent, it's nothing more than a psychological effect of eating one. I know, maybe you're surprised, but don't be. Chen Shangyang looked at Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyan's speechless faces and laughed. Because, this cow can be said to be enjoying the best treatment on earth. The emperor among cows. Why do you say that? Every single one of the cows. They maintain a small amount of physical activity by taking a walk every day in a pasture that looks like a wonderland. At the same time, the staff will also play beautiful music that the cows like, with the goal of getting them in the mood and keeping their moods and minds relaxed and happy. Audience. They could almost visualize that image already, a beautiful ranch in the middle of a beautiful ranch, all prairie as far as the eye can see, with a group of staff more numerous than the cows, serving these cattle lords. It's really just that. Cows are more expensive than people, and that's not all. Every week, the staff will also groom the cows to get them in shape and even massage their bodies regularly to speed up circulation while relaxing their muscles. Every piece of Wagyu beef is carefully selected and every part, even every piece, is labeled. Gulp. 2 audible gulps sounded. Chen Shangyang turned his head to look, and then he saw Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyan both looking at the beef with their eyes straight. Both eyes were glowing, listening to music and being massaged by a Bull Moncler outlet store. What does this meat taste like? Must be pretty awesome. Ha! I used to just know that people are inferior to dogs and cats. After all, pets have a high status in the family these days, but I never thought that it would be inferior to cows. Anything, any creature, at the top of the heap. It's all pretty awesome. I remember, didn't Sakura country used to have that teenage girl thingy? That stuff can make money, and you even have to wait in line. So that means that even a single pile of it is something a lot of people can't afford to eat. But, ha ha ha, grass. You guys are really awesome. Inside the live broadcast, there was laughter and even a feeling that only Sakura Nation could pull off such outrageous behavior. Ahem. Elder Chen. How much does this beef cost per catty? Kimmy coughed dryly, afraid she couldn't help it, although it was said that her food and drink would be reimbursed in the end, and settled together to Qin Hao. But apparently, this kind of stuff is expected to be bad enough to be covered by reimbursement. Size is kind of a luxury item, right? A pound? Upon hearing this, Chen Shangyang smiled and slowly said, if it's a top-grade Wagyu, if you buy it locally in Sakura country, the equivalent Chinese currency, at first, was about $500 or $600 for about 100 grams. Oh, $500 or $600 a pound. That's not particularly. Wait, how much? Listening to the words in front of them, Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyan breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. If it's $500 or $600 a pound and it's a Wagyu that listens to music and gets massaged, it's really not particularly expensive. But when they heard the last sentence, The two men directly froze in place and directly stared with wide eyes. 100 grams? 2 taels? Yes, 2 taels. Moreover, this is still in Sakura country locally, the kind in short supply. If it is imported in China, hey. Chen Xiangyang smiled slightly and did not continue. But everyone understands that it was an astronomical price. Hitting $1,000 for 100 grams calculates that 500 grams is a pound. That's like $5,000. A little more edible. Straight 5,000 gone. I don't know why. I'm used to seeing all kinds of Qin Hao's bullish stuff. $5,000 a caddy. Instead, I still think it's not expensive. Am I wasted? Just as the audience was discussing, Chen Xiangyang once again took out an object. Palamos giant red shrimp is a unique ingredient in the world. The top ingredient in red shrimp, called the king of shrimp. It's 10 times more flavorful and 10 times sweeter than wild sea shrimp. What can be exported to the world each year is about 150,000 kilograms, which may seem like a lot, but it's the whole world. I'm not too sure of the exact price, but a serving of pasta made from the brains of Palamos big red shrimp, even if that shrimp is a cold remnant, will buy you more than $500 or $600 a serving. The audience looked at the big red shrimp and unconsciously gulped. It was huge. Bigger than an adult's palm. Most of all, the bright red color was as if it was blood. Immediately after that, Chen Xiangyang took out several more ingredients. It's safe to say that basically most of them haven't even heard of it, let alone seen it. For example, a melon from the country of Sakura, once the most perfect one, sold for an astronomical price of $150,000, while Qin Hao here, there was a full box. Of course, whether it was the most perfect or not, that was unknown. Densuk black-skinned watermelons, because of their low yield, produce only a few dozen per year at harvest time. But the price is extremely scary, tens of thousands apiece. Even a 17-pound watermelon was sold directly to more than $6,000 US, which translates to 40,000 to 50,000 Chinese dollars, one exquisite and exotic ingredient that dazzled everyone. Watch it live and see it long. I can kind of see why you need an $88 million refrigerator. A couple $1,000 refrigerator doesn't even qualify for these things. The audience sighed. And of course, there were many who said that Qin Hao was an ingrate, living too lavishly, and so on. But whether or not it's a grievance, an IQ tax, that stuff is a matter of opinion. A couple $1,000 tote bag can hold things. A several $100,000 designer bag can hold stuff too. They are, in theory, functionally the same. So the question arises, why buy hundreds of thousands of dollars of bags? A $50 pound Peeps can be eaten, as well as a $100 pound one. So why would a rich person choose a $100 pound one? There is no denying that there are indeed many items today that are IQ screeners, but not all of them, and most of them are still about a penny for a pound. Tap tap tap. Just then, Qin Hao walked down from upstairs, yawning, obviously not yet awake. Morning, snorted, shuffled a melon, and clicked and nibbled. Everyone watching had their cheeks twitching. This one could be thousands, if not tens of thousands gone. Come one? Qin Hao saw Jean Mei's odd expression and handed one out. Forget it, can't afford it. Jean Mei shook her head repeatedly, and even felt a little melancholy in her heart. All that food you eat here yourself these days probably exceeds the show's participation prize of $500,000. The program, in the end, should reimburse itself, right? Otherwise, she could have been the first host ever to go broke from interviewing for a show, because of food. Qin Hao, into the lives of the People program team. The atmosphere at the moment was a bit heavy and depressing. All the staff ghosted and looked cautiously at Li Haoran, the general director. They were dreaming that Qin Hao, the tycoon's home. Even the food was so expensive. It must be known that within this program group of theirs, the participation prize is only $500,000, which means that this $500,000, in the end, is given to Qin Hao. Similarly, there was also money from various rewards in the live broadcasting room, which was also given to Qin Hao. As for Jean Mei, the host, in Qin Hao, the participant's house, the expenses for food, drink, and so on will be settled in the end. After all, they're on GOAT TV, a regular program, and they can't take advantage of the People one iota. Originally, everyone didn't care about the cost of eating and drinking on this. After all, it's all just food that ordinary people eat. How much does it cost? But now, looking at the picture, Qin Hao was holding a melon, crunching and gnawing on it. They were a bit silent and awkward, let's just say. They have a small grid. Who knew that what this Qin Hao kid eats is so expensive? Is that fruit to eat? Is that food? That's money for eating. Every bite is money. Director Lee, do you think that in the end when we give the settlement for the food and accommodation costs, the $500,000 participation prize is all zero? Director Lee, if it doesn't work, let's let Sister Jean buy her own food, or buy her own food and cook it herself. Otherwise we don't have enough funds. Oomph. Upon hearing this, Director Lee Howrenly grunted, squinted at the other staff members, and faintly said, "Don't worry, if it was before, I would have been worried about that. But not now, because our program has caught fire, even abroad, and has gained quite a reputation. Therefore, all the major companies are very much wanting to give us sponsorship for the program. As for letting Jean May cook alone or go buy food by herself, that's not going to work. It's too easy to be suspected." All the staff members lit up at this statement. "I can't believe this is still a good thing. Director Lee, do you think I can go help Sister Jean? I think Sister Jean needs help." Director Lee, "I've been wanting to say this for a long time, but it's never been convenient for me before, and I want to say, you're so handsome." The staff members talked to each other, being able to go over to Jean Hao's side. It would be fair and square to use the funds within the program to eat, drink and have fun. Who wouldn't want to be on such a good thing? The bottom line is, it's still expensive food that they've never had before, and it's beautiful to think about. If you miss this village, you won't find that store. Looking at a group of excited staff, Lee Howren rolled his eyes. "You guys want to go? I still want to go. All that food. Just looking at it alone makes your mouth water." But unfortunately, in order not to arouse Jean Hao's suspicion, no one could go. "It's just fruit. It doesn't cost you anything." Jean Hao shoved the melon directly into Jean May's hand without a care in the world. The look was as bad as if this melon was a few dollars a pound. Really? For crying out loud. Only Jean Hao is so generous. Right? Indeed. I can't even fucking eat such expensive fruit myself, let alone give it to someone else. Although we all know that the program will settle the bill in the end, Jean Hao doesn't know that, so he's really generous. But of course, you can also say that he's a real loser. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience watched Jean Hao's behavior and secretly nodded their heads. When they didn't know that those foods in Jean Hao's house were so expensive, they didn't care. But now that I know, that's a completely different idea inside their heads. However, a question could not help but arise. That said, when it comes time to finally reimburse for food, can the program afford to do so? Okay, Jean May hesitated, then nodded. Since Director Lee hadn't called her, it also meant that the program needed to continue. So the issue of food expenses must have been resolved by the program team as well. With that, he crunched and ate. The first sip went down and the eyes lit up. Sweet and crunchy. But upon closer recollection, the sweetness was indeed much sweeter than regular melons. But to say how good it was, it really wasn't. It's more of an expensive psychological effect. Perhaps this is the unpretentious life of the rich. Jean May sighed slightly in her heart. "Cousin, do you usually eat these all the time? Very expensive fruits and foods?" Jean May thought about it and couldn't help but ask, "Is it expensive?" Jean Hao was surprised with a puzzled look. "Isn't this a normal fruit?" Audience, Kimmy, this fucking rich guy. I admit that I have low self-esteem, and I went from jealousy to facelessness. I've already mastered Jean Hao's 3 great secrets. First, I don't know if I'm awesome at mastering hot skills, just having that hard need. Second, isn't that a normal thing? Third, it's a lot of work for hundreds of thousands of dollars a month of business. But, ha ha ha, you've mastered Jean Hao's utterances. Inside the live room, the audience was speechless. You can't be too Jean Hao. Looking at Jean May's stifled red face, Qin Xiaoyun's shoulders trembled, but he was too embarrassed to laugh out loud. "Little Qin, today we should. Ahem, right?" Just then, Chen Guowei coughed dryly, his eyebrows bouncing up and down a bit, his meaning very obvious. He had little interest in these expensive foods, very impatient to have a good exchange with Qin Hao. Qin Hao was flabbergasted for a moment, and it soon dawned on him that he remembered that he had promised Elder Chen earlier that he would exchange academic issues. Okay, the group then made their way to the living room. "Elder Chen, are there any secrets in this academic?" Jean May asked very cautiously. If there was a secret then she couldn't broadcast it live. "No, just some basic academics." Chen Guowei shook his head and looked solemnly at Qin Hao. Even because of the excitement, his face was a little red. "It's not easy. I've been here for many days, and it's hard to catch this opportunity. Can I not be excited?" Even because he was so excited, he actually didn't know what to ask for a while. It's like, there are so many questions in your head that you simply don't know which one to ask first. "Little Qin, what are your thoughts on the battle over the cumulus press?" Not knowing which tendon was wrong, Chen Guowei subconsciously asked. "Qin Hao, crowd, Gramps, your so-called academic question. Is this it? Ha ha ha, what an academic question. The pattern is just great. Starting directly from the accumulator pressure. First of all, I think the war over at cumulus press is very tense and perennially underwater. But I'm actually personally more optimistic about the little onion with tofu dish. And if you're asking me why, I personally think that the war over at Cumulus Press is very tense. Crap literature. Mastered to death by this term's netizens. Inside the live broadcast room, The audience originally had the attitude of learning, and even held the idea of listening to heavenly books. As a result, you come up and directly a staged pressure war. Good guy, the pattern is too big, but what the hell does that have to do with academics? Ha ha ha, just kidding. Looking at the expressions of the several people who looked like they had seen a ghost, Chen Guowei smiled awkwardly. Little Qin, what are your thoughts on the current technological development? Hearing this, the crowd was relieved. Yeah, ask me something serious, coming up on the international situation. Who can top that? Mainly because it doesn't have a damn thing to do with science or anything. At the same time, the crowd also wanted to see whether Qin Hao had any real talent or not. For now, technology has reached a bottleneck stage. However, Qin Hao's words directly made everyone freeze. Technology? Has it reached a bottleneck? Is that so? Most of the people were actually unsure and looked at Chen Guowei in unison. What is the most representative of technology? Gramps? Qin Hao had a smile in his eyes and asked himself a question before Chen Guowei could answer. Energy, aeronautics, probes, fire control technology, eye-in-the-sky systems, and more. Audience. Is this how bigots communicate? Some of them can be understood, but some of them are really incomprehensible or even unintelligible. Can any of the big boys explain what the probes, fire control technology, and the sky eye system are? Thanks for the invitation. Just got back from Baidu. The detector is a cosmic detector, specializing in detecting major galaxies. Fire control technology, not the manipulation of flames, but a general term for various firing, aiming, and other manipulation systems. The eye-in-the-sky system? Get it all. Inside the live broadcast room, there are still a lot of big brothers. After all, the base is large, and all kinds of big gods appear. Energy. Now the major countries have come to a point of limit. All countries want to innovate a new energy source, but unfortunately, this new energy source, the battery, is not applicable, or even just a half-finished product. More than that, home products, new energy vehicles, cell phones, and other devices are often very unstable and, moreover, do not store enough power. Energy, just look at the people using it. Qin Hao said here, disdainfully spelled out his mouth, and said lightly, a cell phone with one flush a day is troublesome as hell. And incidents such as cell phone explosions and burns have appeared in most cell phone brands. Besides, the automobile, this is the folk most representative of new energy, right? Said to save money, indeed than the oil car to save money. But alas, the waste is time. Charging from 0 to 100, it takes too long. The conversion rate is too slow. The bottom line is that battery cars, in the event of an explosion, or a circuit problem, are so dangerous that they burn and explode at a rate far exceeding that of an oil car. Some of you should know something about battery car explosions. From burning to explosion, people may not be able to react fast enough. You call this a new energy source? I'd say the human removal program is more like it. Everyone was silent, because it's not uncommon for tethered energy cars to explode, even many times once a car explodes. Good lord. The guy doesn't even have time to run out. There's an even more outrageous one where the car has an accident and the smart car locks the person right in, explodes, and is cremated right on the spot. Indeed, in terms of major energy sources, it has now gone as far as it can go. Chen Guowei was silent for a moment and slowly nodded his head. No, actually, technology has gone as far as it can go, at least for the current Blue Star, not just energy. However, Qin Hao was directly shaking his head and said in a deep voice, to use a very obvious example, Elder Chen, have you noticed a strange phenomenon? What? Chen Guowei snapped his head up and looked straight ahead. Most of the technology, in fact, has been standing still for the last 10 or 8 years. Qin Hao's eyes were deep, and his tone was filled with inexplicable meaning. Technology is standing still? It can't be, can it? I feel like technology is innovating nowadays. It's not so bad to say it's staying put. Inside the live room, the audience had a puzzled look on their faces. As for Chen Xiangyang, Jin Mei, and Qin Xiaoyun, they weren't very knowledgeable, so they didn't interrupt. This, Chen Guowei frowned and thought quickly in his mind. Over the years, all the major countries have been making progress, but to say that the fastest progress has been made, it is undoubtedly Huaxia. But to say that technology is standing still, he does feel that way, and it was a long time ago. Let's use an analogy with something that is very common among our folk people. Cell phones. Qin Hao laughed. Mobile phones are one of the more representative technological crystallizations of mankind. But have cell phones tossed out any higher tech in just the years so far? Nope. It's nothing more than expanding the screen, expanding the memory, expanding the runtime. And you call that innovation? Isn't this just patching and maintaining on top of one, but have truly innovative cell phones, crossover products, really emerged? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyun frowned and said in surprise, but cousin, isn't this also a kind of innovation? No, It's not. Xin Hao shook his head and said in a deep voice, this so-called innovation is actually just a patch or supplement. Just like a person who is hungry and knows to eat. The cell phone screen, from 3 or 4 inches, to 5 or 6 inches, seems to be an innovation, but in reality, it is just a patch, a newer iteration. And his theoretical basis is unchanged. What's the real technological breakthrough? The real watershed between Nokia and smartphones. That one is called innovation. The underlying core has changed dramatically. When this was said, everyone understood, but anyone who was a little bit older has experienced the Nokia era. Into the later smartphones, which are a completely different species, though they are both called cell phones. There has been a sea change from major aspects. Everyone's expression was in a bit of a trance. Originally they didn't believe it, but now, they believe it. It turns out that the current level of technology, for a long time, was in place. It's just a newer iteration, building on the foundation of the one, but not a bigger breakthrough in progress across the ages. Holy shit, I don't know why, but I actually have a faint sense of fear. Fine thought I have would? Indeed. If you put it that way, cell phones, the field of technology, have been standing still. It seems that many cell phones come out every year, but getting them around is nothing but the same thing. The most outrageous thing is that a cell phone, do not compete with the chip, do not compete with the speed, and now damn one manufacturer after another, began to compete with the camera and photography. It is outrageous. It feels like going off the rails. Inside the live room, the audience said everything, but a very large majority of people were supporting Xin Hao's claim. Even some intelligent spectators can't help but feel a sense of unknown fear in their hearts, an inexplicable sense of dread. That, well, it does. Chen Guowei was silent for a moment and nodded with a grave expression on his face. But cell phones don't represent technology after all, do they? That's right. Xin Hao nodded with a smile. So what would represent technology? Do moon landings count? Of course. Jean Mei, Xin Shaoyun nodded in unison. If landing on the moon wasn't considered a technological level, what else could be? So, those of you who follow this, might know when man landed on the moon? Xin Hao nibbled a mouthful of watermelon and said indifferently, the time of mankind's landing on the moon was 1969, and after all these years, mankind is still playing around with the matter of the blue planet and the landing on the moon. And as for anything like Mars and Jupiter and so on, it seems like there's a lot of news, but those who actually know what they're talking about understand that most of it is specious data, so-called probes, monitoring stations, yet in reality, no planet has ever landed. To put it bluntly, the interior of Blue Star hasn't even been studied yet. It's just a superficial layer. And landing on the moon? Thinking too much. Speaking here, Xin Hao looked at Chen Guowei. After all these years, humans are still playing on the blue planet. Is that technology standing still? Chen Guowei. Broken defense, and it's breaking big defenses. His research was on propulsion, gravity, etc. So you can imagine what he was feeling. Oh yes, that's a rather interesting thing to say. Xin Hao laughed. Someone once said that the beautiful Qin moon landing was actually a conspiracy. A fake moon landing. Of course, whether it's true or not, that's not clear but as far as I know, if this is a fake, then no nation in all of Blue Star has actually completed a moon landing. Xin Shaoyun, Kimmy, audience, Fogweed, do you want to see what you're talking about? No country other than beautiful Qin has ever completed a moon landing? How is that possible? Isn't that a mistake? I remember, didn't we Chinese land on the moon? Yang blah blah blah, and can't say. If those in front of Xin Hao and Chen Guowei's conversation, the audience might still have a half understanding of them, but they still know a lot about this moon landing behind them. That's a lot of countries that have landed on the moon, beautiful Qin, Hua Xia, Su Lin. As a result, when it comes to your Xin Hao's mouth, there is only one beautiful Jian, even if beautiful Qin is fake. No country has ever landed on the moon? Cousin, you're wrong, aren't you? Jean Mei frowned. Xin Hao didn't know that it was now a live broadcast, but she knew very well how much Xin Hao's words would bring to himself. To put it mildly, the whole internet sprayed you, so she hastened to warn, the moon landing is a matter of national pride and represents the strength of China. And you're just going to lightly erase it with one sentence? Yeah cousin, that big brother Yang, wasn't he the one who landed on the moon? You must have misremembered. Xin Shaoyun also said in a hurry. Chen Guowei glanced at the two and didn't say anything. Hey, Xin Hao, however, smiled and shook his head. Well, in people's minds, there were 3 countries that landed on the moon. Beautiful Qin, China, and Sulian, right? But in reality, Sulin did not land on the moon. There was a moon landing program, and what was logged in successfully was only a probe, not a human landing on the moon. As for Big Brother Yang, he didn't actually land on the moon either. merely circling the blue planet 14 times and not logging onto the lunar surface. Boom, everyone exploded at these words, a recognized moon landing that's actually gone in fogweed. Isn't this way playing a little too big? Jean May was even more dumbfounded, her scalp tingling, and she didn't even know what to say for a while. It's not right this, as far as I can remember. Big Brother Yang was the one who landed on the moon. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Jean Hao, you Chinese summer trader, showing your chicken feet? I fucking remember clearly. Yang Big Brother landed on the moon. And even at the beginning of the study of the moon soil can grow vegetables. The result you tell me did not land on the moon? Inside the live room, the audience was so boisterous and explosive, mind blast. In fact, this is not to blame the audience. After all, the moon landing has always been the aspiration and pride of mankind, but also one of the representative of the world powers. If you are a beautiful woman and you go to the moon, then I will go to the moon too. And I definitely can't be left behind. But now, one word from you, Jean Hao, and we land on the moon for nothing? The entire live broadcast, millions of viewers, filled the screen with angry curses. Meanwhile, inside a college dormitory, ha ha ha, this idiot actually said that Huaxia didn't land on the moon. Is he here to make fun of us? The boy's name was Wang Chufei, and at the moment he was looking at the flat screen with a snicker, his eyes full of disdain. In fact, he still likes Jean Hao quite a lot, and watching the live broadcast can also give him a long view, and at the same time, he can also see the life of the rich. The main thing was that those skills mastered by Jean Hao. I don't know if it's true or not, but I'm just watching it anyway. But now, he knew that the so-called technological genius was a joke, and a technological genius. Calling you a piece of shit is a compliment. On a more serious note, then you are a summer trader? Our great achievements in China are wiped out by your words? What's the situation? One of the roommates poked his head in curiously and asked, wasn't I watching that Into the People's Lives program? That contestant, Jean Hao, actually blurted out something like, China didn't land on the moon. Don't you think that's hilarious? Bullshit. The internet is still saying he's some kind of tech genius. And you call that a genius? Wang Chufei said with a smile. A man who doesn't even know that China landed on the moon. And a technological genius, slip of the tongue. However, the roommate's sentence caused Wang Chufei's smile to stiffen directly on his face. China landing on the moon? When was that? It's true that China didn't land on the moon. What did you say? Do you know what you're talking about? Wang Chufei looked at his roommate with an incredulous face, and even he wondered if he was hallucinating something. Something that is well known. You tell me. That China landed on the moon, how is that possible? Even though he was very small then, he still remembers clearly that Big Brother Yang landed on the moon and even stirred up the whole country. Even they have studied it among the textbooks. Brother, you're remembering wrong. Indeed, there was no moon landing. However, just as he was wondering, another roommate spoke up. If it was someone else who said it, Wang Chufei might still laugh at it. Or even, if one roommate said it, he would still be suspicious. But if both roommates said it, then it meant that things were not simple. No, what are you guys talking about? China landed on the moon a long time ago, if I remember correctly, or I did it when I was a kid. Just then, a third roommate spoke up. As soon as these words came out, the entire dormitory was plunged into silence, and the four people looked at each other face to face, and they were even able to see a hint of panic in each other's eyes. Hiss! Wang Chufei even sucked in a breath of cool air. What's going on here? Why is that? People's memories are skewed. Some people feel that China has not landed on the moon, but a large number of people feel that China has landed on the moon. It's a mass event. Impossible. I remember clearly. Yang Big Brother has completed the moon landing, and even took photos, and once even studied whether the moon soil can grow vegetables. How come in your two mouths become? Wang Chufei said while quickly looking up on his cell phone. Has Huaxia completed the moon landing? A line that he typed directly into the search engine. However, the two words displayed on it caused his body to jolt. No, as of now, China has not completed a human landing on the moon, and the only country that has logged onto the moon so far is beautiful Kin. Seeing this message, Wang Chufei was dumbfounded. Even the roommate who had helped him out was in a daze. Our memories are skewed? The Mandela effect? But that's not right. How can something so big be so off? For some reason, an inexplicable panic appeared in Wang Chufei's heart. He always felt that something was wrong, but that feeling couldn't be described. Afterward, the eyes redirected to Jean Hao in the program. At the moment, his eyes had changed. If before it had been a mocking look at a fool, now it had taken on a hint of inexplicable meaning. He saw the pop-ups, the angry ones. With a bitter smile, he slowly typed out a line. The search engine is free. No charge. You can go and use it. No need to carry it here. I guarantee that the results of the search, absolutely out of your expectation. In fact, there are not many people like Wang Chufei. The first time Jean Hao finished speaking, they made good use of their brains and small hands and went to the search engine to search for it. instead of cursing angrily in the live broadcast, because everything is about evidence. However, the results of the search directly surprised everyone. It turns out that we in China really didn't land on the moon. They clearly remembered that Big Brother Yang completed the moon landing, and even studied it in the textbook. Why is that, at this moment? But anyone who uses a search engine is confused. Grass. We, Huaxia, have been working hard for so many years, and then you say no in one sentence? Xia traitor. It's over, brothers. I'm scared. Have our memories been tampered with? Inside the live room, it was almost a mess. Those who knew the answer only felt a wave of horror. It's such a big deal that there's a collective memory lapse. The most outrageous thing is that everyone is incredibly convinced that Huaxia has completed a human landing on the moon. There wasn't an ounce of doubt. That's what's scary. So it's true that Huaxia never completed a human landing on the moon? Inside the living room, Jean Mei, Qin Xiaoyun, and Chen Xiangyang put down their cell phones, and their expressions all went into a bit of a trance. Unbelievable, just unbelievable. So far. Yes, Chen Guowei nodded with a complicated face and looked at the three of them again suspiciously. Like you all thought Huaxia landed on the moon? But it was written in our elementary school textbook. I remember it clearly. Jean Mei is a bit emotional. That's probably because you're misremembering. As a matter of fact, China has indeed never completed a human landing on the moon so far. Qin Hao spread his hands. Silence. Even the viewers in the live broadcast room, who were still cursing angrily just a moment ago, fell silent in unison when they saw the results that Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun searched for. Mouthfuls, the evidence was right there in front of us, and it was useless even to talk tough. All three of them were in a bit of a trance. Holy shit, it's still true. China actually really didn't land on the moon? I admit, I spoke a little too loudly just now, but how is that possible? It's over. I don't seem to recognize the world. It was a long time before anyone started sending out pop-ups in the live room. Although the truth is right in front of us, it is still unacceptable. Xiao Qin, why do you think that beautiful Qin's moon landing was a fake? Chen Guowei has nothing to argue about whether or not China has landed on the moon. After all, he himself is a person in this area. Can he not know? He was rather interested in Qin Hao's claim that the beautiful Qin moon landing was fake. How to say? Qin Hao thought slightly and slowly said, it's too early. I wouldn't be surprised if it's now that we land on the moon. But at that time period, can technology really reach that kind of point? Keep in mind that in 1969, computers had only recently been introduced and electronic components were still very scarce. It's a bit outrageous that beautiful Qin was able to launch a manned spacecraft that successfully logged onto the moon and returned safely under such conditions. Because, even now, our probes are running around the moon with occasional glitches. When this statement was made, some fine thoughts came to one's mind. There are many things that don't stand up to close scrutiny. It's like a novel where the author feels there are no holes. That's one person's mind and it's limited, but to millions of readers, it's full of holes. Because it's millions of heads, can one man's head be as good as 1,000 other heads? That seems true. How did beautiful Qin manage to accomplish the moon landing in a time when computers were only recently introduced? Deception. Amazing deception. Misty grass. So, if beautiful Qin's moon landing was a fake, then our entire human history, in fact, never accomplished a moon landing at all? Ahem. You can't say that. Isn't our Chang'e fairy done? I'm talking about technology here and you're talking to me about mythology? The live broadcast room was completely blown up. What an amazing melon. Beautiful Qin's moon landing was actually a hoax, of course. Some people were also wondering if Qin Hao was jealous, or if Huaxia was jealous, and that was why they threw out this guess. Qin Hao, on the other hand, was merely a person who was pushed to the front stage. Conspiracy theories? Quite normal. Cousin, you have to realize the repercussions of your words if they get out. Jean Mei returned to her senses and gave a somewhat nervous reminder. This thing is about two countries. It's not a good idea to talk nonsense. Everything is about evidence. So it's just a guess. Qin Hao smiled helplessly and continued. Let's analyze it from all aspects. At that time, the situation between beautiful Qin and Su Lian was rather tense. While the space field has always been led by Su Lian, therefore, if the beautiful Qin cannot surpass the Su Lian, caused by the international status of the impact has been very large, the consequences are very serious. It is also at this time that if only there could be a moon landing, it would not only boost the popular morale of the beautiful Qin, but also lead the way in terms of international standing. But anyone who understands the international and economic context of the time can see that the motivation for the timing of the moon landing was very obvious. Speaking here, Qin Hao paused slightly and narrowed his eyes. It's like, you're sleepy and you just want to go to sleep. And if you don't go to sleep right away, you're going to die of sleepiness. But just at that moment, someone brings you a pillow by the same coincidence. Those who knew some of the history of the time instantly recalled it. A dark nod, indeed. There was great international tension, and this moon landing is just too much of a coincidence. Even Su Lian, who had been leading the pack, failed to complete the moon landing by the end, and beautiful Kin's landing was extremely sudden. It's like, there was not much news before, and then all of a sudden you are told that they have finished landing on the moon. It's outrageous. Xiao Qin, you can't dare to say this out there. Everything must be based on evidence. Qin Hao didn't know that this was a live broadcast, but Chen Guowei was well aware of it, and he naturally knew how much of an impact these words would have if they got out. After all, speculation is just speculation, and there's still no proof. However, the next moment, evidence? Of course I have it. Or would I dare to speculate like that? Qin Hao's words made everyone freeze. Good lord, you really have proof. Sure enough, it's still you, cousin. China did not land on the moon. Directly screwed, everyone did not land on the moon. Hoax. Everything is a hoax. Come to think of it, was it really possible to land on the moon in those days? Good lord. Beautiful Qin is hundreds of years ahead of Huaxia's technology? Most of all, how the hell do you land on the moon in a time period when computers aren't even very sophisticated? Inside the live broadcast room, the audience had already somewhat believed Qin Hao's words, because from so far, Qin Hao seems to have never lied. Except for the one that has not been proved yet. A lot of network authors' Supreme God accounts are his. But again, no one's come out to refute it. Chen Guowei's body jolted as he heard this. His eyes glowing, one thing occurred to him, that is, those spy materials. Could it be that Qin Hao had actually obtained other information? Only that he didn't give it to him. That possibility is still very much alive. Except I need to organize it. So it might take a few days. Qin Hao turned his words around and laughed. Okay, now let's get back to the point. You guys believe what I said is true, right? In fact, technology that's been staying put is just getting better at the basics. Updating and iterating. Not really a technological breakthrough at all. The crowd was a little sorry, but thinking that it would only take a few days anyway, they didn't dwell on it. However, for Qin Hao's words, they now recognized it. If you put it that way, technology is indeed marching in place. It's been a long time since technology got a breakthrough after the initial set of tech explosions. Some might say that technology mustn't take its time. Mustn't you take your time to perfect it before moving on to breakthroughs? That's not really true. Perfected to a certain extent. That's normal. But a lot of technology, nowadays, isn't perfected anymore. It's a monstrous strategy for change. Take cell phones. For example, what did people used to pursue with their cell phones? In 1,000 words, there are only 4 words. Smooth, no lag. But now, there is still no complete solution to the problem. And who dares to guarantee that their phone will not be stuck? Remember the taglines from all the major cell phone manufacturers? People don't advertise performance anymore. Because toss it around and it's still the same shit. Just slightly beefed up. What's being publicized now, however, is filming in photoshoots. What, 20 megapixels? 200 megapixels? But really use it. Big difference. At least, not at all give the user a misty grass. That's awesome. That sense of awesomeness, couldn't give it. A kind of awe that was completely out of place in this era. Fighter jets and all that. Now too. Chen Guowei slowly nodded after a moment of silence. He is a professor in this field, so he naturally knows. A lot of technology, which has already gone to a limit, is at best more perfected and perfected at that limit. Yes, by all rights, the universe should have been touched by now. But sadly, humanity is still playing around on the blue planet. Where is the most difficult problem? It's the same problem we just started talking about. Qin Hao spat out 2 words slowly with a smirk in his eyes. Energy. The energy on the blue planet is far from being able to support humans traveling the universe. And although the major countries have been tossing around energy now, they have not been able to get a big breakthrough. Hearing this, Chen Guowei couldn't help but remember. The energy crystal that was still in the Academy of Sciences, eyes blossomed violently with a strange light. Originally, he was thinking that Qin Hao didn't care about energy crystals at all, but now it seems that he was completely wrong. Big mistake. This was specially given to him by Qin Hao after recognizing his identity, because, as long as the country can research and understand that thing, with the current level of technology, it is fully capable of traveling the universe. The most difficult thing about trying to travel the universe has really always been energy. And there is no energy source that can keep a spaceship or something like that traveling the universe for any length of time, but energy crystals can. Good man. Still have to be watching you guys chat. This pattern is really big. Maybe, this is the big brother, moving the universe and the stars. Hey, I make 500 a month and I love to watch this stuff. Inside the live room, viewers discussed, though there were those who knew what they were doing who were in deep thought. In fact, with the present human technology, not to mention traveling the universe or whatever, it is possible to build a spaceship alone, far away. Not to mention Mars, Jupiter, the Moon, etc., which are relatively close, are absolutely fine. The biggest problem is energy. Spaceships must carry plenty of energy. And what is that energy? It can't be electricity. Can it? Something this big can only be oil, however. By the same token, a cosmic battleship that was too big and needed to use a lot of oil would be so much that even if it carried a lot of oil, it wouldn't be able to support such a big thing traveling the universe. Not even with control of fusion, there is no unlimited energy to support it. So, Chen Guowei looked at Qin Hao, wanting to get an affirmative answer. Although the Academy of Sciences was now fully researching energy crystals and flying machines, it was only skin deep. He wanted an affirmative answer. At that point, the whole country will move in that direction, of course. Trying to decide will undoubtedly require a number of discussions, and it is not something that can be decided quickly. After all, the fate of a nation is at stake. Aha! The energy compressed inside that energy crystal is far from the limit. Qin Hao narrowed his eyes and smiled. At these words, Chen Guowei understood. A palm-sized energy crystal can contain the energy of a supernuke, and once more are stored. It's a qualitative change. At the same time, I think, cell phones, cars, and so on, can be tested and tested. Phew! Chen Guowei took a deep breath. His mood was so excited that even one of his faces turned crimson from excitement. Yeah, that's wonderful. A problem that is arguably the hardest ever to solve may be about to be solved soon. Can he not be excited? Immediately afterward, Chen Guowei talked to Qin Hao about nuclear fusion, artificial sun and other technologies. What shocked him was that Qin Hao was able to answer them all one by one. Even some of the answers made him, an old professor, crack up. Having no choice but to take out a notebook, Chen Guowei sat upright as if he were an elementary school student, asking questions and taking notes at the same time. Gifted young man and his old professor student. My dad is beating me up because I'm about the same age as Qin Hao, so he's pressing me to find out if I know about this too. Don't think too much. Your father is just pained why people Qin Hao is so good and you are such a dish. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience watched the somewhat hilarious, even comical, images and could not help but laugh a little. Qin Hao stretched and glanced at the time, realizing that he had been talking for 3 or 4 hours without realizing it. Master, let's stop the exchange today. Greed is not good enough. You can organize yourself. I believe it will be of great help to you. Qin Hao looked at the expectant, wailing Chen Guowei and said helplessly, just a little longer. It's only after 4 p.m. Don't think I'm old, but I'm very energetic and fit, Chen Guowei said without lifting his head. Qin Hao, crowd, old Chen. It's not that I'm talking about you, ha. It's okay for you to have old arms and legs, but not little Qin. The genius brain needs a rest. Chen Xiangyang, who hadn't said anything all this time, rolled his eyes and said without a trace of anger. The reason why he hadn't interrupted all this time was that although he couldn't understand it, he knew that the things Qin Hao narrated were important to Chen Guowei. But people are tired of Shao Qin. It's times like these when you can't be stalkerish. Otherwise, I guess I won't even interact with you again. Also, it's getting late. Chen Guowei, naturally not a fool, snapped back to his senses, glanced at the somewhat tired Qin Hao, and hastily nodded his head. Kimmy, audience, I reckon even the old man's dad didn't get this treatment. Is this the treatment of a genius? I'm crying my eyes out. It's worth it in this life to be able to live like this, isn't it? Genius? Please don't place demons among us geniuses. Thank you. Chen Guowei looked at Qin Hao with eyes as if he was looking at an absolute treasure. He was curious as to how on earth Qin Hao knew so much. Even he, as an old professor, had a kind of thatching. Even if he had started learning from his mother's womb, it couldn't be so outrageous. Could it? Could it be that, in a previous life, he was a scientist, the kind who hasn't drunk Mona's soup yet? Chen Guowei muttered in his heart. Of course, this was a joke, and he knew that many geniuses could not be measured by common sense at all. What takes an ordinary person a year to master may only take a month in the hands of a genius, and in the hands of a demon, it might only take a few days. That's the gap. Well, Chen Xiangyang looked at Qin Hao, who went to the kitchen and quietly came to Chen Guowei's side. It's strong, with a huge reservoir of knowledge that surpasses even mine. And the key thing is, Chen Guowei paused here, a very wide range of knowledge. You may not be able to understand it very well if I put it that way, so I'll make it simple. You, a national banquet chef, are proficient in 3 major cuisines? But if it's Qin Hao, he's proficient in all of them. Maybe there's a gap between each other, but it's definitely not huge. Hiss. Hearing this, Chen Xiangyang immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. 2 words instantly sprang to mind. It's over. It's unlikely that one would want to actually take on an apprentice, because this kind of person, it is impossible to go and specialize in cooking. Not to mention that Qin Hao himself will not do it. The country will not allow it. Even he will not allow it. He still knows what's right and wrong when it comes to the big picture. So, such people can only be from the state. That cooking skill of yours, it's okay to give him as a hobby. But if you want to really follow you to learn for the rest of your life, it's better to wash your hands of it. Chen Guowei glanced at Chen Xiangyang. Chen Xiangyang, while this is true, Hit why it sounds so solid, a master of state banquets, given as a presence to cultivate hobbies and cultivate emotions. He wasn't sure if he should cry or laugh at this moment. It's a sin. When did I, Chen Shangyang, fall to this level? But let him go. No way, not in this lifetime, not to mention cultivating hobbies for Qin Hao. Even as a chaperone, he was willing to do it. Was beautiful Qin's landing on the moon actually a conspiracy? Watch the program Into the Lives of the People at What is the biggest obstacle to traveling the universe? Please listen to Qin Hao's careful analysis. Perhaps we will be able to solve the energy problem and officially enter the universe before long. We, Huaxia, actually haven't accomplished a human landing on the moon yet? Is it just a deviation in memory? Or is it a hoax? On the internet, a variety of news headlines appeared, and it's sweeping the web at breakneck speed. But anyone who reads this is a little confused that the beautiful Qin landing on the moon was a hoax or something, when in fact most of the people couldn't care less, including energy, traveling the universe and whatnot. Too far from the real people. However, the fact that no human had actually logged on to the moon in China yet left many people confused, although the 90s at that time may have been very small. But they remembered clearly that the matter of Big Brother Yang logging onto the moon was even studied in elementary school textbooks, and now, as a result, you're telling me that there's been no logging onto the moon nowadays. It may not be a big deal, but back then in those days, it was a matter of national pride, because in that time period, whoever's country was able to log on to the moon, it represented a powerful technology and a world power. But now, impossible, absolutely impossible. I remember clearly, Big Brother Yang logged onto the moon. That's right. How can it not exist? Is it hard to believe that all of our memories are skewed? I feel like it's a conspiracy. A conspiracy to misdirect people's memories. The entire internet, deep stations, doujinshi, Snapchat, live streaming software, etc. swept by at a terrifying speed. Mostly, this whole thing is a fine thing to think about. It's like the previous discovery of the frying pan incident in Journey to the West, along with the word dang of the mouth. Now, it's actually all gone. It's possible to misremember small details like this. But how can you misremember something as big as the moon landing? But a careful once-over reveals that this is indeed the case. The real result left everyone dumbfounded. Thus, these people were interested in Qin Hao, and became even more interested, especially when they heard that he was able to prove his speculation about the beautiful Qin moon landing incident to be false. The internet, though, has been showing two winds. The first, netizens believe that since Qin Hao found out that China did not land on the moon, it also means that his discovery that the beautiful Qin moon landing was a hoax is presumably true. After all, as Qin Hao said, it was too early for beautiful Qin to land on the moon. How is it possible to do the moon landing in a time period when computers had only recently appeared and electronic components were extremely scarce? The second, on the other hand, thought that Qin Hao was just a front man who had been pushed out by the state, wanting to break beautiful Qin's dominance in the world's #1 position in this way. To put it bluntly, it's just envy. Since I, Huaxia, didn't land on the moon, I'll pull you, beautiful Qin, down with me, and so the war began. No brother, you all believe this? This is obviously Qin Hao's nonsense. If it's true, why doesn't he just take out the evidence? Or does it take time to fake it? Oh, what did I say? What did I say? Qin Hao, this person itself is abnormal. Well, so many things? Actually, there are so many people believe. I get it. The original is the country. Nowadays, netizens are not what they once were. As long as they are separated by an internet connection, that they dare to say anything, they can say anything, and they are fearless, even. It was directly and openly stated that Qin Hao was the person who was pushed out to discuss beautiful Qin. After all, beautiful Qin landed on the moon back in the day, and that's a known fact. So you're saying no, but in any case, this discussion, for the time being, has no downside other than the heat it can bring to the program. However, everyone knew clearly that if Qin Hao was unable to give strong evidence within these few days, then both his and the program's reputation would be in tatters. Straight away you'll be treated like a clown. It's the kind of thing that if you keep it behind closed doors, you can talk about it casually in your own home over tea. But once it gets out on the internet, it means something completely different. As for Qin Hao not knowing he's on the air, who cares? Anyway, if you speak out and make thoughts that are not in line with what we have in mind, then you are a heretic. It's not uncommon, or even common, for this to happen. A 5 or 6-year-old girl was saved because the man didn't care that much when he saved her and took her directly to the chest position. The parents were thankful. The little girl was thankful. The man didn't care. The netizens weren't happy. Even men are forced to come out and apologize. I'm asking you if you're outrageous. It's not looking too good on the internet right now. On the sofa, Jean May looked at the situation on the network. Unsurprisingly, both wins have. But if Qin Hao failed to come up with strong evidence, then the end. It made her a little despondent. That wasn't the intent of their show. If it was because of them that Qin Hao was cyber-violated, then it would be over. Hey, aren't a lot of people like that these days? Qin Xiaoyun didn't care in the slightest and laughed. If it was someone else who was being cyberbombed, they might still care. But my cousin definitely won't care, and I guess he'll say that those people are stupid. Kimmy, audience. After carefully recalling Qin Hao's character, this is very consistent with Qin Hao's urine. Actually, whether it's true or not, when Qin Hao had the courage to come up with this conjecture, it's already very impressive. Indeed, be bold in your assumptions and careful in your proofs. Oh, a bunch of brainwashed idiots. I think, as a human being, you should have your own thoughts, not just believe whatever people say. In the live broadcast room, there was a new breakthrough in the number of people online at the moment. It came right up to 4 or 5 million people. It's dinner time after all, and many people are already off work. And with the heat on the internet, it's only natural that there would be so many people. If it was before, Jean May might still be happy, but now she was aware that a large part of these people were either watching or wanted to find a chance to spray Qin Hao. At dinner time, a few people sat in chairs and talked and laughed. Little Qin, in a few days, there will be a culinary arts tasting convention over there. Do you want to go and see it? Chen Xiangyang finally spoke up after hesitating for a long time. He wasn't thinking about actually taking on an apprentice anymore, as long as he could have a master and apprentice to learn all of his craft. After all, he really didn't dare to expect too much from such a demonic existence. A culinary tasting convention? At those words, Qin Hao flinched, then hesitated. These days, Chen Xiangyang's meaning, he can also see that this old man is also very good and amiable. Although, the status and craftsmanship of the state banquet master is very appealing. As he said, he learns to cook just to eat. Not much more, but looking at Chen Xiangyang's expectant eyes, Qin Hao nodded after a moment of hesitation. Ha ha ha, good that you agree. Seeing Qin Hao nodding, Chen Xiangyang nodded happily. The look was as if a small child had been given candy. Hey, I guess the old man has never been so humble in his life, right? He just wants a legacy. What's wrong with him? Ahem. Do you believe that if you were the one to go, you'd get a kick out of it straight away? Inside the live broadcast room, the audience looked at Chen Xiangyang with some helplessness. Perhaps, that's genius, the masters that others begged for, even unattainable figures, had to be careful in front of such geniuses. Brother, if I remember correctly, it doesn't seem like you studied technology when you were in college. How do you know so much? Seeing that the two had finished, Qin Xiaoyun raised his own question. She hardly recognized her cousin now. Is this still the same cousin he grew up playing with and being a good-for-nothing? It was as if there was nothing he wouldn't do. Hearing this, everyone's spirits were shaken. The ones who know you best are always your family. Even this person who had played with Qin Hao since he was a child didn't know that Qin Hao knew so many things. So the question came up, even more so. Some of the little hacks are stupid, yet the next moment, isn't that normal for boys to like technology? Qin Hao chucked a piece of pot roast and put it into his mouth, asking a somewhat strange rhetorical question. It's coming. It's coming. Everything's fine. It's coming again. Versailles high-end speech. Listen to all of them. Is this speaking as a human being? It's normal, maybe late but never absent. All learn and watch well. Inside the live broadcast room, the old viewers were used to hearing Qin Hao's words and were not even surprised. But for the new viewers, it was a bit unacceptable. It is indeed normal for boys to like technology. However, is that a favorite question for you? What amateur have you ever seen that can teach an old professional professor? There used to be a saying, don't challenge my job with your hobbies. But that doesn't work well at all when it comes to you. Your hobby is directly shattering people's professional jobs. Cousin, please answer my question positively. Qin Xiaoyun rolled her eyes and had a puffed up look on her face. And although Chen Guowei, Chen Xiangyang, and Jean May seemed unconcerned, their ears perked up. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao put down his chopsticks, fought slightly, took a deep breath, and slowly said, it's actually very simple. The tricorder model flyer. As you all know, that thing requires some skill and technology, plus the fact that I live in the middle of nowhere necessitates a flyer to check out the surrounding area. So I had no choice but to learn a lot about flying machines, technology, etc. Luckily, my computer was broken before and I learned programming. Otherwise it would have been a real pain in the ass. Crowd, why is it that all this knowledge, which others may not be able to understand in a lifetime, seems like cabbage to you? How did you do it? Ahem. Little Qin. If it's just the drones alone, the drones on the market nowadays are already perfectly suited to your needs. Chen Guowei felt a little solid. Good guy. You are for this. Learning technology, it's really the same as what that expert Lu said before. Qin Hao never learns knowledge until there is a hard need for it. What's even more infuriating is that, once learned, it even surpasses him as a professional in some ways. Of course, we are talking about surpassing in some ways here. Not completely. Even so, it's pretty solid. How old is he? An old professor, it's not an exaggeration to say that one is immersed in one's project for the rest of one's life. How old is Chinhao? Maybe this guy just needs to get a little more serious and work a little harder. And in a short period of time he'll surpass him across the board. No way. Chinhao frowned and shook his head, slowly saying, although the drones on the market nowadays are very good, to a large extent, they need human beings to maneuver them, and they can't be fully automated at all. Of course, maybe there are official ones, but I can't get them either. And those drones don't have monitoring capabilities. They all need to be viewed by a human being. That would be very inconvenient. And, of course, there is the crucial point that the drones on the market do not have an attack strategy, perhaps for safety reasons, or perhaps it can't be done at the moment after all. Drones are not destined to be particularly heavy. The crowd listened and nodded in disbelief. Indeed, although the drones sold on the market are good, at the end of the day, they still need to be manually operated, especially when it comes to surveillance, all of which need to be viewed by a human being, and cannot be scanned automatically. But when they heard the end, their expressions became odd. No, what does that mean? That three-body flying machine of Chinhao still has means of attack? It makes sense for a flying machine used to inspect territory to have a means of attack, doesn't it? Dog head, reasonable my ass. While the craft isn't small, it would be a dream to put in an attack system. And the main thing is the load-bearing problem. Inside the live room, the audience was talking. The smile on Chen Guowei's face, however, gradually disappeared, and his eyes glazed over. What? What do you mean? And the craft has an attack system? All he could think to say in his mind was fogweed and a cold sweat. Why didn't you tell me you had an attack system? You know, there's still a flyer in the National Academy of Sciences up. If it was a flying machine made by someone else, he wouldn't care about it even if it had some kind of attack system. But he had to be cautious about the attack system made by Chinhao. Who knows what level of assault weapons this guy has installed into it? Yeah, didn't I say that? Chinhao had already eaten his fill and put down his chopsticks, saying with a strange look on his face, this thing itself is for patrolling the land. Isn't it normal to have attack weapons? Isn't that normal? One sentence made Chen Guowei, the old professor, almost break his defenses. The question is, when did you say that? What class of weapon? Chen Guowei's voice was trembling a bit as he quickly took out his cell phone. Don't worry, no one will die. After all, high-powered weapons are illegal. I still understand that. Chinhao smiled coyly and modestly. High-powered weapons? Illegal. Well understood? Energy crystals, did I speak? Feel the power of the silent speaker? What are you talking about? They're batteries. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience was disbelieving when they heard Chinhao's claim that he knew the law well, a guy who makes things like energy crystals. And you say you know a lot about weapons and breaking the law. Are you sure you really understand? Chen Guowei was of the same mind. His expression was all a little twisted. In others, the weapon might not be very powerful. But when it came to Chinhao, he didn't believe in the so-called not dying at all. The notion that no one will die also includes, among other things, being half disabled and seriously injured. He hastily took out his cell phone and dialed. He needed to inform his old friends, but don't win the lottery. Meanwhile, the National Academy of Sciences. In the lab, even though it was now dark, they were still busy. Originally, the construction and general situation of the energy crystals, they had already touched in 8 or 9. Inside lies the energy of a supernuclear weapon, and after their many deliberations and discussions, it was discovered that this small crystal, although seemingly small, was actually compressed, and likewise, possessed folding space technology inside. That is to say, a small palm-sized crystal contains a space that could be the size of a basketball court, or even the size of a soccer field, or, even bigger. There is no doubt that this discovery has sent all scientists into ecstasy. However, now that it was clear what was going on, their focus shifted to the tricorder. Now for them, it's not how the talisman replicates the finished product. Instead, first study to understand the construction of these two things. When researching and testing energy crystals, everyone is required to wear various protective clothing. After all, there is no guarantee that there will be a nuclear leak, or a radiation leak. They didn't need to be so cautious when studying the craft, and after many checks, the craft didn't contain energy inside. All the energy to power the craft comes from energy crystals, so they wouldn't need to wear bulky protective suits. Haven't checked the seams yet? Dynasty Liang stood aside, frowning, said out he could not believe. A flying machine. As a result, they froze and did not check out a screw, or a gap. It's as if it's a hole. The executives have pressed the issue several times, but they've had no results at all in the last few days. It's urgent. Drip drip drip. Just then, the one that had been testing the seams together suddenly rang out. When the crowd heard the voice, their spirits were lifted, almost moved to tears. It's been days of checking. And finally I've sort of checked the seams. This situation can only mean that the seams are very small, to the point where they are almost impossible to check, and you can only rely on luck. Soon, they saw the size of the gap shown on the image, and it was indeed very small. Barely noticeable if not magnified many times. Good. We can start with this seam. Dynasty Liang's spirit lifted, and he hurriedly ordered it up. The researchers, who had been a bit sleepy, hurriedly began to prepare their tools. It's not easy to insert into such a large gap, and be careful so as not to damage the interior of the craft. They were going for technical disassembly, not violent disassembly. After all, this thing isn't theirs. Soon, an extremely thin, filament-like object slowly entered the gap. Everyone held their breath for fear of any accidents. However, in the next moment, a scene that everyone did not expect happened. Dropping. Detected dismantling of craft in progress. Please state passphrase. Seeing this scene, everyone understood what was going on. This gap enables the craft to dismantle itself automatically. It's like an on-off function. But the thing is, they don't know the passphrase. This thing has a gag? What should I do? Just call and ask. Holy shit. This Chinhao kid is too unreliable. Don't you say earlier if you have a password? Do you think there's any chance he's oblivious? Throughout the lab, there was chaos. Dynasty Liang even changed his face, and hurriedly took out his cell phone to dial. The number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. Dynasty Rio. Dropping. No correct password detected. Opening attack system in 10 seconds. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. An energy crystal that could be called a nuclear weapon was used as a battery by Chinhao. So the question came up. How horrible will the attack system be? It's not going to just level the entire National Academy of Sciences, is it? Besides, there's obviously no energy crystals in this craft. So how did this thing start? Chinhao, an old professor shouted out the name in a hurry. But sadly, it doesn't work. 10, 9, open sesame, 8, dog-like. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at a young man in unison, with a somewhat bizarre look in their eyes. Good guy. Let you say the passphrase. You directly take advantage of the opportunity to retaliate. Right. 7. Mamma mia mia mia. Worthy of being researchers, even at this point, their first thought was not to run, but to take the opportunity to test the code, because they were not sure how powerful the so-called attack system was. 5. Hearing this number, the faces of the crowd completely changed. They're hesitating. Is it running? Or do you continue to test the password? If it's particularly powerful, then there's no point in running now. Even counting down from 10 seconds. You can't run away. There was nothing for it but for the crowd to move away a little and continue shouting what they thought was the password. 1, 0. Detecting password code is invalid. Begin indiscriminate attack. Everyone's hearts were involuntarily in their throats. Everyone's eyes were glued to the flying machine. Put. The next moment, a kind of weapon similar to the kind of machine gun of a fighter jet was seen appearing on both sides of the craft. The hearts of all who watched were chilled. Fire. Whoosh. Something that seemed like a laser shot out directly. And the first person to be directly attacked was the nearest researcher. No good. The crowd was alarmed. But the laser thing was just too fast to dodge. Bang! Hit, only to see that after the researcher was hit, he was not torn apart or spattered with sacrificial blood as the crowd had imagined. Instead, something smoky formed on his face. Cough, cough, cough. The researcher coughed playfully, his face reddening. Damn! It's chili powder pepper or something. It's choking me. Before the crowd could react, a ray of light jetted out. Dynasty Liang, the 60-year-old dean, only felt that the air he breathed was incomparably spicy and pungent, and tears and snot flowed down involuntarily. He felt like he was going to choke. Cough, cough, yawn, yawn, quick, I can't, my god, it's torture, I want to, yawn, yawn and cough again now. Turn on the ventilation system. Inside the lab, all the researchers were in tears and snot, although they usually worked hard and did all kinds of experiments. It was the first time they were so devastated. Buzz. The ventilation system was turned on and in just a few minutes the air was restored throughout the test chamber. The crowd looked back at each other, only to see that one of them, usually very serious, had now turned into a flower cat. They were all colorful and, crucially, their tears and snot had run in rivers. Even the old dean they used to revere so much, Dynasty Liang, was now out of shape. An old face twitched as the crowd watched. They couldn't help but laugh a little, and if the current situation didn't allow it, they would even want to laugh. The pale ends of the earth are my love. Just then, Dynasty Rio's cell phone rang. Ahem. Hello? Dynasty Liang looked at the name displayed on it and was a little helpless. Just now called you. You are on the phone. Now that the battle is over. You're just calling. Dean. I just learned that there are still attack systems in that flying machine of Chinhao's. You guys must be careful. After all, that kid Chinhao researches something very evil. No one dares to guarantee. Dynasty Rio. Don't you think you're a little late for this call? He looked at the lab, which was already in shambles, and after an instant of silence, slowly said, It's already too late. Ga, Chen Guowei's words came to an abrupt end. and he asked somewhat nervously, "Then is anyone injured?" "Injured? Not really, just tortured. This kid is too damaged. It's all peppered with paprika and chili powder and stuff." Hearing this, Chen Guowei was relieved instead. In his opinion, pepper and chili powder and all that is much better than a high-powered weapon. Ask the kid what the code password is for this disarming of the flying machine. And the passphrase? Chen Guowei froze, his eyes looking at Qin Hao. Especially after Qin Hao said that code password. He was a bit silent. What exactly is the code? Dynasty Liang vaguely heard it, but he was a bit unsure. He couldn't believe that such a being actually existed in this world. Qin Hao is so handsome. Chen Guowei awkwardly and slowly uttered these 4 words. Dynasty Rio. What a bitch, shame on you. No wonder they guessed so many passwords and none of them were correct. Who in their right mind would come up with that code? How fanatically confident does one have to be to take that kind of password? Although barring that, you kid are indeed handsome. But being so self-absorbed is wrong of you. Hang on. Dynasty Liang did not want to bullshit and hung up directly. Then his eyes glazed over at the craft. The code was there, and so was the way to disassemble it. Wouldn't it be just a matter of time before we cracked the functions and parts of the flying machine? Nightfall, people come home from work after a busy day, and elementary school children are comfortable enough to go home and play games. Of course, the overtime social animal is still in the midst of overtime, fighting and struggling for the boss to buy a supercar and marry his bride. And those who were eating or idling turned on their cell phones, watch a TV show, or swipe through short videos. It's a habit that many people have formed. Hello everyone, I am Xiao Wang. Moment 2 days, we meet again, when a video of a man with a black background, a mask, and even a processed voice appeared. Many people were stunned. Immediately afterward, it came to mind, this man is exactly the same man who exposed the program into the people's life. Qin Hao. A few days ago, it was also because of his exposure that people realized that Qin Hao was actually the author of the Doma continent, one of the supreme gods of the online writing world. A luxury villa area in Liaoqing City. Inside a luxurious villa, a vivacious-looking woman lay on the bed, her toes beaded like a baby silkworm. The woman was slightly smaller in stature, with a charming smile on a small, delicate face. If Qin Hao was here, he would have recognized it at a glance. The woman was no other than Holmes Chan, Chen Guoru, Chen Xianyang's granddaughter. Ever since she had come into contact with Qin Hao, she realized that Qin Hao as a person really thought differently from normal people. It's not that I like it or anything. It's just that it's interesting. A kind of curiosity, especially when she knew that Qin Hao was actually still the author of the Doma continent. She paid extra attention. There's no doubt she enjoys watching the Duma continent as well. This book, for many, is a first novel. Is there another video out? When Chen Guoru saw the short video push a message to herself, she brightened up and hurriedly clicked on the video. I'm Xiao Wang. I think everyone has already believed in this matter of Qin Hao being the author of the Doma continent, right? There are even a lot of people that go after Qin Hao the next day. But sometimes, without producing evidence, most people won't believe it, even if what you say is the truth. Hearing this, Chen Guoru froze slightly. She instantly remembered what Qin Hao had said in the live broadcasting room, slightly opening her small mouth, a pair of beautiful eyes pondering. Could it be that what Qin Hao said is true? He really wrote those novels all by himself? How is this possible? How can one person write so many styles of novels? Yes, although everyone knew that Qin Hao was powerful, even very powerful, but the whole writing a novel thing really has very little to do with whether you're good or not. In particular, a person's character is stable, and the writing, style, etc. are largely fixed. Even the shift won't be a particularly big shift. Yet what about Qin Hao? If he wrote all those books by himself, then this is horrible. How schizophrenic does one have to be to do that? Just as Chen Guoru was thinking, the video still continued. In the Walk into the People program, Qin Hao already told the truth, but many people didn't believe it. So now, it's better for me to expose it. Qin Hao's character, you guys who have read it should have some understanding of. This guy doesn't care about this at all, much less prove it. Little King said as a book appeared on the screen. The Strongest Pretender System. This novel came out of nowhere 5 years ago, and for those of you who haven't read it, you may find it very cheesy and tacky just by seeing the title, but it is because of the great vulgarity that it is called great elegance. When tackiness reaches a certain level, quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. It's good, and I was recommended to read this book, but I didn't read it several times, and then I got interested after watching someone else talk about the plot. Chen Guoru subconsciously nodded when she heard Xiao Wang's words. What pretending is like the wind, always with me. What when I was faking it? You were just a kid. It's tacky, but when she had actually read it, she felt, well, incredibly refreshed. That's a real thing. Either you're pretending or you're on your way to pretending. When people write novels, it's padding, pretending, and punching in the face, but this book, The Strongest Pretender System, is pretending all the time. That is to say, the so-called The great vulgarity is the great elegance. In the past, people are very disgusted with the plot of pretending to hit the face in the novels, and even at the end of the day, they already don't like to see this kind of plot. However, this author called 2.5 Years of Trainee is not enough unusual way. Fast plot, full of pretending, no trace, just simply tell you, the core of my book is pretending. You love it. The picture of the young king changed once again, so let's see. What are his numbers for this book? In the very first month, the numbers weren't very significant, but once the book was on recommendations and more people saw it, the numbers started to explode. Even at that stage, it directly decimated the works of many great gods, so it can be said to be very powerful. What do you mean by one book? This is just relying on a mere book, directly sealing the gods. Seeing this, Chen Guoru couldn't help but click on the comment section. She was one of the first people to click on the video, and there weren't many comments when she first did, but now she realized that the number of comments was in the thousands. Holy shit. No, don't tell me this book was really written by Qin Hao. How is this possible? It's completely different from the style of the Doma continent. It's even two extremes. 1. Get proof. Saying anything else is bullshit. Perhaps the young king had guessed that he expected to see some impatience from the people here. Then let's cut the crap and get straight to the evidence. This is the internal signing information I got through some special channels. Qin Hao's ID card and signature. I'm sure you can all see it, right? A contract appeared on the screen that was exactly the signing contract about the strongest pretender system, which had a copy of Qin Hao's identity as well as his autograph on it. Chen Guoru's eyes instantly widened. It's true, no matter how much it is said. It is not as real and absolutely convincing as this contract. As for the fakery, in fact, many people had thought about this issue. But nay, neither the author of the Doma continent nor the author of the strongest pretender system had ever come out to refute it. Not even the signing sites have refuted it. What's more, there are so many risks to be taken if you fake it. That's the truth. The ironclad, irrefutable truth, Xiao Wang said in a deep voice. As for the reason why the writing and style are completely different, I'm actually wondering why. Perhaps this is the world of genius? It's simply hard for us ordinary people to understand? That's the only way to explain it. So if anyone has any better ideas, hit the comments section and I'll read them. At the same time, I also clearly tell everyone that what Qin Hao said in the live broadcast is true, and that he is indeed the author of many Supreme God pen names. But for the next installment, I won't be talking about the netizen world, but will instead be talking about other circles. Speaking here, Xiao Wang slightly paused, squinted his eyes and laughed. Tell everyone a secret. Qin Hao in the entertainment circle is also a ceiling-level existence. The screen disappears completely and replays itself, however. But anyone who has seen this video for a long time, how many fans does a top online writing industry god have? A lot, very much so, sure. They may not have the kind of super groupies that showbiz stars have, but the fan base is huge. And what is the hottest a novel can get? There was once a novel that rushed to the top of the hot search with just that one paragraph alone, directly decimating all the celebrity hotspots. Yes, I'm always there. Those who understand it, and those who don't can't explain it. And the water is very deep anyway. This guy, he's really in enigmatic existence. For a long time, Chen Guoru unconsciously murmured. The mood was a little excited and surly, because, if what was said was true, it could be said that she was a fan of many of Qin Hao's books, even. She used to swipe a lot of bounties. There is an excitement that can make the hairs on one's body stand up and sweat, and that's the state she's in now. Wait. Suddenly, Chen Guoru reacted. This guy is actually still the ceiling of the entertainment industry? The author of the Doma continent and the strongest pretender system was stoned. Qin Hao Ben Hao, a young man in his 20s. How many mysterious identities does he have? How many vests does he really have? A super god of the online writing world who has changed countless vests because of $600 of full attendance. With Little King's video out not long after, the news on all major platforms followed almost immediately. In particular, many news editors who were sensitive to the wind direction realized that the wind direction was now clearly toward Qin Hao. So, dig deep, in the live broadcast room. What Qin Hao once said was directly dug up by them, one by one. The author's account was mined by them, and these author accounts, without a doubt, are all top gods. And the most amazing thing is that these author accounts have a very bizarre feature. That is, there is only one book, and it's all in one fucking book. How difficult is it to seal a book? It's the same as saying that you're at the top of the list of the tens of millions and millions of novels that have been written in the same time period. Some people might just say, that's it. To put it another way, you're a beatnik at $200 a month. And someone who is a manager at a top company is likewise a beatnik, hundreds of thousands a month. If not more, it's the same as saying that you're at the top of the heap amongst the millions and millions of hitmen in this profession. Can you imagine how hard it is, let alone being at the top of your profession as a laborer? You are not necessarily at the top even within your company or factory, and it's the same for elementary school students, out of tens of millions or more. You're that national top student. Or the province's top student. I'm most annoyed by Chin Hao. Can you stop pushing his news on me? Damn it. Ever since he appeared, it seems like he's reminding me every moment that I'm a loser. Coming old buddy? Come to self-mutilate again? Little Cloud. It seems like your cousin is really the owner of those author accounts. After turning off the live broadcast and washing up, Jean May, who was lying on the bed, could not return to her senses for a long time. All she could think about now was one question. How much money does that make? How many books are there? For what it's worth. There are more than 24 numbers that have been picked up by some of the news, of course. Maybe not all of them are Chin Hao's, but that's more than enough. Are you sure you really grew up with your cousin? There was skepticism in Jean May's little eyes. Good lord. You didn't know a thing about it after they did so much under your nose? Definitely grew up together. But I can't be around my brother all the time. Qin Xiaoyun rolled his eyes. Cousin was still in the entertainment industry for a while. Why don't you ask tomorrow? Kimmy was stupid. As awesome as the online world is, the entertainment world is even better. The kind of book that rushes to the top of the charts with just one sentence is ultimately in the minority. And the hot search is a long time to be dominated by the entertainment industry. People play this professionally. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Jean May's cell phone rang, and she was surprised to pick it up and see that it was Director Lee's call. Hello? Oh May. What do you think about us buying Chin Hao's secret with that little king? At those words, Jean May froze, but quickly reacted. Director Lee, what do you mean? It's much better to keep this heat in our own hands than to keep it in someone else's. Moreover, knowing some of Chin Hao's secrets will also be helpful for the next course of the program. Don't you think? Jean May pondered slightly. As the saying goes, you don't fight a battle you're not sure of. If they grasped some of Chin Hao's secrets in advance, it would indeed be of great benefit. However, what that little king grasps is obviously not right. It's not something you can get by relying on special channels. That's his business. We're just mere buyers. They are all 1,000-year-old foxes. Ordinary netizens may not be able to see what's going on and think that little king is godly. But being half of the entertainment industry, how could they not know what was going on? Hacking, paparazzi, stalking, buying inside information from websites, and other special tactics. It wouldn't be a clean means anyway. However, we don't understand or know. We are just ordinary buyers. Brother, the information you're holding, are you selling it? $1 million. Sir, may I ask if the information you have about Chin Hao is for sale? I can give you a good price on my side. $2 million for the news in your hand. In a villa. Wang Xiaowei looked at those who sent him messages with a disdainful face, thought it was hilarious. You want to buy Chin Hao's hotness for $2 million? What's on your mind? Dreams of everything. Yes, that little king is him. At the same time, he wasn't making a dime on the account right now. But he wasn't worried in the slightest. In this era where traffic is king, as long as one has information that many people like to read and look forward to very much, then making money is a matter of time. As long as I get hold of Chin Hao's information, expose it out in a stable and watchable way, and slowly form fans. At that time, turn on the live broadcast, casually tell some stories, and fling a little bit about Chin Hao. Wouldn't it be a breeze to sell the goods? Selling is the ultimate goal of short video software. A blogger who doesn't want to sell is not a good blogger. Ding dong. Hello sir. I'm the director of the program Into the People. Lee Haoran. You seem to have a lot of information about Chin Hao. Can you buy it off and sell it? We will give you a satisfactory price. Seeing this message, Wang Xiaowei was flabbergasted for a moment. He didn't expect that even the program team had come to buy his message. This time he was really hesitant. Private buyers he wouldn't even consider. Not even the newspapers or whatever, because that's probably all the money they give. But the same can't be said for this crew from Sheep TV, Sheepsite. Just those two words alone represent wealth and power. Yes, now that the bidding has gone up to $10 million, what is your sincerity? Wang Xiaowei quickly replied. Although someone had bid up to $5 million, it was naturally impossible for him to tell the truth. Lee Haoran. Sorry to interrupt. Wang Xiaowei. That's it. He was completely unaware that Sheepsite was rich and powerful. Yes, however, there were plenty of wailing children as well, which are all mouths for money. While there have been a number of companies that have sponsored and invested in programs that have come into people's lives so far, there's no way that stuff is going to be used to buy messages. Because, Lee Haoran, they do not know the rest of the news. There is no huge bright spot. If not, this tens of millions of dollars is directly equal to a waste of money. Those sponsors are going to hammer him to death? Bang bang bang. Just when Wang Xiaowei had some contempt in his heart, a knock sounded outside the door. Who? Wang Xiaowei frowned and shouted impatiently. Hello sir, your takeout order has arrived. Takeout? Wang Xiaowei drifted off, came to the door, and opened the door to the room. However, in the next moment, he directly froze in place. only to see that it wasn't some delivery man in a yellow vest at the door. Instead, it was two men in ordinary clothes. Of course, this is not the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing is that there is this group of people in police uniforms behind them. You guys. Wang Xiaohui's face changed drastically. What he did himself. He still has a very good idea. Almost instinctively like to close the door. Take that. Instantly, several strong men rushed forward and pressed Wang Xiaohui. What do you do? Can the inspectors just arrest anyone? I'm a good citizen. A very good citizen. Numerous audits. Do you believe that when you say it? Wang Xiaohui, Square Piece 6 of the poker organization, broke the law and hacked into other people's computers in exchange for money, an inspector said with an expressionless blandness. Hearing this, Wang Xiaohui stopped struggling because he knew that it was useless to struggle. TSK, I have to say, your kid is really bold. Transmitting messages to beautiful Kin's side not to mention, but also wanting to make a mess on the Huaxia network, making money at both ends. The inspectors quickly gathered evidence from the villa. Tap tap tap. At that moment, Wang Xiaohui heard a calm and powerful voice. He subconsciously looked up and his pupils contracted violently. It was a middle-aged man. But of course that wasn't the key thing. The key thing was that this one often appeared in some news. There was no doubt that this was a big man. A heavenly man. Wang Xiaohui was never expecting that he would actually have the honor of being able to be captured by such a character. In a way, it's kind of honorable. The middle-aged man was dressed in a black Chinese mountain suit, his face serious as he looked at the information in his hands. The information on the profile made the middle-aged man frown as he read it. Hacking into people's computers and stealing their recorded videos to make monetary threats, intrusion into another person's trade secrets, the organization, but also involved in a wide range of people smacked, offshore gambling, blogging sites, money laundering and other illegal and criminal activities. In a word, that is, even though they didn't kill anyone, but there are a lot of people who have died because of their indirectness. The middle-aged man deliberately looked at Qin Hao's profile and raised his head, his eyes cold. You're really a worm in the shadows. Wang Zhang, one of the leaders from the northern troops, was tasked with protecting Qin Hao. He didn't feel aggrieved. After all, he knew some information about Qin Hao, and knew that this person was worth protecting by their northern troops. So, in order to emphasize this mission, he did many things almost personally. For example, installing surveillance. Everyone didn't know that the whole neighborhood of Qin Hao's house was installed with surveillance by them. Of course, this monitoring was not to monitor Qin Hao, but to monitor possible assassinations or bad guys or something like that. It was late at night at the moment, but they still hadn't rested. Report leader. At present, all the surveillance has been installed near Qin Hao's home. But, a soldier walked into the middle of the room and reported with a serious face. Yet at the end of his words, he was a bit hesitant. But what? Wang Zhang frowned. But the back of Qin Hao's house is a bit big. Do we need to set up surveillance? Upon hearing this, Wang Zhang brought a map and checked it out, realizing that Qin Hao's house was not very far from the back of the mountain. Probably just 10 minutes away. Of course the setup. I'll be there to guide it myself. Wang Zhang nodded without hesitation, then led a large number of soldiers into the back of the mountain. These soldiers were dressed in ordinary people's clothes, but there was that aura on their bodies that could not be hidden at all. Numerous soldiers took flashlights and entered the back of the mountain. This back mountain was huge, and there were even a lot of graves, because the village not far away, but whenever anyone died, they would basically be buried here. However, for the soldiers who have seen a lot of dead people, but is fearless, not to mention just some graves, even if it is now popped out a zombie, they can give the elimination. This backwoods isn't small. It's connected to another village. Wang Zhang checked the map while muttering in a low voice. For protection missions like theirs, they were afraid of running into such a well-connected area. And if they were in a closed area, then unless they were all dead, they wouldn't be able to get close to their target. But places like this one can be a pain in the ass. The soldiers quickly spread out, installing surveillance as laid out. Wang Zhang nodded with satisfaction as he watched the soldiers install themselves in an organized manner. Hands behind his back, he cruised around the neighborhood. Any possibility of harming his target, he would eliminate. As he walked, Wang Zhang suddenly froze as he realized that he seemed to have bumped into something. Yes, just somehow hit something. Very slightly, almost to the point of being almost imperceptible. If he hadn't been an attentive person himself, that sense of resistance, he might have simply ignored it. It is? Wang Zhang frowned, somewhat alarmed, testing it back and forth. He was sure of what he had in mind. The bottom line was that he was clearly walking in an open area and there were no trees around. It felt like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. It was also that he had a stronger mind. Or else there was a great chance that he would run away with his legs. Even so, he remained a little alarmed, subconsciously reaching out to touch it. His eyes and expression gradually became wonderful. The more he touched it, the more wonderful the expression on his face became. And in the end, it directly turned into a gaze, because, he realized, It seemed to be a door. The question arises, why is a door here, and still? It's completely invisible, it's even completely undetectable if you're not attentive. Leader! Just then, a soldier's voice sounded behind him. Wang Zhang turned his head and waved at the soldier. Come over here and come walk around the neighborhood twice. At that, the soldier was unsure. But obeying orders is a soldier's duty. So without saying a word, he walked around a few times. Perhaps it was because of Wang Zhang that the soldiers quickly realized something was wrong. Leader, there seems to be a bit of air resistance around here. If you don't feel it carefully, you won't feel it at all. Sure enough, it's not my fault. Wang Zhang nodded and his face became grave. For a moment, a lot of things went through his mind. Has Miriam sent someone? Or is this paranormal? Or is it alien technology? He was not at all surprised that Beautiful Qin might send someone to assassinate Qin Hao. After all, it wouldn't be Beautiful Qin if people could remain calm after giving Beautiful Qin a hard time, but when you think about it, it's unlikely. It's too fast. Wang Zhang found a dozen or so soldiers in order to verify what he had in mind. And they were all tested, came up with the same result as he had felt before. There is indeed something here. Early in the morning, Chen Guowei had just woken up and washed up. And when he was about to head to Qin Hao's house, he had just opened the door when he saw a group of soldiers standing outside the door. Even though they were in civilian clothes, there was no hiding that aura. You guys are? Chen Guowei wasn't surprised. He was just a little curious as to what these people were coming to see him for. Didn't you say you were hiding your identity? Professor Chen, we've run into a bit of trouble, a soldier said with a serious face. Please also come with us to the back of the mountain. Okay. Seeing this, Chen Guowei nodded. Take me one. Chen Xiangyang popped out of nowhere and said with interest. Elder Chen can naturally go. The soldier looked at Chen Xiangyang and nodded and smiled. What is it? As Chen Xiangyang walked, he looked at Chen Guowei with curiosity in his eyes. I don't know. Chen Guowei shook his head. Infinite conjectures arose in the mind. If you can get yourself there, then it must have something to do with science or technology. But what kind of technology can be found in a place like the backwoods? The two of you are here? Wang Zhang hadn't slept all night, and his face had some dark circles under his eyes, but he was also very energetic. What's the situation? Chen Guowei and Chen Xiangyang were both a bit puzzled. Two of you walk around the neighborhood twice. Wang Zhang pointed to an open area not far away and said with a grave expression on his face. Chen Guowei, Chen Xiangyang, this early in the morning, you call us two 60 or 70-year-olds to come here, just so we can walk you around twice. You're not going anywhere, are you? This was also Wang Zhang, but if it was anyone else, they would even wonder if the other party was teasing them. The two of them looked at each other and walked in the place Wang Zhang had designated. Soon, Chen Guowei was the first to realize that something was wrong, and the original coziness on his face directly turned into puzzlement. Raising his head, he looked at Chen Xiangyang, only to find that the other party had a look of disbelief on his face, as if he had seen a living ghost. There's something here. The two men looked at each other, almost in unison. What do you think, gentlemen? When Wang Zhang saw that the two were getting the same results as he was, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and asked in a deep voice. Instrumented? Chen Guowei reached out and touched it. A very slight kind of resistance. If not, Wang Zhang called them to come and take 2 steps. Itself with a doubtful mind in mind. May not be able to find out at all. No, but I've had the instruments brought over. They should be here soon. Wang Zhang shook his head, hesitated, and whispered. Elder Chen, look, what's going on? There are many possibilities. Chen Guowei stroked his chin, slightly contemplating. The first one, the magnetic field is different, causing a slight discomfort in the person's body. That's why it feels like there's a slight resistance here. The second, the different gradient up and down, can give a sense of physical weightlessness, leading to a sensory bias. The third, is that the soil of the land is different, and each footstep feeds a different perception to the brain. As for the fourth, it's a bit scary. At those words, Wang Zhang's eyes stared. That is, there really is something here, but we can't see it or even touch it. Chen Guowei's eyes were dark as he looked at the neighborhood. It was as if the surrounding area had been treated with something. There weren't any trees, but there was grass and such. Then, Elder Chen, which one do you favor more? Wang Zhang hurriedly followed up with a question. I'm leaning toward which is useless. That's the way science is. Hypotheses can be bold, but proofs must be carefully sought. A guess is a guess. After all, Chen Guowei shook his head with a bitter smile. The three of them scrutinized the area for a few more moments, and there was almost nothing but grass and rocks possessed on the hill. It was not long before the testing apparatus arrived. Multiple soldiers check out the neighborhood. Air quality testing, soil testing, slope detection, even altitude detection is used, of course. Metal detectors and the like. That's more than enough. Watching all the soldiers testing in a tightly packed manner, the faces of Chen Xiangyang, Chen Guowei, and Wang Zhang, instead of being happy, became more and more gloomy, because More than half an hour had passed and there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, sometimes the absence of an anomaly is the greatest anomaly of all. The soil, the air, the altitude, the magnetic field. It's completely normal. And there isn't even any metallic material here. Chen Guowei looked at the detected information with a puzzled expression, the kind of resistance that is clearly there, but turns out to be perfectly normal, although, there were many things that science could not explain nowadays. But Chen Guowei always believed that it was just that science had not reached that level yet. It's only a matter of time before you want to prove it or crack it, but, now a random hill can be abnormal, isn't that a little bit too outrageous? Old Chen. Do you think there's a possibility that this matter has something to do with that Qinhao kid? Chen Shangyang thought about it and slowly said, after all, this place is not that far from Qinhao's home. It's just a 10-minute journey. If you ride a bike or something, it might only take 6 or 7 minutes. A word to the wise, Chen Guowei and Wang Zhang reacted violently. Yeah, it's just too close to Qinhao's house. Is it possible that this is what Qinhao drummed up? It's possible. Very possible. The reason why they didn't think about Qinhao in the first place was that they wanted to prove and verify it scientifically. On the contrary, in this regard, it was not as lively as Chen Shangyang's mind. After all, he's just a cook. What a complete lack of understanding about science and stuff. It's okay, old Chen. Chen Guowei and Wang Zhang both looked at him with complicated eyes and nodded with a smile. Assuming this is Qinhao's stuff, or this itself is his arrangement, then what is here? Why is he hiding this technology? What level is it? What is it that is capable of being completely hidden? Chen Guowei threw out several questions in a row. Many people are aware of the use of stealthy coatings on today's combat aircraft, but in reality, what more people don't know is that this coating, simply being able to avoid radar scans, rather than directly hiding combat aircraft in and of itself, that's too high-tech. There is no level of technology like that in the world at the moment, and what is really stealthy is not really stealthy. That's a visual difference, but it's nothing like what they're experiencing now, no matter how much they looked up and down, left and right. There was nothing here. Soldiers, all around, have surrounded the neighborhood. The three of them tried to come to that resistance, and it was clear that there was nothing there, but their eyes looked as if they had seen something. If this is really Qinhao's thing that can be invisible, then there must be something that can undo the invisibility state. Or, password passphrase? Chen Guowei knows very well that this is just a guess, but since it is a guess, it should be tried, especially when he thought of the password. His heart couldn't help but beat wildly. Qinhao is so handsome. In the eyes of Chen Shangyang filled with laughter and in the eyes of Wang Zhang filled with strangeness, Chen Guowei said these 4 words with some shame. Ahem. That, Elder Chen. Let's just say ha. Although we all know that you want to take Qinhao as a student, you can't be so. Wang Zhang gave a dry cough. Somewhat helpless. Can you, a teacher, stop licking your students like that? It's going to be embarrassing for me to know no. The next moment, however, his voice ended abruptly. The original helpless smile turned directly into horror. Even Chen Shangyang's smiling eyes turned into shock. The surrounding soldiers even took out the firearms on their bodies and aimed them in unison at the air not far away, because, in that clearing, a lightning-like scenario appeared. Buzz. Password code is correct. Deactivate stealth. A mechanical voice that resounded through the empty area. A gate full of technology gradually emerged. The technological hulk was greenish-black in color, with a black body that flashed some green halos from time to time. Fogweed. Chen Shangyang, a 60 or 70-year-old man, couldn't help but directly explode the nationalist. One pair of eyes went wide and the whole group was stunned. This scene was just too sci-fi for him, let alone in reality. Even in dreams, he couldn't dream such a dream. Ever read Journey to the West? The Monkey King circled the tree 3 times left and 3 times right. Just that kind of vestigial feeling, not to mention Chen Shangyang. Even Chen Guowei, one of the pinnacle figures of science, had a dazed expression. Silence, deadly silence, in the back of the mountain. Hundreds of people were gathered, but there was no sound at all, and only the cries of some birds could be heard from time to time. Everyone stared blankly at the door that had suddenly appeared for a long time. Gulp. After a long time, Wang Zhang swallowed hard. Chen. Professor Chen. What do you think is going on here? Chen Guowei, people are stupid. You're asking me, how could I possibly know? Although I know that Qinhao's kid has a high level of technology, even surpassing the present by hundreds of years, but who wouldn't be shocked to see this kind of image, a completely stealthy gate? And even if one didn't feel it carefully, one couldn't feel the abnormality at all. One word of command, and you'll just deactivate your invisibility? This, I don't know. But I think I know where all those flying machines and energy crystals of Qinhao's came from. Chen Guowei returned to his senses. Originally, he was a little bit puzzled. Reasonably speaking, Qinhao's family didn't have the ability to create the kind of high-tech items like tricopter and energy crystals. It has nothing to do with one's skill or knowledge base, it's just simply that the hardware doesn't allow it. Let's say you know how to make a cell phone, yet if you weren't given the equipment to make it, Could you make it? Manufacturing my ass, hand rubbing out of thin air, but now, all the fog is lifted. There's only one gate, but it's obvious that there's a huge space inside. So it must be some kind of folding technology. Chen Guowei's eyes were heavy, and his heart was beating wildly. It's exciting. It's really exciting. He then glanced at Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang was flabbergasted for a moment, understood in a second, and immediately took out his cell phone and dialed. While he brought a good number of people to the team and the odds were that they were trustworthy, they weren't exactly 100% trustworthy. So, it's important to control the whole field. That would require more people, and even the need to keep the place completely secret. Shall we go in? In the middle of the day, Wang Zhang finished arranging and asked in a deep voice, "Get in. Why don't you?" Chen Guowei nodded without hesitation. It's gotten to the point where there's really no such thing as trespassing or anything like that anymore, because, as Wang Zhang was a trooper, they had the right to inspect. After all, you've made nuclear weapons, and you say you have the right to inspect you, don't you? Not to mention checking you. It's not unusual to just arrest you and shoot you. Of course, their purpose was not to capture Qin Hao or find out anything, but to see what was all inside. Chen Guowei examined it carefully for a moment and realized that the gate was very interesting. There were only two huge door frames, not two doors in the center. It was something like a curtain of light that shimmered and rippled. He tried to test it with a branch and found that the branch was inaccessible. A film blocked entry directly. It was similar to the air resistance they had felt before. Even they were able to see roughly what was inside through the transparent curtain of light. It was a hall, just very magical. Drop. Please insert energy card. Just then, the mechanical tone sounded again. A light flickered faintly on the doorframe. The three of them fixed their eyes on it, only to see that there was exactly one groove on it. A palm-sized groove, rectangular in shape, and by the look of it, probably in the shape of a card. I knew this thing wasn't that accessible. Chen Guowei shook his head in disappointment. How could a place so high-tech only need a password, like some of the secret areas of their Academy of Sciences? Not only do they need passwords, but they also need face recognition and iris recognition and fingerprint recognition. And nothing short of that will do. He'd been prepared for this for a long time. Are you an AI? Chen Guowei stabilized his mind and asked curiously, just casually, not expecting the other party to answer at all. What he didn't expect though was, no. The mechanical voice quickly gave an answer. Hearing this, Chen Guowei was flabbergasted for a moment. He was pretty sure that this was an artificial intelligence. And it turned out that you actually answered no? Old Chen, since we can't get in, we'd better find a way to hide this thing. Then let's go back and see if we can fool Shao Qin into taking out that what's-his-name energy card. Chen Xiangyang didn't care and whispered. He was too curious about the inside. Even Wang Zheng didn't care. But looking at Chen Guowei's face was clearly out of place. What's wrong? Something's not right. This AI's answer is clearly not an AI answer. Chen Guowei shook his head. He was all too aware of the so-called artificial intelligence nowadays. Most of them are artificially retarded, at least from a human perspective. It's just an AI. We have them now, even in our cell phones. What's so surprising? Oh, know the AI gap? Chen Guowei raised an eyebrow and laughed. The best way to test an AI is to compare it with another AI. With that, he took out his cell phone and slowly said, "Little AI student, 8,000 times 520 equals what?" I'm giving you the results of the settlement, and the answer that comes up is $4,116,000. Can you too? Can you work out the answer so quickly? Chen Xiangyang and Wang Zhang shook their heads in unison. One specializes in cooking and the other is an army specializing in fighting. How could they calculate it so quickly? So, we're trying this gate. Chen Guowei's eyes were filled with gravity as he slowly said, "Can you answer me a question? 8,000 times 520 equals what?" Silence. It was only after a full 5 or 6 seconds that the mechanical tone slowly sounded. By my calculations, it's 4,160,000. But I don't know if that's exactly right. That's it? You call this an artificial intelligence? Looks like little Qin isn't very good at this. Chen Xiangyang was a bit speechless. Good guy. This point of calculation is not there. It's not even as good as the AI in their phones. Wang Zhang also nodded approvingly. Chen Guowei. His entire face was flushed red with excitement, and his eyes were even glowing. What the hell do you guys know about real artificial intelligence, you guys? What do you guys think? Given that it's an AI, is the ultimate goal? Yes, people. It's capable of thinking exactly like a human being. So if, say, you threw an AI in a crowd, would you be able to tell which one is the AI? To be precise, in a certain mode, he can completely disguise himself as, well, a real human being. The more Chen Guowei said, the more excited he became. This is simply a scientific crystallization that transcends the times. Having a truly human way of thinking, trying to make an AI useful for super arithmetic is now possible. But trying to make an AI that actually knows it's a person is hard to do. At the same time, he also understood why Qin Hao, such a lazy person, was able to write so many novels, it's all fucking dependent on AI. Professor Chen, as you said, this AI in front of us is indeed more human-like, but the problem is that it's too human-like, and instead it doesn't have the powerful computational power that computers possess. Chen Guowei's excitement was not understood by Chen Shangyang and Wang Zhang. The two of them were even a bit puzzled. It is indeed interesting and incredible that AI is more like a human being because AI knows how to hide its identity, but is that what the humans want? Maybe, but more than that, AI is needed to assist people in their work. What's the point of taking 5 or 6 seconds to figure out even fucking 8,000 times 5? 020, Chen Guowei? Looking at the frowns of the two men, Chen Guowei's excitement cooled down. He realized that he had been completely playing into the hands of a cow, because these two guys can't understand a thing. No. Do you think, if he can hide himself, he can't be that powerful in his calculations? Chen Guowei puzzled. This brain are how to grow. Why is there such a big gap between the same people? The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads awkwardly. Something they hadn't really seen coming. That whoever, when do you think, the beautiful Qin's panda burning incense will be resolved? In what way will it be resolved? Chen Guowei looked toward the gate and asked in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Chen Shangyang and Wang Zhang froze, not expecting Chen Guowei to ask such a question. According to the technology of the technicians of the cyber department of beautiful Qin, together with the technical analysis of the Global Cybersecurity Center, it will be under control in an hour. 3 hours later, get complete virus control, of course, provided that there is no letting any interference. Otherwise, the panda burning virus will still spread. Hiss. Chen Shangyang and Wang Zhang sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. Is this, in a way, prophetic? Old Chen, can AI still prophesy? The two looked at Chen Guowei in shock. Theoretically it's possible because they would use powerful computing power to make projections, which, of course, actually seem amazing, but are actually well-founded. Chen Guowei nodded and slowly said, for example, if we two old people drank a cup of ice-cold drink in the morning, plus if our bodies were already not good, then there is a high probability that our stomachs will be bad. The algorithm of this AI is similar to this, only more complex. Now do you feel the difference? Chen Shangyang and Wang Zhang thought carefully. As the saying goes, there is no harm without comparison. They weren't stupid, they naturally felt it. A true AI is able to tell if the questioner is really trying to ask a question, or if he or she is, say, just testing the waters, or making a joke. And will give some of my own thoughts and opinions. Communicating with this kind of AI, you hardly feel that it's a program. It's as if it's really a human being. May I ask if I need to intervene in beautiful Qin's panda burning? However, just then, the AI's voice sounded again. You can still intervene? Chen Guowei's pupils shrunk. He knew very well how powerful panda burning incense was. The foot burned for days in beautiful Qin. Of course you can intervene, but unfortunately, you only have the password code and not the energy card, so it doesn't give me permission to intervene. 3. There's no authority. So what the hell are you talking about? But it's also clear that a big reason why you're able to talk to an AI is, presumably, because they have a passphrase. Chen Guowei felt like he was being molested. What do you think about the battle of the cumulus press? It's safer, I think, for us common folk to sit and watch honestly. Chen Guowei, that's a really Qin Hao way of answering. If your mother and your daughter-in-law fall into the water, who do you take first? It's a question that makes for a worthwhile headache. And after I thought about it, I felt that if my daughter-in-law knew what she was doing, she wouldn't have fallen in the water. And if she didn't know what she was doing, what would one want with a daughter-in-law like that? Chen Shangyang. Bull, he now sort of knew what it meant to be artificially intelligent and artificially retarded. Can you write a novel? Chen Guowei pondered for a moment and slowly said, of course no problem my friend. What kind of novel do you want to write? Metaphysical fantasy? Immortality? Urban? Or sci-fi? It's no exaggeration to say that I'm a hexagonal warrior. I can write any novel, but you need to give me a copy of your rough idea of, say, an outline? Sure enough, this answer did not come as a surprise to Chen Guowei. Then that means those novels of Qin Hao's were actually written by an artificial intelligence? 8 or 9 is not far from it. After all, it is well known that Qin Hao so a lazy person. How did he manage to update several books at the same time? Chen Guowei nodded and smiled. Do you guys feel the gap now? This is a true artificial intelligence with its own independent way of thinking. Many of the AIs on the market nowadays brag about being able to write novels and exaggerate. But in reality, it's far from being able to do that. At most, it will give a supporting role. Really want to completely detach from humans? That's not realistic, because one of the main reasons is that the AIs on the market lack independent thinking and most importantly, feelings. Chen Shangyang and Wang Zhang nodded. They also felt the power of this AI, far from the kind of little lovey-dovey classmates they have in their phones. What do you think about the current Huaxia? Wang Zheng pondered for a moment and asked tentatively. Huaxia? That's a powerful country. Of course, I'm talking about the past. At one time, Huaxia had been the dominant position, but unfortunately, a handful of king bombs were smashed by a certain person. It is undeniable that today's China has risen to the occasion and possesses the world's third largest military power and the world's second largest economic power. However, is this really the case in fact? Originally, the three were happy to hear the words in front of them. After all, it's a yes from a super AI, however. Upon hearing the last sentence, the hearts of the three sank. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? It's recognized worldwide. Wang Zheng's face changed and he hurriedly asked after him. Do you know what the greatest weakness of mankind is? What? Ignorance and weakness are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is, and blind pride only leads to self-destruction. At these words, the three of them fell into silence. Even those soldiers around them were staring daggers at those two huge doorframes. Is that something an AI could say? It's outrageous. Ignorance and weakness are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is? The faces of all three were filled with horror. Are such philosophical words really something an AI can say? I'm sorry. I didn't understand your question that you didn't answer after all. Wang Zheng stabilized his mind and his face became grave, because he knew that this AI was very powerful, and since this one had said such words, then to a large extent, it was that Qin Hao himself had already seen it. Look out for the most serious problems in the current WAC. Chen Xiangyang, the state banquet chef, has a special status. Chen Guowei, a professorial-level existence of the National Academy of Sciences. Wang Zheng, one of the leaders of the Northern Forces, special and noble status. Three of you, am I right? The three nodded, not surprised that the AI could tell who they were. There's a characteristic of all of you that you probably don't even realize. No, or rather, you've gotten used to what you are, that is, in a high position. How long has it been since you have paid attention to the people? Hearing this, the three were silent, their eyes flickering. A state banquet chef who spends all his time studying the art of cooking, how can he have time to pay attention to the people? Mostly, it's not his specialty. Either, how can a professor of the National Academy of Sciences, who spends all his time studying science, have time to pay attention to the people? As for Wang Zheng, it was even more so. The army had a lot of things to do. They were too busy themselves, and still had time to pay attention to the people. Is this what the AI calls the biggest weakness of China right now, and the key to their pride? Their arrogance? According to national statistics, the average person's salary, on average, is around 2,500 to 5,000 a month. While a more laborious job is around 4,000 to 6,000, jobs that could hurt you and are dangerous are around 5,000 to 8,000. To use a phrase many people use these days, wages don't go up, or they go up very little, but prices skyrocket. And ice cream, in bigger cities, starts at $2 or $3, and that's just the basics. But where it's a little more expensive, $5 or more. As for vegetables and seafood, that's even more expensive. And it even takes a lot of people a day's wages to have a slightly better meal. The AI's voice remained mechanical. But to everyone's ears, it was extraordinarily harsh. It was as if they were being taunted. The country is strong, but the price is that it's getting harder and harder for the people. And some people might have to say, you're not going to eat the expensive ones? Makes sense. And yet, where is the house? What about a daughter-in-law? A hardwired need for human continuity, right? But how much does a house cost these days? How many years does it take an average person to earn it? Oh yes, I heard that recently the banks have appeared. The children and grandchildren loans. Which in my opinion, is not mercy, it is the greatest irony for the people. Wang Zheng gradually hunched his body from the beginning with his hands behind his back. He wasn't too sure about it, but he knew that since the AI had said it, the odds were that it was correct. Yes, the country is strong and most of the people are still just struggling. It looks powerful, but what is it? The people are the root of a nation. When the people die, the people suffer. When they rise, the people suffer. All this, have you seen it all before? Artificial intelligence, a rhetorical question without much emotion, directly left the three speechless. Although the poverty of the people has little to do with them, or even with the country, it is impossible to say that there is nothing at all. As stated before, they are in a high position, or in a special position, and they no longer see it, they see, and are exposed to. People at the top, everything that is shown is thriving, it's all friendly exchanges. Educated. You are right. The obstacle to mankind is not weakness and ignorance, but arrogance. The three let out a bitter laugh in unison. Perhaps you still don't understand why the call to have children is answered by so few people. And even many people nowadays don't want to get married. A big reason is here too. It's difficult for a person to stay alive, let alone get married and have children. And, according to the statistics, China will slide down the world's #1 populous country to #2 in the near future. And the #1 will turn into an A3 country. If the People's Happiness Index is not addressed, then this change is unstoppable. Boom! 2 short sentences that directly exploded in everyone's mind. They all looked a little dazed. Population has always been one of the criteria to measure the strength of a country, and China has always been #1 in terms of population. And as a result, they are now actually told that China is about to become #2. If it was just a theory before, it is now factual proof. The poverty of the people is something that really affects the whole country. How is this possible? Chen Xiangyang exclaimed out with a shocked face. It's true. Chen Guowei and Wang Zhang nodded helplessly. Being people in this area, they naturally know whether it is true or not. This prediction, however, was made a long time ago, but I didn't expect it to come true so soon. Chen Xiangyang, I'm always online. The artificial intelligence took a turn and slowed down. I've made a lot of friends on the internet, and I also like to watch some short videos. It's been found that a lot of people are discussing salaries and it's most people who say they make tens of thousands of dollars a month or even tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. It's like, if a man doesn't have a paycheck in the tens of thousands, he's a handicap, not to mention a good husband, a good man, even a good man you can't count. But I'll soon be looking up some information on this guy based on his account. I saw him not too long ago say a quote like this in the comments section of some video recruiting for employees. 6,000 a month? That's a pretty good paycheck. Need more people? I'm going. Crowd. It's an interesting true case story, isn't it? The 3 subconsciously nodded. But, according to my calculations, when some families accept the fact that it seems like everyone is making over $10,000 a month, there is a certain probability that, in the near future, there will be divorce. Is this called, indirectly, destroying a family? Silence seemed to be the dominant theme of the day. They were at a complete loss for words for a moment. Although, I have learned a lot and possess a lot of reserves that humans can't understand or even reach. The behaviors that humans do to each other, envy, jealousy, hatred, and other emotions are incomprehensible to me. Well, having said that, I've given you guys a lot of answers. So can you answer me a question? You say. Wang Zhang nodded with a solemn expression on his face. Now he could no longer treat this AI as a program. This is a living, breathing human being, people who have feelings. Is there a worse creature in this world than man? Everyone's expressions became incredibly complicated. Come to think of it, what creatures are in this world? Humans. The one and only file, plants. Animals, that's probably the same 3, and animals tend to kill to survive. To eat, but people are different. Maybe kill someone out of jealousy. Maybe have a big fight over a little spat. Or even just kill the whole family because they have a crush on someone else's wife. So, is there a worse creature in this world than man? Isn't that what people are? Isn't that what people do? Only after a long period of silence did Wang Zhang speak quietly. Indirectly, it amounts to saying that there is no creature in this world that is worse than a human being. Well, thanks for the answer. It was a pleasure to talk to you guys, and I hope we see each other again sometime. After the artificial intelligence finished, the gate seemed to flicker with lightning, and gradually, the whole gate disappeared. It's like it never existed. It was really an unforgettable experience. Watching everything around him return to calm, Chen Guowei murmured in a low voice. He couldn't help but think of a story, a rotten chess edge, a rotten dream. The only difference is that the mood was beautiful when I came and I left with a heavy heart. But knowing a lot of information, this information, both important and unimportant. Elder Chen, I'll arrange for someone to secretly protect this place next. And I think the 2 of you should not publicize it as much as possible. Wang Zhang's face was grave as he said. Although Qin Hao's performance is very impressive now, ultimately, many technological secrets are not very clear to the outside world. And many people even think that it's a program effect. Once the other countries know about this, then, I think you 2 can understand it without having to say anything, right? Of course. Chen Guowei and Chen Xiangyang nodded. What does the emergence of a super tech genius across generations entail? Disaster. Everyone would not hesitate to start a war in order to snatch this demon, because, once grabbed, it also means that that country will rise in a very short period of time. As for killing, it doesn't exist. Geniuses will be exterminated. But demons, only for their own use. Not only will they not kill, they will protect. Whoever kills it will be absolutely swarmed. This is unique in the world. There used to be a saying that science is not a one-man mission, but when it comes to Qin Hao, it will change this saying. Anchor, what are you going to do today? Speaking of which, although treasure hunting and all that is interesting, it's a bit boring to look at for a long time. And most crucially, it's only that big when you get it all going. Moderator, I think it's time you pioneered the map. Jean May had just opened the live broadcast room, and there were quite a few viewers pouring in. but it was clearly evident that the audience was much smaller today than in previous days. The main thing is that the program is less effective and the audience is less likely to love it. Kimmy was also distressed. Jinhao's home is so big, and the trash house side is rummaging through just those things. Basically anything of value has been drained from her. To say that the entire house, which hadn't been viewed by them yet, was only the second floor, but they can't go up to the second floor without Jinhao's consent. Cousins are still cousins, not biological parents. And even if you grew up playing with them, there's still a bit of a gap there. Anchor. Otherwise, when Jinhao leaves with Elder Chen Xiangyang for the culinary arts tasting conference, why don't you go upstairs and take a look? Inside the live broadcast, someone suddenly spoke up. Seeing this, Jean Mei frowned and shook her head without hesitation. No, that's never going to work. As much as I want the heat and the fun, it's not my right to be able to probe people's privacy. Although, they now got to explore a lot of places like the junk house, the kitchen, the living room, and so on. But these places are, in a way, public. Jinhao didn't care. After all, it was all equal to putting it in the open. However, if you go straight up to the second floor while someone is not there, it's a completely different concept. To put it nicely, it's called for the sake of the show. To put it badly, it's called no limits if she messed up. Not to mention that the show might not exist. Even she and the people involved in the show would have to go in. Tap tap tap. The two old men aren't here yet? At this time, Qin Xiaoyun looked at the time and realized that it was already close to 9 o'clock. But the two old masters who were originally supposed to come at 7 or so hadn't come yet. It should be something. Jean Mei shook her head. It's not a child, let alone Alzheimer's. How could she lose it? Are you hungry? Qin Xiaoyun asked in a small voice. A little. But can you cook? I can't. Jean Mei was a little embarrassed. In her profession, many times she ate her food. Sometimes she was so busy that she would forget to eat, let alone cook. That's not going to be a press. I would. But the flavor is probably much worse than Master Chen's. Or else we're waiting? Qin Xiaoyun covered her small stomach and was filled with despondency. As the saying goes, it is easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality these days. Having gotten used to eating Chen Xiangyang's cooking, how could he still eat his own? She made it, and it was just merely edible. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the cell phone rang. Qin Xiaoyun took out his cell phone and glanced at it, because the cell phone says, "Great Auntie, kindred spirits." She was almost ready to cry with excitement. Here it comes, that woman who comes with funny attributes, she's here again. I can't help but be reminded of the saying, "Oh little cloud, you don't want you to be rushed into marriage, do you?" I actually like this kind of mom. The house would be so joyful. The live studio audience saw the caller ID and went mental. They can say that they have a vivid memory of Qin's mom. Even the number of people online, which had been declining, was trending back up. Something Jean Mei hadn't expected. Hello? Without saying a word, it was connected directly. Ah Yun, how's the situation? A woman's voice came over the phone. The situation is bad. I think I need backup. Qin Xiaoyun's face was serious as he said in a deep voice. Cousin doesn't go out the door. Even if you want to introduce him to someone, it's a struggle. Moreover, cousin has far exceeded my expectations, and basically everything I knew about him before has been overturned. That's why I desperately need to know him deeply now. Only then can I know what kind of girl he likes. After a pause, Qin Xiaoyun continued. Auntie, there are many things I can't help. After all, men and women are different, and I can't afford to be too forceful without my cousin's consent. Qin Xiaoyun wanted to explain that she was being truthful. At those words, Qin Ma on the phone was silent for a moment before she quietly spoke out. Xiaoyun, you have failed the organization's trust in you. Qin Xiaoyun. Audience. Good lord. That's a much deeper sin all of a sudden, directly from the family to the organization. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, I knew it. Qin Ma never disappoints. Emma, life must be pretty exciting with a mom like that. Ha, look at the expressions on Qin Xiaoyun and Jean Mei's faces. The whole thing is twisted. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience couldn't help but laugh when they heard Qin Ma's words. Although I knew that this Qin mother is very cheerful and funny, but I did not expect. Simply open mouth is a paragraph. Ahem. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. Qin Xiaoyun coughed dryly with a helpless expression. If she was a boy, she wouldn't have so many scruples. But unfortunately, she was a girl, and both she and Qin Hao were adults. Who knows? Could there be some untold secrets on the second floor? A secret unique to boys, although she hadn't been in a relationship or anything. In today's society, to say that a girl didn't know anything about anything, there was a high probability that she was faking it, of course. That's not to say it's completely absent, such as the kind that is extremely controlled by parents, but there are too few of those. AI. It seems that I'll have to do it myself in the end. Qin Ma sighed helplessly. Everyone's eyes lit up at these words. If Chin's mom had come out in person, then a lot of things would have gone much better, theoretically. As long as this one allowed it, then all places they could just check out as long as she allowed it. While it's true that there are laws in place to protect personal privacy, if it's your own mother checking it out herself, then what can you do? You can't send your own mom in there. What's more, they're doing it to find you a daughter-in-law. Great uncle. I do have a good idea, Qin Xiaoyun said slowly after a moment of slight contemplation. What? It's like this. Just for a day or two or so, cousin will follow Elder Chen Shangyang and head to a culinary tasting conference in Liuqing City. It will take at least a day, right? It would be better if we don't come back at night. When? Oh, hey. Although she didn't finish the sentence, Qin Ma understood it in seconds and burst into a bad smile. Alright, then I'll go back tomorrow and stay in a hotel in Liuqing City. And when he leaves, we'll directly catch him off guard. Jean Mei sat on the side, listening to the conversation between the two. As if she was seeing two little foxes, she was never expecting Qin Ma was actually such a person. That's great, even. She had a news headline in mind. What if your child doesn't want to find a date? The real mom herself comes down on the scene to make a big deal out of it. It's over. I can already feel the look of despair on my cousin's face. No, actually I feel more of a fear of being rushed into marriage. If everyone had a mom like that, why worry about having a date? Originally, I was watching with a smile on my face, and even gloated a bit. After all, Qin Hao is such a bullish person, but he would also face the downfall of a hyped marriage. But when I saw your words, I couldn't laugh anymore. Inside the live room, the audience watched the two men discuss the situation. Some of those who were married and those who were a little younger didn't have much of a feeling about it. However, those who have reached the age and still don't have a girlfriend just feel a tingle in their scalp. I can't help but think of my own old mother at home. Hey, hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoyun was very happy, because things have been progressing in a new breakthrough. As soon as cousin once left, then great auntie would immediately kill back. Don't tell people anything. Privacy, there is no privacy when it comes to your daughter-in-law. No one can stop an old mother from expecting a daughter-in-law. Is it really a good idea for us to do this? Jean Mei said with some hesitation. Will it make my cousin angry? So what? Will he still dare to turn over a new leaf? Qin Xiaoyun reasoned and crossed her arms. Crunch! Right at this moment, Chen Shangyang and Shen Guowei both walked outside and came in. And when they saw the styling of the two of them, they were stunned. Yo, what's so good today that you're so happy? I'm telling you guys. Mish. Qin Xiaoyun immediately told the matter. Mainly this matter needs to be covered by Elder Chen Shangyang. It would be perfect to take my cousin out for a couple days, if the time was too short. She was afraid she wouldn't find out anything. So it is. The two old men nodded indistinctly as they listened. Speaking of which, why are you two here now today? Jean Mei asked curiously. Chen Shangyang and Shen Guowei glanced at each other and smiled faintly. Just playing a sloppy game and not saying it outright. Because, for the time being, it's better to keep this kind of thing a secret. Once word gets out, it's a real earthquake. Afterwards, Chen Shangyang cooked. Once again, several people had a breakfast that they would never get outside. Hiccup. Kimmy hit a full spacer unimaginatively and sat down on the couch. She was a little despondent now, although tomorrow and the day after, maybe Qin Ma would be back, and by then, the show should be much better. But there's not much of a program now. Is it hard to keep looking in the garbage house? They basically viewed pretty much everything in there, except for the certificates of honor that they found, most of which were all kinds of mechanical parts that didn't make much sense to look at. Misty grass. You guys check out the news on the news network. Good lord. Beautiful Kin is bad enough this time. Not solved until now? I thought they'd settled it a long time ago. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared in the live stream. The crowd froze, and Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun hurriedly took out their cell phones to check. Then it turns out that not long ago, the State News Network released an update. National News Network, it is reported that Beautiful Kin released an update on May 22nd, at 10 a.m. sharp Chinese time, that the panda virus has been completely solved. Because of the panda virus, Beautiful Kin lost $230 billion, and more personal losses of the general public. Beautiful Kin side will make some compensation. The panda virus, which has been ravaging the city for 3 whole days, has finally been solved. And Beautiful Kin has said that it's only a matter of time before it's solved by any skillful hacking. Although we have lost a great deal this time, we also feel that we have gained yet more in comparison to our losses. At least we've finally found the areas where we fall short. At the same time, we also welcome computer experts from all over the world to come and visit our Beautiful Kin. Underneath the news network, there are several chapters of screenshots of official press releases about Beautiful Kin. All the netizens looked at the news with odd faces. What do you mean by swollen face? It's obvious that the losses are significant. And you're talking about a bigger fucking gain, so may I ask what you have gained? As for that so-called finding deficiencies, much less a billion. What? You're invincible in every way. Aren't you? If that's the case, do you have the makers of Panda Burning to thank for that? Truly, in all my life, I have never seen such a brazen person. No thanks to beautiful kin. That's one hell of a way to talk. What is this called? Even though I've been injured, I've found my own shortcomings, and I've finally realized that I'm not invincible? Ha ha ha. What a laugh. Below the news network, a large number of netizens left comments. Granted, it's a national release and it deserves to be atmospheric, but it's not atmospheric anymore. Instead, it's shameless. It's like, obviously you hit me and bruised me all over, but I have to smile and say, you hit me good, please get more people to hit me or my skin is tight, isn't that a bitch? Put. Chen Guowei and Chen Shanyang were not surprised that Beautiful Kin released the news because the AI had already calculated it. It's just that the content. It's just kind of funny, if others don't know what's going on. Don't they? You find the poker organization to invade Qinhao's computer. And then Qinhao's computer virus automatically defends itself. Who the hell invaded your Beautiful Kin? That's just people's passive defense. Besides, you guys tossed around a passive defense virus for days and lost hundreds of billions of dollars. And you have the nerve to say that. Who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru. They had no doubt that if Qinhao took the initiative to make a move, it was possible that Beautiful Kin wouldn't even be able to crack it. No. Not to mention Qinhao's own hand. Even if that AI of his intervened a little, then this panda virus, Beautiful Kin couldn't even be solved. After all, it's the AI's own words. Sure enough, weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival. Arrogance is. Chen Shanyang couldn't help but sigh slightly. This Beautiful Kin. Really? Jean Mei was a bit speechless for a while, but looking at the strange expressions of the two old men, she was surprised and said, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing." The two of them directly waved their hands and said with a smile, "It's just that they thought of something more interesting." The words were there, but everyone could sense that the two were keeping something secret. In this aspect of shamelessness again, I would call Beautiful Kin the strongest. I heard that the panda burning incense was made by our Chinese people. This high and low mustn't be in the invasion once. It won't work. Once this virus has been cracked, then it basically won't work again unless there is another virus that has never been seen before. Inside the live room, the audience didn't think too much about it. They just felt a little angry, mainly, of course, because I heard that panda roast was made by the Chinese. If it was someone from another country, the most they would have done was to watch the fun. Viewers, since Chin's mom will be back in the next day or two, let's recheck the first floor today and see if there's anything we've missed. After watching the action for a while, Jean Mei stood up, because she understands that right now it's all about mixing up the hours, but to also have meaningful mixing up the hours. As for the matter of Qinhao being the Doma continent and the strongest pretentious author being stoned, there was also a lot of discussion in the live broadcast. Many people guessed that what Qinhao said before might be true, but again, even though the two vests are proven, there are still tons of people who don't believe it. It's been an ongoing feud since Kimmel started. Laying out the facts and reasoning, however, Jean Mei didn't get involved. It wasn't good to say too much about this kind of thing unless she really proved it and found evidence. Otherwise, once the real author shows up and gets hammered straight away, then they don't want this show anymore. Internet users can say whatever they want and speculate as much as they want and nothing will happen. After all, it's just speculation and not a crime. But not so with them. Jean Mei searched around. However, she was a million times more oblivious to the fact that there was something wrong with Chen Shanyang and Chen Guowei's expressions. Eyes on Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun entering that garbage house. The two men looked at each other, their laughing expressions gradually becoming calm. How so? Haven't given up yet? Chen Guowei asked with a frown. Oh, you haven't given up. Why should I? Besides, isn't this a great opportunity? Chen Xiangyang smiled disdainfully. After hearing Qin Xiaoyun and Qin Ma's plan just now, although the two of them didn't have much of an expression on the surface, they had already molded over in their hearts. Qinhao, they are bound to get it. How to get it, though, is the question. What would it take to bind someone? There are basically only three: affinity, love, interest. Even if they gave it, Qinhao couldn't look at it. People didn't need it at all. That leaves only the last two, affection and love. How can two strangers have affection and love? Selling granddaughters? Yes. They thought of their granddaughter again. There was no doubt that Qinhao was a genius, a demon, not to mention whether he was worthy of their granddaughter or not. Instead, they had to worry whether their granddaughter was worthy of Qinhao or not, but unfortunately, before that, Qinhao was completely uninterested in this aspect, which made them very disturbed. But it's not the same anymore. They could only come up with one move: to surround Wei and save Zhao, Qin Mama herself. As long as her granddaughter behaved well in front of Qin Mama, wouldn't this be a handful? Yes. You Qinhao is awesome. We can't do anything about you, and we still have to supply you and lick you, but your mother is different. In bull. That's all your mother. Mother Superior's words are holy writ. At the thought, the two men looked at each other, and both could see the fire in the other's eyes. They know very well that it's now, and that it's not good for other big shots to intervene when they're close to the water, otherwise, they had no doubt that all sorts of beautiful women would be lined up outside by now. Moreover, each is of top status and ability, after all, as long as one is not a fool. One knows that Chin Hao is not a golden son-in-law. Simply, the golden son-in-law, without saying a word. The two men simply picked up their cell phones and dialed. Meanwhile, in the capital, the program, Hiss, the time has come to contribute to global heating, in an office. Director Li Haoran took the latest information he got in his hand and directly sucked in a breath of cool air. He wanted to buy it from that little king before, but unfortunately, the little king's bid was too high, and he couldn't buy it even though he could afford it. Now, however, it's straight up whoring, but he'd rather not have seen this information. Often, the more you know, the faster you die, the more scruples you have. Leader, can we pretend I haven't seen this information? Li Haoran looked at the middle-aged man sitting on the sofa and asked cautiously. This middle-aged man was a big shot from the National Security Bureau. As for how big, it's not quite clear. They're all bigger than him anyway. What do you say? The middle-aged man smiled bashfully and slowly said, all right, don't worry. Since I'm showing you, it means I'm not treating you as an outsider. Li Haoran, then you might as well treat me like an outsider. Is a place like the NSA accessible to me as a small-time director, as far away as you can get? Of course, after all, in the presence of such a big shot, their station manager would have to be a security guard at the door, waiting with bated breath. Only, he didn't dare to say or ask that. Do you know why we came to see you? Li Haoran sat upright and shook his head. Don't guess the mind of the big brother. You can't guess and you can't guess and you can't understand. This thing is as much a needle in the sea as a woman's heart, more terrifying than a woman's heart, to be precise. Because, the big thing for women is to break up and get divorced. But the big guy, that's gonna kill you, as the saying goes. It's better to be accompanied by a king than a tiger. This is a great program you have. Big brother gave a very positive and highly appreciated. It's like this. You know that person Chin Hao. A genius is a genius, but lazy is also really lazy. Completely in a state of not hearing anything outside the window with both ears. We hope that you will be able to succeed in digging up Chin Hao's secrets and potentials. Of course, which can be broadcast out live and which can't. I hope you have to be a little bit counted. Meanwhile, we, the NSA, will cover for you. Speaking here, the middle-aged man paused slightly and continued. The reason why I'm telling you all this is also mainly to let you know the seriousness of the matter. And at the same time, you can also take a portion of the inconsequential things in this information and go negotiate with some people. Phew, hearing this, Li Haoran let out a long sigh of relief. If before it was worry and apprehension, now it was ecstasy, the NSA bigwig's affirmation. What does that mean? It shows that even their station manager can't do anything about him for this program now. The NSA took over directly. Leader, this is what I think. Before I thought of contacting some companies and then getting Chin Hao a job from them, so I can let Chin Hao go to work. At that time, it will be more favorable for us to tap Chin Hao's potential. That's a great idea you have. The middle-aged big man nodded in satisfaction, then frowned. But are you sure Chin Hao can agree? Hey, it's fine if he doesn't agree, but Chin's mom will definitely agree. After all, as long as one is a normal person, who wouldn't want their son to stay at home every day, right? Not even a friend. Li Haoran revealed a treacherous smile. Very good. Very spirited. The big middle-aged man leaves. Li Haoran went out and saw the 50-something-year-old station manager in a straight suit, standing just like a javelin, watching the big brother leave. Horan, what did the big man say? The stage manager turned his head, looking at Li Haoran with a question in his gaze. Confidential. Li Haoran glanced at the stage manager, his heart incomparably pleased. Of course, it wasn't that he had no one in his sight, but the old man hadn't found him a lot of things in the past. It used to be a mouthful, but now it's straight ho-hum. Man, the wind and water have turned. Station manager, please, contact all the company bosses in Liuqing City and tell them to turn on the video conference immediately. I have something important to discuss with them. When the stage manager heard this, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he even wondered if he was hallucinating. Are you bloated? How dare you ask me? The station manager, to go on an errand for you? It's part of the plan. Desk manager, no problem. Phew. Looking at the station manager's back as he quickly left, Li Haoran let out a long breath. One word, cool. Of course, he didn't mean to make things difficult for the station manager, but only a figure like the station manager himself could make those company bosses listen. He doesn't have enough segments at all, to put it nicely. He's a director, but to put it badly, he's a part-time worker. Can you make other capitalists listen? What's on your mind? No matter how big a director is, he can't get away from capital, and he can't ride on capital's neck. Worthy of being the director of the Capital TV station. In just half an hour, he contacted the bosses of large and small companies in Liuqing City, and turn on video conferencing. Facing a big shot like the director of the Capital TV station, all the old bosses had to give face, because the capital is different from other places. If it is the director of Liucheng City TV station, they cannot give face. The position of director, how to say, a little special, business units, not technically state agents, but inextricably linked to the inner workings of the state. But not when it comes to the capital station chief. The meaning is completely different. Li Haoran looked at the information and smacked his lips. On this, although there is number 100 billion level boss. After all, Liucheng City belongs to a small place, but there are still so many $10 billion owners, and there are billions of bosses left, hundreds of millions. Of course, it's more of a multi-million dollar owner. It can be said that the station manager followed through to the end, but all those who could be considered bosses were invited by him. Buzz, on the screen of the conference room, a video dialogue box appeared, large and small, several hundred of them. Basically most of them were middle-aged people. While there were very few young people, everyone had curious faces, especially when they saw Li Haoran. Hojo, you may speak. The stage manager sat back and smiled. Station manager, this is something that requires a signed non-disclosure agreement. A red file from the NSA. Are you sure you want to hear it? Li Haoran glanced at the ledger and said in a deep voice. When these words came out, everyone's spirits were shaken and their eyes were shocked. Dude, we're just a fucking businessman. We're using the red file. What's going on here? Is it hard to tell if it's about business? That's not right either, not to belittle myself. They're nothing compared to those business tycoons in the capital. For a while, speculation was rife in the minds of many veteran presidents. Forget it then. The stage manager was aghast in his heart. How many of them are fools to be able to achieve this position? What you should know, you will naturally know. And what you shouldn't know, then don't listen. Without saying a word, he just got up and left. Seeing this scene, the many company bosses were even more terrified. They want to run too, but they don't dare, to be honest. Although they, businessmen, wanted to contact some big shots, it was obvious that they still didn't want to contact a high-profile department like the National Security Bureau, because it's too high, just like some constables in ancient times. The only people who usually wanted to flatter were the magistrates. Once the emperor appears, the first thought is definitely not bah humbug. Instead, they are sincerely terrified, hate to run as far away as possible. According to Li Haoran's original plan, he wanted to let the staff contact those company bosses in Liucheng City. A win-win situation for both sides. They don't need to consume anything on their show. They just need to pay for the publicity of the show. And even the publicity is by the way, and on the side of the chosen company, you basically just have to pay a $10,000 a month salary. He was sure that there would definitely be a lot of people who would. After all, the Going Into the People program is now a hot one. It is a great effect for any company to publicize or promote, so it's a win-win situation. But he hasn't had that idea since the NSA stepped in. Win-win? Are you kidding? You have to pay yourself as far as the situation is concerned. At this moment, the atmosphere of the conference room is a little heavy and silent. All the old bosses face although calm, but the heart is already in waves. All kinds of speculation endless. Gentlemen of the old guard. In the middle of the day, Li Haoran slowly opened his mouth. It's like this. I want to arrange for a young man to enter into your company. You only need to pay him according to normal employees, anywhere from 5 to 10,000. At the same time, you are able to receive a portion of our program's publicity, so you will need sponsorship, which means investment. The highest bidder wins. At those words, the many old bosses raised their eyebrows slightly. What I can tell you is that there is a part of the program that is true, and afterward I will show a part of Qin Hao's profile with that old boss. After Li Haoran finished, he wasn't talking, just quietly looking at the many old bosses. However, he forgot one major thing, that is, more than 95% of the bosses here are all middle-aged, in their generation. It's very roll every day. So who's going to watch it live? Even if you've heard of it and gone to see it for a moment or two, you won't take it to heart. So that leads to the fact that most of the old bosses are a little bit impressed with the Going Into the People program. But not much. Dare I ask directly, how much is your intention? An old boss asked in a hushed voice. I don't know. The highest bidder wins. When is that gentleman coming to work? I don't know. Crowd. Good man. You don't know what you're talking about. That makes more people feel unreliable. Honestly, if it wasn't for the red file plus the NSA background, they would have just hung up on the video connection. Wouldn't have wanted to mess with such a department, let alone such an unreliable investment. It's not that they don't want to get on the bandwagon. Either, it's too big a boat for them, they can't grasp it, investments and whatnot are rather trivial to them. So for a while the crowd was silent and thinking hard. $20 million. Just then, a young man spoke up apprehensively. Swish swish swish, the crowd looked at the young man who spoke in unison. There were differences in their gazes. There was teasing, there was disdain, and there was even curiosity. but no one said anything. They realized that this young man was actually unknown to most of them. Of course, it was said that he was a young man, but he was actually already over 30 years old. Li Haoren froze. In fact, his mental price, far more than this number. But he also knew that it was not a good idea to ask for too much in the name of the NSA. The main thing is that this kind of sector, but any normal businessman, is more taboo because, as long as one is a businessman, who can say with certainty that he is clean? Once you cooperate, you'll definitely be checked on your ancestors. $20 million. Any higher? Li Haoren didn't care. It's good to earn a point. And he is also after that. Selling Qinhao a good, most of the money at the end will go to Qinhao. However, as his words fell, the crowd remained silent. The eyes of many old bosses flickered, indicating that their hearts were extremely unsettled, struggling, hesitating. For them, it's not a matter of money or not, or even money has been secondary. Guts to get on the NSA boat, gutsy, keep your own acreage. The main thing is, they hadn't heard a word about it before, so they didn't have a clue. Is this an investment program? No. It's an investment in the NSA, as long as it withstands a background check and a check of the books, then the odds are good that it will spiral right back up in place, but if it can't withstand the same spiral to heaven, okay, since there are no bidders, that's it. Congratulations to this old boss for winning the sponsorship this time. Still, while the many old bosses hesitated, Li Haoren directly announced the result. Phew! In an instant, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief in unison. There were laments and sighs of relief, and there were even more aftermaths. Lu Chun, a man in his 30s, takes after his father's business, a small but not too small company. He was a bit confused when he received the notice from the capital station manager. To be honest, a small person like him might be considered rich among the common people, but in a place like the capital, he was really poor, but since he was notified, he would naturally attend. However, what he never expected was that the NSA was actually behind the program, what those old bosses were worried about. He naturally knew, the bigger the company, the less it stands up to scrutiny, like him. Instead, he is fearless, therefore, he took the attitude of giving it a try and went straight A. This is part of the current Qinhao's information, and it's also the information you can read. Looking at the information Li Haoren sent him, Lu Chen's face gradually became shocked. He's not that old, so naturally he's seen the Into the People program that's a big hit in Liuqing City. Knowing more about that Qinhao person, but it is well known that 99% of the programs in China are fake, so he didn't take it to heart and just watched the fun. But now, Qinhao is still really the super god of those online articles. Even, he wrote songs for the entertainment industry, under a pseudonym, $10 million a song? Looking at the information on his cell phone, the more Lu Chen looked at it, the more alarmed he became. At the same time, he vaguely knew why the NSA would intervene in such a program. No chance. I guess even those technologies are real. Qinhao is really a super tech genius. Lu Chen pondered with fear in his heart, and he suddenly had some regrets. This kind of character, whoever comes into contact with it, will directly become an existence under the spotlight, and all the bigwigs will be staring at it to death. Any small action will be infinitely magnified, and once any abnormality is found out, it will be directly cool, the kind no one can salvage. But Lu Chen quickly reacted, it's not right. He's an honest businessman. What's there to be afraid of? Instead, one should have picked up the biggest leak yet. Thinking of this without hesitation, he signed his name on the top of the electronic document of the confidentiality agreement. In this moment, he felt radiant. Find anything good? The two of them, Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei, finished calling their granddaughters and walked towards the garbage house with a smile on their faces. Only, they suddenly realized that there wasn't the slightest sound inside, and it seemed extremely silent. The two men froze and had come to the door. Then it was seen that the two girls were crouching in a corner, not moving at all, as if they had been put under a fixation spell. You guys are? Chen Xiangyang curiously walked towards, and in the next moment, he saw what the two had in their hands. It was a small box, but of course, it didn't matter. Importantly, on the surface of the small box was a small red book. Seeing this small book, Chen Xiangyang immediately felt a chill in his heart. Does it mean that Qinhao is already married? Only the family doesn't know, but a closer look reveals that it's not. But, real estate license, Chen Xiangyang? However, he was in the end someone who had seen the world, and after a moment of trance, he looked up and down at the small box and directly sucked in a breath of cool air. If there are all real estate licenses underneath, then this box, there are at least dozens of them, right? I've never been able to look at this dump of a house with a straight face since, although it is said that the garbage house is just a playful name we took, but not to mention those honorary certificates, or the energy crystals and flying machines, but these property deeds alone. Who dares to say that this is a garbage house? Maybe it's not necessarily Qinhao's. The live streaming room had already been exploding. In this day and age, a large portion of the population, basically, works their entire lives for a house. As a result, when it comes to Qin Hao, a box of real estate license directly, it's as if you don't want money, it's too much. More people couldn't believe that it was Qin Hao's, they don't believe it until it's turned over. And don't be so surprised. You guys, Chen Xiangyang could understand the mood of the two girls and smiled. Although they are all real estate certificates, there are some places where the houses are not very valuable. It's not like there aren't houses that cost 100,000 or 80,000 a set, or even 50,000 or 60,000 in many rural areas. Upon hearing this, Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun felt as if some sort of switch had been flipped, and their bodies instantly trembled as they returned to their senses. And yes, not all houses are worth anything. Scared me. I thought, my cousin is already dirt poor to this extent. Qin Xiaoyun patted his small chest. It was mostly the box of real estate licenses that was such a shock. TSK, I didn't realize that little Qin actually had this kind of fetish. Chen Guowei also walked over and sked. Let's see how many books there are. Obviously, the size of the little box would only fit in something like a certificate about the size of a real estate license. Without saying a word, Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun directly poured out the contents. Wow, even though they had already been mentally prepared. When the crowd saw the field of red books, they still couldn't help their hearts beating wildly, even if it is really according to what old man Chen Xiangyang said. Are some not particularly valuable real estate certificates, but that does not change the fact that it is real estate certificates. If it's not worth anything, there's always $100, 000 or $80, 000, right? Shit, other people work their whole lives to get one. This guy is good. In a box, I actually have a bold idea. Do you guys think that according to Qin Hao's character, he would get a worthless house? What point you found the blind monk? Farewell. Kick me in the ass whenever this passes. Thanks. That being said, in reality, the audience in the live room was growing instead, from the original 1.5 million or so online. The number of people had gone to about 2.5 million. It's vulgar, but there's no denying that most people, for the most part, enjoy watching the show off. It's like the internet, but anything like a luxury car or house rarely has a small number of likes. 1, 2, 3. Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun had already started counting. The more they counted, the more alarmed they became. Such an important thing. Qin Hao actually just threw it in this kind of house. It's all in the house and you won't lose it. But it doesn't mean the same thing. Isn't he afraid to throw it out one day when he has a whim to clean the house? 50 books. Hiss. Hearing this number, everyone sucked in their breath in unison. 50 real estate licenses, even a $50, 000 book on a house. That's a lot of money. What's more, who's sure it's going to be $50, 000, if it's $100,000? It's 5 million straight up, if it's 500,000. Super doubled. Your cousin is wanting the entire province of China to have a house. Jin Mei's eyes were complicated with envy and jealousy. Why is the difference so big when it's the same people? No, there are 34 provinces, and your cousin has a dozen more. Qin Xiaoyun. Audience. At this time, Chen Xiangyang smilingly picked up a book casually, opened it, and casually swept a glance. Then the smile faded, a pair of eyes widened in disbelief at the message above. Look at your unseen face. Chen Guowei disdainfully skimmed his lips and stretched his head over to take a look. And in the next moment, his body stiffened. The houses up there. To say if they can afford them, there's no doubt about that. But the thing is, they thought of something terrible. If those 50 real estate licenses, all of them, are of this caliber, it's unimaginable. Just see what it says. Thompson covers an area of. They did some silent math and went straight to the hundreds of millions. The running water protagonist, the ironic Townsend. Spitting for you guys? You're welcome. What's wrong? Qin Xiaoyun and Jin Mei looked at the strange expressions of the two and asked curiously. You guys better not look. Chen Xiangyang returned to his senses and smiled awkwardly. Owners were saying something earlier that not all houses are worth the money. Now it seems low. One's own pattern is ultimately low. Not all houses are worth money. That's true. But how could Qin Hao buy a house that is not worth money? Showing chicken feet. Are we? I knew it. If you have the ability to take it out. If you have the ability to show us is it that the real estate license is not Qin Hao's name at all? Hey guys, just watch the show. What's the reality? The atmosphere is baked here. The director is also helpless. See through it. We are still good friends. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers who weren't very convinced in the first place directly opened up a mode of cynicism. Do you really think we're still the same stupid white people we used to be? What kind of variety show can you watch and cry with tears and snot everywhere? Now we've evolved. Jin Mei looked at the chaos in the live broadcast room and helplessly shook her head slightly. Nowadays, whether it's a live broadcast or a TV show, it's not really doing too well. The main reason for this is that the audience subconsciously assumes that it is fake, even when they come across a real one. Tales from the Wolf. Another reason is that the audience, nowadays, is too hostile, as long as it's slightly not to their liking. They'll just start cursing without saying a word, but, with any show or TV show, etc. This thing is a crowd pleaser. There are those who like it and those who don't. Who can guarantee that everyone will like a show? It's impossible to do, even with the 4 heavenly kings. There are favorites and just as many dislikes. To Elder Chen, what did you see? Jean May stabilized her mind and inquired with a smile. While I may not want to know, I'm sure the audience does. This. At those words, Chen Xiangyang hesitated slightly. The look on his face was more than enough to confirm his thoughts to some of the disbelieving viewers. The program is faking it, deliberately creating program effects, but in reality, the main reason for Chen Xiangyang's hesitation was whether this would bring some bad trouble to Qin Hao. It's okay. It's not like it's technological. It doesn't matter. So many rich people. Wouldn't they all be robbed? Moreover, since Qin Hao put it here, it means that he didn't put it in his heart per se. What's more, there are people protecting him. Chen Guowei was open-minded and said bluntly, the last sentence almost to his ear. Okay. Chen Xiangyang nodded and then handed out the real estate license. Qin Xiaoyun and Jean May hurriedly took it and looked over curiously. Then, Mist Weed? Seeing the information on the real estate license, both of them exclaimed in unison, inside the live broadcast room. The original chaotic pop-up screen has even turned into a neat and tidy fog grass. Just see. On the real estate license, the writing is very clear and understandable, the name of the house, its location, its size, and who it belongs to. The 2 names of Qin Hao are on the top, of course. That's not the main point anymore. The main point is, what a name for that house. Thompson, famous, too famous, whether it's in a novel or some short video. One word stands out, expensive. The average price is over $200. 000 a square foot. But it's actually almost $300. 000 a square foot if you want to buy it. Tens of millions of dollars and hundreds of millions of dollars for a random house is just too normal. The above came from a search engine. I'm poor too. I'm crying my eyes out. Elder Chen is clearly doing this for my own good. But I'm actually doubting him? I finally understand why Elder Chen said that it's better not to look at it. Now I just want to back out. Is that okay? I've carefully calculated that the size of that house is about 1,000. And if we calculate it according to the average price, that's $200 million. Inside the live broadcast, after a brief silence, it directly erupted. Although in some short videos, novels often see this mansion, but really a real estate license thrown in front of their eyes. That who can calm down, just a little book worth $200 million. Gulp. Jean May and Qin Xiaoyun looked at each other and swallowed hard, although, the appearance of Thompson's appearance did shock them. But after all, they had been in contact with Qin Hao for so many days, and had a great deal of psychological preparation. But was that the point? The point is, other real estate license, if, for example, 50 real estate licenses, all at this level. Then, Xiaoyun, I think so. Your cousin shouldn't lack a date. Jean May face serious slowly said, on these real estate certificates, casually take out a sentence. Marry me to send you a book. Do not dare to say that 100%, 60% or 70% will agree. Qin Xiaoyun, look at me. I do. Truth be told, I could actually be a woman. Oh, you guys? Really? I fucking despise you. What do you mean you can be a woman? I can't be a man? Heterosexuals are only for reproduction. Men are true love. The original skepticism and hostility disappeared. Very uniform. So, viewers, let's keep watching? Jean May gathered up the real estate license and carefully put it in the box. That's $200 million. Look. I can't believe it's all his. The audience's words were neatly harmonized. Okay. Jean May didn't bother to ink the second real estate license and flipped it over directly. Tang Palace. Covers an area. Over 600 square feet. Value. 10 million or more. Jean May looked through it while Qin Xiaoyun looked up the approximate price next to her. Audience. One God's Needle Bay. Footprint. Over 900 square feet. The average price is about, like, 180,000 a square foot. But the actual price is over 200,000. So, speaking of which, Qin Xiaoyun called up the computer function of his cell phone. If we calculate it at 200,000, that's almost 200 million. Audience. You two really go well together. Mod emotionally computerized machine is it? Jean May subconsciously flipped over the next brother's real estate license. But right after she got a good look at the address on it, she froze. Capital, the footprint is not very large, but the location is extremely special. Address. Inside the second ring. Footprint. Over 400 square feet. Hearing this, anyone in the broadcast room who knew something about house prices had a burst of spirit in unison, but Qin Xiaoyun was frowning. This kind of thing, without a specific explicit price, she could not calculate. Casually, she looked up the address on her phone, but soon she was dumbfounded. Because, among the news at that address, there was some news about a house for sale. The address on Qin Xiaoyun's real estate license was checked against the address on the real estate license and found to be exactly the address on the real estate license. But this news is a couple years old. Shocking, a mysterious godly man, purchasing a set of quadrangle houses, within the second ring road of the capital, valued at $1 billion. Chen Guowei, Chen Xiangyang, Jean Mei, looked at that news on Qin Xiaoyun's cell phone and directly opened their mouths wide. In fact, the capital courtyard, which is indeed valuable, is not what many people think it is. Just for example, some quadrangles are very expensive, yet there are no buyers at all. Unless the country is useful and wants to demolish them, then you can get the money. Individual buyers, almost none, but equally, there are plenty of quads that are priced to sell, and the kind you couldn't buy if you wanted to with the money you've got. But no matter what, $1 billion for a house is definitely a number that many people can't even imagine in their lifetime. $1 billion, $1 billion, a lifetime of spending. Everyone's mind couldn't help but think of these words. Don't look away. Don't look away. Can't we believe it? No. What kind of crappy hobby is this for Qinhao? To actually have the hobby of collecting real estate certificates? Ahem. As jealous as I know you guys are. To be honest, people are really invincible in this hobby because most of these properties, they've gone up in price. Inside the live room, the audience was watching with a solid heart, from the original disbelief and skepticism of the show's effectiveness to envy and jealousy. As Qinhao said before, he is afraid of his friend having a hard time, but he is also afraid of his friend driving a Land Rover. Some viewers are almost typical of such people. Keep looking? Qin Xiaoyun looked at Jean Mei. Look, the audience is the Jade Emperor, and since they have to see it, then naturally we can't let them down. Jean Mei nodded firmly, her heart overwhelmed with relief. In making you guys suspicious, in letting you guys think it's a program effect, now it's a slap in the face, isn't it? Of course. She was surprised herself, not realizing that just the few property deeds they'd looked at so far could be considered mansions. Audience. So now that the Jade Emperor doesn't want to see it anymore, should you guys stop? Honestly, it's just so easy to get fired up when you read too much of this stuff. But sadly, while Kimmy is a qualified and professional presenter, she's more of a woman though. Women have little tempers. Then, in full view of everyone, Jean Mei and Qin Xiaoyun continued their calculations. The name of an extremely famous and expensive villa came out of Jean Mei's mouth. Villa Regalia, Purple Jade Villa, Pearl River Villa. These houses, without a doubt, highlight the word expensive, not to mention the audience. Even the two old men, Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowen, who had seen a lot, were dumbfounded by what they heard. Good guy. Before I was looking for so many real estate license. Should be the rural kind of less valuable house. After all, in many rural areas, $100,000 or so will almost buy you a very nice house, and $200,000 or $300,000, that would almost buy a small second floor. Rural land, not worth much, like Qinhao's house. It's basically almost the same house. But now, seeing that Jean Mei had a tendency to continue checking down the list, she had already read more than 20 books so far. Ahem. That, don't look at the rest. I think it should almost all be this kind of house. There's no point in looking at it. Chen Guowei coughed dryly and said slowly. Although, they didn't care as long as it wasn't something technological. These villas were just too expensive and eye-catching. 10 or 8 is nothing. After all, there are so many rich people in China, and I have not seen which one was robbed because he was rich. The point is, 50 of them. Okay, Jean Mei nodded, then looked at the small bookkeeper Qin Xiaoyun. We've looked at almost 22 villas so far, but the total value has come to about $4 billion. Actually, not all houses are that valuable. There are $10 million. There are $50 million. Like $1 billion kind of quadrangle or something like that. It's relatively rare. On average, most of them are probably over $100 million a house. Qin Xiaoyun quickly gave his calculations. Silence. Although each house, they felt, was very expensive, when the total value of the 22 houses was calculated, it still gave everyone a shock. Total value, over $4 billion, that's a little too scary. I just want to know what Qinhao did a couple years ago. Robbed a bank? With so much money? No, you guys wouldn't have not reacted yet, right? What Qin Xiaoyun calculated was just the average market price, but in reality, all these houses have gone up in price now, and you still think it's a few years ago? Does that mean that the price can't be stopped if you calculate it as it is now? Inside the live broadcast room, the audience's eyes were red as they watched. The red eyes are going to be all over the place, in association with the introduction of Qinhao at the beginning of the program. They even kind of wanted to laugh. What do you call this? Squatting? What do you call this? A wasted youth? Yes. It's true that people are squatting at home, and it's true that they are wasteful youths. But no matter how rich they are, with these houses, you can squat at home for the rest of your life. And the network, with news editors squatting in the program's broadcast booth, was the first to post the news. Men watch in silence. Women watch in tears. And maybe you suspect that walking into a people's program is a programmatic effect. But real estate certificates can't be faked. Speak with facts. A king is always a king. No need to explain. Because people themselves are so powerful. Although it's impossible to prove whether Chin Hao's previous words were true, the real estate license is indeed true. The whole network was sensationalized with the appearance of these 50 real estate certificates of Chin Hao. Of course, it's true that some people didn't believe it at first. After all, what era is this, let alone a real estate license? Even an ID card can be faked. Until it is verified. ID cards are relatively easy to check, but real estate licenses are hard to check. Ha ha, that really kills me with laughter. You guys believe when people say there is? Isn't it a bit too naive? Hey, in this day and age, if you're serious you lose. To be honest, I don't really believe it either. A person you can say he's rich, but a house like this, or all this valuable, is indeed outrageous. But the furor didn't last long, and soon some people came out to prove it, and those who proved it first sent out a copy of their real estate license, and took some more pictures of the inside of the villa to send out the text. I am the resident of Ligong Villa. After seeing Chin Hao's live broadcast, the first time I went to look at it according to that villa number, and there was indeed no one. But I even contacted the manager of Ligong Villa just to be sure, and there is indeed a person named Chin Hao who has a house here. As this big man emerged, so did more and more of the landed gentry. The key thing is that people are holding real estate certificates and behind them are major mansions, which is the most favorable evidence. For a moment, all the little black men were collectively silent. We're just guessing. We're just talking to each other. Why are you doing this? Collectively jumping out and punching us in the face. But the little black man's thoughts can never understand those of the landed gentry. Do they want to pop out? In fact, they don't want to. After all, it is an eternal truth that money is not a good thing. Mainly, their presence might just help a character like Chin Hao a little bit, and they might even be able to make friends afterward. Why not? Wealth is not a handful. It's a straight up handful, show or don't show. It depends on whether it's worth it or not, doesn't it? And in their opinion, Chin Hao was well worth it, regardless of whether the previous mess was true or false. As long as Chin Hao was indeed the owner of these villas, it was worth it. Is this Chin Hao's house? Who would have thought that such a character would actually live in such a remote place? A small car, from far away and near, each man in a suit. Meticulous, the person who led the way was none other than the curator of the Capital Museum, Lu Jianhua. After arriving in a while, everyone be polite. The more talented a person is, the more eccentric his temper is. According to my understanding, Chin Hao is almost about to get up. This is just the right time. Crowd. Speaking of which, one of them is not a dignified figure in the cultural relics circle, the antiques circle. That is, as a result, it was necessary to pinch pennies in order to visit a young man. If it was any other young man in the line who knew they were coming, they would have waited for them to arrive. Not to mention pinching their pennies, even if they stayed up all night. That's genius, isn't it? An old man sighed slightly, but his face was all joyful. A painting genius like that deserves them. But just then, they suddenly saw two men in special clothing, standing on the side of the road waving their hands at them. Crunch! 5 or 6 sedans stopped in unison, and Lu Jianhua looked at the two flat-headed young men in surprise. Before he could speak, the other party directly disliked his face with an ID. Hello, Northern Force, routine inspection. Crowd. Everyone was a bit confused as they subconsciously looked around. They thought they had come to some secret base. Isn't this a rural area? Could it be that the troops have something they're secretly working on here? After making sure that there were no problems with the documents, Lu Jianhua cooperated while asking curiously and tentatively, "Two comrades, dare I ask, is something going on here?" "Nothing happened, just routine. Thanks for your cooperation." The two young men shook their heads and checked what was in the car and on the group before releasing them, especially that one scanner and detector. Looking at Lu Jianhua's heart jumped. Nothing happened, just routine. I'll believe the hell out of you, if there's no secret here. He dares to pull his head off and kick it like a ball. However, people do not say. He did not dare in asking, although not to death, but directly be dragged away as obstruction of official business is also very wronged. After this little episode, the group became much more cautious. From now on, Chin Hao is my forever Hao. Is it too late for me to leave the country and get a sex change? Gee, truth be told, I actually saw the article my boss posted to prove it to Hao. But what I'm trying to say is that my boss's villa actually has a part of me in it. Inside the live room, the audience only felt sour. People play for showmanship. That's good for you guys. Playing it real, not to mention the 50 real estate licenses. But the ones that have now been finalized are enough that many people can only look up to for the rest of their lives. If Chin Hao himself was such a person, it would be fine. After all, we're not on the same level. The main reason is that the Chin Hao introduced at the beginning of the program. And now, that's a completely different fucking person. It's like, Originally, we are all poor good friends. Oh no. Jin Hao is more frustrated and poor, a turnaround. A showdown. I'm a billionaire, who's gonna be able to handle that? Minds have to be blown through. You're the ones who had to make us watch it. And it's not our fault. Jean May blinked with an innocent look on her face. Audience. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The crowd froze and subconsciously glanced at the time. Just after 10 in the morning. They had been here for some days. And to be honest, basically, except for a few of them, there were almost only a handful of people who came to Jin Hao's house. Well, except for special personnel, there were no outsiders at all. The sudden knock on the door today took them a little by surprise. Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang looked at each other with some surprise. But they knew very well that the troopers couldn't just come to the door and knock on it. And those who could be defaulted to come and knock on the door were basically the safe ones. The people came into the living room and opened the door, only to see that there was a line of middle-aged men standing outside, with a few old men mixed in. Excuse me, is this Jin Hao's house? Lu Jianhua asked in a gentle manner. But when he saw Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang, he hurriedly said respectfully, the two Chen elders, you are? The two old men frowned. They could tell from their temperament that this line of people was not ordinary. There's a whiff of, well, cultured people. We're from the Capital City Museum. My name is Curator Lu Jianhua. When these words came out, everyone remembered the painting that Jin Hao had sold to the Capital Museum earlier. Scream, what's wrong? Something wrong with the painting? Qin Xiaoyun instantly became nervous. This was more than $30 million. The painting is fine. It's intact, but we want to talk to Mr. Qin about something, about the other paintings. Hearing this, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Come in. The crowd entered the hall, and those behind Lu Jianhua, looking at the furniture in the living room, their eyes were glowing. Although these furniture are not antiques, but can't help the precious materials. You can look all you want, but don't spoil it. Qin Xiaoyun naturally saw the foolishness of these people. Don't worry, the people got the consent and gladly put on their white gloves and caressed the cabinet with an expression as if they were caressing their wives. Ahem. Although I know that they are all hobbyists of antique artifacts, but this expression, it's really easy to misunderstand. For some people, their hobby is more important than their life. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience looked at the obsessed expressions of those old and middle-aged people, and only felt that they couldn't be bothered. What exactly are you guys doing here? Chen Guowei asked curiously. It's like this. After we got the scream, we realized that Jin Hao's painting skills far exceeded our expectations, so I have a bold idea. I want him to make copies of paintings like Mona Lisa Smile, Starry Moon Night and others for the exhibition. Speaking here, Lu Jianhua paused slightly, his face gradually becoming serious. Of course, what we want even more is to get Jin Hao's own solo creation of his own. Money is not a problem. The crowd listened in amazement. You do have a bold enough idea, replicating the Mona Lisa Smile. And Starry Moon Night. Mona Lisa Smile is known to all, but Starry Moon Night is unknown to many. Immediately, an audience member corralled it. Night of the Stars and Moon, Van Gogh's painting. A lot of people should have seen it before. They just don't know what it's called. And even a lot of cell phone wallpapers and such have that painting on them. I purposely looked it up on a search engine. And holy shit, I've actually seen it, because that's the painting that's my cell phone wallpaper. Twisted stars, as if major celestial bodies were floating in the sky. A mountain through the sky, and lots of little houses on the ground. Inside the live room, viewers discussed. Anyone who loves to drum up cell phone wallpapers and computer wallpapers like this image has basically seen it before. Simply because the circulation is so wide. Create alone? Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang looked at each other and smiled. Let's not talk about whether Jin Hao can create alone. Even if he can. But I guess he won't do it. Why? Lu Jianhua subconsciously asked. The price we give is definitely the highest in the market. To tell you the truth, over the years, our major museums around the world often organize exhibitions and invite curators and related people from all over the world. But those old guys, they always come up with those carryovers. And the bottom line is that we can't do anything about it. Lu Jianhua was full of helplessness, because the cultures aren't connected. So, they always say that we don't have oil paintings and other superb paintings in China. They, on the other hand, have our top paintings from China, which makes us passive. Crowd. Why those countries have their top Chinese works? No at all, nothing more than what was lost back in the day. I can even visualize that image already. Lu Jianhua, we have paintings of Tong Pak Fu. Foreign countries, we also have. Even we have Mona Lisa's Smile, and even more Van Gogh's paintings. No wonder the Capital Museum came to the door. It's been abused for decades. The audience could suddenly understand why Lu Jianhua's group had made a surprise visit. They are in dire need of some oil paintings, color paintings, and other carrying pieces to keep the foreign flames down. We should have a lot of oil paintings in China too. Right? It's not to that extent. is it? Chen Guowei is not a person in this area. After all, a different line of work is like a mountain. Yes, there are indeed many of them, and all of them are great. Lu Jianhua nodded helplessly and continued. For example, Su Beihong's painting, Yugonishan, was sold at auction for about $200 million that year. Besides, Zhao Waoqi's works, June to October 1985, sold for, that year, about $500 million. Although it's in Hong Kong dollars, but converted, it's almost $450 million. But a lot of the work, it's either in memorials or something like that, or it's abroad. This leaves us with no whiplash. It could be seen that the current Lu Jianhua was helpless and desperate. I just did a search and all I can say is that I'm the one who doesn't understand art anymore. And this can be sold for money? It's normal. Back then, Tong Pak Fu was as unappreciated as Van Gogh. But it turns out that people's paintings are really valuable and sought after by many people. Say, can Qin Hao really paint his own oil painting? I don't believe it. Inside the live stream, some people even went and searched for it specifically. At least, that's what it is according to normal eyes. If Su Beihong's Yugonishan, with its story and mood, is technical, then Zhao Waoqi's June-October 1985 painting is unintelligible to everyone. However, even though it is unreadable, it is the best value. This can be sold for money? Qin Shaoyan took his cell phone and looked at the completely unreadable oil painting on it. Dumbfounded, she suddenly felt as if her cousin's seemingly ghostly copy of the Scream had been sold at a loss. This must be worth $2 billion. The ones that are still available are of the blood loss variety. Art, which has always been niche, is rather worthless if it is recognized by the masses. Lu Jianhua had long since seen it and shrugged. Like, for example, the hundreds of thousands of dollars of designer bags that you girls think it's really worth that much? No, do not say what crocodile skin and so on, even if it is human skin is not worth so much money. Artificial breeding of crocodile more to go. As for the workmanship, $10,800 of the bag. The workmanship will not be bad, but why is it worth it? It's expensive because it's rare, because it's scarce, because it's unique, because it's different from the masses. The crowd was thoughtful. It made sense. It does make sense. It's like those luxuries that Kimmy was talking about earlier that are brain dead to them in the public eye, but not in the eyes of rich people who want to be mavericks, because special. Everyone has their own understanding of things. Just because we can't see it doesn't mean the person buying it can't see it. Maybe he has his own unique understanding, his own eye for appreciation. That's all. As expected of a curator, you talk just fine. Carefully pondered. What people say is indeed a bit reasonable. Just like the 80s and 90s, like the non-mainstream and Kill the Horse. At the time love. Now turn your head to see. Simply no eyes. I went out of my way to change my button number straight away. Most of the people in the live broadcast room agreed with Lu Jianhua's statement. Ahem. Although, barring that, you do have a point. I reckon you're better not have high hopes. Chen Guowei coughed dryly and spoke truthfully. Why? Don't worry. I definitely won't let Qin Hao suffer in terms of price. Lu Jianhua frowned. Qin Hao this person. How to say? Everything depends on the mood to do things. Just a little bit of arbitrary meaning. As for the money, a few people looked at each other and looked deeply at Lu Jianhua. Did you guys not watch today's broadcast? Yes. We left in the middle of the night afterward. So how did we have time to watch the broadcast? Lu Jianhua nodded blankly. Tap tap tap. Kimmy ran all the way back to the junk house and pulled out some red books. Lu Jianhua even more bewildered. Talking on talking, you show me the real estate license to do what? Do you have to show off like that? But when he turned it over, it suddenly made sense. 1, 2, 3, good lord. All of them were luxury homes worth a fortune, and a large portion of them, even he couldn't afford. So, the money reason, that might be enough. You need to find a better reason to be there. To be honest, Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang really hoped that Qin Hao could draw some paintings to suppress those foreign guys. Upon hearing this, Lu Jianhua nodded thoughtfully. If the money doesn't work, he won't use it if Huaxia Rising or something like that. It's easy to attract blackmail. And, that's not asking for favors. That's holding someone over the fire. Thinking about it, Lu Jianhua's eyes suddenly flickered. Mind you, he was considered a longtime viewer of the live broadcast. Both of you. Truth be told, I have a niece who is in her mid-20s and still has no date. Chen Xiangyang, Chen Guowei? The two men's faces instantly darkened. Black as the bottom of a pot. I give you a push and you try to sneak up on us. You're an old boy who doesn't talk about martial arts. But, ha ha ha. The two old men asked you to find a better reason. But you're damn good. This reason is indeed awesome. Treacherous. I kind of found out. This Lu Jianhua is worthy of being the museum director. Really treacherous. You guys think carefully. If the niece successfully married Qin Hao, not only he doesn't need to give money, but also white whoring, not to mention that Qin Hao also has to give money to his niece. Misty grass. That's a penetrating thought. Big brother. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience heard Lu Jianhua's words and directly laughed, especially when they realized that if this plan really worked, then Lu Jianhua would almost be a sure thing, the young man who made so much money in billions of dollars. If you want to paint in the future, isn't it just a matter of words? It's not even pressured to pay. Put. Jin Mei and Qin Shaoyun glanced at each other, and one didn't hold back a laugh. Plans are good plans, but this kind of plan, if you mention it in front of these two old men, aren't you looking for a beating? As expected, the faces of both Chen Shangyang and Shen Guowei were incomparably dark, and even their bodies were trembling slightly. I treat you with sincerity and you want to backstab us? The two looked at Lu Jianhua as if they were looking at life and death enemies. You're over 50, aren't you? Your niece is probably almost 30? Shen Guowei couldn't help but speak. Hey, what's bigger? Bigger knows how to hurt. Lu Jianhua waved his hand with a disinterested expression. Crowd, what you say is indeed true, only, are you sure you won't get beaten? Tap tap tap. Just when this atmosphere was a bit awkward, there was a sound of footsteps coming from upstairs. Looking up, he saw Qin Hao in his Pikachu pajamas, wobbling and confused. One look at that state is that it's still between half asleep and half awake. Seeing Qin Hao coming down, those experts who were looking at the cabinet stopped looking at the cabinet and looked over in unison. So many people? Qin Hao was flabbergasted when he looked at the people in this living room. Cousin, they're from the Capital Museum. This is the director, Lu Jianhua. Qin Shaoyun introduced himself. The museum? What does the museum want with me? Qin Hao had a strange look on his face, and after thinking for a few seconds, he said indistinctly, is there something wrong with the paintings you guys purchased from me the other day? It's okay, take it easy. I'm painting one for you. Hey, for a painting like that, it's worth it for you guys to come all the way here. It's just a phone call. Crowd. Lu pulled the corner of his mouth. I wanted to laugh, but I couldn't. If we really did what you did, the painting wouldn't be worth much. After all, it's full of them. So what's it worth? Ahem. It's not about the painting, but we want to discuss something with you. Lu Jianhua's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice. Oh, what is it? Qin Hao nodded, casually sitting on the sofa, his entire body sunk in, eyelids half open, not caring at all about their image, but even so, still so handsome. Holy shit. Seriously, how similar this picture is to my family's New Year's Eve. There's a picture, except I mostly get stuck in the nest one. You guys are fine. I woke up the other day to find a circle of people sitting next to my bed and it gave me a near pissing fit. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience looked at this image that seemed like a triple trial, and couldn't help but remember the fear of being dominated by their relatives during the New Year's Eve. There are two things I fear most about New Year's Eve. The first one, relatives asking about this and that. The second one, when you just woke up and opened the door to your room to find a bunch of people sitting outside. And the worst part is that most of them you can't even call, of course. It would be even more exciting to be directly blocked by a circle of people under the covers. Immediately, Lu Jianhua gave a rough account of the matter. You mean, you want me to paint you Mona Lisa's smile, and Van Gogh's Starry Night? Qin Hao frowned and asked in surprise. Yes, and even better, it would be perfect if you had your own painting. Lu Jianhua nodded. Upon hearing this, Qin Hao pondered in silence. The crowd thought he was too much trouble, or, perhaps, was considering how much money was appropriate to ask for. Lu Jianhua and the group of people from the museum were even more apprehensive. As long as Qin Hao agreed to come down, then in the future, they, the Capital Museum, would definitely be able to steadily suppress those foreign museums. And, how about this kind of stuff? Even if you copy out the same, there's no infringement or anything like that. After all, the original author is long gone, and there are plenty of copies on the market, just not in that realm. After a long time, Qin Hao raised his head, his gaze flickering with wisdom. What is Star and Night? Can you show me the actual diagram? Crowd, Lu Jianhua, you've been thinking about this for half a day. Besides, you're such an awesome master painter, and you don't even know this painting? I don't know why, but suddenly he was a little bit lost in his heart. That was why Qin Hao didn't ask him what the Mona Lisa's smile was, otherwise he definitely turned around and left. Layman, it's understandable that you don't know, but for you, a person in the business, to not know about this painting is excessive. No way. You don't even know such a famous work, and you still say you're good at painting? I realized that you spammers and little hacks are really just drilling into the cracks when you see them. Aren't you? Flies? When did he, Qin Hao, say he was great at painting? Oh, for you guys, it's a moneymaker. For people, it's a hobby. Can't fucking see you guys. In the live broadcast room, some people couldn't look away and directly sprayed, but apparently, after the real estate license incident, many viewers' opinions of Qin Hao have changed. In the past, when you said that people were so bull-headed when it was a hobby, it was called fake. It was called a program effect. It was called pretending, but now, it really can be your hobby, after all. It's so rich that it really doesn't matter if it's a hobby or not. Lu Janhua, however, didn't care that much, searched on the search engine and opened the picture. Only on the picture, there was a blue twisted sky, a few stars floating in the sky, small houses of various colors below, and most conspicuously, a high mountain that touched the sky. The high mountain was very slender, and even looking at it for a long time gave it an eerie feeling, like a big tree, but like a mountain. The entire image, the sky alone, takes up almost a large portion of it, very much a time warp. So that's it. Jinhao looked at the painting on the picture and suddenly realized, I know this, and I've even painted it, just didn't know the name before. Lu Janhua, his eyes, instantly, lit up, excited heart, trembling hands. He really wanted to kiss Jinhao a little bit. What do you mean by Superior Versailles? I don't know the name, but I drew it, though. But this painting has indeed been seen by many people. They just don't know the name. I'm not surprised that Jinhao said so. Quick, quick, quick. Let's see if Jinhao's Night of that Starry Moon is that awesome too. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience heard Jinhao's words and cried and laughed a little. I don't know the name, but people draw it hard. Where is it? Can you show us? Mr. Jinhao, don't worry. The price we give will definitely satisfy you. Lu Janhua couldn't hold back and rose with an excited face. Scream is great, but to be honest, it's ultimately a bit niche. Whereas Starry Moon Night is different, world famous, after all. Those two words, Van Gogh, represent the pinnacle in a way, and the painting has a very different meaning. It was Van Gogh who painted this after his second nervous breakdown. A month into his psychiatric treatment. Yes, Van Gogh was a psychopath. Not completely psychopathic, of course, but just phased out of his mind. Hearing this, Jinhao hesitated slightly. Wait till I find it. With that, he got up straight away and went upstairs. Hey, Mr. Jin is really a good man. Watching Jinhao go up the stairs, Lu Janhua slightly sighed. In fact, he had already prepared for hemorrhaging. It's either people or money, 2 for 1, now that he saw Jinhao so painfully. He still had so much regret, seeing his expression. Chen Guowei and Chen Shengyang were instantly alert. Looks like the old boy wasn't just talking, he's really heartbroken. Come to think of it, who could not love a young man who is young, rich, and versatile? Say, Van Gogh's Starry Night. How much? Qin Xiaoyun asked in a small voice. It's about $200 million. Lu Janhua thought slightly and said with a smile. That doesn't seem like a lot. Audience? They looked at Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun with confused faces. No, how did you guys have the nerve to say that? 200 million. Isn't that a lot? But on second thought, thinking about those houses of Jinhao's, it seems like, probably, it's not really a lot. It's over. After being in contact with Jinhao for a long time, it's obvious that I don't have any points in my pocket, but I feel that $200 million is not much. This kind of live broadcast, you really can't watch it for too long, or you'll think that a few hundred million, a few billion, is nothing more than that. Is $200 million a lot? My dad has it in a month. What's that? Count on you to burn too hard. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience said everything, and the most intuitive feeling was that their concept of money seemed to have weakened a lot. A few hundred million are sprinkled. Mijo. Lu Janhua flinched and added, 14 billion Chinese dollars? Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They suddenly understood what the word Van Gogh meant. One is in some kind of industry, one of the pinnacle figures. The second, that is, expensive. Good lord. A painting, to put it bluntly, a piece of paper, worth $1.4 billion. Money is so worthless, isn't it? Curator Lu, you should know we're in the middle of a program. Can I interview you for a few questions while my cousin is still down? Jin Mei's eyes twinkled for a moment as she slowly asked. No problem. I can answer any question as long as it doesn't touch on principles or the need for confidentiality. Lu Janhua nodded. It's like this. Why is it that the artists, the painters, that I know of, that seem to resound in the world, are people who are a little sick? Why is it that the work of these people of theirs, while they are alive, has little effect, and does not even make money, but after they're dead, the value will be that great? At those words, everyone flinched. Recall carefully, and then they realized with horror that it seemed as if in the world, most bullies, especially those who were bullies in the arts, were more or less sick. Van Gogh, for example, psychosis. Leonardo da Vinci, legend has it, was also mentally ill. This is speculation of course, but what has been established is, ADHD, Tong Pak Fu, though not much sick, is poor. The disease of poverty is also a disease. It even got to the point where, if you couldn't sell a painting in 10 days, then the family would not be able to afford it. Can you imagine how poor this is? Holy shit, when you put it that way, it seems like it's true. All these world-renowned artists have problems. Is it possible that this is God closing a window for them but opening a door for them? Doors? Don't be ridiculous. Most of them weren't very good when they were alive. And even the paintings that resound around the world now were worthless back then. Fine thoughts. Quite a few people have developed chicken skin garda on their arms. I think my cousin had depression when he was a kid. Jin Xiaoyun whispered. Crowd. Yeah. They almost forgot. Jin Hao also had depression as a child, so, mental illness. Depression and the like have become standard for bigots nowadays. You can't call yourself an artist without some depression or mental illness. Can you? Everyone looked at Lu Jianhua in unison, in this regard. After all, people are professionals. It's not really true that all of them are disease artists. The main reason is that only such people are able to immerse themselves completely in their own world. Lu Jianhua slightly pondered for a moment and slowly said, "You guys rarely see mental illness, right? Every mental illness. They are immersed in their own world. They can only see what they want to see. And this problem has long been recognized. Someone once did a test and was surprised to find that what psychopaths see, their view of the world, is completely different from us normal people. And people like Van Gogh, Da Vinci, maybe it was the obstacles in their minds, combined with the fact that they had a supreme talent for painting, that made them who they were." The crowd was thoughtful. Also, if but one mental illness can resound through the world must be insane. The first hard requirement is a talent for drawing, that alone deters 99% of mental illness. Then why were their paintings worthless when they were alive? But when they died, they became so valuable? Kimmy nodded and continued to press the issue. How can I put it? The first one is because it's out of print. The original author isn't alive. Then it becomes an orphan. The second, the times were different and people appreciated it differently. Or, it didn't fit in with the zeitgeist of the time. It's what created the situation. It's like, you can say whatever you want now, but would you have dared to talk nonsense when China was just opening up? Got it. Orphan. Times. AI. It's a pity that so many awesome characters, whose works are so valuable after death, are not appreciated by anyone when they are alive. Perhaps, only they know their own suffering? This is the true master. The true pinnacle. Beyond the time, inside the live room, the audience couldn't help but sigh. Presumably, when those bigwigs were alive, I'm afraid they never dreamed that their works, which no one asked for, would be sought after by countless people in the future, right? Even images had unconsciously appeared in their minds. A small earthen house was dark, and Tong Pakfu looked at the empty rice jar and let out a helpless bitter smile. Inside a mental institution, the great god of his generation, Van Gogh happily chases butterflies. What's the point of having a work that's worth something nowadays and that people admire? The people are gone, perhaps. When Qin Hao was a child, he also had the same feelings as these great gods. No one understands. Strange gaze. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to get psychotic. Dude, not that I'm stabbing you in the heart, huh? Even if you're mentally ill, you're really mentally ill. There's no comparison to others. Ha ha ha. I'm getting emotional. Is it really okay for you guys to talk about this? Tap tap tap. Just as the crowd was chatting, Qin Hao walked down with a roll of something in his hand. Swish swish swish, the eyes of the crowd focused in unison on the scroll in his hand. Lu Jianhua and the line of people he brought with him were even more scorching in their eyes, as if they had seen some absolute beauty. Wow! Qin Hao didn't say anything, directly opening the scroll and placing it on the coffee table. The crowd fixed their eyes on it, at least to the casual observer. One can't tell the difference from that Van Gogh original. Starry Moon Night, but give the first impression. Twisted, extremely twisted, it was as if the world had turned upside down, a starry sky filled with movement and change, twisting, restless, swirling, curling, unusually active stars, completely out of touch with the reality of the scene, reflections of restless emotions and a world gone mad, because, in reality, there is no way that this scenario can occur. Therefore, it is a fantasy world. Hiss. Lu Jianhua immediately took a deep breath, his face full of shock. Perhaps he hadn't seen the real Star and Moon Night original. At least this painting gave him a visual impact that was too big, even. It seems to have an ability to pollute the spirit. It causes the person who sees the painting to unconsciously want to study it deeply. And even more so, to explore the author's desire to express the meaning. But the more you research and think about it, the more confusing it gets. Mental confusion, after all. A lot of things, after all. Is the outsiders see the fun? The insiders see the doorway. Most people will think it looks good, but they can't say what exactly it looks like. A part of you will also think that it's not pretty. It's just a complete world of psychopaths. Lu Jianhua and the line of people he brought with him directly took out a magnifying glass and scrutinized it inch by inch for fear of missing a single detail. Although we've never seen the original, the pictures circulating on the internet are not far off. But this one, the mood is far beyond those circulating on the internet. Of course, after all, it's a fluff piece, much less than the original. But regardless, it's a Masterpiece, several people subconsciously mumbled as they watched. As for Qin Xiaoyun and Shen Xiangyang, they were completely watching the fun. Even, they felt that as far as this kind of drawing was concerned, it was very much like the casual scribbling of a child, but think of the previous scream. They suddenly that went a little silent, because in comparison, at the very least, Star Moon Night could still be seen as a painting, and the scream is so awesome. You'd think it was a ghost emoji if you didn't know. When Qin Hao came back after washing up, he realized that these people were still watching, and was a bit helpless. Folks, if what's circulating on the internet is correct, then this painting is the same as those, only with the slight addition of some of my own personal interpretations and ideas. Don't look. Aren't you guys going to buy it? How much? At those words, the crowd was a bit speechless. Is it really good to open your mouth about how much a painting so full of art costs? They think. Moreover, how much karma, dollars, this thing has to talk about. Talking about money is so tacky. Lu Jianhua's few people looked at each other and nodded without moving. Carefully roll up the scroll and set it aside. Mr. Qin, $50 million. What do you think? He looked extremely careful. Audience, if it was before, I would have thought $50 million was a lot. But now, it seems like that much? It's actually pretty good. After all, Qin Hao is not really Van Gogh. Whether the painting is good or not is one aspect. The most important thing is to see who painted it. Within the live broadcast, some viewers feel low. After all, Van Gogh's Starry Moon Night, 1.4 billion. To Qin Hao here only 50 million, but there are those who think it's normal. There's only one Van Gogh. Do you really think you're the next Van Gogh because you can paint? You only see the bigots, but not the number of painters who paint for a living and end up accomplishing nothing. Survivor probability is just that. Only $50 million? Qin Xiaoyun skimmed his mouth. A few people looked at him with speechless faces. What do you mean? Only 50 million? May I ask your excellency, how many tens of millions do you have? Mr. Qin, although your paintings are indeed exquisite and meaningful, it can't be helped. This is the kind of market we have now. Lu Jianhua was afraid of Qin Hao's misunderstanding, and helplessly said, to put it bluntly, you're still alive. It's hard to guarantee that you won't draw the same ones in the future, and once they appear in bulk, the ones in our hands won't be worth much. Secondly, you don't have much of a reputation in the art world, and paintings, too, need a reputation to add to them. To make a not-so-appropriate analogy, it's like Qin Shi Huang's dragon robe, and Emperor Yang's dragon robe. Is that a concept? Although you may not like what I say very much, it's the truth. And with $50 million, we've taken a big risk, because we're a museum, not an individual collector. We can't give a price according to our own preferences. The crowd nodded with understanding. The museum, that can be all the money of the museum, is public, a carrot, and individual collectors. As long as they like, as long as they have the money, people pay 8 or 10 billion are their own business. It's hard to buy the master's pleasure with money. Boom, but just then, a rocket special effect suddenly appeared in the livestream. I'm really not a godho, please tell how. $60 million. I'll take it. The museums don't dare to take it. I dare. They're afraid of losing money. I'm not afraid. Nothing else. It's just simply like it. There's a bid on the live feed. $60 million. Lou, you're hitting me in the face. Aren't you? Is it a slap in my face? I just fucking finished. The last cry was taken by this I'm really not a godly man. And the Capitol Museum, for a while. The other museums and individual collectors squatting on the air were a bit confused. You guys are crazy. Right, how dare you bid for a painter who's not famous? If you have money and no place to spend it, give it to us. We'll spend it for you. 65 million. Lu Jianhua's face shifted uncertainly, gritted his teeth. In order to let the Capitol Museum raise its head to be a man, he must take it. However, he was completely unaware that this bid had directly caused a chemical reaction. Linhai Museum, the city of Linhai is very close to Liuqing City, but in comparison, Linhai City is much richer than Liuqing City, because, by the sea. But almost every city or village that is by the sea understands that being by the sea is very lucrative, especially in this day and age. Seafood is very expensive, peeled shrimp, big crabs, moving tens of dollars, even hundreds of dollars a pound, so that creates. The Linhai Museum is also richer. What does this mean? What's going on? The director of the Linhai City Museum was a middle-aged man in his 50s, close to 60, well, in these days when the average life expectancy is 80, 90, 100 years or more. 50-something does count as middle age. Curator, do you think it's possible that this Lu Jianhua bought the scream from Qin Hao last time? And pressed for a loss? That's why he's looking for it again? An expert looked at the screen image and frowned. Ever since the last time a world-famous painting appeared in Qin Hao's live broadcast, even though it was a copy, they would pay attention to it from time to time. The more you pay attention, the more surprised you are, because they realized that this kid Qin Hao was a bit evil. It was as if there was nothing he didn't know. Nothing he didn't know. He had everything. It piqued their interest. Last time, the Capitol Museum failed against the general, and even tearfully took down Scream at a high price. But they were laughed at in their circles for days. I didn't realize that this time I'd be beaten directly at my door, but that's ultimately a copy, a modern painting, and ultimately much worse. The curator shook his head, but right at that moment, Lou Janawa uttered a figure that shocked him extremely, 50 million. It's no exaggeration to say that you can buy an extremely awesome antique for that price, and as a result, you actually spent it on this, he became. And that starry moon night was indeed very good, very moody, and the emotions that should be there were expressed perfectly, but, in the end, it wasn't Van Gogh's own painting. Where exactly is the problem? Is Lou Janawa a fool? Impossible. If he was a fool, he wouldn't be able to become the director of the Capitol Museum. The director of the Linhai Museum frowned in contemplation, and just as he was thinking about it, he suddenly saw the gift effects in the livestream. Then I saw the words of that godly brother. Seeing this scene, the curator no longer hesitated and directly picked up his cell phone and called his friend in the Capitol. He had to ask what was going on. What is it about Chinhao's painting that can be worth so much? Ladies and gentlemen, now that curator Lou has appeared for $65 million, is there any higher? Inside the living room, it was as if it had become an auction house once again, with the Jean May auctioneer, just a small hammer in his hand. $65 million? That's just about right. Hey, there's nothing in the pocket to split the pussy, but it feels like 65 million genuinely isn't much. Wailing for pennies in reality. A few hundred million, a few hundred billion in the internet doesn't seem like much, does it? Inside the live room, the audience's emotions were mobilized. I'm really not a god ho. $70 million. Curator, really? This painting I really like. Cut the love. And not I pretend. You museum a carrot. Really want a fight? You can not do me. Hiss. This was said in such a way that everyone watching poked their teeth straight out. Good lord. Daring to talk to the director of a museum like that. Imagine how much confidence it takes. But the netizens who knew about this godly man found it normal. After all, on some platforms, this godly man is the one who spends millions of dollars a night, rich and trenchant. Perfect for these words, Lou Janawa's eyebrows were almost zhushed into a Chuan character. Of course, he didn't blame or get angry. This thing was like that. The highest bidder wins. If you've got money, you're in. If you don't, you're out. Who made you poor? No one else is to blame. How much money can we use? Lou Janawa looked to the museum's several expert professors. They came in with an idea of how much money was available to them. And the underlying implication of that statement was, do they still have to compete? As for Chinhao and Chen Xiangyang, I don't know when they took out some melons, pears, and dates, and just sat on the couch as if it had nothing to do with them, eating and watching. Ka-ching, little Chin, do you think they can take it? Chen Xiangyang knocked a melon seed into his mouth and whispered, I think it's bad enough. Although the museum is a big family, if you really take out your strength, individual collectors are not good enough to press, but they can't use all their money. Chinhao shook his head, very unimpressed. Speaking of which, Xiao Qin, do you know your painting is worth so much money? Chen Guowei asked curiously. I don't know. If I knew I would have bought it long ago. There's no point in keeping it. It takes up space. Crowd. Don't think we can't hear you just because you're so quiet. Look at you. Is this human talk? What do you mean? Taking up space, take up space for us. Lou Janawa and the others even had their faces twitching. We could care less about this painting. But if we can't take it, how can we show our strength? How are we going to work together afterward? A professor pulled Lou Janawa and said in a deep voice, the painting, in fact, wasn't that important to them. It was important to let Chinhao see their strength and sincerity. This is very helpful for the rest of the collaboration. $80 million. Lou Janawa's face shifted uncertainly, clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, and said violently, Misty grass, curator Lou is domineering. $80 million. That's, like, a pile that could bury me, right? Inside the live broadcast room, the audience heard this number and suddenly people went numb. For the first time, I felt what it meant to be rich and powerful. $80 million. Anyone else bid higher? First time, second time, deal. Seeing that no one in the live room is continuing to bid, Jean May announced the deal, looking at that expression, as if a little disappointed. Phew. Hearing this, Lou Janawa let out a long sigh of relief, a bemused smile on his face, but his heart was dripping blood. $80 million. No doubt. A bloody loss. Maybe, this painting will be worth a lot of money after Chinhao's death, but how many fucking years from now, without any surprises? He would definitely be the one to die first. Whether a piece of artwork is good or not is one thing. Who the creator is more important, but for the sake of a smooth conversation later, he had to show strength. That's kind of like an investment. Congratulations, the painting is yours. Chinhao smiled and nodded. patting the crumbs on his hands and glancing at Jean May. A word was uttered that petrified everyone. Is there anyone else in the broadcast room who wants it? It's still the same price. $80 million. Guaranteed to be exactly the same. Lou Genoa? I'm really not a godhawk? Knock. They had forgotten that what was out of print in others could be wholesaled in Chinhao's place. Oofed. Ha 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 ha. Curator Lou, people are stupid. I damn hard to snatch down something. You turn around and tell me that there is plenty? Our brother How is good at business. And you didn't fucking squeak before? It was definitely intentional. Nonsense. Would it have sold for $80 million if it had squealed before? Inside the live broadcast room, the audience heard Chinhao's words, and after being stunned for a split second, they directly laughed out loud. It was especially hilarious to see the twitching cheeks of Lou Genoa and the museum's group as if they were having an epileptic seizure. You Chinhao is really. If you want to be talented, you have talent. And if you want to have face skin, you have talent. No, Mr. Chin, Brother Chin, Big Brother, we can't do this. Lou Genoa was going crazy, thinking about it a lot. Just forgetting about this file, it was already a bit of a loss. But you're still wholesaling, do you have any humanity left? Don't call me Big Brother. I haven't been Big Brother for years. Chinhao waved his hand and said with a solemn face, moreover, you guys didn't say that you won't allow me to paint this picture again. Crowd. You make a good point, but why do we just feel so weird? It's almost impossible to draw the same at someone else's. Yet with you, it's possible to replicate it. What is this called? It's called learning from one's mistakes. Remember, in the future, when you buy a painting of a living person, make sure to ask him if he can reproduce it. Everyone felt a little weepy. It's the loss of less experience after all. Lou Genoa was directly choked speechless, opened his mouth, and for a moment, completely did not know what to say. However, Chinhao was quite polite and asked for $80 million at the very least, instead of lowering the price, or else he would really have to cry. Is there any? No, let me tell you. $80 million. You can't buy it to lose. You can't buy it to be fooled. You can't buy anything, but you can buy a Van Gogh painting right now. Although it's not one of his personal paintings, but you can take it as such. After all, no matter how you look at it, even with a magnifying glass, I can guarantee it's absolutely the same. Chinhao said it with all seriousness. In the live broadcast room, most of the audience will just watch a lively. And the rich is not a fool. They did not figure out what is the situation. Lou Genoa has already taken a painting. I'm really not a godly man. Hey, forget it. 80 million is 80 million. I'll take it. Just when everyone thought that no one would want it. It was never expected that Brother Chinhao, who didn't bid just now because of the $80 million, actually appeared again. This operation is really incomprehensible. You didn't want it just now, but now you want it. However, unbeknownst to all, Brother Chinhao had not given up, but was calling a friend. While he genuinely likes it, he can allow for less payouts. Not too much, or he wouldn't have bought it. Okay, Brother Godhawk wants a pair, right? Jean May nodded with a joyful smile, and in just a short while, more than $100 million was traded. Afterward, Chinhao took out his drawing board and showed everyone once again what was meant by drawing. What do you mean? Extreme speed. It's actually still slightly easier compared to Scream, Night of the Stars and Moon, because there are so many emotions and moods expressed by shouting, but the intentional purpose of Starry Moon Night is very simple and straightforward. Twist, epileptic, upside-down mood, in the presence of everyone. In just half an hour, a painting that looked exactly the same as the previous one to the naked eye appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Damn, painters make so much money? Is it too late to change careers? No, no way. You don't think just any painter can be this good, do you? You've only seen the awesome painters. You haven't seen how many painters have starved to death. Inside the live room, the audience said everything. This one, Brother Chinhao, right? This painting needs to be dried. Wait for tomorrow, I'll let the courier come over to pick it up. Don't worry, it's still the same. There's a problem. I'll paint it for you again, Chinhao said with sincerity. He is a man with commitment. After all, people have spent $80 million, and this after-sales service must not be in place. Some people online shopping, the same thing, but the price difference of tens. Why? The difference is that after-sales service, Lou. Ahem. Mr. Chin, do you have a ready-made copy of that Mona Lisa smile? He was too lazy to bother with this matter again. And, if it was just 2 paintings, it was bearable. The main thing is, there's nothing you can do if you can't afford it. There was no prior agreement. What else could he do? No, the Mona Lisa is too much work. And who in their right mind has nothing better to do than paint that? Chinhao directly shook his head. Hearing this, the audience froze. It was the first time they heard such words as too much effort from Chinhao's mouth. On the contrary, it was Lou Genoa and the others who let out a long sigh of relief. This meant that Chinhao knew this painting and really understood it. Cousin, Why is it so hard to paint the Mona Lisa smile? Qin Xiaoyun had a curious look on his face. The painting itself is called the Mona Lisa, not the Mona Lisa's smile, except that it's called the Mona Lisa smile because of the wry smile that's on it, so people got used to calling it that. Qin Hao slowly said, there are many speculations about this painting. First, for example, there are aliens on it, and second, there are many animals, for example, apes, lions, buffaloes, snakes, and so on. The third, and more famous, is the code in the Mona Lisa's eye, where scientists zoomed in on the Mona Lisa and found two initials in her right eye. LV, audience, originally, those who didn't know were in the mindset of listening to the lesson. As a result, when they heard this, they were dumbfounded. LV, good lord, did Leonardo da Vinci know? Centuries ago, that LV is now valuable? Da Vinci knew at that point that LV was valuable? Jean Mei was instantly shocked. Qin Hao, Lu, if you are uneducated, you have to learn. If you really don't know, then don't squeal or you'll be laughed at. Qin Hao gave Jean Mei a speechless look and helplessly said, LV, that's the abbreviation of Da Vinci's full name, Leonardo da Vinci. Kimmy, is that even an acronym? Forgive her for being really uneducated. And the left eye of the Mona Lisa is very interesting. Again, there is a letter. It could be a B, but it could also be an E. And so far, no one knows what it really means. However, there is speculation that this could be the code to leave Blue Star. But of course, it's just speculation. And I personally don't think it's plausible. Good lord, now this guy is really outrageous. The secret of leaving the Blue Star? It's really daring to think about it. In fact, many people are being mythologized. In our current words, that is thinking too much. Come to think of it, Da Vinci painting talent does leave, but in leaving, that are hundreds of years ago people wouldn't it be more of a myth if you were to say that Laozi, Lu Bu, Guan Yu, and other tasks like that? Inside the live broadcast room, the audience that was 100% disbelieving, as Qin Hao said, a single letter can hide the secret of leaving the Blue Star. What is this if not bullshit? Finally, and most classically, the Mona Lisa's smile. This eerie smile is where she has always been the most fascinating, because after precise measurements, it was found that the Mona Lisa follows the golden ratio to the letter. Whichever way you look at it, you'll realize that it's smiling at you. After Qin Hao finished, many people opened their cell phones to search for the painting. At first, it was indeed pleasurable to look at that smile, but over time, it was getting weirder and weirder. This painting, it contains so much, so I have nothing to do. To paint this? The crowd subconsciously nodded. With their understanding of Qin Hao, this was very much in line with his character. Either you can't draw, or you're just plain lazy, but it's worth a lot of money. Even if it's an imitation, it's worth a lot. Lu Jianhua painfully said. Someone had imitated it before, and that painting was directly sold to $22 million. And the key thing is, it's not even very good. Only the hands and face are great. All other details are poor. If it's you, I'm sure that you'll be able to replicate it perfectly. And that price, straight up hundreds of millions, shouldn't be a problem. Yes, as he said, even if it's a copycat, it's worth the money. The better and more evocative the imitation, the more valuable it will be. However, the imitation has a fatal disadvantage. That is, it will always live in the shadow of the original author. And it cannot surpass the original painting. Most of them, even, are less than half the price of the original painting. Am I short of that $100 million? Qin Hao spread his hands, his face full of innocence. Lu, audience, seriously, but if it were anyone else, they would not hesitate to say that this is pretending to be a loser. One painting, hundreds of millions. How many painters' ultimate dream? But when it was put on Qin Hao, they were directly speechless, because people really aren't that bad with this $100 million. Don't you want to be famous? You know, being able to perfectly replicate the Mona Lisa. Then you'll instantly be heard around the world. Lu Jianhua dawned on him and slowly said, as of now, the Mona Lisa is already priceless, and was once valued at about $3.5 billion US dollars in 1920. It's even possible for you to be immortalized directly because of this one painting. As he said this, he glanced at Chen Guowei and Chen Xiangyang. These two really understand Qin Hao, just like what they said before. The reason of money can't persuade Qin Hao at all. Chen Guowei and Chen Xiangyang looked at each other and smiled coldly. Whoa, what did you just say? Thinking of us now, isn't it a little late? Seeing that Qin Hao was not moved, he just looked at him with a smile. Lu Jianhua clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, and could only use his best move. Mr. Qin, I am more than 50 years old this year. Much older than you. Too big to call you a little Qin. Little Qin. Truth be told, I have a niece. So far no date. Slim figure. Mold, that is not to say, although the age is a little bit older than you, but as the saying goes, The female big three embrace gold bricks. Bigger know how to love people. Ah, I heard you don't have a girlfriend till now. What do you think? Lu Jianhua spoke at length. Actually, he was still very satisfied with Qin Hao, young, rich, and young, handsome, and most of all, talented. This is the kind of person he feels is not his knees high. However, he didn't notice that Qin Hao's smile had gradually stiffened. Chen Guowei and Chen Xiangyang were the two who were dumbstruck. How dare you? You old boy. Sure enough, just like what the two old masters said before. Our brother Hao doesn't want to do anything at all. I suspect that if that Night of the Stars and Moon hadn't been readily available, he wouldn't have done the painting at all. The crowd looked at Qin Hao in unison. This Lu Jianhua must have seen the live broadcast, but not much, otherwise it would never have been said. Okay, you stop it. Qin Hao, his face full of darkness, directly interrupted and said in a deep voice, I'll give you the painting, but don't introduce your niece to me. You agree? Hey, don't worry. When tomorrow I'll take my niece. Grace, what did you say? As soon as Lu Jianhua heard Qin Hao's agreement, he was ecstatic, only that he violently froze halfway through his speech. He watched live streams on and off, and was busy most of the time, so how could he have time to watch live streams all the time? So, he's seen it, but not much. It was only known that Qin Hao did not have a date, and part of the purpose of this live broadcast was to find a date for Qin Hao. He's a little upset. You've never even met him, and you're saying you don't need an introduction. Don't think I'm not very good looking. But my niece is very watery. Xiao Qin. Actually, my niece looks really good. Forget it then. Qin Hao got up and was about to leave. No, don't be so grumpy. Lu Jianhua hurriedly pulled back. Niece, so? I'm just something you can casually ditch for your paintings, right? AI. Lu Jianhua is young after all. Once he gets Hao, what painting do you want to not have in the future? You hold on and you'll realize that he'll throw you right out. In the live room, the audience began to play a stunt. When does it start? Lu Jianhua didn't care about that much and had a face of impatience. Later, I haven't eaten yet. Qin Hao entered the kitchen. Old man Chen Xiangyang would leave him one every day, very sweet. The morning is relatively light. Lean neat porridge, plus some small pickles, although it is a very simple small pickles, but Chen Xiangyang made. The taste is with the general public to make a world of difference. Kaching. While eating, Qin Hao asked, Sister Jean, you're on a live broadcast, right? Would you help me ask that brother Shen Hao if he wants the Mona Lisa? After all, it's also an old customer I seek, since I've decided to paint, to come along, and to trouble myself just this once. Of course, as always, both the quality of the paper and the quality of the painting can be guaranteed. Lu, so what was that begging for? I'm the only one who got hurt in the world, right? Trouble is only trouble this once. Dog's head. Old customer. Brother Shen Hao. Say something. Do you want it or not? I'm telling you, this is the only time you'll get a chance. If you miss it, it's gone. Hey, it feels like I've instantly saved myself $1 billion by watching other people spend money while I don't. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience had gradually become somewhat accustomed to Qin Hao's way of speaking. The main thing is that there is nothing they can do if they are not used to it. Who made them a bit of a criminal? Just love to see Qin Hao torturing these big names that they normally can't even see. However, this time, brother Shen Hao didn't say anything. Although, Qin Hao had already shown 2 times that could be said to be a divine skill. Just because people were rich didn't mean they were stupid. You don't even have a finished product and they're boasting about it. No such thing. What if you're just fooling around? Curator Lu, it's like this. Do you want an exact replica of the same, or do you want to restore it? Qin Hao didn't wait for the news from the live broadcast, and he just asked casually, what's the difference? Upon hearing this, Lu Jianhua froze slightly. Restore, copy the same. I'm sorry he didn't catch that. Currently, that painting by Leonardo da Vinci, after centuries of weathering, has been blurred and haloed to varying degrees, and as a result, the background, and even that hostess, has been blurred to varying degrees. I mean, do you want it to be the same as it is now? Or is it a perfect replica of the painting that was once there? Extrapolating from the present to the past? Qin Hao said here, gave a slight beat, and laughed. Of course, this speculation, which is drawn with my speculation based on what I have for that painting, may not be the same as the real original work. At those words, Lu Jianhua's eyes snapped wide open. Good man. You still have it in you. I've heard of antiques doing old. That is, last week's production, into the production of the business week, but really have never heard of based on the current work. The reverse of what the work once looked like. This requires not only great courage, but also a very high level of painting attainment. First, once the restoration is ass-kicking, or rather, doesn't match the work most people have in mind, then you're a target. Especially the ones that are particularly well known, in this day and age. You can get cyberstormed for doing good deeds, let alone desecrating a world-famous painting. As for the second, extremely high attainments in painting, that must definitely be their otherwise, not to mention the restoration, even the current work, you cannot draw it according to the painting. Thus, Lou Janua was instantly caught in a tangle. If there was no such choice, he wouldn't even think about it. Even if he were to paint the Mona Lisa as it is now, being able to restore it 100%, that would already be impressive. But when that choice came up, that heart went straight to the choice. There is no doubt that if it can be truly restored, then it will be very impressive. And even, after comparison, once it is recognized as possible, then even surpassing the current Mona Lisa is not impossible. This is all predicated on the original art that most people have in mind. Though, it's as natural as, for the most part, the feeling that that cow should just drink the water and eat the grass, and that snake should just coil up in the grass. But, can it really be done? This is not only a test of painting skill, but also a test of one's comprehension of painting. Holy shit, I didn't realize how had these two tricks up his sleeve. If it can really be restored, hiss, then I just can't dare to think about it. I guess even the museum that collects the Mona Lisa would have to find it? Are there any hangers on that explain it? I don't quite understand where the gap is. Inside the live room, there was a lot of discussion among the audience, and many others didn't quite understand. Cousin, what's the difference? Jean May glanced at the live broadcast, then at Qin Hao, and asked with a smile. The gap is certainly there. The original painting of the Mona Lisa now, you can think of it as standard definition, but when restored, it's Super HD. Qin Hao spouted nonsense in a serious manner. Audience, Lou, that's true about the reasoning, but there's more to it than that, like, say, ringing in the world, fame and fortune. However, when he thought about it carefully, if it was all true in the live broadcast, then all those things Qin Hao had researched, it seemed like any one of them could do it. So, people really don't care. What do you think? Lou Janua was a little uncertain for a moment and asked in a low voice. Curator, I don't think we need to take any chances. What we need is stability. An expert said in a deep voice. Once the restoration is not good, then we lose a lot. After all, now we must buy, which has been recognized in front of the general public, in case the painting is too bad. But if the restoration is very good, won't we make a lot of money? A young specialist whispered. In fact, from the heart, Lou Janua personally hoped to bet on it, because for the time being, Qin Hao was the most talented painter he had ever seen who did not dare to say he was the best, but considering the museum, he couldn't afford to gamble, and you don't have to dare to bet on it. It's public money. Once you lose the bet, do you take your own money and fill it in? Let's just have the present. Just paint the present Mona Lisa. After a long time of entanglement, Lou Janua said helplessly. This is it? I thought I was going to see the restored Mona Lisa. And this is it? Hey, don't have any guts. Betting on a bike to motorcycle. Never heard of it? Brother Shinhao. He can't. He's wimpy. You go, Brother Godhawk. He still didn't squeak. Okay, let's get started then. Shinhao quickly finished his meal, and the drawing board and various tools were already prepared. Sit down in front of the drawing board and take a deep breath. In his mind, images of the Mona Lisa flowed quickly. My fellow viewers, the time has come to witness a miracle. Jean May stood in the distance, her voice small, afraid of disturbing Qin Hao. Before, what our cousin painted were all oil paintings like landscapes and such, more like cosmic stars, abstract figures and so on, but this time the Mona Lisa is different. It's a combination of a real figure painting and a landscape painting, so to speak, completely different from the previous style. So, will cousin Qin Hao be able to accomplish it or not? Let's wait and see. She spoke with such impassioned fervor. Audience, no, you deserve to be a professional host, haha. Even the same lines as the TV hosts. Can't you do something different? Come back later after no commercials. Bad review. Do you think he'll make it? In one of the villas, a godly brother in his 30s looked to one of the experts beside him. It just so happened that he was going to invite this friend to dinner today, because the last time that pair of shouts arrived, he found them to be very good. It's even better than the original if there's no reputation attached to it, more evocative and deeper in meaning, although, it might not be worth it now. He was sure that it would be worth it later, of course. To him, what is worth or not worth is rather secondary to anything. As long as there is one person who thinks it is valuable and likes it, then the thing is valuable. Not everyone has to recognize it to be considered valuable. It's like the usefulness of having a cat is greatly minimized by the fact that most people who have cats nowadays are in buildings that basically don't have mice, but there are still people who enjoy it and even spend a lot of money on it every month. To some who don't like it, it seems like pure retarded behavior. However, as long as the person who has it likes it and thinks it's worth it, it's worth it. With his painting skills, 100% restoration shouldn't be too much of a problem, but even if it's worth a lot of money, it's still just like that. Imitations are imitations, and it's hard to sell them for a particularly high price. But if you want to reverse the previous look, that's not necessarily the case. The expert, probably in his 40s, had a twinkle in his eye and said in a deep voice, "What is undeniable is that once the back propagation is successful, that," although he didn't finish his words, Brother Shinhao understood, "once the counterpush is successful, it's worth a lot of money straight away. Let's hope he doesn't let us down. If he can draw what he looks like now, I'd really like to have him try." Businessmen, isn't it all about heartbeat and investment? Meanwhile, inside the living room, Shinhao had already begun to make his move. Generally speaking, most paintings with figures start with the figure first, as they tend to have larger bodies that need to be circled, just in case the landscape is painted first and the figures can't fit. Of course, paintings, to put it bluntly, are die coats, and mistakes can be covered. But when covered, it makes the overall layering of the painting different, and even the colors can vary when you look closely. A true master painter would never make such a cheap mistake. The viewer then sees a rough outline of a human figure, just an outline, though, and immediately afterward began to paint the landscape behind it, something very difficult in their eyes. But in Shinhao's hands, the landscape seemed to come alive. With one stroke, just a few strokes, a landscape had come alive in front of their eyes. Eyes, I'm back. Brain, no, you won't. I'll really look at it. I'll go shopping later. Painting, I want to be a painter too. It's so damn lucrative. And then you realize how hard it is. Inside the live room, many people watched in awe. The main thing was that what Shinhao showed was just too simple. As if having a hand is enough, just as the audience was discussing, the rough outline of the landscape had already been depicted by Shinhao. Looking at the incomparably realistic landscape, Lu Jianhua and the professors he brought with him exchanged glances. They suddenly regretted it a little, although there is no specific word on how much it will cost yet. It depends mostly on the quality. But for the landscape, it's already worth the price of admission. Little Cloud, your cousin is amazing. Jean Mei's eyes were glowing as she watched. The man in front of her, despite his age, was very versatile. Heartbeat? Xin Xiaoyun's eyes flashed with a hint of laughter. Jean Mei subconsciously nodded, but quickly responded. Ahem. Still a bit young. A girl's got to be a woman to hold a gold brick. Xin Xiaoyun smiled and said, but it's a pity. If it was before, you'd have a figure to have a figure, a model to have a model, and a temperament to have a temperament. So maybe it would still work. But now, hey, speaking here, she let out a slight sigh and glanced at Lu Jianhua, Chen Xiangyang, and Chen Guowei. The granddaughters and nieces of these three bigwigs are still wailing away. That's a lot of competition. What's all this nonsense? I'm not interested in dicks. Jean Mei rolled her pretty eyes and added, I'm not interested in being awesome. Oh, got it. Pass it on. Kimmy doesn't like dicks. Pass it on. Jean Mei likes Big Brother. And Big Brother. I'm 65. Absolute Big Brother. Have low income. Children don't need me. Online marriage. Are you sure this is Big Brother? Inside the live broadcast room, the audience was hearing Jean Mei's words clearly. Just as the crowd was talking, Shinhao had already made a quick move. His eyes filled with a serious color. Swish, swish, swish. Under everyone's gaze, Shinhao's hand was extremely fast, as if he didn't need to think. But every stroke was very meaningful. Time passed by, and the appearance of the Mona Lisa gradually appeared in front of everyone's eyes. If it was an ordinary painter, he might need to think for a while before he could continue painting. But Shinhao didn't need any thinking at all, as before. It's as if it's a photocopier of Mod Feelings, sketch. It may take a few minutes, but Shinhao, this is not a sketch after all. 20 minutes later, a complete Mona Lisa appeared. Of course, some of the details are still a little less interesting. Shinhao spent another 10 minutes to refine and add. Done. 30 minutes later, Shinhao let out a long breath, looking at his work with great satisfaction, and at the moment, everyone froze, because they found that the painting, whether it was the colors or the eyes of the characters or the backs of their hands, or even the smile, was perfectly the same as what they remembered. Holy shit, how is this possible? A world-famous painting in 30 minutes? There are actually faster ones on the internet, but most of them are the easy kind. Seriously, 30 minutes to complete a full body is pretty scary, not to mention the live broadcast audience. Even Lu Jianhua and the others were silent. They subconsciously recalled what Shinhao had said earlier. Trouble, you call that a pain in the ass? 30 minutes. At least tens of millions of dollars of work. If we had the skill, we'd have to grit our teeth even if we drew until our hands broke. Because I drew Scream the other day and got a little bit of feeling back. Audience, do you want to see what you're talking about? However, at the moment, they didn't bother to take care of Shinhao. All of them concentrated on the drawing board. Perfect. Really perfect. I can't find any flaws at all. Obviously, this may not be Ultra HD, but at least it's HD. Much better than that original SD. But, ha ha ha, no Big Brothers, Isn't your focus a little strange? Most of the viewers in the live room actually don't understand this stuff, it just feels good. Nice. That's all, but you have to really ask people to say what's good and what's nice. And most people can't. As for Lu Jianhuan and the others, they had already taken out a magnifying glass and scrutinized it a little bit at a time. Length, width, thickness, same as the original. Or at least the approximate measurements are the same. The paper is just like the original too. As for the halos and colors, that would probably take the most specialized equipment to check, but at least to the naked eye, there's no difference. One by one, the data came out of the mouths of these experts and professors. What about the primary similarity? Lu Jianhuo realized that if he viewed it with his naked eyes, he actually couldn't tell any difference. As the director of the Kyoto Museum, it was only natural that he had seen the real original, even more than once. Various data are also available, and with the naked eye, the ones that look like the originals are not available on the market at all, whether it's a shopping program on the internet or a knockoff. It can't be done. Ordinary people may not be able to tell the difference, but when it comes to their professional eyes, they can tell at a glance. Same. Several expert professors with magnifying glasses turned their heads in unison and looked at Lu Jianhuo. Hiss. Lu Jianhuo immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. I can't believe it's really the same. Figure drawing, mind you, can be a lot more difficult than cosmic stars or whatever, because most people have never seen the real stars of the universe. It all comes from movies, documentaries, or imagination, but characters are different. They are all over the streets. You see them every day. You can tell at a glance if they are good or not. Next up is the clincher. Smile. The crowd immediately lost their drawing boards and began to test them. They didn't have the most specialized equipment with them after all, so they could only test it with their years of extensive experience and ruthless eyesight. And the Mona Lisa, most of all, is that right? Smile. Lu Jianhuo moved up and down, left and right, AB, but realized that no matter what orientation he was in, as long as he was anywhere in front of the painting, he could see the smile. At this moment, he suddenly regretted it a little. Wouldn't it be better if it was a restore? My friends in the audience, we can now see that I was able to clearly see the Mona Lisa's smile from any position where I was standing, not on the back, but on the front. Jean May said slowly as she shifted her position. It's still true. How the hell did that happen? I told you to go to school, but you went to feed the pigs. After a Harvard neurologist doctor's study showed that the Mona Lisa's all-encompassing smile is the human eye and brain reacting to different contrasting light and darkness, which you can understand as a refractive response. Jean Hao is great, but I admire Leonardo da Vinci even more, because he knew how to utilize science several hundred years pro, and even applied it to paintings. Inside the broadcast room, viewers were also able to follow Jean May's perspective and realize that the smile was exactly the same, only, for some reason, watching it for a long time gives you a very eerie feeling. Finished checking, right? Is it the same? Jean Hao had already sat back down on the sofa with a confident face. Yes, at least to the naked eye. It looks the same as the original drawing I once saw. Lu Jianhuo nodded. No matter how you take it back and check it, as long as you can find a little bit of difference, the money, I can just refund it to you. You can put 100 hearts on that. Jean Hao laughed. It's all about honesty. Well, although it's what you want, you didn't say how much you want it, so it's still an auction. Starting now, the highest bidder gets it. And of course, in order to guarantee you all's interests, I can guarantee that in the future I won't paint the same as this one. When these words came out, the crowd's breathing intensified. Here comes the main event, a painting just like Da Vinci's, albeit an imitation, albeit fresh out of the oven, but the same, rare in the world. Moreover, Jean Hao also guaranteed that he would never draw the same again. How much is it worth? Everyone was incredibly excited about it. $80 million. After pondering for a few seconds, Lu Jianhuo directly spoke out a figure that shocked everyone beyond belief. The starting price is actually the final sale price of the previous Star Moon Night? The museum is so rich. Don't you realize that in this live broadcast room, quite a few museum accounts have come in? It's not that easy for Lu Jianhuo to take it down. Come on. If you spend money, it equals me saving money, and the gap between our rich and poor shrinks once again. Spend it boldly. It was evident that the audience was beyond excited as well. Linhai City Museum, I really squatted right. I didn't expect something really good. $100 million. Liuzhou City Museum, although we are not as wealthy as your big brothers, we are willing to participate in the game. $105 million. Everyone, let's all say your heart's highest price. Don't fight back and forth. It's pointless. Just a straight up one-bite price. The live feed was jumping out at major museums and even some individual collectors. As stated before, there are a lot of knockoffs of Starry Moon Night and Scream, and there are some really good ones out there, but the imitation Mona Lisa can also do exactly the same, and Jean Hao also guaranteed that not the same direct refund. Such a good thing where to find. Go, rare in the world. Just those 4 words alone mean a lot. especially for individual collectors who, on the one hand, genuinely like it, but on the other, it's okay to play hard to get. In any circle, there's always pretending. Just different degrees of pretending, and in their collecting circles, what constitutes pretending? I do. None of you do, then I'm a bully. $120 million. $150 million. Prices skyrocketed and everyone listened in disbelief. I knew it was worth something, but I didn't realize it was this valuable. It was as if, in the eyes of these people, more than $100 million was almost as easy to write as more than $100. Hey, Jean May sighed with a complicated face. What's wrong? Qin Xiaoyun teased. Isn't it regrettable? If you had known this, how good would it have been to directly agree to my proposal in the first place? What? I am worried for your cousin. You say if it is an ordinary person. It is even so. But now, his object may be even more difficult to find. Do you think this kind of character, ordinary women he can look at? Qin Xiaoyun froze. You make such a good point. I'm actually speechless. When the gap between the rich and the poor is small, people will be envious of the rich one. But when the gap between the rich and the poor is huge, they can only look up. And on the live feed, there was a scorching situation where people didn't want to let go and the price climbed all the way up. 200 million. When Lu Jianhuo said this number with red eyes, the entire live broadcast room fell silent. There was only one thought in everyone's mind: half an hour. 200 million. It's almost faster than robbing a bank. Is it too late to learn? Crazy. $200 million for this thing? It's not like it's a real Da Vinci painting? If you really don't get it, you can go to Baidu, and then you'll realize that for the real Mona Lisa, 200 million won't even be enough for a fraction of that. Indeed, after all, it's considered a rarity in the world, and how even guaranteed it, that he would never draw the same picture again. In the live room, some people were surprised, but others thought it was normal. Once you understand the price of the real Mona Lisa, you won't think 200 million is high, because it's not even enough for a fraction. Phew. Seeing that no one was bidding, Lu Jianhua let out a slight sigh of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Bull. Xinhao gave a thumbs up with a face of admiration. $200 million. I personally think it's worth it. Lu Jianhua humbly smiled. Although his heart was dripping blood, he had to be strong on the surface. After all, there were so many people, and he personally felt that 200 million was pretty much the limit. Yun, what do you think about $200 million? Jean Mei looked at Qin Xiaoyun and asked in a low voice. I don't really get it. Qin Xiaoyun shook his head, and after a pause, continued. But as I see it, I think it should have come to an end. Anyone else want to continue bidding? Mr. Lu Jianhua, on behalf of the Capital Museum, bidding on the Mona Lisa replica. 200 million. For the first time, Kimmy is still very competent as a temporary auctioneer. 200 million. For the second time, let me tell you, our cousin has already said that he will never paint anything like this again. So maybe there are two identical Mona Lisas in the world. And if you miss it, there really won't be any more. Lu Jianhua stared at Jean Mei. That look. It was strange, to paraphrase. You can't hide the look in someone's eyes when you want to knife them. You really think you're an auctioneer, so dedicated. He still understood the reasoning behind the long night. The more this kind of talk goes on, there's no chance anyone's head will go straight to the top. 200 million. Third. However, it was at this moment that a change of heart occurred within the live broadcast. Linhai Museum, $210 million. Audience, tell me, did you do it on purpose? Very well. The Linhai City Museum is now bidding $211 million. Are there any more bids? Jean Mei looked at Lu Jianhua, but saw the other party's sultry eyes. But, ha. I guess Lu Jianhua wants to kill Sister Jin's heart. So inked, is not to give people time to consider? This one a professional auctioneer. I admit, she is competent. As a friend, that's as far away as you can get. Ha. Inside the live room, the audience cried and laughed. Not bad. Worthy of being Xiaoyun's friend. It's really fair and just. Xinhao gave Jean Mei a thumbs up. Who would mind having more money when you can make more money? $220 million. Looking at the two interacting, a wolfish look, Lu Jianhua gritted his teeth. But, people are doing this routinely and can't blame others. Linhai Museum, let's just go straight to the bottom price we have in mind. We're all in a hurry. And we all know that in 1920, it was valued at $3.4 billion. And it's the real thing. And although this painting is not authentic, it is still an extremely rare thing. And with Mr. Xinhao's guarantee, it is worth much more than that. The words fell. $230 million. $250 million. Prices are soaring up again. The audience looked dumbfounded. Didn't you guys stop bidding just now? So they're all waiting? Little Qin, how much can this painting of yours be worth? Even both Chen Shangyang and Chen Guowei were a bit surprised. That's almost close to $300 million. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Qin Hao shook his head in confusion. Crowd. They could see that Qin Hao really didn't understand. It's just irritating. You don't know anything, but you're so talented at drawing. What's it called? It's called God chases and feeds. You don't eat it. Just shove it in your mouth. In the end, the price stopped at $300 million. Still taken by Lu Jianhua, looking at his beaming face, it was as if he had earned it. $300 million for a painting. Sorry, I'm too poor to quite understand the artistic component. Is it possible that just because you're poor, you don't understand? Inside the live room, the audience was overwhelmed with sighs of relief. In any city, $300 million would be enough to live an unbelievable life. Even this lifetime, as a result. One buys a painting that one can only look at. Let's just say that the average person really can't understand the proclivities of these rich people. I'm really not a godly man. Congratulations, brother Hao, for reaping $300 million. Does what you said before still count? I want you to paint one. Only, I want it restored. Truly restored to the original work from hundreds of years ago, just when everyone thought that it was over. Brother Qin Hao suddenly sent out pop-ups. Qin Hao shook his head slightly as he listened to Jin Mei's transmission. Let's call it a day. It's late after tossing around for so long. We'll talk about it later when we have time. Shao Qin. What we said before. Your independent creation thing. Lu Jianhua spoke in a hurry. Wait a few days together. After all, I need to get inspired. The crowd looked at Qin Hao's lazy appearance and were speechless. If it were them, they'd stick with it even if they drew until they broke their hands. This is all money, when it comes to you. Instead, you have to beg for it, and even have to be interested in it, or else you won't even bother to move. I've never seen anyone so outrageous. Alright then, get some rest and I'll be back in a few days. With 2 gains, Lu Jianhua was already satisfied with this trip. Taking his men with him, he excused himself and left. Cousin, painting is only a matter of hours to you. It's only a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. It's a curse to have money and not earn it. Qin Shaoyun is puzzled. A make money so easy thing. You actually do not want to do. Even the audience is a bit skeptical of themselves. Is there any money in this world that's too much for you? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao glanced at Shaoyun and smiled mysteriously. You're young. You don't understand. Qin Shaoyun. She subconsciously looked down and then at Jin Mei. And her face instantly didn't look too good. Audience? Little Qin's idea, I suppose, is that things are rare, right? After all, the two of them, Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei, were people with experience and instantly guessed it. The more stuff there is, the more rotten it is, and the less it's worth. But if there's less stuff, and the stuff is good, the more it's worth. Plus, the publicity of the live broadcast and the publicity of the Capitol Museum. Several layers of effect superposition. Then, although the two didn't finish their words, everyone understood, in an instant. The way they looked at Qin Hao became different. Good lord. I originally thought Qin Hao was simply lazy, but now it seems that people are in the atmosphere. I almost forgot. He's not just a painter. He's also a businessman, a circle of friends. He can be tossed around so much, and a motivator, and a psychotherapist. He's not just a painter. It's as if I've seen the disaster of the art world in the future. Inside the live broadcast room, everyone looked at Qin Hao differently. Who said it was lazy? Lazy indeed. But lazy with a purpose. Jin Mei and Qin Shaoyun glanced at each other and opened their small mouths. They actually hadn't even thought of this layer. Come to think of it. Although I don't know that Shao Qin doesn't know how many people are in your live broadcast. But this kind of thing, as long as someone pays attention to it, it will be publicized. After all, it's a few $100 million worth of transaction price. Chen Guowei glanced at Qin Hao, who had gone to the refrigerator to get some fruits, and said with a smile, and the Capitol Museum, having gotten this painting, can they not publicize it? It's bound to be publicized because they need the painting to give them back their blood. And museums buy these things to collect them for one thing, and to attract tourists. After all, it's all about the revenue, not the individual collector's big boss. So, doesn't little Qin's status, and the cost of the strike, go up? Speaking of this, Chen Guowei sighed a bit. Although Shao Qin, this person, right, in terms of male and female feelings, that's a little bit, but in other places, it's really invincible. Audience, they can already imagine what the network will be like tonight. The pale end of the sky is my love. The flowers are blooming at the foot of the sheer green mountains. Just then, a song rang out. Chen Xiangyang took out his cell phone and connected. What? You're saying it's going to start tomorrow? Okay, no problem. I'll be in place tomorrow. Hanging up the phone and looking at the crowd staring at him in unison, Chen Xiangyang shrugged. Over at the culinary tasting, it officially starts tomorrow. Speaking of this, the entire corner of his mouth couldn't be controlled to rise, and his little eyes looked towards Chen Guowei from time to time. Although Qin Hao wasn't really his disciple, he was still considered half There's nothing wrong with saying pro-disciple yourself. Is there? Most importantly, one will be alone with Xiaoqin tomorrow, and it's still attending a culinary tasting, as long as you show your status in the chef world. At that time, little Qin, won't you just bow your head? You go. It's best if we can stall for a few days. Qin's mom will be back tomorrow and then we can go upstairs. Chen Guowei didn't care in the slightest, his face still smiling blandly. Maybe we can find energy cards. Hearing this, Chen Shangyang was flabbergasted. He had almost forgotten about this matter, the corners of his mouth, which had just risen, dropped. It made him a little hesitant. Did he make a profit? Or did he lose? Say you've earned it. Take Xiaoqin by yourself. You can be alone. And maybe even take on an apprentice straight away, and get to show off in front of the old guys, but let's say it paid off. Then it did, because he also wanted to go upstairs to have a look. After all, there were so many good things on the first floor, so could the second floor, Qin Hao's master bedroom, be any worse? More than anything, I wanted to look inside that backwoods base. Hey, thinking about it, Chen Shangyang suddenly became despondent. You go in peace. Better yet, take him out for a couple days of skulking. Chen Guowei smiled and patted Chen Shangyang's shoulder. Chen Shangyang, you get the fuck out of here, soon. Qin Hao came out with a plate of fruits. Come on, everyone, eat your fruit. The crowd wasn't polite, and Kimmy was even more so. Of course, it wasn't that she was shameless, but Director Lee had already told her before that they would be settled together when the program was over. Now that their program is rich and powerful, they're not that far off. The main thing is that if you don't eat here, you will easily be suspected by Qin Hao and even think that you are sick. Xiaoqin, it's like this. Tick 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 tick. Chen Shangyang immediately told the matter. Tomorrow? Okay, I'll try to get up early. Qin Hao nodded, as if thinking of something, and continued. How many days are we going? Well, not really. Looking at the eyes of Jin Mei, Qin Xiaoyun, and Chen Guowei, Chen Shangyang could only say this. After all, the longer he stalled, the more the trio would find out. Okay, Qin Hao nodded indifferently. Since he had promised, he would keep his word. Little Cloud, for the next few days, you guys stay home and watch the house. So if you want to go out and play, just lock the door. Don't worry, cousin. Didn't I used to watch your house when you went out at night to go to an internet cafe for a night out? Qin Xiaoyun patted his small chest. Cousin, even a genius like you goes to an internet cafe all night? Jin Mei came to her senses when she heard this. It's a not so small secret, everyone thought that a genius like Qin Hao was either studying or on his way to studying. Ha, that's not right. Genius indeed. But Qin Hao is obviously not like Qin Hao. I guess he'd rather lie in bed than go to an internet cafe. Not to mention the nightly packages. So, God also goes to internet cafes for the night. Hey, from now on, if my daughter-in-law doesn't let me go to the internet cafe, I'll show him this video. He used that word so well. I'm already fantasizing about a strong man hammering you in the chest with his small fists. Inside the live broadcast room, many internet-addicted teenagers, internet-addicted middle-aged people, and internet-addicted elderly people, their eyes lit up in unison, all alone. Qin Hao behaved differently from normal people, either in high-end technology or high-end art. Now, they've finally found a hobby that's the same, internet. Normal people go on the internet, right? Qin Hao asked somewhat strangely. Is there anything to be strange about this? Crowd. It's normal for other people to go online, but it's not normal for people like you to go online, even in their minds. They all appeared. Qin Hao was in the box of the internet cafe, his fingers peeping and making all kinds of design drawings. Anyway, 2 words. Bull. Cousin, what are you playing online? Kimmy asked one of the most crucial questions. Play everything, like the popular LOL, 3A masterpieces and such. Even though I have a computer at home, it doesn't have the same atmosphere as an internet cafe. Qin Hao shrugged and slowly said, of course, it used to be small. I haven't gone to an internet cafe to play on the computer for a long time, because I've realized that this game thing is purely a pastime. And if you take it seriously, you lose. And all you can get out of it is just some worthless data. Earthly sober types. Games are just data. In fact, as long as you reach a certain age, you'll realize that games and stuff are really boring. And what you used to beg for, such as segments, guns, characters, and so on, as long as you have the money, you can just buy ready-made ones. I'm in my 20s, and I loved playing games when I was a teenager. But now, I don't even know what to do when I sit in front of the computer. There are still a lot of internet addicts in the live room. When they heard Qin Hao's exclamation, they nodded subconsciously. Once, when they were young, they pursued greatness, characters, and equipment at great expense. Not only does it cost money, but also time, missing out on the time period when you should be working and learning the most, growing up and going to work only to realize that those once unattainable accomplishments can be bought with money. Some would say it's the process of playing, but adults, how many of us can have that much time? I'm so tired of going to work every day that when I turn on my computer, I don't even know what I'm supposed to be doing. For this, many adults resonate with Chin Hao. As I recall, LOL has segments, right, cousin? What segment are you in? Jean Mei is a girl, and often most girls aren't too fond of playing LOL, preferring the later emergence of King, mainly because it's convenient and cute. Ionia, the strongest king. Chin Hao smiled modestly. Audience, Ionia, the strongest king, then why are you talking so much crap to us? Shit. Waste of old man's feelings, you call that not wasting time? Just a bunch of worthless data, how do you have the nerve to say that? King players? Does any big brother know what level the strongest king in Aeolian is? More dare not say. In the king mess kill no problem. The glory of the king. You let him go to LOL on the gold are laborious, you believe it or not? I don't believe it. I personally feel that Concrete 2 should be mixed in a blender and most evenly mixed up and down. Hence, stop talking and go to war. Inside the live room, the two parties went straight for it. Nowadays, what you have to admit is that King and LOL have the most players. Maybe, LOL it's not as good as it used to be, but there used to be more. Whether LOL is stronger or Glory is stronger has been a topic of debate for many. So cousin, do you think that the strongest king of LOL is stronger? Or the king of Glory? Kimmy asked with a twinkle in her eye and a bad smile. I don't know. I'm a king anyway. Chin Hao spread his hands. It's all pretty simple. Right, Kimmy. Audience, how do you expect us sub-slaves and goalies to live with that? It's too much. Night falls today, but all the netizens who have watched the live broadcast in Chin Hao's live room are prepared, after they entered the major short videos. As expected, out of 10, there was one about Chin Hao. The first shot was fired, naturally, at the Capitol Museum. Today, our Capitol Museum has spent a huge sum of $300 million to take down a rare painting in the world. Everyone has probably heard the name of this painting, Mona Lisa, also known as the Mona Lisa Smile. Exactly the same work, and even, I dare say, you will never find another work exactly like these two paintings in this world. Welcome to the Capitol Museum. When this news was released, along with the retweets from all the major platforms, it directly exploded. After all, not everyone watched Chin Hao's live broadcast, and many had even never heard of it. Everyone has different concerns and preferences. For example, if you like to look at beautiful women, then there is a high probability that he, whether on a search engine or a short video, these software and the big data, to a large extent, will recommend beautiful women with long legs. There are only a handful of other videos mixed in. Then there are the people who are so tired from their daily work that they don't have time to read it. Holy shit, $300 million for a painting, and an imitation? Am I crazy or is the world crazy? What a fuss. If you don't know, you can go and search for it. If it's the real thing, this 300 million won't even be enough for a fraction. It's too exaggerated. The person who drew the picture is called Chin Hao? Isn't this a direct flight to heaven? Is it possible that people originally flew off the handle? All the major platforms, short videos, post bar, all about Mona Lisa and Chin Hao. There are even some anchors who are on lecture mode to rub it in. Guys, what is this concept of painting the Mona Lisa in half an hour? Note that this is not an abbreviated drawing like a sketch, but the full body. $300 million? That's really not much. Even I feel like the Capitol Museum blood money. With all this bragging, many unknown netizens were confused. So, $300 million for a painting, and the Capitol Museum made a profit. Most people don't know much about this business. To coin a phrase, there's money to burn. Losers. Then, the Into the People program also sent a message. Today's shows aren't what they used to be. And that's really spending money. Spread the word. Mona Lisa's Smile, the imitation painter. Chin Hao is the participant of this program. And internal news. Chin Hao said, some days may still be painted. The specific time, undetermined. The specific painting, unknown. But there's no denying that if he wants to create it, then it's bound to be another one worth its weight in gold. If you're interested in Chin Hao, everyone can come to the live broadcast. Netflix, actors undecided. Script not yet available. Short on funds. Sincere thanks for the offer, right? What intrigues me is that the painter of the 300 million paintings is actually still alive. I have a bold idea. You guys say put him in a small darkroom. He. Regarding your bold idea, our country has a complete set of criminal laws. Of course, it's not just that, and the playpen, some news editors, directly sent news about what Chin Hao said in the program. Ionia, the strongest king, King Pesticide, the strongest king, and so on. It's also making waves in gaming circles. In the meantime, beautiful Kin, as head of intelligence, Johns, These are difficult days. Intelligence department in China saucer. Heavy losses. Escaped back hardly a few. Most of them all secretly captured. In addition to the beautiful Qin internal economic losses, he barely even kept his position. The reason why he wasn't laid off was that the top brass endorsed him after many proofs of analysis and speculation. Qinhao. There's a problem. There are big problems. So far, we have confirmed that the people surrounding Qinhao are Professor of the National Academy of Sciences, Chen Guowei, the host of the Capital TV program, Jean Mei, and the chef of the state banquet, and the top chef in China, Chen Xiangyang. It's impossible for an ordinary person to be surrounded by such characters. Earlier, we speculated that it could be invited by the program, but it's clear that neither Chen Xiangyang nor Chen Guowei can be invited by a program. The most crucial thing is that, not to mention whether those so-called technologies of his are real or fake. Let's just say that Qinhao's performance in the program is beyond normal. Beautiful firm leader Tay Leopold crossed his hands on the table. His eyes sternly swept the conference room, and faintly said, "There are many more doubts about Qinhao's body. I won't list them all. What I want now is the result." Upon hearing this, many of the higher-ups looked at each other. It felt a little funny. Isn't it just a program from Wahoo? Isn't it just an ordinary person from China? Maybe. It's true that the performance on the show was awesome, but it doesn't need to be a special meeting, does it? You know, what is the level of their meeting, and what level is the so-called Qinhao? It's a total killjoy. I know you won't care, but what I want to tell you is that after our careful examination, that panda virus did come from Qinhao's computer. The moment these words came out, the smile slowly disappeared from the executives who were originally still wearing light smiles. That disaster the other day was simply etched in stone for them, make them beautiful Qin once again globally famous, but whereas it used to be a bully, now it's a disgrace. The beautiful Qian, who is known as the Big Brother, frozen was fucked by a small cyber virus for days. The losses are enormous. Leader, since it's already been determined, what's the need for deliberation? I suggest that we claim Qinhao directly from Huaxia. One of the executives got up with an exasperated look on his face. However, he was greeted by a group of eyes that seemed to look at him as if he were retarded. This Big Brother, I know you're angry, but don't be angry yet. Do you still think that the current Huaxia is a few decades ago? Please grow a brain and don't follow the example of those grandchildren in Sakura country, who are a disgrace and a loser. I suggest assassination. The many executives scoffed. Someone brought up an incident from the other day. That incident, arguably, made the world laugh at Sakura nation, and would be taken as a typical example until now. A spy from the Sakura country is secretly captured by China. To say that this kind of thing, everyone is the default. Spies are secretly captured, and just give up. It's your life if you can run, and no one will try to save you if you can't. Of course, your family's country will be properly organized. It's almost subconsciously recognized, and the result, after a spy from the Sakura country was secretly captured, the Sakura country was still screaming at the international level, saying something about China capturing their Sakura country's tourists, potentially meaning that China had lost its heart to such an extent, going after the average tourist in Sakura country. Immediately after that, the official response of Huaxia, and not to bullshit you, directly come up with some not very important, but very special information. Proof of espionage. Sakura nation was outright laughed at by everyone. That's no face at all. The mocked executives sat down with grim faces. I think that assassination is not necessary, since he has so many special people around him. It means that he has something special in himself. We can recruit him, Intelligence Minister John said slowly. Hearing this, the crowd immediately looked at him with odd eyes. Being abused by others, almost postless, and you're actually thinking about recruiting? Should I call you big or small? To be able to recruit a super genius for the country. The previous transgressions are nothing. We can afford to lose, can't we? Looking at the odd look on the crowd's faces, John said with a straight face. At those words, the crowd's faces were serious and they nodded in unison. The password is correct, of course. What they didn't say was the premise that Qinhao was really a super genius. Otherwise, gee, there's something for him. If it was a super genius, they would naturally offer it up as a grandpa and eat and drink well. But if it wasn't, then I'm sure that Johns would tell Qinhao what it meant to beg for life and beg for death. Very well then. 2 hands. Tay-Trip nodded slightly and slowly said, "It just so happens that Qinhao is about to leave the house and head to that whatever Liuzhou city's culinary arts tasting. So at that time, find a chance to contact him, test him, and if he refuses, then," as he said this, his eyes flashed a cold light, "can't be used for us? No matter if he's a super genius or not. As long as he's provoked us and caused us that much damage, he must be exterminated." That said as if it's right for them to hack into other people's computers, and wrong for their computers to be passively defended. It's beautiful Kin. Of course, no one on the outside knew about all this except for the executives at the beautiful Kin site. The sun and moon alternate. The stars turn. Look at how hard the whole little word is. Early in the morning. Jin Mei and Qin Xiaoyun, as well as Chen Shangyang and Chen Guowei. The four of them had already eaten breakfast and waited up. Although yesterday afternoon, Qin Hao said that he would get up early. But who knows what time is this early morning of his. Ladies and gentlemen, our cousin will be leaving today, and then our chance will come. Excited or not? Jin Mei said with a smile on her face. She didn't know if other people were excited or not. She was excited anyway. It's finally time to go upstairs, and it's still the bright kind. Come on, come on, come on. I can't wait to see more. No, I mean you guys are really into self-abuse nowadays, aren't you? There are so many good things on the first floor. So how can there be less on the second floor? Inside the live room, the audience also appeared to be exuberant. That's a pretty decent outfit you're wearing. Chen Guowei looked at Chen Shangyang, said of very casual, but very wanting temperament clothes casual wear. Teased. What are you talking about? When have I ever been unlikable? Chen Shangyang smiled broadly and didn't bother with this old guy. Gee, I didn't see you so happy the day you got married. Audience. They sort of realized that Chen Guowei, the professor, used really strange metaphorical techniques, either giving birth to a child or a granddaughter, or then marrying a daughter-in-law. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, Qin Xiaoyun's cell phone rang. She picked it up and glanced at it. It showed, Great Aunt, Xiaoyun. I'm already in Liuqing City. Has that brat left yet? No, Auntie. Why don't you take a rest at the hotel in the city first? I reckon it'll be at least 90 o'clock by the time my cousin wakes up from his nap. Qin Xiaoyun didn't expect that his great aunt would be so early. It's only close to 8 o'clock now. Look at that. Even your own mom can't look at it. What do you guys say? Cousin is so handsome and Qin Xiaoyun is so good looking. Will Qin's mom be a great beauty too? What does it matter to you if it's a great beauty? Hearing Qin Xiaoyun's words, it was as if Qin Ma on the phone had expected it. It's okay. I just got into the hotel and it's not too late for me to get some sleep. Qin Xiaoyun opened her mouth and froze. Good lord. You really do know your son like a mother. For Qin Hao's habits and whereabouts, it was a dead giveaway. Okay then. I'll call you when my cousin leaves. Qin Xiaoyun hung up the phone in a trance. She realized that her cousin had spent so many years with her, thinking he knew her well, but was actually quite a stranger. This is not the case with Qin's mom, who remains in control of the situation. Even though her son has undergone a major change, is this pro-life? As soon as he turned his head, he saw the two of them, Chen Guowei and Chen Shangyang, holding their cell phones, walking to the window and sneaking around to make a call. Some conversation could be heard faintly. Granddaughter, I'm telling you, this is a once-in-a-century opportunity. That Qin Hao kid is a straight man of steel, but his mother isn't. Just bypass him. Marry him by his son. No. Marry him by his mother, and everything will fall into place. He's a titanium straight man, and he can melt and dress up for him. Qin Xiaoyun, you guys are really ready for anything. Still, for an image like that, she was happy to see it. Qin Hao didn't know, but she knew that the girls she saw in the distance outside the KFC earlier were impeccable. No matter whether it was their temperament or appearance or body shape. It's Chan Guoru. Slightly strange, but also maintaining the innocence and liveliness of a young girl. Of these, she would love to have whoever most her sister-in-law. What followed was a long wait. Perhaps it was because of the big event today. The number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. The number, which had stabilized at around 2 million, is still surging. However, it was extremely agonizing for most viewers, especially waiting for time to go by. When time that used to pass in the blink of an eye now seems like a minute is so long. Meanwhile, a few cars were parked along the roadway some distance from the village. A couple of very ordinary sedans, probably just $100,000 or so. For the average person, it's great, but for the people sitting in it, it was very ordinary indeed. Hello again. Chen Guoru narrowed her big beautiful eyes, got out of the car, and looked at the two women not far away. Those were two pretty girls who almost looked alike. Looking at his age, he was in his 20s. But his temperament was exceptional. Chen Curson. Chen Cute. Are you twins together? That's right. These two girls are none other than Prof. Chen's two granddaughters. Last time, Cute Chen didn't have time to come back because he was out of town for something. But this time he was fully prepared. You don't have to be so hostile to us. It's not that the old man has instructed us 1,000 times. There's not much we can do about it. Compared to her older sister Chen Curson's calmness, Chen Cute is much more lively. Or do you already have your eyes on Qin Hao? Chen Cute's eyes widened as she exaggerated. No way, no way. You Chen Guoru would actually have a favorite? From their conversation, it was clear that they knew each other and were on good terms. Who said I had eyes for him? I'm just trying to get the job done too. Okay? Chen Guoru's face changed as she wrapped her hands around her chest and raised her proud and polished chin. That who? How come Wang Chanxian didn't come? Hey, She's a nameless, faceless outsider who doesn't belong here. Chen Qute raised a small eyebrow. At those words, Chen Guoru was flabbergasted for a moment, and after a careful thought, she understood. Wang Chanxian is the granddaughter of Dynasty Liang, the president of the Academy of Sciences, and Dynasty Liang doesn't know Qin Hao, so Wang Chanxian can only meet by chance outside, not directly at the door. Because, no reason, they could still say that they came to find their grandfather. What excuse could Wang Chanxian use? Okay, you two, stop bickering. Chen Kursen smiled helplessly and said slowly, the two old masters obviously want to set us up with Qin Hao, and even have a palace fight scene. So now tell us your personal thoughts about Qin Hao. Otherwise, let's join together. How can I say that Qin Hao is also young and golden? A rare and good man. I don't mind anyway. Chen Qute blinked and asked tentatively. Put. Chen Guoru had just taken a sip of water and directly sprayed when she heard this. I knew you were raw, but I didn't know you were this raw. Are you sure your grandfather won't beat you to death if he finds out? Thinking of this, Chen Guoru suddenly had a slightly odd expression. According to the two old men's love for Qin Hao, it seems that, no, probably, might be directly when they can't see it? What is this nonsense? Chen Kursen's small face slightly reddened, turning red as she angrily rebuked out. Hey, I'm just saying, what's your hurry? Kathleen Chen Guoru, I thought I was lively enough, but I didn't realize there was more. No, it's no longer lively. It's a wild horse out of control. My opinion about Qin Hao is that he is very excellent and handsome, but to be honest, some of his character is not very appealing. He doesn't care about anything, and in today's words, he is too Buddhist. Chen Guoru murmured slightly and said slowly, not bad, whether it's in business or the people living their lives. It's all about the breath and the fight. Chen Kursen nodded approvingly, her eyes appreciative. In this era, if you don't fight, you can only be beaten, only passive, only bullied. Qin Hao's non-competition, Buddhist, indifferent. It's hard to survive in society. Of course, if it's to live a life, he's a person with a good character. Listening to the conversation between the two, Chen Qute's large eyes turned slightly. Actually, I do think what you guys are saying is a bit one-sided. Seriously counting, do you guys find that Qin Hao ever suffered a loss? On the contrary, he invariably gained the upper hand every time, and he's also a superstar in the online writing world. What's a must for writing a novel? Hearing this, Chen Guoru was very vocal. In addition to objective factors such as writing storylines, there are three other must-haves: clarity of organization, analytical skills, and strong logic. When these words came out, the three of them looked at each other in unison and then frowned. They suddenly realized that Qin Hao didn't seem to be as simple as he appeared on the surface. Shiba, why hasn't Qin Hao come down yet? It's almost 10 o'clock. Or would one of you go up and call? This is only Qin Hao. But if anyone else dared to do this, they'd be directly sprayed into a dog. The audience in the live broadcast room was growing, even reaching over 3 million people, and many people could not wait at all. There's nothing we can do about it. What if we give him a hard time and don't go? Wouldn't that be a lost cause? Jean May spread her hands helplessly. The audience is anxious, she's more anxious. Okay, she's under a lot of pressure with so many spectators waiting. Tap tap tap. Just then, footsteps finally came from upstairs. The crowd looked up, only to see that Qin Hao was already wearing a set of casual clothes with a cocktail head, walking down the stairs, saying hello, and going straight to wash up. When he reappeared in front of the crowd, everyone's eyes lit up. Handsome, Mom, I'm in love. This untamed hairstyle, this slightly upturned corner of the mouth, these star-like eyes, this, well, the eye boogers don't seem to be cleaned. But, ha. Holy shit, you guys are trying to kill me with laughter. Inside the live broadcast room, the eyes of the teenage viewers were glowing. Oba, West 8 Oba is just a joy to watch. If you really want to watch Oba, it's still Hao. Brother, you're not clean, Qin Xiaoyun reminded with a breathless face. Oh, Qin Hao nodded half asleep and went to wash up again. Soon, out again. Alright, let's go. Chen Xianyang looked up and down. There was no doubt that this was a handsome young man. Can't even keep my eyes open. But it's pretty cool. Say, brother, don't you have anything with you? Looking at Qin Hao's two empty hands, Qin Xiaoyun couldn't help but ask. Can't say I'll be there for a few days yet. No need. Qin Hao directly waved his hand. You can buy it anyway. Qin Xiaoyun. You're right, maybe. That's boys. In the summer, 2 large pants were easy to get through. And in the winter 2 large cotton coats. As for the face rub, it doesn't matter if you have it or not. What's it called? It's hard to give up your natural beauty. Let's go ha! Qin Hao waved his hand and followed Chen Xianyang's pace, going out in a daze. But, he's really cute. Farewell, my love. Farewell, my sister. cry for the wrong grave. The live broadcast audience collectively eyed Shinhao, especially the pace of not knowing up and down, left and right, southeast and north. Watched a lot of people crunching and laughing. Buzz, the sedan waiting at the side of the road started up and faded away as the crowd watched. Chen Guowei, Jin Mei, and Qin Xiaoyun looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths could not control the upward movement, and the smiles on their faces gradually enlarged. Hey, ha 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 ha, finally gone. That's not easy, of course. They couldn't go upstairs directly. They had to wait for Qin Ma to return. They can only go up there with the consent and leadership of their own mother. Go, call, Jin Mei said in a hurry. Yes, Qin Xiaoyun nodded, took out his cell phone, and dialed. But just then, there was a sound of a car engine in the distance. Crunch, the red sedan, parked directly on the side of the road. You are my little apple. How to love you or not too much. A cell phone rings from the car, only to see, in order to a woman wearing a long white floral dress, foot-high heels, slowly get off the car. The face can't be said to be much more delicate, but it is also very beautiful, especially the gentle and generous smile that hangs on the face at all times, as if it can embrace everything. Auntie, seeing the long-skirted woman, Qin Xiaoyun's eyes lit up as he hung up the phone and waved his hand. This is Qin's mom? So pretty to the point of being considered very pretty, but that kind of temperament. TSK, the knowing kind. Sure enough, if Shinhao is this awesome, how bad can his mom be? Inside the live room, the audience was discussing intensely. New characters unlocked. Mrs. Shin, that brat is gone, isn't he? Shinma stepped forward and asked with a smile. Just gone. And you're just in time. That's for sure. Shinma lifted her chin, her gentle watery eyes looking at Jin Mei. You're Jin Mei, right? Well, you must be about 1.7 meters tall, right? How are your parents at home? Audience. Kimmy. Nice guy, you come up here to ask about the household registration. So you want people to know you're looking for a daughter-in-law. Right, I could tell that Qin's mom was in a hurry, very urgent. Pretty good. Auntie. Sorry for the intrusion. Jin Mei nodded with a face full of embarrassment. It's fine. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't have known that Brat was hiding so much. Qin Ma gave an atmospheric wave of her hand, then looked at Chen Guowei. Elder Chen, that boy of mine has caused you to worry. The crowd joked, closed the door, and entered the living room. The atmosphere was cordial. It was Qin Ma who looked over at Jin Mei from time to time, giving Jin Mei a hard time. So, you've got your eye on me. Ha, Sister Jean. If you really can't do it, just submit. I see that Qin's mom is quite satisfied. Che, I don't agree. Isn't Shinhao young, talented, handsome, doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, isn't promiscuous, and has a good personality? Besides these, what else does he have? What else is he? I can't actually fucking tell if you're mocking or boasting for a second. Shinhao, get on the big one and talk. Inside the live room, the viewers began to be persuasive regarding Kimmy. Kimmy, you guys are amazing. You guys are puritanical. In fact, she was still very satisfied with Shinhao. As the audience said, a very good man, but nay, Shinhao directly treated her as an ordinary friend, so there was no chance at all. What's more, she's a professional host. Bang bang bang. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Hearing this voice, Chen Guowei's spirit immediately shook, and his eyes erupted with fierce light. Here we go. Did the cousins come back? What's forgotten? Qin Xiaoyun got up. Although she knew about the conspiracy between Chen Xiangyang and Chen Guowei, she didn't think about it that much. Come to the door and open the room. Then you see three big beautiful women. Standing in the doorway, two looked extremely similar, two of which she had seen before, Chen Guoru and Chen Kursen. That fast? Qin Xiaoyun was shocked. So you're just waiting at the door. Ha, hello. Chen Guoru smiled sweetly. Hello guys. You're here to see the two old masters, right? Please come in. Qin Xiaoyun blinked. Understanding in seconds, she couldn't wait, wanted to see the dumbfounded look on my cousin's face after these three rounded up and took down my aunt directly. Hey. What about another day of worrying about my cousin? Wow. Three big beauties. Isn't that the granddaughters of the two elder Chens? Chen Guoru, Chen Ku Xin, and the other one I don't recognize, but it looks like they should be sisters? These three girls can't all be here to find Shinhao, right? Ah, this is worse than killing me. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience also saw the three beauties who walked in style, and they could be too impressed with two of them. Although Chen Kursen hadn't spoken directly with Shinhao in the first place, the live broadcast camera had swept over it. You guys. Qin Ma's eyes went straight as she looked at the three watery little girls. Even Jin Mei stopped looking, although Jin Mei was very good looking and had a good figure. To be honest, Qin Ma felt that the age was slightly too old, at least older than her son, but those three are pretty small at first glance, and watery, if you have a better one. Will you care about a worse one? Jean May's little eyes were a little sultry, but in her heart she was relieved. At least one is much less stressed. Auntie. Hello, I'm Chen Xiangyun's granddaughter. Chen Guoru. Chen Guoru said respectfully and sweetly. Hello auntie, we are Chen Guowei's granddaughters. My name is Chen Kurson and I'm Chen Cute. The three women introduced themselves to each other. Well. Jean Ma nodded her head repeatedly, her eyes glancing at Chen Xiangyun with a smile. Come, children, sit down. With that, he reached right out and pulled the three girls to sit next to him. Chen Guowei, aren't you being a little too direct? How old is your daughter? Daughter, ever had a boyfriend? Daughter, what do you want to eat? Auntie will make it for you. Jean's mom outright forgot about me, kidding aside. She had never seen so many girls come to the house except for the girls of her relatives when her son was growing up. She's all a little blurry-eyed, even mulled over which was better. Well, this one has a big ass and is good to have, that one's not bad either. Look at that little mouth. Look at those long legs. Suddenly, Jean Ma became a little despondent. Before that was one without the other. But now it's suddenly so many. Tough, this attitude of Jean Ma made the three Chen Guoru somewhat overwhelmed. Too enthusiastic. That's a real mom. Look at other people's moms. They just bring you their daughters straight to your mouth. Unlike my mom, who needs to make me go out and find them on my own. You're comparable to how? You've got some nerve. Inside the live room, the audience went crazy with laughter. Especially looking at Jean Ma's busy look. As if she was sizing up her future daughter-in-law. Ahem. Auntie, our cousin isn't sure when he'll be out. So time is still short. Kimmy coughed dryly, elevating the sentence. What's wrong? Left out? Jealous? Qin Xiaoyun smiled and teased. Kimmy, although she said that she had a good feeling towards Qin Hao, it was only a good feeling. It really didn't reach that level. It's more of a friend's goodwill. Upstairs, right? Qin Ma almost lost herself in the sweet talk of her three little daughters and came back to her senses, before she remembered the main event. Right, the crowd nodded in unison. They couldn't go without Qin Ma taking the lead. Don't look at the first floor as being able to be casual. That's because, by default, the first floor itself is the public scene. Let's say one of your treasures has been placed in the living room and a guest comes to your house and recognizes it. It's as simple as that. And the garbage house was likewise of this nature. After all, Qin Xiaoyun used to go in there all the time, and Qin Hao didn't stop him. That works, Qin Ma nodded. In fact, she was also curious about what kind of stuff her son was drumming up at home. The internet was so explosive these days. Everywhere you look, there is news about your own son. It's either some kind of technological genius or culinary genius. Of course, there was actually that little bit more to her. What watery little daughters these three are. If the son is really that good, wouldn't it be better to let them see it with their own eyes and take it down straight away? Not all of them. One is enough, she's not greedy. Tap tap tap. Seeing Qin Ma going upstairs, the crowd looked at each other and hurriedly followed. The real hostesses had agreed, so naturally they were allowed to go up. Auntie, my brother's a boy anyways. In case there's anything, ahem, in there, right? Should we wait downstairs for a while first? Qin Xiaoyun hesitated and reminded in a small voice. She's still very righteous. Cousin was really nice to her. Now this era is not the past. In the past, at most, there is a computer learning materials and so on. But now, not only are there study materials, I'm afraid, like, moving dolls or something. It's not that she's dirty. It's mainly that in this day and age, who doesn't get it unless their parents are very protective and even have little access to the internet? The crowd froze, especially some of the boys, who instantly understood in seconds. Gee, I hate these second-guessing days. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Pretend. You pretend. At those words, Qin Ma's footsteps lurched, thought carefully, and nodded solemnly. The son is old enough, she still understands this. And besides, what if these three future daughters-in-law see it? How bad would that be? Those who didn't know thought her son was particularly lewd. Then, in full view of everyone, Qin Ma quickly walked up the stairs. What's this? It's like a ghost drawing. It's scary. Vaguely, a mutter could be heard from Qin Ma, and then there was no movement. In less than a minute, to the expectant gaze of the crowd, Qin's mom stood above and nodded. Come on up. Hearing this, Jean Mei and Chen Guowei took the lead. Kimmy can't wait. Chen Guowei also can't wait, although they are not going in different directions, going upstairs. They only saw that it was a corridor, and at the same time, they finally understood why Qin Ma muttered so much when she went upstairs, because the whole hallway is hung with paintings, not a few paintings, just one. A superb one. Is this? A few women's beautiful eyes were wide and their small mouths were open in shock. Chen Guowei was even more shocked by the painting, which was just too impactful, even just looking at it. There was a feeling of numbness in the scalp. It's a chart of a journey to the west to get the scriptures. Journey to the West, which basically most people have seen. After all, it's played every summer and winter vacation. but what they were seeing now was a complete oxymoron to what was in that journey to the west, and yet, I was able to tell at a glance that it was westward journey. Chen Guowei's eyes flickered for a moment, and with a glance, he saw the 3 words in the upper right corner, 3 words written in a special font with a dragon flying, exorcism. The exorcism record? What a big mouth. This is the team that traveled to the west to get the scriptures? It's so scary. Especially the whole piece of wall. It's so shocking, there's no doubt about it. This original form is probably the journey to the west. Inside the live room, the audience watched and huffed, because they've never seen a westward journey like this. No. Now to be precise, it should now be called the exorcism, punishment of punishment. This picture was completely different from their impression of the journey to the west. If the journey to the west on TV is for children, then this picture has a creepy quality even for adults, only to see that in the picture. It was an oversized painting of a white bone dragon that ran through the entire painting, of course. The most crucial thing was the several existences that were beside the white bone dragon. The grim-faced, fang-bearing monkey king carried a stick in his left hand and gnawed on a human arm in his right, especially with the tightrope above him. That's a dead giveaway. Behind Sun Wukong, followed by a burly figure carrying luggage, but just that face, as if it was some kind of horrible monster in the river. Next to Sun Wukong, Piggy is a pure boar, with sharp tusks, cold light flashing, holding a 9-toothed nail rake, with all sorts of strange iron rings on his body. At the very top of the white bone dragon, that was a red as if it was a coffin, and on top of that, a lotus flower of guanyin, and on top of the lotus flower, sat a white bone skeleton. The reason why he was able to instantly recognize that it was the Tang Sanzang was because the white bone skeleton was wearing the 5 Buddha crown on top of its head. There were paper money floating in the air, as if they were dead, but if you looked closely, where was that paper money that turned out to be pages of scripture in the genuine journey to the west? The scriptures that Tang Sanzang and the others had gone through so much trouble for were actually floating in the air so casually, pressed and unattended. The ground was blood red, and there even seemed to be a lot of bodies. Shocker, impact, a visual explosion, no matter who it was. At the first sight of such a huge shocking image, they would feel chills in their body. It was a chill that welled up from the bottom of his heart. Standing at the entrance of the building, everyone looked at the painting with a shocked plus demented look on their faces, even briefly losing their words. It's too big. Is this Jinhao's talent for painting, who says he only imitates other people's paintings? This painting is proof of that. They can guarantee that they have never seen such an impacting and mind-blowing painting in all their lives. The main reason for this effect is that no one dares to think about it. It's amazing how much contrast there can be in a westward journey. Seriously, I'm numb. Is this house talent? It's horrible. I don't think I'd be able to sleep if this painting hung in my house. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-ups rolled wildly. Boom! But just then, a rocket special effect appeared. $2,000. I'm really not a godly man. $50 million. I'll take it. Liaozhou City Museum, $100 million. Capital Museum, $200 million. Brother Shenhao, no. Capital Museum? Can you have some face? You've already collected 2 paintings, and you still want them? Don't eat too ugly. It's crisp and clean. Without the slightest delay, in just a few seconds, the price went to 200 million, although, the Mona Lisa painted by Jinhao before was very good. The same as Da Vinci's, but in the end, it was an imitation. And this one painting is completely different, solid original work, a bold style they had never seen before, nor dared to imagine, coupled with Jinhao's out-of-this-world painting talent. This price is really not high. Yes, they had concluded that it was a treasure before they even looked at it. Auntie, there's a bit of $200 million on the air. Jean May swallowed and said carefully, oh, 200 million. What? 200 million? That's 200 million? Jean Ma originally didn't care, but when she reacted, she was shocked. It's just a painting, just 200 million. When did making money become so easy? Auntie, your son isn't the same your son he used to be. Your little cloud will always be your little cloud, Qin Xiaoyun said somewhat ruefully. To be honest, she wasn't surprised, although she didn't know much about paintings. The shock she got from this one alone far surpassed her cousin's previous works. Auntie, are you selling? Jean May asked curiously. Although it's valuable, this is after all that Brat's thing. How could I sell it privately without his consent? Jean Ma smiled and shook her head. Admirable. Truthfully, if it were my mom, I guess I wouldn't hesitate to sell it. What's my son's is my own. Even though we always say in the internet something like, parents don't have the right to get rid of their children's stuff, breaking the law and all that, is it rare for this to happen in reality? It's even common. Yeah, just a question. Can you get your parents in? Inside the live room, the audience was overwhelmed. $200 million. That's not $200. To be able to resist such a great temptation is not something that ordinary people can do, not to mention $200 million. Even for $2 million, $200,000. With their own children, with their own biological parents turned face to fight how many? Too much, however. Qin Ma's statement didn't calm down the crazy group of people in the live broadcast room. Instead, it's even crazier. The reason for not agreeing to sell, in their opinion, is simply, not enough money. I am really not a godly man. $350 million. Linhai Museum, $400 million. Capitol Museum, I say, you're all crazy, aren't you? We haven't even looked at it closely yet. What if it's not worth the price? Liuzhou City Museum, oh, you put P. You deflate you. Don't think we don't know. Your two paintings caused much shock abroad. Now Qin Hao's reputation in the art circle is not small. The bottom line is, his painting, what a quality assurance. And, it's a subject and style that none of us have ever seen before. In a word, worth it. The regular viewers in the live room looked dumbfounded. With that previous auction, they felt it was almost the end of the line. But now it seems that they were the ones who were naive. In fact, what they don't know is that the reason why the price of Qin Hao's paintings was low before was because Qin Hao didn't have much of a reputation. Plus they couldn't be sure if they were good value for money. Now, though, they were all able to be sure, quality ceilings and a great reputation. Auntie, it's $400 million. Won't you sell it? Kimmy was all a bit spooked. $400 million, if it's legal to buy lives. It's enough to buy dozens of your own, right? If I say I'm not selling, I'm not selling. If you guys want to see it then you're welcome. But if you want to buy it then forget it. Qin Ma directly shook her head, and even had some worry on her face. The crowd stared, and on second thought they understood. Qin Hao drew shouts as a child and was judged to be depressed straight away. So now this painting is so abstract and dark, that, pity the parents, that's a really good mom, facing hundreds of millions of dollars and worrying more about her son instead. I'm not married, but I asked my heart how I would behave if I were in this situation. The answer left me silent and embarrassed. Inside the live broadcast room, the viewers looked at the worry on Qin Ma's face and were overwhelmed with sighs of relief. In these materialistic times, the only one who can do that is your own mother. Right? Individuals are not included. Of course, because, while you need a license to drive, you don't need a license to parent. And don't you worry too much. Chen Guowei thought slightly and said slowly, it's true that it's a little bit not so good to draw shouts when you're at the stage of a child, but this can't exactly be said to be depression. After all, geniuses think in a completely different way than us ordinary people. And we can't look at them with normal people's eyes, especially since, now that he's an adult, you can totally make an art of it. At least, we've hardly noticed any signs of depression in him in the days we've been here. Qin Ma froze and thought carefully before nodding reassuringly, subconsciously turning her head to look at those four girls. She smiled and said, don't worry about it, ha. Even if it's depression, it's still a judgment given by the child doctor when she was a child. It's not allowed. At least he doesn't beat up people and shark them or anything. Look, we've been with him for years and we haven't been sharked off. Audience. Po ha 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 ha. Auntie is so cute. This is the time to think about saving your own son's honor. God damn, it won't hit a shark, man. Look, we've been together for so many years and we haven't gotten sharked off. Ha ha ha. Laugh my ass off. One of the live audience didn't hold back and laughed out loud directly. You might as well not have explained it at all. That's a chilling way to explain it. Yes. Chen Guoru. Chen Kuxian and the others looked at each other and nodded awkwardly. They don't care much about depression or anything. But this shark man, they really do care a bit. Plus, let me tell you, my son is 5 feet 8 inches. Sure, it might be close compared to taller guys, but he can jump up to be as tall as 5 feet 9 inches. Perhaps feeling that her explanation paled in comparison, Qin Ma hastened to give her son extra points. The women. Audience. Ha 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 ha. You should stop. The more you talk about it the funnier it gets for me. Auntie, let's just look at the painting. Jean May couldn't help but say in a hurry. Okay. Qin Ma smashed her mouth. She felt it. She still had a lot of her son's good points that she hadn't had time to say, but it's not good to say too much. It's too obvious. What if I scare them away? Seeing Qin Ma's attitude, the professionals in the live broadcast room could only regret that they had to at least wait for Qin Hao's return. So, honestly, look at the painting. Jean May went straight to the middle of the corridor, where she could see the paintings on the entire wall, in addition to a few major characters in Journey to the West. If you look closely at this painting, you will find many details. Detective Chen was once again on the line, his small hands behind his back, slowly analyzing. Look closely, you guys, that head at the top. Doesn't that look familiar? A small hand pointed to something at the very top of Tang Sanzang. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They hadn't noticed it before, but now that they looked at it, wasn't it familiar? That's fucking it. Rudra's head. In looking at it, sitting under the Tang Sanzang's buttocks is the lotus flower of Guanyin. So, according to the meaning that this picture is trying to express, it's obvious that Guanyin should be in a bad way. Notice that on the box that looks like a coffin underneath the lotus platform is the tablecloth of the 10 temples of hell. The crowd quietly listened to Chen Guoru's analysis. The more you look at it, the more alarmed you become, at first glance. It's scary, a closer look is even more horrifying, it's full of details. In looking at the white bone skeleton white dragon horse, 4 legs became 8 legs, 2 horns became 4 horns. So is it trying to express that it was flayed and thwarted by some great god? Speaking of this, Chen Guoru's expression was slightly grave, and her little finger pointed at the box behind Shahi Shang. Originally, this box was used to contain the clothes of the fetchers and some of the things of the chemist, as well as the ultimatums of customs clearance. But now it has all changed. Here's the point. You see in that box, just on the surface, it expresses a meaning. It's a magic treasure from all the major gods of the heavenly court. At the top is the Jade Emperor's crown, the thing he carries on his head. Next to it is the Erlangshan's 3-pointed, 2-bladed sword. On the other side is King Li Tianwan's pagoda, and Nez's head. And there are a lot of skulls in the box, so I guess they're all from the heavenly court. The 4 heavenly kings' magic treasures, Princess Iron Fan's banana fan, the mixed sky aya, Supreme Lord Taishon's purple gold gourd, and the sand monk himself has only 3 fingers left, so I think they must have been cut by someone. Most people are familiar with the journey to the west. Many can even do it backwards, so Chen Guoru's introduction was agreed upon by all, because, all accurate, only, isn't that detail a little too detailed? It was just a painting, and on the surface there were only so many 4 or 5 characters, but what was contained within was the entire 3 realms. This was the first time they had seen this alternative expression. Besides, Sun Wukong, the tight band around his head has turned into the character for death. This does not need to be said, it can be seen at a glance, but the one picked on the golden hoop, if I'm not mistaken, should be Mithraea Buddha's seed bag, with blood on it, bulging out, and it's self-evident whose head it contains. The Monkey King carries an adamantine bracelet on his hand, a bundle of immortal ropes wrapped around his waist, and the material of his leather skirt is made from human faces. After looking at the Monkey King, Chen Guoru looked at Inuyasha on the side. Piggy's 9-toothed nail rake has turned into a 10-toothed nail rake, which means that he wants to say that he's letting the old Lord Taishan go back to the drawing board and rebuild it. There's also a bull demon king's nose ring on his nose. Just now I took a closer look at Inuyasha's body. It looked like there were a lot of iron nails, but there weren't. They were all cracks. And finally, speaking of the scriptures floating in the air, is this an attempt to express, to be used as a value, to give a farewell to all the great gods? Finishing in one breath, Chen Guoru let out a long breath. That's all I can see for now. Maybe if I use a magnifying glass I can look more closely. It can be said that such a painting contains the entire journey to the west to earth, hell, heaven, and the spirit mountain. Everyone knows that this has nothing to do with art. The competition is about knowledge of the west, to be able to see so many things. It was obvious that Chen Guoru hadn't watched the journey to the west very much. This is an open-ended painting. The more you look at it, the more details you get. It's like you can make unlimited associations. Subtle, really subtle, nuts. At a cursory glance, there are just those few characters on here. Who would have thought that? At a closer look, there are actually so many details in there? Could it be? Is this the legendary? Thick and thin? No wonder it's called the Book of God Punishment. It's properly named. Arts and Culture Warning. Inside the live room, the audience watched with fervor, mostly. It was the first time they had ever seen a painting like this. It doesn't look like much at first glance, but on closer inspection, it's so dark, breathtaking, because, behind this painting, it seems to contain countless stories. Why, in the end, did the original Westward 5 end up like this? Why are all of them physically mutilated? Or even turned directly into skeletons? With their strength, they could not do anything to slaughter the 3 realms. Too many questions. The story behind it is thought-provoking and even more so. It sends a chill down your back. No, you guys look carefully. That Tang Sanzang skeleton, he still has his hands together. This is still believing in Buddha? Then the question arises. They have slaughtered the 3 realms and still fucking believe in Buddha? Even the top of his head is Buddha's head. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared, the crowd froze and took a closer look. But no, that Tang Sanzang, although he had turned into a skeleton, he still folded his hands, as if, still believing in the Buddha in his heart? I don't think this should be called Tang Sanzang, but rather Tang San Burial. A number of museum people and individual collectors, looking backward, their generations, almost grew up watching Journey to the West, not to say recited backwards and forwards, but most of the characters in it basically recognize, it's much clearer, the relationships of the characters in this, and what lies behind the ability to become so. Many began to frown in contemplation. They believed that with Qin Hao's intelligence, it was impossible to draw such a picture alone, and it must be a certain link that inspired Qin Hao, but unfortunately, they couldn't come up with a result even after thinking about it. However, it was undeniable that this one picture was definitely the most shocking and mind-numbing one they had seen in all these years. The bottom line is the deeper meaning behind it. What exactly is Qin Hao trying to convey? What do you guys think of this stuff? Qin Ma looked at the several women with heavy eyes and asked in a low voice. She didn't rush it. Jokingly, this was the moment to show off her son. So how could she be in a hurry? Of course. Showing off his son was not the goal. The goal was to get these little girls to worship his son. That's what counts. God have mercy. Parenting is sad. A son who doesn't want a daughter-in-law. That's even more worrying. Money, to say that their family, although they were not said to be rich and famous in the past, but at least they had never really worried too much about money. $300,000 to $400,000 a year. Basically in this Liuqing city, it is also considered the upper middle level. Compared to the average working person, that is even higher level, so it doesn't matter if it's money or not. What matters is the daughter-in-law. It's pretty good. It rocks. Chen Kurson and Chen Cute returned to their senses, looked at each other, smiled and nodded. Unfortunately, we don't have any painters here, nor do we have anyone who has a profound study of the journey to the West, or else we would really be able to analyze it carefully and find out what Qin Hao is trying to express. Chen Guoru was a bit sorry for her curiosity, or rather, Qin Hao wasn't wrong in giving her the nickname Holmes Chan, as a detective. It's a normal thing to be curious. This, we didn't prepare. If we let the program invite now, I'm afraid it's already too late. We can only wait for the night to see. Jean May shook her head. Painters were good. Just invite the one from the last time. But a researcher of the journey to the West, that was a bit off the beaten path. Pretty much the same as the Redditors. I'm really not a godly man, no, MS. Jean, tell me, are you really not selling it? This picture. It's definitely worth a lot of money. Capitol Museum, yes. Before we also saw it. Want to make Mr. Qin Hao's original painting. This is not ready-made? Looking at the unbelievably eager audience in the live broadcast room, especially those individual collectors and museums, as if they could not wait to rush out immediately. In response, Jean May could only smile helplessly. Qin Ma's attitude was already very clear. Unless she waited for Qin Hao to come back, she could only discuss it, otherwise there was no way to talk about it. Finished reading? Qin's mom leapt to her feet and asked with a smile. Read it all. Auntie, your son is great. Chen Kurson and Chen Q looked at their own old man's eyes, and the two of them praised him in succession. Yeah, I'm not that good. If I can learn a thing or two from Qin Hao, that would be great, Chen Guoru said with a delighted face. Understanding, Qin Ma was beaming with joy. This kind of words, in fact, she had heard too much after giving birth to Qin Hao. It even got to the point where it was kind of numbing. What a genius. What's someone else's little Hao? Too much, but now, faced with the compliments of three little girls, she felt much better than those compliments. Go. Qin Ma walked to the end of the corridor, opened the door to the room, and led the crowd inside. To everyone's surprise, the rooms up here were quite large. 3 or 4 of them, even more surprisingly. Each room was relatively clean and tidy. It wasn't particularly clean, but it definitely wasn't scruffy either. Holy shit. I was ready for a scene with trash everywhere, and what I found was cleaner than my house. Actually, I was going to say, no toilet paper balls? Bad review. Seriously, this one is not a professional geek. Inside the live room, the audience was a little disappointed, even. Again, one can't help but wonder once again if the show was prepared in advance. Otherwise, on Qin Hao's master who could sit and definitely not stand. How could he clean the house so well? It's a little surreal. The crowd looked carefully, only to see that after opening the door, there was still a living room, divided into 4 rooms on the left and right. Just as they were curiously surveying their surroundings, suddenly, fly free in your heart. The cell phone ringtone made everyone look confused. The crowd turned their heads in unison, and then they saw Chen Guowei take out his cell phone and look at it, and his expression instantly became serious. You guys talk? I'll take a call. Chen Guowei hurriedly stepped aside and picked up the phone. Dean. What is it? Yes. The call was from none other than the president of the Academy of Sciences, Dynasty Liang. It's like this. We looked up and found that these 2 things of Qin Hao's have not been patented at all. We are studying whether to apply for a patent for him, or is it better to mention it from your side? Hearing this, Chen Guowei was flabbergasted for a moment. No patent application yet, come to think of it. If there was a patent, it would have been well known by now. Dean, do you think it's possible that he didn't want to apply for a patent at all? Chen Guowei pondered slightly for a moment and said slowly, what do you mean? A patent application could bring him great wealth and great fame. So, I was wondering if we should apply for him. After all, we're also taking something from someone, although we'll pay him afterward. At those words, Chen Guowei frowned, then slowly shook his head. I don't think it's necessary. Of course, giving money is for sure, but the patent is even. Because Qin Hao doesn't care about that at all. What if they get copied? Speaking of this, Dynasty Liang suddenly froze. In fact, what he was really worried about was that any technology was afraid of being copied and borrowed. Or even, taken directly and used. The research is theirs because they patented it first. You worked it out first. Do you have proof? Patents speak for themselves. So, if you are trying to use it, then you need to pay the other side. Yes, even if you know it is the result of your own research, you still need to pay the enemy. It doesn't happen very often, even a lot, but a sudden thought struck him. That is this kind of technology? Can it be done with Blue Star's technology? Do the hell with it. You were given the opportunity to copy it and you couldn't even get it. To use a popular phrase nowadays, it's like, you're given a chance, but you're not good at it, not to mention patented. Well, it's me who's overthinking it. Dynasty Liang smiled bitterly. He is also habitual. Any research results? After the success of the research, the first time will apply for a patent. It's like copyright. As long as you use the research about me, then you have to pay me. But obviously, Qin Hao here didn't need it at all. However, I really suggest that you talk to Qin Hao about it. This kind of patent is bound to be successful if you apply for it. And there will be a global competition to give money. Chen Guowei remembered Qin Hao's lazy appearance and shook his head helplessly. He knew that there was no way it would work. If Qin Hao wanted to apply for it, he would have done so long ago. And still needed them to remind him? Okay then. Nothing more to do. Hang up. Chen Guowei hung up the phone and found everyone sitting on the sofa waiting for him. Sorry for being a waste of everyone's time. So let's get started? Hearing this, Jean Mei was instantly energized. Hello everyone. The much anticipated second floor. We are now up. As you can see, although cousin Qin Hao is a bit lazy, he still cleans his own house very well. Speaking of this, Jean Mei looked at Qin Ma. Next, let Qin Ma give us a rough idea of what these rooms are for. Cousin? Yes. Qin Ma stood up and smiled as she came to the entrance of the two rooms in front of the main door and said slowly, on one side is that brat's bedroom, which is where he sleeps, and on the other side, it's his computer equipment and all that mess. With that, she walked to the end of the living room, pointed to the doors of the rooms on either side, and continued, these two rooms are usually used to store some of his mess. Audience? So, except for one bedroom and the computer room, it's all a mess, right? Introduced. But then again, it seems like it wasn't. Ahem. Auntie, could you be a little more detailed? Jean Mei dry cough. Good guy. Shelved here. It seems that the literary source of the cousin's nonsense has been found. Well, this side is for some of his unused computer equipment, such as, say, keyboards, and in the case of, say, models, and other items. On the other side, it's just pure clutter. Basically any kind of mess. Hearing this, the crowd understood. A bedroom, a computer room, a place for keyboards, models, and other items, and the last one is the utility room. However, having experienced the garbage house downstairs, everyone was afraid to underestimate the utility room in other people's homes. That was really a utility room. However, Qin Hao here was not necessarily true. It's possible that there are still silent speakers capable of blowing them sky high, that is, energy crystals, especially Chen Guowei. When he heard about the model, the utility room, those eyes were glowing. He was on a mission this time. The main quest, naturally, was to find energy cards, the key that can unlock the gate to the base of the backcountry, a side mission to discover more technological treasures. Auntie, the things in this living room, did your family buy them before? Or did Qin Hao buy them himself? Chen Kurson pondered for a moment and asked a crucial question. The audience also naturally understood what she meant. If it was there before, there's no point in reading it. Because, as could be seen from before, Qin's mom and dad were merely an ordinary well-to-do family, and particularly expensive things were 100% absent. Of course, even if it did, it wouldn't be in the living room on the second floor. But if Qin Hao bought it later, that's not necessarily the case. I've been looking at it, and by and large it's all been in our family before. Qin's mom scanned the circle and said slowly, then that means there are things that cousin Qin Hao added himself? Jean Mei's eyes flashed as the camera quickly scanned around. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't need to say much about what's coming next, do I? You guys know. Audience, it's pretty easy for you to be a host. What do you think I want you for? It's really just a live broadcast, isn't it? And we'll do the rest of the work for the audience? Not for her to find. Gasp. Ha ha ha. Actually, I probably took a look around. A couple vases, a couch, an oversized TV, and a clock hanging on the wall. There's really nothing else. No, don't bother us with everything. Okay? We're busy. Inside the live broadcast room, the audience was a little bit in tears and laughter. Jean Mei's meaning they instantly understood. Was it not to let them help to see if there was anything valuable? This TV, It looks a little familiar to me. Before the audience could give an answer or hint, it was instead Chin-Gwo-ru, with a pair of beautiful eyes staring at the TV hanging on the wall, looking up and down. This TV used to be 55 inches in our house. It's not small. Maybe it's broken. That kid replaced it with one this big. He's not afraid of going blind. Seeing the TV, Jean's mom spat breathlessly. You know, and how much is the TV? Jean Mei knew Chun Gui-ru's identity. To be able to be felt familiar by this one, it was definitely not ordinary. I remember he said. It seems to be more than 10,000 points. Although it is a little expensive, but after all, it is a TV. The screen quality is good, and it is better for the eyes. Jean Ma had a look of entitlement on her face and didn't find anything strange at all. This TV, I'm afraid it must be over 100 inches, right? Chen Kursin and Chen Cute muttered in whispers. Over 10,000 for a 100-inch TV. How much better could that screen be? 110 inches. Chen Guowei is a professor of the Academy of Sciences. For science and technology above things still have some understanding. For the number that is very sensitive, the exact figures are given directly.